I am a garbage collector who picks up plastic bottles, but everyone in the school avoids me because I have awakened a level 3 S-class ability, the art of explosions. Whoever messes with me, I'll blow them up. The school beauty, Lu Ruyan, finds me dirty and smelly, so I blew off one of her directly. The class monitor, Wang Lu Mao, said I was dragging down the grades, so I blew off his third leg. However, even with such badass abilities, on the day of awakening, I still carried a bag of urea while picking up bottles, and everyone looked down on me. The principal had just finished drinking water and almost choked to death. The awakening began immediately. Hurry up and join. Then he raised his cool mechanical arm, extended a thick and long middle finger into the awakening device. The awakening device started, and the awakening officially began. The principal read the list one by one. A classmate by Yuntao. A male student stepped forward, instantly enveloped in red light, followed by a convulsion, and the whole person seemed to be rejuvenated. A sound of equipment rang out. D-level local power system superpower. King Kong butt. The strength and intensity of the sphincter muscles are enhanced by tens of times. Suddenly everyone burst into laughter. Damn, this superpower is awesome. It's still a rare B-level superpower. The big star brand King Kong butt, with great clamping force, no longer afraid of diarrhea. If trained properly, do you think it will be possible to achieve sphincter muscle flight? Look at Bai Yuntao again, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Although everyone in this world can awaken special abilities, useful abilities are not very common, so 90% of people in the world are still ordinary people. For example, someone awakened the ability of big teeth. Their front teeth are twice as big as others. They can crack melon seeds quickly, or they have thick hair, and they are no longer afraid of baldness. These abilities are generally at the F or E level, and if they reach the A level, even a simple fart, after rigorous training, can unleash the power of an Italian cannon. The awakening of supernatural powers continues, with Wang Gang, a thin classmate stepping forward, an A-level enhanced ability, the redemption of kidney cutting. The kidneys can regenerate infinitely, with a cycle of 2.5 days. Suddenly, everyone was no longer calm. Damn, truly an A-level ability. Just go sell your kidneys, classmate. There is a job here with a monthly salary of 300,000. Would you like to know more? People kept coming up on stage. D-level abilities, truly strong and fast. D-level abilities, relying on Iron Mountain. D-level abilities with a flexible tongue. One supernatural ability after another kept appearing, causing cheers and shock among everyone. However, the faces of the principal and teachers on the side were all dark. So far there is only one A-level ability. What the hell is this kidney cutting redemption? It's over. It seems like this batch of students is a waste. Let's wait for the next one. The voice of awakening abilities on the square is still broadcasting. C-level special series abilities. The Moon God's binding immortal rope. B-level control series abilities. 100% caught barehanded. C-level strengthening series abilities. Local strengthening. At this time, the faces of the principal and teachers have become even darker. What the hell is all this weird stuff? However, some female students below have already started inquiring about the super information of some strengthening major students. At this moment, a burst of exclamation came. Look, it's the school grass Yichen. He's so handsome. Everyone quickly looked towards the center of the playground, where a handsome and charming boy was walking towards the awakening ceremony. He has always been in the top 3 of the grade. Suddenly, a strong light appeared. The S-level power system ability. Great strength works wonders. You just need to exert great strength. Leave the rest to miracles. Immediately, there was a burst of exclamation throughout the audience. The principal's hanging heart finally let go. It seems that this year finally has a decent student, so as not to be ridiculed by other high schools. Yi Chen's mouth unconsciously twisted, provocatively glanced at my location, showing a disdainful look. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched, only to see me and my buddy Zhang Debao sitting in the last row of the crowd, with urine bags on the ground, shoulders leaning against each other, already asleep, with nasal bubbles changing size with each breath. Damn, you guys really sleep well. After Yi Chen's S-level, a period of calm followed, but it was much better than the weird abilities just now. A-level lightning system ability, lightning 5 whip. A-level poison system ability, rat tail juice. A-level dual earth and wood system ability, 3 room 1 hall technique. 3 consecutive A-level abilities, directly making the principal happy, and even awakening an earth and wood saint. Then came another wave of surprise. S-level permanent passive ability, child walking invisibility technique, and then a girl disappeared on the spot. At this moment, I, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly brightened up. I nudged my snoring buddy beside me. Zhang Debao, Look at this superpower. If I could turn invisible, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? Zhang Debao's body trembled. His eyes also lit up. If we could turn invisible, we wouldn't be caught sleeping in class by the teacher anymore. I was speechless. Debao, are you even a man? If we could turn invisible, of course, we should do something more meaningful. The two looked at each other, smirked, and said in unison, of course, we should sneak into the principal's house and shave his cat bald. He. The people around them were speechless. Who the heck shaves a cat? Are you too crazy? Where there is a hidden dragon, a phoenix will also come as expected. Just then, the principal noticed their discussion. Xingye, Zhang Debao, what are you two, with the lowest and second lowest awakened talents, doing? Principal, we are discussing the practical application of superpowers in combat and the importance of hairstyle theory for a cat's appearance. The principal was at a loss for words, as if a few ellipses flew over his head. You two, behave yourselves. I'll deal with you after you finish awakening your superpowers. Suddenly, there was another burst of noise. Look, it's the rich second-generation Wang Teng. I saw Wang Teng swaggering forward. A dazzling light appeared. S-level gold system ability. The body of the diamond is indestructible. Then Wang Teng's body underwent a visible change. The whole person turned into a golden legend, and he walked to me amidst the cheers of the crowd. Trash guy, did you see it? S-level ability. Pure gold. Wang Teng patted his arm, then forcefully pounded his chest. A metallic sound came. Did you hear it? Indestructible diamond. No feeling at all. He hit his thigh again. Another sound of metal collision. Ha, no feeling at all. Then his stomach, buttocks, koan. Ha, indestructible diamond. No feeling at all. I couldn't help but laugh. Wang Teng's face changed suddenly. Damn it, koan also didn't feel anything. Then isn't my happiness also? Accept the inevitable. I patted his shoulder, and incidentally pulled out 2 golden hairs. Accept the inevitable. Zhang Debao also patted his shoulder. Accept the inevitable. The principal followed closely. Wang Teng was furious. Then I am at least an S-level ability. You trash guy are probably just an F-level. Dare to mock me? Just then, the entire playground began to shake, followed by a colorful light appearing in the center of the playground. Look, it's the goddess Rianlu, the #1 keeper in the whole year. Blessing of the goddess of war. Become an advocate for the goddess of war on earth and wield the power of God's gifts. Crouching Chow Chow is noisy and everyone is taken aback. It's the strongest divine psychic ability. It's still SS ranked. It'll definitely become a top-notch powerhouse in the future. Oh goddess, allow me to hug my thighs. Looking at the principal again, he was already laughing his ass off. Ahahaha, this year's first place throne in Jianghuai City seems to be secure. Then, he glanced at Starry Night and Zhang Debao with another look of disgust. Hey, principal, you're double standardizing too obviously. Time passes by. Most people awaken only D, E level psychic abilities. Even the B ranks were only awakened by a few people, and there were only a handful of A ranks. The S rank only appeared again with the school flower Mu Qianxua's healing faculty supernatural ability have tolerance for milk, as well as some unknown classmates summoning faculty ability summoning crayfish. In the end, only Starry Night and Zhang Debao were left unawakened. At this point, the principal picked up the megaphone and began to speak. Class, I'm glad you've all awakened your powers. Starry Night stepped forward and poked the principal. We both haven't awakened yet. The principal whispered. It's not important for you two to awaken or not. Just go quietly and go through the motions. It's easy to lose the face of the school if it's too publicized. Starry Night, I. The principal ignored them and continued to speak. Class, I'm going to take a little bit of your time to talk about 3 points, each of which contains 18 midpoints and each of which has 64 dots, which I hope you'll memorize in full. At this moment, Starry Night slowly walked over to the awakening instrument. He didn't move much, but he caught everyone's eye. Do you think there are any other grades below the F grade? I'll eat shit if the garbage man can awaken D rank or higher powers. I'll eat 10 pounds of shit. Starry Night had stepped in front of the awakening instrument and slowly extended her hand. Everyone was looking forward to Starry Night's awakening, and his popularity even surpassed that of the goddess Rianlu. Next moment, ravenous. Sigma Carat. Headmaster, the awakening meter is broken. Starry Night interrupted the principal. Goddamn awakening meter is broken. It's you who can't awaken at all. At once, loud laughter came from the entire room. The principal gave him a scornful look and took a sip of the farmer's bounty mineral water in his hand. The awakening meter isn't broken. You can't awaken at all. Come down. Starry Night stepped forward and snatched the mineral water bottle. So it's because I didn't bring my natal magic weapon. That's why I couldn't awaken. At once, the corners of the mouths of all the people in the room twitched. whose good guy's native magic weapon is a mineral water bottle. However, just the next moment, boom, a violent explosion came, shook up the whole crowd. Crap, an earthquake. Just then, a voice came from Starry Night's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the bottle collection quest 10000000/10000000. Garbage Man system opens. Awakening of SSSS level psychic ability, the art of explosion. Reward artifact, chaos audio. Remarks, in my BGM, no one can beat me. A deafening voice rang out from the square. Awakening of SSSS level psychic ability, the art of explosion. Your ability is indescribable. Ask those around you to move away from him quickly. At that moment, everyone was nonplussed and their mouths opened into an O shape. Crap chow chow cacophonous fuck. The junkie is against the odds. SSSS class psychic abilities. There aren't many in the whole of China. Are there? I suspect the awakening device is broken. Could it be that this is the power of the instinctive magic artifact mineral water bottle? Headmaster, I request to be reawakened. At this point, the principal's third opinion was shattered. The penultimate one actually awakened SSS ranked god level psychic abilities. Is the sun coming out of your navel today? Looking at Wang Tung again, he was already completely nonplussed and furious as he clenched his back teeth. Cackling, that's the sound of gold back teeth rubbing together. Headmaster, it must be that the awakening instrument is broken and needs to be requalified. Wang Tung exclaimed. When this was said, everyone felt justified in asking for a reappraisal. Soon, the staff carried out a professional alien energy appraisal device. Starry Night, put your hands down, the principal urged impatiently. As the principal of Jianghuai Third Middle School, he was naturally one of the group of people who wanted to reveal the answer the most. It's about his future and his reputation. Starry Night indifferently placed her hand on the appraiser. Everyone held their breath, especially Wang Tang, who was convinced that it was impossible for the penultimate garbage man to awaken SSS-ranked psychic abilities. Suddenly, a burst of light came on. The alien appraiser made a mechanical sound. Identify the psychic ability as SSS-ranked special system psychic ability, the art of explosion. Once again, unbelievable exclamations of surprise came from the entire room. Crap, it's true. Garbage man against all odds. Mom, I'm going to pick up the garbage too. Pick up the big one. What does the famous commentator MacArthur say about this wave? Wang Tang was so angry that he was about to spit out blood, and suddenly with a cackle, a golden back-socketed tooth was bitten to pieces. Even the goddess Lu Ruyan was slightly moved, a faintly imperceptible expression appearing on her exquisite and stunning little face. At this moment, the principal was so excited that he was about to cry. How many years had it been? That he was finally going to raise his eyebrows in front of those old guys. This time, not to mention the first in Jianghuai City, I'm afraid that even the entire Nanjiang province will be ranked in the top 3. Ahem. Everyone be quiet. The principal clears his throat. Starry Night has always been my most favored student, and this time he didn't disappoint me when he awakened his powers. MacArthur, the 5-star general of Rice, once said that behind a good student, there must be a good principal with good moral character. The crowd's eyes twitched at the corners of their eyes. Who just said they were afraid of a certain trashy student disgracing the 3rd grade? Headmaster, you are worthy of being the famous double standard in China, the head of the True Fragrance sect. The principal's voice was powerful and deafening. Speaking of Starry Night as a 3rd grade student, the principal and teacher's favorite, will he be praised by David for his 3 years of hard work and schooling? Starry Night is a 1,000-mile horse, and I am his bull, the most outstanding educator in this world. Ahahaha. However, off stage, the faces of the crowd grew darker and darker. Hey, principal, you're in too much drama. Next, I'd like to invite Starry Night to the stage to say a few words. Everyone croak. Starry Night slowly walks onto the stage and picks up the megaphone. Who just said anything about eating shit? Crowd, I'll pour. Then Starry Night turned back and looked at the principal. By the way, principal, when are you going to send out the scholarship you owe me for 3 years? The principal took a mouthful of blood. Just then, a bell suddenly rang. The crowd was dumbfounded for a moment. Is that a fucking ringtone for a garbage man to have? Starry Night rushed to the phone. Crooked, Aunt Lua. I'm telling you that I awakened SSS level psychic ability today. That 2B principal is all happy. And that stupid hat Wang Tang, so angry that he almost spit out blood. My group of nerd classmates are all stunned. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Starry Night felt a murderous aura coming from all around him, and he couldn't help but wince, realized he had the megaphone on in his hand. Oh, sorry, I was talking about those guys from my junior high school. Immediately afterward he changed the subject. Aunt Lou, what's wrong? There was an anxious voice on the other end of the line. Younger Knight, come back soon. That demolition team is here again. Your sister is already at the gate ready to hang herself in order to stop them. Suddenly, there was a scream on the phone. Star 0, Star 0, you mustn't hang yourself. Ah, don't. Quickly save the people. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Crap, is Starry Night's family this miserable? However, Starry Night was unhurried. Aunt Lou, you should go home quickly. I'll resolve this matter as soon as possible. Oh yeah, let little Zero hang around for a while longer. There's still something on my side. Another mouthful from the crowd. Damn, what do you mean let your sister hang a little longer? At that moment, the principal also passed a concerned glance. Starry Night student, don't be afraid. The school will take care of this matter for you. I'll call the defense section over right away. He then dialed the number of the defense section. Hey, security section? All security guards gather quickly and make a trip to Starry Night's house. There's a tough fight to be had today. Right away. Right now. The security chief's voice came over the phone. Principal, the average age of our school security guards is 80 years old. I'm afraid we can't get hard anymore. Principal, hashtag, Starry Night hurriedly interrupted. Headmaster, I'll take care of my own matters. There's no need to bother the school. The principal also wanted to be concerned. Suddenly it occurred to him that Starry Night was already a SSS rank alien ability awakened, so he could naturally take care of it himself. Starry Night, then go home quickly. Wait for me, Zhang Debao interrupted in a domineering manner. His tall, imposing figure was slowly walking up. Starry Night, as your only good brother, your business is my business. Wait for me for a minute. After awakening my powers, we will live and die together. An atmosphere of generosity and brotherly love filled the room. The crowd's sweaty eyes were upside down with excitement and goosebumps. What a hero! This damn Shohan romance. I'm going to cry. Only Zhang Debao was seen taking one step at a time, dominating. The principal's eyes lit up. How could I forget this goods? As the second last of the whole year, the man who was known as the Phoenix Daisy, he might be able to awaken a SSS ranked psychic ability as well. When that time comes, his principal will surely be able to stay in the green shit with his name. Only Zhang Debao took one step as if the earth was vibrating with him. The aura was so strong that the crowd couldn't open their eyes. Debao, don't forget your original magic weapon. With that said, Starry Night threw him a rubber bat directly. Zhang Debao received it with one hand, and immediately his aura was 3 times stronger, and his human stick was united. He had come to the front of the awakening instrument by now, and slowly placed his hand on it. The principal was already trembling all over with excitement and his hairs were standing on end. Everyone's eyes widened in death as they stared at the magnificent teenager in front of them. Expect a miracle to happen again. Suddenly, a small, dim, unmistakable light flashed. Awakening of F-class psychic ability, the luck of a dog licker. As a licking dog, the harder you lick, the higher your luck value will be. Remarks, when the goddess accepts you, the luck value will be zeroed. Intelligent tip from the awakening instrument. As an F-class, don't pretend to be a wave. It's easy to be killed. Crowd, what the hell was I expecting? After the awakening ceremony, the principal began his long and smelly speech. This, classmates, I today, speak about, that, well, let's just say, a group of students on stage drifted off to sleep. Starry Night, on the other hand, took a leave of absence and went home to deal with the demolition team. The buses, jammed with people. Starry Night sat in the corner and began to study his powers and systems. Unico, I'm here. What's the point of my powers? The art of explosion. Grade, Black Iron 1 star. Ability, can grant explosive properties to any object, unlocking new uses as you level up. Starry Night nodded excitedly. That's a pretty darned good alien power. It fits your own tough guy vibe. As soon as he was available, he immediately became a human thug. An explosive maniac. GGGGGG. Starry Night couldn't help but laugh out loud. At once, a group of people on the bus turned around and looked at him in surprise. Starry Night froze, then reacted. What are you looking at? You've never seen the main character smile. The crowd was speechless. This man is seriously ill. Tons. Where's that divine artifact chaos audio? Why can't I find it? Is it in some item bar or backpack? Host, I am a staunchly materialistic system that won't conjure up artifacts out of thin air. Do you think I'm the same as those impractical and outrageous systems? Starry Night was flabbergasted. So how are you going to give it to me? There will be another way to distribute the rewards. Please remember the core spirit of our materialistic system. Do good deeds, don't ask about your future. Starry Night was straight up not going to be able to get by this whole materialistic system of whatever it was, knowing that the current system is generally dodgy. I didn't realize that I was extraordinarily dodgy. Forget it. Anyway, at home Star Zero's old sister hanged and dragged it. Take a break yourself for a while. So, he took out his phone, clicked on a certain tomato app that was the biggest, best looking and most conscientious in Huaxia, and read his favorite novel, The Grim Reaper? Please call me Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Book title add space for rent. After just a moment of watching, an old man tapped Starry Night on the shoulder. Son, I'm having trouble with my legs, can I sit down for a while? Seeing that his white hair appeared extremely old and hunched over, he stood trembling right next to Starry Night. Sit down, Grandpa. Starry Night, adhering to traditional Chinese virtues, rushed to give the grandpa his seat. Moncler Outlet Store. It was no surprise that he sat on his ass. There aren't many good guys like you nowadays who honor the old and the young. Thank you, Moncler. You don't have to thank. I Jiang why 3 Starry Night to do good deeds never leave a name. You must not buy a banner to our school to send. More do not have to pay out of their own pockets to ask the reporter to interview me. Really don't need. That Moncler Outlet Store was dumbfounded that there was such a brazen person in the world. Why don't you give up your seat and I'll give you a press conference? At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in Starry Night's head. Merit +1. When the merit reaches 1000, you can open the merit mall. When the merit reaches 10,000, the equipment synthesis system begins. Qualify for the melee artifacts second choice. Optional weapons, Ling Ling Paint King Pig Killer Knife and Red Wolf Extinction Pan. When the merit reaches 30,000, you can obtain the super artifact Amazing Thunder Heavenly Cultivation Sky Collapsing Purple Golden Hammer. When the merit reaches 100,000, you can open the Universal Sentient Being System and obtain the Gatling Bodhisattva's exclusive superlative divine skill World Nuclear Leveling. There is also a series of functions on the back showing the lock status. Starry Night was looking confused at what was going on. Other than that, what an outrageous name for a system weapon. The bus sped along and soon reached its destination. Urxiankyo Station is here. Please get off the bus. Starry Night picked up the urea bag and, after a valiant charge, finally squeezed off the bus. I didn't realize that the older man got off the bus at the same stop as him. Moncler Outlet Store. I just saw that Moncler Outlet Store after getting out of the car. Walking as fast as possible. Braking 10 seconds for 100 meters is catching up to Bolt. The corners of Starry Night's mouth twitched, and she heard the high-pitched, booming voice of the Grand Master. Down with imperialism, long live China. Just heard a splash. That Moncler Outlet Store completed a perfect dive. Starry Night instantly had the feeling of being duped. Mud. On this speed, this diving action. Actually use people to give up their seats. Really don't billion. After the tirade, Starry Night sings as she heads for home. Just captured a few demons and subdued a few more. How come he has so many demons and monsters? Hey, eat my old grandson's stick. Before the song was finished, a bubble churned in the river next to him. Starry Night gazed toward the river. Damn, it won't really drill out a bastard spirit. Suddenly, a flowery white head showed up, and it was none other than the older man who Starry Night had just given up his seat to. Starry Night was alarmed. Crap, Grandpa, you're so far away from a slam dunk? The diving grandfather was seen emerging from the water. Alas, old age, no longer useful. Then Moncler Outlet Store. A huge rectangular object was lifted out of the water, like a big black coffin. When I was diving just now, I found an object that I see is related to you, so I'll give it to you. Starry Night was just about to say, coffins are more useful for you to keep than for me, but Moncler Outlet Store he had already disappeared with a jerk. Crap, what the hell? Starry Night stepped forward to view the large black coffin, only to see that it was pitch black. There are 2 discs on either side, in the shape of a mesh, and a couple of button-like things right in the top center. A word suddenly appeared in Starry Night's mind. Naya, the stereo. Ding, congratulations to the host on the divine weapon Chaos Audio. Carry it to defeat the enemy. Chaos Audio. Quality, golden artifact. Type, auxiliary equipment. Introduction, no one can beat you in your BGM. Starry Night was even more confused. Nima, system, can you be reliable? Jianghui, in front of the star dump, a beautiful girl, in the process of hanging. The young girl was seen strangled by a rope, with a long tongue sticking out of her clear, ghastly face, and underneath JK's short skirt. Yeah, it's a holy mosaic. In front of the gate, a bunch of demolition teams were confused. We just want to break up a home. You don't have to die for us. At this moment, a junior brother trembled and said, Brother Black, what should we do? The black donkey with the permed exploding head was full of treacherous smiles at the moment. It's a good thing she didn't fall into my hands, or she'd have to suffer. Black, is that still torn down? Of course it has to be demolished. Otherwise how can we explain it to the big boss? Notify the personnel to prepare for the demolition. And at that moment, Aunt Lou under the big iron gate was bawling with exaggerated acting. Whoa. It's all of you. It's all of you who forced little Zero to die. I'll fight you. Black Donkey went up and pushed Aunt Lou to the ground. The corner of Aunt Lou's forehead hit the ground and broke a gash, with blood flowing out. Immediately afterward, several big men went up and pressed Aunt Lou to the ground to prevent her from moving around. Auntie Lou broke into a fit of rage. You bunch of thousand dagger beasts. I am giving up my life today to avenge little Zero. Gag her. One of the boys gagged Auntie Lau's mouth with a towel. Black Donkey and the others had black lines on their faces. Even though we can't understand it, why does it feel like he's scolding us? Mud, tear it down for me. At Black Donkey's command, a backhoe hissed and drove toward the gate, bringing up gusts of dust. Just as the backhoe was about to hit the doorframe, boom, an explosion came. The excavator exploded in place, and one of the wheels was blown right off. Immediately afterward, a domineering and incomparable voice came out. How dare you move Earth in front of my Starry Night sect? You guys are tired of living. As the dust and smoke cleared, a figure carrying a large black coffin slowly emerged, overbearing and arrogant. The hearts of all the big men tightened as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Aunt Lou saw the familiar figure begin to struggle frantically. Starry Night slowly placed the chaos speaker on the ground. Boo! Shaking up a cloud of dust. Ouch! This thing is too damn heavy. Starry Night moved her arms. The soreness fading. Black Donkey finally got a good look at Starry Night's face, and saw that he had no one with him. Are you kid fucking looking for death? Dare to get into trouble with me? Starry Night looked at the blood on Aunt Lou's forehead and then at Star Zero hanging on the doorframe. And anger welled up in her heart, so he changed his face. Nei. Black, you've misunderstood. I've always been a great admirer of yours, and I've come here to commit myself to you. The Black Donkey froze, then became interested. Come here, boy, and tell me how to admire? Starry Night hurriedly jogged up, carrying the garbage bag behind her. Brother Black, I've been hearing stories about you in the jungle since I was a child, and I've often wondered how nice it would be if you were my own brother. The people around him looked contemptuous. This kid is so cheap too. Aunt Lou also revealed a look of contempt. Even Star Zero, who was hanging from the doorframe, seemed to have black lines appearing on his forehead. The Black Donkey, however, was so intoxicated that he closed his eyes and enjoyed himself. Brother Black, you look so handsome with this hairstyle today. My admiration for you is as great as the continuous flow of the river. The words were not finished. Starry Night copied a slate and slammed it into Black Donkey's exploding head. Pop! Slates shattered and crumbs flew about, and blood flowed down and smeared his face. The suddenness of this gave the people next to him a fright. The crowd hasn't reacted yet. Another slate then appeared in Starry Night's hand, and like the yellow river flooding. Pop! One shot! Pop! At this moment, Starry Night was like a spell machine gun, firing his hands left and right. Slabs were exploding one after the other over the Black Donkey's head. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The Black Donkey was straight up dumbfounded. Where's the fucking admiration you said you'd have for me? Someone, waste him for me. The group of minions then slowed down. They were about to come forward with their arms exposed and their sleeves rolled up. Starry Night grabs a few more practice runs to open the bricks with his head. Brother Black, I was wrong. Don't hit me. I'm your fan. Pop! A brick exploded overhead. As soon as I saw you, I wanted to recognize you as my big brother. Pop! Slates shattered and blood foamed. The crowd was again confused. Mud. This is the legendary saying the most wimpy words in fighting the hardest fight. Go on. Fuck him. The crowd swarmed. Starry Night saw this and put her hand in the garbage bag. Big brothers, please don't hit me. I was wrong. With that, he raised one hand and a handful of lime exploded in the air. A few people in the front row got plastered. Ah, my eyes. Lime in contact with water immediately produces high temperatures. The men's eyes ached as if they were on fire. Starry Night's hands were not idle. Lime was handful after handful, then various thrown items. What with the sand, bricks, cans, rocks, wrenches, blowers, everything. A third of the way down the line before the many big men even got close. Watch out. This kid throws bricks. Ah, why is there still hot water in this kettle? Crap. Whose fucking smelly socks are these? Starry Night's old face flushed. Sorry, big brother. I forgot to wash it last year. Starry Night gave a throw, like a spell machine gun, with ferocious firepower. The big men were hanging in color in no time, yet they still rushed forward against the fire. Starry Night saw that the crowd was already in sight. Dropping the bag of urea, he grabbed Chaos Audio back in his hand and lifted him in the air. In my BGM, no one can beat me. At this moment, Starry Night finally revealed his ferocious nature. No more pretending. Showdown. I'm a Hummer. Then use both hands to throw the stereo with force. Dang. Like big black coffins, the stereo smashed straight down on 4 or 5 people. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This garbage man is too mean. Why throw everything? However, The speed of the others remained unabated as they rushed towards Starry Night. Starry Night froze, and as he watched the crowd close in on him, a large man's fist was in front of him. Starry Night rushed to call the system. It's the tradition of every good citizen to call the system dad when there's a problem. Toon-chan, you lied to me, said in the BGM, no one can beat me. This is going to be a fucking beating. Host, we're saying there's a possibility that you have to turn on the stereo to get the BGM. Crap, this stereo can still turn on after how many years of soaking? That's for sure. Phelps Special Waterproof Cottage Stereo. Cottage Stereo, is bull. Starry Night, _ Winky Face. Nima, why didn't you say so earlier? Eyes on the fist. Starry Night dodged it with a sidestep, taking the opportunity to roll on the ground in an 18-point roll to the stereo. Whatever, take the gamble and turn it on. With the last of his strength, he hammered his fist on the stereo's on button. Chaos sound on random music playing. Only a high-pitched and loud voice rang out. I didn't K. No jacking Bayou. No jacking Bayou. Dinosaurs resist wolves, resist wolves, resist. Dinosaurs resist wolves. The crowd was directly mentally petrified in place. What kind of music are you playing during this fight? However, at this moment, Starry Night suddenly felt her entire body filled with power. Feeling the primary power music buff, strength increased tenfold. Oh ho! Starry Night let out a growl. I'm full of power. He sent a big man in front of him flying out with a direct punch. Woohoo! Take off! Then, a kick to a big man, sidestepping a punch. He wrapped his hands around the big man's arms. Harder rounds. The big man of over 200 pounds was swung up and swept down 7 or 8 people directly. Starry Night used the big man as a weapon and did another sweep. 5 or 6 people were directly swept out. Starry Night directly wheeled the big man into a big windmill, and wherever it passed, people tumbled and swept away. In the distance, a little girl asked her mom, Mom, what's that? That's Widow playing with his wind turbine. What are those big guys doing and why are they playing music? They're square dancing with Watto's windjammer. Mommy knows so much. I love Mommy the most. Suddenly, a figure flew in. It was Starry Night who used up the big man in his hand and just flung it away. Dang! The big man landed right next to the mother and daughter. Alive or dead? Mommy, look! The wind turbine has become a sperm. At this moment, above the battlefield, a bunch of big hombres fell over. The sound of dinosaurs carrying wolves was mixed with wailing all over the place. Starry Night stepped forward and subdued Aunt Lou. Aunt Lou, are you okay? Whoa, I'm fine. Starry Night hurriedly removed the towel that was gagging Aunt Lou's mouth. Little Night, are you hurt? Quickly let Aunt Lou take a look. Aunt Lou, don't worry, I'm. Just then, a road roller roared its engine over. The black donkey, covered in blood, drove the roller with a grim and horrible expression. You junkie looking for death. Let's see if I don't crush you. Starry Night slowly turned back and silently pulled out a Farmer's Bounty mineral water bottle. A faint glow flashed across the mineral water bottle. Without looking back, Starry Night casually tossed it away. Annoying monkey. Boom! A terrifying explosion came. Explosion. It's art. Explosions are art. A shocking explosion sound came out. A section of the heavy roller's track was blown off. A hole was also blown out of the body of the car. And the whole thing shook. Black Donkey are confused. This kid is not only fighting not much martial arts virtue, but also fucking force thieves. What's worse, he's got a grenade hidden in his fucking bag. So where's the justification for that? However, that's not all. Only Starry Night's hands kept pulling out mineral water bottles from the urea bag. Then one by one the bottles hit the roller like rain. Boom, 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 boom. A burst of fire was blown around the roller, as if a fighter jet were dropping a barrage of fire coverage. The jaws of the surrounding group of big men dropped to the ground in shock. This fucking garbage man is too fierce. Luckily, just now, he was only close to the ground, or he would not have to blow himself up and fly free. The crowd silently glanced at the black donkey that was at the center of the explosion. Silently, he closed his eyes, choosing to lie in place and play dead. Boss, rest in peace and may there be no junkies in your heaven. After a furious bombardment, the artillery fire gradually subsided. Starry Night is just one star of black iron. Those bombs earlier had squeezed almost every drop out of him. At this point, Starry Night had his hands in his pockets and didn't know what it meant to be a rival. Anyone else? Yeah. Starry Night laughed arrogantly. The black donkey, covered in blood, was carried from the cart by 2 men. The road roller had been disfigured into a pile of scrap metal. Big brother, you're my big brother. I beg you, stop. Black Donkey begged. Starry Night grabbed Black Donkey by the collar and saw the tattoo on his chest. A fang she-devil. Tattoo ga. Mesherbari? Brother, no. This is a picture of my girlfriend. Starry Night's mouth twitched. It's okay to call it quits. Let's talk about compensation first. It was as if the black donkey had grabbed the straw that saved his life. Compensation. We'll all stay with it. Starry Night looked around in relief, realizing that the damage was to the demolition cruise car. Nanny, nothing seems to be broken on my own side of the house. Suddenly, he saw the wound on the corner of Aunt Lou's forehead, which was almost healed. Starry Night grabbed the black donkey in one hand. Aunt Lou suffered such a big injury. In case of concussion, how to do? And what is the value of Aunt Lou? A few $1 million a minute. The cost of lost wages have to be compensated. Add in the sanitation, emotional distress, orthodontics, and the red packets slipped to the docks, hush money, and so on, and it's a one-bite price, $100,000. I think. The black donkey sucked in a breath of cold air. Why don't you go grab it? So what do you think I'm doing now? The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. This is too damn dark. Suddenly one of the minions asked weakly. So, your sister? Starry Night drifted off. Crap. Forgot about my sister. 5,000 for the coffin. 8,000 for the funeral. 12,000 for the banquet. 2 more wreaths. 2 more black silk paper figures. 800. And a discount of 9,018 for the grand opening. The crowd was confused. Nima, you open your mouth for $100,000 for a scratch on your forehead. And you ask for $98,000 for a hanged man over there. Is this a normal human mindset? However, the crowd did not dare to complain at all at the moment. Forcing people to their deaths and not paying for them was already a blessing. So the crowd rushed to put together $198,000 for Starry Night. Starry Night was very cheerful when he got the money. Brother Black, you're still weirdly good. The black donkey's face was filled with black lines that gradually overflowed the screen. The 2 minions carried the black donkey and limped away. On the way, however, the black donkey had a fierce look on his face, with a sinister expression. He said, when I go back and report to the big boss, I'll ask the Exalted to take action to clean him up. Just then, out of nowhere, an old woman suddenly appeared and crashed into them at once. Then a very bombastic acting fall to the ground. You knocked me down. Pay up. There are cameras here. You won't get away. In front of the dump, Starry Night helped Aunt Lou up and took out $100,000 and handed it to her. Aunt Lou, I haven't paid you much for all the years you've been working at the junkyard, so this will be your salary. Aunt Lou didn't push back and reached out to take it, because he knew Starry Night. There was no use in pushing back. I'll save the money for you for when you get a daughter-in-law. Auntie Lou, you're so kind. Saya, you too. A gust of wind blew at the moment. The stars and zeros hanging on the doorframe looked so lonely as they swayed in the wind. Starry Night's expression suddenly tightened, and a very serious question appeared in his mind. Star Zero wasn't wearing any fucking safety pants. How many times have I told you? Next time you hang yourself, can you put on the safety pants I bought you? Star Zero's neck lolled, and his entire body landed lightly on the ground. I'm not going to. Who's a good person wearing Patrick's same lace-trimmed safety pants underneath their JK dress? Starry Night was full of black lines. Then you hang so high, in case you get naked. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Star Zero, however, crossed his arms and looked righteous. I'm not even afraid of death. And you're actually saying that I'm afraid of shame. Who are you burying? Starry Night was speechless for a moment. Surprisingly speechless. Star Zero, however, was unforgiving and said, why am I worth 9,800? And also, you asked for those 2 black silk paper figures yourself, right? Starry Night, winky face, please don't pay attention to these details. Okay, I don't care. So give me the money. A few moments later, Starry Night looked at the backs of Aunt Lou and Star Zero as they went to the city to spend money, hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder. He couldn't help but be teary-eyed and stayed where he was for a long time. Women are such a burning animal. Give me back my money. However, the only response to him was the lonely sound of dinosaurs against wolves. Star Zero is Star Knight's half-sister. She's a natural shifter. Every natural-born alien is a complete anomaly, a chosen one in a million. Its abilities are even more mind-boggling than one would expect. In terms of certain special uses, it was even more powerful than Starry Night's SSS class. Take for example Star Zero's ability Death Forever. Its ability is to never die, whether by jumping, hanging, shredding, or being urinated on. All can be resurrected as is afterwards. On the surface it doesn't seem too useful, and in fact it really doesn't amount to much. As a result, the daily pattern of death has become the only joy of this young girl of only 16 years old. After sending off the 2 gold swallowing beasts, Starry Night went up and turned off the chaos audio. This is good stuff. So save it? Starry Night said to himself. At this moment, the system's voice came again. Chaos audio has 52% power remaining. Do you choose to recharge? Nanny, is this thing so power hungry? 2 uses and it's gone? Charge it. Hurry up and fill it up? Starry Night said eagerly. Remaining merits 1 point. Rechargeable capacity 1%. Charging complete. 53% remaining. Starry Night was directly baffled. He hadn't heard of audio charging with merit. That said, merit is a thing. It's as if that's what he's missing the most. So where did the 1 point come from? I think I added 1 merit point when I gave up my seat for the grandpa myself. He opened the system. And so his triple vision took a hit. This garbage man system of his own is actually fucking consuming merit. Looks like it's time to build up a bit of merit. But how do you accumulate merit? Starry Night opened up the doohickey. Search for how do I get merit? 1. Doing good and helping people. 2. Release. 3. Alms and donations. 4. Help people to abstain from sex and prostitution. 5. Exhorting people to do good. Starry Night couldn't help but get lost in thought as she looked at the methods. A few others are fine. Handouts and donations are definitely out of the question. Then let's try helping someone quit first. He immediately tried it up. Tap on the super letter. Find an old color batch group and click on it. An unsavory message appeared. Image. JPG. Image. JPG. Image. GIF. Wolfie who has a piece for me. Urgently. Starry Night rushed to reply. I have. Close-ups of boobs. Brother, come on. Good people live in peace. Big brother. I want it too. I'll take it too. The toilet paper is ready. Starry Night sends a chest x-ray straight through. And it's fucking broken. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Starry Night's heart burst with joy. At this point, there are 3 little ones who have left an indelible shadow in their hearts. Not long after, a message came from another wolf pack. Bro Meng. Who has a good resource to share quickly? I'm bored to death. Starry Night replied immediately. I have. Cavalry or infantry? It has to be the infantry. Or a big production of 300 groups of sexy uniforms. All of them in superb shape. The group exploded straight away. Crap. There's such a great resource, send it out. Great God. Please accept my knee. My big baby has been horny for a long time. Starry Night directly opened his netbook and found the study material. The sexy uniform folder. The 300 warriors of Sparta. Click send. At once, the group wailed. Imagine a group of gawking wolves with toilet paper in hand, impatiently clicking on a small movie, ready to let loose. 300 muscle-bound men with javelins in their hands and dressed in bitter teas suddenly appeared on the screen, shouting at the screen. Spartan, that image, old shocker. Nyet, indeed, 300 men of infantry, all in sexy uniforms indeed. Indeed all of them are in excellent shape. But, man, can you get some fucking face? Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit +1. Starry Night was straight up happy. This wave blew up. 25 points of merit were harvested directly. Tonight, it's destined for 24 brothers to stay up all night, I guess. And so the Starry Night went on as it should. 7 men with a woman as the main character in a little movie people don't watch. I see. Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. The Hulu Brothers. Merit +1. Time stands still series for everyone to see. You're trying to trick us again. I really won't lie to you this time. The woods, a yellow hair, and a bunch of fairies. Crap. Send it in. Starry Night posted a little video straight away. In the video, the monkey blew out a fairy gas and a group of fairies were all fixed in place. Then, the monkey went to pick peaches happily. Merit +1. Merit +1. Voice 60 dash. Voice 60. Apparently, 60 seconds is the limit for super letters. Not for wolves. Starry Night didn't even listen to the voices and just backhandedly clicked a report for the group. Now everyone should behave themselves and go find a girlfriend. It feels good to be good. Hey, early in the morning, just after dawn. The sound of reading came from the classroom. Bursting chrysanthemums under the east fence. Leisurely seeing the south mountain. Ask the king how many sorrows he can have. Just like a group of eunuchs going to a greenhouse. The mountains are hard to cross. Who grieves for the single dog? And when they meet in plain water, they are all other people's wives. It's the time for everyone's delightful morning reading. Squeak and twist. The classroom door was opened a small crack. A pair of eyes peeked through the doorway, and began to look around. After seeing that the teacher wasn't there, Starry Night let out a long breath of relief. It's a good thing Baldichin isn't here. Who are you saying isn't? Suddenly, a majestic voice came from behind him. It's none other than the classroom teacher. Chan Tu. Crap. Starry Night was so shocked that she couldn't help but explode. Good morning, teacher. Your hair looks great today. The class teacher Chan Tu's face was iron black, and the top of his head reflected the radiant sunrise. What are you doing at the door? Are you late again? Starry Night hurriedly explained. Teacher, I suspect that someone slept through morning study and am keeping an eye on them for you. Chen Tu was speechless for a while. As long as you don't sleep, Everything's fine. And you're still here staring at people. Get your ass in there. Okay, teacher. Starry Night hurriedly leapt into the classroom and made her way to her seat. Apparently, even Baldy Chan's attitude towards him had gotten a lot better after he had awakened his SSS psychic ability. Is this the aura of a schoolboy added to the mix? It's really cool. After Starry Night sat down, she suddenly realized something strange. His own deskmate, Jean de Bayo, actually didn't sleep during morning study today. Instead, he had a somber expression on his face, seemingly pondering very deep questions. Is this really the sun coming out of your navel? De Bayo, what's wrong with you today? I can't believe you didn't sleep. Starry Night said with concern. Starry Night, I've come across a fork in the road of my life, and it's hard to choose. Jean de Bayo said sadly. Starry Night froze. There was actually something that could trouble even Jean de Bayo. Say it and I'll help you analyze it. I awakened the special psychic ability Lickdog's Little Luck. And then what? If I want to improve my powers, I'm going to have to go and be a dog licker, and I'm going to have to break up with my girlfriend, and I'm really upset about that. Starry Night froze again, suddenly finding it a very difficult choice indeed. On one side, you have your girlfriend, and on the other side, you have your prospects. There is no harder choice in life than just career and love. I think you're still young and should focus more on your career. After all, women will only affect how fast you can draw your sword. Starry Night enlightened. Jean de Bayo's face was full of reluctance. But, my girlfriend saved my life once, so she's still hurt. Starry Night froze, suddenly feeling a bit callous in his approach. After all, the two had. Wait, Starry Night suddenly responded. When the hell did you get a girlfriend? Jean de Bayo slapped his chest, his eyes full of peach blossoms about to overflow. All the time. That time when the abyssal gate erupted and flooded half of Jianhui City. I pumped her up and floated her in the flood for half an hour before she was rescued. At once, Starry Night was filled with black lines. Jean de Bayo explained this academic issue very solemnly, then opened the photo album and showed Starry Night a photo of the two of them together. Play aside. After saying that, Starry Night didn't bother with Jean de Bayo anymore, because the day is all about the morning, and the morning is the most important time of the day. He pulled a couple of books out of his desk and set them on the table. You don't always succeed when you try, but you certainly don't get tired when you don't try. So Starry Night dropped the books together and adjusted them to the most comfortable height. Lay down comfortably on your back and take a nice long nap. The most important morning of the day is, of course, spent sleeping the most important sleep. Learning? No way. Absolutely no way. Classroom. Starry Night was huffing and puffing as she fell asleep, drooling and talking in her sleep at the same time. Hey, 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 go ahead and scream. No one will save you even if you scream your throat out. At once, all eyes turned toward him. Immediately afterward, a chalk head hit Starry Night's head with unerring accuracy. Crap. Sneak attack. Young people don't talk about martial arts. However, he saw a beautiful teacher with gold-rimmed glasses staring straight at him. The class gave a surprised look. This Starry Night kid is pretty brave. That's right. It's only the first time I've taken an alien energy class, and I'm in a hurry to make a demon out of it. Starry Night was confused. What the fuck is going on here? Isn't it morning study? At that moment, the beautiful teacher with a white shirt on top and a short wraparound skirt with white stockings on the bottom glared at him. Starry Night smiled awkwardly as the classic line from the dream came out. Teacher, you don't want to lose your job either, do you? Beautiful teacher, surprised face? This student, I'm your alien energy teacher Xiaomei. Since you're so proactive, please answer the questions on the blackboard. Starry Night would smile and look at the beautiful teacher's chest end. That's underestimating him. Starry Night. No snap no leer mo. I choose C. Whatever the question, just go with C. However, he was greeted with a wave of contempt from the entire room. That's right, C indeed. I, Starry Night, am never one to miss a beat in that department. The crowd suddenly seemed to come to their senses and looked at the teacher in front of them. The beautiful teacher's face turned red and she glared fiercely at Starry Night. Starry Night felt bad and rubbed her eyes before she could barely make out the question on the board. How are the ranks of the able-bodied classified? It's a simple question that I had the pleasure of hearing about last semester, but just couldn't remember. At this moment, Wang Tang suddenly stood up. Abilities from low to high are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king and divine levels. Each segment consists of 10 stars each. It requires the ability user to keep practicing after awakening, along with the assistance of various heavenly material potions, in order to improve. Just as important as the rank is the talent level of the ability, which varies greatly from F to SSSS, but the weaker the ability is instead, the easier it is to upgrade, and the less resources consumed to upgrade it. Instead, the higher the talent level is, the more difficult it is to upgrade it. and the more resources it consumes. But the specific strength or weakness is also based on the proficiency of the individual's ability to use it. And the equipment and teammates' cooperation are also important. Starry Night was stunned. This Wang Tang was worthy of being a male child with the qualifications of a great emperor. He really knew a lot. It's just a shame I'll never be a man again. The beautiful teacher Xiaomei said gently. This student answered very correctly. It looks like a good student who loves to learn. Please sit down. Starry Night sat down on her butt. Thank you teacher for the compliment. I'll keep up the good work. The crowd's mouths twitched. I said can we have some face? Is that about you? After Starry Night sat down, she saw Zhang Debao still looking melancholy. Debo, are you still struggling with the question of whether or not to deflate your girlfriend? Zhang Debao shook his head and said, no, I've just broken up with my girlfriend. Now I'm wondering whether to lick the goddess Lu Ruyan or the school flower Mu Qianshui? Starry Night was full of black lines. You're getting into character really fucking fast. Feeling like dude's heart is in the wrong place for nothing. So, Starry Night decided to go and relax. Teacher, I want to go to the bathroom. Starry Night raised her hand. Hurry up. Xiaomei was also quite speechless. Having just taken over this 8th class of alien energy class, she met such a roller. Starry Night got the go-ahead and leapt in a flash to the happy gathering place of students, the restrooms. The first dip of Ali in the morning gives. That would be quite soothing. Starry Night's expression gradually changed from stony to pleased. He secretly lit an e-cigarette and took a quiet drag. Shitting and smoking is more than a god. At this time of the day, the restroom was chilly with no one else in it. Starry Night is enjoying the quiet time. The homeroom teacher, Chen Tu, came in hot and bothered and squatted directly beside Starry Night. The two men looked at each other for a long time. Speechless. Just ask. What could be more embarrassing than skipping class to smoke in the restroom and being bumped into by the homeroom teacher? After a long time, Starry Night decided to take the initiative to break the deadlock. Sensei, come on wacko? Chen Tu glared at him, then reached out to take Hua Zi. Starry Night froze. Chen Tu actually didn't scold him? Another long moment of speechlessness. Chen Tu pulled out his cell phone and watched the video. He lit the wazoo up and took a deep drag. The face was stony and flushed. Starry Night poked her head over and looked at the video on Chen Tu's phone. It was a man and a woman driving intensely on a couch. Starry Night was filled with a look of shock. Teacher, I didn't expect you to be so excited that you took the time to watch a little movie during a bathroom break. It's fucking my house security footage. Starry Night's mind screamed crap. It turned out that Chen Tu's flushed face was not shyness, but anger. Starry Night took another look at the green grassland above Chen Tu's head and couldn't help but feel compassion. Starry Night decided to comfort her poor homeroom teacher. Teacher, don't be sad. At least, the teacher's wife is kinda white. Starry Night walked out of the restroom speechless. What the hell has happened today? One is more ruinous than the other. So Starry Night decided to do some good. Accumulate a bit of merit while being happy with your body and mind in the process. Just then, a girl in tight jeans walked out of the opposite restroom. Starry Night's eyes lit up. Beauty, your pants door is unzipped. Let me help you close it. Saying so, Starry Night stepped forward to casually help the girl with her zipper. Bah, immodesty. The girl blushed and ran off. Starry Night waited for half a day but didn't wait for the merit +1 beep. Is it broken? I'll try again. Starry Night smoothed over the open manhole cover on the side of the road. He was relieved that it felt so good to do good without poking. A short while later, there was a thumping, knocking sound from down the well. Which one of you lackeys put the manhole cover on? And I'm not even out yet. Starry Night continued to sneak around, passing a school building when she suddenly heard a man and a woman talking. The girl said, "Dead licking dog. Don't take a piss and look at yourself. Want me to be your girlfriend? Unless the pie falls from the sky." The boys looked anxious and at a loss for words. Little man, I really love you. I give you all my living expenses. With that, the boy took out $1,000 and handed it to the girl. The girl grabbed the living expenses as soon as she could. Humph, dead licking dog. It's useless for you to give me money. I've told you, unless it falls from the sky. Starry Night's heart fluttered, and the opportunity presented itself. He immediately rushed into the restroom and snatched the leak box he had just taken 2 bites from a man. Another speedy dash up to the 5th floor of the school building. Swing the leak box round and smash it towards the girls. Although Starry Night had not awakened the strength-based psychic ability, but long years of throwing bricks and raising sand is no mean feat. Plus the acceleration of gravity, and the rotational boost when he strikes. The box of leaks was like a discus, battered at the girl's face. Pop! A crisp sound rang out. The leak box was solidly glued to the girl's face. Little man, what's wrong with you? Speak up. Starry Night mused in her mind. Brother, I can only help you so far. No need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank the green smoke from your family's ancestral grave. Merit +2. Starry Night was in a very good mood at the moment. he hummed as he skipped along. Quietly ask the holy monks if the daughter is beautiful. The daughter. Is it beautiful? Speak of kingship and wealth. And keep. Just then, Jean de Bao suddenly ran over. Starry Night, stop singing and get back to testing your alien level. Starry Night froze. What alien ability level? We just awakened. Aren't we all Black Iron 1 star? No, I was a Black Iron 9 star when I awakened. Nanny, what the hell? Starry Night had a big question mark on her face. Don't you know? All people are allowed to practice ahead of time before their powers are awakened. The average rank of our class is around 5 stars of Black Iron. Wang Tang and study committee member Huang Yao are both 2 stars of bronze now. And Lu Ruyan, who is the first in her grade, is 6 stars of bronze. Starry Night's mind screamed crap. Nima, have they been rolling since their mother's womb? De Bao, why did you secretly cultivate without telling me? Zhang de Bao scratched his head and said, I didn't cultivate, only that my dad often gave me Reiki beads, and he beat me if I didn't eat them. It's the rich second generation like Wang Tang who start cultivating from a young age. Starry Night's face was filled with black lines that gradually overflowed the screen. Nima, it's true that this world still has to fight for its father. He shook his head helplessly. When I think of my state-fed old man, he should be done with his remodeling in 3 more years. Starry Night, you go ahead and test. You're the only one left in the class. In the classroom, some people are happy, some people are sad. Although the awakening of psychic abilities relied on talent, later cultivation also relied on resources and hard work. Of course, resources have to come before effort. It's as if, through their talent and hard work, many people get into prestigious universities, but you still can't find a good job after graduation. One can only be an aspiring, educated young man of the takeaway. At this time, Wang Tang was still showing off his family's situation. The golden face had glory written all over it. Let me tell you, I've been cultivating since I was 3 years old, and I've been eating an aura bead every day, and my body is bursting with aura. I didn't expect to only be a tiny bronze 2-star. I'm really ashamed of my own father's 10 million assets. The crowd's faces darkened for a moment, and this stuff was disgusting. At that moment, a voice came. You don't have to feel guilty. It's not certain if it's your own? The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. He saw Starry Night and Zhang de Bao walk in through the door. Starry Night, did you fall off the toilet? The beautiful teacher Xiaomei glared at Starry Night and questioned. Starry Night returned unhurriedly. Teacher, after I went to the restroom, I did a few good deeds on the way, thanks to your cultivation. Xiaomei's face was filled with black lines, not realizing that Class 8 had actually produced such a big scourge. Hurry up and go test the level, Xiaomei urged. Starry Night walked straight toward the tester in the middle of the classroom. On the way, he accidentally saw the blackboard with everyone's rankings written on it. Wang Tang and Huang Yao were both tied for first place at bronze 2-star. The third place below was clearly Zhang de Bao of the Black Iron 9 stars. Starry Night's mouth twitched. Crap, this kid couldn't have turned on a hang-up. And then behind that are a couple of Black Iron 8 stars and a couple of Black Iron 7 stars. Most people are like 4, 5, 6 stars. In last place was the 3-star Black Iron Dorky Shaw. The 1-2-3 body syndrome. Starry Night put her hand on the tester. The panel shows Starry Night's rank. Black Iron 1 star. There was a moment of surprise for everyone. Crap, how come Garbage Man is only 1 star? Has he never practiced before? We do have a practice session every week. That guy looks like he's practicing, but he can't actually be sleeping. It dawned on the crowd. I said how I can faintly hear grunts every time I'm in a practice session. Wang Tang couldn't be happier at the moment. Ha ha, Black Iron 1 star. Even if you're SSS level, according to the assessment rules, you won't be able to get into the special training team. If the principal dares to specially recruit you, I'll go and report it. At this time, the beautiful teacher Xiaomei was also filled with black lines. She was so happy she didn't sleep a wink when she was assigned to lead the 8th shift at the time. Because I heard that there was a legendary SSS ranked psychic in Class 8. If he brings him out himself, he will be designated to be passed down through the ages in the future. What she never expected was that the SSS level she had been longing for was actually only a Black Iron 1 star. There wouldn't be a Black Iron 1 star in the whole school, alright. Now that would be a legacy if the SSS ban was nullified. It's over. We're out of good teachers again this year. Starry Night also smiled awkwardly. Teacher, I usually spend my time doing good deeds. I don't have time to cultivate. But don't worry, I will definitely enter the special training team. The crowd was speechless again. You can pull it off. You just spend all your time picking up trash. Goddamn doing good things. Starry Night retorted. I just did a total of 3 good things. First, I helped a girl avoid embarrassment. Secondly, I covered the manhole to keep people from falling in. Third, I helped a buddy catch the girl he wanted. Just then, a girl in jeans walked in with her teacher. Brother, he's the one who bullied me. Then a few more workers walked in. That's the kid who put the lid on the well and left me stuck in there for half a day. The crowd had not yet reflected. Another wave is coming. Teacher. He's the one who threw the leak box around and knocked little one unconscious. The crowd's mouths twitched. So this is what you do. 3 waves of people aggressively blocked Starry Night into a corner. Surround him. Starry Night looked up to the sky and sighed. Exactly the wrong payment. It's time for school to end. Teachers and students. The school bell rang. Starry Night and Jean de Bao leaped out of the classroom at the first opportunity. A ride. Not being active after school and having a problem with your mind. The two of them got on the bus directly after school and made their way straight to the black market. There's a special training team exam coming up, and the minimum requirement for admission to the special training team is 5 stars of black iron. Starry Night only had 1 star of black iron, so he could only go to the black market to buy some aura beads. By the way, take your chances, maybe something special will happen. The duo soon arrived at the gates of the black market. The place is a bit sparsely decorated, but it gets a lot of traffic. Because it's cheap, it can't be helped. There's only one disease in the world that can't be cured, and that's the disease of poverty. In front of the main gate of the black market, a big security guard with 5 big stars on his shoulder was leisurely swiping the beauty livestream. Both eyes dropped in. An impulse suddenly surged in Starry Night's heart for some reason. I wanted to go up to the security guard and yell at him. I don't know what to do. Inexplicable? It seems that a certain humongous novel has to be read less these days. It's easy to get beaten up if you read too much. Starry Night shook her head and took Jean de Bao's hand, about to head towards the black market. However, I can't believe I can't pull it. Jean de Bao poked Starry Night before giving him a look. Starry Night understood in seconds. Follow the direction of Jean de Bao's eyes, only to see a black silk long-legged imperial lady walking in style. The big jiggly waves echoed the big waves on the top of the head. Snow white skin blowing, flaming red lips burning every man's dream. Underneath a pair of beautiful legs, high heels knocked against the ground with a thud. Heavy heart exclamation. The gazes of the two moved slowly along with the imperial sister. The only thing that could be seen was the imperial sister coming to the janitorial master and talking to him for a few moments. The older man then colorfully followed the imperial sister into the distance. Starry Night and Jean de Bao kept watching the imperial sister go away until she disappeared. The party looked at each other and smiled, wiping the drool from the corners of their mouths. So you're hungry too? Yeah, come on, let's eat. The two then entered the black market hand in hand. Once inside, they realized that the black market was just too big. Here you can buy almost anything you want as long as you have the money. On both sides of the street, the sound of selling was incessant, constantly filling the ears of both men. Bronze night pot from the Shangzhou dynasty, the imperial night pot of the Daji Empress, the only one of its kind in the world. Come and take a look. Everyone, 5 million Chinese dollars. Nanjiang leather factory closed down. The son of a bitch factory director ran away with his sister-in-law. The original price of more than 100, more than 200, more than 300 of the beast leather shoes. Now only 20 more. Spinach, bastard. Who the hell buys millet? Starry Night called out straight to the good guys. The dead old terrier suddenly attacked him. In front of the black market was the general area, where everyone sold some household items. Jean de Bao walked to a stall selling clothes and suddenly couldn't walk. Starry Night, look, that dress. Isn't it just made for me? Starry Night followed the direction of his finger. Heck, I found a mediocre white printed t-shirt. It had a classic cartoon character printed on it. Characters made from double-faced turtle, boiling goat, black tigress, and tom cat. The 4 grandmasters combined. Soup double-sided boiling tigers? Sure enough, it's your royal dog-licking robe. Jean de Bao did not even ask about the price. Decisively bought the t-shirt, and then wore it on the spot. Throw the clothes you were wearing before towards the trash. The owner of that dress seller was mad with joy. You know, this new product of his has just been on the table for 10 minutes. Just some people don't even ask the price. They just buy it and put it on the spot. Look at its happy face. It's almost like it's bought a treasure. Take care, both of you. The owner was happy to see the two off. Immediately opened the super letter and found the supplier. Get me another 500 dresses in this pattern. The two loitered for a while, then headed for the special section. In this world, there was more than just psychic cultivation as a way to become stronger. Technology is likewise very advanced. Some will choose to become mechanical augmentees, transforming parts of their bodies into mechanical limbs. As the saying goes, flesh and blood are bitterly weak, and machinery soars. And there will also be many people who will need mechanical weapons to equip themselves. The two had just made their way to the mechanical area when they heard a holler. Sold the arm. The big killing arm I just collected. Mechanical loin. Mechanical loin. Strong power cycle. Ga fierce. See through eyeballs. See through eyeballs. See everything. Only 5 soul rings on it. Sold cheap. The two were impressed by the way the black market was hawking. Make sure that the 5 soul rings on the penetrating eyeball seniors, not peeking to let someone killed? As she walked, Starry Night suddenly saw a familiar face. Hey, Uncle Wang. So you run a store here? Inside a mechanical modification store, Wang Juanjia was fitting an arm to a youth, just in time to see Starry Night and Zhang Debao standing in the doorway. Starry Night, get in here. Wang Juanjia is an old friend of his dad's and a regular visitor to the Star's junkyard. Starry Night usually receives some damaged mechanical prosthetics, so he repairs it himself and sells it to Wang Jun Armor at a high level. It is then sold by Wang Juanjia for a second time. Uncle Wang, how's business these days? It's pretty good. I recently took in a mechanical head. The previous owner charged and drank water and died of electrocution. Would you like to replace it? Starry Night immediately shook her head. Forget it, you're not out of your mind. Wang Junclad quickly finished mounting the arm. The store was empty for the time being, so he chatted with Starry Night. Your father is coming out soon, isn't he? Wang Juanjia said. Starry Night looked aimlessly at the mechanical equipment on the shelves and replied. 3 more years. Alas, it's a pity. A generation of arm-loading gods. If that piece of equipment is successfully researched, it might be able to change the world pattern. Hey, let's not talk about it. When we're free one day, we'll both go see him. Uncle Wang, there's nothing to be sorry about. I'll continue to study that piece of equipment. Wang Junjie froze, then became ecstatic. Ha ha, I told you that you've had a talent for arm fitting since you were a kid. Why don't you stop going to school and come to me as an apprentice for 800 a month? It's only 14 hours a day. So it's easy and enjoyable. The corners of Starry Night's mouth twitched, and he called out to the good guys. Uncle Wang, 800 or forget it. It's too little. 800 tuition per month is a little less, but I'm mostly looking at it for the friendship with your dad. Everyone else I charge them 3,000 tuition per month. Starry Night was outright speechless. It's really a capitalist's tears and a slave owner's shame. How about it, Seo? A natural talent like you, I guarantee that in just 10 years, you'll be ready to leave the school. And your monthly income is guaranteed to break 2,000 inch. But pull back. Starry Night refused outright. Just then, Wang Tang sneaked into the store. He was seen wearing a duck-tongued hat, a pair of sunglasses and a mask that covered him up. Hey, handsome, you want to get some kind of mechanical prosthetic? Only to see him quietly come to Wang Junjie's ear and quietly mutter a few words. Does the boss understand? Wang Junjie tapped his chest. To change Koan this is simple. This store all kinds of brands and sizes. Package your satisfaction. Wang Tung gagged Wang Junjie's mouth. Shoo, keep your voice down. But it was too late. Wang Junjia's broken voice directly attracted all the pedestrians passing by. The walkers all looked at the teenager who was disguised down to his hairline with curiosity. A face to be eaten. Wang Tang sucked in a breath of cold air. Luckily, he had made a disguise and no one could see his face. And no one knows themselves. Just then, Starry Night walked up and greeted him with a warm, fiery greeting. Wang Tong, the class president of the 8th class of Zhenghuai 3rd Middle School. Why are you here? Wang Tong, bump, F** King Petri dish F** King, Wang Dfark. Brother Wang Tang, I heard that you are going to change your koan, is it? Why don't you go to a big hospital in the city to change it? It's not very sanitary over here. In case it gets infected or doesn't fit after you cut it off. At this moment, Wang Tang's face was pitch black. The heart was like 10,000 grass mud horses running wild. Shut up. Starry Night wasn't going to let him off that easily. Brother Wang Tang, the son of the chairman of Wang's heavy industry, told me to shut up. So of course I had to shut up. The crowd was suddenly startled. Wang's heavy industry? Is that the famous Wang's heavy industry in this city? Mr. Wang wants to change koan. Quick. I want to make a video and rub the traffic. I'll rub it in. I'll rub it in. The crowd pulled out their cell phones and started taking pictures. There was even a little webcam that started a live stream. Shocking. Mr. Wang wants to practice divine power. He actually wants to commit suicide to motivate himself. The live stream was packed. Which one is Mr. Wang? It's the little golden one. Crap. It looks rich. That little anchor is so happy. It's on fire. Bro Mo. Hit the public screen on the bull. Public screen. Public screen. Cow, you're marvelous. You're noble. Wang Tang finally couldn't stand the public opinion. Leave a comment. Starry Night, wait for me. Escaped with his tail between his legs. After Wang Tang left, Starry Night remembered that there was a purpose for coming to the black market today. He's here to buy aura beads. Uncle Wang, do you have aura beads in your store? Starry Night asked. Hearing this, Wang Juanjia was like an enemy, and his whole body was in a cold sweat. Little Knight, I'm a mechanical store. I don't sell aura beads. Really? Starry Night stared at Wang Junjie with a suspicious face. Are you sure? Wang Junjie explained with a face full of sincerity. I'm like a brother to your father. If I were to sell aura beads, I'd definitely have to send you dozens of them for fun. Alas, it's a pity. Starry Night pointed to a few beads in a corner on the counter. Uncle Wang. What's that? That's a glass ball. Oh, then Uncle Wang send me a few glass balls to play with. They're not worth much. Wang Juanjia. The scene shifts. Starry Night happily walked out of Wang Juanjia's store, playing with 2 glass balls. Ugh. This old king is so stingy. Only giving 2. Zhang Debao was filled with speechlessness and could only give a 4-word comment. No shit. Starry Night Pit was certainly in an extremely good mood when he got his hands on 2 aura beads. He couldn't help but hum as he walked through the streets of the black market, looking at the stream of people. White dragon horse. Alas alas. Hooves facing west. Alas alas. Kicks to death Tang Sanzang and drops the 3 disciples to death throwing. Starry Night Ghost's howling moving voice. As Italian cannon bake Peace County, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Crap. It's fucking hard to sing. You're singing at the top of your lungs. I'm pinching the middle of my man to hear it. Zhang Debao followed him silently with his head lowered, not saying a word, as if to say, I don't know him. I don't know him. After the song, Starry Night awoke from her intoxication. Alas, the singing has improved quite a bit lately, and you can switch between true and false tones with ease. Then he slowly opened his eyes, and straight away he was confused and, then he saw the whole street. All of them stopped doing business and looked straight at him. What? Mesmerized by my song? Then I'll do another song. Crowd. Starry Night cleared her throat and was about to sing a song. Suddenly, he made a startling discovery. Crap. Look over there. Something's wrong. The crowd was taken aback and looked in the direction of his finger. Empty. Crowd? Only to see Starry Night make a flying leap up and pick up a Farmer's Bounty mineral water bottle. Look at you guys. No one even picked up this bottle when it fell. What a waste. The crowd's mouths twitched. This man is seriously ill. I thought there was a fire. Really? Scare me. A broken bottle for crying out loud. Starry Night yelled again after picking up the bottle. Crap. Something's wrong. The crowd has ignored it. Don't fucking try to trick us. It's just a broken bottle. However, Starry Night didn't pick up the bottles, but rather scattered with Zhang Debao. Oh, my god. It's on fire. The crowd's faces were stunned, only to see the fire through the sky ignite from the southeast, and in a moment it colored half the sky red. All of a sudden, shouts and killings rang out one after another. One after another. The crowd was confused. Crap. Why didn't he say so? At once, the entire black market was in chaos. Numerous thugs suddenly appeared in the black market. All kinds of weapons in hand. All kinds of smash and grab. All sorts of supernatural powers also emerged. And for a while, riots broke out in all directions. It didn't take long for a lot of people to get hurt. Starry Night and Zhang Debao kept passing through the crowd. Crap Debao. Run the fuck away. The speed of the 2 men was so astonishing that their pants couldn't catch up with them. After running furiously all the way, the 2 of them finally arrived at the black market gate. However, the black market gate was blocked by a barrier boundary. There are strong people out there. It seems that we can't get out. Starry Night was surprised. At that moment, several thugs, armed with weapons, suddenly came towards the 2 of them to kill them. The 2 men took one look and scurried away. Big brother, I don't have any money on me, Starry Night said as he ran. Our class president Wang Tong has money. What about you guys go find him? The thugs were filled with black lines, and their feet couldn't help but speed up. It was reasonable to say that with the speed of crouching dragon phoenix, ordinary people would definitely not be able to catch up with them. Instead, the mob got closer and closer, obviously trained. Its speed and stamina are amazing. Just as the mob was about to catch up with them both, a sword light forced the thug back. A man in an alien spirit guard uniform appeared. The altered spirit guards are the guards in each city that specialize in responding to altered spirit incidents. Also defend the city when the abyss erupts. I am Jianhui alien spirit guard Wu Di. The thugs are still not tied up. One of the thugs sneered. What the abyssal church wants to do is out of your hands. With a wave of his hand, Wu Di said to the Starry Night duo, you 2 students go and get the other alien spirit guards to come over and help. I'll block them first. However, Starry Night and Zhang Debao had long since run out of sight. The corner of Wu Di's mouth twitched. Do you guys have some conscience or not? With a sweep of his sword, he fought hard with a few thugs in a clump. The riots in the black market continue to escalate. The mob gathered all the black marketers in the square as hostages. Hundreds of thugs with weapons were watching intently. A masked man spoke. I am the great bishop of the Church of the Abyss, and I have been ordered by the Lord to come here to seek the head of the high priest, and I wonder if any of you know of it. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, expressing confusion and fear. There's no need to rush. Everyone, think carefully. I'm a very gentle person. At that moment a man stood up and said, I don't know where the thing you're trying to find is. You let me go. With that, he walked out of the room on his own. The crowd looked toward the man's back with horrified gazes. Swish! The knife in the masked man's hand came out and had plunged into the man's back. The man fluttered a few times and was silent. The crowd was full of black lines. Is this what someone calls gentleness? The masked man coughed twice, breaking the crowd's gaze. Ahem. Have you all thought this through? If no one else does, hey, I'll just kill one person every minute. Meanwhile, in a corner of the black market, a row of dumpsters stood silently in place. One of the green dumpster lids quietly opened a crack. 2 pairs of thieving eyes looked out. 2 winky face. Starry Night, is it safe here? Don't worry, Dabeo. The dumpster is my exclusive domain. It's absolutely safe with a buff boost. Just then, a dozen or so Xenos guards were being chased by hundreds of thugs, retreating this way as they fought. The eye is killing to get to them. Starry Night exclaimed crap. Big brothers, you do not come over Jean Dabeo. Battlefield. A dozen or so foreign spirit guards fought in blood, their swords flying across the sky. All sorts of elemental skills flew around, dazzling the eyes. The hundreds of thugs were no mere mortals either. All kinds of combat-oriented psychic abilities were frantically outputting towards the alien spirit guards. Those who didn't have combat powers just swung the guys in their hands and slashed and hacked. Woody, what to do? A double ponytailed loli said. Chio Luo, we just have to hold on. The large troop will come to save us soon. And, once the city watchers come back, they're game over. As the two spoke, a fireball flew in. It brushed past Autumn Rose's face and burned a section of his ponytail in a thrilling way. The crowd fought and retreated and soon reached the wall. There's no road ahead. Fight them. The crowd of Ijurian spirit guards pulled themselves together and prepared to fish out of water. The two waves once again broke out into a fierce battle. The long sword in Wu Di's hand shone brightly, and several sword chis surged out from the longsword to kill the mob. Unspecified currency satface equals 7. Autumn Rose spat out a string of elemental skills. 3. A large mechanically modified man nearly 2 meters tall hissed, also rushed into the mob and fought directly with his bare hands. Oh, hashtag, oh, golden steel flying fist. Epsilon, hashtag, oh, / oh, hashtag, oh, 0. For a while, the scene was a mess, with people and skills flying about. Artist, intersection superset of, asterisk, proposing, asterisk for all, dash, at, dash, new, equals, oh, I hit equals, underscore asterisk, zzz. Suddenly, one of the thugs was sent flying several meters. It flew toward the dumpster where the Starry Night duo was hiding. Dabeo, it looks like it's time for you and I to strike. Underscore, Omega, prepare to strike. Prepare to do it. Starry Night took advantage of the other's inattention. Quietly, he opened the trash can and the man flew right into it. The garbage can lid quickly closed again as if nothing had happened. Inside the garbage can, however, there is a darkness. The thug just felt blackness before his eyes. Suddenly a foul odor came from the mouth, which was stuffed with something unknown. Beat him. Starry Night gave an order. The two men immediately unleashed a violent beating on the mob. The thug only felt his brain buzzing and severe pain coming from all over his body, and he couldn't even use his powers anymore. Thug equals, woo at $% hashtag. However, the mouth was gagged with a clump of garbage and all that could come out was a whimper. The Starry Night duo were a thrashing, not holding back at all. Kick the gears, lock the throat, snap the eyes, and flick the penis furiously. All sorts of feats pulling full skill clunks up. It even covered the thug's mouth and frantically attacked both of his loins. After that thug was beaten up, he finally couldn't hold back and fainted. Starry Night snatched the thug's stick, a gleam in her eye. Dabeo, today you and I are destined to kill big. The battle continues. Hundreds of thugs surrounded the dozen or so Xeno spirit guards. The battle was vicious. Most of the crowd of thugs were Black Iron ranked. There weren't too many outstanding psychic abilities either, so everyone was still primarily focused on physical combat. But the numerical advantage had already suppressed the alien spirit guards to death. Everyone hold on, help is coming soon, Wu Di exclaimed. Humph, there's no way there's going to be a rescue. Archbishop Wang Defa has already laid down a boundary. No one can get in. You suffer death. With that said, the mob attacked frantically. The alien spirit guards also resisted to the death, only that the disadvantage was already getting bigger and bigger. The encirclement was gradually reduced. Right at this moment, Wu Di's mouth suddenly twitched. Hashtag, only because he saw a huge dumpster moving slowly. sneaking up behind a lone thug in the last row. The thug was about to rush forward into combat. Suddenly the lid of the dumpster opened. A large hand quickly reached out from inside, gagging the thug. Immediately afterward, 3 large hands grabbed the thug by the shoulders and pulled hard. Pulled the thug straight into the dumpster. The lid closed quickly, and the sound of pinging a set of moves in a fluid motion, obviously the work of a habitual criminal. It all happened silently, drowned out by the sounds of the 2 waves fighting. The same action followed in quick succession. The dumpster moves silently to find an unassuming and unlucky man who has fallen through the cracks, skillfully opening the lid, pulling people in, binging oh hoo. Open the lid, pull someone, woo hoo hoo. The dumpster is like a man-eating bogeyman, like nobody's business. A dumpster demon appears to have had its fill. Another dumpster demon relay continues to eat. The battle had been going on for 20 minutes. The mob boss was very puzzled. How come it feels like you can't beat it when you're fighting? In theory, his side should have deadlocked the alien spirit guards. How is it that the other side is getting more and more advantageous as they fight, but instead their side is gradually disadvantaged? So he decided to look to himself. Could it be that you haven't practiced hard enough lately? No. What is it about? Then he looked around. How come there's only this many people left on their side? Suddenly, the corner of his eye twitched. Crap! A dumpster was seen opening its bloody mouth and swallowing a thug in one gulp. The dumpster shuddered for a moment before the mob went completely silent. Oh, Naya, there's a demon. The dumpster demon quickly eats one mob and moves over to another. Eat it in one bite. Then move quickly. The thug boss watched as the dumpster came towards him. Starry Night at the moment that was as if he was possessed by the god of war. With Zhang Debao's cooperation, the 2 of them even dried more than 60 people. At the moment, they are moving quickly, and these wheeled garbage cans are perfect for mobile combat. They crept up to the mob boss. The lid quickly opened and the duo came out with all 4 hands. Ugh, Debo. The hand doesn't feel right. This one doesn't have a mouth. How can that be? I feel there's really no mouth yet. An angry voice came. That's the back of my fucking head. The Starry Night duo looked up. Only the black face of the mob boss was looking at them with malice. Starry Night smiled awkwardly. Big brother, have you had dinner yet? Why don't you? I'll treat you to some. With that, he grabbed a handful of trash and shoved it in the mob boss's mouth. The wind is tight. Rip whoop. The 2 of them, Starry Night and Zhang Debao, jumped out of the dumpster and scampered away. The mob boss is all pissed off and spits out a piece of stinky, zingy durian skin in one gulp. Then he saw the most magnificent spectacle he had ever seen. Just a dozen or so thugs each rolling their eyes, stacked horizontally in a dumpster. The corners of his mouth twitched furiously. Another 2 garbage cans were opened immediately. Just 2 dumpsters piled high across the street. Nima! A mouthful of old blood spewed out from the old mobster. He looked up to the sky and roared. Oh, I'll fucking get you 2 little buggers killed. However, at this point, the alien spirit guards had already beaten the remaining 30 or so thugs and fled in their own ways. A dozen or so alien spirit guards were standing in a line, eyeing the mob boss intently. The thug old man turned around violently and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Winky face, guys, have you eaten yet? The duo of Starry Night and Zhang Debao hid behind Wu Di and poked out half of their heads. Big brother, it's this old den who called you a little brat. Beat him up. Wu Di was filled with black lines. I said, can you 2 have some face? But the revenge of being surrounded and beaten by the mob just now was also to be avenged. Woody shook his neck and made a cackling sound. Stirrups, it's time to settle our scores. The crowds of fists and claws have pressed forward. A ha-ha-ha-ha sound came out of his mouth. Then, a burst of pig-killing screams came from the black market. The plaza. Hundreds of thugs, armed, surrounded the crowd. A man with a ghostly mask on his head stood in the center. There is a limit to my patience, and you still refuse to hand over the head of the high priest? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. Their expressions were very grave and silent. He then told his men to grab a fat man. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have money. I'll give you all of it. The fat man frantically begged for mercy. However, none of this helps. The ghost-faced man chopped off the fat man's head with a single slash. Blood spurted straight up and stained the earth. Well, does anyone know now? Not far from the crowd, on the roof of a 3-story store, Starry Night and the others were watching quietly, their expressions grave. Woody said indignantly, "It's so hateful. I'm going to go up and kill them all." Then, "What are you all looking at me for? Go on. Aren't you going to kill them all?" Starry Night said as she ate her ice cream. The corner of Woody's mouth twitched. "You special meow don't follow the rules. I'm just going with the flow. Shouldn't you guys stop me?" "I just stopped it." "I didn't stop it. Ask them if you don't believe me." Starry Night turned back toward the crowd. The crowd nodded in unison in agreement with Starry Night. Woody, I'm yet. Xiao Luo saw that the atmosphere was awkward and hurriedly came out to round off the situation. Woody, there are many of them. I'm afraid you won't be able to go alone. Let's do it this way. We'll cheer you on. Woody, okay. I'm wrong, big brothers and sisters. I shouldn't have pretended to be Boy Chi. What now? Xiao Luo said. I just analyzed it. There are more than 100 thugs in this room, and the masked man among them has at least gold level strength. Not to mention the fact that they have a large number of hostages at their disposal, and in a head-on battle, we're no match. Woody's heart fluttered. Isn't there any other way? What if we do a sneak attack? The crowd then looked at the Starry Night duo. Starry Night was righteously indignant at the sight. Why are you looking at both of us? We are both resoundingly decent, socialist young men, and would never engage in a sneak attack. The crowd had a black face. Can we have some face? The crowd also knew that it wasn't very realistic to have two students to stage a sneak attack in front of the golden big man and hundreds of thugs. Starry Night threw her hands up in the air, indicating that there was nothing she could do. If there's nothing else, we'll both leave first. I have to go home and do my homework. The corner of Woody's mouth twitched. God damn it. Write your homework. You two are actually trying to run away in the face of a great enemy. That's the great enemy of your shifter spirit guards, not the two of us. We're just high school students, and our teachers always taught us not to mind our own business, and to run away when we encountered thugs and let the honorable shifter guards take care of it. Woody wanted to knife him at the moment, but there was nothing he could do about it. It's not like there's a problem with what Starry Night said. A mob riot is none of my students' business. We're off. Family, wishing you all the best of luck in your future. Wahahaha. However, at that moment, a voice appeared in Starry Night's mind. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. And saving a person earns you 10 points of merit. Starry Night exclaimed, crap. Dog system, you told me to go get killed straight up. I said tutelage. We are not all money can earn. Then have life to earn. Not life to spend. We are still old to help the old lady across the street. Persuade the old colorful batch to quit it. Starry Night turned back with determination. Debeo, let's go. Go home and do your homework. Oh, okay, Zhang Debeo said expressionlessly. Then the two headed downstairs without looking back. Autumn Row beamed. Do you really disregard the lives of so many people? Don't moralize me. I have no morals. Starry Night returned faintly, her voice merciless and determined. After saying that, he took Zhang Debeo and went downstairs, disappearing from sight. The center of the square. The masked man has killed 7 or 8 people. Their bodies were all carried away and cast aside. Blood was spilled all over the place. The crowd was too frightened to speak. Suddenly, the masked man pointed his finger into the crowd. After killing so many adults, kill a little kid to help. A couple of thugs rushed down and pulled a 7 or 8-year-old girl out. Mommy, help me. Mommy, help me. The little girl wailed. Let go of my child. She's young. A woman hissed. Get out of here. The thug kicked the woman to the ground. I beg you. Let her go. The woman continued to beg. The masked man saw this and hemmed and hawed. It's fine to spare her. Then trade your life for hers and show me the greatness of this mother's love. However, upon hearing this, the woman's entire body froze in place. Don't dare. You bunch of hypocritical villains who only know how to be selfish and self-interested, without any sense of commitment. The masked man's words were like a steel knife thrust into the woman. She sat with her head down, frozen, afraid to say a word. See, this is the ugliness of human nature. We, the Abyssal Church, are here to reveal all the evils of the earth and purify it. Ha 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 ha. The masked man laughed arrogantly. Pull the little girl up. Slow down. At that moment a young girl of 15 or 16 stood up. I'll die for her. The crowd was stunned for a moment and showed admiration. Just see, this little girl looks pure and lovely. White t-shirt, JK short skirt, a pair of white knee-high socks displaying youthful vigor. It's her. It's her. It's her. Our little star Zero cutie. She'd had enough of the drama and decided to hang it up in a hurry and go home to her oldest brother to play chicken. She ignored the eyes of the others and walked directly to the masked man in a domineering manner. The masked man froze. The knife in his hand didn't hold steady and fell to the ground. Star Zero bent down to pick it up and handed it to the masked man. Brother, you dropped your knife. Cut me to death with it. I'm in a hurry. The masked man's mouth twitched. I've seen those who are not afraid to die, but I've never seen those who are so unafraid of death and in a hurry to die. He shivered and picked up the knife. A light appeared in Star Zero's eyes. Yeah, big brother, just chop the neck. The head will take off and die super fast, and it'll also nourish your face with blood. Old fun. Snap. The knife fell to the ground again. Star Zero picked it up again. I say, big brother, can you do it? If not, let's change. The masked man's face was full of black lines. Nima. I've been crossing the killing field for more than 20 years, and today is the first time I've seen this kind of oddball. Star Zero was filled with displeasure as he shoved the knife into the masked man's hand. Take it, I'll teach you. Before the masked man could react, Star Zero held his arm and gave his head a direct cut. Pust. Blood splattered and heads took off. The moment the head takes off, it was as if the masked man saw Star Zero's grimace. Blood gushed wildly, directly moistening the masked man's face. Ugh. Mom, quick, carry away. Two thugs come over and throw Star Zero's head and body to the outside of the enclosure. Everyone looked confused. The girl can't be seriously ill. Not far away, the roof of the store. The crowd of Ijurian spirit guards had their mouths twitching furiously. Someone tell me what just happened. The wench cut herself off, or a severed head. At this moment, even the battle-hardened Wu Di was a bit overwhelmed. He rebuked bitterly, those two little brats just now were too heartless, actually running away from the battle, letting such a good girl die for nothing. Who's the little brat talking about? Little brat talking about you. Oh, the little bugger said me. Wu Di was filled with black lines. Suddenly, it was as if he realized something. Crap, didn't you just run away? Ha, how come there's another one? The crowd looked back, only to see that Starry Night was already fully armed, leading Zhang Debao and Star Zero onto the roof. The three of them came up and directly threw their large bags casually to the ground. OMG, tired baby, who said I ran away? I merely went to take a shower and change my clothes, and scavenge for a bit of supplies. Wu Di looked at the so-called supplies with contempt, and then all of his attention was focused on Star Zero. This little girl looks a bit familiar. I forget where I've seen her before. Suddenly, his face changed. Crap, jumping straight up over 2 meters high, he was almost spotted by the mob. Starry Night hurriedly explained, he is my sister Star Zero, said in advance that her life is worth quite a lot of money. A 9,800. No bargain. The crowd looked puzzled. Starry Night then said, wait a while, leave that gold-level masked man to us, and you guys take care of the others yourselves. Wu Di and the others were speechless. Just blow it off. I've just sensed it. All three of you are black iron ranked, and you're telling me that you can pester a gold rank? Autumn Row followed suit. Humph. Don't blow it, be careful of blowing your cowhide. Starry Night, however, gave Zhang Debao's chest a hard slap. I have my own plans, so you'll see. Zhang Debao, oh ouch. 10 minutes later, the center of the square, the masked man had regained his composure. He killed a few more people in a row just now. The horrified and frightened expressions on the faces of those men before they died calmed his scared out of his mind little heart a little. Humph, you pariahs, if you don't tell me the location of the high priest's head, I'll kill 10 a minute. At that moment, one of the thug minions ran up and said, Bishop, we have searched all the stores in the black market and found no targets. Search again, but we have at most half an hour before the main force of the alien spirit guards arrives soon. If you're told to go you go. What's the waste of words? Yes, the thug minions flew away. The masked man's gaze scanned the crowd, a playful smile on his lips. Here, who is to be killed? Me, kill me, kill me. The masked man's heart flinched. How come there are so many death senders these days? Why is this voice still strangely familiar? At this moment, Star Zero darted into the encirclement and came in front of the masked man. Crap, where did you come from? Star Zero laughed strangely. Hey, I'm from outside ya. The masked man's face changed and he backed up. Equals, you, aren't you dead? Don't you come near me. Oh, the one who just died was my twin sister, Makabaka, and I'm on Zidasai. I'm not going to kill you, so go sit down below. I don't. My sister is dead and I'm going to die too. With that said, Star Zero directly held the masked man's hand and gave himself a beheading. Pust, blood splatters and heads take off. Crap, that's fucking scary. Throw it out. The masked man panicked, his whole body in a cold sweat. 1 minute later, I'm going to kill another one. Kill me, me. Star Zero bounds into the arena. The masked man's mouth twitched. Holy shit, ghosts. I'm not a ghost, it was my sisters you just killed. Makabaka and Wasidasai. My name is Igubigu. Don't come over, you go. However, it was too late. Pust, a splash of blood and heads took off. Lift, carry away. The masked man shouted at the top of his lungs. 1 minute later, kill me. Pust, blood splattered and heads took off. The masked man's entire body was about to explode. His little heart had never been so battered. The cold sweat all over his body never stopped and a stream of liquid slowly ran down his pants leg. 1 minute later. Hey, time's up. Time to kill someone. Oh. Star Zero had appeared in front of him, playfully sticking out her tongue. Holy shit, The masked man was directly scared and fell back a dozen meters, throwing his knife. Star Zero hurriedly picked up his knife. Big brother, you have to keep your word. You said you would kill one a minute. How can you go back on your word? Big sister, I'm wrong. I won't dare to kill again. Please let me go. All over the room, thousands of people gave a mouthful of twitching. Pus, blood splattered and heads took off. 3-story store with roof. The alien spirit guards were confused, feeling that this girl was so made. Even if he couldn't scare the gold level to death, he could just give him a controlled daze. Woody trembled his hands and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Your sister can really anon. Starry Night didn't care. It's a piece of cake. The good part is still to come. You guys should almost be on. Remember One Life 9800 anon. The corners of the alien spirit guards' mouths twitched. One by one, they forced their thighs to stop trembling and took out their weapons in preparation for the start of the duel. At this moment, the center of the square, pus, blood splattered and heads took off. The masked man was numb. The bodies aren't thrown away. They just watched as a headless female corpse fumbled around on the ground, finding her head and sticking a hand directly into her neck. The masked man stared at her blankly, his expression numb. Star Zero craned his neck, revealing a hideous grin. Then he gripped the masked man's arm and swung hard. Pus, blood splatter. Big sister, I'm really wrong. Please let me go, the masked man pleaded. Star Zero gets up off the ground and plugs his head in as soon as he can. It's not fun to let you go. Why don't we play together? The masked man's face was shocked. How do you die together? That's it. Only Star Zero ripped open his jacket, revealing a row of explosives inside. She rushed straight up and grabbed the masked man in a hug. No, no, stay back, Mom. Boom, an explosion came. Nitro. In the meantime, kill. A shout of killing came. Woody rushed up with a dozen or so alien spirit guards. It directly caught the mob. Still in that daze, off guard, they exploded into full force at the start, trying to catch them off guard while they're sick. Everyone follow me and together we will defeat the mob. In an instant, the entire square was in chaos. All sorts of banging and fighting sounds, endless, shouting and killing sounds shook the sky. Many of the vendors and customers who had been taken hostage also raised the banner of resistance and joined the ranks of the battle. And more people are fleeing in panic to save their little lives. Star Zero fumbled to finally put himself together and smiled at the masked man. Ha, how come you're not dead yet? Looking at the masked man again. His entire body was scorched black from the blast. His mask was half shattered under his exploding head, and blood was still hanging from the corner of his mouth. I'm going to kill you. Poof. The masked man sprayed another mouthful of blood. He wasn't a body-enhancing psychic, but relied on his gold-level strength to carry it off. Unperturbed, Star Zero straightened out his shattered and disheveled clothes. Kill me? Quickly, quickly, cut from here. Starry Night pointed a finger at her neck with an expression of excitement. The masked man froze, suddenly remembering the horrible memories of earlier. Snap! The knife was thrown straight to the ground. You go, I don't want to see you, he shouted at the top of his lungs, even with a slight sob. Star Zero hemmed and hawed. Don't worry brother, if you play with me again, you'll end up in the same place. Boom! Nitro. Meanwhile, Starry Night is really not idle. He pulled handfuls of aura beads out of the urea bag and frantically stuffed them into his mouth. It's the same as taking the 6 flavor pills. The aura beads transformed into wisps of aura that madly surged into his body. I'm full of power. GGGGGG. Afterward, his hands flipped, and the bottles of mineral water in his hands fell onto the square as if they didn't need any money. Boom, 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 boom. There was an explosion in the square. Starry Night has a spell machine gun, goblin thrower, both speed and accuracy. That's pretty wow. One by one, the thugs were blown up by the precision blasting. The thugs hit by the center of the blast went straight GAGA, Mo's agony, and the override was a step too far. The Church of the Abyss is part of a very brutal cult. Laws have been issued all over the world to kill Abyssal Church followers without legal liability and with a small bonus. Crap, this is a fucking black iron. 1 star should be a bit strong? Wu D couldn't help but spit. Could it be the legendary 1 in a million SSS class super alien? Naya, look whose SSSS level is so bitchy. Boom 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 boom. In the square, there was an explosion after explosion. The thugs were blown up on all sides. Like lost dogs, the Xenoblade guards and hostages were completely overpowering the mob. Starry Night hands wheeled into a great windmill. Countless bottle bombs poured out like rain in a frenzy. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Yes, 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 yes. Starry Night laughed madly. And behind him, Zhang Debao, who was responsible for providing the arms, was now tired and panting. I say, Starry Night, let's Can we slow down? Zhang Debao came up for air and said, look at your emptiness. Usually I tell you to watch fewer small movies and take more diabolic pills, but you just don't listen. Zhang Debao, hashtag, increase firepower, harvest to mother. Another round of bombs took off, sending the mob scurrying. Starry Night suddenly felt a lack of aura and hurriedly swallowed another handful of Di Huang pills. No! Aura beads. Instantly, the aura was replenished again. Aura beads are generally used to provide aura during cultivation to enhance the realm. It can also be knocked out as a blue vial during combat. But who can eat Reiki beads for so little money? Of course it's Starry Night's aura beads, as the store below has them in abundance. Jia. Starry Night let out a wild laugh. Annoying monkey. Boom 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 boom. The earth shuddered for a moment. The wailing was endless. Suddenly, a mob spotted him. Look, it's that kid who doesn't speak martial arts and throws bombs around. The crowd looked towards the roof where Starry Night was. Go on, get his ass. Charge. In an instant, all the thugs didn't care about the others and charged straight for the roof. Starry Night's face paled. Crap, it's been discovered. So he increased his firepower. Another round of frenzied bombardment, and the scene was wailing and howling. However, the thugs charged as if they were fighting for their lives. Soon he came to the eaves of the house and playfully climbed up the wall. Naya, Spider-Man. Starry Night was alarmed. There's obviously no point in dropping bombs now. You might blow yourself up. So he reached into the urea bag. From it, he pulls out a mechanical armored gauntlet. The armor shimmered a few times and slipped over Starry Night's arm like Iron Man's battle armor arm. Ha. Let's give you guys a taste of the Gatling machine gun. Starry Night aimed the Gatling armband downstairs. A wave of energy flickered. Chug. The mechanical armor poured out countless energy bullets, knocked the mobs that were just about to climb up out of the way. A cascade of blood burst over the thugs, spilling various blood types all over the place. The mob is going crazy. Where the hell is this living hell? It's fucking fierce. The 6 black pipes in Starry Night's right hand were bursting with blue fire, and the corners of his mouth were tinged with a cocky, unruly smile. Watch me hit it out of the park in a row. Do. Starry Night stood on the high ground and frantically output. Energy bullets poured into the thugs' faces as if they were nuisance urine. In a few moments the thugs were beaten back in droves. For a time there was wailing and the mob was dead and wounded. There's even a faint hint of urine in this bullet? Starry Night finished the pike. Hurry up and replace the energy battery. This Gatling armor is good, but it's just a damn bit power hungry. Taking advantage of Starry Night's battery change, the thugs stacked up again, eyes on the roof. Luckily, Starry Night was usually in the habit of practicing his hand speed. Changing magazines with one hand was so steady and fast that it almost drew a trail of shadows. The magazines were changed and there was another burst of gunfire. The thugs who had just shown their heads were again beaten and blood splattered and shot. They are falling down to the ground. Wang Tong, the class president of the 8th class of Zhonghua 3rd Middle School, am an invincible existence. Starry Night laughed. When it counts, it doesn't forget to pull for the class president. The crowds of thugs were beaten so badly that they memorized the names of their enemies. Soon the magazine was empty again. Starry Night felt toward the urea bag. How is there a head? He took a mechanical head straight out. It is the newly accepted mechanical head in Wang Jun's armor store. Charging and drinking water to electrocute that one. Starry Night suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation coming from the mechanical head. Crap. Controlled fusion batteries? GG. This is going to be fun. Starry Night flipped one hand over and over. His hand was so fast that he connected the mechanical head to the armor in just one moment. Instantly, the armor lit up with a crimson pattern. Connection complete. Energy, 100,000,000%. Crap. Yeah. Starry Night once again poured out countless energy projectiles with one hand. The group of little caramels that had just shown their heads were instantly beaten the hell out of them. The bullets were tilting wildly. A crowd of thugs hid downstairs, trembling and shivering. This kid is so fierce. How many pills is this stoned? And how come you haven't shot up yet? However, this time Hao could not wait to change the magazines. Nima, this is not scientific. Starry Night was arrogant as hell at the moment, completely forgetting the fundamentals of his grounding in society, the dog in from the heart. Yo, why don't the boys come? Scared. Jia. Starry Night was wondering when suddenly a thug fell from the sky. Nima, Starry Night exclaimed. Then, one after another, the mob fell from the sky. Look downstairs again. A tall power psychic threw one of the thugs flying to the roof of the building in droves. Starry Night's mouth twitched, eyeing the thugs as they landed in all sorts of odd positions. Some landed face first, some flattened into pancakes, some on all fours. When the people landed on the ground, they didn't care about the pain and got up to kill towards Starry Night. Get the little thief. Kill the bitch. The thugs went crazy and directly rushed towards Starry Night and Jean de Bao. Crap Debo. Run the fuck away. Starry Night yelled. The duo played up to their fine tradition of scattering and sprinting for these stairs. The roof of the building is too empty for defensive operations. De Bao. Let's split up. You guard the restroom. I'll guard the kitchen. Remember the 8 words of truth. Hands in shit. Lubu in the world. The corner of Jean de Bao's mouth twitched. Why don't you town the restroom? I'm too dirty. Jean de Bao. As the duo worked well together, they split their troops extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, they reached their respective territories and unlocked the doors. The mob also barricaded them in the house. Charge in and beat him up. At the door of the restroom, a mob frantically smashed the door. Jean de Bao's heart crossed. It's a shit anyway. Fucking spell. Thus. Dang. A thug kicked the restroom door in. Then they smelled a bad odor. Crap. What the fuck? Only Jean de Bao could be seen as a man of honor, with yellow light flashing above his hands, and his battle intent was overwhelming. Vomit. What the fuck is this? A thug didn't hold back on the spot. Jean de Bao slowly moved forward, quite like Lubu's invincible posture back then. Don't come over. Don't you come over here. The thugs backed away, panic written all over their faces. Jean de Bao roared. Who else? On the other end, the kitchen. The Gatling armor in Starry Night's right hand spat out bullets like crazy. Shoots up to 3,600 with blue fire and a fierce batch. The left hand also kept throwing. What a chopper and black pot of chili oil and eggs and cucumbers and turtle heads. It pours out in a single stream, with an explosion effect attached to it by the way. Boom boom boom. The thugs guarding the doorway were blown right out of the sky. Broken walls sprinkled the ground, and several were crunched straight away. The clearance was accomplished in an instant. The kitchen has a very small doorway, which makes it particularly suitable for holding battles. Hey, don't you want to think me to death? Come on. Starry Night laughed. A random egg grenade. Boom. A few thugs were blown backwards, spitting blood furiously. You guys aren't coming in, are you? Then I'm going to throw thunder, yo. For a moment, Starry Night was on fire. An assortment of fruit bombs exploded and a stream of bullets poured out. The beaten thugs could only hide in the corner and shiver. The mob was beginning to go from side to side for a while. On one side, Lubu is alive, and on the other side, Gatling Bodhisattva. What a nasty headache. Just then, Lubu had already seized the door and killed the enemy position. Crap. Run. Jean de Bao was covered in dung and protected by his yellow battlesuit. Don't even think about it. Kill. A flavorful shout of murder came out, shocking the enemy into running in all directions. At the same time, Starry Night rushed out of the room. He was seen with a Gatling in his right hand, a killing knife in his left hand, and a basket of egg mines on his shoulder, as if he were a god of killing. The crowd of thugs at this moment where there is still a mind to fight, only the desire to survive remains. These two are crazy. Run. Starry Night shook her shoulders and a basket of egg grenades spilled out. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions came out. The whole building trembled. The mob was again dead and wounded. The few remaining ones who could move jumped out of the windows and fled. And in the blink of an eye there was not a single one left. Starry Night and Jean de Bao both let out a long breath. Ugh. Finally hit and run. De Bao. Why do you smell so bad? Jean de Bao froze. Didn't you say that with shit on your hands? Lubu is alive? Starry Night suddenly smiled awkwardly. I'm just doing it for the rhymes. In fact, it's just as well you find a mop and dip it in some shit. Jean de Bao, I'm Nima? Outside the stores. The mob jumped out of the second floor windows. At the moment they were exhausted and just wanted to end this nightmare quickly. However, as soon as they jumped out, they saw a group of alien spirit guards standing in front of them. Suddenly, it was as if they had seen a savior. Come on, get me arrested. There's 2 crazy people back there. Yes, I'm going in for a national meal. The outside world is horrible. Woody froze. This was the first time he had heard of such an odd request. Just a moment ago, as Starry Night attracted most of the mob, the combined efforts of the crowd had suppressed the riot. Woody and the others were worried that Starry Night was in danger and rushed over to rescue her at the first opportunity. Blah thought that this was actually the result. Just how vicious are these two? Woody shrunk his neck and saw Namo Gatling Bodhisattva and the shit-carrying god of killing, Lubu, walk out of the house. That domineering figure, with that invisible aura instantly enveloped everyone. The corner of his mouth twitched. What the hell kind of look is that? Suddenly, a foul odor came from the crowd and their faces changed. Woody, vomit. I'd better go help Star Zero against the golden big guy. With that, he flew away from the scene. At this point, The masked man was in a mental breakdown cycle. The cute little sister in front of me seemed like a demon. Big brother, let's play something exciting this time. Boom. Brother, I'm so cold. I want to pop. Boom. Big brother. The smoke cleared. A silence. Silent tears fell from the corners of the masked man's eyes. How he wished he didn't have the strength of a gold level, but instead died in the first same death. When Woody arrived with his men, the scene was already disastrous. The masked man was left with only an arm and half a leg. Blood and tears streaked across his face. That lifeless expression made one's heart flutter. Good job, old sister, Starry Night exclaimed. Star Zero put together his body again. Older brother, I've died a total of 48 times. How much money can we make? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. 1/7 gets 7. 274. March 8th Women's Day. May 1st Labor Day. I counted on my fingers. 48 times totaling over $1 million? The corners of Woody's mouth folded and twitched wildly. Do you even know how to count? Just then, the barrier in the sky suddenly shrunk. It soon narrowed down to just enveloping the square. Humph. A bunch of losers who have to rely on me to make a move. The mob heard the voice as if their whole body had been pumped with chicken blood. It's Archbishop Wang Defa, a diamond-level bigot. Only a tall man fell from the sky, standing firmly at the very top of the barrier. A bunch of little thieves. If it wasn't for me not being able to fight in order to maintain the barrier, would you be able to be so arrogant? Let's see me kill you. At that moment, the crowd was like an enemy, and the pressure exerted on them alone made people shiver. And the thugs were all dancing and screaming with excitement. Archbishop, you must avenge us. It's those two little thieves. Get them. I only saw Archbishop Wang Defa stomping on one leg. Countless barrier fragments appeared in the barrier, like sharp blades, rushing towards the crowd to kill them. Seeing this, Starry Night went straight for the masked man with a sliding tackle. He picked up what was left of the masked man's body and covered it. Big brother, the ground is cold. I'll give you myself as a cushion. Masked man, listen to me, thank you. Just as the crowd was about to just as Wang Dao issued a loud laugh, a black figure flashed to the scene, and with a single kick, Wang Defa popped and abolished him along with the barrier. Ugh, crap. Wang Defa lands a rocket headbutt and crashes straight into the ground without moving. It's the City Watchers. Woody laughed out loud. Starry Night hastened to look toward the dark figure. Only an old man in uniform was seen standing in the air, that majestic look on his face, as if, seems a bit obscene. At once, he exclaimed, crap. If it isn't the grandpa security guard at the gate. Starry Night's whole body tightened, and it was a good thing she hadn't said the words, nest tender stack. At this point Woody was shouting with joy. Lord Xiaozhou, we are saved by your return. The security guard grinned. You needn't worry. I will suppress the thieves and keep peace in the black market. Below, the crowd gave a hearty shout. The security Moncler outlet store guard reached out to indicate a low profile, then looked to the mob. You guys even dared to use the trick of transferring a tiger away from the mountain. Luckily my soldiers were quick enough to prevent a major disaster. Starry Night's mouth twitched. Master, you're just as quick as you are. Why are you still blowing up? The security master slowly descended from the sky in a very forced manner. This place is already safe. Everyone don't worry. I'm a person who was never mesmerized by beauty. What? You guys don't believe me? Things were quickly brought under control. The crowd of thugs crouched on the ground with their hands on their heads. Starry Night patrolled them with her hands behind her back. Who just said they were going to get me killed? The corners of the mob's mouths twitched. This guy is so fucking vindictive. The large force of alien spirit guards soon arrived as well. Various ambulances, fire departments, and police have arrived to deal with the aftermath. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The only thing I could see was that the scene was a mess, as if it had just been carpet bombed. A group of thugs were in a sorry state, covered in wounds, and when 3 dumpsters full of thugs were wheeled over, the crowd finally clammed up. Naya, trash cans eat people? What kind of sins did these thugs commit in their last life? Which heroes and heroines are out there? The scene was quickly cleaned up, and those who should be arrested were sent to hospitals. A few of Starry Night's men and a few injured shifter guards were also taken to the hospital by ambulance. At this time an ambulance. Ouch. Sister nurse. That hurts. Starry Night wailed. Where does it hurt? A gentle nurse said. Oops. My elbow ah. My lumbar disc. My rolling spirit cover ah. It all hurts me. Woody was speechless. You're the one who's the least injured in the whole place. What are you screaming for? At this point he was covered in bandages, showing only a small pair of eyes. Woody was the most seriously injured in the entire fight, with multiple wounds all over his body and several broken bones. An ordinary person would not have been able to survive. Starry Night glanced at Woody, who was wrapped in a dumpling, and scratched his head in shame. I'm not trying to get more reimbursement for my medical bills. Crowd. At this moment, Zhang Debao, who was quietly hiding in the corner, suddenly opened his mouth. So, is my situation considered a workplace injury? Woody was even more speechless. What kind of injury is it when you're fucking covered in shit and you get reimbursed for a full body scrub? Star Zero was not to be outdone. Can that head that has been hacked off 32 times and shattered 16 times by self-explosion be considered a workplace injury? The corner of Woody's mouth twitched. For a moment, he was speechless. The little nurse on the side was confused as to what the hell was going on. A few people in the car, heatedly discussing who got the most credit for the most serious injuries. Soon it was time to get to the hospital. Quick, resuscitate the patient. Doctors and nurses have been ready to go for a long time. Guard the hospital entrance. The ambulances stopped in order. From the car one by one the wounded were carried off. The final battle was fierce and many were injured, especially when bombarded by Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Of course, there are plenty of thugs among the wounded. Crime is crime and saving lives is saving lives. Rows and rows of wounded were carried off. Finally it was Starry Night's turn in this car. A doctor arrived with many nurses. Quickly, the injured on this vehicle are seriously injured. Organize a rescue immediately. Injuries to the wounded that doctors have long been remotely aware of. One of the wounded was shocked by his injuries from being knifed 32 times and blasted 16 times at close range. The moment the car door opened, the crowd froze. The first thing that came was a foul odor, followed by a student yelling, "Ouch! It hurts so much! Ouch! I'm going to split! Quick! Save me first! Ouch mom! I'm dying!" Its voice was astonishingly neutral. "You're telling me that such a strong base is injured?" Suddenly, a little girl behind her took her head right off. Only the mouth of that clear head opened and closed. "Doctor, save me first, I've lost my head." True Nima. The hospital cacophony continued all night. The relentless efforts of the crowd of medical professionals were finally able to save many lives. The 4 Starry Nights were placed in the same ward. 3 of them were alive and kicking and even fought the landlord. Only Woody, whose entire body was covered in plaster, suffered everything in silence. 4 twos with 2 kings. I win. Starry Night plays his final card. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his head. Merit plus 680. This means that if he had not stepped in, 68 more people would have died at the hands of the mob's knives. It feels good to do good. Suddenly, his face froze. Crap. All the supplies we just scavenged were thrown on the roof. Himself came out with only a handful of aura beads and a Gatling armored gauntlet, as well as a nuclear-powered human head. It's a blood loss. Shuffle shuffle shuffle. Zhang Debao sighed. Starry Night, do you think it's possible for us to be the main characters? I'm not. You might be. Zhang Debao's tiger's body shook. I told you, I'm 1 against 100 today, beating the enemy to flee. None of them dared to come close to me within 3 meters. So it's the protagonist aura that's at work. The crowd was filled with speechlessness. I said, can we have some face? Is that a protagonist's aura? That's for you. The night is very late. The crowd has no desire to sleep. Starry Night lay in her hospital bed, organizing the day's haul. Grade, Black Iron 2-star. Due to eating too many aura beads and releasing a large amount of supernatural energy, Starry Night upgraded straight away. Merit value, 765. 235 short of opening the merit shop. Looks like it's going to be a 5-star Black Iron to reach next week. It's also up to the system to help. Based on years of cool writing experience, there must be perverted items in the merit shop. Let him upgrade by leaps and bounds straight away. It's time to build up a bit of merit quickly. Check out the wolf pack. Crap, did you guys see the news? The black market blew up yesterday. Yeah, there's a kid throwing bombs like crazy. It's so fucking fierce. And there's a little sister who gets straight up chopped dozens of times and then frames and blows herself up. Can you believe it? Starry Night looked at the group and couldn't help but frown. Where's your sense of humor as old colorful men? What news to watch in the middle of the night instead of a small movie? Starry Night's fingers flew as a message appeared in the group. Fellow wolves, why are people watching the news instead of sharing resources? One wolf friend enthusiastically disliked it. You think we are as wasted as you? Just know how to watch small movies. We are also good young people who care about national affairs. That's it. That's it. Scum like you who just watch little movies have no business being in the group. Starry Night was dumbfounded. He was actually despised by the old colorful batch? Look at how fierce that bomb-throwing little brother was at the scene of the others. Yes, not only fierce, but also fast hands. To get rid of violence, my generation model. And look at you. Others are 18 years old to fight for the country. You are 18 years old to ignore the risk and continue to install. Hurry up and retire from the biosphere. Starry Night had a moment of realization and tapped her finger on the screen. Then bomb-throwing little brother is me. Okay. This statement surprisingly caused public outrage. Just blow it off. Do you have the hand speed of others? Shame on you for posing as my boy god. That's my boyfriend too, and I'm going to give him a monkey. He's really handsome. If he plays the male lead, I'll definitely watch. Starry Night was confused. Then he saw the rows of Missy avatars start spraying him. Nima, don't know without looking. In this wolf friend group, there are actually so many girls, and they have even become their own fans. Is it possible that girls love to watch it too? Starry Night was not to be outdone, but revealing your identity is clearly not what a beautiful man should do. So he took a picture of Woody wrapped up in a dumpling. By the way, it also tapped Woody's alien spirit guard license. I admit it. I lied earlier. I was actually the lead shifter guard. Then the group blew right up. Little brother. I'm sorry I misjudged you just now. Can you ask for the bomb-throwing little brother's super letter for me? No? I want it too. I want it too. It's not just a bunch of girls clamoring for Microsoft. A group of men below followed suit. Big brother. I want it too. For no other reason than to ask him how he can train his hand speed so fast. Starry Night was full of black lines. No problem. Any request my brother Woody will fulfill you all. By the way, I have a sharing platform here. People post their websites on it and the platform will share it so more like-minded people can see it. And, of course, people can see more resources from above. And it's better to be alone than to be together. Moreover, the platform will also reward you with bonuses ranging from 100 for certifying that your website is authentic and valid. You can only submit once per site. First come, first served everyone. Limited prizes. Starry Night snapped and typed so many words at once that her fingertips were beginning to ache. The group, however, had exploded. And that's a good thing. I happen to be broke. Hey, if one is worth $100, I can buy at least a suite here. Crap, big brother, on your knees. Starry Night casually posted up a link. The 3 great boobies black small square 12-3-7-7 black small square CN. Don't worry, it's an absolutely official site and the bonuses are protested to work. The crowd clicked on the link. They have been posting their treasured websites and platforms. Less than half an hour. Then someone received a bonus. Crap, I received a bonus of $500. Haha, it's much better than working part-time. I got $800 too. And this shitty class is a no-go. What's more, it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. But there were also careful netizens who voiced doubts. Why do I look like a reporting site? Starry Night saw this and immediately explained. Oh, it's a disguise for the platform. I, Wu Di, swear on the dignity of my shifter spirit guard of Jianghuai City that I'm definitely looking out for everyone. Seeing this, the crowd dropped their doubts. In Jianghuai, Wu Di is also a bit famous. There was even the backstage of the alien spirit guards as a guarantee. So, the crowd started uploading websites. Don't be happy on your own. People, hurry up and share this message with the rest of the group. And so it goes, and the word spreads. On this sleepless night, miracles were happening. Starry Night had fallen into a deep sleep. He was so tired. However, at the end of his bed, a mechanical head glowed red. A grim smile played at the corners of his mouth. Ha, little guy. Interesting. I can't believe I'm using this high priestess's head as a recharger. Let's see if I don't suck you up one day. Ugh, crap. Starry Night rolled over and gave the mechanical head a straight-up bash. Dropped into the footwash that Starry Night didn't pour. Crackle. A leaky electric current came through. You wait for the seat. A puff of smoke followed. And there was no sound. Starry Night was oblivious. And he was still hemming and hawing and talking in his sleep. That chick. Don't grab my bottles. The night was silent. Starry Night took a nap and didn't wake up until after 9. To ask why he didn't go to school. Direct a video of the hospitalization and the medical history sheet to the teacher. What other sick days can't you take? Starry Night got up and took a look. The super letter group is blowing up. Geneva, you big liar. All my sites were blocked overnight. Mine is gone too. And I got an official commendation call this morning. Saying I was a good young man in China and a $2,000 bonus. Yet. That's just pure reporting platform. $5,000 for my entire youth. Everyone go to the hospital and fuck him. I work there. I'm going to. The crowd was furious and determined to get rid of this evil thief. Merit +1. Merit +1. Merit. Starry Night cracked a smile when he took a look at the merit value. Another 230 plus merit values arrived this night. We're almost there. Stick to a point. There are a couple of hot news pushes in the headlines today. Open up. Shocked that hundreds of bad websites have been reported offline overnight. The quality of the nation has improved across the board. Slide down. Extraordinary news. A certain school teenager has acquired a special psychic ability. Steal kidneys. Unlimited rebirth. Ga fierce. And has now become the image spokesman of Pingo cell phone. Heavens, thousands of spirit pigs in a certain pig farm squeal miserably night after night. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral degeneration? Starry Night read it and silently closed the page. Now what the fuck is all this news? After finishing, Starry Night hurriedly called on Zhang Debao and Star Zero to leave the hospital. Don't ask why. To ask is to have the address exposed. Before leaving, they glanced at Woody who was sleeping soundly. Brother Woody, goodbye forever. I wish you a bright future. Starry Night after dropping her sister off at home. Another day of struggle begins. Why don't we go see Dad today? Starry Night said to herself. Zhonghua Prison. An iron fence separates the two fathers and sons of Starry Night. Starry Night sat on the other side of the barred window looking deep into the eyes of her father. Pops, my child is late. Saya, it's not too late. It's never too late. The meeting between the two fathers and sons was tearful and touching. Even the prison guard next to him couldn't help but wet his eyes. Pops, do you remember the ground-up ramen you took my sister and me for on my birthday 10 years ago? Tiny How's cheeks contained tears. Remember, you and your sister ate especially well. Starry Night choked out a sob. So do you remember where that noodle stand is? It's right on Jetty Avenue. At the mouth of the Scurry West Alley. There's a yellow tricycle. That's the one. The flavor is so classic. With tears in his eyes, then Hao wore a very nostalgic expression. Okay, I'm going to take a bite here. You get busy first. Starry Night got up and was about to leave. Xinghao, surprised faced? The little brat came all this way just to ask me for my address? What else? Oh yeah Dad. Got any change? I'll have noodles with an egg. Off to the side. The prison guard's mouth suddenly twitched. Dutiful death. Mud. The tears just fed the dog. No money, I'm leaving. Grab 2 bottles for a bowl of noodles. Xinghao had no big words. What had he given birth to? Don't go. Have you awakened your powers yet? Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. I awakened SSS class powers. And I'm the only one in the city. Warden, you just blow it. Xinghao's face was pale. It's only SSSS rank. Too embarrassing for your parents. Look at your sister. That's an innate death ability. Starry Night was full of black lines. So Dad, what level of psychic ability are you? With a beat of his chest, Xinghao was spirited. I think your father awakened a B-rank psychic ability back in the day. Then where did you get the face to talk about me? Xinghao was filled with pride. But your mom is the nation's number 3 divine master level powerhouse. Starry Night's eyes lit up. Father, really? How come you never told me? Tell me, where is my mother? I'll go and join her. Xinghao's eyes went black. Your mom, she remarried. Save your breath. That's because he doesn't want you anymore. It's not like he doesn't want the two of us. So tell me, Xinghao, what a nasty filial son. Your mom, she is. Starry Night was concentrating so hard she was afraid to miss a word. I'm not telling you. Starry Night, what would host it? You'll find your mom naturally when you go back and finish my secret weapon. Starry Night's face couldn't have been darker. Where the fuck is this wild daddy? One last thing then. Ding Hao happily said. Speak up. I dug up your personal money under the old acacia tree in the backyard. Over $30,000. And I wanted to spend it with my sister. No, that's my life's personal money. Dad, this is a notice, not a consultation. Ding, ding, ding. Visiting hours are up. Seeing that the masters were about to quarrel, the guards rushed to stop it. At this moment, the two fathers and sons of Starry Night looked like they had completely changed their appearance, teary-eyed and reluctant to part with each other. Xinghao also couldn't help but sing. Iron doors, iron windows, iron chains. Hands on the bars I look out. What a wonderful life it is out there. When will I return to my home? The song Tears from the Iron Window is poignant. Starry Night and the prison guards couldn't help but redden their eyes. Dad, stop singing. It's too damn hard to hear. I can't take it anymore. Get the fuck back to jail. The prison guard cursed and spat at the same time. Where the hell did this strange father and son come from? And fucking godlike powerhouses. And SSSS class? You guys just blow it. Starry Night leaves the prison and begins his day. Being a garbage man, how do you forget your roots? Old man, do you know that I cover this area? Dare to rob the bottle here. Kids, go play on the side and leave me alone. Starry Night happily picked up the bottles and did a little good deed in the process. Just as he passed the entrance to a sales office, a man was seen coming out of it with his head hanging down. Starry Night's eyes lit up. Merit, this is not coming. Older brother, look at your sad face. What's bothering you? The man froze, then shook his head. Ugh, it's no use telling you. Older brother, I'm a person who loves to help people. I'll definitely help you. Ugh, my girlfriend said she'd break up with me if I didn't have a house. But it's so expensive right now. I've borrowed from everyone and I'm still $30,000 short. After saying that, the man looked straight at Starry Night. Starry Night localized it tight. You damn if you have inquired about my father's private money. I'm not. Don't even think about it. The man shook his head helplessly, giving up on the idea. Old man, even though I don't have any money, I can help you knock down the price of the house? Don't brag. This neighborhood hasn't had a price drop in years. What are you fighting with? Don't worry. I'll ask my sister to make a jump to keep the price down for you and for the benefit of my fellow countrymen. Nanny? 10 minutes later. Shocking. A woman jumped off a building in Royal Capital Homes, and before she died, she claimed that there were ghosts in the neighborhood. A picture below. Star Zero fell straight into 7 or 8 pieces. A bunch of people then blew up in the comments section. Crap. Everyone who has a house here, hurry up and sell it. The price is going to jump soon. Families. It's too bad for the little girl, isn't it? All hail the developers. Don't you dare believe it. I think I just saw the little girl's ghost wandering around the neighborhood. I saw it too. She took her head off and slithered around in her arms. Starry Night and the man just sat on the curb of the sales office and talked. At that moment, a real estate sales lady ran out in a hurry. Big brother, you're still here. I just applied with the manager. The price can be lowered by another $30,000. Do you think we can book it now? $50,000 lower and I'll buy it. Okay, deal. Go big brother and sign the contract. Crap, cut it short. After that, the salesgirl pulled the man to the sales office to sign the contract. The man couldn't help but turn around and give Starry Night a thumbs up. Merit +1. Starry Night couldn't be happier at the moment. The feeling of doing something good was really too good. When you're in a good mood, you walk naturally briskly. Just before taking 2 steps, I saw dozens of homeowners gathered at the entrance of the neighborhood. It's so hateful. I just bought a house and lost $100,000. Where can I justify it? Whose little girl is it anyway? Running here to jump off a building. Don't let me catch him or I'll nim him to death. Starry Night couldn't help but shiver. How come it's a little chilly in the middle of the day? So he took 2 steps closer to rejoin Star Zero. Come on, old brother will take you to dinner. Star Zero was unusually happy to hear that there was food to eat. They also pulled in Zhang Debao, who was hanging out downtown. Debo, listen to me. You've never had ramen this good. You just blow it. Don't you believe it? The old man is said to be the best puller ever. Zhang Debao froze, and asked weakly, since there's been shit, best shit ever? The 3 Starry Nights, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, bounced off to find scampering West Hudong. After the 3 left, 2 beautiful women suddenly emerged from the bushes on the side of the road. A hibis with long legs and offensive shoes, a baby-faced, walked behind Tractor Lowly. Both of them looked at Starry Night's back with a look of contempt. Isn't he missing out on great virtue and calling himself a fucking helper? Sister Yu Jie, is this the kid who made a scene at the black market yesterday? How did Archbishop Bai Chi take a fancy to such a thing that doesn't shine in the east? Sister Lowly, I've asked around. His name is Starry Night. He's a senior this year, and has awakened SSS-level psychic abilities. Lori gasped and covered her small mouth with both hands. Being a SSS ranked awaken actually doing such a lackluster thing. It will surely lead to more deeds than good. Full of smooth talk. You want to go to graduate school, cut the crap and follow. Oh, the 3 of them, Starry Night, soon made their way to the bus. Near noon, the bus was people mountain people sea, shoulder to shoulder. The car was crowded. The 3 Starry Nights naturally had no seats and could only stand. And an older woman in her 50s is actually taking up 2 seats by herself. The other aunt next to me couldn't look away. Alas, I say big sister, you take up 2 seats by yourself. Let the young man next to you have a seat too. I'll just take 2 seats. Who do you think you are to care? The woman occupying the 2 seats angrily rebuked. At that moment a large man came along who was the subject of the large woman who was occupying the seat. I said, mind your own fucking business. He angrily scolded the aunt. But you're taking up 2 seats by yourselves. Moncler Outlet Online, you can't care if I take 10 seats by myself. Starry Night's eyes lit up with the opportunity to do justice. He gently raised his right hand and suddenly accelerated when the crowd didn't care. Pop. A big backhanded nose pocket glued directly to the Moncler Outlet store face. There was a moment of silence. Crap. Where did this kid come from? Justice never fails. Mr. Righteous. The older man was dumbfounded by the slap. Crap. What's going on? Why do I feel my brain buzzing? He froze in place for 2 seconds before responding. How dare you fucking hit me? Call the police. You must call the police. Compensate me for $100,000 in medical expenses. Starry Night didn't even bother with him. Just smiled slightly. Then, slowly, he pulled the trial warrant out of his bag. The crowd butt-eyed and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Certificate of intermittent psychosis. Crap. A trial warrant. Old man. He's got a nervous condition. It's a waste of time to hit you. You won't pay for it. The corner of that Moncler outlet store mouth twitched. Okay, don't pay for it. Right. Watch me beat you to death. You psycho. The grandpa clenched his right hand into a fist and struck towards Starry Night in one go. Can Starry Night spoil him? In one fell swoop, he caught his fist in the air, and in one smooth motion, he threw another big beady pocket. It was asymmetrical just now. I'll color your left side. Snap. Sorry, the left side is redder than the right. I'll color the right side again. Snap. No, the right side is redder than the left again. More on the left. Looking at Moncler outlet online, the face is swollen like a pig's head. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. No, I'm an obsessive compulsive person, and I can't stand it when the two sides are not the same color. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Surely there is a neurosis, but it's a good one to commit. Give you credit. Use some energy. Another snap came. Starry Night then stopped. Being a judge is just awesome. Next time grow a pair and don't fucking think that just because you're older, no one can judge you. That Moncler outlet store, with a confused look on his face, nodded. The car just arrived at a station. The old two dashed like out of the car. Not a little bit of the feeling of age. A cheer came from the bus. Merit +1. At this moment, the jaws of Yujie and Luoli, who were sitting in the last row, were about to drop. This man has a big disease, right? If he joins our church, will that cause a big problem? The bus traveled all the way. Soon the trio arrived at Jetshi Street and scuttled West Hudong. Found the old yellow tricycle. However, things have changed. Where is the ramen boss? Starry Night found a neighbor and started asking around. Sister-in-law, where did the Moncler that had the best pull ever go? You mean the old man who sells ramen? Traveling abroad. What? Recently scuttled West Hudong to be demolished. Ready to build one of the country's largest public toilets. He took 10 million demolition money. It does not pull. You see that three-wheeled. Directly do not want. You like to ride away to sell Ragsit. The three Starry Nights were confused. That's a pretty valuable three-wheeler. Won't your neighbors haul it away? Our family demolished $20 million. Who cares about this shit? Pull it away. Get out of the way. Thus, the three of them, Starry Night, were filled with black lines as they rode their tricycles down the street. It's noon. It's time to eat. They kept looking around the food court. Let's go eat at that one. Old man. Star Zero pointed to a sign with white letters on a red background. Only 4 big words were written on the sign. Kill the husband now? What kind of divine food is this? Does every diner have to bring their husband? Out of curiosity, the trio walked into the restaurant. Starry Night blurted out, "Boss, 3 presentable husbands. Pick me the younger ones. The older ones are prone to diabetes." The store manager walked over with a black face. The sign fucking fell off again. And then he went out and picked up the last word. Kill the old rooster now. The 3 Starry Nights were speechless for a beat. Nima. False advertising? It's not. The 3 of them left the store again without eating anything and continued their search on their tricycles. Zhang Debao's eyes lit up. Starry Night, look at that store. Starry Night looked away. Abalone on the tongue? The sign depicts a large tongue licking a black and gold abalone. Crap, this shit's got enough kick. Then look at the price. $6.98 a head. With a surprise in the second floor elegant room, the 3 men instantly fist pumped and leapt to their feet. Suddenly, several police officers rushed in. A woman's scream came out. Immediately afterward, the police brought out many ragged male customers and female cooks from inside. One of the male customers was yelling, "I just came over to learn a foreign language. What's wrong with me?" The 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This abalone is not to be eaten. Go to the next one. Spicy little ass shrimp. Next, cassoulet chicken shit on rice. Next, 8 seafood. 8 treasured biaozi. Nima, this street is toxic. All 3 were confused. Why is it so hard to get a fucking meal? The 3 of them just wandered along on their tricycles. Froze and couldn't see a decent restaurant. By now the trio's stomachs were rumbling. Starry Night's legs were shaking a little on his tricycle. No way. Hungry La Tooth, *3". Without realizing it, the 3 of them had arrived at the river. Starry Night's feet were numb from pedaling the tricycle, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. It happened to meet an uphill slope. Starry Night gritted her teeth. How hard she could not pedal up. Hey, those 2 ladies in the bushes. How are you? Yujie and Lori suddenly tightened. Crap, got caught? The 2 of them slowly emerged from the grass. Its moving body is a direct result of a beautiful landscape. But in fact, the 2 of them were very nervous. This was the first time for both of them to go on a mission. How can I explain to you if I'm found out? Then, Starry Night's words directly made both of them break their big defense. Missy, can you help me push the 3rd wheel? 2, winky face. Omega winky face. Nima, let such 2 beautiful women push 3 wheels for you. You really want to come out? At the same time, however, the duo breathed a sigh of relief. At least, not exposed. The camera pans out. Yujia's whole body fired up, and soft muscle lines sprang up on her calves under the black silk. Lori's hands shot up and the ground shook in front of her chest. Both of them were drenched in fragrant sweat and flushed, obviously working very hard. 1, 2, go, 1, 2, go. Starry Night crouched on the side of the road, shouting wildly in support. The shouting was so hard. In the car sat Star Zero and Zhang Debao, who also cheered for the two of them. Really nasty. You told us to give you a cart, and you three are here to watch, right? The tricycle moved slowly. Finally it was uphill. Starry Night said happily. Finally up here. Then one stomp on the 3 wheels and all the way out of sight. All that's left is 2 beautiful women messing around at the bridge. Doesn't this kid even fucking say thank you? The descent is naturally extremely fast. Oh my god. The wind is so fast. It's like flying. The 3 of them, Starry Night, sat in the open tricycle and dried right up to 70 mph. Starry Night, why haven't you said thank you to the 2 beauties 2Q, said Zhang Debao. I've spent my life accumulating virtues and doing good deeds. It's not too much to ask for 2 beautiful women to give me a 3-wheel push. At that moment, the wind blew away Starry Night's broken hair, revealing his handsome, clean-cut features and terrified eyes. Ugh, crap, this car doesn't have a gate. Boom. Yuan percent and percent. Asterisk hashtag percent. Retribution. 2, comes too soon. Zhenghuai Hospital. Woody slept until noon. He hadn't rested this well in a long time after long hours of continuous work. Yesterday, after the high-tech treatment, and with a high-level restoration system psychic out there, the injuries on his body had also recovered. At this moment, a pretty nurse lady walked in. Hello, you are Zhenghuai Alien Spirit Guard Woody, right? Woody's heart was bursting with joy. I'm actually this famous? He couldn't help but strike a handsome pose. That's right, it's me. When the nurse lady heard this, her face actually turned a little red. Woody-sama, let me change your medicine. Yeah. The young nurse walked forward and removed the bandage wrapped around Woody's face, revealing Woody's confident face. Acknowledged without error. The next thing was the bandages on the body were slowly being removed as well. Woody's toned muscles slowly revealed themselves, the firm lines of the silhouette, the powerful heel. The nurse's sister's face turned even redder, and she actually trembled a little with excitement. Woody was vaguely pleased in his heart, worthy of my charismatic figure. No, there's something wrong with this blush of hers. Just then, the nurse lady yelled, come on in, everyone, this is the stuff. Click. The door was pushed open with one hand. Immediately afterward a large group of men poured out of the door, with guys in their hands. Some come up and start taking pictures. Some don't say anything and just go up and do it. Nima, why did you hit me? Woody exclaimed. And you have the nerve to say that we've lost all our fucking study materials. Fuck him for an old silver dollar. Humph. I don't share the same fate as Woody in gambling and drugs. In an instant, a group of people swarmed over Woody and beat him up. Woody fought his way out of the crowd and hastily explained. Alas, have you guys made a mistake? I am the alien spirit guard Woody. The fight is on you. You little son of a bitch. A young lady made a flying leap and pounced on Woody. The group unleashed another violent beating on Woody. Woody cried out in despair. If I fucking know which bastard calf harmed me, I can't get him dead. Ugh, don't punch me in the face. Ah cut. Ah cut. Starry Night sneezed twice in a row. Which young lady is missing me again? Starry Night said as she put a life jacket on the fish. On the side, Zhang Debao is unwrapping the fish tofu bag. Let's just say 1 thought, 2 curses, 3 chants, and 2 sneezes. Is there any chance that someone is cursing you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've done good deeds all my life. It's not too much to have 2 young ladies thinking about me at the same time. Zhang Debao was filled with black lines. At this moment, the 3 of them, Starry Night, were sitting by the river. This is because I have heard that releasing a child can increase merit. Starry Night made a special trip here to hold a release ceremony. He had bought fish from the market and was going to get them back into the creek. Starry Night puts all the fish in life jackets and then releases them back into the water in turn. Fish wearing life jackets can't dive at all. They just float on the surface of the water, not being able to eat or drink, and having to endure the sun. It's hard as hell. Starry Night was relieved. Look how sweet I am. I'm afraid of the little fish drowning and I give them life jackets. Fish, hear me say thank you for warming the seasons. Zhang Debao was all ready at this time. Throw the entire bag of fish tofu into the water. Debao, it's useless for you to release the fish tofu, Starry Night said as she released the fish. That's what you don't understand. I call it bringing back the body of the fish. We humans bury our ashes in our ancestral graves back home when we die. And of course fish return to their homelands. My method is mainly to accumulating virtue. Hiss. Starry Night sucked in a breath of cool air. Your novelty brain circuit actually makes fucking sense. But DeBeo, have you ever thought that in these fish tofu, there is no fish in it at all? Instantly, Zhang DeBeo seemed to be in deep thought. In the water, two periscopes poked their heads in and a shudder went through them, accompanied by a wild twitching of the mouths of the two beauties below. Naya, these two really are seriously sick, aren't they? One releases raw fish tofu and the other puts a life jacket on a fish. I'm fucking trippin'. Just then, the two beauties suddenly felt a difficulty in breathing. The breathing tube sticking out of the water seems to be blocked. Starry Night, what are you doing? Zhang DeBeo said suspiciously. Can't you see those two black pipefish are hungry? Sticking their mouths out for food. I'll put some feed in them. Then I'll put some on too. The two men then grabbed the bait from their fishing big brother off to the side and frantically shoved it into Yuji's and Rory's breathing tubes. Jade, I can't breathe. So fucking am I. Why does this air smell like earthworms? Crap. This air squirms. A short while later, two young ladies in wetsuits floated up the river. The two rolled their eyes and had fainted. And the three Starry Nights had finished their release and were long gone. Time flew by and it was afternoon. Sunset. The three men pedaled down the street on three wheels that were about to fall apart, creaking and twisting. Starry Night, I'm so hungry. Why don't we go eat freshly killed husbands? Zhang DeBeo said. Save your breath by saying less. Star Zero slumped against the back frame of the tricycle, his eyes lifeless. Older brother, I'm starving to death. Cut the crap. Starving no one but you. The tricycle wobbles in the setting sun, driving leisurely down the river road with a truck full of garbage. I don't care. I want to eat. Star Zero rolled his eyes. Let's go home and eat then. I remember there's half a bag of fries left over from last year's New Year's Eve in the fridge. Zhang DeBeo, Omega. The tricycle twisted and turned and rode shakily down the road. Starry Night as a driver is not only powerful, but also has the basic etiquette of being a veteran driver. Can you fucking drive? Why don't you just run you over? Hey, the backside of the drop a fart. Do not see the front of the traffic jam. Anxious to go home to the grave. To say that in this piece of mouth-spitting fragrance, our old driver Starry Night has not lost anyone. Just then, a black sports car barreled across the street and sped toward them. Sirens were blaring all around them, and a line of police cars drove up ahead, blocking the road to death. Everyone evacuate urgently. There are kidnappers in that car. They've kidnapped the daughter of the Wood Group. Emergency evacuation for everyone. However, the road was too congested and all the cars were blocked in the center of the road. Many drivers abandoned their cars and fled. Starry Night, still pinned in the middle of the road. Cracked. What's with the traffic jam? Don't know to give way. Haven't experienced the beating of a tricycle driver, have you? The blackface sports car is powerful and the engine roars, rushing toward the police car that was in the way. Knock. The police car was slammed open. The black sports car sped away, obviously specially modified and fully powered. Starry Night was also a little tired after half a day of displaying veteran driver etiquette. Took out his cell phone, just wanted to swipe the teaser for a while. The cobwebby screen of the lady was dancing to the ultimate Pure Land. Thump, 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 etc., etc. Suddenly the black sports car rushes in. It grazed the side of the tricycle and went over, sending Starry Night's cell phone flying in one fell swoop. It fell right into the sports car from where it came through the broken glass. Crap. Starry Night was struck by lightning. That's the cell phone that was with me for 10 years of my youth. We spent every day together, day and night. He worked out with me every day until late at night, and that was the love of my life. Besides, his cell phone was unlocked. He slowly raised his head, the entire pupil of his eyes revealing a dark, nocturnal aura. You, give me back my youth. A command car. A leader-looking man stared anxiously at the monitor screen. Damn it, the kidnappers escaped. Hurry up and add more vehicles and mobilize helicopters. Everyone go after them with all your might. They must not be allowed to take Miss Wood. The adjutant on the sidelines was also very anxious. Leader, the kidnapper's car has been specially modified. Our car can't even catch up. Even helicopters don't have a way to strike accurately in the city. The leader was furious. A bunch of rice buckets, each one dropping the chain when used. Not even able to catch up with a group of kidnappers. Suddenly, a light went on in front of him. Wait, isn't that one that can catch up? The leader was surprised. Crap, what kind of car is so fast? Zoom in on the monitor and take a look. That surveillance image was then zoomed in on. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. On the screen, a yellow tricycle is traveling at breakneck speed. Two wheels rubbed against the ground and sparks flew about. A young man in the car stomped his legs furiously, all the way to the sparks with lightning speed to catch up with the sports car. There are also a couple of large letters printed on the frame of the car. Best pull ever. Instantly the corners of everyone's mouths twitched furiously. Nima, who the hell is this? A tricycle racing? The tricycle was tested at speeds in excess of 230 kilometers per hour and is still accelerating. Leader, are the two people behind the three-wheeler in danger? I don't think so. You see, they still seem excited. At this point, the tricycle is barreling along at an alarming rate. Starry Night, you stomp slowly. I can't take it anymore, Jung DeBeo exclaimed. And Star Zero's arms spread out, ready for the first kill of the day. Yeah, another crash. Starry Night didn't care about that. It was his cell phone. And it's an already unlocked phone. In case anyone looks at his browser. Starry Night's two legs stomped out a trail of stumps. The tricycle tires were worn out, and the three hubs rubbed against the ground, dragging out a long snake of fire. Give me back my cell phone. His pupils were completely taken over by black color, and his whole body was faintly bubbling with black gas. The tricycle's speed surged again, like a rocket flying close to the ground. At this time, the black sports car. Boss, it's bad. There's a three-wheeler chasing towards us like crazy. Bullshit. Your tricycle can go over 200 miles per hour? The junior muttered in a low voice. You can't drive an electric tricycle, but you should be able to drive a foot-powered one. The boss was incredulous. I'd like to fucking see it, and I'll skin you if you try to lie to me. Equals, oh crap, wow. What the fuck was that? The boss was directly shocked out of an unbelievable expression. Naya, how many years of not washing your feet does it take to pedal that hard on three wheels? Come on. Speed up. Speed up. Don't get fucking caught up. The black sports car roared out a roaring engine sound and its speed soared again. When Starry Night saw this, the black aura in his eyes skyrocketed, thick like an abyss. Don't even fucking think about living. He exploded with unparalleled energy. The legs were like two wind and fire wheels, and the two stirrups scratched out flames. Jang DeBeo, crap, it's burning. Starry Night was sparks and lightning all the way to the black sports car. Speed furiously to the extreme. Both sides were approaching 300 miles per hour. Dozens of tricycles on the side streets followed and pedaled furiously, all seeming to burst into flames. A group of old men stomped hard on their three wheels in a wild chase, worshipping and weeping at the same time. Today I have been able to gain an audience with the god of the three wheels, and my career has been one of no regrets. Thinking of the wild stomping in the sunset that day, that was my lost youth. It's time to vow to guard what matters most to you. Burn, youth, Night K. The people on the road were confused. What the hell is this? A new tricycle church? Is this? Hurry up and enroll my dad in the program too. We can't keep sending him to old ladies for square dancing. And at that moment, a private sports car race was being held on the highway. Various luxury sports cars are on the highway, speeding along, in public channels. Yi Xiao, your GRT doesn't work. To see the speed it has to be my moisturized Jet 911. I don't think so, Mr. Lin's masala arms are almost surpassing yours. Ha ha, in front of my young dragon's Buchir Wei Lon. You are all younger brothers. After saying that, Bugas Veron stepped on the gas and directly overtook a group of supercars in front of him. Long Tion's heart was so cool. For ultimate speed, it would have to be his cloth refueling. Just as he was getting carried away, an unknown black sports car suddenly overtook him. Long Tion didn't even see what was going on. It just felt like a big black rat, out and past. Whose car is this and why is it so fast? Young dragon, forget about whose car it is for now. Take a look at the three wheels in the back. Fuck, didn't we get someone to clear the area? Why are there still 3 rounds? What are these rice buckets doing for food? No, young dragon, it's a 3-wheeled dragster. The young dragon froze. What? He couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch wildly. Ugh, crap, is that a fucking third wheel? That's a fucking rocket. All that could be seen was a 3-wheeler, covered in flames, barreling across the road. Whoosh, he said, as he overtook the Buchir Veron. Longshao didn't even look at the tricycle's taillights or license plate. He glanced down at his steering wheel and the cloth gas instantly stopped smelling good. Starry Night had gone into a frenzy, and the world seemed to be in black and white. The only thing left in his eyes was the sports car in front of him, the 3 wheels under his feet, and the cell phone in his heart. Charge! Spring is here. Everything is revived. And it's time for the animals to mate again. On the highway, 2 huskies are on a mission to extend life. The little bitch in front of her had a shapely body and a coquettish voice. The male era is hearty and happy. It wasn't his wife, but coming out and cheating tasted a million times better than at home. Although human beings always say something about how many actions will lead to death, and how destroying other people's families will easily lead to retribution, he doesn't believe it. He's a dog, just as the male era was immersed in it, unable to pull himself out of it. Suddenly a tricycle was seen speeding along. Male era, woof woof woof, crikey, Female era, woof woof woof, iku iku iku. Male era, woof woof woof, retribution comes so fast. It's like a tornado. Knock. The male era was directly hit by the 3 wheels and flew out dozens of meters. Before he died, he recalled his life. If there is an afterlife, I will be a good dog who does good deeds and doesn't cheat. At this point, the black sports car had reached its limit. The dial shows that it has reached almost 400 miles per hour. Nima, why are you still chasing? Is this little wooden girl his girlfriend? The boss glanced at Kichungsu beside him. Mu Qianxue blinked her beautiful big eyes, and the volume of her short, black hair on her ears revealed her snow-white neck. The delicate features were even more excessive. Hey, come on, is he your boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend. Watch out, I'll sue you for slander. So who's back there? The bodyguard your dad hired? Mu Qianxue turned around and looked right into Starry Night's dark, glowing eyes. She couldn't help but feel the corners of her mouth twitch. Wasn't that the famous garbage man from his school, Crouching Dragon Starry Night? Could it be that he likes me? Mu Qianxue said to herself. It must be so. To think that I, Mu Qianxue, am also one of the 2 major school beauties of the 3rd middle school. Not even a garbage man can get past my beauty. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush, seemingly forgetting her own situation. Hey, chick, don't fucking play dead. Hurry up and tell your boyfriend to stop or I'll kill you, the boss anxiously said. Mu Qianxue froze and was pulled back to reality. Starry Night's tricycle was extremely fast, and both legs had been pedaled into wind turbines. His shredded hair was blown back, free and dominant in the mighty wind. Desperate men are the most handsome. The car in the back was also carrying Fingyi Zhang de Bao, and their sister. Mu Qianxue had heard that when the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Brood were gathered, something big would happen. Mu Qianxue had also heard that men would explode with infinite power when their beloved ones were in danger. This confirms it. He dislikes me and is bringing his best buddy and sister along to witness it. Could he be confessing to me? Boss, __. It's over. This girl's love brain is hopeless, and she's got a self-starter. Starry Night's 3rd wheel was close to them at the moment. He hissed. Stop the fucker. The tricycle accelerated violently to overtake the black sports car. Then the steering handle poleaxed. And don't go straight towards the sports car. Thumbs up. The sports car braked sharply. Dang. A violent crash came. Sports car parts are shattered all over the place. Starry Night's 3 wheels almost fall apart, but remain strong. Nima, what kind of 3rd wheel is this? The boss drilled his head out of the battered car. He wailed. Big brother. You're my big brother. I was wrong. Starry Night was close to madness at the moment. Where's the phone? Where's the phone? Give it to me. Mu Qianxue had also drilled a small head out of the rubble. Phone? Does he want my phone? Instantly her face was red as an apple. Bummer. Why do you come up here and ask for someone's phone number? So, Mu Qianxue took out her cell phone. Here, scan my QR code. Add a super letter first. Yet Starry Night looked away. That's not what I want. Give it to me. Mu Qianxue froze. What? Come up here and ask me to give it to you. Isn't that too much of a rush? Shouldn't we add a super letter first? Watch a movie. Have dinner. You get me drunk on. Just then, sirens blared. The airborne helicopter with the ladder up came down. A group of well-trained SWAT officers climbed handsomely down the ladder. Don't move. Hands on your head. Starry Night froze, then came to her senses. The black mist in his eyes dissipated, and with a swish he crouched down, holding his head in his hands. The movements are extremely skillful. Yes, Starry Night is a good law-abiding citizen. There was a wave of contempt from everyone. Didn't say you. Sorry. Get used to it. Crowd, _. The scene was quickly brought under control. Numerous police cars arrived and surrounded the criminals. Everyone was taken back to the police station. Mu Qianxue, on the other hand, was directly picked up by her family. The criminals got what they deserved. The 3 Starry Nights were fine after a brief statement. Everything seems to be going well. But in the end, Starry Night couldn't find her cell phone. My face is resting. Starry Night looked up to the sky and sighed. Eventually, the 3 rubbed out dinner at the station, pedaling home on 3 wheels. The director blackened his face, looking at the backs of the 3 departing men, and shouted angrily, "Damn, how can these 3 goods eat so much? One meal ate half a month's budget of my bureau." It was late at night, and Starry Night was riding her tricycle, looking at the blood-colored moon. Missed his cell phone. Oddly enough, the beasts. He pulled out Star Zero's cell phone and called. "The number you have dialed is in progress. Starry Night, D. It's over. It's been picked up." And at this moment, inside a villa estate in Zhenghuai City, Mu Qianxue was dressed in Pikachu pajamas, and her snow-white, hot torso was hidden. Rejection. Mu Qianxue pulled out her cell phone that was shattered into cobweb-like pieces. The corners of her mouth drew a moving arc of unearthly beauty. "Hey, Hey, your cell phone fell into my hands. Let me take a look at your browser. Click. Browser. Viewed video. Play. There was a rush of exciting sounds. Maka baka aka waka maka maka m. Mu Qianxue's expression was stunned for a moment. Click next. Time for a baby shake. Baby shake. Baby shake. Next. I'm Paige. This is my brother George. And this is my mom. The corners of Mu Qianxue's mouth twitched furiously. What the fuck are you usually reading? I don't believe it when this big lady can't find a single thing about you. So she opened the netbook. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's eyes lit up. Hey, little man. You've got all the goods here, don't you? Mu Qianxue was bursting with happiness, and a flush spread across her face. First file, red belly. Marble head. MP4. Little man. Still trying to fight me. Reading such unhealthy things every day. Kimi Qianxue was excited. Open the file immediately. It's him, our friend the little slag. Kiharuyuki, hashtag. Next. Cavalry props 1v3. RMVB. Open up. The 3 surnames. Yenren Zhangfei is here. Kill him. Ping back. Beat the drums and cheer. Sage, I've come to wish you. Mu Qianxue's entire face darkened. She was a grand young lady who actually spent half an hour watching an episode of Threeing Battle Lubu. Damn it. I don't believe I can't catch you in the act. Next. Blacks unblocking big bananas. Avi. Seeing this, the corner of Mu Qianxue's mouth sketched out a bizarre arc. You're hiding your feelings here. Open up. The familiar melody came at once, with the bananas of destiny ringing out. Odebu is back on his 280. It was only then that Muchiyuki saw the full name of the document. Negroes Unchained Bananas. My old cousin Oddball. This dog. Early the next morning. Star Landfill. A mechanical head slowly opened its eyes. The high priest of the abyssal church looked around. Hey. Didn't expect it. I'm still alive. This world will be destroyed by me eventually. Jia. Suddenly, there was a vague snorting pain in his body. What? I have a body. My apprentices must have found me and got me a handsome body. Count on these boys having a conscience. I get to go pick up girls again. He kept feeling his body. With a straight spine, 2 powerful hind legs, and an explosive body that seems to be able to jump out to a height of 3 meters with a single jump. Especially since this body seems to have endless energy. Seeing the house in front of me gave me an urge to tear it down. It's such a great body. And this urge to always want to destroy it suits me perfectly. The high priest was very pleased with himself. And as soon as he was pleased, a wave of piss hit him. Convenience first. He came gracefully to the corner and slowly raised one of his hind legs. A column of water. Naya. How the fuck do I piss and lift my hind legs? He jerked his head up and saw himself in the mirror. Instantly, as if struck by lightning. What son of a bitch put the dog's body on me? That's when Starry Night kicked him in the face. You've just fucking come to life and you're pissing around. Looking for death. Starry Night doesn't let up with the kick and adds another. The kicking of the high priestess was an aggravation. Yes, Starry Night ran over a dog yesterday. To apologize, he decided to put a header on the dog. So the head of the high priestess was undoubtedly mounted on the head of Era. Looking at his perfect work, Starry Night couldn't help but sigh. It seems that your own head-swapping skills are as pure as ever. Perfect. Po Ficket. I'm truly the world's greatest benefactor. Starry Night was smug. Let's give you a name. Seeing as you're all black and white, let's call you Rhubarb. Here, Rhubarb, sit, shake hands, backflip, and do a set of military-style fists. The high priestess was confused. What the hell kind of way to open this? One is reborn, but not fully reborn. In an instant, all the resentment and anger came flooding back. He growled. Woof woof woof, even as a doggy. I'm going to fulfill my grand ambition. Woof woof woof, no way am I going to be a mediocre doggy. Let's show you what I'm made of. Suddenly, his nose twitched slightly, as if he had smelled the most fragrant thing under the sky. Woof woof woof, I've eaten all the delicacies in the world, and I've never smelled anything that smells so good. With a stomp on the ground with his hind legs, he leapt out. A vicious dog pounce led to the restroom. Naya, why it's shit, my hallowed high priest, even if I die outside, and jump from the second immortal bridge, I will never eat shit. Yet the next moment, OMG, that smells so good. Woo woo, he eats while shedding tears. It's over. I can't go back. Snap. Starry Night was a straight up slap in the face. Fucking Rhubarb, just resurrected and you're fucking eating. Get the fuck out of here and wash your mouth. Then another kick, sending Rhubarb into the yard. Rhubarb woke up with a kick to the head. Crap, how to eat you need a common. Think I haul high priest. How can be contaminated by dog sex? He swore out loud. I have to refrain and not get lost in desire. Suddenly he saw just outside the doorway an elegant little bitch with a cheerful stride. Ow, ow, ow. He made a flying leap. At #% $$ at hashtag. Starry Night was back in the bedroom by now. Reclining on the bed. Panels came to mind. Merit 1002. You can open the Merit shop. Turn it on. With a twitch in Starry Night's entire body. Everything went so horrific. Where's the Merit store? Reward system backpack. The lottery system is open. Rewarding 110 consecutive draws and 1 random equipment draw. Rewarded with a primary upgrade pill. Remarks: primary upgrade pills do not require special delivery method, and can be obtained directly from the store out of thin air. Starry Night's eyes lit up. This system is quite conscientious. It's not a waste of time to do so many good things. It's true that good people have good rewards. Let's eat a primary upgrade Dan to replenish our bodies first. In the next second, a large pill the size of a basketball appeared out of nowhere in Starry Night's hand. Elementary upgrade pills, referred to as primary pills. Introduction: to make up for the deficiency of the kidney. To be a powerful man. He is good. I am also good. Starry Night had a black line on her face. Damn, this acronym is a bit magical. And goddamn, he's good and I'm good. Starry Night stared at the basketball like primordial Dan and couldn't help but think of a certain deceased person in her mind. Such a big 6-flavored D Huang pill. It has to nourish me to death. This shouldn't be called an upgrade Dan. This thing should be called an upgrade ball. Starry Night then whimpered and nibbled. Gee mom, that smells good. I have to say the upgrade ball tastes really good. The chicken flavor is still filling. After a few moments, a wave of warmth surged up, and his whole body felt a surge of power. Level +1. Grade, Black Iron 3 stars. Starry Night was in a happy mood, and it wasn't an upgrade. In knocking 2 D Huang pills, directly all Black Iron 5 stars. Keep it simple and kill it in seconds. This is much better than eating Reiki beads, which have a limit on how much you can take. Eat at most 1 per day. You can't digest it if you eat too much. You can't grow experience. And at most you'll just replenish your blue bar. To get a Black Iron 2-star to 3-star, you need to eat aura beads for at least a month in a row. The upgrade Dan is different. This thing Black Iron level casually eat, directly 10 levels a day is no problem. Hey, open build. He opened the Merit shop. Primary upgrade pill, 1000 Merit/1 PC. Nima, why is it so expensive? Trader, the corners of Starry Night's mouth twitched. Too expensive. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Let's draw first. 10-lot draw begins. Congratulations to the host, who drew a system blessing. This system wishes you a red-hot and flamboyant day ahead. Congratulations to the host, who drew a system blessing. This system wishes you a red-hot and flamboyant day ahead. Congratulations to the host, who drew a system blessing. This system wishes you a red-hot and flamboyant day ahead. 10 blessed awards appear in a row. Starry Night's face couldn't have been darker. Did I fucking eat a nonce? Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a guaranteed reward, a copy of the Vajra Sutra. Recite the original text once to gain 1 point of merit. Starry Night froze as a copy of the Diamond Sutra had appeared in front of Kenim. Starry Night started chanting with a try-hard attitude. Causes of the Dharma Assembly. Part 1. All existing dharmas are like dreams and bubbles, like dew and lightning, and should be viewed as such. An hour passed. Starry Night reading sweating. There are a lot of rare words in it. Starry Night reading brain pain. Finally finished. Merit +1. Starry Night finally opened the last page. Suggested retail price $5. Available at all major bookstore platforms. Starry Night, Sigma, for all, yen. Dog system, get your ass out of here. Sorry, the system is under maintenance. Unable to call the intelligent artificial system service. Please host to operate on their own. Sorry, meow. And fucking yank English. Starry Night's face had never been so dark. Last draw. Random equipment drawing opens. Lucky draw in progress? Congratulations to the host. He's been awarded a cell phone. Merit cell phone, quality gold. Product description, in can attack, can retreat, can smash walnuts, can shoot the dog. Starry Night's eyes lit up. This system store always has a bit of a conscience. I just lost my own cell phone. And this is not a replacement. Starry Night opened her system and then her backpack and rummaged through it but couldn't find it. Wait, where's my cell phone? This system is a materialistic system. Have you forgotten? System equipment will be acquired in a reasonable and lawful manner. Starry Night's face, just a little whiter, darkened again. He thought about the way that audio was obtained last time. Naya, pit die. Just then, Rhubarb sneaks back into the house, with a slate in his mouth. The high priest was happy in his heart, going out to do an errand and actually seeing legendary level equipment. It has to be hidden secretly. The kid can't find out. Tai, spit the stuff out. Starry Night goes up as a big BB pocket full of owner care. Big Yellow couldn't take it. and spat out the brick in his mouth. Starry Night picked it up and looked at it, and her whole heart went cold. Only a screen was visible on top of the slate. Is this my fucking cell phone? Sure can smash a walnut and shoot a dog. Boot. A man's resonant voice came. Rice country has apple. China has slate. Slate's cell phone. The only designated special machine of the Chinese Walnut Smashing Association. Oro. It's time to drink your medicine. Starry Night's face full of black lines gradually overflowed the screen. Dog system, get your ass out here. Sorry, the system is under maintenance. Please call again later. Sorry. Nima. Never mind. At least there's a cell phone. I just don't know what his function is. Take your time to study it. Starry Night casually grabbed a slab from the corner and tossed it to Rhubarb. Give it to Rhubarb. Use this for building a doghouse. I'll take this piece from you. Rhubarb, why is your face so dark? Is it that the little bitch has looked for too much and is weak in the kidneys? I'm telling you, you need to know moderation to be a dog. After an abetment, Starry Night managed to transfer her unhappiness onto Rhubarb. He happily studied his cell phone. It's an okay phone. It's supercharged, has quite a bit of memory, and it's not laggy at all. And, with the screen off, the screen display is a slate color. Basically no one will realize they are cell phones. Hey, this class play is just flying, isn't it? After messing with his cell phone, Starry Night dropped a stream of his equipment into his system backpack. The backpack is not large, only 3 cubic meters of space. Chaos Audio alone takes up nearly half of it. The tricycle was thrown in as well, taking up almost the other half. Luckily the trike comes with its own space. Throw in the Gatling armor as well. This thing works pretty well. And then mineral water bottles come in 100 of them. This is the basis of one's own peace of mind. Throw in a little more clutter. Slate, sand whitewash, manhole covers, cucumbers, pens. Put a little bit of whatever you want anyway. For a true master, every blade of grass and every tree can be used as a weapon. After loading, the backpack was full. Although the backpack could be upgraded, it would take 1,000 merits to upgrade it once. Starry Night gave up decisively. This anything needs 1,000 merits. The system, he suspected that the system had peaked at his balance. Starry Night continued to study his system store. There aren't many items to unlock. Just a few potions, a couple small items, and it's expensive. Below each item are 2 options. One for purchase and one for profile. So Starry Night handily clicked on the profile of the primary upgrade pill. Congratulations to the host for successful purchase, obtaining a primary upgrade pill. At the same time, the profile of the primary upgrade dam popped up. Primary upgrade pill, level +1. Effective for black iron grade. Remarks, the potion is all dirty for you. Don't buy it or you can't leave. Starry Night, Omega. Naya. Pitiful system. Starry Night tearfully ate the upgrade dan. I have to say, this thing is really big. Selling 1,000 merits isn't too much of a punt. Starry Night felt like building 5 bowls of dry rice in one breath after eating the second upgrade dan. Luckily, though, he had a big enough appetite to eat one if he were an ordinary person. Level +1. Grade, Black Iron 4-star. 1 additional attribute point. Starry Night didn't hesitate to add to the speed. Speed +1. Men, it's all about speed. He looked at his single-digit merit and couldn't help but be in deep thought. Alas, keep moving. So Starry Night opened the wolf pack. At this time, the outside of the Star's landfill, a group of big men in black had arrived at the door. Black Donkey has come with a group of minions to take revenge. The Black Donkey was seen nodding at a tall, thin man. Brother Blade, this is the one. You must avenge us. The brothers are considered to be finished by his hokum. Finished calf thing. Really disgrace our big boss. Sini teach him to be a human being. Hurry up and demolish this junkyard of his. Brother Blade, you can be careful. This kid is evil. And that sister of his, who was looking at hanging, and then later came alive and skipped out on the street. Knives looked contemptuous. I say you kid got knocked silly. Do you think I'm a vegetarian silver level strength system psychic? Speaking of which, all stood in awe. Knife didn't get that reputation by blowing it. A handful of bloodletting hits back in the day was a lot of hokum. Go, brothers, I'll avenge you. With guys in their hands, the crowd trooped to the entrance of the dump. Suddenly there was the sight of Rhubarb trying to work on his car skills with a little bitch. Ugh, crap, I saw this on the way out the door. Evil. The little bitch instantly blushed and ran away when she saw the group coming. Only one dog left. Rhubarb was suffocating. Then he looked viciously at the crowd. Woof woof woof, give me back my little bitch. Blade took one look and laughed outright. Ugh, crikey, this dog is interesting. His head is iron. I guess it's rusty. He's not even scared to see me. The crowd laughed. The Black Donkey laughed too. Doggy, doggy, it's hard to be without your little bitch. Come see me here. With that, He slapped his ass provocatively. Rhubarb raged. It's okay for Starry Night to bully him. He can't help it. These minions bullied him too. Woof woof woof. The crowd laughed even louder at that. Look. Angry. Woof. Looking for death. A roar followed. Rhubarb charged with a vicious dog pounce. Knives was full of disdain and blasted his fist. However, a scream. Blade's arm was flared out in a straight piece. The rhubarb bite went up for another. The ferocity is comparable to a large hunting scene. Ow. Aha. Knife was bitten and ran away in a puff of smoke. Ugh. Blade, why did you leave? That, my daughter-in-law, her ex-boyfriend is here. She's sleeping at home today. I'm going to cook for them. Crowd, straight face. I have to say, Knife does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Ran that fast. It was gone with a whoosh. Big Yellow turned around and looked viciously at Black Donkey and the rest of the crowd. Ow. Crap. Hashtag. The Black Donkey cursed as he ran. Where the fuck is this wild dog that fucking bites with an anal cavity? Ah, my ass. Less than 3 minutes. The crowd has been bitten all over. Ah, don't bite me. I have hemorrhoids. I have 3 little bitches at home. I'll come back to honor you all. Don't bite me. QQQ. The scene was a mess. Big Yellow vented all the aggression he had suffered at the hands of Starry Night these days. There was a wailing scene. The crowd couldn't have imagined it. This junkyard's looking at the door so ferociously. And there seems to be an inexhaustible supply of strength. It seems to fucking breathe fire. Nuclear-powered batteries. Can that be boring? Starry Night was chatting away in the group at the moment. A screech of rhubarb could be heard outside. Rhubarb, I've been told you have to know how to be a dog in moderation. And besides, you guys don't do safety measures. So what if you have one? Starry Night walked out of the house in her slippers in no uncertain terms. It's a pain in the ass to have a dog. Might as well have a sister. He walked out slowly. The scene in front of him immediately made him suck in a breath of cold air. The crowd of big men were bitten all over and their clothes were torn. Rhubarb is furiously attacking Black Donkey's localization. Naya, where's the emptying of the tank? The crowd of big men saw Starry Night as if they had seen a savior. All of them looked at Starry Night with an expectant face. Starry Night froze. Boo! Slammed the door shut. This is not the dog I have. And you will not be looking to me for medical bills. Crowd, it's a sin. After 2 days of fierce fighting, Starry Night was finally able to save up another 1,000 merits to purchase one primary upgrade. Dan successfully upgraded to Black Iron 5 stars. But, as the saying goes, one will make a difference. Countless wolves have been devastated over the past 2 days. At one point, he even had thoughts of wanting to quit the industry. In private, the congregation was also more united. Strictly scrutinized the identity of those entering the group to ensure that no Starry Night, a great and good person, enters. The whole industry got an evolutionary level of unity. And in the past few days, Woody had nabbed a great deal of boredom. Transferred myself to 3 hospitals in a row. Each time, they were stormed into the hospital room and violently beaten. It caused his injuries to keep recurring and he could not recover at all. Just last night, Woody had just been transferred to the hospital when he was blocked by a group of people. No questions asked. Just a fat beating. It made Woody's worldview crumble a bit. At one point he suspected that the driver had given away his whereabouts. Because among the group of people who beat him up, it was the driver who screamed the loudest. And according to reliable sources, the driver had once spent 15 days in the station for violating Article 66 of the Chinese Public Security Administration punishment law. This guy's got priors. But what's his reason? Just because I'm so beautiful? Not really. Think I. Woody. Worked to the best of my ability. In addition to love to play a wave. Play a handsome. Did not do anything bad. It made him depressed bastard. What you can't think about. You don't think about. 4. The doorway to his own hospital room had been pushed open. A crowd pours into it. Immediately afterward, there were pig-killing screams coming from the ward. Monday is the beginning of the root of all evil. The devil of everyone in the whole world. At one point, an expert said that it was recommended that Mondays be cancelled and everyone start living on Tuesdays. But in the end it didn't work out. To this day, everyone is still dominated by horrible Mondays. Junhui 3rd Middle School. All the students came to school dragging their tired bodies. Hiss. I don't know why, but from the moment I entered the school, I felt a sense of sleepiness. Could it be that the school is a holy place invented by the ancients to cure insomnia? A student said in surprise. It's like a kobold discovering a new continent. But shit, the school was invented by Kung Lao Air to collect his little brother. Starry Night doused him directly with a pot of cold water. The crowd was face blackened. Can't fucking argue with that. Something seems wrong and I can't tell what the problem is. Just then, an invigilator walked in. Students, the cultural quiz begins today, so prepare for the test below. The top 30 in your grade can train on the special training team and enjoy the highest educational resources in the school, the invigilator said as he tore open the cover of the test paper. Starry Night is sitting down at this time, full of confidence. A small culture class also want to be difficult to defeat me? Heck, I could get into the special training team with a random test. Then, it was time for the cultural exams. Starry Night looked at the densely packed rolls and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Crap, it's not a good idea to not take this fucking culture test. And then, purr, barf, ugh mum, that smells good. Cluck, 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 boo. This grinding of teeth and farting and snoring is incessant. The invigilator's face was full of black lines. Walking up just knocked on Starry Night's desk. Knock knock, don't sleep. Starry Night looked at him in confusion. School's out? Invigilator. No, you can't sleep during exams. I'm sorry teacher. I won't sleep again. The invigilator froze, not realizing that he was quite on board. For a while, it was impossible to criticize him. Starry Night shook her head and sat up straight, then started flipping the rolls over and over. Everyone is paying full attention to answering the questions. Suddenly the sound of test papers being turned over could be heard. The heart panicked for a moment. This question is so hard that someone actually made it to the next page already. Looking at the time again, almost half of it had passed. The crowd panicked even more. Brush up. Starry Night kept flipping through the papers in boredom. Many people thus simply give up on the previous puzzle that is almost answered. Do the paper directly on the opposite side of the page, and your mind is broken. Starry Night, what are you doing? The invigilator questioned. Oh, I that warm up my hands before answering. The invigilator's mouth twitched. No frequent flipping through papers on exams. Oh, okay teacher, I know. Another moment passed. Starry Night stood up suddenly. Teacher, look at the penultimate big question to see if it's the wrong topic. Instantly, all eyes were focused on him. Then looked back to the penultimate big question. I said I couldn't do it, so it was the wrong question. Some people down there started whispering. The invigilator picked up the paper and counted for a while. The question is fine. Look again. Sorry teacher. I was talking about the penultimate big question. Starry Night said. The invigilator's face gradually turned dark. If you can't do it, get down and go to sleep. Teacher, you just said you don't allow sleep on tests. Invigilator, hashtag. Soon the hand-in bell rang. The invigilator quickly collected the papers and fled class 8 at a rapid pace. It's fucking horrible. The cultural exam consists of 6 subjects and takes place over 2 days. Starry Night, a master of time management, makes the most of exam time. At times to catch up on sleep. At times to hug a slab and giggle. Whenever a monitoring teacher goes to see him slate and can't find anything at all? No way. There's no test that says you can't hold a slate and giggle. And so, 2 days passed in a row. Culture class is finally over. Starry Night rode a 3-wheeled pack with Jean de Bayo, leisurely on the way from school. Starry Night, how did you do on your culture test? I'll just write randomly and go to bed when I'm done. What about you, Debo? Jean de Bayo scratched his head. I don't know how to do anything. I'm just blindly ignorant by feel. It's true we're the good brothers. Aren't we, Debo? Jean de Bayo slapped his chest. It has to be. Good brothers for life. Starry Night gave a cheap grin. Then good brother. Lend me some money. Jean de Bayo. Carrot. I give you my life. The tricycle continued to rock forward. On the tricycle, Starry Night happily sang a moving song. Just captured a few demons and subdued a few devils. Demons and devils, how he is so many. Hey, eat my old grandson's stick. Suddenly, a Land Rover package came across. Almost crashed into Starry Night's tricycle. Hey, don't you have any fucking eyes? A man on the Land Rover package cursed. Starry Night looked back. Holy shit, Ray. Someone's going to squirt with me? Just then, a little golden man came down from the back of the car. Yo, if it isn't Brother Wang Tang, did the operation succeed? Starry Night said. Wang Tang's whole body trembled with anger, and his golden body seemed to be angry. Starry Night, I'm warning you. Stay away from Mochiyuki. Starry Night froze, then realized. So you're Mu Qianshue's licking dog. Here's a shirt for you. Starry Night casually tossed over a t-shirt. Wang Tang was a bit confused as he took the t-shirt and took a look at it, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Just a t-shirt with a tetrahedron printed on it. It was certainly a double-sided boiling tiger battle robe. Jean de Bayo laughed. Brother Wang Tang, welcome to the dog-licking sect. Please remember the teaching poem of our sect. Starry Night froze. Since when do you guys teach poetry? I made it for my language test yesterday. I only read it once. Remember. Only Jean de Bayo coughed lightly. Ahem. Dog-licking Jedi Jean de Bayo. Live as a dog and die as a licking male. Double-faced boiling tigers. Tom with my life. Starry Night chimed in. Dabo, you sure are kinky and wet. Lay low. Lay low. Dog breeding. Dogs. Shame. Shame. Admirable. Admirable. Wang Tong was filled with black lines. Hey, do you guys even fucking understand me? I hear you. You're a lickspittle. You want to join the church. Pay your dues and robe money later for a total of 5,000. Wang Tang's nose was crooked with anger, and he threw his battle robe in indignation. Goddamn dues. Starry Night, if you've got the balls, let's do this for real. Starry Night raised her hand and touched Wang Tang's forehead. No fever. Ha, how confused. I say Wang Tang, the state has national law. The school has school rules. Car friends Carline. The school rules do not allow fighting, you do not know? Wang Tang peeled away Starry Night's hand. I'm not barking at you, so don't pester Chiyuki if you wimp out. Starry Night spread his hands and said, you want to fight, right? Wait for me in the grove of Jianghuai Park at 10 o'clock tonight. Good. Count on your kids' balls, and when the time comes, no matter what the consequences are, say you fell. Okay, it's a deal. After saying that, Wang Tang got into the Land Rover package and quickly left the school. Starry Night also once again mounted his beloved tricycle and wandered all the way home. Zhang Debao worriedly said, Starry Night, do you really want to fight him? No, I'll ask my dad to find someone to waste him. Star Moon still pedaled the 3 wheels. No, I'm not going. Who's a good person to go there in the middle of the night without sleeping? Let him cool off. I still have to pick up the trash. Starry Night returned home and took a comfortable shower. Take out your slate phone and start swiping through the teaser videos. He's been so busy just accumulating merit these days that he hasn't had time for entertainment. It turned out to be just a couple swipes away. Shocked that a man went so far as to stomp and knife a 3-wheeler 400 miles per hour in pursuit of his girlfriend. The video is the very same video of him furiously pedaling on 3 wheels in pursuit of a sports car. The angle of the video comes from a Humidor Jet 911. Just saw that the MPH meter on the moisturized Jet 911 was up to 300 miles per hour. Then a 3-wheeler overtook it all the way with sparks and lightning. Moisturizing jet can't even see the taillights on the 3rd wheel. The comments underneath blew right up. In ancient times, there were Cadillacs chasing high-speed railroads. But today there are 3-wheel tweakers chasing supercars. It's not that Cadillacs are unaffordable. It's that 3 wheels are more cost-effective. Crap. What brand of 3 wheels is this and where can I get one? A 3-wheel screenshot. It says on the car that the best pull ever, I think, was the Aristocrat 3-wheeler. That's the god of the 3 wheels. The god of faith of our 3-wheel cult. How about having an interest in joining the 3-wheel cult and becoming a 3-wheel believer? Road rage? Sign up my dad. He plays mahjong with 3 old ladies every day and has lost his pension. Sign my mom up too. My mom was an athlete when she was young and then had both her legs amputated. And my dad. And my mom. The comment section is a big filial voice. Starry Night is fucking speechless. Good guy. He has unintentionally become the main god of the church. Just then, the class group started discussing the topic as well. Look everyone. Isn't that Starry Night on a 3-wheeler? I have to say, this thing is pretty cool on 3 wheels. Seeing him with that leg speed made me a little unsteady on my feet. This is a class group, not a driving group. At Starry Night, where did you buy this 3-wheeler? I want to get one too. At Starry Night +1. Starry Night watched the group chatting away and began to get up and join in the fun. I'm eating ramen to give it away. The crowd had a black question mark on their faces. What kind of ramen delivery 3 wheels? I think it's you who rode away from someone's ramen stand. Crap, is Night so fierce? After Night brother, not an inch of grass grows this is. That said, how come class president Wang Tang didn't come to the group? I heard he had surgery recently, so I guess he's recuperating. The Grove at River Samuel Park. A cold wind blew by and Wang Tang froze and shivered. Cut. That said, it's already just about 12 o'clock. The night was very dark, but not as dark as Wang Tang's face at the moment. Where's the promised date? Man? Brother Wang Tang, in order to familiarize himself with the terrain earlier, he scrutinized every tree, fearing that Starry Night had laid a trap in advance. He had even rehearsed hundreds of tactics in advance through precise calculations. For this reason, Wang Tang came to the grove early at 6:30. After observing countless woodland love stories, Wang Tang finally couldn't help himself, so he looked at his cell phone. Wang Tang, surprised face? Nima, I'm waiting for a fight, and you guys are chatting in the group? Wang Tang, Starry Night, why the hell didn't you come to the Jianhuai Park Grove? Do you know how many doggone love stories I've witnessed here alone? A wave of surprise went through the crowd in front of the cell phone screen. What the hell are they doing in the woods? Starry Night, I know you've been salivating over my beauty for a long time, but I'm really not good at this. I heard that the next class Ruhua has this hobby. Can't you two try? Wang Tang almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. I've been waiting in the grove alone for over 5 fucking hours. Do you know how cold the grove is? Starry Night, I've sent a message to Rufus. He said he'll meet you tonight after he shaves his chest and asked you to wait a little longer. All crap. There's Melon. Fine shagging. Does this melon stay ripe? Let's go over there tonight? Wang Tang's lungs exploded with anger. He vowed that he had to defeat in front of the goddess to make Starry Night lose face. So he pulled Mu Qixue into the Class 8 group as well. Starry Night, don't you dare come over here and duel with me. In front of the goddess Chiyuki, the crowd took a look at the school beauty. Mu Qianxue, coming, all in good spirits. So it's a fencing duel between two major lickspittles. Starry Night glanced at her cell phone. Fingers began to type. Who is Mu Qianxue? Is she the cafeteria's food-beating aunt? Crowd. Kichiyuki, Carrot, One Tongue, just fucking tell me if you dare. Starry Night, what's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just to defeat you in front of the cafeteria auntie? That said, after defeating you, is the auntie's hand not shaking anymore? Wang Tang was about to explode with anger. Tomorrow night, Dueling Hall, all together to see me defeat him. The crowd began to argue as you spoke and I spoke. However, Starry Night had already been lying on the bed huffing and puffing for a long time. Who's a good person who doesn't go to bed after 12 o'clock? Anyone who stays up past 12 is not a good person. They're all handsome. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. And the early bird gets the worm. Being a bug requires the awareness of being a bug. What are you doing up early? Feeding the birds? So Starry Night was once again late. The school testing hall was packed at this time. The Starry Night dripped quietly into the village without a single gunshot. He was burrowing through the crowd like a big rat. After 5 minutes of hard work, he was finally drilling his way to the last row of his class's line. Luckily, it wasn't discovered by Baldy Chen. He took a long breath. Then out of the corner of his eye he saw a flashing head right next to him. Crap! What are you doing here? The class teacher, Chen Tu, stared straight at him. I'm on guard here. Starry Night scratched her head. Teacher, if I'm a rabbit, then who's a pig? Chen Tu. Today's exam was the alien scoring level and practical. It doesn't really mean much. In the testing hall, the crowd was already lined up and waiting for the test. It's Class 8's turn. So please get ready. A testing teacher said. Please ask student Wang Tang to come forward for the test. Only a small golden man with a black eye slowly walked onto the stage. It didn't help that he waited hard until after 2 yesterday. Finally, I waited for the bearded Kisame. Then, please ask Mr. Wang Tang to demonstrate his supernatural abilities. Only Wang Tang's entire body exerted itself, and a golden light shone loudly. Then a fist blasted out at the tester. Knock! A loud clang came. The tester displays the value. Psychic talent, S. Grade, bronze 2-star. Attribute, gold. Attack power, 38. Defense, 54. Utility rating, 66. Envious looks came from the crowd on stage. Worthy of being the class leader. Bronze 2-star S-rank psychic ability. This is a sure thing to get into the special training team. People's families have been feeding them aura beads and all kinds of heavenly materials since they were young. And they also hire private tutors to cultivate. Which is something we can compare to. Wang Tang lifted his head and looked at Starry Night with his nose in the air before walking off the stage. Next, Huang Yao. A sweet-looking girl came up to the stage. Please demonstrate psychic abilities. Only to see Huang Yao's right hand become a claw, on which a ball slowly appeared. Only to see that the ball rotated at high speed. And gradually a path of cyclones appeared around it. Then only Huang Yao shouted. The right-hander hit the tester straight away. Dang! The tester rattled slightly. Psychic talent, A. Grade, bronze 2-star. Attribute, wind. Attack power, 52. Defense, 21. Utility rating, 56. Huang Ya shook her head and slowly walked off the stage. Looks like it's a bit of a mystery to get into the special training team. But Huang Banhua learned culture well. With her cultural achievements, she must be able to squeeze into the top 30 in her grade as well. Huang Yao after the test. Class 8 is simply very crotch-pulling. There's simply not one that holds up. The ratings are all terribly low too. Chen Tu, the class teacher on the side, didn't even have the face to look at it. What a bunch of shit one is raising. It's not even if the powers are trash. There's no cultivation level that's ever made it to bronze. The tests were one after the other. Soon there were 2 more wonders left. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Next, Zhang Debao. Only Zhang Debao slowly walked onto the stage. Please demonstrate your powers. Zhang Debao was stunned. How to show this? A straight-up punch? Just now, there was indeed a classmate whose special ability was level E. Eating grapes is fast. He searched for the grapes and couldn't find them, so he punched them up. The machine ended up showing a straight-up attack of 5. With his Zhang Debao's bronze 1-star physique that he had stayed up all night eating aura beads, how could he punch out a dozen attacks? Just as Zhang Debao froze, Starry Night plucked a handful of flowers from a vase off to the side. Debo, take this. Zhang Debao's eyes lit up. Then he glanced at Huang Yao, who was standing in the front row. Huang Yao was a bit chilled by his direct glance. 2 quiet steps back, intending to just run away. How could Zhang Debao give her a chance? Straight away, he rushed up with an arrow. Huang Yao, I've actually liked you for a long time. Let me be your dog licker. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Crap, this Zhang Debao is too much of a dog. Huang Yao was shocked and her whole body was in a cold sweat, her eyes glaring at the homeroom teacher for help. Hungry? No, I've got dog licking. The crowd froze slightly. It's the first time I've encountered such a rare form of rejection. Ha ha, what's the use of this supernatural ability of Zhang Debao? The words were just finished. The huge chandelier on the roof of the building fell straight down. It slammed straight into the tester. Dang! Data begins to be displayed on the tester. Psychic talent, F. Rank, bronze 1 star. Attack 76. Defense 5. Utility rating 88. There was a great wave of speechlessness from the crowd. Crap! This power can. Just by being a lickspittle you'll get stronger. He can't be the main character. Zhang Debao smiled smugly and strutted off the stage. Starry Night, look. I'm not showing this wave. Starry Night was full of black lines. Suddenly this little lucky dog licker is feeling rather good. Next. Starry Night. Starry Night walked slowly up to the stage. A sigh rang out from the stage. Alas. It's a waste of time to have blinded this SSS rank psychic ability. It's only a black iron 1 star. It's simply a waste. The school has stipulated that at least 5 stars of black iron are required to enter the special training team. He has no chance. At this time, Wang Tang was already happily preparing to eat the banquet. Yo, the garbage man is on stage. 3's level A. The testing machine won't even show the value later. Starry Night didn't bother with him, but walked straight to the testing machine. Taking a deep breath, he formed his right hand into a palm and swung it round to give the tester a big biker pocket. Pop. Loud and clear. The crowd was confused. He gave the tester a mouthful? It's not going to be much of a fucking fight. Yet the next moment, the tester let out a deafening explosion. Boom! Eye-catching flashes of fire from the tester. The test machine was directly blown out a big hole from the inside. The front end of the attack disc blew right up to the ceiling. A wave of air hit the crowd, blowing their faces raw. The room was silent. Wang Tang directly are stupid. What the hell is this outrageous damage? Crap! Is this the legendary Justice Trial Big BB Doodle? Straight up explosion there? The crowd stared in disbelief at the large hole in the tester. A chill ran through his body. The tester spelled out its last breath, showing Starry Night getting a rating. Psychic talent, SSSS. Grade, black iron 5 star. Attack power 100. Defense? Practical ratings? Instead, Starry Night scratched his head and looked to the principal in the crowd. Headmaster, the tester is broken. You don't need me to pay for it. The principal was confused. Compensate meow ah. You're focusing a little off the mark, aren't you? No, it's just a little bit blown up. I'll just pay to have it fixed. Starry Night's eyes lit up. Principal, how much does it cost to fix a tester? The principal's face is full of black lines. You damn really want to pay for it. There's really no need for you to pay for it. Just go back and practice. At this point, the janitor rushed up to check on the situation. Headmaster, the tester is broken and it will cost about $10,000 to repair. The principal's mouth twitched. Damn, why is it so expensive? I should have known to let that kid pay for it. Starry Night, however, lit up. Principal, you give me this job. I'll fix this thing for $8,000. The principal had a mouthful of blood. Nima, feelings are waiting for me here. The tester was broken, but thankfully everyone completed the test. The crowd went off to school happily. Only the principal came to the testing hall heartbroken, ready to take a look at the old tester buddy that had been with him for over a decade. He quietly pushed the door open and stepped into the hall. An image that had shocked him for 30 years appeared before him. Crapo cocho grass. The tester was actually fixed? The tester on the table was as good as new, and sold many times better than it did before it was broken. The principal was shocked and couldn't help but mutter inwardly, which repairman is so fast? Then he saw a note on the tester. Principal, I'm sorry I broke the tester. As compensation, I've had him repaired and I hope the principal will forgive me. By the way, 8,000 for the repairs. You can just give me cash directly. Starry Night, the principal took a mouthful of straight old blood. Neo plus H2 equals Ni plus H2O. Sinning, less than 6. The dueling arena in Zhonghua City was packed with people. These people were roughly divided into 2 waves. One wave was here to support Wang Tang, and the other wave was to watch Starry Night's jokes. I can't help it. It's a big grade difference. Moreover, Wang Tang was an S-rank psychic ability and had received all kinds of martial arts training since he was a child. Karate, in particular, has received the highest honor of 9th degree black belt. known as the big brother of karate. The crowd took another look at Starry Night. With the exception of one SSS rank, it seems like it's just a salted fish. There's no way around it. There's still a big difference between bronze and black iron levels. 20 meters by 20 meters in the ring. A referee uncle slowly came up to the stage. Dueling arenas are generally categorized into ruled and unruled dueling arenas. There are rules. Dueling parties can choose their own rules venue, or limit punches and kicks, no chokeholds or crotch pops, etc., or limit weapons, cold or hot, etc. Not so much for the no rules dueling arena. As long as no one is killed or created at the scene, you can do whatever you want and use whatever weapons you want. Of course, both parties have to agree on minor details in advance and also privately. Otherwise, one side pulls out a baseball bat and leers. The opposite side of the evil smile, from some unknown crevice, dry out a tiger tank, and to prevent people from getting killed. They are usually paired with a high-ranking referee to make sure no one gets killed or disabled. The referee coughed lightly and spoke slowly. Hello everyone, I'm the referee for this match, and the people in the road call me Running Thunderman Tai Lai. This duel is in the form of a no-rules duel. You may use any weapon or stance as long as you are not killed or maimed. I'd like to invite both sides to take the stage. Only Wang Tang's entire body shone with golden light as he walked up to the dueling arena with great strides. Below, a crowd of people shouted and cheered. Wang Tang, you're so handsome. Shoot that garbage man. Even Starry Night and Zhang Debao joined the shouting and cheering team. Go Wang Gongzi, suave and unrivaled in the world. Starry Night said. Mr. Wang is powerful and handsome. Zhang Debao said. That's right. This is a mass actor paid by Wang Tang. After the shouting, the head of the group went from one to the other handing out money. Nice shout, Mr. Wang decided to give out an extra $100 each. Thank you big brother, thank you big brother. The head of the group kept handing out money. Starry Night and Zhang Debao also took $100. Thank you big brother. Well, shout well, and there will be benefits when Mr. Wang wins the competition. Yes, so the duo got even more energized. Go Wang Gongzi. Squad leader Wang is the most handsome. The two of them, Starry Night and Zhang Debao, were shouting with vigor, and their entire bodies were sweating. The old group actor on the sideline shouted and cheered while looking at Starry Night. Dude, you're a groupie too? Yeah, what happened to Big Brother? Brothers, let's just shout casually, there's no need to work so hard. Starry Night shook her head. Big Brother, this is not true. As a qualified group actor, we have to act a line. Like a line. What's more, Mr. Wang directly rewarded another $100. What reason do we have not to sell our energy? The older brother on the sidelines was a little ashamed to hear it. Good point, brother, let's work together. So the three men worked harder. Wang Tang, big handsome guy, beat the crap out of the garbage man. On the racecourse, Wang Tang was very puzzled as to why Starry Night hadn't come yet. It's not escaping again. But this group of actors is really powerful. Shouting so loudly, add chicken legs later. Just then, he unconsciously looked into the crowd, not without a twitch at the corner of his mouth, because he happened to see Starry Night in the crowd, shouting the hardest and most vigorously. Wang Tang, surprised face? Nima, what kind of money do you dare to earn? Starry Night, get on the fucking stage. Wang Tang yelled at the stage. Starry Night rushed out of the crowd at the sight. Sorry, doing a part-time job to earn some pocket money. Forgot about the duel. The crowd's mouths twitched. It's like you're the one who fucking shouted the loudest just now. Especially the big brother of the group actor on the side was confused. Nima, feelings shouted for half a day. You're the fucking protagonist? The head of the group was also confused. Crap, how did Regrouping recruit such a bastard? At that moment, Starry Night happened to walk over to Gunhead. Big brother, in the future, if there is a group show, you can still find me. I am a person with only one merit. Dedication. The group head was full of black lines. It's pretty damn dedicated, cursing himself harder than anyone else. Starry Night grind is finally on stage. Brother Wang Tang, did you see that I performed okay just now? Next time there is this job, you just look for me directly. Don't let the group head earn the difference. Wang Tang was filled with black lines. Damn, are you ready to die? Starry Night wiggled her wrist. Come on, have the battle of our bonds. The winner will be the class president and the loser will chase Kisame. Okay, the winner will be the class president, and the loser will chase as in. Something doesn't seem right. Wait, Wang Tang pondered slightly. Nope, what's it got to do with Rahana? The person who won is chasing after Mu Qianxue. The school doesn't allow relationships between boys and girls. Didn't you know that? Starry Night said righteously. Wang Tang's whole body trembled with anger. I'm fucking going after it. What do you care? Mu Qianxue is right off the stage. If you want to chase after her, if you can't be the class president, then I'm leaving. With that, Starry Night turned and headed for the stage. Under the stage, Mu Qian-shui, her silver teeth clenched at once. Petri dish, superscript 33, good for you Starry Night. I'll send you a friend when I get back. Wang Tang on the stage was dumbfounded. How could this duel just go away? If I don't beat him up today, how can I face the group of sailors I hired? Wait, I can't give it to you as class president. I can give you 10 aura beads if you win. Starry Night's eyes lit up. Okay, thank you boss for the pearls. Wang Tang, yield. The referee shook his confused head. Alright, this match is a no-rules duel. Any weapon that can be carried can be used. Can we start? It's okay. Okay, the following duel begins. The referee gave the order. Wang Tang slowly pulled out a wolf tooth stick from some unknown place. He showed his teeth and grinned. Hey, kid, you don't carry anything. What are you going to fight me with? At this moment, the crowd on the stage was confused. Although it's an unrestricted match, there's no need for you to bring such a large wolfsbane stick silently. Brother Wang Tang. Starry Night gave him a look. Oh, that, and I brought a little bit of gear with me. Wang Tang said disdainfully, what can you put in this small pants pocket? A fruit knife? Ha ha. Unperturbed, Starry Night began to search. The crowd only saw him pull out a large black coffin directly from somewhere, without knowing where. Boo! The large black coffin landed on the ground, shaking up a wave of dust. The crowd froze. Crap! Where did he put the big black coffin? Then, he saw that Starry Night was not panicking and just pulled out a tricycle. Boo! Immediately after that, all sorts of things start appearing in the ring. Slabs, pans, manhole covers, baseball bats, chainsaws, trash cans, kingpins, pink hair dryers. Just as the corners of the crowd's mouths were twitching furiously, Starry Night took a dog straight off the third wheel. Wang Tang, Yet? What's with the dog? Starry Night scratched her head. And sister said no war pets allowed? Rhubarb, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The crowd was confused for half a day. It was finally a reprieve from the shock. The crowd of students gulped. Make a note in your little book that you can't mess with garbage men in the future. The group of groupies, on the other hand, woke up in a state of dismay. One is here to act. How does one even look the part? The prince of the king's family, with his boundless magic power, bearing at eyes, flies to the west, shouted out wrong, deduct money, beat the garbage man, go Wang Tang. With a loud cheer, Wang Tang slowed down. He glanced at the figure of Starry Night still digging around for something and lifted his breath. Humph. It's useless to pull out as many weapons as you can. Look at all the people on my side supporting me. He then pointed to the crowd of actors and classmates behind him. Mr. Wang is so handsome. Wang Tang is mighty, Zhang Debao shouted. The group show was now without Starry Night, leaving only Zhang Debao to shout the hardest. The crowd was full of black lines. This phoenix is also quite dedicated? Wang Tang, you've been penetrated by others. Don't pretend this wave. Look behind Starry Night again. Nothing indeed. Wang Tang laughed out loud. You don't care how I got the supporters. You just don't have them anyway. Just then, the dueling arena door was kicked open. A large group of old men swarmed in. Look, that's the god of the three wheels, the main god of our three-wheel sect. Everyone come and worship. I have had the honor of meeting the god of the three wheels in this life, and my career has been one of no regrets. The crowd of old men rushed in with banners, arrows, and gongs and drums. Go god of the three wheels, beat him to death. Many old men shouted in unison. The god of the three wheels, with unlimited magical power, stomped on the three wheels and flew to the west. Suddenly, an old man pointed to the three wheels on the stage. Crap, look at the stage. Is that the seat of the gods we worship day and night? Go-sanrin? Hurry up, take a picture of me with the third wheel. Starry Night, straight face. Just then, an old man in a flashy suit broke through the air. Believer Wang Fugue, pay respects to the coronation of the god of the three wheels, and wish the coronation to defeat the strong enemy. When Wang Tang took a look, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Crap, what's Grandpa doing here? Wang Fugue was also stunned. Alas, crikey, you little brat, you also dare to challenge the god of the three wheels. Wang Tang was going crazy. Where did this kid get so many supporters? And look at the old men on the stage. None of them are good. What a retired leader, labor union chairman, success master, healthcare expert, head of the mixed Tai Chi sect, and his own fucking grandfather. Each one is a dignified and honored player. He gritted his teeth. The rules of the dueling arena are protected by the supreme dueling laws, and no one can interfere with them. Starry Night, die. Watch my wolf tooth 7-star stick technique. Wang Tang wielded his wolf tooth rod and his entire body was filled with golden light as he charged towards Starry Night. Starry Night doesn't panic. A handful of white ash was ready in his hand. Brush. Wang Tang hurriedly closed his eyes and dodged the white ash attack. Ding. a metallic clash came. Wang Teng hurriedly opened his eyes, only to see a pan fall from his head. A slight jolting sensation came to his head. Starry Night, do you know what it means to have a body that Vajra won't? Ha ha. Although his brain was shaken a bit, this attack couldn't do too much damage to him yet. Wang Teng swung his wolf toothstick and continued to charge. Suddenly, dang! A large black coffin smashed onto Wang Teng, directly smashing him with a heel. Crap! Why the fuck do you use throws for everything? Starry Night scratched her head. I figured it was too much electricity to turn on the stereo, and it was more cost-effective to use the throw. The expressions of the crowd under the stage were stunned for a while. Why didn't this kid fight according to the routine? Wang Teng got up and held back the shaking of his internal organs. He stomped the ground hard with both legs, and with the wolf tooth stick in his hand raised above his head, he directly slammed towards Starry Night with a forceful chop. Starry Night doesn't panic. Decide it's you. Rhubarb. Ow, 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 ugh. I'll just jump on my own. Don't you grab me by the pigtails. It was only when Starry Night grabbed one of Rhubarb's pigtails in her hand and threw him into the air with a mighty heave. Ow, I bite. Ka-ching. Big Yellow directly bit on Wang Teng's golden right leg, and a sound of metal friction came from it. Woof, toothache. Wang Teng laughed out loud. Unconscionable. My adamantine leg is also something your dog's mouth can bite. Starry Night suffered death. He was full of smugness, and the wolfsbane in his hand was about to command. Suddenly, his expression twitched. Ugh, crikey, this dog doesn't talk about martial arts. Just now, Rhubarb bit King Kong's leg and was very angry. Suddenly eyes full of wisdom scanned Wang Teng's entire body to find a part that was not adamantine. So it was decided that he took a bite out of Wang Teng's third leg. Crap from its song AOC. Hashtag dollar at hashtag M. Wang Teng fell straight out of the sky, his hands covering the part of his body where he had only just undergone surgery. A burst of colors changed on his face. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. It was a long time before he slowed down and stared viciously at Starry Night. Starry Night scratched the back of his head. It's none of my business, Anon. It's all Rhubarb's fault. Rhubarb, you've gone too far. You'll be punished for not being allowed to eat shit at night. The crowd's mouths twitched. This kid is some kind of demon reincarnated, isn't he? Wang Teng got back to his feet. Lift the wolfsbane in your hand. I'll fucking kill you. Boom! A tricycle directly smashed Wang Teng to the ground. Wang Teng was on the verge of tears. Nima, can you not use smash on everything? He got up with difficulty and pushed the tricycle out of the way. Though he had adamantium, his skin was bony and hard and he didn't feel much. But you can't afford to have your internal organs smashed by this frame. Starry Night, I'll fucking fight you. Dang. The referee stands up slowly from Wang Teng. Crap, you don't have a fucking thing to hit with the referee? Starry Night scratched her head again, the back of her head going bald. Sorry, lost all the big stuff, couldn't help myself. The referee gave Starry Night a vicious glare and the duel continued. Wang Teng wobbled and stood up again. You kid, no big pieces now. Kill. Wang Teng charged across the room. Starry Night copied the slate on the floor, the hair dryer, and the trash can and smashed it frantically. A tinkling sound came from Wang Teng's body. Sparks flew in all directions. Now his whole body ached, almost all of it internal, and his internal organs churned and twisted. There's only one trauma, and it's the worst, between the legs, and it hurts like hell. He forced himself not to cry, and through hardships and thorns and suffering, he finally rushed to Starry Night. The wolf tooth stick in his hand was raised high, then slammed downward. I'll smash you. I concede. Cut. The match is over. Wang Teng wins. Running Thunder Hand Wen Tai Lai directly blocked between the two and announced the result. Wang Teng throws a jab that is caught by Wen Tai Lai. It was as if time had stood still. Wang Teng's mood at the moment was complicated. His brain was buzzing, and his little heart was dripping blood. Nima, I haven't even fought yet. Why the hell did you just admit defeat? I can't beat you. You're so good. Starry Night also gave a token round of applause. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hey, fellow stagehands, hurry up. Yell. The crowd then reacted from their dismay. Mr. Wang, so handsome. Mr. Wang won the fight. The crowd of groupies began to sell out, but how it looked, it was perfunctory. At this moment, Starry Night rushed off the stage and took the trophy and wreath from the head of the group. Groupie, you were talking about letting me play the fanflower delivery. While the group head was staggered, Starry Night had already rushed onto the stage with a brain. A trophy and wreath were shoved into Wang Teng's hands. Congratulations to Mr. Wang for winning the fight. Where's the applause? Everybody croak. Pop, 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 pop. The applause was loud and intense. The chants were as loud as a concert scene. The atmosphere of the scene had reached a climax at the moment. However, Everyone's faces were covered in black lines and contempt, especially the old man from that three-wheeled religion. All of them walked away with black faces. Don't dare to look, nah. Don't dare to look. Only then did Wang Tong slow down from his daze. Starry Night, are you fucking kidding me? Alas, brother Wang Tang cannot say so. You won the competition, purpose achieved. You can chase Ruhua. No. You can chase the school flower. Wang Tong froze. It seemed like that was the case. At once, the heart steel overshadowed the pain in his body. Starry Night saw him cheer up. Brother Wang Tang, look, you've won. Is it possible to add some chicken legs for the group actors? Wang Tang, I'm yet. Wang Tang tearfully asked the group actor to give the group another 500 each. Then he excitedly looked at the school flower. Mu Qian Shui, Shi Yuki, look, I won. Let's be together. I refuse. I don't like guys who have had surgery. Wang Tang, begging your lordships for a complimentary expression. God, why are you doing this to me? Time flies. 3 days went by in a flash. There are only 2 months left before the entrance exam. The special team's acceptance list was also released. In the classroom exclusive to the special training team, there were only 30 accepted students, the principal, and the captain of the special training team, Wu Jing. At that moment, Wu Jing was reading out the list. First place, Ruyan Lu, Culture, 716, Alien Energy, 93, Practical, 96, Level, Bronze 6 stars, with SS-level psychic abilities coupled with an absolutely illustrious family lineage, as well as excellent grades and ranks. Taking first place was a matter of course. Second place, Yi Chen, the crooked-mouthed schoolboy, along with the S-class vigorous miracle, deserved it. Third place, Kimichi Yuki, to the crowd's surprise, the milk alien dried right up to third. Fourth place, Luo, who's this? I haven't seen her in like half a month. Fifth place, Xiaolongxia, with a handful of S-ranked summon crayfish, he squeezed hard into fifth. Sixth place, Wang Tong. Seventh place, 8th place, 29th place, Zhang Debao? Everyone was confused for a moment. What? Why on earth would it be him? Zhang Debao. Then look at his grades. Culture, 618. Alien Energy, 16. Real World, 66. Level, Bronze 1 star. The corners of the crowd's mouths kept twitching all the time. How the hell can Zhang Debao have a Bronze 1 star? And how did this 618 score come about? Starry Night also sucked in a breath of cold air. Debao. How the hell did you score over 600 on the test? Zhang Debao scratched his head. I just don't know how to do anything, so I'm just blind. The crowd suddenly think of something. Is this the little lucky power of licking a dog? Mon, alright. I'm afraid this F grade is a bit low. 30th, Starry Night. Culture, 250. Alien Energy, 100. Practical, 88. Level, 5 stars of black iron. Another bottom feeder. But this time it's a special team's bottom feeder now. The captain of the special training team, Wu Jing, cleared his throat. Hello classmates, my name is Wu Jing. I'm the Grand Captain of the Alien Spirit Guards in Zhenghuai City. And this time I was invited by the school to lead your batch of special training team. His voice was rough and powerful and penetrating. My rules are the rules around here. Understand? Yes, everyone replied in unison. To the side, the principal nodded. Very pleased with the captain he had hired. It seems one has a good eye. Wu Kang continued his lecture. You're going to go through devil training for the next 2 months. If any of you can't go through it now, you can opt out. Those who remain must follow my orders unconditionally. The principal was more than satisfied. Worthy of the captain he had hired at great expense. Orders are forbidden and thunderous. This year's college entrance exam, the 3rd grade is bound to win. Just then, Wu Jing's words changed. Good. Now everyone fill out this shifter guard intern application. With that, Wu Jing pulled out a stack of application forms. The principal's mouth twitched. Stop. I'm still here. Why are you starting to dig? Wu Kang smiled in embarrassment. Ah, you haven't left yet, headmaster. So I'll dig in later. The principal's face darkened as he considered whether or not to give them a new special training captain. After thinking for a long time, the principal finally walked away with a sigh. Wu King repicked up his application form for all to hand out. Come on, all of you. Apply to join the Alien Spirit Guards for me. What? You don't want to? No, you'll want to. Meanwhile, the two of them, Starry Night and Zhang Debao, were sitting in the last row sleeping heavily. Wu Jing was handing out application forms one by one, when suddenly he saw the two sleeping with their snotty bags out. Don't sleep, Wu Jing exclaimed. The two were sleeping soundly when they suddenly woke up with a start. Ah, it's an earthquake. Debao, run. Go. The two quickly got up and in a blink of an eye had run out of the classroom. Wu Jing was confused. What the hell were these two? He flew out of the classroom after him. Moments later, Wu Jing carried the two back like two chicks. Sit the fuck down. Wu Jing's face was dark and very menacing. Wang Tang was laughing like crazy at this point. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. The captain is about to fire them both. However, at this moment, Zhang Debao looked at Wu Jing. Uncle Wu, slow down. It hurts too much. Wu Jing froze, then carefully observed Zhang Debao with some dismay in his eyes. You've seen me before? Of course. 3 years ago you weren't even a brigadier general, and you went to my father with two wazi, or I opened the door for you. Wu Jing's face changed drastically, and he blocked Zhang Debao's mouth. Your dad is my father. Zhang hiss. Wu King sucked in a breath of cool air. It then changed to a different smile. Alas. So it's Mr. Zhang. How has your father been doing lately? My father received word the day before yesterday that he can no longer be the governor of the Shifter Spirit Guards in Nanjiang province. Wu Jing's smiling face instantly turned black. Then why don't you give me? Zhang Debao continued. My father has been promoted to vice marshal of the Chinese alien spirit guards. Wu King instantly turned from black to red. Don't give me a good rest yet. Come, Uncle Wu will organize your desk. Then Wu Jing looked back at Wang Tang. You're the kid who just said you're going to fire Mr. Zhang? Wang Tang, I'm yet? Time is passing and everyone in the classroom is listening carefully. The special training teams are primarily for the war college entrance exams. It's not very important for cultural subjects, so you guys can just review them casually. So, the first lesson of the special training team is special training. Wu Jing was explaining tirelessly. The crowd was dumbfounded. Captain, what are you doing here? Wu King coughed softly. Students, today, we will conduct the first special training mission of the special training team. Makeup infiltration. The crowd was interested. Makeup infiltration fun only in the movie novel plot. Woody waved his hand. Go, get in the car. The bus was filled with anticipation. Captain, where are we going? Wu Jing smiled and said, the place we're going to later is rather special, so we'll go to the Altered Spirit Bureau to change into our team uniforms first. A cheer came from the crowd. Great, change your uniform. The bus traveled to the Bureau of Alien Spirituality. The crowd got out of the car, each of them changing into a set of ordinary clothes that couldn't be any more ordinary. It's just a pair of sneakers, a pair of jeans, and a white t-shirt with different designs painted on it. Captain, these clothes are too worn out. Wang Tang disliked it. That's it. It's not pretty at all. Only Starry Night laughed and danced with joy. The crowd was full of black lines. Wu Jing said, students were doing makeup infiltration training this time, so wear something ordinary. Everyone instantly understood, and at the same time became more excited about this special training. By the way, everyone call home and say that you're going to be doing special training for the next month and won't be going home. Then hand in all your cell phones for unified storage. The crowd wondered, but followed suit. Hey, Mom, I'm not coming home from a month of special training. Hey Dad. The crowd finished saying goodbye to their families, turned in their respective cell phones. Only something seems to be going wrong here at Starry Night. Wu King said, Starry Night, why haven't you handed over your cell phone yet? Right away. Starry Night's cell phone was loud enough for everyone to hear. Only a menacing voice could be heard on the other end of the line. Hey, kid, you're limited to handing over $500,000 in 3 days, or I'll kill your sister. Star Zero's cheeky voice was still faintly heard in the middle of the phones. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Crap, Starry Night's sister was kidnapped? Starry Night, however, was unperturbed and spoke into the phone. Oh, you should kill. No need to leave your body intact. After that, he hung up on himself. The crowd was confused. Is that your real sister? Starry Night hung up the phone and watched the crowd stare at him. Wu Jing said angrily, don't panic, Starry Night. I'll immediately send someone to save your sister. No, it's just as well that there's no one out to cook for Star Zero, so she can eat out for a few meals. The crowd was speechless. Next, after the crowd handed over their cell phones and money, the bus started slowly again, toward the unknown region. Set out. The bus was speeding down the highway. The crowd waited with anticipation for the set. Wu Jing gave everyone a bracelet. This bracelet can locate your position, and besides looking at the time, it also has a one-button call for help function. So if you encounter something you can't solve, press the call for help function. He wasn't finished. Doh! Emergency call. The bus rattled. Wu King blackened his face and ran to Starry Night. I'm just fucking saying, you're not pressing anything. Starry Night commiserated. I've encountered a problem I can't solve. What's the problem? I'm hungry. Wu Jing, #attention everyone. From now on emergency calls can only be pressed once, and when they are pressed, it means you lose your qualification for the special training team. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The school has invested a lot of resources in this special team. 20 aura beads alone every month. One could not afford to lose them. Students, next I will place you in a city within the Abyssal Gate, and your task will be to survive for 30 days inside and complete special tasks. The crowd was full of confusion. Does this have anything to do with us getting into the war college? Of course there is. When you guys took the entrance exam, you also had to complete the practical exam in the Abyssal Gate. This time you guys are considered to be an early mock high school entrance exam. If it wasn't for my status as the Grand Captain of the Alien Spirit Guards, you guys definitely wouldn't have had this opportunity. The crowd lit up and gave this captain a thumbs up. Great! I've never been in the Abyssal Gate before. Let's kind of have the most realistic simulation this time. The crowd laughed and laughed their way forward. Only Starry Night was worried along the way. Dabo, why do I get the feeling it's a pit? It's okay, my dad is now promoted. When I graduate I'll let him arrange a neighborhood for me to be a security guard. Starry Night or we'll be together. Starry Night's mouth twitched. Dabo, your ideals are really great and on. Time passed by. The crowd began to drift off to sleep. Just then, a sudden burst of darkness came from the bus. Immediately afterward, the crowd felt a wave of vertigo. All passed out. In the shadows, a woman in a leather jacket and pants slowly appeared. A hot body was outlined and shapely. A pair of long legs crossed. Captain, I used my powers to mesmerize them all. Wu Kang hemmed and hawed. Luoshin, well done. Spread them out and open them up later. Definitely don't let them group up quickly. The leather-clad beauty, Loxin, froze for a moment. Grand Captain, would this be too dangerous? It's been a long time since this type of assessment has been used. Wu Jing lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. It can't be helped. There's a cataclysm coming and the best must be chosen. Inform all the dark guards that they must be protected in the shadows. Lorson didn't say anything, and silence began to fall in the car. Suddenly her belly swelled and a gas was leaving her body. A small pouch bulged slightly over the leather pants. Wu Jing, oh, I told you not to wear leather pants from now on. Lauren Abyss. Once mankind had gained a foothold in the cataclysm, they began exploring the abyss. The interior of the abyss is actually another small continent. Once humans explored the abyss, small supply depots were set up at the front end of the abyss to provide supplies and rest for adventurers. And as the adventure into the abyss continues, supply depots also grew and grew, gradually forming a city. And this time the Lauren Abyss is a primary abyss. A dozen or so cities, large and small, had formed on the border between Blue Star and Lauren, and Starry Night and the others were dispersed among these dozen cities. A breeze blew through. Starry Night woke up slowly. He looked around and realized he was in a strange city. The sky of the city was a light pink color, and it was clear that he was no longer in Blue Star. At this point, the bracelet begins to vibrate. A line appeared on it. Mission 1. Survive 30 days in the city of Lauren Abyss. Mission 2. Mission 3. Starry Night didn't even look at it straight away. Mud. Sure enough, I've been punked. I can't believe they were told to hand over their cell phones and live without a dime for 30 days. And it's within one of these more chaotic abyssal cities. Suddenly a voice appeared in his head. System mission to build a mechanical weapon and mass produce it for market. Quest reward. Artifact Gatling armor modification drawing. Crap. System, you remembered to release the mission. I waited for you. Cucumber vegetables are cold. Host, this mission is quite difficult. Are you sure you want to accept it? It's not as simple as just having hands and accepting it. After accepting the system quest, Starry Night began to think about the current situation. Strange circumstances. Sense not available. You can't even afford to live and have to build a mechanical weapon in 30 days. Looks like it's time to get your brain back. As the saying goes, God can't starve a craftsman. I can craft. I'm afraid of no one. Open the whole thing. Meanwhile, all the students of the special training team woke up from various different cities, all with a black question mark on their face. Finished, pawned. But this group is no ordinary people. They are the cream of the crop. From a young age, he has received all kinds of excellent education. What go? Piano, Latin dance, calligraphy, painting and bungee cha-cha. Everyone is groomed from an early age. But, it seems like they just never learned how to survive in society. In a luxurious office, Wu Jing was drinking a large bottle of black tea and getting high on a small melon. He smiled and said to himself, "Little ones, how are you going to get out of trouble these 30 days? A beautiful woman in a leather jacket and pants walked in. Captain, everything has been arranged. Our men will be taking footage at all times and transmitting it back to headquarters. Well done. It's up to this time to elect the person who will lead humanity through the disaster." Wu Jing stretched and sat up from his chair. "Go on. Increase the manpower and give the little guys some villainous NPCs. By the way, how come this kid Woody hasn't been discharged from the hospital yet?" Zhenhuai 3rd Middle School. Special Training Team. The principal came this way with glee. Let's see how the little guys are training. Although Wu Jing is always trying to poach on me, he's still a reliable person. Individual ability is also not to mention. I believe that they can be under the leadership of Captain Wu can certainly improve by leaps and bounds, right? Squeak and twist. The door to the special training team was thrown open. Kind regards from the principal. The students worked hard. In the next second, he was directly confused. The classroom was empty. Not a soul in sight. Principal, where are the people? Where are my fucking seedlings? Wu Jing, I'm not done with you. Lauren Abyss, Goblin City. Starry Night wandered aimlessly down the street on his 3 wheels. He's hungry. The dog package Wu Jing did not even let him eat lunch, and just threw him out on the street. It was just as well, though, that the abyssal cities had a separate legal system, so you could get yourself some money to spend. After all, we are craftsmen, and we have to rely on our craft when it counts. What? Picking up trash? That's not our craft. Our craft is a mounted arm. As a second-generation heir to the arm-mounting world, Starry Night's arm-mounting craftsmanship was also quite superior. The arm-loading talent is also inherited from his dad. Once casually welded a robotic arm with a few strips of steel, it could be sold as a military obsolete version to the peddler Wang Juinjia. That counterfeiting is a masterpiece. Let's go to the arm-loading Forsun store first. Starry Night stomped his 3 wheels and wandered over to the biggest Forsun store in Goblin City. The exhibition hall was full of a wide variety of mechanical prosthetics and mechanical armor. There are even high-end products like full-body battle armor. As an abyssal city, there are too many adventurers here who need equipment. And, every day, adventurers are injured and lose limbs. Then the prosthesis needs to be replaced in a timely manner, or by external equipment such as robotic armor. When killing monsters, put it directly on your arm, and when not killing monsters, remove it and store it. Good and safe. Starry Night walked slowly into the store. A group of beautiful sales ladies were explaining the products to various customers. Beauty, our arm is equipped with Grantham stereo, full arm ambient lighting, and a big 3-pronged logo to make you look good. Sir, on our side, we can offer a discount of 30,000, and also give you 2 years of free maintenance. Just then, a young lady in high-vis walked towards Starry Night. Can I help you? Sir, I'm hungry. Get me something to eat. Miss Omega? Another one who came to the Forsun store to rub it in? Sir, we have free snacks here. Let me get you some. A little isn't enough. Take more. Never mind. I'll go straight over there with you and eat. The sales lady was full of black lines. You could at least pretend to look at the equipment. Is it really a good idea to dabble in food and drink so nakedly? Still, professionalism kept the salesgirl smiling awkwardly. Soon, Starry Night followed the sales lady to the cabinet backstage where the small snacks were stored. You've had your fill, so leave quickly and don't delay our business. Starry Night wolfed it down while looking at the sales lady. You're kind of the most polite one of the many snobs. That's all. Miss Omega? Just then, an argument came from the R&D shop off to the side. Mr. Wang, our newly developed Baodonkey 230 armored drive shaft always has a strange noise. All the engineers can't solve it. What should we do? Bunch of losers. I've raised so many of you and you can't solve a simple problem. Workshop. On a pedestal, a robotic armored gauntlet is set up. A group of owners and engineers are trying to figure out how to fix the problem. Mr. Wang, it really can't be solved unless the whole thing is redesigned. And that will take at least 3 more months. What? 3 months? The launch is going to start tomorrow. And you're telling me 3 months? Do you know how much money we're going to lose? A group of engineers bowed their heads and said there was nothing they could do. Mr. Wang was still grumpy. What do you think I'm doing raising a bunch of losers like you? It's better to raise a dog. The chief engineer was not happy to hear that. I say, Mr. Wang, this problem is that the material is not strong enough. We can't be blamed. If someone can fix it, I'll eat shit. The crowd is still arguing. Starry Night had walked into the workshop eating a small cookie. Picking up the armor that was sitting on the counter, he began to watch it over and over again. The crowd couldn't help but stare slightly when they saw an unfamiliar face enter. Who's this? Don't recognize it. Probably the new repairman. Starry Night saw the crowd looking at him and looked up to give them a small smile. By the way, he pulled a couple packages of cookies out of his pocket and handed them to everyone. Here, have a cookie. The crowd took the cookies and began to eat them. Kaching. It tastes pretty good. Wait, who the fuck are you? Just then the sales sister came running in. I'm sorry Mr. Wang, I didn't watch the customer and let him into the workshop. Mr. Wang froze and his anger grew. You're fucking. Before the sentence was finished, his entire body was flaxen and frozen. All that was seen was Starry Night breaking off a wire from somewhere, stabbing back and forth at the mechanical armor. Every incredibly precise connection was opened by a random stab of wire. The crowd was stunned. Crap! He was able to complete the dismantling without using any specialized tools, just a wire. And it's so skillful that even the mechanical locks we set up can be opened with a single poke? Nima! What the hell is this kid's deal? Starry Night's maneuvers flipped and moved extremely fast, with all sorts of disassembly techniques that even these engineers had never seen before. It's like a casual pat on the thigh. Then those legs spread themselves. In less than a minute, the mechanical armor with several thousand parts had already been dismantled and scattered by Starry Night. All the crowd could see was Starry Night quickly hooking the wire into a loop and attaching it to a random part. With another flurry of hands, the mechanical gauntlet was put back on as it was. Crap! How long has this kid been single and how come his hands are so fast? How often is being single something to think about now? Of course it is. I want to marry my daughter to him. Only hundreds of parts were left on the table after Starry Night finished loading the armored armor. The crowd was finally relieved. Turns out it was just skillful maneuvering, not understanding of the principles. That's right. After all, this is our newest model. It took 2 years to design. After Starry Night finished loading her arms, she pulled out a handful of small cookies and began to eat them. Sorry, it's been a while since I've done my old job and my technique is a little rusty. Crowd, Naya, you call that maneuver rusty? At that moment, Mr. Wang picked up that armor and put it on his arm. Prepare to say that Starry Night screwed up the armor and then make him stay here and work to pay it off. He tapped the start button. Little brother, look at this armor by you. Crap. All the crowd could see was that the armor finished activating in an instant. And it runs silky smooth. Rattling, problem solved. Best of all, there are hundreds of parts missing, with no impact on function or power. And it's lighter and more convenient. Mr. Wang stared dead at Starry Night who was eating a cookie. A golden light like Chow Thief's love of talent emerged from his eyes. Quick, notify the back kitchen and fry a few dishes for like brothers. No, let's go down to the restaurant today. The chief engineer was also relieved. The problem was solved and all were happy. Let's go. Down to the restaurant. We're hungry too. Didn't you just say someone solved the problem and you ate shit? Chief engineer, crap. Time flies. 3 days passed in a flash. Wu Jing lay down on the office's huge sofa in a kudzu position and couldn't help but stretch out. Come on, let's see how the little ones are doing. He got up and went to the office area. Numerous clerical staff of the alien spirit guards sat in front of their computers constantly processing things. The work is well organized. A huge screen showed each student. That's when a familiar figure was sitting in front of the big screen. Yo, principal, what are you doing here? You fucking abducted all my good students and I can't come and visit. Wu Jing's old face blushed, then changed the topic. Lo Hin Ah, show the principal the dynamics of each little one. Yes, the leather-clad, leather-panted beauty taps the screen in the air. An image was zoomed in on one of the rows of surveillance images that spread across the screen. The goddess Rian Lu sat motionless in the waiting room of a station. Its noble temperament attracted many people around. Hey, whose girl is this? So pretty? She's been sitting here for 3 days and 3 nights and hasn't moved at all. Crap. Hi man. Wu Jing in front of the screen was filled with black lines. She doesn't want to just sit there for 30 days. Does she? I don't think so. According to the people on the scene, she's already hungry. Should we throw in some food? Wait and see. Next, the scene shifts. Yi Chen was released, only to see a harbor on which Yi Chen was carrying 10 bags of sacks, constantly shuttling. The sweaty head and gradually fading figure signaled that he had suffered a lot in the past few days. That's when a fat guy came over. Here's your pay. How come it's only $20? Man, that's the going rate for labor right now. Ask around. I'm at the top of my game here. Yi Chen was just about to get angry when he saw a forklift forked with dozens of sacks easily passing by him. The fat man comforted. Little brother, your strength is great, but it can't be compared to an instrument, can it? The fat man then smiled lewdly. I see that you are a talented person. You can be introduced to work in the foot washing city. I know the boss's wife there, and nowadays the big bosses like exciting. He. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing this, the principal's entire face darkened. Nima, Yi Chen won't open the door to the new world and take this on the road of no return. The principal's little heart was breaking. I'm a good power department heavenly pride, and you're fixing me up to sell chrysanthemum tea? Wu Jing's old face flushed. Principal, young people need more friction. No, grinding. The principal strained his face. His eyes glazed over. Next, the scene shifts. Mu Qianxue sat in an upscale restaurant, elegantly eating a steak. Seeing this, the principal's face eased slightly. It seems that you still have a mix of students. However, the next second, Mu Qianxue shouted, someone has escaped the order. Quickly chase after them. A group of staff members hooted and hollered as they rushed out the door. Mu Qianxue elegantly picked up a packet of napkins and gracefully walked to the dining room. Off screen, the crowd was full of black lines. MS. Wood. It's really elegant, never goes out of style and on. Next, just a big blonde bald guy was wolfing down noodles. The crowd wondered, how did Wang Teng go bald? It soon became clear to the crowd. After eating the noodles, Wang Teng searched carefully from the top of his head, which was already too bald to go any further, and then pulled down 2 blonde hairs. Boss, check out. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Nima, will the hair betray the flesh after pulling it out? At the moment, the principal was holding Wu Jing's neck in a death grip and was still shaking it. You fucking returned, my good student. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Next, the principal practically yelled. The scene quickly switches over. The crowd was full of confusion. How come there's nothing? She is Lu Hua. Passive ability invisibility. And may I ask how our staff shoots? The staff couldn't find her either and set up a camera in a random place. Next, in the huge aquatic market, Xiao Longxia was setting up a stall in the field. Crayfish, crayfish, freshly caught crayfish, tasty, not expensive, clean and hygienic. Ah, brother Meng. The corners of the crowd's mouths straightened. Nima, when it matters, it's still a waste of supernatural power like summoning crayfish. Wu Jing suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes. Headmaster, let's give this student to our shifter guard. The principal's face was full of caution. Why? Spicy crawfish is my favorite. No. Next, the surveillance footage continued to show the students in tragic situations. Where could this group of pampered good students fit into this life? Either you're begging for food on the street, or you're selling your art. Either barely alive with their powers. No one cares about other tasks at all. The principal's little heart kept enduring blows. Wu Jing's face changed wildly. Finally came the 29th place. Zhang Debao. What's he doing? The principal said. In the picture, Zhang Debao is wearing a black uniform, carrying 5 big stars on his shoulder and a big stick in his hand, was cursing wildly at a delivery man. Sigma, asterisk asterisk, the hell. This neighborhood does not allow takeout into you do not know. Ah. Get out, get out. Crowd, Naya. It's really a security guard. Principal, tired, destroy. One more to go and you're not looking? The principal shook his head. That Starry Night kid. He must be picking up trash. The crowd agreed with this point of view without comment. That kid must have muddled through for 30 days by virtue of picking up trash, having no money, and not starving. Gone. The principal got up and left his seat, heading outside the office area. Wait, what's that kid doing? Lorson looked at the monitor screen in surprise, and couldn't help but bulge a small bag on his leather pants. The principal looked back and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Image. Starry Night lay comfortably on the couch, shaking half a coke from a tall glass. Use some force. Haven't eaten. Hiss, ah, yum. Everyone in front of the screen was flaxenly frozen, only to see Starry Night surrounded by several beautiful women serving him at the same time, some squeezing his shoulders, some rubbing his legs and feet. Starry Night opened her mouth. A grape was brought into his mouth. Then Starry Night ducked her head, and a beautiful woman was ready to catch the skin of the grape Starry Night spit out. Suddenly Starry Night's neck twitched slightly and she swallowed the grape skins. He picks up his coke and raises his glass in poetry. A porridge and a meal should be thought of as hard one. And a black silk companion should always remember that energy is difficult. The crowd in front of the monitor is dumbfounded. He's fucking good at it. Aang? On the sofa to the side, several big boss-like people were lined up, enjoying the services of beautiful women. This time, the mechanical armor was able to be so successful thanks to little brother Starry Night's handiwork. Come on. Fuck one. The crowd raised their glasses and drank. One of the big bosses raised his glass to Starry Night. Little brother has such high attainments in mechanical engineering. Why don't you come to our company as the chief mechanic? Starry Night shook the coke in her hand. I haven't graduated from high school yet, so let's wait a couple of years. There was a moment of consternation on the part of the bosses. What? You haven't even graduated from high school yet and you were able to assemble such a strong mechanical weapon? Where did you learn that? Starry Night took a bite of the watermelon and swallowed the seeds. I run a junkyard, and when I have nothing else to do, I just piece together the broken brass I find and sell it to dealers as mechanical weapons. The crowd's mouths twitched, feeling like you damn well started out as a crooked businessman. Fellow traveler. In front of the screen, the principal was very puzzled. Since when did this Starry Night kid have this kind of craft? Wu Jing looked at Starry Night and suddenly realized a problem. Luo Xin, find out the identity of this kid. Luo Xian's green onion jade fingers kept nodding in the air. Starry Night's identity information was quickly passed on. Wu King sucked in a breath of cool air. Only the father's column reads, Ding Hao, 42. Former chief mechanic of Sun Moon Technology Corporation, currently serving in River Samuel Prison. It was possible that others were still unaware of the gold content of this chief mechanic of sun and moon technology. Characters like Wu Jing and the principal are known to be able to be the chief manufacturer of sun-moon technology. That level of mechanical manufacturing should at least be ranked in the top 3 in the world. Moreover, they had heard of the great name of Xing Hao, the godlike mechanic whose golden light once stood at the center of the world stage. Crap chow you fuck. The crowd gave a foul mouth. Wu Jing and the principal looked at each other at the same time and spoke almost simultaneously. Give it to me. No. And on Starry Night's side, after a pleasant meal and drink, Starry Night got the cut of this one. $30,000. That's right. Only $30,000. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes, so don't play chatty with anyone. Starry Night helped them improve the mechanical armor though, making this time the profit tens of millions. But these old foxes didn't pull in Starry Night to join the gang, so of course they had to pull all kinds of strings to reduce the dividends. Soon, the crowd was leaving the large private room. Into a small room, Starry Night lay alone on the couch, staring at the ceiling. $30,000. That's enough to make me big. Tomorrow, let's start with the stall. Bosses, don't blame me for stealing your business. The sun is shining today and today is cloudy to clear. Starry Night hummed a little tune as she rode her tricycle to the black market in Goblin City. The 8 rings, not a bad heart. The 8 rings, silly and cute. Fat head duo. The black market here is not as big as Jianghua City though, but it's the black market in Abyssal City that is more like a black market. There are very few stalls selling household goods here. In its place were all sorts of fey materials, equipment and supplies. Freshly fought fey material, still dripping with blood, sold cheaply. Goblin barbecue, aphrodisiacs, don't pay if you don't. The latest version of the Bao Donkey 230 armor, 5 points more than the official discount, but also send for major maintenance. The arm and people can be maintained. Starry Night walked slowly down the street, constantly looking around as if searching for something. Just this one. In front of his eyes, a stall of mechanical equipment with a dismal business appeared. The owner of the stall had a big outwardly turned nose, was dark and strong, and looked like a chimpanzee. Boss, how much do these cost to pack? Lu Neng's eyes lit up. Is today a lucky day? I actually met a big client. He, Lu Neng, hadn't opened for 7 or 8 days, and his family could barely make ends meet. There are 35 pieces of equipment here, totaling 250,000. Okay, boss, Starry Night said, turning her head away. Lu Neng was anxious. It was not easy to come to the customer. How can you easily let him go? Ugh, don't go. The price is negotiable. How much do you want to pay? Starry Night turned her head slowly. 20 it is. That's not enough even for the cost. You can add more. Just 20. Not a cent more, Starry Night said with a strong attitude. The corner of Lu Neng's mouth twitched. You can make a few $1,000s for 200,000. And with the recent difficulties at home, a few thousand is a few thousand. Deal. After saying that, Lu Neng began to pack the equipment. Boss, there's no need to pack. Starry Night hurriedly stopped it. Lu Neng froze. How are you going to take it with you if you don't pack it? Only to see Starry Night pull a bunch of money out of her pocket and start counting. At this time, Lu Neng also secretly followed Starry Night to count the money, afraid of counting the wrong one. 1, 2, 3, 45, 88, 99, 100. Starry Night finished counting the money and pulled a 20 from the end of the pile and dropped it on the stand. Here's 20 for you. Go away and give me the booth. Lu Neng was all confused. You want to buy me such a big pile of stuff for $20? Starry Night glanced at Lu Neng with sincerity in her eyes. Of course, I cut the price on merit. Lu Neng, no, 196,000 minimum. That's already my cost price. Boss, you're a dishonest person. Lu Neng is going crazy. What kind of sin did he create? Needing this kind of big trouble. I'm not for sale. Go away. Don't boss. I'm just kidding. Like this. I don't have that much money with me right now. I'll give you a deposit of $30,000 first, and after 3 hours, I'll settle the final payment for you, okay? Once Lu Neng heard this, he put his heart down. That's more like it. Boss, there's one more little favor I need you to do for me later. Starry Night offered again. Okay, it's bad luck to meet a client like you. Then, Lu Neng saw Starry Night sit down in front of her stall and start hawking, selling equipment, a total of 35 pieces, packaged for only 300,000. Super value. There's also a great program, a song and dance show. The corners of Lu Neng's mouth twitched furiously. What about my empty-handedness? Starry Night's voice was extremely loud and soon attracted some customers over. The crowd grew and soon surrounded the stall. Ugh, boss, how do you sell this equipment? A young adventurer asked. The adventurer lady on the side hurriedly interrupted him. Zhang Qian, why are you still buying equipment? We're done with what we need. Surely, this owner looks conscientious at first glance, and he even gives away saved programs. The goods he sells must be very good. Starry Night gave them a look. This student, I see that you are a good-looking man with an extraordinary instrument, wouldn't be the heir of some big family. Zhang Qian was a bit lost for words after being praised so much by Starry Night. No, I'm just a little bit better looking. Don't be modest. Young Zhang, come and take a look at this customized Daboojin brand mechanical boxing gloves for you. Daboojin brand? Why haven't I heard of it? It's not a miscellaneous brand, is it? Seeing Zhang Qian's doubt, Starry Night hurriedly took out a pair of mechanical gloves from the ground pile. Only the mechanical gloves were rusty, like two big lumps of iron. The crowd was staggered at the sight. I said, why is he selling it so cheap? Emotionally it's rags. Ugh. Go. Starry Night saw the crowd about to leave and rushed to stop them. Everyone don't go. Our mechanical boxing gloves are 100 years old craftsmanship. Now they are lost. This upper side of the batter that is the traces of history. Besides, we're selling this as a bundle. And there's a save-the-date program of singing and dancing later. Zhang Qian blackened his face and looked at the boxing gloves in front of him. It looks like two lumps of iron any way you look at it. Starry Night saw Young Qian's hesitation and remodeled the gloves on the spot. He was seen flipping his hands, and in no time his fists were dismantled and reorganized. The crowd looked confused. The gloves are good, don't use them without knowing it. This boss is really fast with his handiwork. Starry Night took the freshly modified gloves and put them directly on Zhang Qian's hands. Brother, I've added a new set of punches for you, called the Super Dabu sort of piston movement fist. Try it. Zhang Qian's finger powered up slightly. His right hand then bobbed up and down frantically. The speed was so fast that it cut out a trail of residual shadows in the air. Ugh, crikey, that piston punch can be fast and furious enough. Zhang Qian's eyes glittered and his heart was even happier. Shirley on the sidelines was full of black lines. Hey, young Mei, don't buy everything. Starry Night glanced at Sherry with a plan in mind. This beautiful woman. You look so shy. You must be a big lady of some group. Don't give me that shit. I'm not a fool like Zhang Qian. Starry Night didn't reply, instead looking for something from the stall. This mechanical telescoping rod? Forget it. This goddess pistol must suit you well. The crowd looked at the black, broken gun with contempt in their eyes. I've got 10,000 of these crap guns, Sherry said. This isn't just any pistol. It's a goddess exclusive pistol. The crowd was full of black question marks. Starry Night then played with the transformation once again as the crowd watched. A few moments later, the broken pistol was colored a cute pink with a strawberry bear sticker on it. There's a camera on the very back side. Starry Night repicked up the goddess pistol and shoved it into Sherry's hand. At this moment, Lu Nang on the side had already looked dumbfounded. You just changed the color, put a cartoon sticker on it, and it fucking sells? And Shirley took the revamped pistol, and little gorillas started popping out of her eyes. So cute. Starry Night struck while the iron was hot. Not only is it cute, but the camera on the back records a great selfie every time you fire a gun. And it comes with a level 10p picture beauty feature. Shirley heard this and the tiger shook. Isn't this the gun of her dreams? Boss, I want. How much? It's only $20,000, and it's a limited edition of the Bar family. It's cheap. Shirley poked Youngmei next to her. Pay up. In the end, Zhang Qian tearfully gave Starry Night $30,000, bought away a pair of rusty gloves and a broken pistol. Lu Nang on the side looked even more confused. Own stall on these two belong to the cheapest, combined up to sell 8,000. He casually drummed. Directly dry 30,000. Wizards. The crowd of eaters also looked confused. This stall holder is a talent. Why don't we get two of those too? Next, the crowd realized what Starry Night was truly capable of. What sells the cripple a pair of rocket iron shoes? Sell the blind man a pair of see-through glasses. Sell a big old man a flying white dragon maternity bra and so on. So close to field sawing the good guy's legs and installing a 1.5T plus 48-volt light hybrid one wheelchair. In less than 2 hours, the floor stand was completely sold out. The total price was over $500,000, giving Lu Nang on the sidelines a gluttonous drool. Nima, I can't even earn 10,000 even if I've been busy for most of the month stocking up and pitting people. Your boy is less than half a day away from doing over $300,000 straight up. Starry Night looked at Lu Nang. There's a part of you in that, too. Starry Night took out 170,000 and gave it to Lu Nang, then started counting from the remaining 300,000 or so. After half a day of counting, he pulled out 100 from the end and handed it to Lu Nang. You don't work for nothing. I'll give you a 20 tip and find 80 for me. The corner of Lu Nang's mouth twitched. Forget it, I don't want it. The crowd gathered around the booth and then stared at the two of them, just not leaving. Lu Nang was surprised. Everyone? Things are sold out. Why don't people go? We're waiting to see the Save the Date program. The song and dance show. Oh, Starry Night looked at Lu Nang. Boss, remember when you promised to do me a little favor? Lu Nang's face changed. A not-so-good feeling surging from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Immediately afterward, Starry Night shouted, "Okay, here's a song and dance by Boss Lu Nang, Tarzan of the Apes next door." Crowd, pitiful. After closing the stall, Lu Nang brought Starry Night to a small restaurant for dinner. At this moment, Lu Nang's face was full of flattery, almost writing "I wanna hang out with you" on his face. "Brother Knight, feel free to order whatever you want to eat. My treat." Lu Nang waved his hand. Starry Night wasn't shy about picking up the menu and clicking her fingers on it. This rice-covered rice, tomatoes sautéed with tomatoes, and potatoes stewed with potatoes. "Brother Knight, you don't have to save me money," Lu Nang said. Then, only Starry Night was heard to speak. "I don't want any of these I just ordered. Serve everything else once. Not enough to order more." Starry Night tossed the menu directly to the waiter. Lu Nang, what did you just say?" "Just pretend I didn't say anything," Lu Nang said with a black face. Soon, all kinds of chicken, duck, fish and meat all came up. Lu Nang looked at these delicacies and his heart kept dripping blood. He has only earned a few thousand. This meal is not dry half of him down. And by now, the Starry Night in front of him had begun to wolf down as much food as he had ever seen. Click, click, cackle, lol, suck it, gollum, OMG. That smells good. Lu Nang looked confused. We were born without eating? Watching Starry Night wolf down her food, Lu Nang was unable to eat a single bite. He asked Starry Night cautiously, "Brother Knight, is there any path to riches lately? Take me with you." Starry Night was furiously flaunting a large elbow when she heard Lu Nang speak and looked up at him. "Then tear off a chicken leg and stab the elbow down in your mouth as hard as you can. I'm going to do something big. You call a few more people." Lu Nang's eyes sprang up at the sound of the gorillas. "Great. I happen to have a couple of brothers who haven't been doing so well lately. I'll call them." Immediately afterward, Lu Nang made a few phone calls over. 7 or 8 outfitters have come to the hotel. The crowd stared blankly at Lu Nang, and Starry Night, who was flaunting his rice furiously, full of dismay and at a loss for words. "Brother Nang, what did you call us for?" a fat man asked. Lu Nang didn't answer him, but asked the past in return. "Fatty, how's business these days?" "Alas, don't mention it. Recently a new Bao Donkey 230 came out of the Four Sons store and stole all our business." The others followed suit. That's it. They are big brands. They are guaranteed. How can we small traders do better than them? And they're selling it cheap this time. A treasured donkey armor is only over 200,000. I'm tempted to buy it. The crowd was spouting off about how bad business was. Everyone is too rolled up. Old price wars, etc. At this time, Lu Nang saw that the atmosphere was almost baked, and began to talk about the main event. "Come on. I'll introduce you to the big guy. I'm sure you've all heard today that I sold out of my lot all afternoon." The crowd nodded, a look of anticipation in their eyes. Then Lu Nang proudly pointed at Starry Night. "All thanks to this. The crowd is full of questions?" Lu Nang looked in the direction of his finger and instantly his face darkened, only to see that Starry Night was choking and was frantically slapping her chest. He copied another chicken leg and stabbed it hard into his throat, his face easing. Starry Night was a little embarrassed to see the crowd watching her binge eating. "Guys, eat together." The crowd just wanted to move their chopsticks. "Ah, cut." Starry Night gave a direct sneeze and spiced up a table of food. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched as they put down their chopsticks. "May I ask who this crouching dragon-like kind brother is?" Lu Nang smiled awkwardly. "It was Knight who sold all my goods in one afternoon, and for over $500,000. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Nang's bit of crap they certainly know. Half a month cannot fool out a piece. This wunderkind actually sold it all in one afternoon. With a super markup, just how much of a Luddite can he be? Starry Night gave them a look and solemnly finished the last bite of her chicken leg. "Gentlemen, I have a $200 million project to talk to you about." The people's faces stiffened and they hastily shook their heads. No, it's better to talk to no. Let's go." Lu Nang saw that the crowd was about to leave and hurriedly pulled them back. "It's 200 million Chinese dollars. You guys are overthinking it." The crowd was surprised when they heard it was 200 million Chinese dollars. "But pull back. We can't get out $1 million even if we sold all our brothers. And 200 million. Starry Night laughed and downed a large bucket of Fat House Happy Water. "If this one goes through, it's definitely $200 million. The crowd was very unconvinced, but still willing to listen to Starry Night brag. After all, What man doesn't blow a few $100 million over dinner? Starry Night quickly ate a braised lion's head. Gentlemen, have you ever heard of the organization 2-bar? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Is that the mysterious organization known as the Legends of the Assembled World? The Junkie 2-bar? That's right. According to legend, this organization existed hundreds of years ago, and its earliest predecessors assembled the best performing computers with the junkiest parts and the lowest budgets. Yes, that operation of replacing a computer radiator with a turnip will forever be a classic in the world of computer installations. To this day, the Figure Bar has become a legendary organization in the mechanical equipment world, claiming to pack the strongest weapons on the lowest budget. But since the previous generation's leader, Xing Hao, was arrested for researching banned weapons and having problems with men's and women's styles, the 2-bar fell out of favor. Speaking of the 2-bar, the crowd spoke of their admiration for it. Speaking of excitement, Lu Neng directly took off his shirt, revealing the tattoos on his chest. Look, I have my idol Xing Hao tattooed here. Starry Night looked at the big fat man tattooed on his chest and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Is he that fat? Lu Neng smiled awkwardly. No, I was skinny when I got the tattoo, and I've gained weight recently. Then, Lu Neng looked at Starry Night in surprise. You've met the idol, Jin Ho? Starry Night tapped his chest. That's right, it's none other than Inuyasha. The crowd was full of questions. Wrong. I mean I am none other than Xing Hao's family father. Lu Neng was dumbfounded. Okay, we get what you're saying. I just want to know if it's true that the idol he has problems with men and women? Starry Night took a bite of the chicken leg and looked at the crowd with great sincerity. Exactly what I reported. Crowd, hashtag. Starry Night saw that the crowd was momentarily unable to understand the truest feelings between their father and son. And so, turning to continue his lecture on his grandiose endeavors. Our plan is to build an armor that rivals the Bao Donkey 230 on a minimal budget. The crowd lit up. I've been looking at it for a long time. We have to fuck him. Starry Night poured herself a glass of happy water. Gentlemen, may I ask how much the Treasure Donkey 230 sells for? $260. 000 minimum. And how much is he going to cost to manufacture? Individual manufacturing costs are at least around $130. 000 as well. But add in their proven industry chain and post-production services, as well as branding efforts. And that's not good enough. Starry Night chuckled as he looked at the crowd. The crowd looked at him too. The atmosphere was starting to get heavy. He was seen holding out a finger. Could we have made it at a cost of $100,000? Lu Neng said in surprise. Starry Night stuck her finger up her nose and dug. Ah no. Suddenly my nostrils are a little itchy. Crowd, hosting. Starry Night couldn't help but blow his nose after digging it. I'm going to make it on $1,000 budget. The crowd sucked in another breath of air. No way. The cost of the casing metal alone is over $2,000. Fatty said. Starry Night looked at Fatty, then picked up a chicken leg. You can get full on a chicken leg, and you can get full on a bun. The crowd was in awe. I see. We're just looking for materials of the same grade but cheaper instead. Starry Night took a bite of the chicken leg. I mean, I prefer chicken legs. Crowd, I'll pour. And how in the world do you keep costs to $1,000? Starry Night stomps on the chair with one leg and one finger forward on his right hand in an extremely cool move. Below I will explain to you. The garbage man and the extreme beggar in the beggar configuration of mechanical armored armor. Every penny is spent on the tip of the knife. The crowd took out their little notebooks and started taking notes. The shell is so easy. Go to the old janitor at the construction site and collect some rebar. We'll weld it ourselves. The crowd's brains were dazzled. Crap, this is too evil. My dad works as a security guard at a construction site, and he said that the rebar at the site is of very good quality, and that it's screwed up and sold as scrap metal for $1.50 a pound. The crowd lit up. An armband is 30 pounds at most, $50 tops. Not bad for a chart bar trash guy. The crowd all looked at Starry Night with admiration. Starry Night was a little embarrassed by the look and hurriedly dazzled a bite of elbow to relieve the grease. At that point, another question was asked. But there's more to armor than that. In addition to the shell, there's the energy core, the heat sink, the weapon systems, and most importantly, the power plant. Weapons, energy cores, and power units are known as the Big Three, each of which costs tens of thousands of dollars when you go to a parts store. So where can I find this one? Starry Night didn't panic at all after hearing this. Putting down the elbow she had just finished nibbling and hugging the leg of lamb. The energy core is a good hole. Let's go around the streets at night and hang out. See unoccupied electric bikes and take their batteries and use them. The corners of the crowd's mouths began to twitch. Big brother, this is a crime, isn't it? Starry Night scratched her head. Seems like Then, let's go to the black market and collect a little used battery. A few dozen dollars apiece. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched again. Naya, this is too put together. Okay, what about the power plant? We can't use a used electric car motor. Starry Night's eyes lit up. This student, you can even snatch the answer. The man's face darkened. Starry Night continues to give them a reckoning. A used electric car motor costs about 100 plus. Plus the two big ones just now cost control at 200. Just one last weapon system to go. It's also the most expensive as well. The crowd all looked at Starry Night helplessly, indicating that there was really nothing they could do about this. You know, a pistol on the market that can't even be broken costs 2 or 3,000. How do you compress a weapon system with tens of thousands of dollars into a couple hundred? However, Starry Night remained unperturbed. Have you ever heard of the classic weapon of World War II? The Italian gun I-3-12100F. There was another gasp from the crowd. Gunpowder cannons have long been phased out, right? They're all energy cannons now. That's not true. The simpler the structure, the less likely it is to break down. And when it's obsolete you can buy it at scrap metal prices and flush it and be done with it. Next, Starry Night is a lecture on his grandiose domination. The cooling system just goes on a couple $dozen used detachable electric fan that adventurers can take down and blow on when they get hot from fighting monsters. For cold weapons go for the GTX 690 tactical pan. It's sturdy and durable enough to carry and fight. And you can fry eggs when you're hungry. There's still more budget left, so put on a set of Gatling machine guns and go to the firecracker market and get some overpowered scurrying monkeys to modify them. With the last bit of budget, Starry Night even put an entertainment set on the armor. At the second-hand market, get some consoles that can play Goose Ross Cube just fine. Go get some broken stereo tuba or something that someone doesn't want. Just enough to store a couple of tunes. Never mind the sound quality. Go collect some more used ragdolls to hang up. That's what little girls like. Hang some small colored lights. Must be flowery. Young people, the main of fashion movement. Remember our main theme is not to see what our guests want, but what we have. Everyone keep an eye on what cheap stuff is being collected from the neighborhood dump and just collect it all and load it up for him. The main one goes with the flow. The crowd's mouths didn't stop watering all night. It was the first time in all their lives that they had heard that armor could be fitted like that. If that's even possible to fake, it's selling like crazy. Sensei, it's cheap. Finally, the crowd realized one last thing. Boss, we don't have a factory for processing. Starry Night took the last bite of his elbow. If you don't have a factory, rent one. What? Rent? Oh, at first, when we earn the money we'll just run away. It's impossible to give it. What are you waiting for? Go. Starry Night's garbage man arm loading program is in full swing. Truckloads of rebar are pulled to the cutting table in the factory of the White John. In the hands of a skilled cutter, it becomes the right-sized parts and is sent to the welding shop. Sparks were shooting in all directions on the various welding tables. These two-bit dealers are more or less a bit of a handful, and with their extensive connections, they quickly found a group of master laborers who were good at their craft and underpaid. Don't ask why good craftsmanship is still underpaid. The question is that they may have once worked in some other industry, such as beating horses and repairing iron pots. Starry Night watched as the hundreds of thousands of dollars he had worked so hard to snub quickly bottomed out, gathered all the peddlers together for another 500,000 or so, plus operations such as defaulting on workers' wages and buying materials with money owed up front. It was only barely enough to get the factory open. There's no way to start an arm building factory. You'd have to invest at least tens of millions of dollars. You want to make a big deal out of this Syrian wind refugee plant? It's already pretty good to be running. Over here Starry Night is worried about money every day. I can't help it. It's not a fun day to get your brain back. Whenever he wasn't happy, he remembered the days when he was happy at home with Star Zero, and the dog. I wonder how Star Zero was doing. Did the kidnappers call the police? Meanwhile, in an old apartment building, the two kidnappers, one fat and one thin, were hiding in the toilet and shivering. Fatty, go out and see what the witch is doing, the thin kidnapper said. When the fat kidnapper heard this, he was directly scared out of his cold sweat. I wouldn't go if it killed you. That's just fucking horrible. Shit, if you don't have this much guts, what do I need you for? You go ahead if you dare. At that moment, the thin man's entire body stopped trembling with a jolt. What? Afraid to go? What's there to be afraid of? The skinny kidnapper's heart crossed, so he gritted his teeth and said, I'll go as long as I go. I'm not afraid of such a cute little girl. You're not afraid of what your legs are shaking. I'm a little cold here. Chick. The door to the restroom was opened a crack, and a pair of small eyes looked through it. He was seen to be nervous and looking around as if he was afraid of seeing some demon. After a long time, he let out a long breath. Phew. Thankfully, she's not in the living room. Suddenly, something blocked his view. Immediately afterward, a voice like hell came out. Hey, two big brothers, so you're hiding here. Let's play a game of shredding corpses together. Ugh. Mom. Ghosts. The skinny kidnapper was directly scared and scurried up 2 meters 9 high. It hit the ceiling with a thud. When he landed, he couldn't care about the pain. And with his hands and feet, he rolled and crawled to get inside the toilet. One pushed the fat kidnapper in front of him to block him, his mouth broken. Can't see me, can't see me. Toilet door. Star Zero held a kitchen knife and watched them silently. 2 big brothers. You want to play the game of shredding the corpse, said it earlier. Look, you are all shaking with excitement, eh? Star Zero pushed the restroom door open with one hand. The little Snow White feet stepped right in. Don't you come over here. The 2 fat and thin kidnappers frantically backed away, gradually shrinking to the corner, hiding behind the toilet and shivering. Come on, don't resist. Take the knife in your hand and tear me apart. Star Zero walked into the restroom with her little Snow White feet. I'm coming in. Then she smoothly unlocked the bathroom door with the key. Then the only key was dropped into the cherry on top. Gollum. Accidentally swallowed it, yeah. Big brothers, if you want to go out, cut my stomach open to find the key. The 2 kidnappers were desperate at the moment. If the toilet hadn't been so small, they would have wanted to dive headfirst into it and flush right out with the water. Sis, please sis, leave us alone. Star 01 froze with a very difficult expression. But my brother hasn't sent the ransom yet. No more. We don't want it, the kidnappers yelled. Star Zero held out a finger and shook it. No. Oh, a man's got to do what he says he's going to do. How can you let me go without paying the ransom? Said Star Zero as he came into them, sincerity written all over his innocent and cute little face. Come on, let's have a tense and exciting game of shredding. It's shredding each other's corpses. Oh, pinch 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 pinch. Immediately afterward, a wailing sound came out of the toilet. Don't come over here, mommy. Ah, at hashtag dollar hashtag crap, hashtag $250. Help, at $% dollar. I'm gonna cut through yo. Don't. I was wrong at hashtag dollar pain at hashtag. I'm going to die. Mom, help me. Ha. My hoo. Ah ha. At that moment, an old man was walking downstairs. When he heard a sound of wailing upstairs, his expression gradually became grave. Still, young people play with flowers. Turn around and ask my old partner to learn together. 30 minutes later, the Grand Captain of the Alien Spirit Guards, Wu Jing, was leisurely looking at the surveillance screen. With a cigarette in his mouth, he reclined in his chair, as comfortable as he could be. Ring. A phone rang. Shit, who's calling at this hour? One. Pick up the phone. However, no one responded to him for a long time. Crap, go to the fucking toilet to touch the fish again. See if I don't clean you up when I come back. Wu Jing picked up the phone mercilessly. Hello, this is the Shifter Spirit Guard of Zhonghua City. What can I do for you? Just listen to the wailing of a killer pig on the phone. AQ hashtag $% fuck. Mama. After a long time, a normal human voice finally appeared on the phone. Hello, I'd like to report a crime. You say, the little girl we kidnapped the other day is going to kill me. When Wu Jing heard this, he couldn't help but be a bit confused. That's a bit of an informative statement. Kidnapping case? You guys find the police. We alien spirit guards only deal with special events. Bye. Toodaloo. The phone was hung up mercilessly. Shit, young people nowadays can't make sense of it. They look for the alien spirit guards for everything. Ring. Another phone rang. Wu King picked up the phone irritably. Hey, River Samuel City Alien Spirit Guard. What's up? Big brother, listen to me. We are in danger. My brother is being abused by that little girl. Don't believe me? Listen. There was a loud scream on the phone. Ah, pain. Don't cut there. I was wrong. Hey, skinny guy, hurry the fuck up. I can't hold on. Hey, this cut is crooked. Again. This time it's your turn to cut me. The man's voice on the phone came again. Hear that? Here's the thing. We kidnapped a little girl the other day and we're going to ask for a ransom to spend. It was all going to be normal. In the direction we had pre-developed. Only a little difficulty in getting the ransom money. That brother of hers seems to have a tough attitude. But that's to be expected. But the more you pretend you don't care, the more you care. As long as we step up the pole and record some videos of his sister's abuse, there's no fear that he won't pay up. At this point, the voice on the phone suddenly stops for a moment. Immediately afterward, there was a hissing sound. Hey, didn't Fatty tell you to hold her back? Why is she coming over to cut me now? Did the best I could. You'll be on top for a little while longer. Another wail came over the phone. Ah, fuck. It hurts. Naya, don't cut my leg. Grass, grass, grass? A moment later, the voice was clear again. Sir, I'll go on. It was a night of fear and we were going to record a video of a knife threatening a little girl and send it to his brother. Just as we put the knife to her neck, who knew the little girl would throw her neck forward? The blood came right out, and it was all over my face. And do you know how scared I was? I've grown so big even mosquitoes haven't killed anyone. Straight up. And then the worst came. The little girl wobbled right back to her feet, and then grabbed a knife and just showed us a big unloading of myself. We were both scared silly. Just when we went back inside to change our pants, she actually appeared straight in front of both of us. Do you know how scary that much is? Then it was like she found the door to a new world and she got high. King was quite a bit confused, then tried to ask. Then you should count this as a kidnapping cum attempted murder offense. Suddenly, an incredibly excited voice came over the phone. Ah, yes, 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 come and get me. You guys, I can't stand it any longer. I'm going in for a national dinner. Wu Jing was a bit embarrassed. Your story is wonderful. If you don't want to call the police, you can find her family to pick her up and take her home. I'll hang up first and on. Wu King snapped and hung up the phone. If it wasn't so outrageous, I'd almost believe it. Just then, among the pile of cell phones turned in on Wu Jing's desk, a slate-like cell phone rang. An over-the-top video hit. Wu King picked up the slate. This slate cell phone ban time is still okay long and on. Turn around and buy one for my dad too. Answer. Then a skinny kidnapper from the video called. Wu Jing smiled awkwardly. Hey, you're still. I don't think so. Still me. The skinny kidnapper was dumbfounded. Nima, how this uncle's voice was exactly the same as the voice of the alien spirit guard just now. And, look at the background behind him. It's the alien spirit guard office. Okay. What a nasty. Staring at the cell phone screen is also a bit confusing. Because, then, he saw the most explosive scene in 40 years of his life. A little girl with a kitchen knife is frantically dismembering herself. A fat man hid behind the toilet and shivered. The little girl cuts herself a few times, gets bored of playing with herself, and gives the fat guy another slash. Chopping away. The little girl suddenly laid her head on the toilet, then hand the knife to Fatty to give her an executioner's cut to the head. Fatty didn't dare and threw the knife away. The little girl huffed and picked up the knife, then pressed the fat man's head against the toilet. Prepare to cut the fat man. There's a lot of blood and innocence in that picture. It's like 100 times scarier than some domestic horror movie. Wu Jing was stunned as he watched. Honestly, he had been in the business for more than 20 years, and he hadn't seen any blow-ups, but this event blew up as much as it would have blown up in a blow-up session. See, the skinny guy cried out to the screen. Suddenly, the little girl spotted the thin man and came towards him with her knife, and then it appears to come. Thin big brother turn to you here dying. Wu King coughed softly. Hello fellow kidnapper, I really sympathize with what you're going through and I'll help you call the police. Toot toot. Wu Jing took a deep breath. OMG. Scared baby, gotta call the police for them. Just then, the answering duty officer, Xiao Wang, came back with a paycheck to shit. Wu Jing took a look and his anger rose. Damn you little king, you're actually AWOL. Deduct 3 months of your salary. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Starry Night's first batch of Beggar's Arms armor has been released. In the middle of the black market, dozens of vendors had their stalls lined up in a very large formation. It was really a sea of gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, and people. In front of the booth, a dozen or so ladies with ultra-short skirts and long legs danced a hot dance. For a while, it was surprising that nearly half of the black market had been attracted to visit. It is essential to have the traffic code. After the hot dance, the young ladies stepped aside. Starry Night and dozens of peddlers appeared in full view. The crowd was baffled. What have they gotten themselves into again? Starry Night picks up a loudspeaker and begins to publicize his product. Greetings, families. Today we will be bringing you adventurers a super armor. The Jedi Killer Arm 001. There was a moment of confusion in the room. Since when do black marketeers, make products? Hey, it's just another tripe. Leak cutter. Just look at it. The crowds of eaters sighed. And Mr. Wang and a couple of the owners of the Four Sons store heard about it and arrived on the scene today. Because, as they had heard before, a group of second-hand dealers had actually joined forces with a brat to actually come up with a new model of mechanical armor. Can't shake their monopoly position in the market though. But, at least it would take a little bit of business away from them. When they see it's Starry Night on stage, they sit back a bit. Crap, it's this kid. Mr. Wang said, it's okay, they don't have any money or parts. I've greeted all the parts dealers in the past few days. No one dares to sell to them. Hearing this, Mr. Wang took a long breath of relief. Mud. False alarm. No accessories they screwed. They still want to produce all the things by themselves. It's just bullshit. On stage. Starry Night doesn't dilly-dally either. Product and price come first. Without further ado, come on, show. Only Lu Nong slowly walked over to Starry Night holding an armor. Look everyone. This armor in the hands of Mr. Lu was our product today. The absolute great killing arm 001. When the armored armor came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. This workmanship, this styling, this, what the hell is this? A few steel bars welded to a gun barrel and you call it armored armor? And nifty Jedi killing arm. On stage, Starry Night continues to introduce his armor. This armor was personally designed and machined by the former chief mechanic of the Sun Moon Technology Corporation. Enter Hao. On the side, Lu Nang and the others were a bit surprised and quietly came to Starry Night's ear. Will we be sued for copyright infringement for false advertising? It's okay, my dad's in jail. He can't come out and sue us. After saying that, Starry Night even caressed the armor affectionately. Look at it, you guys, how finely crafted it is. How well made the materials are. How well polished the details are. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Do you see what you're saying as a human being? Just to see that the armor could no longer be described as rough. It's literally just a couple of pieces of scrap metal rebar with a bunch of crap welded to it. The rebar is even stained with cement from the construction site. It's all rusted. How dare you sell this? It's okay if you say you're broken. What the hell are you doing drawing a piggyback on it? Hey, aren't you a pitcher? Can this crap fight monsters? Starry Night doesn't rub it in. Can we fight monsters? Let's find someone to try. Starry Night scanned the crowd of people on the scene, then caught a glimpse of Mr. Wang in the crowd. You're here too. Mr. Wang, come on stage and give the armor a try. When Mr. Wang heard this, he became interested. Yoo-hoo, kid, dare me to fake it. I won't play you to death. It was only seen in that Mr. Wang slowly walked up to the stage. Here, bring it to Mr. Wang. Lu Nong slipped the armor onto Mr. Wang's arm in one go. Mr. Wang felt it. It's kinda comfy. Here, Mr. Wang, you try out the armor's weapon system. Mr. Wang froze. You haven't taught me how to use. Without waiting for him to finish, Starry Night had already shoved a bun-sized shell into his armor. Boom! The sound. A fierce fire glowed in his armor. Not far away a large tree was blown off at the waist. Strong hurricane winds blew the crowd's eyes out. Crap! This shit is so powerful? This is gunpowder technology from hundreds of years ago, isn't it? Long day. When I see Mr. Wang again, he's dull, his face is black, and his wig has blown off. He exhaled a mouthful of black smoke. Crap! Why the fuck did you guys load up the gunpowder? This thing has too much recoil. Starry Night, that's not all. Then took out a lighter and lit one of the fuses on the armored sprinkler, only to see the fuse instantly burn out the front of the armor, launching the incomparably flowery scurrying monkeys. Whoosh, 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 snap, and a dud. Mr. Wang was confused. Crap, this shit comes with a machine gun system. The overload of gunpowder was seen scampering towards the fallen tree. In no time, a number of holes were blown out of the tree. The crowd was once again stunned. To be honest, I'm kind of tempted to buy it for New Year's Eve firecrackers. It's also good to use for Qingming graves. Mr. Wang once again exhaled a mouthful of black smoke. The charred face was full of dismay. You're a little over the tailpipe with this thing. That's not all. Starry Night pushes a button. A small fan popped up from the armor. Blow away Mr. Wang's black smoke. And then, the crowd couldn't help but start to be impressed as they watched a magical meal of Starry Night's maneuvers. Only the Starry Night nodded carelessly. One will put out a square dance song. Pale sweet duck is my love, leaving behind a dish of a million colors. You are my little apple. How to gnaw you more, not too much. Just because you're so beautiful. Played a game of super horsepower on it a little while later. Contra, Ouroboros Cube, Snowman Brothers. The toughest part was that he actually showed off a handful of pan-fried candy-colored poached eggs with his armor on the spot. This crowd is clueless and bad. Crap, the stuff is not great. The main one has a lot of features. Somehow I suddenly kinda like it. On the side, Mr. Wang was also clueless about the clueless fruit under the clueless tree. I said, how much do you plan to sell this thing for? Mr. Wang asked out his most concerned question. With how sassy this thing is, if it sells for 20,000, there's probably a big grudge to buy it and play with it at home. However, Starry Night didn't answer him directly. Mr. Wang, how much do you sell your precious donkey? 234. The typical price is around $267,000. Good. Since Mr. Wang is selling for $267,000, We can't sell too little and steal business from Mr. Wang. Let's sell it for $200,000 then. The crowd listened. 200,000. But pull back. Add a few more tens of thousands on the treasure donkey. Mr. Wang was suddenly happy to hear this. Ha ha, you said you're selling this thing for $200,000. It's too expensive. Starry Night looked at Mr. Wang and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since Mr. Wang said it's expensive, let's make it cheaper. 98,000. I think. The crowd was in a state of shock and began to feel a little tempted to buy. Crap. Drop the price by $100,000 at once. It's still a little expensive. No. I have to buy it. Why? Because she's slutty. There was a clamor in the crowd below, and some people were starting to get a little pressed. Then Starry Night started his real show. What? $98,000 is too expensive. Then fine. I'll knock the price down for you today. Not $98,000. Everybody listen up. Not $98,000. I'm going to go a zero for everyone today. Just 9,800. Everyone heard right. It's only 9,800. You can't lose with 9,800. You can't be fooled. Hearing this, the group of people moved slightly. You know, on the market, the cheapest armor costs 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. And now such a cool armband is only 9,800. Honestly, many people are ready to shell out the money to go up and buy it. When Lu Neng, who was on the side, heard this, he couldn't sit still at all. As soon as he did, he pounced on Starry Night's thighs. Boss, 9,800 would be a loss. Starry Night kicks him off. Fuck off. I'm, today, all about family welfare. Since my family is so supportive of me, today, I'll drop one more time. Limited to the first one. 000. I'll break a bone straight away. 1980. Armor take home. Everyone at the scene was confused. 1980, that's what the other armors cost for one service. What are you waiting for? Everyone charge. At this point, a beautiful assistant suddenly took out a piece of white paper. Why did you change the contract? Starry Night snatched the white paper and tore it right up. Fuck the contract. I'm all about family benefits today. Families, 1980 uplink me. One time, the scene was on fire. Dozens of stalls are getting crowded. What a concept to buy an armband for 1980. It's like 1980 bought a brand new four-wheeled minivan. Keep in mind that the Lauren Abyss is the primary abyss. The adventurers here are all black iron and bronze level. A lot of them can't afford tens of thousands of dollars in armor and cannons, so they have to get a pocket knife or something cold and go up there and slash at the monsters. Now 1980 actually gets to go on a cannon armband, a machine gun, a pan, an electric fan, a square dance stereo, and a game console on the side. Whatever the brand, just flush it. I'll take 10. I'll take 20. Less than half an hour. The newly released 1,000 armbands were snapped up. Even Mr. Wang, a few people, each bought one and went home to study it. Starry Night's group of people happily counted the money and couldn't be happier. Tell everyone to work overtime tonight and produce Jedi Killer Arm 002 overnight. Jedi Great Killing Arm 001 was instantly seconded. Starry Night and the others were in a pleasant mood, but of course this was all based on the unhappiness of Mr. Wang and the others. The sky over the Lauren Abyss today is extraordinarily pink, like a young girl's. However, a dark cloud covered the sky, which soon turned black, and a light rain pattered down. Only oil can accompany me to fetch the Western scriptures. Noli oil can kill the demons and remove the devils. Noli oil can protect me so that the crabs and mussels can't eat me. Starry Night sang a merry little song. The group behind him was full of black lines. What the fuck is this singing? It's still in Cantonese. Just when the crowd was having a hard time with it, suddenly, they saw a woman in front of them beating her child. The woman was seen with a chicken duster in her hand, stripping the child down to a wild spanking. That ass is already red as a monkey's ass. Told you not to study hard. Snap. Ah. Told you to stay out of the way. Pop. Ah. Called you. Ah. It deserves a beating anyway. Snap. Ah. The boy wailed, snot and tears running down his neck. Stop hitting mom. I know I'm wrong. Ah. Starry Night, as a messenger of justice, met this kind of thing is bound to eat melon. He rushed forward. Beautiful. What are you doing? The woman was polite when she saw Starry Night and the others coming. Oh, it's raining and hitting the kids and being idle. The crowd was filled with speechlessness, and they all gave the boy a sympathetic look. Then why don't you play at home? Starry Night asked. The woman hemmed and hawed. Isn't it against the law for Blue Star to beat up a child? I sought to come over to the abyss to do so, and afterward, I stopped by to do some shopping and stroll around. The crowd was confused, so well thought out and logical that for a moment I was actually counted speechless. Admirable. Starry Night looked at the beaten child, suddenly a little curious. What great mistake did he make that he was beaten so violently? The woman wore a very angry expression that was close to having hate written all over her face. This little brat doesn't study properly, but actually doesn't do his job and learns from others to pretend to be an arm. He still doesn't know where he got a drawing of some kind of armor. And every day he thinks about becoming an arm-loading warrior. Humph. There's not a single good thing in this group of mechanical players. The crowd's faces darkened. Seems to have been offended. Oh. At that moment, the woman took a drawing out of her bag. That's the one. What the hell is that drawing? It's not as good as the ones I drew when I was a kid. The crowd received the drawings and took a look at them, and were directly stunned. For it was an exquisite drawing, and shimmered with the color of gold. Starry Night picked it up as soon as she could. A voice that suddenly appeared in his head. System reward. Gatling armor modification drawing has been delivered. Please give a 5-star praise to the host. Yo. Quality, gold. Attributes, equipment drawings. Synopsis, assemble your Gatling and judge everything. Starry Night's mouth twitched. Still a damn novel way to receive the goods this time around and on. The woman looked at Starry Night as if she seemed to like the picture. But fortunately her hands were spread out. You can have it if you like, and I'm holding it for the boy to think about. Starry Night didn't hesitate to put the drawings directly into her bag. Thanks then. Beautiful. And if you need any help in the future, just mention it. I have needs right now. Starry Night froze. I'm just being fucking polite and courteous. Precious. You're serious. So what do you need help with? Starry Night said warily. The woman passed the chicken feather duster in her hand. I'm too tired to fight, so you guys can help me for a while. Starry Night suddenly let out a sigh of relief, and a look of joy gradually came over her. I'm good at this. Don't worry. I promise to complete the task. Starry Night happily took the chicken feather duster, and waved it twice to try her hand at it. A tense and exciting campaign of beating up children begins amidst the envy of the crowd. Starry Night shouted slogans as he fought. Come on. The screams of children killing pigs came from the entrance of the black market immediately afterward. Ah, bah, CAH. The voice was miserable. Circling the black market for 3 days in a row. Upon receipt of the armor drawings, Starry Night then locks herself into a small dark room for a retreat. Every day, only materials and food were delivered by Lu Nang and the others. Starry Night's daily task was to build the artifact Gatling armor. Occasionally, he instructed the production of the Jedi killer arm. A half a month had passed. With the last wire screwed on, the artifact Gatling armor was finally complete. A brand new, tech-savvy, iron lump appeared on the table. Starry Night darkened her face, looking at the product she had been remodeling for half a month. It's not as damn good as when it was shunned at the King's Army armor store. Unico, come out. I'm here. Damn. Why are all the weapons you provide so damn ugly? Please don't pay attention to these details. As the saying goes, an ugly horse with an ugly saddle will still run happily. And sturdiness and durability is the purpose of this system. Starry Night was again speechless. In the past 10 days, he spent nearly $20 million. Invested all the money earned from the Jedi killer arm. Just fucking produce such a big lump of iron. This is going to be the laughing stock of that crowd out there. Whatever. Bring it on and try it. Load your own arm and use it up on your knees. Just the moment he brought it on, his whole being felt different. This thing is in stock. Gatling armor. Quality. Golden artifact. Attributes. Weapons. Introduction. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. 6 roots of purity. Depleted uranium ammunition. A breath of 600 revolutions. Great compassion for the world. Seeing this, Starry Night couldn't help but have a strange smile at the corner of her mouth. Ha. Might as well go try some firepower in the abyss. Little house tigers, wait for your brother's salvation. Departure. Go down to the replica and slash the monsters. After Starry Night's haphazard meal, it was finally time to get down to business. He wobbled to the gates of Goblin City on his 3 wheels. Tall walls surrounded the downtown area, keeping the downtown bustle close, so that people can enjoy peace and tranquility. Outside the city walls were countless demons and beasts. The tiger gazed intently at the tasty morsels within the walls. Starry Night wandered all the way over on his 3 wheels. The 3 wheels also made a squeaking and twisting sound, as if they would fall apart at any moment. Below the city gates, on the other hand, was crowded with adventurers. People of all shapes and sizes mosey on over to the abyss to prepare for the experience. As the saying goes, the rich and famous. The beasts in the abyss could not only explode a lot of rare materials, energy cores, but could even explode all sorts of heirloom treasures. But the Fae don't just get a full meal if they lose their lives. There's also a good chance of popping out a pair of black silks, or a silicone mat of unknown use. In short, the risks and benefits are directly proportional. If you want to have safety and security, then the best route is to team up. The The variety of professions will give one more chances in the adventure. Starry Night had just ridden over when he heard the sound of many people shouting to form a group. Bronze 3-star high offense warrior lead. Bring your own big pickup Ford mighty chicken. Collect team members 3 short of 1. Come on board. Bronze 8-star mechanical big brother led the team. The team has black silk young lady. Only $3,000 to join the team. 8 more people will go. 18-year-old student girl begging for a ride. Only boinging. Starry Night looked at the team of members who were ready to venture out and suddenly felt that it would be good to form a team. First, it takes a couple of packing materials to fight monsters on your own. Secondly, what's the point of pretending to be a wave if no one is watching? Third, Starry Night came to the side of that high-attack warrior. Hello, take me one. That warrior, Tang Nyo, glanced at Starry Night and his 3 wheels, revealing a face full of contempt. No garbage pickers, get lost, our team only takes young ladies. Hey, crikey, I can't believe I'm being despised. At this time, the student girl from earlier came over. Brother, take me. Go, get in the car. The Ford jerk chicken started the engine and took 1 foot off the gas and was out of the gates. Only Starry Night was left to eat tail gas under the gates. Mud, drive a car for him to get his ass kicked. Then Starry Night found another team led by an elemental mage. Brother, take me. I'm super fierce. Cool off to the side. We're hunting the Goblin King. Trash like you will only add to the chaos. Got it. Despised again. That said, I'm quite handsome. 18 years old. Great guy. 179. 5 centimeters small. How come no one group? Could it be that they are jealous of my handsome looks? At that moment, Starry Night saw another tall beauty in full leather armor, with 2 daggers strapped to her long legs. Her chiseled figure with a high ponytail was really beautiful and valiant. Starry Night slowly rode past. Pretty girl, team up and take me one. I have a car. Ling Qin glanced at Starry Night's broken third wheel, showing hidden contempt. Starry Night licked his face and continued to ask, beautiful woman, you see that I'm handsome and strong, so I definitely can't lose by grouping me. Ling Qin just wanted to refuse. Then I saw a little lorry run by. Sister Ling, have you recruited enough people? Brother Tang Long told us to hurry up and leave. The Goblin King is coming out. Lori glanced at Starry Night and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. Hey, trash picker. Hurry up and follow. Be careful about kicking you off the team if you're late later. Starry Night froze. Crap, that's in the queue. Okay, 2 beautiful women get in the car. I'll take you. The 2 men glanced at Starry Night's rusty, broken third wheel that looked as if it would fall apart at any moment. A mechanical gate in the city wall slowly opened. 2 SUVs, a pickup truck, and an armored fighting vehicle drove out of Goblin City. Starry Night had already put the 3 wheels into his space backpack by now. Sitting in an SUV with the crowd, he followed them as they traveled through the land of the abyss. At first, the road was fairly flat, with a few kobolds and minotaurs occasionally visible. There were also quite a few caravans of low-level adventurers who could only fight in such places with few monsters. As the vehicle continued to go deeper, the scene in front of us continued to change. First of all, the jungle is getting denser, the hills are starting to get steeper, and the monsters are increasing in number. There were even a few kobold bombardiers stoning their cars. However, the adventure team's vehicle had been specially modified, and a few rocks couldn't break the defense. The crowd was not surprised and it did not affect the speed of the traveling in any way. Starry Night was sitting in the SUV, but she looked like she had never seen the world. Damn, this buggy is awesome. It drives so smoothly on such a jittery road. Hey, that driver, where did you buy your driver's license? In a hurry, I'll go buy one too. Tang Long, the captain who was driving the car, had his face darkened slightly. Starry Night, however, didn't have a single compulsion in her heart and continued to marvel at the marvelous sight of the abyss. Oh my god, is that a kobold? He's so big and long. I'm talking about the nose. Don't take it personally. Several people in the car were close to writing contempt on Starry Night's brain. How did you recruit such a turd? Not only is it a power dish, but it's also a lot of fucking bullshit. At that moment, Starry Night exclaimed again. Crap, look at that. Is that a female kobold? And why is she wearing leopard print? Ling Qin blackened his face and looked at the kobold who was wearing an animal skin bitter tea sub. That's made of animal skins. Kobolds of both sexes wear that. It's not for art that they have to wear leopard print. Oh, Soga, sister, you know a lot. Then Starry Night pointed to another kobold outside the car. That black silk is also beast skin, isn't it? Is it the beast skin of a black silk beast? Let's go hunt a black silk beast as well, and give you a whole pair of leather black silk to wear. Ling Qin, Yet? If you've never seen the world, please don't make up your own mind, okay? That's what the adventurers wore before. When they were killed by the kobolds, they wore them as trophies. Starry Night drifted off, then pointed to the kobolds in erotic NEI off to the side. I say we adventurers are too uncouth to give the kobolds a bad lead. Ling Qin's entire body was about to collapse. What the fuck is this? Petri dish, superscript 33 just fucking stop. And at this moment, Tang Long, who was driving, couldn't stop laughing. I say Ling Qin, where did you recruit this tease? Still black iron level. Fighting won't help much help. Don't piss your pants when the time comes. Ha ha ha. Ling Qin had a black face and didn't say a word. Starry Night looked at Tang Long and then Ling Qin. I say you hired this driver how much a day? Cannot be dismissed. Take my 3 wheels. My 3 wheels do not cost, but also save gas. Tang Long's head was filled with black lines, and he really wanted to slash this comedian. He's Tang Long, the captain of our operation this time, a silver 5-star beastization system warrior. Ling Qin hurriedly explained. She didn't want Starry Night to offend Tang Long. Starry Night was directly shocked upon hearing Tang Long's name. Crap! Silver 5-star bestialized warrior. Tang Long was so full of complacency that he was close to writing his pride on his face, followed by another sentence from Starry Night that directly dried him out. Big sis. So was she big when she animalized? Tang Long, Sigma, for all, my Nama. For a while, the whole atmosphere in the car began to be awkward. The only sounds left in the car were the roar of the engine and the sound of the co-pilot Glasses Boy Sun Yen wiping his armor. Ling Qin looked at Glasses Boy's newly purchased armor and hurriedly diverted the awkward topic. Sun Yen, you have all this free money to buy armor lately? The spectacled boy named Sun Yen heard Goddess Ling Qin talking to him, and his whole body was energized. Ah, this is the super hot Italian cannon armor, Jedi Killer Arm 038 that I bought recently. When the crowd heard the name, they suddenly kind of didn't want to keep listening. However, Glasses Boy couldn't let go of this opportunity to show off to his goddess. Not only this flagship version of the Jedi Killer Arm, but I also bought a couple of limited editions. With that, he pulled out several mechanical armors from his equipment bag. Look, this one is a modified version of the Jedi Great Killing Arm, the Grip World Great Killing Arm. And then there's this, an upgraded version of the Reverse Arm. And this, limited to 1,000 units worldwide. Fist World's Great Killing Arm. Is the name overbearing? I'd have to say my favorite is still this piece of mini version Big Killer Arm Dick. The faces of the crowd were getting darker and darker the more they listened. Which one of these Nimrod talents came up with that name? Glasses Boy actually became serious after seeing Ling Qin see his armor. It dawned on him. Ling Qin, since you also like this one with a big killing arm of dicks, I'll give it to you. He didn't wait for Ling Qin to react, turned right back around and put it on her hand. Not bad for you. A killer arm with a beautiful woman. A perfect match. Ling Qin's face was full of black lines, gradually overflowing the screen. Might as well have a fucking conversation about where to fight the black silk beasts. Starry Night couldn't help but be interested when she saw how popular the product she designed was. Pulled out the Gatling armor as well to show everyone. Look at this. The world's only Gatling armored gauntlet. All the crowd could see was a big iron lump straight out of the car. It was not to be despised. Naya, those big killing arms just now, despite the name, at least look like a thing. Brother, you dare to call this direct piece of a big lump of iron armored armor? Are you serious? And Glasses Boy Sun Yen held up his glasses, solemnly discussing with Starry Night about the academic issue of armored armor. Big brother, your iron lump, not as good looking as mine. Starry Night hastened to take advantage of the situation. Your armor is so pretty. I wonder which handsome, dashing and handsome big handsome guy designed it. Ling Qin, tired. Destroy. The convoy is still traveling. It was getting dark. They spent the day in a hurry. Their mission this time was to enter the Goblin Kingdom. Find the Goblin King who has just closed down. Cut him down when he's at his most vulnerable. One should know that the Goblin King was one of the strongest bosses in the entire Loren Abyss. It was said that killing the Goblin King might even burst out materials that would make even a diamond-level big shot's heart flutter. The sky grew dark. The caravan that Starry Night was in also stopped next to a pool of water. The crowd began to set up camp. Pitching tents for pitching tents. The water is fetched and the cooking is done. The entire team of 24 or so was in the midst of a well-organized bustle. Starry Night was at that moment skulking over the campground with her hands behind her back. It was as if he had nothing to do with it. He nods when he sees people to show his approval of their work. Well, lad, the tent is well pitched. Little girl, this rice is quite white. That who? Get me some water to drink. The crowd was full of confusion. Who the hell is this guy? Could it be one of the males who followed the party on their adventures? At this time, Ling Qin walked over with her long legs. Hey, can't you see that everyone else is working? I saw it, and I gave them the necessary encouragement. And look, they're working harder. Ling Qin's whole body shook with anger as he pointed at Starry Night. You hurry up and go get some dry wood for the fire. Good leader. Starry Night rushed to meet an honest man with glasses at the other end of the camp. Hey, Lu Yen. Vice Captain Ling Qin asked you to find some dry firewood. As soon as Lu Yen heard that it was Ling Qin who assigned him the task, his whole body was energized. It's as if that dog-licking gene has awakened. Promise to finish the job. Lu Yen gave a salute. His glasses almost flew off. Then he stomped his hind legs and swished and ran to cut firewood. Starry Night had nothing else to do, so she skipped around the watering hole. This time, the Goblin King awakened and attracted quite a few teams of adventurers to hunt. Next to this water pond alone, there were already dozens of adventuring groups and nearly 1,000 people stationed there. Cutting down a monster is so rolled these days? Starry Night couldn't help but pop up with a thought. Then Starry Night resolutely implemented Vice Captain Ling Qin's instructions, not daring to be idle at all. He slipped from this adventure group to that one. Greet people when you see them, go up to them and climb up to them. Big sister, you're also from the Blue Star. Coincidentally, we were a family 500 years ago. Can I have one of the roasted chicken you made? Big brother, you are also a male I am also. Coincidentally, 500 years ago is a family roast waste to eat a chant. The crowd was dumbfounded. Whose fucking team is this? Starry Night wandered around for a while and actually saw a familiar face. Yo, isn't that a crawfish? At this time, Xiao Longxia was supporting a large pot to make hemp small for the team. Seeing Starry Night with her hands behind her back, she walked over. Hey, Night, you're here too. Don't leave later. Stay here and eat my treat. No, the rest of our team hasn't eaten yet. Just pack me a 10 or 8 pounds. Starry Night was a wobbly mess, and her mouth was really not idle. I did not expect a small pond, but let Starry Night strolled out of the feeling of the home front stall. Just then, suddenly a sentry yelled, "The Goblin King is here to sneak attack. Everyone hurry and counterattack." This sentence directly broke the peaceful atmosphere of the crowd. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded among the crowd. Copy that. Go! All the adventure troop personnel were exuberant, treading on the iron shoes. They came all the way to the door. It's you who came to the door. So everyone grabbed their weapons and killed towards the Goblin King. Tang Long directly made a bestialization and turned into a humanoid tiger. Ling Qin also drew out the dagger on his thigh, and his entire person's murderous aura was rampant. Charge! Capture the Goblin King alive. The crowd was filled with killing intent, and they killed towards the Goblin King's group. Only 4 tall kobolds were seen carrying a humble palanquin. On the palanquin sits a plump kobold, wearing a crown and battle armor. Before he could react, the crowd blitzed over with a meal of skills. The Goblin King was alarmed, and the 4 goblin litter bearers were pulling out their legs and running. Straight up, the Goblin King was thrown to the ground. The Kobold King was furious. Well, quack, bunch of traitors. Then he saw the crowd killing towards him, and he also pulled out his legs and ran. Well, quack, run. The crowd chased them all the way, rushing deeper into the jungle. At one point the camp was straight up empty. Starry Night returned to the campsite at this time carrying a bag of crawfish, and couldn't help but be confused. Where are the people? Lu Yen, who was left in charge of guarding the camp and vehicles, held up his glasses. They went after the Goblin King and told us to watch from here. Starry Night's brain began to buzz at the sound. It's over. It's a trap. Starry Night's entire body became bad when she heard the crowd go after the Goblin King. Crap. Are these guys brainless? No brain should also have read the Chow Thieves' acts. The stratagem of transferring a tiger away from a mountain is not understood. At this point the entire watering hole was full of pitched tents and vehicles. The dense forest was not easily accessible by car, so the crowd had to go after it on foot. For a moment, Starry Night made a trade-off between the camp and the rescue. Of course it's to save the people. Who's he pretending to be away for when they're gone? Lu Yen. I'll go save them. You watch the camp. Don't get sneak attacked. Lu Yen tapped his chest, full of confidence. You look like you haven't seen the world. What kind of intelligence do kobolds have? Don't worry about it. I'll watch. Starry Night pulled out the third wheel from her space backpack. With one foot, the 3-wheeled wheels frantically rubbed the ground, then dabbed and leapt out, directly through Lu Yen's face into the mud soup. Niet. The strength is not so good to ride a 3-wheeled kind of fierce. Lu Yen took off his glasses and wiped them. Then he said to himself, and told me to be careful of sneak attacks. With that IQ of the goblin, to have a sneak attack, let me be casually hobbled by the mother goblin. He just finished. The men who stayed behind in the camp then yelled, "There's a sneak attack, run! Lu Yen, Nima." He hurriedly put on his glasses. The world in front of me began to become clearer. The only thing that could be seen was the uncountable number of kobolds that appeared in the dense forest around them. Some had wolfsbane clubs in their hands, some carried baskets of rocks, and a few had flames burning in their red hands. All that was heard was a command from the kobold to attack. Maka! Burn me! Countless armies of kobolds then rushed up, started vandalizing and looting. The dozens of people who stayed behind were no match at all. Almost instantly, the entire camp fell. The flaming kobolds, all red in color, began to fire balls of flame. The whole camp went straight up in flames. Boom boom boom. It was the sound of a car exploding. Lu Yan's entire body hid in the bushes and witnessed all of this. He was then carried up by a tall kobold. Well, quack. This man is ugly enough to be offered to Her Highness as a male favorite. Everything you can take with you, and if you can't take it with you, just burn it. The camp was swept right through. The kobolds swept back to the camp with tons of supplies, and the soon-to-be deflowered Lu Yan. The Goblin King was running away at speed. A pair of big feet pounded fast, and his whole body's fat shook, not affecting his speed in the slightest. The crowd was close behind, but always a step behind. The woods grew denser and the road began to get steeper. However, the mood of the crowd to hunt the Goblin King was still enthusiastic. Charge! Kill! The treasure goes to whoever kills it. The scenery around them kept changing. Before long the crowd entered a valley. The Goblin King ran and suddenly stopped running. The crowd was excited to see him. Hey! Hey! You know you can't run away. The Goblin King patted his potbelly. Well, quack! You bunch of idiots. No more pretending. Showdown. You're surrounded. The crowd laughed. For a kobold's intelligence, it still understands that. Crap! Big brother, you look so ugly when you lie. The Goblin King smiled crookedly and silently pulled a book out of his leopard-printed bitter teacup. The crowd stared in disbelief. Crap! The Chow Thief's playbook. This kobold doesn't look at beautiful women. He looks at the art of war. Only the Goblin King bellowed. Well, croak, come out, my precious ones. From both sides of the canyon, countless kobolds appeared. In an instant, all sorts of thrown objects, rocks, bombs, flame balls, and water bombs fell, caught the crowd off guard. Run! Someone yelled. You don't have to tell us. We know. The crowd flew and fled the way they came. Suddenly, a line of forked tree fences blocked the path of the crowd. Behind the fence were rows of heavily armed kobold warriors, and the fork of the tree was dripping with spikes, so the people didn't dare to force their way through. Go across the street, someone shouted. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd had long since run across the canyon. Gulp! A huge rock fell from the sky, completely blocked the road. Fight them and capture the Goblin King alive. At this moment, where was the Goblin King's figure? In their place was a group of bare-assed gray and white kobolds. They twisted and turned in all sorts of strange positions. Suddenly, a kobold in bitter tea in the center raised his stick and pointed to the sky. Godfall, falling thunder, rumble. The color of the sky has changed drastically. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the canyon, splitting the adventurers up. Crap! Splat me! Now what? What can we do? Each run for their lives. The crowd was in complete disarray. Countless hurled objects accompanied by flaming lightning struck the middle of the canyon. The crowd could only escape through the heavily guarded fence. Weapons of all kinds intermingled as the adventurers fought the kobolds in a ball. And the goblin elites at the shelter are not to be messed with. Numerous adventurers were soon dead and wounded. Tang Long and the squad quickly got separated. The animalized body was covered in scars. He punched away a kobold. Then he turned back to Ling Qin and the little lowly Ling Shui and said, You guys run, I'll hold them off. Suddenly, a wolfsbane attacked and struck Tang Long's head heavily. NYGHT. Sneak attack. Young kobolds don't speak of martial virtues. Ling Qin cut off the kobold's arm with a single slash. To go together. Don't dilly-dally. Together no one will get away. Just then, a goblin commander with a wolfsbane in his hand killed a straight shot to Tang Long. Tang Long snorted in pain and exploded his entire body to send the goblin commander flying. Go away and leave me alone. He took the bloodied wolfsbane off his head and sat on his but as his entire body became unsteady, almost lost the fight. At that moment, a large group of kobolds rushed towards the three of them, and a GGG sound came out of his mouth. Ling Qin was ready to commit suicide at this moment. She looked at Ling Shui with teary eyes. She looked up to the sky in despair. I'll marry whoever can save us. I'm coming. Ling Qin looked toward the owner of the voice, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. All she could see in her line of sight was a wheel with sparks of fire streaking across it, crash straight through the goblin army. Wherever they passed, all the kobolds tumbled over. You fool! Ling Qin couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Starry Night's three wheels were extremely fast, and with rushing sparks of fire, they came near them in an instant. Only Starry Night stepped on the ground with one foot after crashing through a group of goblins, using the foot as an elbow. Hundreds of mph. Breaking instantly. The powerful inertia directly caused the bucket to come to a godly end. Knock! A huge orc and a group of goblin warriors were knocked out. Starry Night dashed off her bangs. Get in the car. Vitality grew in Ling Qin's eyes as he grabbed Ling Shue's arm and jumped onto the third wheel. Starry Night stepped on one foot and the tricycle let out a strong roar. The rims rubbed the ground and sparks shot out in all directions. Just then, thousands of kobolds surged towards them. It was black and endless. The raw thoughts Ling Qin had just revealed dissipated again in the twinkling of an eye. Just then, a familiar BGM sounded. Caught Shrimp Household. Love Nest blowing up special binging cab Bob Beaver. Starry Night directly and dominantly carried the chaos audio. The whole person has changed in aura. When I get an erection, the hardest thing in the world will no longer be diamond. Rather, it's me, the will of steel. Charge. The tricycle instantly catapulted off the ground, crashing through countless kobolds. Starry Night spread the handlebars directly with both hands and carried the stereo in his left hand for a tenfold speed boost. The right-hand Gatling armor spun wildly. 3,600 revolutions per second playfully spraying bullets. Do do you do 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 do. Boom, 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 boom. A patch of kobolds was sent flying in all directions. Almost instantly a path was cleared. Starry Night stomped the three wheels in a domineering manner, as if the god of death had descended. Trashy guys coming, get the fuck out of the way. Starry Night is chopping power lines with a kitchen knife in hand. Sparks and lightning all the way. In the midst of an army of several thousand kobolds, he directly killed through a bloody path. Gatling's armor blazed with blue fire, pouring energy bullets like crazy. Modified to become an artifact, the Gatling armor takes off and damage straight away. The attack speed is superb, and there is not an inch of grass wherever it passes. The kobold army was a bloody mess from the direct hit. The energy core is also powered by nuclear power batteries for longer and longer lasting. The kobolds went forward and actually tried to block the Gatling Bodhisattva with their flesh. Starry Night's mind moved, and the Gatling armor in his hand began to flash with a blood-red light. Poodoo mode activated. Power plus 100. Attack speed plus 100. Only blood red surged from Gatling's armor. The energy bullets also turned blood red, so fast that they seemed to connect. Thumbs up. A laser-like barrage of bullets poured down. The goblin army was directly cut through, and blood and flesh flew around for a while. Starry Night stomped furiously on the three wheels under his feet. The speed has been extreme. In the midst of the rushing fire, it crashed all the way to a bloody path. In the distance, the Goblin King seemed to have noticed that something was wrong here. Well, quack, get the one on the three-wheeler. The Kobold King yelled. The Kobold army heard the order and went forward to kill in the direction of Starry Night. Starry Night had already killed his eyes at this point, and the Gatling in his right hand was slaughtering like crazy. The left hand simply swung the chaos audio as a sledgehammer. Dueling. The onrushing kobolds were smashed over in a big way. On the third wheel, Ling Qin didn't slack off at all. Although she was injured in the battle just now, her strong desire to survive caused her fighting strength to skyrocket. Cut down all the kobolds that managed to charge up to 3 rounds. Even Ling Shui fought with her sister. The three of them were of one mind, and for a while, they actually blocked the onslaught of the goblin army. At this point, Starry Night yelled, "Hey, hey, 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 let's give you guys a taste of my garbage man's big babies." He shook one hand and scattered a large number of mineral water bottles from his space backpack. Boom 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 boom. Before the kobolds could react, they were directly blown away. Ling Qin's heart was shocked at the moment, and her brain was buzzing. What the hell is this person's origin? So ferocious at the black iron level. If this goes silver, it's going to push Lauren Abyss across the board. At that moment, another group of goblin warriors blocked the path ahead with their flesh. Starry Night rode the three wheels in a sudden drift. The three-wheeled tail swung violently in a perfect arc. A group of kobolds that blocked the way were directly smashed to pieces by the amazing impact. Starry Night said smugly, "Hey, big sis, do you think my drift is cool? Not handsome." Starry Night retorted, "If it wasn't for a divine dragon swinging its tail just now and giving that orc a big bump, both of you would have been hammered by that orc." Say, how could any kobold grow this big? It's hourly hormones. Ling Qin's heart suddenly fluttered and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. Starry Night is still complaining. You said that at the critical time. Where did this brat Tang Long run off to? And that he still had to rely on me to make a move. Ling Qin was filled with black lines. Guess, who was that big orc you just knocked out of the way? Starry Night equals. The battle continues. Starry Night's flurry of action stunned the adventurers. Crap, what's with that kid on the three-wheeler? Why is he so fierce? I've met him. He was going to join our adventuring team back then. Made me turn it down. Gutted. Wasn't it later recruited by Tang Long? Then he really picked up a treasure. Envy Tang Long. Envious of Tang Long +1. The crowd watched such a ferocious Starry Night. riding a three-wheeled wheel and killing his way through an army of kobolds. Simply envious. Not to mention the fact that he was alone and came to the rescue, especially that one ride into the goblin army to save the two sisters. Everyone was stunned. There was a super crowd of girls on the scene screaming for help towards Starry Night. Handsome, save me, I can do the same with my body. And me, I'd like to be the little one. I have 2 sons in my family, I'll make you a father straight away. At this point, although Starry Night wanted to save these young girls who were caught in a lost cause, but the conditions he won't allow it. He himself relied on his excellent equipment and took the kobolds by surprise. At this point if you hit a round trip, guess he'll have to mail it all in. There were more and more kobolds in front of him. Starry Night turned up the fire straight to the max. Straight up. A hard hit. There was only one last goblin defense left in front of us. He was straight up on fire and held nothing back. He slammed on the third wheel. The tricycle let out a thunderous roar. The Gatling armor has reached maximum power. The big iron lump was red hot. The shrimp catchers had been turned up as loud as they could go in the chaotic audio. It was as if Starry Night had changed into a different person, and the aura of solemnity and murder permeated his entire body, wreaking havoc, like death in the darkness, ready to reap life. Sit tight, Starry Night hissed. The tricycle accelerated suddenly, like a cannonball flying close to the ground. It crashed out with a bang. The kobolds in the final line of defense, like bowling balls, were directly knocked over. The woods gradually opened up in front of us. The 3 Starry Nights finally broke out of the encirclement. The crowd of kobolds were about to give chase. Well, quack. Never mind. Let's catch the group first. The Goblin King did not give orders to pursue, and let the army take out the others first. In less than an hour, the adventurers were dead and wounded. The kobold did not choose to kill them all, and chose to take prisoners. In the end, about 90% of the people were taken back by the kobolds. What awaits them is an unknown fate and ordeal. The kobold army cleaned up the battlefield and marched back to the kingdom. A night of rain and wind, and the day is dawning. A Starry Night crept out of a large, lush tree. He looked from side to side for a long time and finally sighed in relief. Muggle muggle, confirm safe. Ling Qin blackened his face and burrowed out of the leaves. Her whole body seemed to have emaciated. Starry Night, take Yuki and run away. I'm going to save the others. Starry Night gave him a look of retardation. Are you sure you want to give benefits to the kobolds? The corner of Ling Qin's mouth twitched. Even if it means death, I'm going to get everyone out. Okay, don't sell yourself short. I know what you mean. You want me to save the day, don't you? Starry Night waved her hand. No. Ling Qin revealed an incredulous expression. Are you really going to come with me to save the day? Starry Night, on the other hand, gave a pat on the back that wasn't his own chest. Didn't you hear so many young ladies wanting to give their bodies to me yesterday? Can I fail my 2 oldest sons, his mother? Ling Qin didn't even know what to say at this point. The little touch that had just appeared instantly turned into speechlessness. Go, kill in with me. I say, big sister, you tiger or me tiger. Now that we're in the dark, of course we're going to do a sneak attack. The scene changes. The 3 of them, Starry Night, had quietly arrived at the outermost perimeter of the Goblin Kingdom, clad in 3 bodies of leaves cobbled together into a kobold outer skin. He looked out of place. Suddenly, the little beauty Ling Shui was pushed out of the woods. Just when she was at a loss for words, a kobold sentry spotted her. That short and ugly kobold's body changed slightly when it saw such a delicate and lovely female kobold. Well, quack. Hello there, pretty lady. Which town is it from? Ling Shui's entire body was confused in place when she saw the kobold looking at her colorfully. The kobold sentry walked straight up to Ling Shui. Well, quack. Little beauty, let brother touch. After saying that, he was about to reach out and touch towards Ling Shui. Meanwhile, Starry Night carried the goblin-specific wolfsbane in her hand. Sneak around behind the kobold sentry. The rod lifted quietly and fell violently. Bang! The kobold was knocked full of stars. Well, quack. Pretty girl, look at the stars with me for a while, and then passed out in place. Starry Night was happy. I told you, you still need to use schemes when it matters. Right. Go back and read more of the Chow Thieves' actions, you guys will thank me. Go, sneak into the Goblin Kingdom with me and save the children's moms. After saying that, Starry Night carried the wolfsbane rod and dived into the Goblin Kingdom. Only the 2 sisters, Ling Qin, who were left with black lines on their faces, were left messing around in the breeze. Meanwhile, within the Kobold Kingdom, Kobold Princess Choo-Choo North Nose is picking out her male favorites. Starry Night's trio entered the Goblin Kingdom as if they were entering a no-man's land. The kobold sentries were knocking on the door of one they saw. They all fell under Ling Shui's beauty plan. The charm of little beauty Ling Shui was nothing to write home about. At 150, that's quite the height of a goddess in the kobold world, coupled with its youthful and proud stature. In the fake goblin in the jacket that is lifelike. That's what turned one kobold upside down and mesmerized. At this moment, Ling Shui was striking a tantalizing pose. Brother Kobold. I'm so lonely. The Kobold sentry's soul flew out of his head, and the whole forest stayed in place. Drooling, Starry Night swaggers over to him and knocks him out with a stick. The face was full of complacency. Hey, that's a pretty good stick for a kobold, you say. Comes with a stun effect. Ling Qin blackened his face. His eyes filled with the urge to knife Starry Night. Ling Shui is so young and you let her do something like seducing a kobold. Are you still human? What if it leaves a shadow in her young mind? On the side, Ling Shui reddened her little face and pulled Ling Qin's goblin outer skin. Sis, I'm fine. It's fun to do this. Suddenly, another kobold soldier appeared in front of them. Hey, you guys are sneaking around. What are you doing? Ha! Ling Shui lightly tries to step up and seduce. He was stopped by Ling Qin, his sister. You can't go. I'll do it. After saying that, Ling Qin took a modeling step and slowly walked towards the kobold. She twisted and turned, revealing her proud capital. Brother Kobold, come over here. Both Starry Night and Ling Shui were directly speechless. Feeling that you don't let your sister on, you're the one who wants to play. However, the kobold didn't buy her argument at all. Well, Croak, ugly, go play aside and ask that little beauty in the back to accompany the master. Starry Night laughed at this. Well, Quack, laugh no live. Who is this ugly monster talking about? Ah, Ling Qin, superscript 33, who the hell are you calling ugly? And then a flying kick that took the kobold's head right off. Starry Night and Ling Shui stared straight at the violent maniac in front of them. Jaws dropped right to the floor. Ling Qin turned back in a domineering manner. What are you looking at? Hurry up. After saying that, he walked forward with his long legs. As he walked over to the kobold's dropped head, he stomped on it with a forceful, bloody stomp. Starry Night and Ling Shui didn't dare to speak at all and followed behind with their asses. Damn, this woman can't be messed with. Goblin Castle. In a hall that was described as luxurious, a variety of oddball decorations are stacked together for a great sense of ambience. A short, fat female kobold, sitting in the center of the hall. Her legs were clad in fishnet stockings, her fat stacked in the mesh, squeezing out a small green meat bag. The two large masses in the black lace edging of her chest cried out for attention. Big, thick, wrinkled lips turned out, echoing the big nose, giving you the urge to just vomit. She is none other than the dream love forest in the hearts of the nationals of our goblin kingdom, the goblin princess Choo Choo Baby. She's picking out his male favorites at the moment. The hall was filled with kneeling captive males. If Starry Night were here, he would have recognized many familiar faces. For example, Tang Long, Tang Hu, Lu Yen. There were also old classmates Wang Tang, Yi Chen, Xiao Longxia and so on. At this moment, Goblin Princess Choo Choo's little eyes in the northern nose were filled with little stars. Epsilon. Men. All men. Well, Croak. Fine strong man. That's a craving. The crowd shuddered at this. One by one, they knelt and prayed. Can't pick me. Can't pick me. Can't pick me. The kobold princess slowly raised herself up and wiggled her big, fat ass as she slowly walked over. Well, this is a nice gesture. Just too fat. This one has a nice body. It's just ugly. Hey, this one is superb. Pull up to my room. Behind them, a group of kobold soldiers didn't dare to slow down, dragging a tall and powerful man right into the princess's chambers. The crowd was sucking in a breath of cold air. The legs couldn't stop trembling. The kobold princess took a deep breath and wiggled her big belly a bit. Who to pick next? The crowd was trembling, dead low and not daring to raise their heads. Suddenly a light went on in front of her eyes. That big blonde bald guy looks good. Raise your head so I can see it. Wang Tang was directly dumbfounded. He just couldn't make it in the city anymore and chose to venture out for a meal. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. This first adventure of his, this lifetime of fame is going to be buried here. Well, Croak, look up. Two kobold soldiers behind him lifted his head up as soon as they could. Wang Tang looked at the goblin princess in fear and wanted to die. Well, Croak, he's fucking ugly. Pull him down and chop him up. Wang Tong. Ninaya. Just then, a taller brother, Bryn, who had a height of 179.5, suddenly spoke. Well, Quack, your highness, this golden boy is quite alive and has had surgery, so he must be happy. The princess' eyes lit up. Hiss, well, Croak, this golden thing, my harem really do not have. Forget about sparing your life. Later pull to the bedchamber. Try tonight. Wang Tang was struck by lightning. It would be better to kill him. That's right. The tall kobold was none other than Starry Night in disguise. Merit plus 10. Hey, saving a life gives a lot. He walked up and quietly patted Wang Tang's shoulder. Squad leader, look, I saved your life again. When you get home, shouldn't you give me some thanks? Wang Tang directly froze. I fucking knew it was you, kid. However, in the face of a great enemy, Revealing Starry Night was clearly an unwise choice. It was all he could do to endure it. That's when the Goblin Princess made her rounds through the crowd again. Why is the quality of this class all so bad? Well, croak. One is uglier than the other. It was as if the crowd's little hearts had received a 10,000 point blitz. At that moment, Starry Night took the initiative to step forward. Well, quack. Look, princess. This orc must be big and fierce. After saying that, he stepped forward and grabbed Tang Long's head before showing it to the Goblin Princess. Chuchubeinos took a look at Tang Long's downward glance at the light that gradually bubbled up in his eyes. Well, croak. Great. Pull it out. Pull it out. Merit plus 10. Tang Long gritted his teeth and was pulled out from the crowd. Standing at the front of the group with Wang Tung, he was exploding at the moment. Originally, he had maintained his bestiality to make himself ugly and keep the Kobold Princess from looking at him. As a result, I don't know where a Kobold minion came out. Martyr directly gave himself a point wave of recommendations. At this time, Starry Night walked over and patted Tang Long's shoulder. Well, quack. Brother, you've gotten this wave of riches thanks to me. When you gain power in the future, if you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. 10,000 grass mud horses raced past in Tang Long's mind. Nima, isn't that voice Starry Night? What a day. You're my fucking disaster star. Next, the Goblin Princess simply swings for the fences, giving all the right to choose a princess recommendation to Starry Night. In her opinion, this kid, Starry Night, has a unique vision and is deeply in her heart. Starry Night was also unreserved and did her best to choose a consort for her highness. Well, quack. Your highness, this kid has a thin waist, has abs. In humans that's called a mad dog waist. It's awesome. A dude curses and gets pulled out of the line. Well, quack. This kid wears glasses. Very civilized. In fact, the more civilized. Slutty. Lu Yen was pulled out of the group with a crying face. Then, Starry Night turned back and slowly looked at the kneeling men, and a strange smile could not help but appear at the corner of his mouth. The crowd backed up, their faces horrified. Don't you come over here, princess. Look at this one. Thick eyebrows, big eyes and double eyelids, and his psychic ability is vigorous, so you'll be set up properly. Yichin showed a look of wanting to knife people and was pulled out by the two kobolds. Princess, love spicy crawfish? Look here, the god of crawfish to understand. Princess, I'm not afraid of being thick and short and powerful, but I'm afraid of being thin and long with a hook. Understand? Princess, Starry Night is a crunchy recommended meal. Recommended all the people you could know a little bit. Of course you should think of your friends when something good happens. Good brothers. Righteous. Starry Night put her arm around their shoulders and laughed. The crowd cried and mourned. Worse than the death of their own father. Don't give me that look. Smile. You guys, look how beautiful the princess is. You guys just enjoy yourselves. At that moment, the Goblin Princess nuzzled her big fat mouth and signaled the others to get out. In the hall, a dozen male favorites were soon left, along with a few people from Starry Night and the princess. The princess turned her head to look straight at Starry Night. A chill ran through Starry Night. Well, croak. You've done a good job. You'll be my personal guard captain from now on. Well, quack. Thank you, princess. Well, croak. You also quickly go out. Look so ugly. Don't spoil my pleasure. Starry Night's face darkened. Naya, calling me ugly? The Kobold Princess smiled slightly. Very clear city. Well, quack. I know you have a crush on me, but you're just too ugly and I'm not happy about you being there to do my job. So get out and I'll give you a chance to help me with my bath later. Starry Night, crap no need princess. Let Wang Tong wash it for you. Saying that, he rolled and ran out of the hall. The way of the world is good, and the heavens are not forgiving. After Starry Night left, the Goblin Princess began to enjoy her feasts. Well, quack, I just love you guys so much. Come on, babies, let's play together. With that, wiggling her big fat ass, she lunged. In the hall, there was a burst of screams. Zhenghuai City, the office of the Bureau of Alien Spirits. Wu Jing and the principal sat in front of the big screen, ready to see how the little guys are training. Also coming this time was Wang Tang's father, Wang Qian. He was curious to know how his son Wang Tang's training was going. At the same time, he also wanted to recommend Wang Tang to enter the Altered Spirit Guards directly as an errand boy after he graduated from college. Boss Wang, welcome. Let me tell you, this child Wang Tang has excellent grades, especially after entering the abyss. He has performed very well and has made a lot of progress. Wu Jing made up a bunch of nonsense. Wang Qian said, Captain Wu, it's not that I'm bragging. My son that has the qualifications of a great emperor. Not only good grades, but also a particularly decent character. No bad habits. Then it would be best for this kind of talent to be in our alien spirit guard. Wu Jing and Wang Qian shook hands, a few fingers in their hands talking to each other about the price. The principal was impatient. He couldn't wait to find out how his seedlings were doing. Wu Kei, I haven't been here for a few days. You're not even paying attention to my seedlings anymore, are you? Wukong smiled awkwardly. How can that be? I watch it every day. They've made great progress. Some have even gone into the abyss to experience it, and they have a lot of interest in life. The principal was suspicious and expressed disbelief. After all these years, I still don't know you. My students must not even have enough food to eat. And what's the point of talking about the love of life? If you don't believe me, let's speak with facts. Luo Xin. Turn on the surveillance. Let's take a look at Wang Gongzi's current special training. Wu Jing was confident because he had specifically asked about Wang Tang's situation. He learned that Wang Tang had joined a very strong adventuring team to venture into the abyss. Later on, Wang Tang's performance would definitely light up their eyes. Little Wang, little Zhang, don't be busy and get everyone over here. Let's take a look at the heroic performance of Mr. Wang's adventure in the abyss. Okay. Everyone in the office dropped what they were doing. They were leaning over ready to see the teenage male in the abyss in his monster-slaying stance. The leather-clad beauty Luo Xin's slender fingers tapped rapidly. On the screen, it showed the image coming from Wang Tang's bracelet. It was a big, thick, wrinkled, flaming red lip. Her owner was pouting and kissing towards Wang Tang's face. Well, croak. Little Tang Tang, quickly give me a fragrant bite. Moo well. In an instant, the Alien Spirit Bureau office exploded. What the hell? Wang Tang, you're damn good at an on-life interest is really barreling hard. Sigma_angle. Worthy of a man with the qualifications of a great emperor. Playing with flowers. Instantly, everyone vomited and crumbled. There was a moment of confusion and awkwardness. The principal grabbed Wu Kei by the neck and shook him back and forth. What the fuck have you done to my good seedling? Wang Tang's father, Wang Qian, clenched his fists in death. Little hearts are about to clam up. Your own son's son. How did you become a pervert? Right at the moment when flaming red lips kissed Wang Tang on the surveillance screen. Hello. Oh. Wang Qian finally couldn't hold on any longer and directly pumped himself to death. The corners of his mouth kept spitting white foam. Boss Wang, don't think about it. Call an ambulance. For a while, the scene was a mess. With people making phone calls and doing artificial respiration. There were those who threw up endlessly. And those who were just scared and jerked off. It's been busy in half an hour. It took Wu King to clean up the scene. He wiped the sweat off his face and sat on his ass in the chair. Off to the side was the principal who wanted to kill him with his eyes. Headmaster, listen to my explanation. This matter of Wang Tang is purely an accidental case. All the other students are developing very well. The black lines on the principal's face only diminished by a few when he heard this. Let's hope so. Let's see how Yi Chen is doing. Hearing this, Wu Jing was finally relieved. He hurriedly greeted. Luo Xin. Take a look at Yi Chen's picture. Lawson's fingers need to move faster. Those big sexy lips were back on the surveillance screen. Wu Qing, Omega, Inema. They went in a group. Principal, go to hell. Cobalt Kingdom. Outside of the Hall of Chosen Princesses. Starry Night lies directly on the ground and listens to the most beautiful sounds in the world. He looked at the sky full of stars and couldn't help but analyze the current encounter. The combat power of the Goblin Kingdom was simply not something they could fight against. The Goblin King is platinum strength. Because of this awakening, his strength temporarily fell to the peak of gold. So this was the reason why the crowd dared to form a group and venture out to hunt the Goblin King. However, once he succeeded in his awakening, he would be able to directly break through the diamond level. Straight up invincible in the entire Lauren Abyss. All 7 of the Goblin generals under his command also had a gold rank, plus countless stragglers with all sorts of oddball tactics. With the few men he had, and being captured, he was doomed to fight. What to do? Suddenly a light came on in front of him. If you can't solve something, go to the system. Brother Unity. What's the matter? Destroy these kobolds for me. I can't do it. I also need to be nourished by merit. The power of merit is not enough. And my current strength is not enough. Not as good as. Why don't you spend your merits on something? Starry Night was speechless, suddenly feeling that this system was also a pitiful one. I can't help it. Let's get some upgrade pills to eat first. System panel opens. He was outright stunned. Merit 6754? Unity Sun, where did I get so much merit? You created the beggar's version of the arm armor, so that many adventurers who could not afford the original arm armor had a weapon, which saved them from being killed. You saved all the heads, 10 points each. Starry Night nearly jumped up and down in excitement. This wave of rich spend money. He decisively opened them all and bought 4 upgrade pills, a small nuclear blast missile, and a 10 consecutive draw. That's right. Starry Night hasn't given up yet. He rubbed his hands together and went straight to smoking. Congratulations to the host. Won the system blessing once. Wish the host in the next few days. Turn danger into safety. Prosperity. Congratulations to the host. Won the system blessing once. Wish the host in the next few days. Turn danger into safety. Prosperity. Congratulations to the host. Won the system blessing once. Wish the host in the next few days. Turn danger into safety. Prosperity. 10 fucking blanks in a row? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a guaranteed reward, a small wooden fish of merit. Use the merit hammer to strike the wooden fish once to gain 1 point of merit. Starry Night was suddenly not sleepy. Good stuff. A small wooden fish appeared in front of him as soon as he moved his mind. The little hammer of merit. How do I get the little hammer of merit? Can be purchased at the merit shop, or obtained by doing quests. Starry Night hurriedly opened the store. He couldn't wait to knock for a while. Hey, 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 merit, merit. Starry Night was happily flipping through the store when suddenly he froze in place. Small hammer of merit. 100. 000 merit required. Starry Night was filled with tears. I'm guilty. Really. I shouldn't have any illusions about this dog bay system. He's fucking crushing me. Starry Night yelled up to the sky, cackling. You've compensated me for my merit. Starry Night swore. Anyone who buys another 10 in a row draw in this life is a rhubarb. It's a fucking pit. 1,000 merits to buy upgrade pills to eat. Doesn't he smell good? With tears in her eyes, Starry Night nibbled on the upgrade Dan. Con giggling, con giggle. Oh, Nima. That smells good. Level +1. Level +1. Level +1. Level +1. With 4 ranks +1 in a row, Starry Night had directly risen to 9 stars of black iron. It was no longer useful to eat the black iron grade upgrade Dan anymore. The merit shop does have bronze breakthrough Dan. Starry Night took a look at the price. Nima, 10,000 merits. 30% probability of breakthrough Dan. Let's just forget about it. Starry Night burped and patted her large belly, which was so propped up that it almost exploded. Can't eat anymore. Just then, an extremely lewd-looking goblin soldier quietly approached the hall. Starry Night spotted the shipment immediately. As the Kobold Princess's chief personal guard, Starry Night must stand every watch for Her Highness. He jumped straight up and slapped the leering kobold on the back of his head. What the fuck, you want to die? That kobold's whole body trembled in fear when he saw that he had been discovered. Well, quack, croak, big brother, I was wrong. I really love Her Highness too much. That's why I sneaked into the palace, wanting to sneak a peek at the princess's face. Starry Night's view of love collapsed straight away. Crap, there are lickers among the kobolds? He gave the kobold Lickspittle a look. Well, quack, what's your name? The kobold shuddered. Well, quack, my name is Iron Rod Little Dogblessed. Starry Night was straight up confused. Goblin is a pretty unorthodox name. Well, quack, well then I'll test you on a question. If you get it right I'll let you off. What's the princess's name? At the mention of the princess, Iron Stick Small Dogblessed has adoration written all over his face. Well, quack, the full name of Her Great Highness is King Meatsilchuchu North Nose. Starry Night was straight up all baffled by the fact that the name Goblin was seemingly random and a bit of a fucking rule. Immediately afterward, Starry Night gave a grilling before realizing the origin of the kobold's name. The Kobold Kingdom, in addition to the royal family, has 7 great races, each with a general. They are Iron Rod, Thunder, Flame, Frost, Throw, Self-Destruct, and Chariot. It's not necessary to ask. It's obvious which race fights how. And in the second paragraph, the pups in shredded meat were taken by the parents. In the third paragraph, the Notras and Choo-Choo Northern Noses were taken by the kobolds themselves. This kobold is preachy and learned. At this point, Starry Night had already interrogated the Goblin Kingdom's power divisions and terrain secrets pretty much already. Even asked about some of the hidden secrets of the Goblin Kingdom. He had a not-so-sophisticated plan in mind. Well, quack, okay brother, it seems you really love the princess, so I'll allow you to watch her be happy from the window. As soon as the little dog, Buelas, heard that, a green light came into his eyes. Well, quack, oh benefactor, please let me know your name, and I will repay you with my life in the future. Starry Night froze. Cripes, he still had to get a name. He gave it a little thought. Well, my name is Gripshake. Well, quack, big flopper, bully, you really are the most talented being amongst the kobolds. Come chase the princess with me. Starry Night quickly shook her head vigorously, like a rattle. Well, quack, don't, go see your princess. And so it was that Puppy Buzz was hard at work watching his goddess at the window all night. It's just dawning. Starry Night stretched, and a pretty damn good sleep. He slapped his face to wake himself up more, then slowly walked into the Hall of Chosen Princesses. By now, the Goblin Princess had gone back to sleep. Only a group of consorts were left, shut up in the council hall. Starry Night slowly pushed the door open. Good morning, guys. Did you have a good day yesterday? Suddenly, he blacked out. Beat him. Tenderize his suffocating grandson. Pitbull. At this point Starry Night had a bag placed over her head. A group of consorts swarmed the room. Straight to the ground for Starry Night. Big brothers, if you have something to say, I'm doing it all for your own good. Starry Night explained loudly. However, no one was listening at all. Strip him straight away and supply the Cobalt Princess for her enjoyment. Don't. Big brothers, I was wrong. No one listened to him at all. With 7 hands, the crowd stripped Starry Night of her disguise. The corners of the crowd's mouths showed vengeful smiles. Today, the great revenge has been avenged, and you deserve to die. Starry Night was alarmed. Crap, doing bad things really is retribution. But this retribution came a little too fast. The crowd tied him up and tied him into dumplings. Carry it away and offer it to Her Highness. Starry Night was on the verge of tears. This was fucking scary. Retribution is a good turn, and the heavens have spared no one. Seeing that, she was about to be carried out the door. Starry Night panicked. Big brothers, I have a plan to get everyone out. The crowd carried Starry Night with a sudden lurch in their steps. Shiver and listen. Starry Night rounds up the crowd. This way, that way at hashtag percent hashtag. At hashtag percent at that way, that way. Finally, let's just make a big comeback and take out the Goblin King. Starry Night a meal detail to the point of horror as a plan to everyone above. The crowd immediately felt hope to live. Put him down and let him go through with the program. Starry Night is lowered and untied. Phew. Scared baby. Get on with your business. In 3 days' time there will be a great counterattack to kill the Goblin King and capture the princess alive. Yes, take the princess alive. Starry Night froze right in her tracks at the sound of that. What the hell? A one-night stand. And you've developed feelings. Ha, crowd, mouth, fuck off Nima. After hearing Starry Night's sophisticated plan, the crowd was finally rekindling hope for life. Last night, the Goblin Princess just kissed and hugged and lifted everyone up and didn't really act on it because her big fucking sister was here. But what about a few days later, when all the people will be in ruin or open the door to some new world? It's been sinking in ever since, and I can't get out of it. At this point, the crowd had given all their hopes of survival to Starry Night. You must save us. The crowd looked at Starry Night with anticipation and little gorillas seemed to be bubbling in their eyes. Starry Night patted her chest. Don't worry guys, as long as you cooperate with me fully, I will definitely be able to get everyone out. After that, the crowd, with 7 hands, put together the cobalt skin again and put it on Starry Night. This time, the reassembled goblin skin is even more realistic and uglier than the previous one. At that moment, the doors to the pageant hall were opened. A group of kobold soldiers walked in. Well quack, the princess has ordered that this group of male favorites be locked up in the princess's chambers. After that, the crowd of kobold soldiers tied up all of them with 7 hands and kicks. During that time, Starry Night was a real labor of love. He's the one who kicks the hardest and ties up the strongest in the whole room, so it's really not watered down at all. There was no way around it. He had nothing else going for him at Starry Night, but dedication. At this moment, the crowd of goblin soldiers all looked at the Starry Night binders adoringly. Well quack, big brother you this kidnapping technique is really powerful Lou. Tied up with human artwork like, Maka, brother, where did you learn this craft? Teach us. Starry Night waved her hand. Well quack, this is a rope technique I learned from a certain movie series. This tying method is very strong and easy to handle yo. Maka, I want to learn. Well quack, big brother, you're my own big brother. A bunch of goblin soldiers came forward to recognize their big brother. Starry Night in the spirit of the internet's original sharing, teaching his rope skills to his kobold minions without reservation. Even, Starry Night used Wang Tang directly for a live teaching. Just a little bit of unhappiness on the teaching model's face. At this moment, Wang Tang was being tied into an extremely humiliating one-legged lift maneuver. Well quack, it's called a one-legged sling. It's used for severe torture, and the prisoner will scream really hard. It's very good. A group of kobolds below watched carefully, then jotted it down in a small notebook. Wang Tang was then tied into an even more humiliating position. Well quack, this is called turtle armor bondage. Tied like this, not afraid of the prisoner does not confess. Double the pleasure. Wang Tang had 10,000 grass mud horses racing through his heart at this moment. Of all the fucking people, why did you use me as a demonstration? Starry Night gave him a look, then flipped her hands over and unlocked a whole new rope trick. Well quack, I don't feel guilty using you as a demonstration. Wang Tang, I'm yet. Starry Night operated at once, and a piece of artwork kept surfacing on Wang Tang's body. The multitude of kobolds were worshipful bodies. A door to a new world slowly opened in their hearts. Well quack, that's it for today's lecture. Class, we'll see you next time. How could the crowd of kobolds let Starry Night get off easy? Well, quack. Big brother, teach me a little longer. I still want to learn new rope skills. Starry Night waved her hand. Well, quack. Everyone just listen to me from now on and I'll be sure to teach you all. Besides, you can't chew on more than you can chew. So you can learn a little at a time to be more solid. Hearing such sensible words, the many kobold soldiers admired Starry Night even more. They were ready to throw themselves into Starry Night's service as a horseman. Starry Night was happy as he untied all the ropes that were tied to Wang Tang. Well, quack, take them all away. Yes, Wang Tang was finally relieved. Being used as a bondage textbook by Starry Night was so damn humiliating that he might as well have killed him. Thankfully, it's over. Unfortunately, Starry Night always believed in the right concept of helping people to the end and sending Buddha to the west. Teaching, there's teaching, and then there's learning. So he commanded to the kobold soldiers. Well, quack, hurry up and stop dawdling, the rest of you take the others, and this big blonde bald guy will give you rope practice. Wang Tung, kobold? Starry Night flew out of the hall. It's not that he's afraid of Wang Tang retaliating against him, but he really doesn't have the face to look at it. The next step is to implement the second step of the plan, to increase strength. Yesterday the system prompted him like a jerk. Weapon synthesis system can be opened when the total merit value reaches 10,000. Either one of the artifacts or the melee equipment. Additional bonus, 1 bronze level 99% breakthrough Dan. 1 bronze level 100% breakthrough Dan. Starry Night was quite an enlightening experience. This bronze level 100% breakthrough Dan. How can the market price not sell him 1,000 big boobs? Eat a 99% breakthrough elixir yourself and break through directly. Hey, blood money. Thus, Starry Night had to choose that once most hated path in order to quickly accumulate merit. Donate money to charity. If he didn't have to when the situation was urgent, he really wanted to glean slowly from his wolf friends. Donate now. Starry Night quickly found both Ling Qin and Ling Shui. The two of them were hiding in the Goblin Kingdom yesterday. Due to the chaos of civilian administration in the Goblin Kingdom, the two went completely unnoticed. The only trouble was that last night Ling Qin had a whim and intended to prove her beauty. So, she managed to take out 10 of the kobolds. Stomp on a kobold's head 10 times. Sparse and sparse. Starry Night wandered over to find them both. Big sister Ling Qin, lend me your cell phone for a bit. I'll run some errands. Ling Qin blackened his face as if his anger was still fresh. You didn't know the Kobold Kingdom had magic boundaries. Cell phones don't even get a signal. Starry Night was confused. What not? I don't know. Ling Qin's face became even darker. Then you know that the highest combat power of the Goblin Kingdom is platinum level. So why didn't the humans just send 2 diamonds to exterminate them? Starry Night scratched her head. You don't know to ask Dueling to go. Ask me, I don't have a cell phone by Edu. Ling Qin was directly speechless for a while. Starting to give Starry Night from 1 + 1 is equal to 2 science. The Goblin Kingdom is surrounded by a magical boundary that allows up to silver level adventurers to enter. That's why humans have been unable to conquer the Goblin Kingdom for so many years. And there's no signal for all communication tools within the boundaries. No way to call for help. Even if we ask for help, there's nothing we can do. And any more silver levels that come over are just sending them to their deaths. Starry Night drifted off. Oh, so that's why you didn't give me your cell phone. Ling Qin, Petri dish, superscript 33. Here, take it away. Ling Qin shoved his cell phone at Starry Night as soon as he could. Password? 54,188. Starry Night opened Ling Qin's cell phone. Sure enough, there's no signal. Ling Qin looked like he was taking it for granted. I told you there was no signal. What are you doing going through my albums? Don't fucking look at my browser. Naya, that's my shower video. Starry Night didn't care about that, and took her cell phone and ran off in a puff of smoke. I have to say, speed alone. Starry Night was a top-tier existence in the entire third wheel realm, that is. In less than 10 minutes, Starry Night had ridden the third wheel to the edge of the boundary, just to be on the safe side. Starry Night took the cell phones of both sisters, Ling Qin and Ling Shui. He casually picked up Ling Qin's cell phone, called Lu Neng's number. The phone quickly connected, and Lu Neng's voice came from the other end. Hey, who is it? Don't you fucking know that, mister? Lu is busy? Me? Starry Night. Hearing Starry Night, Lu Neng directly changed his attitude. Ah, it's Chairman Star. Are you still happy fighting monsters in the abyss? Starry Night thought a little. It's a bit of a joy. By the way, how much money am I making now? Lu Neng answered directly without even thinking about it. Star Director, you probably have about 20 million now. Starry Night was startled. Damn, that's a lot. We can't sell this much even in the past few days. Mr. Star, you don't understand. We don't earn poor people's money anymore. We earn rich people's money. I'm taking our brand to raise money and getting direct investment in a small goal. You also have 20% of the shares. which is $20 million. Starry Night was straight up confused. It's still you crooks who make money, Anon. On the other end of the phone, Lu Nan was infinitely fawning. More than half a month ago, he was worried about eating. Since following Starry Night for 10 days, he has directly transformed from a stallholder to Mr. Lu, worth tens of millions of dollars, left and right. That's what it's all about. In the future, as long as the star director in order, he Lu can go to the soup, in the fire. Star director, what is your business with the money? Starry Night thought for a moment and said, I'd like to donate some money. On the other end of the phone, came Lu Neng's voice. It's good to donate money. We are rich. It must be a blessing arranged by God. We should also give back appropriately. And we can also raise some popularity along the way. How much to donate? Starry Night counted his merits. Saved up 1,000 before. Later on, selling armor and saving some people resulted in a total haul of over 6,000. It added up to just over 8,000. And he was still 2,000 merits short of taking off. At this moment, the system's prompting voice came from the head. Each person in need of help harvests 10,000 blocks and receives 1 point of merit. 10,000 bucks to 1. That's a fucking donation of $20 million, right? Starry Night couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth at the thought. Mud, prices are a bit high on this end of the system. And, did your damn system inquire about my savings? Donate 20 million then, Starry Night said over the phone. There was a small amount of silence and uneasiness on the opposite end of the line. A moment later, Lu Neng's voice came again. Okay, Mr. Star, we'll cheat again when the money's gone. No, we'll earn it again. 10 minutes later, the system's beep came. Ding, merit plus 2,000. Starry Night, is this meat pain? 20 million. He has never seen so much money in his life. But now it's a fight to save lives. Just then, a series of rewards from the system exploded in Starry Night's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching 10,000 total merit value. Equipment synthesis system opens. Rewarded with the qualification of choosing one of the 2 melee artifacts. 100% bronze breakthrough pill. Reward a 10% discount card for 10 consecutive draws. Starry Night was overjoyed. This splash of riches is finally in his hands. Let's start with a melee artifact duo to press the point. Optional artifacts. 1. Ling Ling Pained King Killer. 2. Wolverine Extinction Pan. Starry Night's eyes glazed over at the sight. Both of these artifacts are so dang good. It's really hard to choose. Let's look at the equipment properties first. Ling Ling Pained King Killer. Quality, golden artifact. Type, melee short sword. Introduction, from Nanchanman to Panglai East Road. The imperial chopper of the dry General Moxie, hardened by the cold iron of Tianshan. And Lu Huaqiang's raw melon egg inspection knife is known as the artifact world's Etienne Toulon. Starry Night read the synopsis with a black face. It's pretty damn long. I have to say that this knife does hang, but he's more interested in trying Lu Huaqiang's raw egg inspection knife. Take a look at the pan again. Starry Night opened the pan's top. Red Wolf Exterminating Pan. Quality, golden artifact. Type, melee blunt weapon / shield / thrown weapon / kitchen utensil. Introduction, can swing, can hit, can fry eggs, can throw, can carry, can block bullets. Red Wolf Pan. Love your choice. Starry Night couldn't help but look at the pan's synopsis with some confusion. Why does it feel like an advertisement? Might as well go with the killer. As powerful as the pan is, what man can resist the charms of a killer knife? Starry Night wants to tap the X button in the upper right corner of the pan to exit the page, but that X is just a bit small to make. Instead of clicking on the X for a second, Starry Night clicked on the blank space. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wolfie Extinction Pan. Starry Night was a straight-up mama's boy. Mud, dog system. You learned this blurb page from the ads. Alas, a pan is a pan, or at least a godsend. I'm so used to being screwed by the system that I don't want to spit anything out. Then let's have a breakthrough Dan to taste first. Just as I'm hungry myself. With a movement of Starry Night's conviction, a large yellow pellet the size of a footbath appeared out of nowhere. Starry Night looked at the huge pill and couldn't help but get lost in thought. We are saying that although the system is pitiful, but in the materials used in this piece that is no excuse. Praise. Starry Night is a straight-up cocoa nibble. The breakthrough Dan quickly disappeared into thin air. All Starry Night felt was a warmth rush through her entire body. Unspeakably comfortable. A burst of aura came madly towards Starry Night. Then the system was heard. Congratulations to the host. Breaking through to bronze 1 star. Alien power, the art of explosion unlocking new attributes. The art of explosion unlocks new attribute, mushroom bomb. Mushroom bomb, plant an invisible bomb in place that provides partial vision. Detonation method, timed detonation. Intentional detonation, touch detonation. Synopsis, you can lose in a group battle. but those who defecate in the open must die. Starry Night looked at the new attribute of this alien ability and fell into silent contemplation. It's a good thing, but it's just slightly unpredictable. Go to the Goblin Kingdom later and give them a taste of the power of the mushroom bomb. Not only that, after upgrading to bronze, the various attributes of Starry Night's entire body were enhanced by leaps and bounds. Whether it's strength, speed, or durability, etc., they all increased geometrically. These tens of millions of dollars spent aren't a loss. After all, it's all for nothing. Well, all in all, Starry Night was in a rather happy state at the moment. He couldn't resist the urge to gamble on his oomph when he was happy. The system gives a 10% discount coupon for 10 consecutive draws. Use it. Starry Night spends 100 merits to buy a 10 consecutive draw. It's only 100 merits anyway, so I'll buy it in case I win something good in the lottery. With that in mind, Starry Night tapped on the draw. Congratulations to the host. Drew the system super blessing. This system wishes you a smooth sailing. 2 dragons playing pearls. 3 suns to open the sea. 4 flat. 5 blessings. 6. 7 stars to report good luck. 8 sides of the wealth. 9 to 1. 10 perfect. Congratulations to the host. Drew the system super blessing. This system wishes you a smooth sailing. 2 dragons playing pearls. 3 suns to open the sea. 4 flat. 5 blessings. 6. 7 stars to report good luck. 8 sides of the wealth. 9 to 1. 10 perfect. Congratulations to the host. Drew the system super blessing. This system wishes you a smooth sailing. 2 dragons playing pearls. 3 suns to open the sea. 4 flat. 5 blessings to the door. 6. 7 stars to report happiness. 8 sides of the wealth. 9. 10 perfect. Congratulations to the host, who drew the system super blessing. 10 system super blessings in a row. Starry Night's entire body collapsed. Damn dog system, do you have anything in this crap raffle or not? Omega, Geneva. Refund. Don't panic, we still have a guaranteed reward. A string of merit. Merit string. 1 coil increases 1 point of merit. Starry Night relaxed then. Take it out and look at it. A small bracelet of 108 beads appeared in Starry Night's hand. That's more like it. Finally something decent. 1 lap of the disc will take 3 minutes at most. The income isn't high, but it's better than stable. Only then did Starry Night drop the bomb that was ready to die with the system. Pissed off. Call my sister and see if the kidnappers are still alive over there. Starry Night took out her cell phone, opened her contacts, clicked on her contact sister, and dialed. Do. No answer? Suddenly, another cell phone rang on Starry Night. Starry Night was very puzzled as to how anyone could still call Ling Shui. A little lowly. Starry Night picked it up casually. Hey, she's in the shower. Call back in 30 minutes if you need anything. Then only his own voice could be heard coming from Ling Qin's cell phone. Hey, she's in the shower. Call back in 30 minutes if you need anything. Starry Night, winky face. Seems a little awkward to slip away before anyone knows. Starry Night mounted the third wheel and roared all the way to the Goblin Kingdom. Time is running out. Hurry up and take a shit. Ah, no. Hurry up and set up the mines. Jia. Starry Night quietly returns to the Goblin Kingdom. Was planning to knock the sentry out and sneak in. I didn't realize it, because I knocked out several sentries in a row, resulting in the number of sentinels now skyrocketing right into the dozens. Now it was difficult. One couldn't just take out dozens of goblin sentinels in an instant without being detected. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Well, quack. Puppy bullshit? Wipe. Big brother, how did you go out? Now it is under martial law. Hurry to come in. Puppy Bless took Starry Night's hand enthusiastically and personally escorted him into the Goblin Kingdom. Then he turned back to the other sentries and sternly commanded them. Well, croak. Little ones, keep the gate well guarded. Even if His Majesty comes, he won't be allowed to enter without a pass. Mamacita. Starry Night was confused. Is it really okay for you to be so double standard? Inu? Well, quack. I didn't realize you were a leader. Well, quack. Just a small sentry captain. How can I compare to Big Brother? Starry Night was a bit embarrassed to actually owe the kobold a favor. Well, quack. I have a chance to bait the princess, so why don't I let you have it? The entire forest went numb as the little dog. Buelas, listen to this. Well, quack. Crikey, Big Brother, you are my real father. Turn around and introduce my real mom to you. Winky face, no need. Starry Night was sweating profusely and had serious doubts about this kobold's intelligence. He realized that everyone's recognition of the goblin's intelligence was real. I just didn't realize that the kobolds would be reading the Chow Thief's playbook. Starry Night was barely regulated when she entered the kingdom. He quickly found the duo of Ling Qin and Ling Shui. Here's your cell phones back. I didn't go through them, Really? Hey, what's that look on your faces? The two resisted the urge to beat him to death and took the phone. What next? We can't just wait for the crowd to be killed. Starry Night shipped a confident pat on Ling Shue's chest. I certainly have my plans. What's the plan? Come on. I'll show you guys how to take a shit. Ling Qin, _. The scene shifts. The Kobold King's palace must be on the road. A tall kobold was crouching on the ground. He clenched his fists hard, accompanied by a slight tremor throughout his body. Expression is very grim. It was as if the entire body had concentrated its strength in one place. With an ah! It was as if his whole being had become stretched, comfortable. Ling Qin, who was in charge of keeping the wind at the side, was going crazy. Naya, can you set off a bomb without using such a soulful expression and voice? Big sister. I don't want to. The properties of this thing are just like that. I can't help it. So big brother, can you pull faster? I'm ashamed to be here on the wind, eh? I'm not even ashamed of fucking pulling here. And you're ashamed of taking the wind out of your sails. The two of them were talking to each other in a line. Suddenly, a few kobolds approached. Starry Night and Ling Qin were like enemies. What to do? Someone's coming. Come on. I'll fucking pull half of it how it goes. Then you clip off. I'm not fucking shit. This is a bomb. The two were having a little tussle. A few kobolds walked up to him, gossiping about something. Well, quack. The princess is getting better looking. Well, quack. Too bad she only likes the human hairy monsters. Well, that's just it. We kobolds are nice and hairless and clean. A few kobolds yacked and chatted. Suddenly, they were greeted by the sight of a tall kobold squatting in the middle of the main street taking a dump. The expression is extremely hard and ugly. On one side of him, an even uglier female kobold was keeping an eye on him. Well, quack. What kind of kobold can find a date these days? Well, quack. Look at that female goblin is also so ugly. Wang bark with turtle. Oddball with ugly goods. Born to be a pair. The kobolds were extremely loud, almost directly to Ling Qin's face. Straight away, Ling Qin was pissed off. You guys are fucking looking for death. A few kobolds laughed out loud. Well, quack. Yo Lin ugly much. May you and your poop-loving boyfriend have a baby soon. Early in life. Early born. Starry Night all but pulls a riposte. Turns out kobolds wouldn't be surprised to see random poop at all. They're surprised that Aaron shits and takes his girlfriend for a release. Cam. Starry Night looked at the 10 kobolds whose heads had been stomped to pieces that skittered. Unable to help himself, he was lost in thought. What the hell am I shitting with a liability for? After figuring out the principle, Starry Night directly told Ling Qin to play aside. He himself is wreaking havoc throughout the Goblin Kingdom. There are Starry Nights on the streets, in the alleys, and in the squares everywhere. After getting rid of Ling Qin, Starry Night's poop was much smoother. It seems that having someone around when you take a shit just detracts from the intent of the shit. Starry Night is Cuckoo's one-time bomb release, and no road that can be traveled, no path that can be crossed, is spared from shipwreck. Not half a day later, Starry Night was actually famous amongst the kobolds, and it's still a positive image. Now so many Goblin fans are all learning to shit on him. It's said that pulling it this way makes it grow bigger. As a result, a whole new slew of fashionable movements have emerged in the kobold world. Street shit. On the street, two neighbors meet and greet each other cordially. Well, quack, did you poop today? Well, quack, I did it early in the morning. And you, where did you do it? Well, quack, I'm in front of the palace. And so the day passed. Starry Night dragged her weak, shaking legs back outside the princess's chambers. It's so damn tiring. Luckily, he had some aura beads in his backpack, or else he would have had to pull a weak death. Thinking about his layout plan filled him with a big head. It felt so bad to get my brain back. When I returned to Jianghuai, I must host my brain in some brainless novel. Brainless times are truly happy times. Starry Night caught a 2-hour break. In the middle of the night, he quietly opened his eyes, looking at the dark night, the stars in the sky. It was about 2 o'clock in the night. The lazy kobolds are all sleeping, while the hard-working forests are already working. Starry Night stretched. Sleep? Only people who can't touch fish during the day sleep. What sleep for someone like me who has nothing to do during the day? So Starry Night got right up to work. Tonight's mission, to drug. Starry Night pulled out a sack of laxatives from his space backpack. Don't ask the good guys why they carry laxatives with them. The question is that I have a friend who is chronically constipated and needs to take it promptly. Ask yourself who that friend is. I'm sorry, Zhang de Bao. His father, Zhang Ura. Starry Night hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely. Walk over to one of the several large wells in the Goblin Kingdom and start dropping them off. He opened the sack and the white powdered laxative huffed and puffed into it, not caring at all about the dosage. Like a construction site pouring lime, a sack of laxatives was soon poured in. Starry Night thought the potency might be too one-dimensional. Another sack of sow aphrodisiacs was pulled out of the sack. He thought about whether or not it would violate kobold family planning policy if he did that, and then put it back. No, that would be too unethical. Next, Starry Night is seeing a well and putting a sack of laxatives in it. Soon the wells of the 7 tribes and the king's clan were filled with hearty breath, just as he dropped into the last well, suddenly caught by a kobold patrol sentry. Well, quack, what to put in the well? Starry Night's entire body broke out in a cold sweat. Winky face, crap, I've been spotted. What should I do? Just knock out? Only to see the kobold sentry walk straight over, pick up the wolfsbane and point it at Starry Night's head. Well, you don't look like a good guy. You put something in the well. Let me taste what it is. After saying that kobold directly drew a bucket of water from the well, took a scoop, and began to gulp it down. After a few sips, he felt unfulfilled, then just hugged the bucket and started drinking tons and tons and tons. Starry Night looked confused. I say this kobold brother, save some for the others. After drinking a bucket of water, that kobold's entire stomach was bigger. Well, croak, this water tastes good. Give me what you put in it and I'll go put some in the little well dedicated to the great king. When I have done great service, I will marry my second aunt to you. Starry Night exclaimed, crap, there are so many slots. I actually didn't know which one to spit at for a while. Starry Night was quick to pull out a marijuana bag of laxatives. The kobold picked up the sack and went off on his ass to take credit for it. Starry Night pulled out a small notebook, hit on top of the plan to put mushroom bombs all over the map and drug down, added another plan at the end, being a second aunt's husband, and then drawing it off again. Starry Night was fast, and it took just over 2 hours for the entire Goblin Kingdom to be drugged. It's not even dawn yet. Starry Night returned to her post and began to huff and puff. Time passes without knowing how long. Starry Night was awakened by a loud noise. Macaque, macaque. Starry Night was about to get angry straight away. Croak, shut the fuck up. Starry Night froze right after a shout, because there was no one to talk to about him. He rubbed his eyes, and then saw the clearing outside the Princess Chosen Hall, surrounded by kobolds. There were so many of those kobolds, it was almost like there was going to be a war. There are 3 layers inside and 30 outside, as far as the eye can see. Starry Night counted actually tens of thousands. Crap, is this coming over to fuck me? But what are they doing in a circle? Starry Night harbored the weekly pickpocket spirit of helping people to the end and eating melons to the skin. Peel back the multitude of kobolds and squeeze into the center of the kobolds, layer by layer. All he saw was that a huge platform had been built in the center at some point. There were already hundreds of strong kobold warriors standing on the platform. They stared at each other as if they had some kind of grudge. Above the stage, there are rows of seats. In the center of the seat, the Goblin King and the 7 generals sat in a row. The kobold princess was likewise in the seat, sitting behind the kobold king. She still had the same pair of fishnet stockings today, a black bikini clay 3-point set, and her lipstick was actually painted Death Barbie pink. Starry Night almost looked sick. Nima, this princess is fashionable enough. Suddenly, he saw a row of familiar faces. Wang Tang's crowd was actually among them. Only their strong pecs stood out as they were tied up in various humiliating positions. Starry Night touched down quietly. Well, quack, Wang Tang, what's going on here? Wang Tang took a look at Starry Night, and the hatred in his eyes gradually and directly pulled full. If I hadn't been counting on this kid to lead me to escape, expose him now. Suddenly, a little plan dawned on him. The Goblin King wants to choose the strongest warrior in the country and then grant him the highest nobility. You get in the ring, and when you have the power, the whole kobold army of the country will listen to you, and you can take us whenever you want. And, look at that symbol of love. Yuck. The pan that symbolizes courage is today's prize. Afterward, Wang Tang gave a crooked smile. And there's rumored to be a special reward, yo. Starry Night froze and looked directly at the pan at the top of the ring. Crap, that can't be its own system reward. The dog system is getting more and more outrageous. It used to deliver itself to the door. Now it has to be fought with strength. What a pit. The ring. An older kobold shouted. Well, quack, any more warriors on stage? If not, it's time to start. Starry Night held up her hand and called in a huff. Maca, Maca, and me. With that said, Starry Night ran onto the stage. Hey, it's not a bad idea to play a subring in the goblin horde to pretend to be AB. And the corner of Wang Tang's mouth, who was tied into a dumpling on the side, couldn't help but curve into a weird arc. Hey, it's the Kobold Princess's tournament. You, Starry Night, will enjoy the splash of riches when the time comes. The ring was filled with kobolds of all races. Red, green, blue, flowers of all kinds. But it's still the green color of the original skin tone that's the most prevalent. Standing at 179.5, Starry Night looked a bit out of place in the ring with a group of kobolds that averaged 1.25 meters in height. All the kobolds had their eyes on him almost from the start. Crap, I'm being too obvious. Starry Night hurriedly took stock of the situation and crouched in place, holding her head. Well, quack. I thought it was some kind of extraordinary warrior, but it turns out to be a goon. General Flame's eldest son scoffed. Well, croak. This kind of goon doesn't deserve to marry a princess. Go shit yourself on the side. General Frost's eldest son said. Starry Night froze. Crap, they saw me planting mines quietly? All the kobolds were a mockery. Some say Starry Night is stupid and big. Others say Starry Night is just a coward. Anyway, the kobold taunts were endless. Frightened, Starry Night hurriedly touched the Gatling armor in his backpack space. With that, the old man gave a command. Well, quack, the tournament begins. All the kobold warriors all rioted. Weapons were taken in hand, and the all-powerful pandemonium mode was started. But this kind of chaos actually has a pattern. That is, these kobolds are actually fucking hugging. Kind of 3 or 5 of them in a small group. The larger dozen or so kobolds work with each other. There is actually a law that has a meat and a shooter, a milk and a control and a wound carrying. And the coordination is also a little bit subtle. Starry Night was frozen in shock. Was this the kind of lineup match a kobold could have? In an instant, the kobolds of each team fought together. In the ring, elemental skills and stones flew about, and bone sticks and stone spears fought chaotically. There were all kinds of cussing and swearing. Ping back, macaque, croak, oh, at #% and $1. Give me death, #you and at, #carrot. In just a few moments, a number of kobold warriors had fallen. Starry Night looked confused. Are we saying we hit our own people this hard? Starry Night crouched in the corner of the ring, silently watching the crazy mess. It's like none of this has anything to do with him. Just then, a goblin giant with a height of 160 held a large bone stick and swung it toward Starry Night. Well, quack, I won't allow a goblin taller than me. Saying that, the large bone stick in his hand slammed down. Starry Night was confused. What kind of cripple was this? Fuck off, nigga. Starry Night popped the goblin giant with a kick. Damn it, interrupting my show. Starry Night picked up the large stick of bone and waved it around in her hand for a bit. It felt pretty good. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host. You've earned a big bone stick. Quality, blue premium. Type, blunt. Attribute, plus 5% damage to red enemies. Introduction, the thigh bone of the Minotaur. Kangshuifu bone soup instant noodles ancestral soup bone. Starry Night froze. When did this kind of trash equipment also report the attribute interface? And comparing to before, the equipment also has extra attribute words. Is the equipment synthesis system on? Starry Night had almost forgotten that his 10,000 merits were mainly to open the equipment system. I ended up taking 2 big pills and forgot about them. Turn on. Starry Night replied to the system. Equipment synthesis system opens. Equipment icon opens. Starry Night hastily opened the equipment synthesis system. Found a total of just 2 interfaces on it. Synthesis and enhancement. Starry Night was kinda happy. He opened the synthesis system first. An interface popped up. Starry Night puts the big bone baton and the goblin wolfsbane together. Synthesis. The system interface shook for a moment. A brand new outfit appears. Beef leg bone wolf fong stick LV1. Quality, blue premium. Type, blunt. Attributes, 3% chance to stun when attacking. Plus 5% damage to red enemies. Introduction, the combination of cow leg bone and wolf teeth into a big stick. Carry him, you are the most dazzling on the kobold street. The slipper. Starry Night silently looked at the equipment attributes. I feel like this is the charm of the equipment synthesis system. I wonder what effect a little more synthesis would have. So he then knocked over a kobold and picked up his wolfsbane. Place the 2 pieces of equipment on the system synthesis bar. The system suggests that the level will be increased only if 2 identical pieces of equipment are synthesized. This equipment already contains the wolf's tooth rod. Synthesizing it will not increase its effect. Starry Night understood in seconds. As a veteran online gamer, it's obvious at first glance that you're about to fall into the trap of liver engrams. Can't help it. To get stronger? So he casually knocked a kobold over with a blow. Pick up a large bone stick at random. Synthesize the big bone stick and the wolfsbane stick. Obtained beef leg bone wolf fong rod LV1. Starry Night dragged each of the 2 level 1 bull leg bones wolfsbane into the equipment synthesis bar. Obtained beef leg bone wolf fong rod LV2. Starry Night's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it's what I thought it would be. Traditional Netflix set. Wanting stronger gear requires constant livering and kiting. And this synthesis requires equipment that is 2 squared. That means if you need to synthesize a level 10 piece of equipment, you need 512 of the same equipment. It's possible to impoverish people without exhausting them. Playing electronic screws and being a cyber-social animal? Starry Night isn't going to spend that much time and energy in the game. But realistically, it's still something to think about. Because, well, There's plenty of that gear. So Starry Night casually waved the big bone stick again. A poor little kobold gets knocked over, getting a big bone stick. Then Starry Night waved his hand again casually, obtaining a wolfsbane. Accessed at. Starry Night is having a lot of fun with this synthesis system. The joy that leveling up synthetic equipment gave him was comparable to picking up trash. Starry Night kept synthesizing equipment. Beef leg bone wolf tooth rod LV3. Beef shank bone wolfsbane LV4. Beef shank bone wolfsbane LV. The more Starry Nights come together, the higher they get, the more energized they become. Without realizing it, it had been synthesized to level 7. Starry Night again casually waved the bone stick. That bone stick already had a hidden wave of energy chi on it. The strength of the force had already resounded with bursts of sonic booms. However, missed? Starry Night wondered. Where are the kobolds? Starry Night looked up then. However, the scene in front of him left him in a daze, only to see the bodies of hundreds of kobolds lying around him. It's already piled up into a small mountain. That horrible stun effect is almost dizzying to touch. And a vacuum had formed around himself. The rest of the kobolds hid in a corner and shivered. A group of kobolds were confused. The group was having a good fight when they suddenly realized that there was a group of kobolds lying in a corner. And then they saw a stupid big guy, knocking out a kobold with a stick, then skillfully snatching his gear away. Then, another bat knocked one out. Sensei, whoever disobeys, goes up and is knocked out by a dry stick. Less than 10 minutes. Already 2/3 of the kobolds were knocked out. And the range of that bastard's attacks was getting wider and wider. Who the hell to talk to about this? So the remaining kobolds were surprisingly united. A brain went to the corner and shivered. Starry Night was also confused. He had just synthesized a piece of equipment himself. So how come everyone was looking at him with such a thuggish look in their eyes? Is he that scary? Well, quack. Why is everyone shivering in the corner? Is it cold? Come over here and I'll help everyone warm up. After saying that, Starry Night waved the stick of bone in her hand. The group of kobolds saw this and shook their heads in fear. Well, quack. Big brother. We're not cold. We just have pediatric ADHD. You go about your business. Leave us alone. That's it. You're busy. Starry Night gave them a look. Well, quack. You're all called Big Brother. How can I not help you guys? To be honest, I once learned an acupuncture treatment on the human side that specialized in treating pediatric ADHD. Here, let me zap you. With that, Starry Night lifted his big bone stick and headed towards the group of kobolds. The kobolds are mad. Where the fuck is this mob coming from? Your needle is a little thicker. Manga quat. Don't come over here. Macaque. Starry Night holds a large bone stick and slowly moves forward. A bunch of kobolds were going crazy. Damn good match. How to mix in such a goods. It's atrocious. Macaque. Don't come any closer. Starry Night waved the large stick of bone in her hand. Well, quack. Bro bud. I'm a god at acupuncture therapy. Make sure you don't shiver after a while. Starry Night smiled slightly at the fear-filled kobolds. All the kobolds almost cried. Well, quack. What should I do? Well, quack. Cool. Just then, a reddish kobold warrior stepped forward. He was General Flame's oldest son. Flame Barbecue Young Against String. Well, quack. As the only designated heir of the Flame clan, I declare war on you on behalf of the god of Flame. The figure of Flame Barbecue Sheep and Skewer suddenly became tall and imposing. Roaring flames burned up from his body. The temperature of his hands was almost capable of melting steel. God of Flame, give me strength. I am the goat against Skewer. A terrifying heat swept across the room from him. All of the kobolds were scalded red with excitement on their faces. Well, quack. Fuck the big guy. Well, quack. Avenge us. Ignite. A burst of support came into the Grill Gotan Skewer's head. It gave him confidence. He clenched both his fists, and monstrous flames leapt up a dozen meters high from him. It was as if he was the only one in the entire ring who was one with that hideous flame. Well, quack. Look at my flaming armor. Bang. Starry Night takes a direct hit on the head of Goat against Skewer. The kobold, whose entire body was ablaze with flames, wobbled and fell headfirst to the ground, not moving a muscle, as if it were a king's rump. Starry Night hefted the stick of bone over his shoulder in a dominating manner. Mud. Even a little karami needs so much drama. Don't you know that there's a price to pay for pretending to be a wave? Starry Night then raised her eyes to the crowd of kobolds. The crowd of kobolds continued to cower. Starry Night shook the stick of bone in her hand and smiled. Well, quack. Brother Mo. You see? You can cure pediatric ADHD in one go. What are you waiting for? First come, first served. Come on. Let Big Brother help you out of your pain. The crowd of kobolds had a mouthful. Naya, is that not moving? That's straight ga. Starry Night let out a strange laugh of hemming and hawing from his mouth as he continued on his way. The forced kobolds could only keep compressing the few corners left, just about squeezed it into one. Just then, a kobold covered in azure stood out. Well, quack. Don't you bully me too much? Starry Night froze, giving him a sympathetic look. Well, Quack, who are you again? Well, Quack, listen up. My name is Chill Ice Cream Mystic Snow Ice City. How's that for dominance? It was Starry Night's turn to be nonplussed. Why are all kobolds named in such an odd way? Isn't there a single fucking normal person? Starry Night looked at Misty Snow Ice City with eyes of a retard. Well, Quack, how are you going to make your move? Mystic Snow Ice City smiled slightly. Well, Quack, watch my magic frost curse and turn into an Iceman later. Then, all that could be seen was a blue kobold starting to dance around with its hands and mouth chanting incantations as if it was unleashing a very powerful skill. It made even Starry Night pay attention. Instantly, the temperature in the room began to drop. A cold wind came in and made the heat very cool. The blue kobold mouthed incantations with great sound. You love me, I love you. Lost Snow Ice City lick me. Starry Night's entire body froze outright. Crap, what the fuck? Straight up with a stick and it fucked that blue kobold. Then a kick sent the blue kobold flying far away. It's fucking disgusting. Well, Quack, next. Well, Quack, I'll do it. My name is Thunder. Dueling. Next. Starry Night didn't even give him a chance to give his name, and settled for a stick. At this point, the kobolds were being tortured to the point of literally breaking down. I said, Big brother, what kind of stick you have? How come you have one stick and don't even bring out the second one? At that moment, a kobold covered in tendon flesh stepped forward. Come on, let's go together. We're not afraid of him. He can only knock over one with one swing. Let's rush to him together. He'll get a dozen swings at most. Hundreds of us. Together we'll beat him to a pulp. At once, the kobolds came to be interested. That hatred of being oppressed for years instantly erupted. Well, Quack, fuck him. Well, Quack, revenge. The remaining nearly 300 kobolds were all on their feet almost instantly. The blood-red eyes were filled with rage. Caw, 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 caw. The tendon kobold bellowed and led the charge. Hundreds of kobolds came forward behind them. The crows are as big as the waves. Starry Night was confused. Crap. Young kobolds don't talk about martial virtues. Why do they even come in groups? When he said that, the tendon goblin was already in front of him. Starry Night took a swing at the big bony stick in his hand. Tendon goblin is whipped away with a stick. Starry Night then gave a messy cape stick attack, slashing and smashing wildly. The chaotic cloak and wind stick method, also known as the blind several beating stick method, and the boxing world god Wangbok fist is the same name. The beauty of it is that the enemy has absolutely no way of predicting what your next move will be. Because you don't know it yourself. All that could be seen was Starry Night dancing the big bony stick around in a tight circle, utilizing its extremely fast hand speed to whip a group of kobolds into a frenzy. There's no pattern, but we can't afford to be fast. As the saying goes, the only martial art under the sun is fast. I've been single for 18 years. How can you compete with me? Dong, bang, duong, boo. For a while, the big bone stick went on a killing spree, and the kobolds were flying around. It rained kobolds from the sky. Off stage, all the kobolds looked confused. Well, who the hell is this goblin mob that's so fierce? Well, Quack, I can't. My little heart is about to burst. Especially the Goblin King, whose double jaws were on the floor at the moment. He looked at the figure of the teenage kobold with dead eyes. It was as if he was looking at his good son-in-law. Yossi. Ah, no, it should be manga. The young man is really nice, but a bit ugly. Wang Tang and the others' mouths also opened into an O shape. Why is Garbage Man getting fierce again? Is he pumped up? Simply, it's so fucking sick. On stage, Starry Night swung bat after bat. Goblins are like baseballs, being jerked off one by one. However, no matter how powerful Starry Night was, he couldn't defeat nearly 300 kobolds with a single stick. Starry Night fought and retreated, constantly smashing and smacking the kobolds, and he himself was forced to keep backing up. Finally, when he hit his 100th or so, he couldn't hold back. By now he had retreated to the corner where he had just squatted and shit himself. A kobold broke right through his defenses. A dozen or so kobolds held Starry Night's large bony club with their bodies in a death grip, preventing him from swinging it. The rest of the kobolds saw that the time had come. Frantically, he killed towards Starry Night. Well, Quack, you kids have had your day. Well, Quack, today's revenge has been avenged. Let's see me beat you to a pulp. Kill. Countless kobolds swarmed up. Starry Night was horrified at the sight. Straight away, he threw the stick of bones and picked up a kobold corpse to hold it in front of himself. Stay back. There's a bomb. Boom. The ring. Explosion after explosion. Bang, bang, bang. Fierce flames shot up into the sky, and the intense vibrations seemed to collapse the entire ring. One kobold was blown up into the sky, soaring freely, up in the clouds. In an instant, hundreds of kobolds were sent flying into the western sky. In the ring, the only remaining dozens of kobolds were dumbfounded, and their legs couldn't help but wobble. Well, quack, what the hell kind of demon is this? Mom, I'm going crazy. Starry Night threw away the charred black kobold that was in his way. Oops, almost blew myself up. Then he saw dozens of kobolds filled with panic and were backing up. Starry Night was alarmed. No, don't back off. There's a bomb over there. Boom! A kobold flies up into the clouds. Starry Night is full of embarrassment. I've told you not to back out. Hey, that brother, don't go west. Boom! Another kobold flying free. For a moment, all the kobolds in the ring clammed up, desperately trying to escape from the ring. Nah, Starry Night, the inappropriate stick boy, had long since come around the edge in a little mushroom circle. Bang! Boom! Boo! There's a dud. The few dozen remaining kobolds were once again reduced to sons of the sky. Looking at the flying kobold warriors in the sky, a mouthful of creatures with mouths on the stage twitched. Damn! Where did this bomb kobold come from? Crazier than Crazy Evan. Well, quack, that's brutal. However, at this point, the Kobold King's eyes do shine. Well, whose general is this? And why is he so brave? If we use this mine-laying ability to plant a circle of mines in the Goblin Kingdom, the kingdom's defense can rest easy. The Goblin King lives up to his reputation as the smartest being in the country. I can't believe I can think of the same level as Starry Night. If only he knew that Starry Night had planted landmines all over the country long ago, he would have burst into tears of laughter. At this point, Starry Night on stage was still persuading. Well, quack, brother, don't you go that way. Boom! Well, quack, you listen to me and don't jump down. Bang! There was a flurry of explosions. Soon, only 5 kobolds were left kneeling and shivering on the spot in the entire ring. Starry Night rushed forward to comfort. Well, quack, brother Mo, don't worry, as long as you follow my directions, you will definitely see the sun tomorrow. Several kobolds nodded vigorously in agreement with Starry Night. Then Starry Night flew and drew a perfect map on the ground. It is densely marked with all the areas where the mines were planted. Several kobolds were confused. Well, quack, are you sure this is a map and not a maze? Starry Night took a look at the map, then nodded affirmatively. Well, quack, you just have to walk 20 steps to the east, then 13 steps to the north, 26 steps to the west, 30 turns to the east, west, south, north and south, 16 backflips, a social shake in place, and finally a 60-meter flight with a flower shaker and you're off the stage. It's not as simple as having hands? Several kobolds were dumbfounded. What the hell kind of operation is this? Then a few kobolds took a brave step forward. Tired. Destroy. Croak. Boom. In the ring, Starry Night stared straight at the blasted goblins. A drop of cold sweat could not help but break out. Well, quack, you've been told the best thing to do, and you have to do the next best thing. So we're saying it's hard to shake the flower hand at him? At this moment, the old kobold trembled as he climbed onto the stage. Just stand in the same corner where you just went on stage, not daring to take a step forward. Well, quack, I declare this kobold warrior the winner of the tournament in the sole proper court of Princess Wong Mitsilchuchu North Nose. Starry Night's face was filled with black question marks directly after hearing this. What? Nanny, isn't the fucking prize a pan? What the fuck is a princess the only main palace? Then he looked angrily at Wang Tang on the stage. At this moment, Wang Tang was on the verge of laughing his ass off. Ouch. Crikey, can't take it in. The only positive palace. Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager. My concubine Gargia clan seeks to see Empress Dowager. Ha 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 ha. Only Wang Tang could be seen laughing his ass off. The other male favorites bung ported in, and a loud laugh came from them. Starry Night was full of black lines. It's over. There's no going back to school. It's supposed to be socially dead. How about, let's silence them all. At that moment, the old kobold's voice came again. Well, quack, tonight, all the kobold tribes in the country are invited to come to the royal palace for the wedding of Princess Choo-Choo North Nose. Starry Night unintentionally glanced at the goblin princess who was applying lipstick, only to see her big sexy lips darting a kiss toward herself. At that moment, his whole body almost fell on the stage. Tired. Destroy. Croak. Boom. On that day, countless goblin youths shed tears. Countless kobold talents had their hearts broken. The princess will finally marry his prince and live a life without shame. Inside the princess palace, Starry Night looked at Wang Tang and the other group of male favorites with a black face and a pan in his hand. Damn. You guys have taken all the shoots on the mountain, right? When we get back to school, nobody fucking mentions this, okay? A few male favorites stifled their laughter and gulped as they looked at the huge pan in Starry Night's hands. Okay, only a few of us know about this. When we get home, just tell them we were captured by the kobolds, and no one else is allowed to say a word. On the spot, a few men made man-to-man promises to each other. stating that it was enough for the few of them to know about the community's death. Absolutely no one else is allowed to know. Violators, 10 minutes of Gatling fire. After having agreed to a life and death contract, the crowd was finally relieved. Starry Night looked at the time, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. His expression began to become grave, and his entire being looked like a different person. He spoke coldly, his voice icy as snow. It's time. Bloodbath of the Kobold Kingdom. At once, the crowd's hearts boiled with blood. Is the duel finally going to start? Wang Tang leapt to his feet. We're ready. Then Starry Night poured cold water over it. It'll be a while yet. I'll teach the minions the last rope trick first. Wang Tang, degree, this is fucking revenge. Half an hour later. It's still in the square from earlier. Starry Night led Wang Tang, Yi Chen, Xiao Longxia, Tang Long and the others in a line. Ahead of them, a vast expanse of kobold youth. They had become hardcore fans of Starry Night. Since the last time the old goblin Ironman went back after learning the art of rope, this long-lost art is on fire straight out of the Goblin Kingdom. It is said that the criteria for a female kobold to find a mate these days is the ability to do a simple rope trick. There will be 2 of them without a dowry. It'll be 3 of the sisters through and through. There will be 4 or more happy mothers and daughters. For a time, it directly drove a new fashion throughout the Goblin Kingdom. When Starry Night sent out the notice for the last rope teaching of the day, the entire Goblin Kingdom exploded. Countless kobolds come to the city just to learn a skill. The scene was a whole tens of thousands of kobolds, with a rope in their hands, more lively than the morning's tournament. Starry Night coughed. The scene quickly quieted down. Well, Quack, let me take you through a refresher course on what we learned the day before yesterday. He then quickly hit a single leg sling bind with Wang Tang. Wang Tang was tied into a twist in an extremely humiliating position. Mud, you're fucking vengeful. Nakedly vengeful. Starry Night glanced at him, shove a sock into Wang Tang's mouth. Then he gave a wink to the kobolds on the stage. The kobolds get it in seconds. So it's time to do your homework. Countless kobolds had a leaping golden light coming out of their eyes as they looked towards Wang Tang and the others. Wang Tang, D, Yi Chen, hashtag, Xiao Lobster, oh, tens of thousands of kobolds, dash, croak, line up, one by one. For a while, the sound of miserable wailing came from the scene. Motherfucker, Starry Night you thousand dagger. Starry Night, don't you dare tell them to put me down and we'll both duel head to head. Brother Knight, I'm wrong. I'll treat you to a lifetime of crayfish. Just let me go. The scene was a sound of chaos. Starry Night has always been a very principled person. He's a man who doesn't hold grudges. Usually there's a vendetta on the spot that can't be put off until tomorrow. Dragging it out until tomorrow for fear that the interest will be too high for the haters to pay. Amidst the screams of Wang Tang and the others, Starry Night left the scene without God's knowledge, because he had more important things to do before the riots. Zhenghuai City, in front of the Alien Spirit Bureau, thousands of alien spirit guards were already heavily armed. All kinds of weapons are fully equipped and the personnel are stony-faced and ready to participate in a major combat mission. The Grand Captain of the Alien Spirit Guards, Wu Jing, stood at the front of everyone. Comrades, thousands of our fellow humans have been captured by the kobolds. How they suffer, how they agonize. They wait for our rescue. This operation is crucial. The dignity of our humanity is at stake. The fate of the abyss is at stake. It's about my Ursine hat. Bah! It's about the honor of the Shifter Spirit Guards. We must succeed. Everyone on the stage was instantly hot and ready to go into the abyss and fight. Everyone, have faith. A deafening sound came from the crowd. There, yes. Just then, the principal arrived in a hurry with hundreds of people. Wu Kang, I've brought all the school's teachers above the silver level. Wu Kung froze. Principal, teachers have to teach. How are you going to take them to war? I'm just fucking uneasy about you. Afraid that you'll be mesmerized by some princesses and take the initiative to join the enemy. Wu Jing, _. For the last time, is everyone here? It's all here. Just then, a young man with a long sword and a handsome appearance flew in. First Sergeant, I'm coming. Wu Di, why are you out of the hospital? Hearing this, Wu Di, who was forced to pull full circle, almost planted his head on the ground. Captain, don't talk about this in front of all these people, okay? Wu Kong nodded. He then gave a loud command. Target, Lauren Abyss, Goblin Kingdom. Depart, Goblin City. Countless adventure squads had already assembled. All of them had murderous faces. This was because the matter of Wang Tang and the others being taken as male favorites by the Goblin Princess had been exposed. Now on the internet, the video of those flaming red lips has gone viral. The bloodlust in the bones of all the adventurers was instantly activated. Damn it, humans were actually insulted by kobolds to this point. They must all be exterminated. The adventurers are all in the same boat, making a final assembly. At this point, A mighty, domineering, neatly organized procession drove over. They were seen wearing black uniforms with black rubber sticks around their waists. All had 7 large letters engraved on their chests in block letters. 5-star Admiral of Begue Park, Jean de Bao led the way, carrying his lofty head and taking a mighty, murderous stride. As a protagonist, I shall save my fellow man from himself. Goblins, I, Jean de Bao, am here. Lauren Abyss, Kobold Kingdom. Wang Tang and the others had been ravaged by the goblins for as long as an hour. At this time, their faces were numb and their expressions were dull, as if they were unconscious. Starry Night is finally creeping back in. He hadn't been idle for an hour just now. He visited each of the 7 generals as the Goblin Princess's prospective sidekick. He found General Flame and said to him. General Chill spoke ill of him, and said that just his little fire could be doused with a pea of his own. He found General Chill again and said to him. General Flame threatened to melt your cold ice with a single fart. Then it was the throwing general who said that the Thunder General just knows how to play the everyday and will be struck by lightning sooner or later. General Thunder says General Chariot's daughter-in-law is moist. The Chariot General says that the son of the general who blew himself up doesn't look like him. He looks like the king. Iron Rod General is okay. Did not mess into the strife. Just everyday nothing. Just want to plot power usurpation. Marry the queen. For a while, rumors swirled. Various tribal conflicts gradually intensified. Starry Night completes her plan and quietly returns to teaching. Crap. Brother Wang Tang, you have a very chic look. Only to see Wang Tang by the goblin can wantonnly bound. The rope is dense. Ring interlocked simply like a mummy. Wang Tang was at this moment, but he had a lifeless expression on his face. Destroy it. Don't ya? Brother Wang Tang. Soon you'll be able to go back to school and eat fried mooncakes with tomatoes. So hold on a little longer. Starry Night whispered. Then he looked behind him. An endless wave of kobolds cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, quack. Everyone stop. I know there are still a lot of people who haven't finished their homework. It doesn't matter. After school today, find your own wife or your neighbor's wife and get them to cooperate. The crowd of kobolds looked confused, but jumped to their feet. Immediately afterward, Starry Night picked up a rope and began tying it around herself. Well, quack. Now I'm going to teach you a very new rope art. I tie myself. The mid-goblin was again confused. Starry Night turned up her voice to make sure every forest could hear her. Well, quack. When you give up your own enjoyment and learn to give, that's when you grow up. Moreover, I just heard that there is a kobold that can tie itself. 3 ropes let the mother kobold backward of 180. 000. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and learn. Instantly, all the kobold's eyes lit up. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but it felt so reasonable. So tens of thousands of young, strong kobolds on the scene began to tie themselves. First, run a rope through your neck and tie the ends toward your back. Wrap it around your ribs. Finally, make a strong stomp like this. Done. Starry Night spoke meticulously and slowly, afraid that a kobold wouldn't be able to learn. Hey, that's right. That's it. Slowly. Well, quack. That's good. You guys are smart. 10 minutes later, all the kobolds finished binding themselves. Well, are you all tied up? Well, quack. There. Starry Night hemmed and hawed, the corners of his mouth almost rising to an eerie degree. He pulled the Gatling straight out of his space backpack. Robbery. Hand over all your money. Fight and rob and hand over all your money. Rough. Starry Night held up the big special lumpy Gatling armor in one hand. The guns were aimed at tens of thousands of dumbfounded kobolds. The kobolds looked at him with a confused look on their faces. Starry Night glanced at the large iron lump in her hand and decided it wasn't intimidating enough. Activate a button at will. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-chai. A mechanical shifting sound that mesmerized every man came. What was a rusty dart lump 1 second was a real Gatling machine gun in a flash. 6 clear tubes of flared rock black appeared, a shiny gleam on each barrel. The kobolds were watching the Starry Night show 1 second. Yet the next second, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva's 6 roots of purity pipe spun wildly. Flaming bullets erupted from the chamber. The kobolds went straight to madness. Well, quack. Crikey, that's how I play at tying myself up emotionally. Well, I can't move. I can't move at all. Bullets poured wildly, killing large swaths of kobolds almost instantly. Wang Tang and the others were confused as a drop of cold sweat ran down their cheeks. Then they all gave Starry Night a thumbs up. It's brutal. The kobolds couldn't tense up any longer, and they wriggled frantically, trying to escape from their bonds. But the rope actually got tighter as it struggled. Starry Night taught them the real deal. The hunters tie up wild boars with bolted pig buckles, which of course get tighter the more they move. The more nervous they were, the faster the blood flowed through their bodies. The faster the blood flows, the better the digestion and metabolism. That's when the laxative buried in their bodies suddenly reacted. fierce as the Yangtze River into the sea. Croak. Bang. I don't know which kobold, but suddenly a fart popped out, as if a brick had been thrown. Various sound farts ensued. Bang. Dong. Bu. Ding bam. Ding bam dong 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 dong. Ping pong bob bong 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 bong. Between the thunder and the lightning, it was like the coming of all nations. The fog was so thick that for a while it was impossible to tell who was the cow or the horse. Crap. Why does this fucking kobold fart smell so bad? Nima. This big smoke. I can't even see. It's hot. Several of Wang Tang's male favorites were going to be stunk out. It's okay if it's one or two kobolds farting, but that's tens of thousands of kobolds. Tens of thousands. The whole thing was like tens of thousands of smoke bombs going off at the same time. The yellow smoke was vaguely blackened, fierce as a biochemical weapon. The fog was not good for the kobolds either. Well, I can't take it anymore. Well, quack. Don't fucking stop blocking smoke grenades. I'd rather be patched up by Gatling. Vomit. A thunderous explosion was followed by a strange sound coming from the fog. Put. Cush. Zip. 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 Immediately afterward, a stench like that of a cesspool 10,000 years deep exploded in everyone's faces. Vomit. Starry Night is fucking you up again, isn't it? Only to see Starry Night calmly take out the gas mask from her space backpack and put it over her head. It blocked out the slight blush on his face. Sorry for the strong medicine. The crowd is fucking cracking up. Naya, how come you have a gas mask all by yourself? I bought laxatives as a gift. The boss saw how much I bought and gave me a gas mask straight away. Is there a problem? Crowd, Sigma, for all. Suddenly, a breeze came in. The yellow, blackened smoke moved slightly. Toward Starry Night they blew. Crap. Run. Starry Night saw this and scurried away, leaving Wang Tung a few people, tied up in place by all sorts of pentagrams. Let the flavored wind blow in their faces. Vomit. Crap. Starry Night, you thousand-dagger bastard. Fucking untie us. Starry Night casually tossed over a pedicure knife. I'll go save the others first, so you don't need to worry about me and escape on your own. Crowd, oh, XX, oh. Kobold, I may not be human, but you're a real dog. The fog filled the room, slowly engulfing the few people completely. That being said, Starry Night raced all the way to directly find the sisters Ling Qin and Ling Shui. At this moment, Ling Qin was learning the mother goblin dance. It looked extremely awkward under her long, slender legs. Big sister, stop slutting around and hurry up and take me to my comrades who are locked up. In the past few days, Starry Night had Ling Qin and the others feel around, find where the humans captured by the kobolds are being held. Ling Qin's face was filled with black lines and she almost kicked Starry Night in the head. Come with me, I found it a long time ago. The three then moved quickly. It soon came to an extremely humble hole in the ground. They had just reached the vicinity of the hole in the ground when they suddenly smelled a foul odor. Crap, these evil kobolds, they actually locked up our compatriots in a pigsty. The crime is unforgivable. Starry Night is outraged and decides to bloodily cleanse the goblin kingdom. Suddenly, he could see the hole in the ground, with yellow smoke coming out faintly. Starry Night, equals, the medicine is that strong? Whatever, save your compatriots first. Starry Night pulled out his big bone stick and went in for the kill, like a fearless vanguard. In the hole in the ground, the kobold jailbird was currently clenching his aged sphincter to prevent leakage. In front of him were a dozen or so grim-faced goblin soldiers. It's emitting colorless smoke. Each Lin had a stony expression, and they were all enduring a lot. Just then, a big kobold with a gas mask on his head and a big bone stick in his hand rushed in. Robbery! Hand over all your money! The kobold cell head was so startled that his aged sphincter barely tensed. Starry Night saw the crowd of kobolds baring their teeth, not giving him any face as a robber. Fine. Since you guys don't give me face, then don't blame me for being merciless. He copied the big stick and went up for a messy cloak. Bang! 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 A bunch of goblin soldiers were all put down by him. Starry Night turned back with dominance and looked at the kobold cell head. Ha 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 ha! Old thing, look at that, what's your face? Are you scared? The kobold jailer was really struggling, barely squeezing a sentence out of his teeth. Well, Mamacita. You. Who are you? Tramp. Do not pay the money and ask me who I am. Your family robbed still blow up their own door. Ah. With that said, Starry Night rushed up and directly headbutt the goblin jailer's skull. Dang. In that moment, the kobold jailer felt as if everything had been released. That's it. Maca. The aging sphincter has finally completed his final mission and has completely unsealed. A stench so thick it was snoozing up his throat hit him. It made Starry Night, who was hiding under her gas mask, want to gag. At this time, Ling Qin and Ling Shui also rushed in. A foul odor exploded in their faces and they almost fainted on the spot. Naya, what the fuck is that smell? Is the cesspool blowing up? Starry Night calmly slung the large bone stick over his shoulder. Never mind the details. Let's get to the rescue. Starry Night's trio entered the hole in the ground as if they were entering no man's land. None of the kobolds could resist them, either on the toilet or on the way to the toilet. The three of them, Starry Night, made their way through with great force, drying out right outside the entrance to the large cave where everyone was being held. Starry Night slams the door of the big hole with a bat. Immediately after that, a ferocious and incomparable yellow air wave came at him. It almost blew him off his feet. The thick yellow smoke almost formed a solid body. Starry Night made a vicious dash for the cave. Then he saw a sight that resembled hell. Crap. Is it hit with a biochemical weapon in here? In the hole in the ground, thousands of human adventurer captives were wailing, like an evil spirit in the frying pan of hell. Vomit, I can't fucking stand it. Just let me die. Ah, I can't. It's hot. Nema. Mushy throat. Is this fucking hell on earth? Tired. Destroy. I'll have a cigarette to calm down. A few people next to him directly held the man's hands down. Big brother. Don't. Have a word. Hell knows what kind of nuclear explosion would happen if you lit a cigarette in this environment. This hole in the ground is not like other places where there is almost no ventilation as such at all. A strong batch of air pressure inside. Starry Night rushed in hard against the strong wind and was directly confused in place. The thick, gelatinous-like yellow smoke enveloped the crowd. Starry Night was about to clam up in her gas mask. A gummy and throaty sensation exploded in him. Ahem, why is this medicine so strong? Turn around and give the boss a good review. Just then, the yellow smoke in the hole in the ground seemed to have found a breakthrough. It could also be that the internal and external pressures are not equal. Starry Night was directly pushed out by a demonic wind. Ouch. Crikey. Can't stand it. Gas mask glass is mush. Starry Night hurriedly wiped the glass with her hand, revealing a pair of big, handsome eyes. Gotta figure out a way to open a vent. There doesn't seem to be any way to physically open the hole yourself except by blasting. So what if it just blows up? Starry Night immediately winced. Let it go. This thing should be more powerful than a gas canister. So he started looking for some items in his arsenal. Chaos audio? A classy BGM for all you old Iron Men dancing wildly in bioweapons? What's the right song to play? How about a Misty the Clouds? No way, no way. What about the big guy who wants to bounce and place Wonderland? Big bone stick? Neither can it. That thing just stuns higher. It can't punch through a hole in the ground. Why don't you take a three-wheeler? It's fast. It's a straight bureaucrat. Good idea. But what about the wave of merit one still wants? Finally he took a chance and got out the pan. Suddenly, a light went on in front of him. This pan wasn't noticed before and it has hidden properties. That's the gold band possession. It can be big or small. Starry Night yelled. Big, big, big. Only Ling Qin covered her face and was filled with black lines. You misunderstand. I didn't say anything about you. The pan then grew against the wind. It grew larger and soon poked a hole in the ground. The ammonia, which had nowhere to go, saw a place to drill and went straight down the empty opening, like a yellow dragon out of control. Starry Night pulled the two girls at this point and flew away, finding a safe spot to hide. It's too damn shrimpy. Starry Night let out a long breath as she held the pan that had shrunk in her hand. Half an hour later, the yellow smoke dispersed much worse. It took Starry Night to get back to the hole in the ground. Comrades, your great hero has come to your rescue. In the hole in the ground, a glimmer of fire seemed to show in the eyes of the dying crowd. The fire was completely doused by a comment from Starry Night immediately afterward. People don't need to thank me. Just pay the 10,008 each when you get home. Crowd, I swoon. Starry Night froze. Everyone seemed a bit upset. Did they not get enough to eat? The scene shifts. At the entrance of the hole in the ground, the adventurer captives came out of the doorway one after another. Only their movements were extremely careful, afraid of the slightest big move. And Starry Night also observed that their hands were always unconsciously clenched or covering their asses. Did the brutal kobolds do something inhuman to them? No, I'm going to ask for clarification and never let anyone suffer. Tang Nyo's face was covered in cold sweat at this time, and his whole body's strength was used on top of his sphincter. It's only barely holding its balance and not collapsing. At this point, just the slightest external force could be all-consuming. Luckily, it was endured, or else this lifetime of fame would have been ruined. Just then, Starry Night slowly walked towards him. Tang Nyo froze, his heart thumping as if he had a premonition. All he saw was Starry Night raising his hand, then tapping it toward his shoulder. His movements weren't fast or slow, but Tang Nyo couldn't react at all. At that moment, Tang Nyo knew that he was finished. Pop. Bro, were you bullied in there? Boom. A stench resurfaced. Starry Night smiled awkwardly. Hey, sorry, wrong person, I'll ask someone else. Then he turned away. Pop. Pretty girl, do you remember me? Last time I wanted to join your team, you said I didn't deserve that. Ah, a scream came. A short-skirted girl zoomed right up and couldn't pocket it at all. Hey handsome, the other day I borrowed some roasted whole goat from you and you didn't give it to me. Remember? Crap, sinning. Starry Night Live was very gracious in giving the acquaintance a once-over. Very passionate. The main one with an axe to grind. Ling Qin looked at this goods with a black face, in a wanton manner, and his whole brain buzzed. But don't say you know me, she mused in her mind. Next moment, Starry Night ran straight to Ling Qin's side. To give you a grand introduction, this beauty is my vice captain. Ling Qin, height 169, circumference is 80, 58, 87. Ling Qin, petri dish, superscript 33. Stop fucking around and hurry to the palace. The Goblin King has also selected a portion of adventurers from good families to be held in solitary confinement. Supposedly there's going to be a ransom demand with their family. Hearing this, Starry Night immediately became interested. That's a good idea. Won't the ransom be paid directly to me? Chinky, I'm coming. Starry Night pulled out his third wheel and stomped out with Ling Qin. The tricycle sped away with sparks of fire. Only Ling Shui was left to lead the crowd to escape by route. At this moment, Ling Shui looked at everyone with a pretty red little face. Why don't we all go into the woods and work out our personal problems first? Next, the whole scene had been empty. All that could be heard was the sound of birds cursing in the woods. The three wheels were speeding, and Starry Night had long since shed her disguise. Restore the original look. That goblin skin is too tiring to wear, but gas masks are still required. Sitting in the bucket of the tricycle, Ling Qin was explaining to Starry Night about the kingdom's prison. A kingdom prison is not like this little hole in the ground. It's heavily guarded. There are hundreds of elite kobold warriors alone, and there are 4 peak silver kobold powerhouses. Iron bars hard because you're so beautiful. Flame blood red little gubra. Ice-free silk pimple soup. Chariot drift meat wow. We can't win with just the two of us. Starry Night thought briefly and immediately formulated a tactic. Why don't you go for the color and I'll play the black stick? Fuck off. The tricycle sped on and soon arrived at the kingdom jail. Only a structure that could barely be called a house stood in the middle of it. The surrounding goblin elites all had stony expressions and bared their teeth. Not bad for an elite. Standing guard with an expression of self-killing. Starry Night couldn't help but give a nod to the goblin elites. The tricycle then made a tail-swinging sharp break, directly knocking away several elite monsters. Starry Night couldn't hear what they were saying. Look at the shape of that mouth as if it's saying that the king's bastard is checking out, can't hold it in. With this bump of his, several elite kobolds on the scene jumped in direct fright. The expression switched instantly from a grimace to a wide-eyed frown. What kind of person dares to break into the palace prison? An elite kobold roars. Then, Starry Night slapped him straight away with a pan. Well quack, what the hell? Then Starry Night looked at the crowd of goblins and pulled out his gatling in a straightforward manner. Q, damn it, jailbreak. Starry Night is a right-handed gatling with a left-handed pan, covered in bottle grenades. The garbage man's temperament is full of toughness. He went straight for the goblin elite monster with a pike. The 6 cleansing tubes shoot out a blue flame. A kobold is straight up a hornet's nest. He followed it up with a blitzkrieg. The hitting kobolds could no longer care about their reserve and scurried away. The kobolds are going crazy. The hostages are in the back. You go save yourself. I'm not stopping you. The gatling firepower in Starry Night's hands was extremely fierce, and the dense energy bullets were able to stop and sweep through even large trees. GGGGGG. Suffer death. Ah da 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 da. At the moment, Starry Night was like a god of death, physically overpowering anyone he saw who was upset. In no time at all, a dozen or so goblin elite monsters were taken out. On the side, Ling Qin's jaw dropped to the ground in shock. We're just saying, is it necessary to be so violent? The fire continued, bullets drifting about. In no time at all, the entire jail cell was a nest of dice. The kobolds jumped up and down, completely oblivious to the fact that they were immediately erupting somewhere. Well quack, where are the 4 vanguards? Where did they go when it mattered? A kobold said as he fled for his life. Well quack, they've gone to shit. Hell, I don't know what's taking so long. Soon, the kobolds were dead and fled, and the scene was a mess. Starry Night slung the gatling casually over his shoulder. How about it? Am I handsome, Ling? Ling Qin tapped his head, expressing his speechlessness. Handsome, almost handsome, let's go save the day. The 2 men hurriedly mounted their 3 wheels and crashed straight into the cell. Inside the jail cell, dozens of young men and women were held in prison cells. They were pudgy, but somewhat human. It's just a far cry from a big hole in the ground with a pot. At this moment, Mu Qianxue was using her milk-type psychic ability to treat her companions for diarrhea. Her chest shook as her hands continued to glow white. A moment later, a young girl was finally holding back the sh*t. She Yuki, you're fantastic. Mu Qianxue let out a long breath. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. Her clothes clung to her body, and her two large energy masses jutted out. Huang Yao, this is all trivial and not enough to worry about. That's right. Starry Night's group of classmates are basically out of their element in the city. I'm going to come here to the kobolds to fight some monsters, sell some materials and stuff, and make do with playing for 30 days. So it was harvested by wave after wave of kobolds. Huang Yao felt the changes in her body, and was a bit dismayed in her heart, but she was too embarrassed to say anything. Shi Yuki, for someone as good as you, what type of boys do you really like? Mu Qianxue closed her eyes with a smile on her face. My intended is a gaijin, and one day he will come to my rescue on a 7-colored cloud. Speaking of which, her face couldn't help but flush slightly. She cupped her hands around her blushing cheeks and shook them from side to side. Imagine us sitting on a romantic ride on a 7-colored cloud. Ah, I can't, I'm ashamed. Just then, boo, a big hole was knocked right out of the cell. Amidst the smoke and dust, a trashy old man with a Gatling on his shoulder and plastic bottles all over his body breaks through the wall on his 3-wheel. Smoke filled the room as the setting sun slanted into the room, cloaking him in a pale golden veil. The garbage man opened his mouth in a domineering manner. OMG. This house smells so bad. That big boob? You haven't showered in days? Clothes are all over your body. Then casually blew his nose and wiped it on the wall. Go, get in the car. Nukiank's sad face. I guessed the beginning, but not this ending. A tricycle can't pull that many people. In the end, only Ling Qin, Mu Qianxue, and Huang Yao sat on the 3 wheels. The rest ran after them. Starry Night stomped on the tricycle while saying, Hey beauties, is it cool to ride around on a tricycle? Mu Qianxue was just about to speak when a foul-smelling ghastly wind blew in her face. Vomit, it's cool, but the wind is a bit snoozy. Vomit. Their group had just gone out when they ran into a goblin vanguard. The kobold vanguard was seen, holding a huge iron rod, with a mouth full of teeth flared out. The expression bared his teeth and was very hard to see. Starry Night braked sharply. The 3 women behind her didn't react and lunged straight forward. A brain all over Starry Night. Crap, you guys are taking advantage of me. Starry Night spat out loud. Then he looked back at the trooper goblin. You're the iron barbang hard because you're so beautiful? The kobold froze. Well, quack. I didn't expect you to recognize me. I'll let you die with some face later. With that, the kobold leapt forward and swung the iron rod in his hand, killing towards the group of Starry Night. The strength of the peak of silver was on display. Starry Night didn't dare to slow down at the sight. The pan in his hand grew against the wind and in a moment had formed a wall. Boo! The iron rod kobold crashed directly into the pan. Then it slowly slid down under the force of gravity. Starry Night was a little surprised. Not holding the pan in her hand, collapsed toward the ground. Bang! A pot slapped again on the iron rod kobold. Sorry, didn't hold it steady. We'll be leaving soon. Immediately afterward, Starry Night retrieved the pan and stomped on the 3rd wheel. It just pressed past the iron rod kobold. The dozens of youths behind them, not daring to slack off, also stepped on the body of the kobolds to pass by for a bit. They just ran 2 steps. Suddenly, 2 more goblin vanguards appeared, only to see 2 kobolds, one red and one blue, blocking the way in front of him. Well, quack, we just went to the toilet. Actually let the hostage escape, because you too beautiful that boy do what to eat. Starry Night looked at the 2 kobolds in front of him and immediately recognized the 2. Your flame blood red little gabra. Your chili frozen silk lump soup. The 2 kobolds froze. Well, we didn't give our names. How do you know us? Starry Night was filled with bemusement, and it had to be said that the kobolds had done their homework on decollectivizing and self-distinguishing. It's much better to distinguish than people can. Starry Night still remembers a soft female classmate in his junior high school named Steel Wang. There was a bearded man named Fong Xiaro. The 2 are said to have had another. Now that I think about it, it's still people kobolds who are preachy. The Starry Night pan met Storm's length and took a direct shot, once again trying to slap 2 red and blue kobolds with the pan. But these 2 mages obviously had some intelligence. They jumped to each side, directly avoiding Starry Night's pot. 2 large fireballs coalesced in the flame goblin's hands. It was thrown directly at Starry Night and the others. The ice goblin, on the other hand, was holding an ice shield in one hand and an ice crystal spear in the other, killing towards the crowd. It had to be said that the 4 big bling at the peak of silver were stronger than one another. Starry Night didn't dare to slow down and pressed with direct Gatling fire. Gatling sprayed a barrage of bullets that blew the ice goblin's ice shield right out of the water. The kobold was shocked at this and threw the ice spear with one hand. Starry Night blocked it with a straight pan and the ice spear shattered, then swept and slapped, sending the 2 fireballs close by flying. One wave down. Neither side took advantage. Just then, a goblin chariot came flying in. A battle-damaged version of the wooden chariot, a huge bone spear at the front, with iron spikes tied around it. On the chariot, a green female kobold in flesh-colored stockings stood out in the extreme. Black lines grew on Starry Night's face. Looks like this chariot drift manhwa was no slouch either. In front of them, 3 peak silver goblins surrounded Starry Night and the others. For a while the situation was in a passive state. Starry Night craned his neck, and the Gatling in his hand went straight into a blitz. Start with the first and eat the chaff later. Fuck him. The Gatling machine gun sprayed a barrage of bullets and killed the flaming kobold right at it. The flame goblin has the weakest defense, so just give him a direct mutation first. However, what Starry Night didn't expect was that this brittle mage actually ran extremely fast. The 2 little short legs carried flames and directly dodged a barrage of Starry Night's bullets. Yossi, nice lad, taking a grenade from me. Starry Night flung one hand, and a bottle grenade landed directly in front of the flame goblin. Boom! With a loud bang, the flame goblin didn't manage to escape the explosion and was blown away. Seeing this, the chariot goblin and the ice goblin didn't dare to slack off. The best of the best have been pulled out of their hands. Various ice weapon belts in the hands of the ice goblins are thrown directly at them. The cold air was aggressive, stabbing Starry Night right in the face. The chariot goblin's short, muscular legs in meat silk stomped furiously as the chariot moved up at speed. Toward Starry Night's third wheel it crashed. Starry Night was alarmed. Crap, I feel like that third wheel of yours is pedaled too. Almost simultaneously, Starry Night stomped furiously on the 3 wheels under her feet, soaring straight out, dodged the chariot's impact. The chili throwing weapon, on the other hand, was slapped right through the pan. That horrible cold came through at the same time as the ice-made weapon shattered, sending a shiver down Starry Night's spine. This thing even has a splash attack. At the same time, Starry Night, with a one-handed Gatling, started spraying bullets towards the 2 goblins. Starry Night rides and fights while dodging skills, takes the A-walking maneuver of being a shooter to the extreme. The 2 sides fought back and forth in waves of skillful exchanges. The scene was a mess. The group of youths who were rescued were confused. Holy shit, how is this third wheel kid so strong in firepower that he actually fought 2 major silver peaks? Where the fuck is this mob coming from? Just then, the iron rod goblin that had just been smashed unconscious slowly woke up. Well, quack, who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? While he was confused, one of the youths picked up his iron bar and took a direct shot to the head. And so, the hardest iron rod in the 4 Big Brothers Brigade, Bonhard, fainted once again because you are too beautiful. Starry Night wasn't doing well at this point. The speeding 3-wheelers kept colliding with the chariots. Make a duong sound. And the flaming kobold stood up again at that moment. That 1 bottle grenade wasn't going to kill him. Starry Night defended with a pan while holding a Gatling against the 2 mages. There was a shrimp catcher playing bumper cars on one side. There's also a constant output of bottle grenades to seal the road. When it was really quite consuming, it wasn't long before he felt the deficit in his body. Just then, 2 soft touches suddenly came from Starry Night's back. Mu Qianxue was already attached to him. I'll milk you. Then Starry Night had a strange sensation coursing through her body. The consumed aura was instantly replenished, and the damage from being hit by the ice and flames earlier was gone. Hey, that woman in the back. Your murder weapon is against me. Please move it away. Kichiyuki, Carrot, Starry Night's aura was restored. For a while, Starry Night was able to fire up again. His feet stomped hard on 3 wheels, and he edged back toward the woods. The 2 big goblins, Chill and Flame, jumped onto the chariot at the same time. Catch up while outputting. Well, quack, don't let the kid get away. Well, quack, it has to be. By the way, where's the iron rod? Inside a corner, a group of youths crouched on the ground, looking expectantly at a strangely ugly kobold. One of the youths leapt to his feet and picked up a large iron bar. My turn. My turn. The iron rod kobold slowly awakens. Well, quack, you guys, duong. That youth went down with a stick and directly hit out with a bludgeon. The iron rod kobold rolled his eyes white and fainted once again. Next time it's me. Next time it's me. No, you just hit it once. I haven't hit it once. Starry Night side-stomped the 3 wheels as fast as he could, knocking the little kobold Karami that came to support him in all directions. The Gatling in his hand swept wildly backward, engaging the 3 peak silver goblins across the room. In the car, the 3 beauties were not idle. Mu Qianxue clung to Starry Night and continued to milk it. Milk Starry Night is on the verge of a head halo. The dagger in Ling Qin's hand danced wildly, cutting down the little kobold Karami who tried to jump on the car. The wind ability in Huang Yao's hands worked quite well, maximizes the deflection of thrown attacks. Finally, Starry Night came to a small forest. A ha-ha-ha-ha laugh escaped his lips. The 3 beauties were uncertain. Is it possible to beat 3 silver kobolds by laughing like that? Starry Night leapt straight into the woods with a strong kick of the gas. Behind it, the chariot with 3 kobolds similarly burrowed in. Then they froze in place. a few dozen meters away. Starry Night had stopped the three wheels. Smiling, he looked at the three of them. Then he straightened his right arm and crossed his left arm under his right arm. Only the four fingers of his right hand were gently clenched, and his index finger stretched out with a forceful hook. It's as if they've released something big. The heavens and earth were silent, leaving only four big words coming from Starry Night's mouth. Come here. The crowd was directly dumbfounded. Well, what the hell kind of move is that? A taunt? Starry Night, you're liable to get your ass kicked like that. Okay. Silver kobolds were also dignified forests in the kobold world, so how could they be subjected to such a great mockery? Thus, the chariots meet Silk while stomped wildly and slammed right into Starry Night. Starry Night smiled slightly. Alien mushroom bomb deactivated. Touch to explode. In an instant, all the bombs in the entire Goblin Kingdom were deactivated from their safety commands. The Goblin chariot sped along, directly on top of a field of mushroom bombs. One moment, countless explosions came. Boom 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 boom. The kobold chariot was blown to pieces. The three big Dobrinins were constantly being thrown into the air by the bombs. And again, it kept landing and detonating. In just a few moments, the direct scattering lost all its fighting power. The three beauties stared at Starry Night dumbfounded, their jaws dropping. What the fuck kind of skill is that? Directly a hook finger you come on the opponent directly box explosion. It's over. Invincible. Mu Qianxue spoke first. Starry Night, can you teach me that? Come here you? Yeah, $10,000 for tuition. Muchiyuki, _ Starry Night's side finished solving the three big siblings and rode the three wheels towards the prison at a fast speed. Starry Night quickly pedaled the three wheels and suddenly braked sharply. Then another straight floor stomp start. The three girls in the back are complaining, constantly sticking to Starry Night and then being thrown back. What the hell are you playing at? Ling Qin said angrily. No, big sister. This kobold doesn't build roads either. He's not good at walking. Soon Starry Night was in front of the goblin prison. A few people were worried. There's also a silver-ranked iron rod goblin here, and it should have woken up by this time as well. I wonder if the group of adventurer captives can hold their own. Then the crowd saw an unusually brutal scene. Dozens of youths, both male and female, were frantically fighting over the large iron rod. There was a lot of arguing going on. It's my turn this time. Who the hell are you to cut in line? No way. I've only hit it 10 times and you've hit it 15 times. Just then, the iron bar bang hardy yawns because you're so beautiful. From among the dozens of youths came a petite loli, not quite as tall as an iron bar. She swung the huge good iron rod and smashed it straight down. Duong! An earth-shattering crash came. Starry Night and the others were stunned and gave a thumbs up. Man, enough. Time passes and the sky darkens. Starry Night secretly rescued all the adventurer captives. Voices kept ringing in his head. Merit plus 10. Merit plus 10. Merit plus 10. This wave of earning hampa. At this point, Starry Night finally rescues the last wave of people and prepares to lead everyone to escape from the Goblin Kingdom while it's still night. In fact, it wasn't that Starry Night didn't want to just fight his way into the Goblin Kingdom and take out the king. How could it be helped that the kingdom was now covered in yellow smoke within dozens of kilometers of the kingdom? On the street, it's impossible to walk. Better run. Even with his gas mask on, it was a bit much to carry. Not to mention the horde of flower lash warriors behind them, ready to spray. So Starry Night took a big swing. Let's go out of the village quietly. And don't let off any firecrackers. As soon as the words were spoken, the sound of banging and discharging of cannons came from the crowd. The crowd covered their noses and there was a gnashing of teeth. Starry Night was also confused. I say, big brothers and sisters, can we hold back a bit? Then a sound of defiance came from the crowd. Shit can be tolerated. How can a fart be tolerated? Tell me about it. Starry Night. In desperation, Starry Night could only pray that, with the Kobold Princess's wedding tonight, everyone would eat and drink well and not be able to discover that they had escaped. So Starry Night led a group of people, beat gongs and drums and set off firecrackers, and marched out of the village. At this time, the Goblin Palace was bustling with activity. Today is the Kobold Princess's big day. Almost all the kobolds with some status and strength had gathered in the palace. The rest, who were of a lesser status, waited on the ground outside the palace for the banquet. Almost a third of the country's hundreds of thousands of kobolds had come. It was so vast that it surrounded the royal palace. The princess wedding. It was like the goblin world's big event of the century. However, the atmosphere in the royal palace at this time was a little awkward. First, the palace was enveloped in a puff of smoke. The crowd of goblin minister generals all grimaced and clenched their back teeth. But there was a smile to be squeezed out. It's really painful. On the throne, the Goblin King also had a very hard time. What's going on today? What have I eaten? Must be something wrong with the water some dog made me drink yesterday. We'll just pull out and chop it up later. Boo. The Goblin King didn't hold back and let out a little fart. Well, who the hell dares to fart on the princess wedding day? A kobold eunuch chortled loudly. Kobold king lands a leg kick. Well, quack. Kobolds are all about democracy and freedom. What's wrong with farting in the palace? It's totally okay to put it on. People say what they want. It's okay. I'm very open-minded. Well, quack. Everyone, right? The crowd of kobolds on stage were about to cry. It turned out that his own great king was so much in love with his people. So reasonable. The crowd of kobolds were finally letting themselves go. Well, quack. Your majesty is wise. End of sentence. The gas that had been building up throughout the kingdom for so long was finally released. Dang. Pong. Guan. In a flash, the entire goblin kingdom became a demolition field. It was close to bringing the roof down. Outside the royal palace, more than 100,000 kobolds heard the explosions inside, all let loose as well. Well, quack. The king has ordered that farting is free. At this time, inside a small room in the kingdom, Lu Yen, the spectacled boy who hadn't appeared for a long time, was being rubbed by several middle-aged female kobolds. Well, quack. Beauty is a little thicker. Well, croak. Change the leopard print bitter tea. The princess likes it. Lu Yen is 20 years old. Bronze 2-star. Alien ability D-level sense of smell sensitivity. Really great chap. Just a couple hours ago, Starry Night ran to Lu Yen with gusto, and tell him that Vice Captain Ling Qin thinks highly of him and is going to give him an important mission. Having said that, Starry Night threw his kobold skin directly at him, and tell him that he must complete the mission or Ling Qin will be sad. Then, dash off. It can't be helped. There's always bloodshed in a revolution. At this moment, Lu Yan's inner cow was still fantasizing about the image of Starry Night and Ling Qin coming to pick him up. Well, quack. You guys have to come. And at this point, a firecracker came from outside the royal palace. Thunder para. Crackle. Lu Yan froze, not realizing that goblins had firecrackers. The sound is really loud. I'll play this for my own wedding later. Then he caught a whiff of something not quite right. Hiss, this smell of gunpowder is a bit heavy. After that, he heard a voice coming. Well, quack. The auspicious time has come. Worship heaven and earth. Lu Yan was assisted by a few aged kobolds into the palace hall. Suddenly, his face went yellow. The whole thing almost fainted. Vomit, is this a fucking kingdom? What the hell? At this point, there was no more than 3 meters of visibility in the entire palace. The PM2.5 index was heavily exceeded. A keen sense of smell allowed him to feel more clearly how much the goblin kingdom loved him. This thick, hair sauce love gradually filled him up and took his breath away. Promise, holy shit, I'm dying. Starry Night, when are you guys coming? Lu Yan was on the verge of losing consciousness. It could only be pinned to come to the princess. I just saw that today's princess was unusually unusual. A bit unearthly creatures, like the netherworld. Just then, the goblin princess grabbed Lu Yan. The mutation was sudden. Well, quack. That's not my sidekick. He's pretending. Well, quack. Good girl. How did you know? Well, quack. The mother forest's sixth sense. The goblin princess stretched out her big hand and directly tore Lu Yan's goblin skin with one hand, directly revealing its human face. There was a moment of surprise. Well, quack. It looks like a human, but it's kind of hard to see. Yeah, it's too smoky. Why don't we go outside and breathe before we come back in? The 2 kobold ministers were discussing something. Just then, a kobold scout darted in. Croak. The king is in trouble. The human prisoners, all of them have escaped. At once, there was a sound of swords being drawn. Well, croak. My lord, the humans have gone too far. I'm willing to lead the pursuit myself. Well, quack. I second the motion. So do I. At one time, everyone was going to war. The kobold king didn't even think about it. Well, quack. I'll personally lead the pursuit. Everyone come with me. At once, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, then ran out of the palace in a huff. OMG. It's too flavorful to stay for a bit. Hooting and hollering, everyone ran out of the Goblin King's palace, almost by fleeing. Starry Night and the others marched quickly. How can it be helped that the people have suffered a lot these days? Now it's time to force the pain in your belly. It doesn't go fast at all. Starry Night could only designate a good route for them, and then he himself rode the 3 wheels at the end. Just then, a sound of shouting and killing came. The Kobold King sat on a palanquin with a vast army of tens of thousands behind him. 3 of the 7 generals were present. The remaining 4 were said to have gone to spar with each other in martial arts. It's said to be a game of life and death. Starry Night looked at the endless army of kobolds and outright screamed, crap. How the hell is this going to play? Starry Night looked at the endless army of kobolds. Another look at the adventurer escape team. And a sophisticated plan had formed in his mind. He yelled, run, then stopped on the 3 wheels and went straight for it, leaving everyone behind. When it comes down to it, what's the point of having a bicycle? As long as I run faster than my teammates, the tiger can't eat me. Starry Night roared along, leaving the crowd far behind. Hey, 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 can't hit me, can you? I'm that powerful. While he was being complacent, a system voice suddenly came from Starry Night's mind. System mission, return to the team to carry out the rescue. System reward, 5,000 merit. Starry Night's face went straight to black. Fuck off Nema. Dog system, I'm not going to die. Host, please be careful how you speak. Starry Night thought briefly, then replied in a serious voice. I'm not going to hell. So whoever likes to go in. Hashtag. Mission reward update. Successful rescue will result in an artifact. Lao Wa Kun's egg test knife. Starry Night outright all but froze. Crap. Are you a fucking worm in my stomach? The system hemmed and hawed. I'm the system in your head. Immediately after that, an equipment icon unfolded in Starry Night's head. Lao Wa Kun's egg test knife. Quality, golden artifact. Type, melee watermelon blade. Attribute, after hitting the enemy, make a judgment. If the judgment is a ripe melon, it will be unharmed. If the judgment is a raw melon, it will be killed by 1/, ignoring defense. Yelling, do you keep your melon ripe, when stabbing someone? You'll increase your success rate. Introduction. The famous botanist Liu Huaxiang once said, when you doubt a melon is not raw melon eggs, this melon in your heart has not keep ripe. Doubt once started. The charge has been established. Starry Night was going crazy when she saw the knife profile. I grass it so mal white fuck. Dog system, you're fucking too hard. What guy could resist such a cool raw egg inspection knife? I wonder. Starry Night threw the three girls off the three wheels with a sharp brake, only to see the three beauties soar straight out and plunge straight into the dirt. Starry Night made a dashing U-turn. I'm going to fucking rescue people. Ling Qin, you take everyone and escape as planned. After saying that, Starry Night stomped on the three wheels, directly leaving behind a dashing back. There's no way around it. He's giving too much. The three beauties struggled to pull their heads out of the dirt. A face full of dirt clattered down. It's touching. But how come there's always an urge to knife him? Without saying a word, Starry Night went straight against the grain. Everyone on the road shed tears of emotion. Big brother is awesome. I kneel for you. You'll always be my own brother. Mr. Righteous. It was then that several gangs of boys had to break off after Starry Night, all of which Starry Night turned down. The reason for this is that they are not only bad, but they also fucking stink, and carrying them tends to affect their play. Starry Night, lonely riding three wheels, in the crowd surge, completed the most beautiful retrograde, bossy and dashing. I'm going to do it, even though there are millions of people. Soon, it was drowned in rolling yellow smoke. Starry Night put on a sharp brake. The three wheels came to a steady stop. In front of us was an army of tens of thousands of kobolds. This has been all the elite of this kobold kingdom. He raised the Gatling with one hand to the entire army. Well, quack, if you guys dare to chase after me again, I'll destroy your country. The kobolds laughed right out loud. Well, quack, how dare you kid come and make trouble with a broken bronze? The kobold king laughed. Let me put it to you this way. After tonight, I will have completed my evolutionary awakening, and then I will let you see the power of a diamond-level goblin king. Starry Night's mind froze. Crap, the timing is stuck pretty well. He only saw the Gatling machine gun raised in his hand. Slowly, it was aimed at the Goblin Kingdom. Then this day next year will be when the grass in your grave reaches your waist. Saying this, he fired a sweeping shot directly without speaking of voodoo. The Goblin King wasn't afraid in the slightest. Even if he hadn't completed his evolutionary awakening yet, he still had his peak gold strength left. The Goblin King looked at Starry Night's blue flaming Gatling with a haughty face. Suddenly, he gave a direct fall from the sedan chair. You don't know what you're talking about. What are you doing hitting my bearer? That's right. Starry Night gave a sweeping shot that directly fucked over the four sedan chair bearers of the Goblin King. Starry Night blew softly on the smoking Gatling. Phew. Young man, this king's waters are too deep for you to grasp. The Goblin King was full of black lines. Charge. Get him for me. A command. The kobolds went forward, charging towards Starry Night. Starry Night gave a crooked smile at this point. Then from his backpack, he pulled out the small nuclear blast missile he had bought for 1,000 credits. Little boy number 1. That's a good name. It looks patriotic. GGGGGG. Starry Night picked up little boy number 1 and smashed his way towards the goblin army. Taste my physical override. Destroy. Little boy number 1 fell straight into the goblin army. Then, from the nukes, a flicker of light. It instantly lit up the room. Boom. The moment a small nuclear explosive missile explodes, Starry Night leapt out on his third wheel. Immediately afterward, a violent hissing sound rang out between heaven and earth. A strong shockwave swept through. It almost lifted Starry Night and third wheel off the ground together. The adventurer escape team that had just run out a short distance away stared straight at the explosion in the distance. Many people who didn't stand still were directly lifted up by the shockwave for a roll. A flash of white light. An oversized mushroom cloud appeared in midair. A few moments later, everything dissipated into dust. Starry Night looked back. It was found that tens of thousands of goblin armies were directly wiped out by nearly one-fifth. Nearly a third of the kobold army was injured to varying degrees. Even the king and the three great generals looked a bit lousy. When Starry Night thought about it, it made sense. After all, 1,000 merits to buy a nuclear missile. The power can be like this is also very conscientious. So he opened the store again and found Little Boy number 1. Little Boy 1, sold out. Starry Night? Crap. There's a fucking limit on purchases. You dog system, can't you let me have a little more fun? Just fucking sell an experience card. And then don't sell it when you're done having fun. You want some conscience. Starry Night gave a ing output at the system. Host, you have been detected to have verbal inappropriate behavior towards the system. It is recommended to stop immediately, or else 100 points of merit will be deducted. Oh, my god. Then why don't you sell me some more nukes? Can't you see I want karma? Host, please click on the nuke column in the merit store. There are many nukes inside. Starry Night froze, then called out to the system store. Then a bunch of useless potions, weapons and stuff appeared. Starry Night found a small string of words on the top line. Nuclear bullet. Click. The interface flashed and the nuke page directly dominated the screen. The corners of Starry Night's mouth smiled directly at the Dragon King. Ha hey hey black black black. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh ho 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 ho. I'm launching. Only to see rows and rows of nukes literally appear in the system store. Little Boy number 1, sold out, limit 1 per month. Fat Man number 1, 1 remaining. Then Starry Night saw rows and rows of men's dream lovers. From the sexy Trident 2, to the flirty Min Bing 3. All sorts of assorted lovers scratching their heads. It's like saying buy me now. You're about to get high. That fascinating big girliest Madness Express. The deadly super beauty Poseidon. As well as the goddess Devan. Who the whole of Asia and Europe are crazy about. All of them expose the beauty that is within reach. Starry Night was straight up. Crap grass, 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 grass. Shit. Can't help it. Still suffers from being uneducated. Starry Night taps directly onto Big Ivan and clicks buy. Ding. Balance insufficient. Starry Night. Winky face. Then check it out. And Big Ivan is straight up 1,000,000 merits apiece. Starry Night thought about it for a moment. If that thing blows up, you can't really make it up without 1,000,000 merits. And then he gave a pick-me-up. One can only tearfully spend 4,000 merits on a fat one and a skinny one. Grandma's leg. This stuff is damn expensive. Buy now. The kobolds had regrouped and caught up. Starry Night silently pulled out a nuclear missile from his backpack that was even larger than it was a moment ago. With a bitch's smile on his lips. Boys, want to try a fat one first? Starry Night slowly lifted the fat man up. There was a childlike smile on his face. The kobolds were directly confused when they saw the nuke in Starry Night's hand. Maka, are you fucking evil? There can't be a lot of this stuff. Starry Night held the fat man up by his double head and took one step forward. The entire kobold army slowly backed away in fear. Mangaquat, don't come over here. Big brother, if you have something to say, you can talk about it all. Starry Night poo-pooed it. It's all talk is it? Cut the king's head off for a ball. The crowded kobold army couldn't help but look at the fat head of the kobold king. Started thinking seriously about some philosophical issues. The goblin king was outright furious. Croak, are you guys fucking revolting? Starry Night didn't even give them time to think. Comrades, I thank you for your hospitality these days and give you a little gift. Only to see his arm suddenly launching. A huge bomb shot straight out, slammed hard on the Goblin King's palanquin. Starry Night didn't even think about it, and kicked 3 wheels straight up to Ruffle. I can't do it without flirting. Who can stand this stuff? The crowd of kobolds were all directly stunned and began to frantically flee. Can't you even load more waves in a fucking throw? Well, quack. No martial arts. Croak, are you the king of the living hell? Just a few meters into the run, a hot gas vaporized everything around them directly. A stunning mushroom cloud rises again. It was even more dazzling and splendid than the one just now. Boom! A shocking sound came from the sky. The earth began to vibrate and the winds rose in all directions. Starry Night along with the 3 wheels were directly overturned on the ground. Mud. Careless. No flash. For a moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and the river flowed backwards. Light radiation, shock waves, and nuclear electromagnetic pulses are directly amplified to several kilometers around. The kobolds were numb. We're just saying. We're just a rookie monster. Is there a need for all this bombing us? Tired. Destroy. After saying that, it turned into a handful of ashes in place. Physical override. One step at a time. The adventurer escape team is escaping. It was suddenly overturned by a huge force. Many people didn't hold back on the spot and let the Yellow River cross the Sphincter Dam. This just didn't take a few steps, and then another fucking wave. And so, everyone simply chose to lie flat in place. No more pretending. Showdown. I'm too pants pulling. After a long time, the storm cleared. The crowd climbed out of the dirt. It made the already wretched body even more filthy. It works this time. It hurts. The explosion passed and the winds calmed. An overturned tricycle was suddenly kicked off. Starry Night bounced in place. Crap. This thing is so powerful. Next time I'll get a whole one for school. He flipped the 3 wheels over and kicked the warped rims square. Pick up the handlebars from the ground and stick them on the 3rd wheel. A stomp followed, and the 3 wheels that were about to fall apart rushed out once more. Starry Night would have to stall for a little while longer to allow the team to escape the kingdom limits first. At this time, in the Goblin army, the Goblin King was already in a sorry state. The palanquin also broke, the crown flew off, and one of his 2 large front teeth fell out. The king, who had directly endured a blast from the fat man's core, was only slightly injured. When really, it's all about the fat. He looked back at the goblin armies around him. It's a mess. All sorts of broken walls and messes. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers directly lost small half. He's too heartbroken. The Goblin King roared. Oh, my god. You son of a bitch. After saying that, he led all the remaining troops to kill towards Starry Night. What hostages? What adventuring party? It doesn't fucking matter. The only task now was to take out the one on the 3-wheeler in front of him. Why should he be able to ride a 3-wheeler and I can't ride in a sedan chair? And so begins a chase across the Goblin Kingdom. Starry Night was pedaling desperately ahead on 3 wheels. Behind them was the Goblin King with his entire elite chasing like mad. Croak. Kill him, you son of a bitch. Think him to death. A chorus of shouts and killings came from behind them. Starry Night was afraid to stay for a moment. Damn, it's a big game. If this is caught by the kobolds, they won't skin him alive on the spot. Starry Night stomped furiously on the 3 wheels under his feet. Uneven surfaces aren't great for riding. Plus this thing doesn't have great damping. Starry Night, this ass is clear. But for the time being, your life is at stake. So hold on to your ass. Behind them, the kobolds all had their eyes filled with red and had entered berserk mode, bound to kill the bitch in front of him. Starry Night took the kobolds into the minefield as soon as they were on a wild ride. Hey, 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 let's show you guys the joy of picking mushrooms too. The kobold army had just entered the minefield when someone stepped on a mushroom bomb. Boom! Several kobolds took off in place. This was followed by a succession of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining kobolds were thrown into the sky one by one. Large swathes of light flashed. The explosions were so loud that they shook the sky. From a distance, it looked like a brilliant burst of fireworks sparkling. The kobolds could no longer contain the rage within them as they were blown into the air. And so, anger poured out of his lower body. The sky began to fly free. Gradually it rained and snowed. At the moment, the Goblin King's big, fat head. It's as messy as can be. It's all gummed up in my eyes. Well, quack. What the fuck? Oh ho. I'll get you. With that, he sprinted towards Starry Night with his big feet. The 3 great generals behind him were also in a full body mess. Magic skills were thrown wildly at Starry Night in his hands. The fireballs and ice bombs Starry Night dodged with the help of her car skills. But one kobold with a basket head on his back was fierce. He was seen constantly pulling weapons out of the basket and throwing them at Starry Night. Gold level throwing generals, constantly pulling things out of their basket heads and throwing them. There are all kinds of stones, tree stumps, bone crumbs, black powder bombs, briquettes, and bastard lids. There's nothing good about the stuff. It's just damn strong. Crap. Big brother, where did you get so many treasures? Starry Night was confused. This thing was on the same path as himself. It's fucking disgusting. Having no choice but to pull out a pan to fend it off, Starry Night could only do so. Knock, knock, knock. The stone sub that threw the general smashed against the pan with a violent crash. Starry Night's hand was numb from holding the pan. The strength was too damn strong. If he hadn't dodged most of the attacks with his 3 wheels, he would have had to plant himself here. Mud. Spell it out. Starry Night couldn't care less. Straight away, they pulled out their weapons from their space backpacks and just started blasting away at each other. All sorts of exploding bottles, messy trash, and even a female kobold. Throw it all out in one fell swoop. All at once, the pot and pan wars began. Boom boom boom. The explosion at the kobold's feet was still going off. Countless ordinary kobolds were blown to pieces. A few gold-level generals and kings won't die though, but they hurt. As the saying goes, it's not very offensive. It's extremely insulting. Slap that strong man with a big mouth and he doesn't cop a knife and fuck you. A few of them stepped on mines and chased them toward Starry Night. Boom boom boom. There was another explosion. Starry Night are confused. Big brothers do not come. Can rest. I 3 rounds said he was tired. Lauren Abyss. Outskirts. Dozens of rescue teams. Full speed ahead. It is imperative to rescue your fellow humans who are being held captive by the kobolds. On a troop carrier. The principal's face was stony, and a ballet god sniper in his hand glinted with a murderous aura. It's like one shot is going to fuck up the Goblin Kingdom. On the side, Wu Jing saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and hurriedly warmed up the scene. Hey, principal, don't be so serious. Give me a smile. Cheese. Fuck off. Those students are my heart and soul. Who knows if the kobolds have ripped them off? Headmaster, this you can rest assured. Tearing up the ticket will never happen. No doubt the big fat boy is born. The principal nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately the picture came to my head. As the sun set, Wang Tong returned from farming. A mother kobold was cooking when a little golden kobold ran out happily. Well, quack. Daddy. Huh, this thing is poisonous, isn't it? The principal was filled with disgust. He then pulled out his own ballet divine sniper. Looking through the scope to the Goblin Kingdom, the headmaster's psychic ability is A-rank Hawkeye shot. The field of view and accuracy is unmatched. Once he was an ace sniper. That existed wherever he hit. Plus the added bonus of the trait multiplier. At a distance of dozens of kilometers, he could see it all. Outside the window of a car, the headmaster looks through the multiplier at the Goblin Kingdom. The expression on his face started to turn from stony to puzzled. How come the sky of this Goblin Kingdom is full of yellow smoke? Is it becoming immortal? At this moment, Starry Night was leading an entire army of kobolds through the woods. Explosions were heard all along the way. The mushroom bombs are unimaginably dense. Well, quack. This shit is fucking disgusting. Hell knows when he buried it. The kobold army was going crazy. 3 wheels running fast and bombs on the ground. He is also fucking poisoned. The back door may be lost at any time. This is anyone cannot bear awe. Since then, the kobolds have then realized why Timo had to die. Because, he's cheap. Boom, 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 boom. A series of mushroom bombs rose in a happy cloud of smoke, blowing the Goblin King's face pitch black. The only hair on the top of his head was stubbornly curved as if to give the effect of an exploding head. Well, I'll fucking kill you. Just then, General Cold Ice suddenly thought out of the box. He hurriedly said to the Goblin King, well, quack, this kid is stalling for time for the others to escape. Let's go after the captives now and kill them all to relieve our hatred. The crowd of kobolds couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts when they heard this. Ah yes, 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 King, let's go kill the hostages. All of them? None of them. The crowd of kobolds began to persuade with your words. Soon, the big fat head of the Goblin King seemed to understand. Come on, macaque, let's go kill the prisoners. Thus, the goblin army immediately changed from the rear group to the front group and chased after the hostages. No, they really are suddenly enlightened. Instead, we're going to be so consumed with this kid again. What's left of the army is going to be trashed here. Well, quack, charge, kill the prisoners. Well, quack, revenge. Hooting and hollering, the kobolds on the scene all retreated. Starry Night was all confused. I say, big brothers, you continue to kill me. I can kill well. Once killed karma. Hey, hey, hey. A gust of wind blew through. The thick yellow smoke hit the gas mask, lonely and malodorous. Mud, this is going to be hard. Starry Night gave chase with a 3-wheeled kick. A few moments later, the kobold army has chased the adventurer escape party. The kobolds up ahead had already started killing on the humans. A spear in the hands of a kobold king pokes whoever dies. Well, quack, it's still cool. Kill, kill, kill. Starry Night was going crazy at the moment. He rode the 3 wheels desperately. Voices kept appearing in his head. Raw melon balls. Raw melon balls. Don't fucking move my raw balls. Starry Night roared. A black aura began to emerge from the eyes of the whole person had changed into a solemn aura. The speed of the tricycle soared, like a cannonball, killing towards the goblin army. Swish. 3 rounds of sharp blades generally cut the goblin army in half. Countless kobolds were crushed to pieces. Kill, don't touch my merit. Starry Night stomped on his 3 wheels, and was so powerful that he sliced right through the goblin army. His speed did not decrease in the slightest. Dueling. Straight into the back of the spear-wielding Goblin King in a 3rd wheel. Crap, you fucking hit me in the ass. I'm not just going to fucking bump your fanny. I'm going to guy your fanny. Starry Night kicked vigorously and ran right over the Goblin King. The 3 goblin generals saw this and directly killed them. Well, croak, kid, go to hell. Starry Night didn't mess up in the slightest and directly carried the chaos audio on his shoulder, then slammed his fist on the on button. Open for Laco. At that moment, that mighty and domineering Joe Gangster monograph BGM came from the chaos audio. The passionate music of A Hard Day's Journey plays. Do, 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 do. Starry Night felt her entire being ignite. Feeling the exclusive Joe Gangmaster must win BGM. All attributes enhanced 10 times. Domineering enhancement 100 times. Pay attention to not side leakage. All of a sudden, Starry Night's aura was once again ushered in a change. Oh ho, I feel fucking invincible. Starry Night went straight to Gatling with his right hand and Pan with his left. 2 feet on 3 wheels with countless bottles and bricks behind them. Kill! He let out a roar. The heavens and the earth changed color. The Kobold King copied his spear and stabbed it. Starry Night Pan's skyrocket. Straight up one-pot shot. The terrifying power directly made the earth vibrate. Dang! Strong collision sounds resounded through the sky. Both sides are evenly matched. Starry Night's shoulders buckled and countless bottles spilled out around the Goblin King. Boom! 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 One boom! The entire field exploded once again. The spells in the hands of the 3 great generals came out in unison. Fire accompanied by cold and ice, shooting wildly towards Starry Night in an all-encompassing manner. Starry Night laughed wildly and uninhibitedly. The Gatling in his hand was bubbling with basket fire and fired straight up. The unbridled energy tore every living thing around it to shreds. With that, Gatling changed into another form. It is no longer a blue flame that shoots out of the 6 cleansing tubes. Instead, it's a real shell. Starry Night directly applied the explosive properties to the energy bullets. The spray of bullets will turn into countless soul-swallowing deaths. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Countless kobolds were blown to pieces. The 3 generals were also temporarily suppressed by the heavy artillery fire. GG. Starry Night was still laughing wildly and uninhibitedly, as if he were the god of death in heaven and earth. All must die. GG. Everyone at the scene watched the scene in horror. Crap. Starry Night is crazy. No, he would have been crazy, except he got out of the hospital. But he's really handsome now. Between heaven and earth, the sound of energy explosions grew stronger. The earth was torn open one after another. Starry Night directly suppressed the 4 gold-level goblin bigwigs with his incomparable firepower. Just then, kobold reinforcements arrived. The 4 remaining generals finally showed up. Well, Quack, my king, we're here to help you. Starry Night looked up and cocked her mouth at her 4th oldest brother, General Breen. With that, he raised the Gatling in his hand. The maniacal laughter rang out again. Just in time. Then, supernaturalized together. Boom 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 boom. Knock, 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 knock. The battle scene was a scene of misery. The adventurer escape team is already full of hotheads joining the fight. Although they were no match for the Golden Generals, they could still help by cleaning up some of the stragglers. Wang Tang's entire body was radiant with golden light, with both fists striking out a path of golden light. The reputation of the Grand Master of Karate is not something to be sniffed at. It's almost like punching a goblin minion. Yi Chen was not willing to show weakness either. A large captured bone stick in his hand whipped wildly. The alien-powered vigorous miracle swept one of the goblin minions out of the way. At this moment, a goblin minion circled around behind Yi Chen and raised his stick high. Suddenly, a crayfish caught him directly on his big baby. Well, croak. Ow ow ow. Goblin minions wailed. Countless crayfish began to crawl up the bodies of the kobold minions. There was a lot of screaming for a while. Mamacita. Mamacita. Ow ow ow. On the side, Xiao Longxia had already gathered an army of thousands of crayfish around him. He let out a laugh as he summoned the crawfish. Ahahaha, too much fun. Ugh. Wait a minute. Why the hell are you crawfish even pinning me? War is cruel and the battlefield is bloody. The kobold army finally showed the brutality they deserved. One by one, the wolfsbane continued to blow the adventurers' heads off. Ferocious fangs tore madly at the adventurer's body. Ah, help me. Chicken shit. Soon, the adventurer escape team was at a disadvantage. Just then, a filthy, skinny and bony adventurer stepped forward. Her slender body was dirty and scrawny as if she could fall at the slightest touch. However, there was an indescribable murderous aura that began to permeate the air. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen her before? The bone-thin adventurer slowly lifted his hood and a stunningly beautiful face was revealed. Crap! Ruyan Lu. She wouldn't have gone 30 days without eating. Ruyan Lu slowly looked up. Her eyes lit up with bright hexagonal starbursts. Her vermilion lips moved slightly, and the spell of the goddess of war began to chant. Invite the ancestor to come up. Ah, ugh. Let the light of the goddess of war shine on earth and give me strength. Suddenly, her body began to tremble slightly. A glow emanated from her body. Almost instantly, transformation complete. Before the eyes of the crowd, there was only a goddess with a halberd in full body armor, radiating a killing light. Die! A solemn female voice erupted from her mouth. Immediately after that, a killing machine rushes off to the goblin group, begin a one-sided crushing brutality. With every swing of her halberd, patches of kobolds were cut in two. Battle power is straight out of the gold big boys. On the scene, everyone was confused, looked at other people's powers, then looked at his own. Hey, she literally reminds me all the time that I'm a loser. Wang Tang and the others hated being able to find a crack in the ground. It's so damn humiliating. How can I go out and still have the face to say that I'm also from the third form special training team, with the garbage man in front of me and the killjoy in the back? I'm a fucking loser. At this time, Starry Night was alone to fight against the 8 great golds. The whole thing killed numbness. Only his entire body was shrouded in black aura, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. GGGGGG. Eat me a pan. A pan that was over 30 meters long fell from the sky. It slapped straight at a few of the big golden kobolds. Dueling. The pan slapped the kobold king solidly in the face. Croak. The goblin king raged. A crimson red flashed from his face. The incantations began to ring out. The goblin king grew against the wind, and his body gradually began to grow larger. In no time at all, it rose to several dozen meters high. Crap, how can a kobold grow that big? Her mom is hanging out with the minotaur. The crowd hadn't finished spitting. A pair of big feet had stomped toward the crowd. Dong! 1 foot down. Adventurers and kobolds were dead and wounded. The 7 great generals were all as if they had been beaten up after seeing the goblin king display his strength, madly killing towards Starry Night and the adventurers. For a while, all sorts of skills were flying around. Starry Night still kept his evil smile. Yossi, it's getting bigger. Ha 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 ha. Subsequently, the black aura on his body became even more dense, like melting ink. When the black gas was thick to an alarming degree, Starry Night stomps out. With an unrelenting might, the 3 wheels crashed into General Thunder, who was dancing. With a loud bang, Starry Night scores with a strike and throws the pan right out of his hand. It slapped straight into General Chill's face, sending him flying with a sliver of a heel. Then the Gatling machine gun burst into icy blue fire. Da 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 da. With a burst, a cascade of blood burst out all over the body of the flame and throwing General with low defense. General Self-Destruct burned up 2 tubes of explosives in his hands and ran frantically toward Starry Night. Starry Night slammed out a chaos audio directly. Dueling. The self-destructing general was smashed far away with his explosives. It's time to deliver the final blow to your boy. The smile at the corner of Starry Night's mouth was almost crooked to the ears. In the next second, Starry Night shot out with the 3 wheels. With incomparable might, it rushed towards the huge and incomparable Goblin Kingdom. Just as he was about to reach the Goblin King, suddenly leaping into the air, the tricycle soared out and collided with the chariot general who had rushed to support him in a full-blown explosion. Boom! The 2 cars flew in all directions with sparks. The last general of the Iron Rod tried to rescue him with his iron rod in hand, suddenly blocked by a woman who looked like a killing machine. Ruyan Lu's entire body exuded a divine killing aura, fighting with General Iron Rod. For a while, the battlefield was a mess. Starry Night leapt high into the air, building up her right arm backward in midair as she flew toward the Goblin King. Well, croak, stupid human. You want to defeat me with your bare hands. Dream on. You can't break my defense. The spear in the hand of the immense and incomparable Goblin King stabbed straight at the Starry Night in midair. Brush. Starry Night sidestepped and the spear grazed his shoulder, with a big bloody mess. Meanwhile, Starry Night finished storing up her power. The arm swung violently, creating a brilliant arc in the air. Pop! A big nose pocket straight into the Goblin King's huge, fat face. There was a moment of silence. Everyone was confused. Crap, you're fucking doing all this padding just to smoke a big bib? Sure enough, it's crazy. The Kobold King let out a laugh. Well, quack. That's it. Ha ha ha. Yet the next second, explosions began to explode directly in the Goblin King's head. Dang! A muffled sound came. The Kobold King, 6 of his 7 orifices began to bleed. Starry Night let out a laugh. Hey, 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 hey. How does it feel to put explosive properties right in your head and explode? Starry Night was, at the moment, riding on top of the Goblin King's head. It took a death grip on the only hair left in his hand to get his footing. Well, croak. I'll fucking kill you. The Goblin King raged. Start attacking the top of your head in a frenzy. Starry Night doesn't even duck. One by one, Dobby Pocket frantically began to pump out. Dang, dang, dang. One muffled sound exploded in the Goblin King's head. The blood flowed like no money. It poured over the heads of the people on the ground like a torrential downpour. It's brutal. Starry Night frantically whips the Goblin King on the top of the head, constantly conferring explosive properties inside his head. Meanwhile, Starry Night takes a hit from the Goblin King. He was covered in blood and his whole face was smeared with blood. He was still smiling, his mouth full of red and white teeth. looking extremely scary. Explosions came one after another, like the devil's mockery. It's horribly eerie. Blood, cool flow. Everyone at the scene stared in awe and excitement at Starry Night, who was fighting the Goblin King high in the air. They had long since made Starry Night a hero in their hearts. Garbage man, come on, fuck him. And a group of girls had long since cried into tears. You must beat him. When we get home, we'll give you monkeys. Coco Shang. The Goblin King was hit hard. The tattered body remains firm. In just a few minutes, when the moon rises into the sky, I will complete my awakening and become a diamond-ranked Goblin Emperor, and you will all have to pay the price. Well, quack 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 quack. The Goblin King laughed, his blood-filled maw opening wickedly. Starry Night smiled back, blood running down the corners of her mouth. Hey, 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 young man, ever eaten a nuclear bomb? The crowd was shocked, only to see Starry Night pull out another long, thin nuke from somewhere, shoved it straight into the Goblin King's mouth. Have a skinny root and try it. Boom! The outskirts of the Goblin Kingdom. The rescue army is finally reaching its destination. Thousands of rescue vehicles slowed to a halt. Rescue troops, heavily armed and well-trained, got out of their vehicles, almost as soon as they hit the ground. A stench as if they had fallen into a 10,000-year-old abyssal cesspool came toward them. Vomit, what the fuck? Did this Goblin Nation blow up a shithole? Why does it smell so bad? At one point, the crowd of rescue army members vomited and had diarrhea. There were several who fainted. Crap, the Goblin Kingdom is really scary as hell. Everyone must be careful. At that moment, the principal and Wu Kang also got down from the troop carrier. Vomit crap. I finally fucking realized why the Goblin Kingdom is covered in yellow smoke. Why? They have biochemical weapons. It took a long time for the crowd to gather. Each one was weeping and frowning, and his mouth bulged as if he were a great grudge-bearer. Wu King coughed and began to speak. Comrades, thank you for coming here to rescue your compatriots. I, Wu, am very pleased. Before the battle, I'm going to say something that will take about half an hour, so please bear with me. Pop. The principal was furious and gave him a big caring slap right in the face. Fuck this. Save the fucking day. Wu King, feelings are not your time to speak. Wu Jing then cleared his throat. Teams move as pre-planned. Go. Hooting and hollering, a swarm of rescue troops covered their noses and rushed inside the kingdom. Without saying a word, the principal was about to rush in after him. It was pulled back by Wu Kang. Headmaster, the Goblin Kingdom has boundaries that allow up to silver level entry, so I can't fucking get in? It can be. Except it's going to be suppressed to silver level, and it won't be worth it if it gars. The principal doesn't care about that. It's worth it if I fucking GA for the students. With that, he charged into the kingdom on his own. Within moments, he leapt out again. Wu Kang was just about to scoff. Just a handful from the principal. Damn it, you go in with me too. Then, only Wu Jing's cursing voice could be heard echoing in the dense forest. As soon as the rescuers entered the dense forest, they encountered the problem of the century. Because, they stepped on a mushroom bomb. Boom boom boom. Numerous members of the rescue army were then injured off the line. Everyone be careful. The kobolds are ferocious. This is going to be a bitter battle. Wu King said so. Just when the crowd was at a loss, out of the rescue army came a young girl of 15 or 16. She was dressed in an altered spirit guard uniform and was holding a husky in her hand. Ha 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 ha. Finally I can shred again. Rhubarb, let's go. Let's give the guys a ride. Woof woof woof, you're marvelous. You're puritanical. That's right. Our little Star Zero cutie is back in action. The crowd hadn't figured out what was going on. Star Zero then yanked the dog and rushed out. Immediately afterward, another series of explosions rang out. The crowd was flaxen and frozen with amazement. What the fuck kind of little girl is this? It's the first time we've seen such violent mine clearance. Show the show of the groundhog. In a few moments, Star Zero cleared a large road of mines. The crowd followed closely behind, praising Star Zero for being so good while cursing Barry Thunder for being so lacking. Star Zero tugging on the dog as sparks with lightning all the way. Boom boom boom. Rhubarb, hurry up and you'll see your brother. Woof woof woof, dying. The crowd followed and made their way forward. Surprisingly, I didn't see a single kobold on the road. One can't help but wonder, where did all the kobolds go? It must be an ambush. Wu King said. With that, the rescue team traveled carefully all the way. Fear of a surprise attack. The crowd was getting more and more confused and scared as they went along. Finally, they saw a cloud of thick, yellow smoke. Crap, is that where the fucking yellow smoke comes from? Vomit, dash. It stinks so damn bad. Wu Jing was suddenly alert when he saw the yellow smoke. There's a bomb in here, so which warrior is going to go ahead and explore it? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you and all said I'm not going. Whoever wants to go. Just as the crowd was humbly pushing each other, a man in a black uniform with 5 large stars on his shoulders stepped forward. Let me, Zhang Debao, take the lead. The principal and Wukong froze. Ha, Zhang Debao, you weren't captured by the kobolds? Zhang Debao tapped the 5-star shoulder badge on his shoulder. Headmaster, Captain, look, I've defended the side this month. Intercepted 765 takeouts, scolded back homeowners 33 times, and escaped from thugs 18 times. So credit where credit is due. The 2 men's mouths twitched. A fucking month as a security guard, with food and shelter, and you still have the nerve to say that. Just as the corners of their mouths were twitching, Zhang Debao had already taken a big step forward and started exploring the yellow smoke formation. He was not the least bit flustered, and his footsteps were steady, toward the yellow smoke. Suddenly, he spotted a mangled pedicure blade. Bend down and pick it up. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't this the fucking pedicure knife that Starry Night borrowed from me on September 27th? The year before last. At 5:49 and 36 seconds PM 58421. Why is it here? He pocketed his pedicure knife and took a step into the yellow smoke. The scene in front of him directly stunned him in place. Ryoko didn't move. The crowd saw that Zhang Debao didn't come out. So, hooting and hollering, they all entered the yellow smoke formation, intent to find out. For a moment inside, their entire being felt a heavenly stench. Spinning around in circles stinks. Vomit, this is really a fucking source of biochemical weapons. And then the next. The horrific sight of the scene once again stunned everyone. Crap. What the hell is this? What is it with kobolds and their love of bondage play? All the people could see was yellow smoke. And tens of thousands of kobolds were bound to death by bolted piggybacks. The corners of their mouths were foaming. All kinds of filth. All over the place. Vomit, I can't take it anymore, Nemo. Come on. Give me a break. Hooting and hollering, the crowd ran out of the scene almost with flight. The principal and Wu Kang were puzzled as to what had terrorized everyone so much. So the 2 of them joined forces and entered. Then, in unison, vomit. Vomit, this Nema Goblin Kingdom is horrible. To go so far as to use the excretory gases of their compatriots to make biochemical weapons. Such a race deserves to be exterminated. Inhumane. It was only at this time that Zhang Debao slowed down from his shock. He stepped out of the yellow smoke formation and lit a Huazi to keep the fear down. Realized I couldn't smoke at all. Then he threw Huazi into the yellow smoke formation. Guys, wait for me. At this point, the rescue teams are going crazy. They vomited while enduring the ravages of the stench in the air. It's just so damn smelly. The kobolds are so unhygienic. Just then, one of them found a large well. I found a well. So come on everyone and rinse your mouths out. The crowd had been puking for so long that they saw a well and ran straight to it to get water. Gargling for gargling and laundry for laundry. Suddenly, someone accidentally drank a little while gargling. This well water is so sweet. It was a loud voice. Almost everyone heard it. I'll taste it. I'll taste it. I'll taste it too. Some people are starting to try. Woody led the way and was the first to drink. He took a gentle sip, a puzzled expression on his face. This water. The crowd looked at him expectantly. Suddenly, a light lit up in Woody's eyes. This water? It's good. Woody, recommend it by name. It was said with a thumbs up and a nod of approval. So the crowd jumped in and started drinking. Extra sweet and extra good. It's like manna from the mountains. Fresh water from the earth, with an indescribable flavor. Saw a lot of good reviews. So more people started drinking water. They had traveled so far and encountered so many dangers on the way. The smell alone was bad enough for them. And now they desperately needed a drink to quench their thirst. So the crowd drank the water. Sweet, good review. Yummy. I'm going to pour a jug of it home for my dad to try. Yes. I'll give my mom a taste too. After the crowd had drunk their fill, they began to fill their various containers with water. Zhang Debao also drank water. Only one thing puzzled him after he drank it. This water. Why does it have the same flavor as the medicine for constipation that Starry Night gave me to drink? Strange. The crowd drank their water and continued on their way. It was at this moment that Wang Tang and the rest of the escape team finally found their savior. All of them almost cried after they saw the rescue army. Then they flew towards the rescue army. As they ran, their mouths shouted, "Headmaster, Captain, you guys go check it out. Starry Night. He's crazy. Dude, are you keeping this melon ripe?" Starry Night picked up a pimple-pitted goblin minion with one hand and asked with a fierce look on his face. The kobold minion had long since been scared out of his wits, a stream of liquid running down his toes. Mamacita. Without saying a word, Starry Night went straight up and slashed. Target hit. Beginning of judgment. Judged ripe and unharmed. Mud. Another fucking failure. Starry Night spat and casually tossed the goblin minion to the ground. He looked at the hands of the Lu Huaqiang raw melon egg inspection knife, began to fall into deep thought. Just moments ago, the nuclear bomb exploded from inside the Goblin King's body, blowing him straight to pieces, permanently guarding the Goblin Kingdom. So, Starry Night exploded with a wave of equipment. First up is the Goblin King's stone spear, no attributes. Crunchy hard. Then there's the Kobold King's leopard bittersweet sturdy and durable, triangular and more sour. Starry Night tossed the huge, bitter teasel aside with a look of disgust. Ding! Suddenly, a light went on in front of him. There was actually an iron sewn into that bitter tea sub. As soon as Starry Night stepped forward, she tore open the oddly smelly, slightly yellowish leopard printed bitter tea. A fruit knife fell. Starry Night was ecstatic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Lu Huaqiang's raw egg inspection knife. Lao Hua Kun's egg test knife. Quality, golden artifact. Type, melee watermelon blade. Attribute, after hitting an enemy, make a judgment. If the judgment is a ripe melon, it will be unharmed. If the judgment is a raw melon, it will be killed by 1/, ignoring defense. Yelling, "Do you keep your melon ripe?" when stabbing someone. You can increase the success rate of the judgment. Introduction. The famous botanist Lu Huaqiang once said, "When you doubt a melon is not raw melon eggs, this melon in your heart has not keep ripe." Doubt once started, the charge has been established. Ah ha 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 ha. Starry Night gave a straight-up maniacal laugh. Suddenly, he missed his breath and choked directly on his spit. Cough 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 cough. I niet. This disgraceful. Re-laugh. Well. All of the scene looked at Starry Night with a dumbfounded expression. It's like looking at a psycho. Is he out of his mind? He's not crazy. He's relapsing from an old illness. It's normal. The crowd looked at Starry Night with black lines on their faces. He was seen copying the watermelon knife and letting out a shout. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. What boy could resist such a cool raw talent? Just when the crowd was still confused, Starry Night suddenly moved. He plowed right into a goblin minion and shouted under his breath, "Dude, are you keeping this melon ripe?" With that, he stabbed in. The movements are skillful and not at all slow. Target has been hit. Beginning of judgment. Judged ripe and unharmed. Starry Night froze. Hey, shit, this thing is evil. Again. He then copied another kobold. Does this melon stay ripe? Put. Another cut. Target hit. Beginning of judgment. Judged ripe and unharmed. Starry Night's face darkened. Crap. Dog system, what the fuck? Then Starry Night became angry. And it doesn't matter. Copy the goblin minion and start stabbing. Stabbing and cursing at the same time. Damn. Do you keep this melon ripe? Everyone was stunned. Then unconsciously stepped back. The legs still couldn't stop shaking. Run. Starry Night is crazy. I don't know who shouted. So the crowd clamored and began to flee. I'm afraid he'll catch me and ask if you're keeping this melon ripe. Wang Tang and the others quickly found the principal and the rescue army, and lead them towards Starry Night. Headmaster, take a quick look. Starry Night has gone completely crazy. Wang Tang returned as he ran. However, the two of them, the principal and Wu Kei, didn't believe it at all. No way. His psychosis is stable. Yeah, so far he's been the best performer out of all of you, and it couldn't have been him if he was going crazy. And then the next second, there was a slap in the face from the scene. The only thing the crowd saw was Starry Night's clothes in tatters and his face covered in blood. There was also a goblin minion in his hand, stabbing wildly with a watermelon knife in his hand. Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? The watermelon knife was stabbing at the kobold minions one after the other. A dozen knives went down in a row. Ruled a raw egg. Killed in one stroke. Numerous blood splatters suddenly exploded on that goblin minion. Zip bleeds. Then the neck twisted right and it hung. Starry Night was instantly enlightened. Ah ha 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 ha. Well. What a melon. What a melon. Everyone was confused. Crap. That's fucking brutal. This living llama. Is it really good for you to do this? Suddenly Starry Night turned around and spotted the principal and the others. Hey, principal. Are you keeping this melon ripe? At that moment, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Winky face, crap. That's vicious. Starry Night saw no reaction from the crowd. Picked up another kobold again and began to test the knife. Da Lindsay, are you keeping this melon ripe? Put. The adventurers were finally rescued. The rescue army led the group in the direction of home. The crowd was so shocked that they didn't pick their jaws up along the way. Various encounters have left them in a state of triviality. The yellow smoke rolled and drifted in all directions. It stimulates every taste, hearing, and throat nerve. It's so damn smelly. I remember coming to the Goblin Kingdom before and it didn't smell this bad. The principal complained as he walked. At this time, Wang Tung stepped forward and began to explain. Headmaster, you don't know anything about this. This is all the work of the Starry Night Scourge. Hearing this, everyone was instantly interested. Oh, how did he do that? Wang Tang said rather proudly with a pat on his chest. He put a sack of laxatives in all the wells. Ha 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 ha. The principal and Wu Jing and the others laughed at the same time. What a garbage man to come up with such a brilliant plan. Suddenly, their daisies tightened. Sigma, for all, crap. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Immediately afterward, like a long line came the sound of firecrackers going off in unison. Clank, 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 knock, 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 da 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 da. Boom! In a flash, yellow smoke rose in all directions and the stench filled the air. The principal is finally figuring out the puzzle of the century. Why the Goblin Kingdom stinks? Because, that's the fucking principal's fart. Almost simultaneously, everyone's stomachs turned over and a stream of gas slithered down. A monstrous sense of shit instantly invaded the brain. I can't. But the people who can appear here, they are all dignitaries. How could it be settled in the wilderness? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So the crowd held back a big red face, monitoring each other as if they were competing to see who could endure more. Elegant and timeless. At that moment, Starry Night approached with a watermelon knife. Principal, why is your face red? The principal was full of disgust and forced down his shit. Refreshed. Ugh, why is it yellow again? Wax applied against cold. So you're Brigadier Sue's man. Fuck off nigga. The principal was going crazy, hating the fact that he couldn't knife this dog immediately. Starry Night was quite happy to see the principal and bounced off to find Captain Wu Prime. Hey, Captain. I have a wolfsbane here. Why don't you plug it first? Fuck off. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? Just then, Starry Night suddenly realized that there was a beautiful woman beside Wu Jing. It's the kind that's super fit and can handle leather jackets and pants. Wow, is this beauty the legendary leather pants heroine Loxin? Starry Night's voice was a thief's voice. When the crowd heard the words leather pants woman, they looked towards her almost simultaneously. What? There's a pretty girl? Still leather pants. Quick conk. Lorson was straight up going crazy. Suddenly, bu. A little fart with a silencer. Small pouches bulged on her leather pants. Boo bu. Then there are small packages that turn into large packages, and large packages stacked on top of small packages. It's getting bigger and bigger. 999. Starry Night picked up a toothpick and poked it lightly. Starry Night, the embodiment of justice, is here to help you. Equals, oh no. Bang! Didn't I tell you to stop wearing leather pants from now on? Leather pants goddess Lohin. Age, 24. S-Class Darkness Ability, Shadow Assassin. Grade, Gold. Identity, Secretary and Secret Guard of the Grand Commander of the Alien Spirit Guards in Jianhui City. These names alone are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Not to mention her stunning beauty and hot body that can handle leather pants. But from today, she would become the most famous star in the end of the Alien Spirit Guard in Jianhui City. Newest title, Goddess of Pants Explosion. The group was soon out of the dense forest. There's no way. It's not fast enough. Shit means he's not waiting for anyone. The genus is a king's retreat dash, hold, turtle can't stand it. Come on. Everyone pick up the pace. The crowd was on their feet, flying so fast that their feet were touching out blisters. Starry Night, on the other hand, pedaled leisurely on 3 wheels. On the third wheel, Star Zero sat in the back holding a dog. Zhang Debao sat in front and shared with Starry Night what had happened to him these days. Hey Starry Night, I'm telling you, my stories these days could be considered legendary. Old and exciting. That homeowner, that thug, that delivery man. Starry Night listened beautifully to Zhang Debao tell his story. The exertion of these days slowly dissipated. What novel should I deposit my brain in when the battle is over? I recently heard of a book called Death. Please call me Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. It's pretty hot. It is said that the brain is stored in a. Einstein saved it and said it was good. 3 people and a dog on 3 wheels were very happy. Yet the crowds who walk on their feet are complaining. Their faces darkened as they watched a couple of people on 3 wheels relaxing. Naya. This is why I didn't realize 3 wheels worked so well earlier. Damn. A dog can ride a 3-wheeler. I'm not as good as a dog. Rhubarb, woof woof woof, you're the dog. After a swift and hasty march, the crowd finally arrived at the edge of the dense forest. All of the rescue team's vehicles have stopped. Everyone get in the car. Wu Jing began to organize everyone to get on the bus in an orderly fashion. A field troop carrier was filled with men. The long-awaited homecoming of the crowd has finally arrived. But before that, one more thing needs to be done. Quick! Open the window. One by one, the windows of the troop carriers slowly rolled down. A stream of yellow smoke seems to have found a breakthrough and leaps out day after day. Starry Night sat in the troop carrier, gas mask back on her face. It can't be helped. It's too snoozy. He can't hold his voice anymore. The engine of the troop carrier roared. The driver went straight to the bottom with a floor oil. With a whoosh, he leapt out. The rows of neatly organized troop carriers rushed madly on with a forward momentum. Black smoke protruded from the exhaust pipe. Yellow smoke came out of the windows day after day. There were wild adventurers seen from afar. The expression gradually became puzzled. We mean, when did the wilderness get a train? A wild ride. The troop carriers soon entered the city of Goblin. By now, Goblin City had prepared a warm welcome for the returning adventurers. The girls were twirling around in their little short skirts and plunging necklines, ready to give the heroes a hot dance. A line of ambulances is also ready to be put in place, prepared to rescue the injured at the first opportunity. Reporters were holding up their camera microphones, wanting to record this wonderful moment. The mayor of Goblin, dressed in formal attire, led a line of many officials, with the people behind them, and a banner, "Coming, coming." Suddenly, a man yelled. The engine roars from far away. The gates of Goblin City slowly opened. The crowd looked through the gate and saw from afar the roiling yellow smoke accompanying the caravan as it went along, like a train with extra displacement. The mayor of Goblin City took the microphone and began to speak. Look everyone, there are yellow clouds accompanying the convoy. That's a symbol of good fortune. Let's give a warm welcome to the return of our heroes. Countless cameras were pointed at the convoy and began broadcasting live. The whole world watched the great spectacle nervously. Snort. A sharp brake sounded. Click, click, click. A burst of flashing lights shot straight up. Boo! The car door was kicked open. Wu Jing flew out of the car and braved the auspiciousness to go straight to the public restroom. A group of reporters directly blocked his way. Captain Wu Prime, is there anything you would like to say as the commander-in-chief this time? Did the fact that the operation was so successful have nothing to do with your command? I heard that your lover often meets his lover at night. Is it true? I heard you had an affair with your female secretary. Wu Jing was going crazy. I just want to go to the fucking bathroom. What's wrong with me? Subsequently, one of the troop carriers stopped. Countless reporters, doctors, and gourmets surrounded them. Couldn't get out a bit at all. The crowd was confused, and their nervous sphincters had begun to shake. Crap, why is it so hard to go to the bathroom? The moment the crowd got out of the car, a monstrous stench hit them. The entire crowd in Goblin City stiffened. Vomit, is this a fucking eradication of the poop monster? Within moments, the crowd dispersed. Only the mayor, along with a group of officials, was left to give a speech. The scene, straight up, was a mess. Starry Night led Star Zero out of the car. Start looking for your buddies. The number of people who were not poisoned at the scene is realistically small. Only Wang Tang, Yeech and a few male favorites, plus Ling Qin. Ling Xue knew about this in advance. Zhang Debao fought poison with poison, and it felt just right. Star Zero was outright immune, not even afraid of death after all. Several people soon gathered. Starry Night spoke first. I'm so fucking hungry. Let's go get something to eat. The crowd was in agreement. I'm starving. I haven't eaten properly in how many days? What kind of food is that in the Goblin Kingdom? It's killing people. Wang Tong complained. Hey, didn't you eat the princess's lipstick? Wang Tong, I'm yet? Stop it. Stop it. Let's go eat. Just then, an extremely slim, skinny as a skeleton girl stood in front of them. So, dinner, can you take me one? The crowd looked aghast. Ruyan Lu, why are you so fucking hungry? Opinions are harmonized, and new problems arise. Where's the money? Where the fuck is the money coming from? Starry Night slapped Jean de Bao's chest. It's okay, I have money. The crowd gave him a contemptuous look. This raggedy clothes, this self-contained ecru hair, this garbage man vibe, you tell me where the money is kept. Just then, a luxury sedan drove by at breakneck speed. There's La Sleigh, there's Martha La Arms, there's Bentley and extended Lynn Nibbles. In short, it's all bull with lightning. In the car, a man in a suit comes down and stands in a line. Finally, a man shaped like a gorilla stepped down from the laborer. That's right, Lu Nang is here. He was only seen in human form and wearing a suit. Then walked to the center of the crowd. Welcome home, Mr. Star. Behind them a group of men in suits bent and bowed. Welcome home, Mr. Star. Everyone was instantly confused. Crap, what's going on? Starry Night scratched his head, embarrassed. I created a company when I felt idle. Nima, this is really a person who is more angry than a person. We eat chaff and swallow food every day, and you are directly eating and drinking spices to collect your little brother. Still letting people live. At this point, Lu Nung went up to ask, Mr. Star, we've booked a meal at the most luxurious hotel in the city. Let's go have a bite. In addition, I have an appointment with a technician in the largest foot washing city, Platinum Han. After dinner Starry Night hurriedly interrupted him, followed by a big wave of his hand. Come on, guys, let's eat. The crowd rejoiced and gave a thumbs up. You boys have a conscience. Then with the next sentence, Starry Night threw a direct hit of cold water. Everyone. The meal was a frenzy of hungry people stuffing food into their mouths. The waiters looked on in contempt while serving the food. When a dish is served at random, it is directly grabbed and swept away in an instant. The intensity is comparable to eating a big dinner in the countryside. The smoke of the battlefield has risen, and the soldiers are about to step into a new battlefield. There was a solemn sound, and smiles spread across the faces of the people. The most edible of them all would have to be the Star Zero cutie. She was seen frantically showing off her food, pouring whatever dish she picked up into her stomach. Come on, let's give everyone the whole job. I brace myself. Whoa yeah. The second most edible was the goddess Lu Ruyan. She was just so hungry. What it was like to not have eaten in over a month. That's the build. At the moment, she had activated her goddess form. A divine and murderous aura pervades. There's no one around to grab her. Starving to death. I'm starving. Starry Night proper can only be third here. There's no way around it. The opposition is too damn strong. The crowd raised their glasses in unison. Cheer up early for the college entrance exam in half a month. Cheers. Crap. Starry Night, you don't speak martial arts. Fucking stealing food. Ryoko. Starry Night finally finished frantically sweeping the food off the table. A satisfied smile appeared. He opened his phone and clicked on the novel that would increase his IQ. I've got a brain in there. Wait, it's like something was forgotten. Forget it. If you can't think about it, don't think about it. It's important to be happy. Ling Qin, who was on the side, suddenly kicked Starry Night's foot. How come I haven't seen Glasses Boy Lu Yen? Starry Night, Sigma, for all. Huaxia, Zhenghuai City, Bureau of Alien Spirituality. The crowd was finally back in Zhenghuai City after more than a month of heartbreaking adventures. It's only been a couple days, and the shadow of the Goblin Kingdom has not yet lifted. He was then summoned by Wu Jing as an intern of the Alien Spirit Guards. Senior Captain Wu Prime was pleased to look at one of the altered Spirit Guard interns. These were the Celestials he'd spent a fortune to pit from the principal. The principal almost trashed his office for that. Comrades, congratulations on your success in being selected as an altered Spirit Guard intern, Wu Jing said happily. Opposite him, a row of young men in the uniforms of the Alien Spirit Guards were valiant and dignified. The boys' uniforms are straight and handsome, while the girls' uniforms are pretty with a hint of Britishness. At a glance, it's a beautiful sight to behold. Wu Jing continued to lecture. During the internship, the monthly stipend is 1,500, with food and no lodging. Over the next few days, you'll have a chance to transfer after college if you perform well and excel in your assignments. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Crap, you're putting aside this to squeeze the slaves? Wang Tang was the first to be dissatisfied. That's right, it's only 1,500. Chill who? Starry Night rarely stood on a line with Wang Tang. The crowd muttered. There was a lot of discussion about why they were treated so much worse than regular workers. Wu Jing's face suddenly slumped, so serious that it was frightening. No, take your clothes off and go now. The crowd suddenly froze and their faces turned ironic. No, we're talking for fun. Wang Tang hurriedly explained. Yeah, Wang Tang was talking about fun. Starry Night said. Wang Tang. For the job of an alter ego guard, people are actually still very eager for it. Excellent salary and social status upon conversion. Most importantly, in the Alien Spirit Guards, you can get the top cultivation resources and guidance in Huaxia, but only if it turns out to be true. So the pie is painted big and round, making it hard not to love it. Starry Night didn't really care much about cultivation resources and guidance. After all, with the system good all around, he didn't have to worry about that at all. He joined the Altered Spirit Guards mainly because there were more opportunities to save people and increase his merit. With the payment of 5 insurance policies, who, may I ask, can turn down a 5-month insurance policy? Wu Jing directly crossed his arms with a very bold look. Remember, my rules are the rules around here. 1,500 a month, minus school hours, minimum 4 hours of work per night, 8 hours on weekends, take it or leave it. Hear that? The crowd's hearts trembled as they nodded their heads. Yes. Just then, Star Zero walked past them holding rhubarb. Big Yellow walked to Wang Tang's feet and gently raised his hind legs. A column of odorous water poured over Wang Tang's new shoes. He marked a spot. Wang Tang was about to get angry directly. Starry Night, what the fuck is wrong with you and don't care about the dog? Just as Starry Night was about to explain, she was mercilessly interrupted by Wu Jing. Wang Tang, watch your words. The dog in front of you is a guard dog on staff for the alien spirit guard. Dog number 12138. And he's your predecessor. Respecting old comrades is the most important thing in our alien spirit guards. Wang Tong, quickly apologize to your senior. Wang Tong, I'm yet? Rhubarb cocked his head and looked at him through his nostrils with a haughty look on his face. Starry Night froze as well. Captain, since when is Rhubarb on the program? That's right. Wu King pulled Star Zero over with one hand. I'd like to give you all a grand introduction to the third level of the Star Zero Alien Spirit Guard. Rhubarb, it's a third level spirit beast leader of the Alien Spirit Guards. And a few days ago, Big Yellow completed his awakening. With the ability of S-rank spatial ability Flying Thunder God Space Jump. All of you need to learn more from them. The crowd was straight up confused and started sputtering like crazy. Nima, a dog awakening S-rank psychic abilities. This is not scientific. Crap. We work hard for 4 years of internships and don't get a chance to be on the staff until we finish college. And the dog goes straight to the third fucking grade? What dog? That's the head stockman. Just then, there was a ringing in the halls of the Alien Spirit Bureau. Bell. The bell was urgent and loud, cutting across through the entire Bureau of Altered Spirits. This is a signal from the Alien Spirit Guards that something big is happening and an emergency is needed. Immediately after that, a group of well-trained Alien Spirit Guards, wearing uniforms and holding weapons, ran outward in a handsome and orderly manner. There's an emergency. There's an emergency. Everybody move out. Starry Night and the others looked at each of the well-trained Altered Spirit Guard warriors. Envy could not help but show in his eyes. Isn't that every boy's dream? Become a hero and fight for justice. Heroes save the day and fight for the girl. What are you waiting for? Get on with your first internship. Yeah, charge. For a while, the novelty of the task prevailed. Who cares if it's an internship? Handsome would be the end of it. All of them got into their vehicles and headed for the mission site. The vehicle sped along, constantly overtaking, and the driver was skillful and handsome. Soon came the scene of the accident. At this point, the scene had long been surrounded by water. In a bank building, a group of thugs with black silk over their heads and armed with guns and machetes looked extremely fierce. A group of hostages were packed in a circle, crouching with their heads in their hands, shivering in death. The thugs were scowling under their black silk and had been professionally trained. Some of the thugs had gathered the hostages in a pile, submachine guns in their hands, eyeing them, always ready to hunt hostages. Some of the thugs started loading money in sacks. Some are in charge of negotiations. The division of labor was clearly a premeditated crime. Snort! A loud sound of tires scraping the ground rang out. Starry Night and the others got out of the car in good order. Ouch! Slow down. You're stepping on my foot. Don't you fucking squeeze. Let me get off first. Back off. The crowd pushed and shoved. Anyone who wanted to be the first to get off the bus and be the prettiest boy. The last few people squeezed right into the door of the car as if they were a mess of headphone wires. Can't move a bit. Can't unravel a bit. Wu Jing was filled with black lines. What the fuck are these guys? Should I return them all to the principal? Soon. Though, he dismissed the idea. After all, it's an internship, so it's good to not use it. After half a day of crowding, it's still stuck. Finally, up came two well-trained alien spirit guards and removed the car door. It was then that the crowd got out of the car in disheveled clothes. Oops. Mama. Starry Night blames you. What's with the squeezing? Yi Chen said in dissatisfaction. Starry Night hurried to explain. I can't be blamed for this. It's all Mu Qianshue's fault. Her female naiad is too big. Squeezing my face hurts. Mu Qianshue. All, three. How about, go back for another squeeze? Agreed. Wu Jing looked at this group of people and his face darkened through and through. What the fuck? Starry Night, where are your shoes? Wu Prime questioned. Starry Night looked down at her big toe. Her white, black sock still torn in a big hole. Hey, where are my shoes? Who the hell stole my shoes? At this moment, Wang Tang climbed up from the ground. A mouthful of spit out of a broken shoe. Bah! Who the hell got out of the car and shoved their shoe in my mouth? Starry Night suddenly understood at the sight. Found it, Captain. Wang Tang stole my shoes to eat. Wang Tang, hashtag. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Wu Jing forcibly held back the anger in his heart. Begin to give out assignments. Listen up, interns. This operation doesn't require you to be on the front line of combat for the time being. Just hide in the back and do some security tasks. Remember, life comes first. Secure your life at all times. Saying that, he asked to Wu Qian, the squad leader who had already confronted the thugs for a long time. How's it going, Captain? The situation is bad. This group of thugs is an offshoot of the Abyssal Church, well-trained and with many high-level abilities, numbering about 30 men, armed with submachine guns, rifles, spray guns, etc. A number of cold weapons. They are holding a large number of hostages and have a pregnant woman on the verge of giving birth. Wu Jing calmly ran his hand through his beard and pondered for a moment, his ample experience in field command giving him an instant idea. Why don't? Let's call the police. Team leader. Captain. Is there a possibility that it was the police who reported the alien spirit guards? Crowd. The police are only responsible for dealing with ordinary incidents, and if it rises to the level of a psychic incident, it will be handed over to the psychic guards. And this group of thugs involves the Abyssal Church branch, with many high-ranked Xenos. That's why the altered spirit guards are needed to deal with them, the junior captain explained. Starry Night and the others then realized. So it is. But how come it feels like the police can be so much more reliable than the alien spirit guards? Starry Night poked Wu Kang. Captain, are we still calling the police? Wu Jing, Sigma, let's not report it for now. Wu Jing cleared his throat as if he had instantly changed his temperament. Stoic and sophisticated as a general on the battlefield. On my command down there. First get Star Zero up there to replace the pregnant woman. Quick! At that moment, a little girl in an alien spirit guard uniform came bouncing onto the scene with her dog on a leash. Hey, it's great to have some fun again. Star Zero had 2 words written all over his face. Excitement. Wu Qian, the squad leader on the side, picked up a megaphone and started shouting. Listen up thugs inside. We want a hostage exchange. Hand over the pregnant woman who's about to give birth. We'll trade for an Ijurian guard member. The exchange of hostages actually has advantages and disadvantages for both sides, and is a technique of negotiation and gaming. The gangster boss looked at Star Zero through the glass with his eyes full of wisdom. The wary look in his eyes gradually disappeared. He smiled coldly. That's all that you alien spirit guards are capable of. Actually sending a black iron ranked newcomer to die just to exchange for a pregnant woman. Hypocrites who are full of benevolence and morality and don't care about the death of their compatriots. Deal. Usually this is the case. The gangster boss was very pleased with the hostage exchange. On the one hand they have a large number of other hostages in their hands. On the other hand if there was someone from the Ijurian spirit guards in their hands as a hostage, I think they would be even less likely to act rashly. After all, it was their own comrades, so how could they just sacrifice them? What's more, what kind of threat could this little black iron ranked girl be? Not nearly as combative as a bank security guy. Unfortunately, they hadn't yet comprehended the little girl's terror. I agree to the exchange, but I have a condition. Say, pregnant woman equals 2, and I'm going to change too. As soon as Wu Jing heard this, his heart began to beat a drum. Anyone who goes up there except Star Zero could be sacrificed. But if you refuse now, it's easy for the other party to see the coming break and thus get passive. I'll do it. Junior Captain Wu Qian directly stepped forward. Let me do the most dangerous task. With that, he led Star Zero into the bank with his bare hands. The outlaw boss took one look and was not pleased. Fuck off nigga. That big one is silver level. You think I'm stupid? I'm going to pick my own hostages. A chill surged through the crowd as they listened to this. Mud. This dog thing, it's so insidious. Damn it, he'll definitely pick the weakest person so that we'll be led by the nose by them. The bank doors are open. The gangster boss walked right out with the pregnant woman. He looked around at everyone in the alien spirit guard. It seemed like an ice splinter as far as the eye could see, zapping the crowd with a chill. Wu Jing's fists clenched. A drop of cold sweat fell uncontrollably. He didn't want any of his men sacrificed. Just as the crowd was tense in their minds, a light went on in the outlaw boss's eyes. Fingers pointed directly at Starry Night who had lost a shoe and had a big hole in his sock. Just pick him. Ha ha, he's a dork at first glance. Wu Jing bared his teeth and just about burst out laughing. He's the one. Don't change it. Gangster boss, Sigma. Hello? The gangster boss looked at Starry Night suspiciously. Did I pick the wrong one? At this moment, Starry Night tightly hugged Wu Jing's thigh and pointed a finger at the thug boss. I don't want to go with him. He's too ugly. The gangster boss was full of black lines. Damn you. You're the one. Dare to say that I'm ugly. See how I'll straighten you out in a while. Saying that, the gangster boss pulled out the pistol in his hand and pointed it at Starry Night's head. Come with me. Just then, Rhubarb was eager to protect his master. In a direct lunge, he leapt in front of the outlaw boss. Then, gracefully, lift one hind leg. A jet of water showered directly onto the Chelsea leather shoes of the outlaw boss. He marked a spot. The gangster boss kicks Rhubarb off. Fucking scared the shit out of me. Come on in with me. He put a gun to Starry Night's head. Star Zero bounced along and went into the bank. Unbeknownst to the thug boss, a series of imperceptible marks appeared on his Chelsea leather shoes. Boo! The bank's doors were slammed shut dead. The security fence was pulled down. The crowd couldn't see inside at all. There were looks of worry on their faces. Only Wu Jing had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Hey, everyone relax. Get ready for lunch. And just arrest someone later. With these two scourge siblings around, the outlaws are in for a rude awakening. In the bank, Starry Night had just come in when she was held down by two thugs. Then it came on the spot with a quiver. Wrapped Starry Night up like a dumpling. Star Zero, however, was so laid back that the thugs didn't even take her seriously and threw her right into the group of hostages. A 15 or 16-year-old girl with no strength and no weapons was no threat at all. Everyone stick to the plan. Old 8, Old 6, you guys keep loading the money. Old 13, Old 14, you guys go to the underground vault and take that treasure out. The gangsters' bosses arranged their work while confronting the police. At that moment, Starry Night stabbed him with her hand. Big brother, where did you buy your headgear? I'd like to buy one later. Crap, the gangster boss was startled. Aren't you fucking tied up? How did you get untied? Starry Night held up a bundle of rope, then pointed to the man who had just tied him up. Brother, the person who tied my rope is my buddy. And not only is it not tied tightly, but it also opens when I move. At once, the gangster boss glared at the man, his face full of ferocity. Lao San, you wouldn't be a fucking undercover agent, would you? But also tied a live button to the alien spirit guard, so that when it comes to the key time, you can make him work inside and outside, right? Lao San was sweating with fear at the moment. No, 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 big brother, listen to my explanation. It must not be tied properly. Give me another chance. Humph, if you can't tie it up right again, I'll boom you first. Lao San didn't dare to slack off and once again tied Starry Night up with a rope. Each rope section is carefully inspected to make sure it is correct before tying the next one again. You kid, be fucking honest, Lao San said as he tied it. Starry Night nodded seriously. I, third brother, promise to complete the mission. With that voice, Lao San barely fainted. At the moment the gangster boss was staring at him with suspicion dead in his eyes. Lao San hurriedly rounded back. Is San brother what the fuck you call him? What's that called? Little old me? The oldest didn't dare to listen more, and simply gagged Starry Night's mouth with a towel. 10 minutes later, Lao San used his life's work to tie Starry Night into a large dumpling. This is a technique that is quite mummified even in the mummy world. Kid, remember, don't look for death? After saying that, the oldest three hurriedly ran to the oldest side and began to explain. I don't fucking know that kid at all. Really? Ugh, crap. Lao San was outright shocked. Starry Night carried the rope in her hand and looked at Lao San with pure eyes. Third brother, I'm hungry. Can I order a takeaway for dinner? The barbecue that our brothers ate together last time tasted pretty good. At this point, the thug boss's eyes were filled with knife intent. He looked at Starry Night and Lao San dead in the face. Lao San, you fucking explain it to me. The oldest is scared silly. The barbecue and all that can be explained. The fact that the rope won't tie is its own problem. Big brother, it's not what you think. I don't even know him. The gangster boss pulled his pistol straight out and put it to the oldest's head. Then how the fuck is it tied up badly? Lao San was in a cold sweat. Because there's something wrong with this rope. I'll change it and make sure I tie it this time. After saying that, Lao San pulled Starry Night and hurriedly left. Damn it, if you kid makes another demon, I'll directly kill you, believe it or not. Starry Night nodded solemnly, and there seemed to be sadness on her face. Sango, that's not how you treated me back then. Lao San, me and I'm after the loaches are clicked and tied up in a messy way. Starry Night is straight up mummified. Pharaoh level. The coils of rope were so dense that they couldn't even show their eyes. Lao San let out a long breath of relief. Phew, oops, mama. Finally tied up. Hurry up and explain to the boss. He walked solemnly to the boss this time. Boss, you put 1,000,000 hearts. This time absolutely. The oldest turned around suddenly, confirming that Starry Night was tied up and staying dead in place. That's what got me down. Absolutely no problem. I used to work in a slaughterhouse. I'm tying this buckle today. He screams that he can't undo it. And what if he unravels? The oldest one was just about to speak with a beat of his chest. Suddenly a voice was heard. Sango, do you put chili peppers on your barbecue? Starry Night bounced over. There's still takeout ordered on the phone. Lao San, winky face, that's just not tied. The outlaw boss was outright furious. Old 5, Old 7, come over here and tie up this undercover agent. A few moments later, a few men came over and gave Lao San a wild thrashing. Damn it, Lao San. I didn't think you were actually an undercover agent. I misjudged you. The crowd was a punch and kick, not holding back at all. What they hate most is undercover agents. Starry Night was desperately trying to persuade. No, you will not hit my third brother. No, you will not. The captain will not let you go. Hearing this, a few people hit harder. Dang, 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 dang. After a brutal beating, Lao San's nose was bruised and swollen. His body was covered in blood, and he was no longer human. Several people tied him up and tossed him aside, dead or alive. The gangster boss let out a long breath of relief. Luckily, I was so gifted that when I chose a hostage, I chose a retard, which prevented me from being betrayed by a traitor. The outlaw boss gloated and gave a nod to his wisdom. He glanced at Starry Night. Here, come here, little brother. Tell me who else you know? Starry Night silently pointed across the room at a couple of tall men. Him, and him. And those two? Gangster boss, surprised face? Zheng Yuanming is a very dedicated delivery man. As long as he takes an order, he is sure to successfully deliver it to the customer no matter how windy or rainy it is. For this, he has also earned a proud title, Deliver Pizza Little Fatty. Today, he took orders as usual. The customer was a man named Grip Pluck at a bank. Zheng Yuanming's face couldn't help but change when he saw this name. His Grip Pluck? All three characters are next to, so it looks like the man is educated. So he got on his beloved little electric donkey and happily went to the merchant to pick up his barbecue. Winded up delivering the takeout along the way. Soon he was at the door of the bank. At this point in time, the doorway was packed with people. Reporters, doctors, alien spirit guards, and eaters had surrounded the bank in a mass. Zheng Yuanming laughed. This little thing is trying to stop me from delivering a takeout? With a twist of his right hand, the little electric donkey charged out with infinite power. He drifted his way through the crowd and made it to the bank entrance. Humph, little man, that's all that's going to stop me from delivering takeout? I Deliver Pizza Little Fatty is about a dedication to delivering no matter where you are. He raised his hand and knocked gently on the bank's door. Hello, is Grip Pluck in? Got your takeout. Ravenous. He knocked harder on the door again. Is the grip in? Knock knock. Is the grip pull in? Squad leader Wu Qian saw a man in a takeout suit knocking on the door of the bank. One couldn't help but admire Wu Jing. Captain, no wonder you can think of using a delivery to find someone to infiltrate a group of thugs. Hi. Wu Kung froze. Wasn't it you who found someone? At once, the two men turned blue. Crap. In the lobby of the bank, everyone was confused. All they heard was a man frantically knocking on the door, and yelling after knocking. Is my dad here? Is my dad here? Is my dad here? Starry Night stood straight up. I'm here. I'm here. The crowd was full of black lines. Damn. Are we in a mental hospital today? Starry Night was just about to open the door when the gangster boss stopped him. Slow down. What are you boys up to again? Starry Night looked back at him, unhurriedly explaining. Big brother, I ordered barbecue, so my brothers will have some food and drink later. As soon as the gangster boss froze, he smelled the scent of a barbecue wafting in through the front door. No, there must be a ghost. I'll get the door. You kid, be honest. The gangster boss said menacingly. With that, he took a few of his minions with him and went to open the door with his gun in hand. The security fence rises slowly. Zheng Yuanming breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's a good thing there's someone or I'd be late. The gate opens. Zheng Yuanming picked up his takeout bag and headed inside. Grip Pluck, your takeout. Remember the 5-star review. Click, 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 click. There was a sound of a gun being loaded. Zheng Yuanming only saw a dozen different types of black guns pointed straight at him. Winky face, what? What's going on here? The gangster boss went up and gave Zheng Yuanming a big BB pocket. Pop. Damn. Is it an undercover agent sent by the alien spirit guards? What's in the bag? Zheng Yuanming immediately felt the sky spinning. Brain buzzing. Big brother, you've got it all wrong. Grip Handle called me. Pop. Another big B pocket. Your father, you who? Isn't that captain of the shifter guard? Just then, Starry Night came bounding over. Ugh. It's me. It's me. It's me. The crowd had a black face. What the fuck is all this? The scene shifts. Zheng Yuanming's little fat paper was tied into a dumpling, like a piglet to the slaughter. Several large men next to him took turns beating him. Pop. Do you fucking move? Pop. Do you fucking move? Zheng Yuanming is on the verge of tears. What is this all about today? Delivering a takeaway yourself? Straight to the thug's lair? Snap. Pop. Pop. Oh, whoa. I'm just a delivery boy. Starry Night hugged a big bag of barbecue and started eating it beautifully. Ugh. Mama. That smells good. Shabu shabu shabu. The lamb kebabs are so delicious, with the perfect amount of cumin. The point is that he was eating and barfing at the same time. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. The thugs are going crazy. They were busy early in the morning and haven't eaten since. Looking at the barbecue in Starry Night's hands, the harumps came out. Starry Night frantically jerked off a handful of skewers, then lifted another and handed it to the thug boss. Boss, you want one too? Come on. Brothers, come and have some. The gangster boss gritted his teeth. Humph. Don't you fucking lie to me? There must be ecstasy in there, right? The ecstasy kicks in half an hour. And when it does, we'll pass out with you. And your teammates will rush in and wipe us out. Starry Night stared straight at the outlaw boss. unconsciously scratching his head. Boss, your imagination is still weirdly good. Why don't you change your profession to write novels? Fuck off nigga. With that, Starry Night clutched a large bag of barbecue and called up Star Zero, who was already idling his ass off. The two are crazy open jerks. The sparks are coming out. Yummy, yummy. Turn around and get reimbursed by the captain. This should be considered a work meal. Star Zero held up a roasted loin. Brother, eat more of this roasted waste. You've been weak lately. Sis, you eat more of this roasted papaya too. It's too flat. The siblings were a joy to watch. The thugs, on the other hand, were in a state of obscurity. Can't you not fucking barf? A trap. It must be a trap. I'm going to hold back. Tummy, what the hell are you screaming for? HostageGate is even more confused. Damn big morning can't eat. Save a money also met robbing the bank. Money directly deposited thug's sack. Now also damn by the barbecue gluttony cry. Really damn bad luck. There's no justice. They're all hostages. What gives them the right to order barbecue? Instantly, many people clammed up, especially the teller ladies at several banks. It's been many days since I've had a proper meal to stay in shape. And heck, someone's actually jerking off like crazy in front of them? Never lose weight again. Everyone on the scene at this point was on the verge of breaking down. The gangster boss just couldn't help himself. He walked up and kicked the barbecue away. Don't fucking eat it. Starry Night couldn't help but feel sad as she looked at the barbecue that had been kicked off. You say you won't eat it and you won't let anyone else eat it. You'll go to hell if you die from this kind of behavior. The gangster boss was outright furious. How did he pick such a load? Someone, tie them both up and throw them in the hostage group. I don't want to see them. Several thugs came forward. In 3 tries, the two were tied into dumplings and thrown into the group of hostages. Starry Night looked around at the hostages who were gawking as if they wanted to be eaten and began to greet them one by one. Hello everyone, have you eaten? The thugs are still frantically loading up on money. At that moment, a thug ran up, reporting back to the outlaw boss. Boss, it'll be at least another 20 minutes before we can open the door to the underground vault. I know. You guys go on. I'll hold them off. Then he picked up the megaphone and prepared to negotiate with the alien spirit guards. Starry Night is tied up in a big dumpling and sits in the middle of a group of hostages without panicking in the slightest. It didn't take long to get in tune with the people around him. Dude, that's a nice tattoo. Where did you get that tattoo sticker? Did the color come off in the rain? Beauty. Where did you get your boobs done? Turn around and give my sister one too. The people around us are going crazy. It's not an occasion to want to beat him up violently. Fearing that the thugs across the street would give themselves a pike, one can only quietly stay away from the great evil that is Starry Night. And at that moment, a man and a woman quietly approached Starry Night. The man was rather robust looking, with a large square face. The woman was fair-skinned, with a melon face and a ducktail hat on her head. Hey brother, I'm from the alien spirit guard in the next city, River Willow, and my name is Fong Quan, the man whispered. Starry Night looked back at him. Oh, undercover. I know. Fong Quan gagged Starry Night with one hand. He said viciously, I'm telling you kid, stay honest. We've been dinging this gang for a long time. Don't you dare try to take the credit. Starry Night froze. Holy shit Ray. Piers. Fong Quan nodded. Starry Night then yelled. Big brother, there's an undercover agent here. Big brother, there's a dog undercover here. That's a great voice. Everyone on the scene heard it. The gangster boss came huffing and puffing with his AK. Will you fucking stop? Starry Night innocently said. Big brother, he's really a dog undercover. Don't believe me? Look at his pockets with papers. The big outlaw boss's nose was on the line. Just now, Starry Night directly identified his 5 brothers. The gangster boss had no choice but to disarm and tie up all 5 of them. It can't be helped. At times like this, it's better to kill 3,000 people by mistake than to let one go. All it takes is one undercover agent. And this operation on its own is likely to be ruined. It can only be tied up and hung out to dry for now. And the truth will naturally come out when the mission is accomplished. Starry Night being an alien spirit guard, his words cannot all be taken at face value. Nor can they be disbelieved. Otherwise, what made him able to break free from Lao San's bindings so many times? Unless he's a master of bondage beyond the oldest 3. Starry Night was still unrelenting. Boss, look at the papers in his pocket. Fong Quan was furious. My ass. You betrayed me at such a critical time? Didn't I just tell you not to take the credit? At this point, the gangster boss was holding the AK on Fong Quan's head with one hand, then reached out and felt his pockets. A small black book was held out. River Willow City Alien Spirit Guard. Square wide. Age 29. Silver level strength alien. The gangster boss had a wry smile on his lips. Young man, you're very brave. Someone, give this kid a beating and tie him up. We have more chips in our hands. Immediately afterward, Up came a few thugs and beat Fong Quan violently. If it wasn't for his strength, he would probably have been crippled long ago. After the beating, they are directly bundled into dead pigs and thrown aside. The gangster boss looked at Starry Night suspiciously. Why can't you see through this kid all of a sudden? Could it be that those brothers of theirs are really undercover? Suddenly, he saw a little white girl in a ducktail hat. This little girl has just been with that undercover agent. He brought up AK directly against Starry Night's head. Damn, is this little girl undercover? Starry Night shook her head in quick succession. Ah, no, she's not an undercover agent. He's a foot wash girl from the bath center next door who was asked out by that stupid big guy to pick her up. The little girl was confused. How the hell did she become a foot washing girl? The gangster boss's face darkened. Fiercely, she asked. Chick, is she telling the truth? The little girl gritted her teeth and fucking endured. Big brother, I'm the 88th technician of the big wave club next door. My name is Lu Yuan. Yesterday that man washed his feet in our store. Then he had to drag me to have a late night snack. So I was cheated by him. Oh, said the man, tears still bearing down his face. The outlaw boss looked at it and didn't say much. Tie her up too. A few moments later, Ryu Yuan, tied up like a dead pig, appeared beside Fong Quan, only spared a severe beating. Just then, a thug ran by. Boss, the underground vault door is open. That treasure is indeed inside. The gangster boss was extremely excited. Come on, Lao Gio, Lao Si, let's go take a look. Eldest, you take the men in guard here. By the way, delay the alien spirit guards outside. If you can't delay them, kill the 2 hostages. When I come up, we'll go. The penis, with only one eye, looked extremely menacing with his sprayer at the end. Don't worry about it, big brother. Soon, the outlaw boss took a few people and rushed towards the underground vault. The outlaw dick hammed and hawed. With big brother gone, I can finally kill someone. Ha ha. With that, he picked up a bank teller directly. The end of the spray went against her head. Any last words? Beautiful? I don't want to die. What do you want me to do? The teller girl was so scared that her eyes were tearing up and her black silk was wet. No, it has to be death. I want to kill someone today, my lord, said the gangster boss to open robbery. Just then, Star Zero Cutie suddenly squeezed right in between the two of them. Put the muzzle of the spray gun on your head. Brother, kill me. I have no last words. The second one froze straight away. A quizzical look came into one eye. Are all shifter guards this responsible now? And take a bullet for the masses? He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Well, then you're going to hell. Boo! The nozzle shoots out intense flames. A straight shot to the head. The crowd was outright stunned. Murder! The teller woman jerked right off and died of fright. Tears moistened a large portion of the floor. Penis killed a man and didn't feel much excitement. Instead, he was a little lost. How the fuck is killing people not even a thrill now? It must have been the wrong way to kill it. You should have used a knife. And at that moment, Star Zero wobbled to his feet. How the fuck is dying no longer pleasurable now? Must have died the wrong way. Should have been knifed. So the two men looked at each other. With a knife? Ghosts? The second one was straight up scared and pulled the trigger. The jet scattered a fan of steel balls. It shattered Star Zero's skinny body. The older two let out a long breath. Geez, one I sure can't see too well. So can I see it better when I'm closer? Crap! Lao air directly exploded. Only a pristine Star Zero stood in front of him, blood-bared and whistling, with his Nepalese saber in his hand. Big brother, we agreed to use a knife. Why are you still using a spray? Let's use this to chop. This one is more powerful. Naya. Ghosts. Lao air almost dropped his spray, directly back-legged out a dozen meters or so, hiding behind a group of thugs. The thugs on the scene were also confused. You have to be the boss to say you have an eye for picking hostages. What the fuck are these two replacements? For a while, all the attraction of the thugs was placed on Star Zero. Starry Night is organic. Pull out the pan straight away. The pan grows right up to a dozen meters. The bang! Snapped the crowd of pledges underneath. Hey! Hey! Now the hostages are safe. The merits are secured. Open up. The suddenness brought the thugs' attention back to Starry Night and the hostages. Only a huge pan was seen, enveloping all the hostages in it. A man with an extremely ferocious expression stood over the pot, an oversized Gatling machine gun in his hand with 6 shiny black chambers backlit. His mouth was grinning up to his ears, full of sharp teeth stained with leek leaves, unspeakably brutal. GGGGGGG. Everyone, Happy New Year ah! Before the thugs could react, the Gatling in Starry Night's hand then started spinning without any moralizing. The 6-pronged cleansing tube was bubbling with blue fire, and straight away it began to burst. Ah do 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 you do 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 do. For a while, energy bullets flew about, and the bank was filled with wailing. The thugs were dumbfounded. Crap, a moment ago you were acting like a psycho, and the next second you're straight up machine gunning? Nima, no martial virtues. Several of the thugs didn't have any last words prepared and went straight to the box. The bank's glass shattered all over the place, and the tables, chairs and benches were snapped off by bullets indiscriminately. By the time the thugs reacted, they were already pinned down by the intense fire. All they could do was flee behind cover and counterattack. In a few moments, a tense and exciting gunfight opened up in the bank. To say the thugs were no slouches. The oldest and second of them are both gold-level bigots. The rest of the minions had several silver-level ones. They are well trained to deal with all kinds of emergencies. Soon, a counterattack was formed against Starry Night. Bullets from various firearms were constantly attacking Starry Night, and the situation was critical. Starry Night bellowed, "Older sister, come here and block the bullets." "Hello?" In the next moment, Star Zero directly blocked in front of Starry Night. Countless bullets shot madly at Star Zero's body. Starry Night is all happy and fast. That'll sell a couple dozen pounds of brass bullets. The thugs are going crazy. Naya, is this a real brother? I'm convinced. You old six, that a sister can be so fucking useful. The Gatling spat bullets furiously in Starry Night's hand. Beat up a bunch of thugs too much to show their heads. Don't dare to show your head. Do you? Then come and try Taijuan's grenade. Starry Night then throws out a meal of bottle bombs. Boom, 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 boom. Several thugs were blown out of their bunkers. The outlaw Dick is going straight to madness. I didn't expect this bronze-level kid to be so fierce. It's time to show my full strength. With that, he slowly removed his blindfold. The seal is lifted. The outlaw Dick shifted into a werewolf that stood over 3 meters tall. Lunge at Starry Night. Starry Night's barrage of bullets hit him and only slightly grazed his skin. Couldn't hit it at all. Seeing that the werewolf was right in front of Starry Night threw Star Zero out with one hand. "Oh old sister, you take the top for a while. I'll go and come." The werewolf Dick froze at the sight of Star Zero. With that, he became furious, and with a dig of his sharp claws, he stabbed into Star Zero's chest and ripped out his heart. Oh ho! He was happy to have finally killed the little girl. However, he looked down and was almost startled, only to see Star Zero flickering her large Kaziran eyes and looking at him excitedly. "Brother Wolf, have you ever heard of a human bomb?" "Hiss, I think I've heard of it, but I forget what it means." The second replied seriously. "LOL, that's what it means." Next, a flash of light came from Star Zero. Boom! The scene exploded right out of the gate. The whole bank began to shake. Starry Night was not idle now. With an on-the-ground 18 roll, he touched Fong Quan and Lu Yuan. A knife cut the ropes of both men. "Fight the fuck out of me. The gangster boss will be here in a minute." The two froze, so he reported himself to get them away from the hostages so he could let go and fight. "I'm sorry, we misunderstood you." Lu Yuan apologized. Starry Night didn't give a damn about them. "Cut the crap. The big one. The werewolf is all yours." Before Fong Quan could react, he was pushed out by Starry Night. It directly knocked over the wolfman's dick, which had been blown up with blood spikes and hollers. Bronze-level bombs are not yet able to directly take out gold bestializers with high defense, but looking at him like that, he's been hurt a lot. At this moment, Fong Quan directly pounced the werewolf's penis to the ground. Hands grabbed a peck or two on his chest without warning. "Hey, big brother, I'm not a pervert. Can you believe it? Oh ho!" The werewolf raged and tore into Fong Quan. Lu Yuan also followed closely behind, and the two of them combined their efforts to stop the injured gold-ranked werewolf. Starry Night's side held a Gatling fire suppression, also throwing mines without martial arts. The group of thugs without a backbone were beaten so much that they didn't dare to make a sound. "Crap, that's fucking brutal. Nima, he's fighting a company's firepower all by himself." Da 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 da. Boom 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 boom. The whole bank is on the verge of being demolished by him. The bank president watched this sight from the crack of the pan. Tears are flowing. It's over. The bank is going to be gone. Get ready to write your resignation. And the teller lady on the side looked at Starry Night's domineering figure. There were little stars in their eyes. "Come on, handsome. Hurry up and tear down the bank. We're going on vacation." "Yeah, I'd date you if we were on vacation." "Go away. You're 25. If you want to date, I'll date first. I'm still a yellow girl." "It's the big cucumber girl, isn't it?" Under Starry Night's insane firepower, almost instantly, a host of thugs claimed their boxed lunches. Injured. A few others took off their white bitter teas and tied them to the muzzles of their guns, shaking them uncontrollably, obviously surrendered. Seeing this, Starry Night sliced through the rope that bound Lausan, then Gatling against his head. "Sango, go and tie them up. You get a lot of credit." The oldest three were confused. This time they were really fucking undercover. The few thugs on the side who were named by Starry Night were also relieved. Luckily, I was tied up a long time ago, or else I would have been beaten into a hornet's nest. If you want to talk about the skill of tying someone up, it would have to be the oldest. The technique is skillful, the structure is tight, and the tying is steady and fast. Starry Night couldn't help but give a thumbs up at the sight. Third brother did a great job. I'll give you credit when we get back. Just then, the gangster boss, with 4 of his men, ran up. What the fuck is going on? As soon as he came up, he heard Starry Night's line about going back to give you credit. Then he saw the oldest 3 in the messy bank, skillfully tying up one of their own. Lao San said while tying, "Don't worry, I used to work in a slaughterhouse. I tie this buckle today." He called, "Can't untie it." The gangster boss was outright furious. "Lao San, you really are a fucking undercover agent." Lao San, Sigma, for all. Before the words were finished, the gangster boss brought several elite minions to fight with Starry Night. For a while, bullets were flying. Starry Night unleashes her full body attack on the gangster boss. The outlaw boss smiled slightly. Directly a circular shield unfolded around him. "Humph, you kids probably don't know that my special ability is a defense shield, and trying to play gunfight with me." Starry Night's bullets could only splash a ripple when they hit on top of the gold-ranked shield ability, but the minions around him weren't so lucky. "We're just coming up and haven't found cover yet." Then they were blown up by bullets plus grenades and lost the fight. "Boss, why don't you leave us alone?" Gangster boss, equals, "Don't mean to forget you guys," in a fit of wave. Then he looked to Starry Night. "Go to hell." With that, the AK in his hand swept wildly. Starry Night could only keep dodging in a very sorry state. "I wipe Ray. You fucking do not talk about martial virtues. This who play with you ah." With that, several bottle grenades were thrown. It exploded at the edge of the outlaw boss's circular energy shield. Surprisingly unharmed, the gangster boss let out a laugh. "No one can defeat me from outside the shield." Starry Night looked up slowly, her eyes filled with intelligence. "What about from within the shield?" The gangster boss laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off at how you're going to get in here." Just then, a string of text suddenly appeared on the Chelsea leather shoes of the thug boss. "Shinobu I know you." The gangster boss froze. What does that mean? However, in the next instant, he was completely nonplussed. The silence of the bank was broken by Starry Night's yelling. "Decide it's you, Rhubarb." "Ow ow ow, ow ow ow." A high-pitched, booming dog bark came. Rhubarb had flashed inside the outlaw boss's shield. Chelsea's shoes are marked with the Piss of Love logo, which is exclusive to its inserts. The gangster boss was straight up confused. "Nani, a space dog?" Before he could finish spitting, the Rhubarb directly a bad dog steals peaches and bit up. Sharp steel teeth bit into the outlaw boss's sausage and egg. "Ow ow ow, ow ow ow." For a while, it was impossible to tell whether a person was barking or a dog was barking. A smile tugged at the corner of Starry Night's mouth. The time has come. He went straight to full fire. Bullets and grenades pouring madly onto the energy shield. The outlaw boss who had been bitten on his third leg was simply powerless to be maintaining the shield. The pain of a gut plus 2 eggs shattering at the same time was too powerful. If a woman's pain in childbirth is approximately equal to breaking 20 ribs, then the outlaw boss's pain is approximately equal to breaking 200 ribs at the same time. Who the hell can stand it? Ow ow ow. Starry Night gave a wild blast, and the shield simply shattered. Not daring to delay a moment, he plowed up his big bony stick and charged. Without nukes, he wasn't sure about taking out a gold level with super high defense. So, it's just a matter of character. Thus, Starry Night showed Hua Chang's same arrogant expression. He leapt high into the air, the large bony club in his hand raised above his head, and then slammed it down. The big bone stick cut a white shadow in the air. Clang! A direct hit on the outlaw boss's ceiling. The outlaw boss only felt a strong sense of vertigo come over him. Stun successful. Oh Yang possessed. Then Starry Night directly kicked the gangster boss with a flying kick, knocking him to the ground. Rhubarb had a death grip on the outlaw boss, leaving him with no power to fight back. Lu Huachan raw melon egg inspection knife in Starry Night's hand instantly came out. Rotate the knife 2.5 times in your hand and hold it in your forehand. It was a wild stabbing at the thug boss. Are you sure this is cooked? Are you sure it's cooked? Are you sure it's cooked? Are you sure this is 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 cooked? Put, 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 put. Police, 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 police. Luck is not enough. Frequency is. He stabbed it very well. Simply happy to be taking off. Just then, the doors of the bank were slammed right through by a truck. The glass shattered all over the place. The alien spirit guards squatting outside finally forced their way in. Junior Captain Wu Qian led the charge, and behind him was a group of heavily armed Fey spirit guards. Nobody move, hands in the air. However, the crows are silent. Everyone was petrified. Only one brutal voice echoed from heaven and earth. Do you keep this melon ripe? Do you keep this melon ripe? This melon. The crowd was confused. Crap. What kind of tough guy is this? Who the hell are the bad guys? There are so many bulls and horses at once that I can't tell the difference. The rest of the thugs saw the shifter guard as if they were family, bowed over and crawled that way. Big brother, cuff me. I'm going in for a state dinner. It's horrible. Arrest me. For a while, there was a lot of wailing. Junior Captain Wu Qian was also confused. This is over before I even make a move? This new class is a little fierce. Starry Night, after stabbing over 30 times in a row, finally triggered the special effects. Identified as a raw egg. Killed in one stroke. The gangster boss's eyes were glazed over. It was as if he was still questioning how a small watermelon blade of his could shoot down a defense gold powerhouse. Then, neck right. Straight to the box. Immediately afterward, there were cheers. The hostages under the pan all burrowed out. Toward Starry Night it charged. Several pretty young ladies didn't hold back, so they just pounced on Starry Night. The various aromas made Starry Night gasp. Who wouldn't love such a feisty little hottie? Great. Vacation. You're wrong. It's Cucumber Daughter. The bank president came out of the crowd with a bitter look on his face. Hey leader, I'm resigning. Starry Night's side was even more confused. So many Cucumber Daughters pressed against him that he couldn't breathe. The Tuachuos, one more meaty than the other, slammed right into his face. Oh snore. Star Zero, help me. I can't breathe. Snore. At this time, the werewolf penis also changed back to its normal form. He sees the big picture. It's surrendered. The bruised Fong Quan and Lu Yuan then breathed a sigh of relief. Star Zero bounced up to the older two with a Nepalese army knife in his hand. Straight away, he gave the old man a fright. Crap. What about the promise to surrender and not kill? I surrender, big sister. Only Star Zero stretched out her white and cute little hand. The Nepalese saber was handed over. Brother Wolf, you don't count on your word. You haven't cut me with your sword yet? Penis, surprised face? Eventually, Starry Night was able to flash out of the Cucumber Dame pile by relying on the rhubarb urination. Ouch. Mom, almost didn't suffocate me. Starry Night coughed violently twice. It's fucking all. Starry Night was just about to spit when she realized that she had two more things in her hand. A big bad omen plus a silicone mat. Starry Night equals. I didn't mean to. Blame it on the rhubarb. That dog, he's perverted. Rhubarb, woof woof woof, you're great. You're noble. Then he saw Wang Tang several people. It turned out that rhubarb used Wang Tang's piss of love mark directly. Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Brother Wang Tang, here's something good for you. Before Wang Tang could react, a great omen plus silicone was thrown in his face. Brother Wang Tang, this sends you a shameless peach blossom. No need to thank me. With that said, Starry Night shrugged it off and headed off. Suddenly, a group of yellow women ran out of the bank with a group of strong men. They saw what Wang Tang was holding at a glance. That's him, the rascal. Hit him. Then the group hooted and hollered. Wang Tang, ugh. Fuck. What the fuck? A handful of hands later, the crowd was finally over this crisis. Wu King happily patted Starry Night's shoulder. Laughed so hard my legs couldn't close. Ahahaha, ahahaha, good. What a comrade I have. He laughed as he gave the principal a video to play back. Oh principal, Starry Night, you can just give it to me. Don't let him take the high school entrance exam. The horrible growl of the principal came over the phone. Fuck off Nima. Believe it or not, I'll snipe you. Starry Night sat next to Wu King. Voices kept appearing in his head. Merit plus 10. Merit plus 10. Merit plus 10. Merit plus 10. It rang about 100 times in all. Straight 1,000 merits to hand. Starry Night was also happy with her legs. Hey, that's a lot of money to earn. He looked around at the people and remembered a little more. How come an acquaintance didn't come? Captain, why haven't we seen Woody lately? Wu Jing casually replied. His kid doesn't know who he offended. He just came back from the Lauren abyss and let a group of people beat him up. And now he's still lying in the hospital? I wonder what kind of lackluster bastard set me up. Starry Night, winky face, it's not me. It's not me. The convoy drove slowly back to the Bureau of Altered Spirits. No words on the way. Starry Night was bored. Opened a certain tomato novel app on my slate phone. Open a novel at random. I'm a Wu Song. It's normal for me to know how to slide and shovel. It's no fun. Next sci-fi series. Some analyses of quantum entanglement effects on the past and present lives of Wu Sung and Pan Jinlian. Next, the private story of Wu Sung and the tiger. Next up, the boss man. Mr. Shiman fell in love with me, favored Wu Sung's little dainty wife. Next, argumentative essay on drinking medicine quickly. Starry Night was flabbergasted. The names of novels nowadays are just off the charts. If my pine brother knew about these books, he wouldn't pop out of his coffin board. Pop back in when you're done watching. Starry Night kept brushing up on the novel. Suddenly, a call came in. Starry Night rushed to the phone. Hello Starry Night, I'm a physician from the psychiatric hospital in Jianhui City, and I've noticed that you haven't recovered enough to be discharged from the hospital. I hope you'll come by tomorrow to review your condition. Ding! The system releases a mission. Goes to a mental hospital before the high school exam and helps the director with his dilemma. Quest reward, mastery of high school culture and black bear spirits precious robe either one. Starry Night couldn't help but have a childlike smile on her lips. Great! Is Dean finally going to let me go home? Hey! Early the next morning, Starry Night is fully loaded. Big bags piled up on 3 wheels. He packed all his bags. Prepare to go back to the mental hospital for a life of packaged food and shelter. Star Zero. Aunt Lou. I'm going to stay at the insane asylum for a while. You guys keep an eye on the junkyard. If anyone makes any more trouble, call in the alien spirit guards. Bye-bye. Starry Night stomped out, and the 3 wheels wobbled and wheeled forward. Squeak and twist. A sound of parts rubbing together came. It's safe to say it rings all over the place except for the bells. Starry Night riding seems so small in the middle of a busy city. The traffic surged and Starry Night sang happily. My hands do not belong to my head now. 1 second, 1 gesture, I do not belong to this earth. My feet are turning. I'm spreading my wings. Let's sha ba la ba 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 ba. Starry Night is in a very good mood today. I can go back to that happy place again. Let's do a little shopping around the city first. Then, as he wandered along, he suddenly saw a theater group. It seems to be the crew that made the ancient anti-Japanese drama. A huge sign read the title of the play, Chen Yu the Traitor. Starry Night stops her 3 wheels and starts to watch the action. This drama is very good. Why don't you try out for the camera? Maybe you can star as a little baka. Then he heard a man with pockets all over his body shouting from a trumpet. The large-scale anti-Japanese drama The Great Traitor Chen Yu has begun recruiting, and is now hiring 5 dudes. Starry Night, Sigma, for all, then Chen Yudai is quite happy. Slipped and slipped. Suddenly, the director of Full Body Pocket grabbed Starry Night's arm. Little brother, I see that you're talented. Why don't you come to our crew? We're still missing a big man. Brother, I'm mentally ill and can't act. After saying that, stomped the 3 wheels and ran away as if they were running for their lives. The director shook his head helplessly. It's a shame, such a great guy. If he could have been in my play, it would have been a big seller. Just then, 2 heads suddenly appeared in the grass of the green belt on one side. One imperial, one lowly. Yes, it's our twin sisters of the grass again. Sister Yu Jie, why are we stalking today? Is it because there is no work in the church screw factory again? Jade reached out with her slender middle finger, slightly curved, and gave the twin ponytails a thrashing. What, no life? The line is busy. Okay, the Archbishop of Baichi has personally hit the screws, which freed up manpower and sent us to sneak into the madhouse to pick up that old-timer. Lori's eyes lit up. Then hurry up. After picking up the old-timer, let's go hit the screws. Piecework can earn more. Yu Jie. Suddenly, a man covered in pockets appeared beside them, startling both of them. The director said with a lewd face, 2 beauties. I see that you 2 are talented. Why don't you come to our theater to try the role of Chenyu? Next, an attack shoe appeared directly in the director's face. Long black silk legs and upward stomp, smashed a hole in his head with the sharp heel of his shoe. Damn it, I'm Yu Jie not Bai Jie. A kick strike. The 2 walked away filled with disgust. All that's left is the director with a hole in his head, messing around in the wind. The wind whistled into his brain hole. Suddenly, a light bulb went off above his head. What kind of carry-on daytime drama are you filming? Might as well go for a brain drama. Time stands still. Let me wash my pig. It's going to be a big seller. Hey! Starry Night took a long stroll through the city, picking up trash as she shopped. Did a lot of good deeds, by the way. Helped an old lady cross the street 18 times. 16 of the old ladies returned the same way. Helped struggling home buyers 7 times. Knocking down home prices by nearly $800. 000 total. Of which Star Zero and Doggy deserve a lot of credit. It is said that the real estate bosses in the entire Jianhui city have gone crazy looking for a professional jumper. 13 times? It is easier and quicker to see justice with a trial certificate. The key is a cool batch. Starry Night reminisced beautifully about the day's catch. Without noticing, we reached the door of the madhouse. The security master who watched the door came as soon as he saw that it was Starry Night. The whole thing was a jolt of fear. Crap, why is this kid back? He copied his walkie-talkie and shouted furiously. Attention all departments. Attention all departments. Go to level 1. Red alert. Red alert. At once, the whole madhouse was agitated. Starry Night parked the 3 wheels in front of the door and slowly got off. his feet stepping on the gravel road and walking toward the courtyard. "Hey, Grandpa. I'm back again. Hey, hey, hey." The security Moncler outlet store was scared and covered in cold sweat. "Hello, ha?" Starry Night opened the security booth and walked in with a flash. "A little gift I bought for you, Moncler." Starry Night then tossed the older man a box. The security man froze. This kid has turned around? Actually knows to buy me a gift. So he couldn't wait to open the box. An incomparably beautiful four-sided box of small leaf rosewood appeared in front of him. Naya, the urn. Looking again at Starry Night, he had already sailed away. All that was left was the security guard in place cursing the shit out of him. Starry Night took a deep breath as soon as she entered the asylum. Suck. Phew. This tastes really good. Much fresher than the Goblin Kingdom. Starry Night slowly opened her eyes. Hey, Star Han-san, am home again. Where is everyone? Mental hospitals are also known as insane asylums. According to the grapevine, the madhouse is where the top warring forces of China gather. After all, there's nothing a psychopath can't do. Even a set of high school math papers will do. In particular, Jianghuai City Psychiatric Hospital, the first in the Chinese psychiatric hospitals for 10 consecutive terms. Its dean, Zhang Zhihua, is even more creditable. At this moment, the dean, Zhang Zhihua, was sitting in a rocking chair in his office, his eyes slightly squinted, and the few hairs he had left swayed in the wind. The thermos was still steaming in wisps on the table. It drifted all the way to his beaming cheeks. His desk was simple and neat, with well-organized rows of small pill bottles. Luwei Di Huang pill treats kidney yin deficiency. Jin Gui Ren-Chi pill treats kidney yang deficiency. Wu Zi diffractive pill treats kidney qi deficiency. Nourishing the kidneys and filling the essence pills treats kidney essence deficiency. Behind the pills were rows of bottles and jars of infused water. Goji berries, mulberry, epimedium, maca, cuscuta, cistanche, hisho wu, salt dulcimer, yam slices, locking yang, cinnamon. Hey, you have to be middle-aged. Soak goji berries in a thermos. He sighed and took a sip of his baobab tea. Then he took out a pair of lion's head mandarin walnuts from the drawer and carefully began to coil them up. The walnuts are meticulously maintained, yet not particularly bright, and it's clear that they haven't been around very long. Zhang Zhihua discs walnuts, drinking tea at the same time. Life is not happy. Just then, a doctor came rushing over. Dean, it's a big deal. Dean Zhang Zhihua remained calmly seated in his rocking chair. Calm down. I've been the director of a madhouse for over 20 years, and there's just nothing big that scares me. That Starry Night kid is back. Gulp. Zhang Zhihua fell straight out of his rocking chair. Walnuts flew out of his hand, and the legs of his glasses were broken. Crap. Why the fuck didn't you say so? Quick, hide my walnuts, and the flowers, paintings and stuff. Hurry. At this point, however, it was already too late. Starry Night kicked the door to the dean's office open. A wistful look came over his face. Dean, you've got some nice walnuts here. Eating them should replenish your brain. Starry Night bent down to pick up the walnut Dean had dropped. No, linen bag. Dean held out a hand and hissed in desperation. It is too late. Ka-ching. Starry Night extremely skillfully squeezed the two walnuts hard. Two hard cultural walnuts shattered directly into pieces. Starry Night pulled out the nuts and put them in her mouth. While chewing, he said, Dean, this pair of walnuts doesn't taste as good as the pair you've been plating for 20 years, but it smells a little sweeter than any of the previous 77 pairs. Great review. Then look at Dean, who has become an internal cow. Sadly looking at the lion's head he bought at great expense and letting out a desperate roar. Why are you boy back again? Starry Night scratched her head as she finished eating. Aren't you the ones who told me to review it? Dean, Buzz, which doctor called it and docked his performance pay? Starry Night wiped the grease from her mouth. Suddenly he saw a pile of bottles and jars on the dean's desk. Dean, look at you. I've only just gotten here and you've got the food ready. Then, not at all. Just unscrew the bottle and pour it into your mouth. Hula hula, cackle, cough cough cough. When you choke on your food, grab a thermos. Done. Fill your mouth with water. Dean was confused. Just how vain are you, boy? Hey, save some for me. In no time at all. Starry Night swept away, and couldn't help but burp. Hiccup. Dean, what's that look on your face? Why is your face so dark? Is it sick? Dean was so pissed he could have exploded. Steam was coming out of 6 of his 7 orifices, and tears were falling from his eyes. Damn, you are not leaving me anything at all. Starry Night wiped her mouth. Dean, don't be mad. I even brought you a little gift. Dean suddenly froze, and the 2.5 pairs of tears that had just fallen miraculously collected. He was stunned, not expecting to receive a gift from Starry Night one day. Even a roll of toilet paper he recognizes. Only Starry Night slowly pulled out a small gadget from his pocket. Nema. Nutcracker. Dean took one look at it and smoked right through it. Starry Night scratched his head and said with a happy face, Dean, I saw that you couldn't crush the walnuts even though you wanted to eat them every day. So I bought them. You're welcome. The doctors on the sidelines are freaking out and yelling, Dean, wake up. Starry Night ignored them and looked around at the dean's office. Suddenly, a light went on in front of him. Dean, you're raising flowers again, let me help you fertilize them. He. Dean woke up straight in place, holy shit. Immediately afterward, a wailing sound came from the dean's office. My flowers, my calligraphy and painting, my air doll. Half an hour later, the office door opened. Starry Night walked out of it refreshed. It's so good to be home. Followed by Dean, dark and silent. Come on, I'll personally take you to your primary care physician for a review. Dean led Starry Night right toward the attending physician's office. All the way, Starry Night saw many familiar faces. Hello family. Mentally ill people show very different moods when they see a Starry Night. Some cheered, others fled frantically as if they had seen death. Starry Night walked to an activity area. Saw one of his fellow patients in the same room. Good morning, Shall Scale. Starry Night greeted happily. However, the man was clearly taken aback by Starry Night. OMG, the Grim Reaper is coming. Then he folded his arms in a diving in-place motion, dug right into a slab. His psychic ability is to possess himself into a weapon or any object whose functions are enhanced. Starry Night blew her nose and wiped it smoothly on the slate. Hey, you're stuck with me again. Starry Night then pulled out a small gift to give on the floor. This is for you. You'll have fun possessing it later. After Starry Night left, a pair of large eyes and a mouth appeared abruptly on the slate. Brother, can we do some good at #% at #$%? Suddenly, those big eyes caught sight of a small gift off to the side. The next second, a hand protruded from a slab and opened the box directly. Then a toilet seat appeared in place. Starry Night continued on. A small, 4-story building appeared before them. There was a swordsman on the roof of the building with a middle-aged air. Suddenly, an immortal sword descended from the sky and shot in the direction of Starry Night with its sword light. Ding! The immortal sword poked straight at the ground with a buzzing sound. Then there was a big ha laugh. The swordsman lay down and slowly floated down from the air, forcing his way to the top. Come with your sword on the wind and rid the world of demons. I'm happy with wine, but I'm crazy without it. One drink of the river is all that is left, and another drink swallows the sun and the moon. I'm the only one who can't get drunk from 1,000 cups. I'm the only one who can get drunk from the wine sword immortal. The poem was so domineering that it attracted everyone's attention for a while. Ha. The loud laughter continued. The sound debauched and middle-aged. He lay flat in the air and slowly floated down. A wine gourd in his hand, not ground, to pour wine into his mouth. Prepare to make a handsome appearance as a wine swordsman by lying flat on the ground on the hilt of your sword. Starry Night stepped forward silently and thrust his sword backwards. The hilt of the sword faces down and the tip of the sword faces up. Ha. Put. A mouthful of old blood accompanied the wine and it spewed out. He rose straight up with a sword stuck in his back. Starry Night kid, was this sword immortal's appearance handsome just now? Starry Night couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lee, you are too handsome and blind. But, don't you hurt? Easy Lee froze. Ouch, how could this sword immortal hurt? Joke, ha. Then, with his sword in his back, he left in style. The floor dripped with blood. Dean closed his eyes silently. Call an ambulance. Starry Night silently withdrew the small gift she had already pulled out. It's better to wait until we get out of the hospital to give it to him. Starry Night traveled all the way as a ghost entering a flower girl's village. The chickens are flying and there is no peace. Soon they were in the attending physician's office. Wang Ling is the new doctor transferred from the next city hospital. He has read Starry Night's medical records and believes that it is not ready for discharge. Just go AWOL and call him back for a review. Hey, little man. I'd like to see which leader you bribed to get out of the hospital. Squeak and twist. The door opened. Starry Night took a big step and walked into the house, followed by the black-faced Dean Zheng Chunhua. Wang Ling directly froze. Dean, what are you doing here too? Zhang Jihua had a stern face and gave him a straight look. I've come to collect your body. Ha. A joke. Dean, I'm a director-level psychiatrist. Would I be afraid of a psychopath? Suddenly, his face changed. Don't touch my trophies and banners. However, it was too late. Starry Night has used the trophy as a stool and the banner spread on the floor as a footrest. Then sit down on your ass. Put. Starry Night sunk her entire ass right into the trophy, and the entire trophy was deformed. Hey, Doc, your horse sap doesn't work either. Starry Night struggled hard. Stab. The banner on the floor ripped right off. shredded into several pieces of cloth. Immediately afterward, there came from the house the sound of tug-of-war. The player on the left, Starry Night plus asses up a trophy. Players on the right, Wang Ling, Zhang Jihua. Begin. 1, 2, come on. 1, 2, come on. Starry Night kept shouting cheers. It turned out to be half a day's worth of nothing. Dean, Doctor, you guys aren't giving it a go either. This geode is wasted. Starry Night took a deep breath. I'll give the guys a 2.0p turbo. Boom. A big fart in a trophy. In an instant, the trophy was plucked. Zhang Jihua and Wang Ling flew directly backwards into a bookshelf on the side. The book clattered down. It kept slamming into the faces of the two men. An aura of terror emanated from the cracked trophy, choking the two men nearly choked. Crap. What the fuck? Wang Ling was furious. Somebody, anesthetize him. Hooting and hollering, several nurses rushed in, needles in their hands. Starry Night turned around and smiled, his mouth full of ground-up pill crumbs. Hello sisters. Crap. The Demon King is back. Hooting and hollering, a stream of nurses all scared off again. Starry Night copied Wang Ling's Pingo phone and clicked off a piece. Crunch. This foreign brand is a ripoff. Calling apples actually inedible. Ha 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 ha. Then he stared back at Wang Ling, his eyes like demons in a terrifying abyss. He spoke word for word. Doctor, do you think I still need to be examined? Why don't we just go through the admission procedure? With food and lodging included? Wang Ling, don't you come over here. Dean saw the state of affairs and pulled Starry Night straight out of the doorway. If we don't go, we'll have to go crazy with another good doctor here on our own. Starry Night, hurry up and come out with me. Your patients are waiting for you for dinner. Starry Night said to Dean as she tried to break free. Dean, I can't just leave after making such a mess here with Dr. Wang Ling. I'll leave him a little present. Dr. Wang Ling lacks nothing. Let's go. But it's not about sticking to principles. Finally, a can of Wang hemorrhoids and stinky tofu was shoved into Wang Ling's hands before he went out. Wang Ling saw them leave and let out a long breath in his heart. It's fucking horrible. Then he picked up the broken trophy and thought it had become a little different. Hiss, what's different? It seems like it's been enchanted. And it's still an explosive property. So I'm a little genius. Boom. The outskirts of the asylum. The grass. Yu-Jie and Luoli were currently facing these dozen or so top abyssal church experts, as well as hundreds of minions. Humph. Hustle. The task of taking the old-timer home is ours. Why did you bring so many people here? The other side of the grass. A sharp-tongued man smirked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Yu-Jie, don't flatter yourself. The mission is whoever grabs it. You fart. The mission was handed over to Archbishop Bai Chi by the Cardinal Archbishop himself. Yu-Jie pouted and retorted. Monkey Sailor scratched his mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Humph. Archbishop Sunt has bagged 20 assembly lines all by himself so that he could get us out to do the mission. Therefore, we directly deployed 13 gold-ranked bishops, plus me, a platinum-ranked bishop who was known as the first person under the Archbishop, to lead the way. And we directly stole the madhouse by night. So what are you going to take from us? Jade had her hands on her hips, her temper not weakening at all. The Archbishop of Biscayne has also bagged 20 lines. So who's afraid? For a while, the two men were at swords drawn. There was electricity in his eyes. Zip, zip, zip. No one will let anyone. And in a subordinate workshop of the Church of the Abyss, dozens of production lines, the screws are playing zip 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 sparking. A man and a woman, two bishops were frantically beating the screws, their hands waving out a trail of residual shadows. Bitch, you're damn tough enough to monopolize the production line all by yourself in order to get your men out on a mission. Archbishop Sun's hands flipped, and screws sparked on the production line. And then look at the 20 lines behind him. All the screws are turning weirdly fast. Humph. Sunt, using metal control powers to fight screws. You're a wizard too. Archbishop Beecher scoffed. You're noble. You're marvelous. You're advanced when you use control dolls to help you hit the screws? Sunkit looked behind Bitch. A line of mannequins with their hands and screws in the air. The two men looked at each other with 4 eyes, and it seemed that 2 bolts of lightning shot out in their eyes. Zip, zip, zip in midair. War is imminent. Good. Then we'll see what happens in strength. Come on. Piecework. Starry Night walked out of the diagnostic room, feeling in a better mood. Dean, there's nothing else, so I'll stay. Dean let out a long breath. Yeah, all right. What? Dean was jolted. What are you staying for? Starry Night took out the bedding from her space backpack. Weren't you the one who asked me to come in for a review this time, and then included food and lodging? Dean Zhang Jiahua's entire body was batted once. Don't. Beds are tight these days and you're stable enough not to need hospitalization. I'm very unstable, Dean. You see, Dr. Wang Ling is getting mad at me. Saying that, Starry Night raised her hand and pointed at the gray-headed Wang Ling. Only Wang Ling was seen with an exploding head and half a bottle of stinky tofu in his hand. Hey, 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 stinky tofu, that's delicious. Let me pull a piece of stinky tofu too. Dean tapped his head. Come on, fear of what's coming. Nurse, take Dr. Wang Ling to the emergency room. At once, several nurse ladies who were 185 plus tall, 200 plus in weight, and covered in pimply tendons kicked up their proper steps. Ah, Dr. Wang Ling, okay. Wang Taizhu, the head nurse who had won a national wrestling championship, raised his right arm, which was full of lumpy muscles. A hand knife direct physical anesthesia. Then he shouldered Wang Ling and headed for the emergency room. A couple of muscle-bound women followed behind. For a moment, the earth trembled. Knock, knock, knock. Dean wiped away a cold sweat. It's a good thing the asylum is guarded by these cuties, or else this bunch of psychos would have turned against us long ago. Right. Starry Night. Starry Night? Star. Dean jerked back. Crap. Where is everyone? Starry Night had long since scampered back to her dormitory. Think of his cozy little bed, and the lovely patients. That's a great life. Duong. Starry Night kicked open the dormitory door. Comrades, I'm back. Did you miss me? What? Where are the people? The entire dormitory was empty, except for a slim man with a light green beret on his head, quietly painting a canvas. Hi, painted. I'm back. The man spoke slowly, his voice soft and hollow. Please call me a falling art student. Thank you. Okay, the painting's a gift for you. With that, Starry Night tossed over a lighter. Painter, *M. Starry Night threw the bunk right onto his bed. And then, a flying lunge, huffing and puffing, he went to sleep. Hello, hey, 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 can't move. Hey, 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 I've got the remote. Hey, hey, holler, holler. Slept until dark. Starry Night was awakened by a rumbling stomach. Ah, is it getting dark? Go to the kitchen and get something to eat. The night is deep and dark clouds cover the moon. A cawing of crows filled the quiet night. Gah, gah, gah. Hounshell led a group of men, dressed in black, who crept out of the bushes. Carefully, he came to the wall. The asylum had built its walls high to prevent the academicians from escaping. But that's not a problem for the well-trained congregation. So the crowd began to climb over the wall in the oldest way possible. Stacked. First step in a nighttime attack on a madhouse. Go over the wall. They were well trained, a dozen or so of them forming a tunnel foundation. Then the second layer steps on the shoulders of the first. The third time, as it were, it was stacked until the seventh or eighth layer, when someone finally stomped up the wall, and so on and so forth. After half an hour of tossing and turning, the hundreds of congregants were finally all over the wall. Appears on the grounds of the insane asylum. House Rai wiped his sweat and smiled slightly. Yujie just on the basis of 100 people stacking Luohan. I am 100 times better than you guys. I'll see how the two of you can come in. I walked in. A soft female voice came, only to see a tall black silk Yujie with a double ponytail lowly standing in front of them. House Lee, Nanny? How the fuck did you walk in here? Yujie's green jade finger pointed at the door. The security man was especially welcoming and gave me 2 flashlights, he said, and turned on his flashlight to shine it on House Rai's thin face. House Rai was furious. Damn. How old is that security guard? And he's still a fucking master who forgets about sex. It pisses me off. Just then, a chubby little churchgoer ran in panting. I'm sorry, Bishop husband, I slept through it. House Lee goes up for a big BB pocket. Put you to fucking sleep. How did you kid get in here? The fat religious man scratched his head. I came in through the door, and the security guy was especially enthusiastic and gave me a flashlight. You see, Pop. Fuck off nigga. Did I teach you to just take people's stuff? Send it back. The fat religious man cried and sent the flashlight back. The night was deeper. The whole asylum was filled with the sound of eerie winds and the atmosphere seemed a bit scary. House Ray stalked through the madhouse species with hundreds of men in tow. One of his men asked, Bishop Ho, I've heard that this madhouse has hidden tigers and dragons. Isn't it too dangerous for us to be so blatant? Huss took a beat on his chest. Dangerous? Look, does anyone dare to come out? They are all hiding under the quilt and shivering. Ha ha. Just then, in the darkness of the night, a sudden sound of sharpening knives pierced out. Click and eat, click and eat, click and eat, click and eat. At once, the crowd went under. Crap, what's that noise? House Ray forced down his fear and used his cell phone light to illuminate the path ahead. Just see a handsome, stick figure guy fumbling with a watermelon knife on the ground. Click and eat, click and eat. Housley let out a long breath. So it's mental illness. The crowd, seeing that it was a non-threat, ducked and moved away. Suddenly, there was another strange noise. Ha 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 ha. Humans are slaves to bacteria. Bacteria are the masters of the world. All must die. Crap. Why does that sound a little scary? Monsters, all of them except yourself. Wake up. They're all monsters. Ah ha 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 ha. The world died a long time ago in 2012. And we are now nothing more than a digital world simulated by artificial intelligence. The crowd was getting weirder and scarier the more they heard. Crap. I'm a little cold. Me too. How can this one psycho talk like it's true? No, they are earthly sober. We are the ones who are psychotic, right? Hussein's face got darker and darker as he went. Enough, don't listen to them. It's all crooked reasoning. Keep going. And when we find the old-timer, we'll just burn down the madhouse with a single fire. The crowd fell silent and continued on. The madhouse was huge, covering dozens of square kilometers alone and connecting all the way back to the hills. Their mission this time was to go to the ICU behind Koyasen's and pick up one of the meta patients here. The journey was getting weirder and scarier the further they traveled. This is a bunch of horror novel authors. Just then, once again, Hausarai heard the sound of sharpening knives. Click and eat, click and eat, click and eat, click and eat. Suddenly, his face froze. There's that handsome, compelling tart again, sharpening his watermelon knife. Hausarai straightened up and went up stiffly. Brother, what are you doing sharpening your knife? The words were not finished, only to see that teenager stabbing monkey Sai lay straight in the watermelon knife in his hand. And under his breath he shouted, "Do you keep this melon ripe?" Pust. The crowd was directly shocked out of a cold sweat. However, nothing happened. Monkey Sai lay stood frozen in place. Ouch. What are you doing? Looking again at the tart. It had disappeared without a trace. I think it's a little spooky. No, let's go. No way. I have to set this madhouse on fire today before I leave. Everyone, pick up the pace. The crowd didn't dare to delay, and they rushed quickly. Suddenly, they saw a light on in a room in front of them, and a figure reflected from the light. A man was seen holding a watermelon knife and slashing out at a round head. Brush. The head seemed to have been split in half, and vaguely blood spattered out and showered the window. The scene, very scary. The crowd gulped and gawked. Is this mental illness? It's brutal. At that moment, that window was slowly pushed open. A watermelon knife stuck out of it. Crowd. Starry Night took a hurdle and stepped out of the window with his entire body. There was also a large watermelon in his hand. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. So it's a melon cutter. It scared me. Starry Night greeted the crowd warmly. Good buddy, eat watermelon. Before the crowd could react, Starry Night shoved half of a large watermelon directly into Monkey Sailor's hand. Then, in a puff of smoke, he disappeared into thin air. Monkey Sailor was a bit confused. He doesn't understand the brain circuits of this psychopath. Then he looked at the watermelon. The skin is thin and filling, with few red loamy seeds, the kind that are sweet at first glance. Boom! The watermelon exploded in place. Watermelon juice along with the flames nourished Monkey Sailor's face. And then look at Monkey Sailor. Full of pitch black. His face is full of watermelon seeds, and his yellow hair has become an explosive head. He yucked and spat out a mouthful of watermelon rind. Naya, brothers, give me a big kill. All of you. The crowd was interested when they heard that there was going to be a killing spree. The fear in his heart was swept away. Kill me. Everyone plows in, ready to blood the madhouse. Just then, Starry Night slowly stepped out of the shadows with a Gatling in hand. GGGGGG. Bloodbath of the madhouse, huh? Count me in. The crowd froze and couldn't help but cry foul. Where the fuck is this psycho? Monkey Sailor recognized Starry Night on the spot. It was this fucking kid who just blew me up. Fuck him first. Yeah, that's the kid. Fuck him. Starry Night's mouth quirked. Slowly, he pulled the pan out from behind him again. It's time to show your true strength. Shoulder scale. On the pan. A pair of eyes and a mouth grew out of nowhere. Dude, we're just saying that your weapon is slightly odd. Can we change it? Turtle talk. It's affecting my pussy. Fuck. A crowd of religious men rushed forward with their weapons. Kill. Let's get this little thief first. Starry Night held the pot in both hands and stepped forward with one foot. It then spun around 2.5 times at breakneck speed, and the pan in his hand was flung at one of the congregants. Eat me a flying pot. The pan carried infinite power and drew a white line in the air. Bang! A congregation was directly shot in the head. Crap. Pan killer. Go. Fuck him. He's out of pot. Starry Night smiled slightly. The pot. Isn't it there? The crowd froze and looked toward the sky. Crap. That pot. Only to see the pan turn a weird arc in the air and kill straight back towards the crowd. Bang! Another blast. Immediately after, The shoulder scale pan kills straight up crazy, drawing white line after white line through the congregation. It was like a self-correcting bullet. Bang 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 bang. A caca burst. Beat the religious people up. The crowd saw that they couldn't help the pan. One can only take it out on Starry Night. Get that turd. Yeah, he's the one who threw the pan. Punch it. Starry Night gave another crooked smile. I don't know if all of you have heard of Sword Immortally Easy. The crowd froze. Only in the sky. A white-clothed figure descended from the sky. He half laid his body down and eventually let out a ha 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 laugh. Then, boo! It fell straight to the ground. Where's your sword? Starry Night scorned. It was confiscated by the head nurse. Who said it was dangerous for me to hold it? Starry Night, straight face. Here's a big bone stick for you to start with. With that said, Starry Night threw a stick. Lee received it with one hand, and then pinched a sword trick. I have a sword. Nope. There is a rod that can open the sky, open the earth, move mountains, and overturn the sea. The crowd laughed. What a fucking middle-aged teenager. The next moment, however, they were confused. This middle-aged teenager swung his big bone stick around. Fierce batch. The congregation saw that Lee was fierce enough that they didn't dare to hit him, and they rushed towards Starry Night with a brain. The persimmon has to be soft. Starry Night hammed and hawed at the sight. To the house. And I still need to make a move? He found a stone pier and sat down. Pull out half a piece of watermelon and eat it with a spoon. The religious got even more angry at this. Fuck him. Suddenly, one of the religious minions otherwise stepped on something. Boom! The explosion came straight out. What the hell? Immediately afterward, explosions continued to come from all directions. Boom 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 boom. Crap, there's a fucking landmine in the loony bin? Monkey Sailor couldn't help himself. It seemed to him that it had all been a small fight before. There's no need to strike out on your own at all. But now a pan and a stickman won't fix it. This kid in front of me doesn't know how many cards he has. It has to come out. A quick battle. Only to see his hair flying all over his body. And in a flash he had turned into an oversized long-haired baboon. Roar! A startling sound shook the entire asylum. The 13 golden level breaths behind him were exerted. A shield of ice crystals guarded everyone in it. All sorts of elemental energy bursts. House Ray bellowed. Give me your life. With that, the sharp claws clawed towards Starry Night. Starry Night was not panicked at the sight. The district is only platinum level. Small Q4. Dean. Someone's tearing down your asylum. Just as Monkey Sailor's sharp claws were about to stab Starry Night's neck. Pop. The whole monkey, the Monkey Sailor, was then whipped out of the way by a big BB bib. I only saw Dean Zhangjihua with a huazi in his mouth. A pink plastic slipper in his right hand kept tapping his left hand. His expression as arrogant as it could be. Kid, dare to come to my territory to spread wildness. Are you tired of living? Monkey Sailor is flummoxed. Crap. My platinum level strength. S-ranked bestialization supernatural ability Damascus Monkey. And again, after bestialization, I was jerked away by this old den with a slipper? So, he was straight up angry. Stump. I'll fucking kill you. Pop. Another big BB pocket came through. Only to see Zhang Jihua carrying the slipper in one hand. A big BB pocket to the void. Pop. Monkey Sailor's face was deformed by the strong swats. Immediately after that, a huge force came and sent him flying out dozens of meters. Zhang Jihua stalked his neck. LOL. Kid, looks like you're tired of living. Afterwards, the slipper in his hand lashed out furiously into the void. Pop. 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 Monkey Sailor was smacked all over his head, jumping up and down miserably. Everyone was confused. What's the origin of this fucking Dean? UJ and Lori hid in the bushes and watched the amazing scene. Jaws are on the floor. They rushed through the information. Zheng Chunhua age 54. Strength dash? Ability, SS grade 100% Obito no Jutsu. No matter how strong or weak. Regardless of rank. Once swung. Must hit. Position, director of the psychiatric hospital in Jianghuai City. The two were sucking in a breath of cold air. Even the Abyssal Church doesn't have a rank on their profile. So how strong is he? At this point, Air Monkey Sailor was already doubting life. The consecutive big BB pockets had turned his entire monkey face into a pig's face. At this moment, the 13 gold level archbishops saw their bosses being beaten. There was a flurry of showmanship. For a moment, the madhouse flickered with light. Various elemental skills jumped out at you. Zhang Jihua stalked his neck. Who the fuck are you guys? Then, the plastic slipper in his hand was jerked in the air. Snap, asterisk 13-inch. The 13 golden archbishops directly flew backwards, spitting out blood furiously. Starry Night gave Dean a big kudos. Not bad yo. Looks like the goji berries weren't wasted. Zhang Jihua. The congregation sort of saw it clearly. This old deng in front of me is no ordinary old deng. Just the plastic sandals alone gave a sense of oppression that was about to suffocate. It's horrible. What are you waiting for? Run. And Bishop Husband and the others? Bishop Ho gave his life for the church. 10,000 sorrows. I'll write the elegy. You carve the tombstone. I'll raise his daughter-in-law. You raise the child. Evacuate. Go. Hooting and hollering. The congregation scattered. They see it out. And then how many people also let the old den in front of them a shoe bottom to whip down? Hundreds of people scattered in all directions. Scattering as if they were in a madhouse. Like a headless fly. It's bouncing around. A dozen congregants burst into a patient's dormitory. There was only one skinny boy drawing in the dormitory. The congregants just let out a long breath. Hey, painting. Stop fucking painting and get your ass over here. Don't bullshit him. Tie him up as a hostage. The artist held the green beret on top of his head and gave a gentle expression. Please call me a falling art student. Thank you. UTM. Looking for. A word of death has yet to be uttered. The crowd had disappeared into thin air. Only the artist's oil painting of a dozen congregants with horrified faces was frozen in that moment forever. Another group of congregants flew away. The route they chose was a different route to convoy. Girls' dormitory. Hey. Up ahead is the female nurse's dormitory. Let's go in and hide. Yeah, I haven't been inside yet? Mouse me. I'm happy too. Go. Pang. The door was kicked open. A few congregants hooted and hollered and rushed in. They all had lewd faces and steel knives raised in their hands. Robbery. Then a pair of stockings, thicker than cotton pants, was thrown over. It directly smashed the congregant to fall on his back, tumbling backwards several times before stopping his body. Immediately after, 8 muscular women, 185 plus tall and 200 plus pounds, stood in front of them in 3-point styles. The voice was rough and powerful. Aang, robbing money or abstaining from sex he said, and stroked his sexy stubble. The religious were confused. Crap, what kind of fairy sister is this? Dogs don't even are it. Just then, a female nurse had a quick eye. One slammed the door behind him. After unlocking the door with the key, he threw the key out the window. Oops, accidentally the door is unlocked. If something special happens, we can't get out What can we do? The congregants' hearts fluttered, and cold sweat began to trickle down their heads. I say, big sister, you don't have to make it so obvious. By now, 8 nurses had surrounded them. Hey, I'm asking you, are you robbing for money or for sex? The congregation's legs went limp, and shivering, they began to speak. Hijacking. When that nurse heard that, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Aang, robbing the color? Then let's do it. We can't resist anyway. Then she turned her head. Sisters, he said he's going to rob me, so I'm sorry for everyone. I'll go first. What, just you first? Look at the way they're deflated. Is there more later? No. One piece at a time. The religious? The nurse turned back again and looked at the congregation. You hear me? We're all sisters in this together. Then that nurse turned back to the crowd of nurses and began to speak. The voice was determined and generous. Gee guys. Today, although we met the hands of thugs, we are still the most beautiful cuties in this world. 8 adamantium Barbies surrounded them, their entire bodies exploding with muscle lines. They surveyed the congregants in front of them recklessly, with pugnacious smiles at the corners of their mouths. Come on, let's get started. The night was beautifully deep and terribly quiet. The wind blew through the crooked-necked trees, shaking up a leaf streak. In a girl's dormitory, the brutal thugs were howling uncontrollably, trying to break the quiet night with their shouts. It is sad that 8 girls as beautiful as fairies were brutally murdered. Hey, pathetic. The faithful are still running in all directions. The whole madhouse was full of religious people. They kept breaking into one ward after another. Some were subjected to several forced anesthetics and served as experimental guinea pigs. Some were given a patriotic lecture by their patients. Some were held down for a mandatory night of high math class. Miserable, inhumane, tragic. To sum it up in one word, miserable. Then some of the congregants underwent changes that are often difficult to understand. Some congregations meet the admission criteria directly. Some still need a period of physical therapy before they can be admitted to an insane asylum. Starry Night set up a small pony in place and got high on melon. Beside him, UJ and Lori were staring blankly at the monkey sailor thunder that was constantly flying in the sky. I can't help but feel pity, and the curve of my mouth doesn't come down. They grabbed the melons from Starry Night and started crunching on them. Starry Night questioned. UJ squatted down, her long black silk legs drawing a scenic line. Too sad to get high and slow down? Starry Night turned her head to look at the 2 ponytailed lowly. What about you? Why did you grab my melon? I didn't even hit the screws today. I'm going to lose my paycheck again this month. Woo-hoo-hoo. Starry Night both looked at her 2 goods with contempt. What the fuck? Yujie finished her melon and pulled a discharge form out of her bag. Hand it to Dean Young Chiwa. The dean saw that there were formalities and then stopped the big BB. Monkey Sailor Moon fell straight out of the sky. Fell on his ass. Zhang Jihua took the discharge paperwork, glanced at it, and then signed his name on the column for discharge. The comment is filled in, consent to discharge. Okay, you guys can pick him up now. At this moment, Monkey Sailor Ray, who had been beaten and bruised to give it to you, slowly got up from the ground. A series of large question marks couldn't help but appear on his face. Is this fucking over? Zhang Jihua glanced at him. It's not over. You've messed up my place. You have to pay for it. Monkey sense. Starry Night slowly stood up from the matza, looking at Dean with little starry eyes. Dean, can I have a pair of your plastic slippers? Dean, here. Take it away. Take it away. Starry Night took the sandals from Dean's hand. Delighted. Seems like something's missing. Just then, bang, the sound came. A pan spun and fell in front of Starry Night. Out of it fell a man. Eyes white and foaming at the mouth. Dizzy little stars all over my head. Crap. Should scale. What's with the foaming at the mouth? I'm dizzy. Gollum. Soon. Yujie and Loli pulled a skinny old man out. I just saw the old man with Dean's same sandals on his feet. A little hair. But not much. He had a death grip on the roadside fence. I'm not leaving. I'm going to retire here. Yujie and Lori pulled her to her death. Cardinal Archbishop. The Pope is in seclusion. The High Priest has disappeared. And now you will return with us quickly to separate yourself from the Chief Paladin of the Abyss. And the old man still had a death grip on the guardrail. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Dean, help me. Zhang Jihua took hold of his dry hand. I can't bear to see you go. But it's hard for me when you haven't paid your hospital bill in a long time. Then he gave a wink towards Yujie and Loli. The two dragged the old man off into the night. The old man grasped the ground with both hands, dragging out a long claw mark. Starry Night watched the old man being dragged away, already crying into tears. Dean, you're so cruel. Zhang Jihua, so you're leaving too? Starry Night wiped away her tears, her face determined. No, I'm going to stay and probate you. Zhang Jihua, *M. Just then, a voice appeared in Starry Night's head. Mission complete. Get reward high school culture knowledge and Black Bear Spirit's precious surplus, either one of them. Starry Night chose the surplus without even thinking about it. After all, who can say no to a Black Bear Spirit with the same baby surplus? What? Knowledge of high school culture? Is that thing edible? 3 days later, Starry Night slept until noon. He stretched comfortably. It's better to sleep in a comfortable bed at home. Then put on pink plastic slippers and a blue and white striped psychiatric gown. Ah, it's another meta day. As a result, he was disliked by the dean, Zhang Jihua, at the door just as he went out. I saw Zhang Jihua wearing a white coat, with a newly purchased walnut coiled in his hand, and a few hairs on top of his head fluttering in the wind. Dean, you're up so early. Starry Night hurriedly greeted. Zhang Jihua forced down the anger in his heart. Starry Night, I'm asking you what's with all the plastic bottles in my office. Damn it, now I can't even get people in. Starry Night scratched his head, a goofy grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ah, that's what I picked up. The traditional virtues of China. That Lao Tzu who preached the Tao Te Ching had 3 treasures. 1 is hard work, 2 is simplicity, and 3 is a dog's goat. Do you see that I look particularly like that moral standard bearer when I pick up diligently? Zhang Jihua are confused. What 3-day dog goat? That's called 3 days of not daring. What's that if not a dog wimp? Zhang Jihua. He then pulled a discharge form from his pocket. You're well enough to sign off. Starry Night looked at it and fought tears in her eyes. As soon as he stepped forward, he hugged Zhang Jihua's thigh. Dean, you have a cruel heart. Roll on, roll on. Your fucking college entrance exam is the day after tomorrow. What are you still dogging in the mental hospital for? Starry Night, Sigma, for all. Crap, I forgot about the entrance exam. He grabbed the discharge slip in my Zhang Jihua's hand. Swish and sign. A sliver of smoke rushed out. Dean Zhang Jihua let out a long breath. Could have sent him away with this little ancestor. Just then, Starry Night suddenly ran back in. One grabbed Zhang Jiao's newly purchased large toadstool artifact walnut, casually crushing it. A handful of the pulp was thrown into his mouth. Dean, I'll be back to stay after my exams. Bye. Zhang Jihua, oh, don't you ever fucking come back. Starry Night flew out of the asylum and stomped right onto 3 wheels. The 3 wheels rubbed frantically against the ground. Sparks of fire niggling. Only a mischievous sound was heard as the 3 wheels catapulted off the ground, bringing up a cloud of dust. It went off like a cannonball. Crap. The day after tomorrow's exams, the general meeting is going to be held today, and then choose the team members. If you go late, you'll be cold. The 3-wheeler was a spark with lightning all the way to the school. lifting a little skirt from a passerby. At this time, the oversized playground of Zhenghuai one middle school was already densely filled with people. Senior high school students from the entire Nanjing province have gathered here. Nearly 30,000 candidates, almost filling the entire playground. Examinations in Huaxia are generally divided into civil and martial examinations. It's about 10:1. The literature test is the culture test only, and is the choice of the vast majority of people. Usually it's the students who have awakened powers that aren't very useful at all. Go to an ordinary college, work hard, and in the future 996,007 be a laborer or something. Or maybe someone had awakened a powerful S-class psychic ability, but he didn't want to use it. He is the ambitious young man who has to write novels to mix full-time when he grows up. And the martial arts test is to assess psychic abilities. This includes a combination of strengths such as aura level, use of psychic abilities, tactical coordination, and so on. Of course, there would also be a portion of students who were trashy in their powers and didn't cultivate properly, holding the mentality of giving it a try and coming to test for the martial arts exam. After all, you're free to choose your subjects. At this point in time, dozens of high school students stood in sections on the first high school playground. It's like a group of warriors about to go on an expedition. On the tall podium, the director of education, Mr. Yang Guangming, was making an impassioned speech, half an hour without a pause. Behind him were the principals of the various high schools. The principals hated each other and had fierce looks on their faces, as if they had a grudge for taking their wives. Wu Kuan, your school won't be like last year again, with only 2 S-ranked trash. Hu Shou, the principal of the second middle school, mocked, I shucks, our third middle school, we will definitely take the first place this year. When that time comes, your second middle school won't even be worthy of lifting our shoes. I want to let you know that back then, Xiaojun chose the right person to marry me. As soon as Hu Zhou heard this, he immediately became angry. Damn, don't mention what happened back then. Our second middle school. But we have awakened the proud son of heaven SS level young master Long Xiang. Have you ever heard of it? Wu Kuan was not to be outdone. Bah, Show of Dragonera also has the nerve to call himself SS ranked. Let me tell you, our school has awakened SS ranked super heavenly pride. Hu Zhou's face was full of indignation and his teeth were itching with anger. The schools have been fighting explicitly for a long time and have been inquiring about it. Everyone had heard that San Zhong had awakened the SSS level, but none of them were too sure. Now that it was said by Wu Kuan himself, it was quite infuriating. Humph, I'd like to see if it's you who's lying. Good, then I'll call him up and you'll see. Okay, I'll call Long Xiang up as well to open everyone's eyes. Around them, dozens of school principals were unimpressed. I have to say that I can't just let you guys play wave. I'm going to call up my good students and show them off. The director of education finished his speech and looked at everyone's excitement. Decide on the spot. 2 top students will be called up to the stage by each principal to give everyone a chance to get to know each other and, by the way, increase the competitive pressure on everyone. Soon, the most promising top students from each school were called up. At once, a young figure appeared on the stage. Some are strong, some are handsome, some are as fresh as a fairy descending into the world, and some are as noble and elegant as they are imposing. All in all, not like normal people. The students on stage hated their teeth. It's really a man for a man. This group of people is too strong. There are 3 in the SSSS class alone. The rest of the lowest are S-rated. And everyone is strong as hell. Several have made it to the silver level. At this time, 2 people stood beside Hu Zhou, the principal of the second middle school, and had burst into laughter. SS-ranked Dragon Soaring, with the ability Dragonize. SS Grade Dragon Jade, Alien Dragon Language Magic. And there was only one person, Lu Ruyan, by Wu Kuan's side. Starry Night pressed on. He shouted loudly toward the stage. Starry Night, where the fuck did you kid die? He was answered by the jeering voices of the few principals around him. Wu Kuan, where's your sweetheart? It can't be because you're afraid not to come? Ahahaha, Ruyan Lu spoke out, interrupting them. Wrong, Starry Night wouldn't be scared. He's just mentally ill and hospitalized. One principal was dumbfounded. What? Mental illness? Crap. Wu Kuan tapped his head. Chop. This child Lu Ruyan is good, but sometimes she talks without a brain. Hu Shou, the principal of the second middle school, had already smiled so much that his dentures fell out. Crap. Really Wang bastard office walk reading. Turtle cannot help but laugh. You that mental illness I'm afraid cannot come it. Ha ha ha. Crap. What do you guys see there? Suddenly, a loud yell caught everyone's attention at once, only to see in the distance, a wind-like man, riding a 3-wheeled speeding. The tires on the 3rd wheel had worn away, leaving only 3 wheel bones rubbing against the ground. Sparks flew about as if they had 3 wind and fire wheels on their feet. Crap, 1,000 miles. Bull. Brother, your dominance is leaking, have an anti-napkin to plug it up. The crowd was instantly stunned by the razzle-dazzle scene. The windy man moves at speed. He was dressed in a blue and white striped psychiatric hospital gown, with pink plastic sandals, and an indescribable dominance between stumps. Everyone on the scene was stunned. He's going at least 100 yards and he's going to crash if he doesn't slow down. What do you know? It's called the art of being bold and daring. Then look at the flaming three-wheeled tart in the distance. Fearless, with no intention of slowing down at all. The three wheels are windy and bold. It's like chopping wires with a kitchen knife in your hand. Sparks and lightning all the way. Grip grass, a plant. Do you think he looks like the legendary one? God of the three wheels. Bull B, an organ. The wind-like man did not slow down at all, and shouted something under his breath, but as he was so drawn out, the crowd could not hear him at all. Hu Zhou and Long Xiang beside him had condescending faces. Kid, is SSS level a big deal? Be careful of getting wasted. Humph, just clowns who clamor for attention. If you have the ability, let's see the real thing in the test. The wind-like man was getting closer. The sound of him yelling under his breath became clearer. Get out of the way. The three wheels have no brakes. They can't brake. Crap. Sigma_angle. Bam. Rarely. Starry Night riding a three-wheeler at 120 km per hour collided with the average weight of 70 kilograms Hu Zhou and Long Xiang. The two were instantly knocked away by the enormous kinetic energy, drawing a perfect arc in the air. Complete adherence to Bull's law of two and the parabolic principle. The crowd only saw the two drawing two extremely perfect parabolas in the air. Then, land face first. Barf. The two kissed Mother Earth passionately. The scene was extremely chaotic and scientific at one point. Everyone stared blankly at the wrecked crime scene, their faces filled with shock. Starry Night stood up slowly, dashingly patting the dust from his body. The only thing the crowd saw was a handsome schoolboy-level hunk slowly getting up. At once, the group of girls couldn't help themselves. He's so handsome. I want to give him a monkey. Cool birth. What the hell is that Long Xiang guy? Just now he actually denigrated my male god. Slash him. Starry Night got up, picked up third wheel, and guffawed at the stage. Eyes twinkling, leek leaves on his teeth. The psychiatric clothes are striped and the plastic slippers gleam. Hello class. Crowd, hashtag. That's a bit of a chic look. Do you still have monkeys? Hungry. Have less. At this moment, Long Xiang helped Principal Hu Zhou limp over. Can you fucking ride a bike? Starry Night scratched his head and smiled. Ugh, my handlebars are a bit off. I just love to turn in the direction of foot wash and silly wave one. Long Xiang was directly furious. I think you're looking for death. After saying that, he directly threw a punch at Starry Night. He was a silver 2-star powerhouse, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was among the top group in terms of rank. To beat a bronze 1-star is still a point of confidence. The fist eloquently carried a murderous aura, stabbing straight at Starry Night's head. Bam! The punch went straight to a pan. Ouch! That hurt! Drilling pain came from Long Xiang's fist. It felt as if the bones were cracking right through. Crap! You kids don't speak martial arts. Carry a pan with you. Starry Night slowly removed the pan. It makes sense for me, a psychopath, to carry a pan with me, doesn't it? Long Xiang was furious and gnashing his teeth. I'll fucking kill you. He was just about to dragonize his entire body when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. It made him unable to move his whole body. Enough! Yang Guangming, the auror of the education department, directly interrupted. You're being too presumptuous. Let's talk about what's going on in the exam room. His voice was majestic and heavy, hitting everyone right in the soul. The following people will report their group lists, and then they can go back. The crowd breathed a slow sigh of relief. The teaming list they'd been privately teaming up for a long time. Teams of 5 are scored on a combination of individual and collective performance. It's theoretically more advantageous to group a stronger team, but it's the teamwork that counts. Soon, all of them reported their group lists level by level. On the third form side, the students had agreed on a team plan a week earlier, and then there was a flurry of reporting. Starry Night looked at the crowd in groups and couldn't help but scream crap in his heart. I say guys, wouldn't you consider being on my team? The crowd looked at Starry Night's look and then thought back to what he had done. No, you're too fierce for us to keep up. Don't ya? Haven't you guys heard the story of me saving thousands of people in the Goblin Kingdom? With a good teammate like me, you guys can wake up laughing in your dreams. When the crowd heard about the Goblin Kingdom, their faces directly changed. Hungry. I heard that your old man sold all of his teammates to the Goblin Princess as male pets. We can't enjoy this kind of wealth. Yes, it is said that the stench is still emanating from 30 kilometers away throughout the Goblin Kingdom. Starry Night, bug? At that moment, Starry Night suddenly saw Yi Chen on the side and brightened up. Power alien. When the time comes to carry your own bags, that's not a cool fly. Hey Yi-chen, let's team up. Do you remember the days when we fought side by side in the Goblin Kingdom? Hearing this, the corners of Yi-chan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat all over his body. Hungry, I've teamed up, and Wang Tang is the captain. Starry Night saw Wang Tang on the side again. Brother Wang Tang, I miss the years of killing enemies together in the abyss. Why don't we join together? Wang Tang, Sigma, LLL, forget it, our team is full. Look elsewhere. Starry Night touched down. Suddenly, there was another light in front of him. Mu Qianxue, this chick is a bit tired in some parts, but her healing powers are good. Hey, Mochiyuki, let's team up. When Mu Qianxue saw Starry Night, she couldn't help but feel a deer in the headlights in her heart. I'd love to team up with you, La, but my dad made a special team for the purpose of uniting a few of the big families. Starry Night looked backward. Behind Mu Qianxue were a few of the outer school's heavenly pride. Crap, now that we're in free love, why are we still in a union? Is that fat guy in the back who looks like a toilet bowl your fiancé? Mu Qianxue almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Don't you talk nonsense. Then Starry Night looked around for the team. The crowd saw him like the plague. All hide away. Even if someone wanted to team up with him, they all gave up because they had already formed a team. Just as Starry Night was at a loss, a tall, imposing man walked slowly over. My good brother, how could you be less? Starry Night looked up. Crap, De Bao. You weren't disqualified from the entrance exam. Zhang De Bao. My father. Zhang how dare they? Great, just 3 more to sign up. Wulong and Phoenix can win the world if they get one person. Now that the two are together, a dog would have to hide at the sight of them. Team up? Who dares to team up with these two god teammates? The two achieve a clear screen wherever they go. Don't you come over here. Teacher, I'm giving up the college entrance exam. The Starry Night duo's faces grew darker and darker. Is it so hard to make a fucking team? Just then, Starry Night suddenly felt a coldness in her back. It was as if something had tapped it. So, can I team up with you guys? Starry Night rushed back. Empty. Crap. What the hell? Lu Hua, was passively invisible, and everyone else had a team and forgot about me. Starry Night's eyes lit up. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Come on, please join us. Just then, Starry Night saw Xiao Longxia, who was worried about forming a group. He rushed forward and tugged on his arm as soon as he could. Hey bro, still worried about forming a group? Come on, I'll take you in. Xiao Longxia, greater than or equal to less than or equal to. No, don't. I don't want to be with you guys. Pop. No, you want to. Xiao Longxia, undertake. With that, 1 crayfish was successfully collected. 1 more to go. Where to pit? No, where to find it? Suddenly, Starry Night saw Ruyan Lu beside the principal. This chick is fierce. Principal, we want to sign up. In the end, under the tawdry maneuvering of Starry Night with a swindle, finally tricked Ruyan Lu into getting into the car. Hey, that's enough coming together. Starry Night looked at the 1,001 members of his crew. The heart can't help but be happy. High-end warrior, Shinmai Lu Ruyan. Sneak attack expert, stealthy Lu Hua. Teen chef, Xiao Longxia, the god of crawfish. Plus Wolverine Starry Night. Phonying Zhang De Bao. This college entrance exam can be worry-free. After registration, everyone is dismissed. Each went home to discuss tactics and prepare supplies. The martial arts exam test is to be taken in a specific abyss. The duration is 10 days, so essential living supplies are a must. Next is some weaponry. School rules state that the supplies carried by all persons are subject to the individual carry-in limit. Theoretically, if you're strong enough to carry a container of supplies up there, it's all compliant. So, preparing supplies is a necessity. Starry Night's few people had already returned to the Altered Spirit Bureau by now. A brainstorm piled into Wu Jing's office. At this point, a few people's eyes were full of tears as they looked pitifully at the clueless Wu Jing. Captain, just allocate some supplies. Wu Jing looked at the several people with black lines on his face. Go ask your principal for it. I'm the Bureau of Allergy. Starry Night stepped forward and hugged Wu Jing's thigh, tears raging in her eyes. The principal, that old stingy bastard, only gave me 2 buckets of old pickled vegetable noodles each, so we can only join you. On the side, Zhang De Bao followed to pick up the story. Yes, Uncle Wu, the principal, he's not being a proper son. He's simply sending us to the abyss to die. Otherwise, we would have had to look for you, the wise and valiant Captain Wu. As soon as Wu Jing heard this, he became enraged. Damn this old thing Wu Kuan, actually being so stingy with his own people. Don't worry, you guys can pick whatever you want from the Alien Spirit Bureau's equipment stash later. I'll sign the approval. The crowd was a happy lot. A cacophony of cudgels went on and on. Captain, you are so wise and handsome. A million times better than that nose-picking principal. Yeah, you're really the best captain in the world. Wu King began to lose himself in one line of praise after another. Ha ha ha, I'll have Luoxin give each of you 20 aura beads later. The scene was peaceful. Just then, the leather pants goddess Loxin walked in. Her figure was as good as ever, and her leather pants glowed black in the sunlight. As soon as Luoxin entered the door, she saw Starry Night's handsome face, not without a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Starry Night saw her too, and greeted her warmly. Hi, Drum Kit's sister. How are you? Lohin, what a fucking bulge, sister. She forced down her anger, took out a document, and handed it to Wu Jing. Captain, although we intercepted the contact information of this artifact thief, we can't locate his position. What do you think we should do? Wu King took the file and glanced at the phone number on it, as well as the criminal's information. This person is bloody and berserk. If he ventures out, it will be easy to scare the snakes. Have the dark guards expand their search and keep an eye on this number's movements. Within a month we must find his location. Starry Night stepped forward and snatched the file. Captain, don't bother. Then he pulled out his cell phone, dialed the number and called. Wu Jing and Luoxin were both confused. Crap, you're going to spook the snakes. It's over. If he runs away, he'll never be caught in this lifetime. Toodaloo. The call was answered very quickly. A gruff voice came from the phone. Hey, who is it? Starry Night began to answer without panic. It's me, brother. I Zhang Debao. Debao, who is it? I don't recognize it. Brother, you may not know me, but your daughter-in-law knows me. Last time we drank together. Within 2 glasses she was drunk. I have to say Anon, sister-in-law can be really moist. Upon hearing this, the phone exploded right on the other end. Fuck me. I fucking said my daughter-in-law won't let me get laid lately. It's fucking you, kid. Starry Night was not to be outdone. Who the hell are you putting this to? Looking for death straight, say Anon. Damn, kid, I'm gonna fuck you up today. Tell me where you are. Who the fuck am I to tell you? Just ask your boy if he dares. The two of them spat across the phone. The crowd was dumbfounded for a moment. Jaws are dropping all over the place. Just fucking say what you want. What do I want? I want to fuck you. You're a fucking pervert. Gone your own daughter-in-law. Fuck off, Nima. 2 hours from now Orshan Bridge. Dare you to go. Whoever doesn't fucking go is a grandson. Okay, I'll wait for you. Toot toot toot. The phone was hung up. Starry Night threw the paper away. Captain, it's done. Let's go arrest someone. Wu Jing was confused. After so many years in this business, it was the first time he had seen such an arrest. Then, a few people from Starry Night exited Wu Jing's office door in a cheerful manner, rushing towards the altered spirit guard equipment vault. Ha ha, gear, all gear. Starry Night went up and was clicking away into his pocket. The space backpack has been enlarged by spending 1,000 merits. You can now stuff 10 cubic meters of supplies. I'll take this one, and this one, and this one. In just one moment, Starry Night directly emptied an equipment cabinet. Wow, that's great too. Yay for official rubber sticks. Zhang Debao directly picked up dozens of rubber sticks and headed out. The remaining 3 were not polite when they saw the equipment. Go up there and start picking and never keep what you can take away. Luoxin, who was following at the side, was full of black lines. Damn it, you guys aren't picking equipment. This is looting. Just then, Starry Night saw a mysterious house, closed by a gate stronger than a bank vault. Sister Drumkit, what's in there? Starry Night asked. Luoxin hated her teeth and could only explain with a black face. You can't touch what's in there. That's the River Samuel City reboot kit when the disaster happened. Nanny, reboot? All of a sudden, the equipment in several people's hands didn't smell good. So it's possible to make the entire city of Jianghuai go up in smoke with a single key? Luoxin nodded solemnly, her expression very serious. Crap, I want that. Give it to me. Starry Night didn't even think about it and went straight for it, colliding with the vault door. The crowd is full of black lines. Big brother, we cannot want everything? In the end, Starry Night didn't get the reboot kit either. Instead, they ransacked the general equipment store and went home happily. Only Luoxin was left looking at the empty equipment vault with a dazed face. Sins. After the crowd had finished pitting Wu Kang, they came back to the school, straight to the principal's office. How can you run away as a principal when Wu Jing has funded it? Headmaster, that old stingy bastard Wu Jing. Just give each of us 2 buckets of old altar sauerkraut. We can only defect to you. As the night wore on, Starry Night filled up and rode home on his 3 wheels. The hopper was about to overflow with supplies. Pit days are just awesome. He passed by the Urshian Bridge, just in time to see a bearded man being held down by a couple of xenoguards. Damn, who are you guys? We're here to fuck you. Cuffed. Starry Night stopped her 3rd wheel and watched in fascination. Is your Runnymede daughter-in-law at home? Not going back at night, GGGGGG. Beard, I'm yet. The Xenos guards tied up the artifact thief. A bunch of artifacts were recovered from his house by the way. Starry Night happened to be along for the ride and went along for the ride to copy the house. I didn't realize her daughter-in-law was really at home. And it's really moisturizing. Yes, Comrade Shifter Guard. Hurry up and arrest him. He doesn't know where to fool around all day. Sister-in-law Very Run said. The crowd was full of confusion. Are you sure this is your husband? Yes, as in fake. Here's our marriage certificate. Okay, we're not looking. The artifacts we're taking away. Comrade Alien Spirit Guard, don't be in a hurry to go. I just made a good meal here. Don't stay and drink. Tomorrow morning. The bearded man was cracking up. I'm damn well saying you're up to something behind my back. And now I've found out. I'm not hiding anything from you. Don't all your brothers know? Crap. There's Melon. The crowd all looked at the top of the bearded man's head in a brainstorm. It was as if they were searching for quality grass in a green meadow. Beard, don't fucking look for it. It's all over that area. It wasn't long before the crowd found the missing artifact. The artifact was wrapped in a large red cloth. Well protected. One by one, the alien spirit guards put the artifacts into special boxes and took them back. Starry Night, on the other hand, was drawn to the large red cloth. Hey, that's a nice red cloth. Not taking it away. This red cloth is not an artifact, and we cannot take it away without consent. Very Run's wife came over with a small twisted waist. What the hell? I don't want it. You guys help me throw it in the trash can downstairs. Starry Night bent down and picked up the red cloth. Our family runs a junkyard. Don't want me to take it away. Take it away. Those brothers of his are coming to look in the way. Just then, a voice appeared in Starry Night's head. Thump! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Black Bear Spirit's precious surplus. The Black Bear's precious robe. Quality, golden artifact. Type, defense. Attribute, 1. Automatically generates an aura shield that consumes the user's own aura. 2. Immunity to all fire damage. 3. Can be synthesized by splitting itself into up to 5 at the same time. Introduction. Baby robe looks good. Right. With the preparation of the exchange Black Bear Spirit, Starry Night's mind screamed crap. This thing works. We have armor for the whole team. Starry Night picked up the precious surplus and was about to head out. It was pulled back by the very runny sister-in-law. Don't go yet. Starry Night was immediately alert. Sister-in-law, you promised to give me this red cloth. You can't go back on it. Very Run's sister-in-law took Starry Night's arm in a deadly grip, her whole body almost sticking to it. Scared Starry Night for a moment. Of course I'll give you the red cloth. That's because my sister-in-law has made dinner, so eat some and leave in the morning. Starry Night, that I have things to do, so I'll come back and eat sometime later. With that, Starry Night was gone in a puff of smoke. OMG. That's horrible. Starry Night pedaled his 3 wheels all the way home. The junkyard remained as silent as ever. Piles of trash are sorted by variety. During the time Starry Night was not at home, it had been Auntie Lou who had taken care of the business. Star Zero skipped around all day leading rhubarb. Supposedly it's a street tour. The specific job is to pattern death, exchanging hostages in the hands of thugs, suppressing house prices, testing crematorium boiler temperatures. Starry Night dragged her tired body back to the bedroom. See yourself neat as a new bed. Taking aim, he took a leap straight for the bed. Crib, I've missed you. Boo. Ouch. Starry Night got up from the ground and covered her nose with both hands. Crap. I forgot to consider the ground rotation deflection force when aiming. Starry Night hurriedly climbed to his feet and reoriented himself for a flying leap. Head over heels on the bed. Get comfortable and start thinking about things. It's almost time for the high school entrance exams. So it's time to give yourself a poetic enhancement. So he opened the system panel and prepared to start getting stronger. First and foremost, it's still a meritocracy. Remaining merit 18. 342. There's still so much left? The Goblin Kingdom itself saved more than 1,500 people, and that's more than 10,000 merits. There were also hundreds of people saved from the bank, so that's about right. Nope. How come there's no more merit in building armors on Lu Nang's side? Call him in a hurry and ask him if he's sneaking a price increase. Starry Night opened the system store. Intermediate upgrade pills 2,000 to 1. Crap. Why is the intermediate upgrade Dan so expensive? Let's start with 7. Immediately after that, 7 balls with a diameter of up to 80 centimeters appeared in front of Starry Night, about the size of a car wheel, took over the whole bed. Nima, system, can you be reliable? Why the fuck is it so big? Host, in order for you to have a more affordable consumption experience, the system has upgraded the intermediate upgrade Dan. Starry Night built 3 in tiers. There's no way, it's just too much to eat. Level +1. Level +1. Level +1. Rank, Bronze 4-star. Starry Night loaded the remaining 4 upgrade Dan into his backpack. Eat it when you have time. There's over 4,000 credits left. Let's nuke it. After all, is it a college entrance exam? How can you get a high score if you don't give the examiners a whole lot of work? So he opened the nuke interface. The fat man and the little boy have been refreshed. Starry Night decisively placed an order and spent 3,000 merits on a fat man and a little boy. There were still more than 1,000 merits left to spend. And Starry Night felt bad about it. Holy shit, there's nothing to buy. Then he got a cheap look in his eye and saw the 10 consecutive draw button. No, as I said last time, dogs don't even smoke. Then he handily clicked over again. It's over. This gambling thing, he's addicted. Congratulations to the host, who has received the system consolation prize. Starry Night's entire body was energized. Crap, the system actually has a consolation prize. Then the system's voice continued. The system intelligently reassures, it's okay, you're already lucky. Starry Night froze. Feelings are so fucking comforting. Verbalize them, dog system. 8 consolation prizes in a row later. Starry Night's face was getting darker and darker. Suddenly, ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the relics of the Most High God. Starry Night's entire body was energized. Crap fuck grass. The Emperor is possessed just. Come on, take it out and look at it. Starry Night opened the rewards panel. A fish then appears on the system panel. Fish? What fish can be a relic of the Most High God? Then the panel starts to show the subtitles. Relic of the Most High God. Groping. Quality, orange epic. Type, holy relic. Attribute, when weak. A touch can quickly restore aura. Stamina, intelligence, comfort, mood, health, kidney energy, injury. In short, all attributes. Normally, touching can slowly grow the total amount of aura and accelerate upgrading. Introduction, a moment of groping for fish. Always groping for fish. Hugo Award Supreme God Lou Electrician. This gave Starry Night a happy ah. The little boy who was ready to die with the system silently let go. This touching fish simply shouldn't be too heavenly. Full attribute recovery, that's not good enough. I just wonder, what is the way to get this touchdown? Just then, there was a catcall outside the window. A big fat orange cat with a fish in its mouth passed right by the window. Starry Night, quick as a flash, copied the pink plastic sandals and threw them. Big Orange, how fat are you and you're still eating late night snacks? Meow. A scream came. Big Orange had run away without a trace. Starry Night went out and picked up her slippers. A small golden carp was lying on the ground, spitting bubbles. Starry Night felt bad and hurriedly picked it up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the touching fish. Ah, alive? Just outrageous. The sun shines in the sky and the flowers smile at me. Starry Night put on her little backpack and pedaled her 3 wheels to school. Today is the day before the high school martial arts exam, and there is a lot of preparation to be done. Starry Night arrived at the school and headed straight for the playground. It was a wild ride, finally catching the bell at the last second. Today, the students of the special training team all came especially early. Everyone was already lined up in order and ready to get on the bus to the abyss. There were more than 200 students who took the martial arts exam in the 3rd middle school. It's a high percentage of all schools, and everyone else has opted for the traditional high school exams, which are more stable, safer, and more social. Animal. The principal, Wu Kuan, was still speaking at length on stage. This, that, we're just saying. The people below were in a fidgety mood and couldn't listen at all. After an hour, the principal finally finished the long, smelly, shrouded speech. A big hand. Depart. Soon, 6 buses and 2 trucks were parked at the edge of the playground. Everyone went back to class, grabbed their bags and headed for the bus. Everyone throws a big bag into the car. The buses and trucks are loaded. Cars roaring. Black smoke was coming out of the exhaust pipe. The students on the bus were excited and nervous. The moment that will determine their future has finally arrived. The driver kicked the gas. Take the crowd on this unknown journey. Starry Night and Jean de Bao sat on the bus and slept heavily, not looking the least bit nervous at all. Holler, holler, hey, 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 hey. The crowd was speechless for a moment. We're just saying it's almost senior year. Aren't they nervous? I don't think they're prepared at all. They'll have their regrets when it's time for the college entrance exams. The bus soon met up with the other school buses. On the road, hundreds of buses roared down the highway, like an army on the march. Starry Night and Jean de Bao were woken up by the sound of drivers honking on the road. Starry Night looked toward the window, just in time to see a minivan driver cursing around the corner. Look at the shape of the mouth as if to say, damn, I thought I'd wait for a car to pass, but now I'm waiting for a train to pass, and I'm designated to be late for work. Starry Night then looked behind him at the caravan blocking Long Long. A breathless sigh. What's the point of buying a car? What's wrong with riding a three-wheeler? Suddenly, Starry Night felt a stick of something against her. He looked back at Zhang Debao. Debo, what's in here? Why are you always on top of me? Zhang Debao smiled lewdly, pulling rubber sticks out of the huge travel bag at his feet. My original magic weapon rubber stick. Starry Night was filled with speechlessness, then looked at the traveling bag, which was densely packed with hundreds of rubber sticks. Why don't you put so many sticks in the back truck? It's so tiring to carry. It can't be helped. It's not strong. It breaks after 2 uses. Starry Night looked at the rubber sticks in Zhang Debao's travel bag full of them. Suddenly, inspiration came, so he opened the system. It's been a long time since I've used my own equipment synthesis system. Starry Night picked up a rubber stick. Rubber stick LV1. Quality, white ordinary. Type, short blunt. Attributes, not very damaging and not very insulting. Synopsis, hey, that delivery guy. No entry. Starry Night's face suddenly went dark. Nima. Outrageous. This broken white suit you still write what profile? Open. Starry Night holds a rubber stick in each hand. Synthesis. Like magic. The 2 rubber sticks suddenly became one. The whole stick got firmer. It's like it's engorged with blood. Zhang Debao cried out in a straight face. Iron. Where did you learn rubber stick synthesis? It immediately caught the eye of the entire car. Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Don't panic. There's more. Immediately afterward, right under the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd, Starry Night synthesized an entire package of rubber sticks all together. Finally a level 7 weapon was combined. Large rubber roller LV7. Quality, blue premium. Type, short blunt. Attributes, hard as iron. Invulnerable to gold. With magic attack when dipped in shit. Synopsis, hey, that delivery guy. Get your ass out here. Starry Night was holding a large black rubberized stick, and a constant heh chuckle escaped from the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Starry Night can do magic? Where are those sticks? I don't know. I think he hid it in some unknown place. I don't know where it's hidden, but inexplicably it feels powerful. Zhang Debao took the big rubber stick with one hand, tried waving it around in his hand. There was a sudden light bulb-like glow in his eyes. Crap, Tai Z you can This feels much stronger, and there is always an urge to dip in shit and hit again. Starry Night, Sigma, LLL. It wasn't long before the bus arrived at the Abyss toll booth. Station entrance railing raised. A bus roared its engine. Extend the uphill path towards the huge black abyssal gate in the sky. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. The abyss was black and bottomless, and the huge swirls around it seemed like black holes that were going to swallow everything. It wasn't the first time Starry Night had gone into the abyss though, but still, he was struck by the seemingly infinite darkness. It's beautiful. A bus pulls into the black hole. After the crowd only felt a darkness around them, the whole sky lit up. The sky was a pale pink color and the clouds were soft as if they were cotton candy. Starry Night and the others couldn't help but stare. Then a voice was heard coming from the bus. Welcome to the Lauren Abyss. The crowd on the special team's side of the car was going to break down. Crowd, crap. It's that horrible place again. I thought we agreed to randomly choose the abyss. Why the fuck is this again? Then there was a flurry of confusion as the crowd tried to escape the sad place. Starry Night is just happy I get to go play with the cute kobolds again. The crowd's mouths twitched. It was as if the fear of being dominated by the kobolds was still pushing against his sphincter. It seems like yesterday when that roaming sky was flying. It's a fucking pit. Can I skip the test? At this point Understanding has done a good job of comforting everyone. Don't panic everyone. The Lauren Abyss is a large primary abyss. There are not only kobolds in there, but also minotaurs, slimes, dingo monsters, cat demons, boar spirits, and so on. We can't be so easy. Before the words were out of his mouth, the bus made its way toward Goblin City. Starry Night had stood up excitedly by now. Omega, asterisk, lovely goblins. Here I come. The bus roared along, straight into Goblin City. Get out of the car. The crowd did not arrive at the placement quickly. Instead, you have to test the base level once first, supposedly for better statistics and scoring. A grade tester gets to work. The testers expertly recorded every piece of data. Only the data before going to the battlefield is more real and reliable. Wang Tun, bronze 5 stars. Yechen, bronze 6 stars. Xiaolongxia, bronze 4 stars. One by one, the tester tested everyone's rank. It seems like everyone has grown up quickly in the meantime. Willow Ruyan, silver 1 star. It immediately attracted a stream of gazes coming from all over the place. The crowd was dumbfounded for a moment. Crap, I should have known to pull her into the team even on my knees. Upgrading is too damn fast. Finally, it was Starry Night's turn to go on. He put his hand on the tester. Bronze 4 stars. Wang Tang laughed out loud when he saw it. Ha ha ha. Starry Night didn't expect it. I'm still taller than you. Slightly rode. The tester was just about to write in his grade when Starry Night stopped him. Wait. I didn't eat this morning and my blood pressure is unstable. So I'll test it again when I take a small pill. The tester had a black face. Damn. You didn't eat. Low blood pressure has nothing to do with aura level ah. Just as the crowd burst into jeers, Starry Night pulled out 4 pills the size of car wheels straight away, and then carry on giggling and eating. The food was so good. The crowd was confused. Crap. Can't live with a smile. Are you trying to prop yourself up on the spot? You can't make up the grade bar by taking more 6 flavors of the earth pills. With that, Starry Night built down 4 large pills as the crowd stared in disbelief. The belly is a whole lot bigger. Alright, test it. Starry Night placed her hand on the tester. Immediately afterward, the tester made a mechanical sound. Bronze 8 stars. Crowd, what the hell kind of pill is this? I'll have one too. Nightfall. No one was idle. The real nightlife had just begun. Above the streets of Goblin City, filled with high school students, it almost filled the entire city of Goblin. Quick! This bread is delicious. They sell military compressed cookies here. Come here. There are cheap aura beads now. This adult product. The students were a meal to buy. It can't be helped. The college entrance exam is 10 days long. That means at least 10 days in the wilderness. How can you live without buying some supplies? Starry Night took a few people on a leisurely stroll down the street. Buy whatever you see. It's on me, Starry Night. Jean de Bao looked contemptuous. When did you get so hoity-toity? You guys still don't know the legend of my Starduke. I'm a big entrepreneur in Goblin City. Do you believe me or not? I'll call a bunch of limousines to pick us up right away. Unbelievable. Several people said in unison. Starry Night cocked her mouth. Today, I'll show you all what I'm capable of. With that, he dialed Lu Neng's number. Hey, nosy, I'm in Goblin City. Bring all of our company's luxury cars and come pick me up. Lu Neng's rushed voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Star, our company has been seized for tax evasion, and the brothers have been locked up. Starry Night, WOC? Why didn't you pay your taxes then? I'm a poser, I don't know anything about that. Never mind. I bought an RV and I'm going to go hide in the abyss for a while. Toot toot. The phone was hung up. The crowd looked at Starry Night with a look of contempt. Coming? Starry Night, winky face. They said they can't make it tonight because they have a $200 million project to talk about. You just blow it. Just then, a holler will come from up ahead. Fresh out of the box. The super baby that will make you win at high school. People don't come to see if they don't buy it. Starry Night slapped Jean de Bao's thigh. Look, I happen to be short of a weapon. Let's go quickly and not buy. Also look. With that said, Starry Night took off in a huff. It's a good thing I'm resourceful or I'd die of embarrassment. A few of the rest of the group followed Starry Night's lead and walked over to take a look. Just a booth full of people standing in front of it. And they're all the top 10s from each school. Team Wang Tang and Team Long Xiang are also here. Starry Night walked up and tapped Wang Tang's big golden head. Brother Wang Tang, everyone is here. Wang Tang turned back and looked at a few people. What are you doing over here? Kid, coming to auction off the pointing parrot too? Starry Night froze. What a pointing parrot. He followed Wang Tang's finger. All that was seen was a blackened bird standing on a cage bar with human words coming out of its mouth. Hello, everyone. Congratulations on your fortune. Slightly funny voice. And a little droll. It's the only pointing parrot in all of Goblin City. He is familiar with all the terrain throughout the Lauren Abyss. And when it matters, is able to fly high into the air and scout. If any team gets it, then the whole high school process will be twice as easy. Wang Tang explained to Starry Night word by word. Starry Night was interested as soon as she heard it. This is a good thing. You can't get lost with it. It's much more convenient than a map. Starry Night walked up and asked the owner for the price. Boss, how much? That boss hemmed and hawed. Not for sale. If it's not for sale, what are you leaving it out for? All will be auctioned off later to the highest bidder. Starry Night's face darkened. This is too pitiful. It's surrounded by rich lords. It wouldn't be worth it to pay hundreds of big boobies for one of these. Starry Night gave the parrot a dark look. The parrot looked at him the same way with a black face. Congratulations in fortune. Congratulations in fortune. Starry Night tried to speak to the parrot. Vulnerable stack? The parrot followed suit. Vernon Fold. Vernon Fold. Starry Night hemmed and hawed and came back. Mom and Pop? Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia. The parrot followed. Starry Night was so happy. This parrot is good. It learns everything it says and it's fast. That boss was confused and hurriedly pushed Starry Night aside. Hurry up. Hurry up. The parrot then acted like a man possessed. Just a couple of words. I'm so sorry. I can't believe it. Damn. I'm so sorry. No matter how much the boss teaches, congratulations and good luck. He can't teach it back. All that parrot seems to do is talk. I'm so sorry. I can't believe it. The people around them looked at the parrot with black faces. Or, better yet, don't buy it. Yeah, what's the point of buying this back and cursing me every day? A portion of the people were dissuaded on the spot from wanting to participate in the auction. That boss is on the verge of tears. The pointing parrot is a rare spirit beast, and with the addition of his own careful conditioning and cultivation, take it to each location in the abyss and hit it so it can memorize the way. Originally intended to make a big profit this time, I did not expect to let this kid 2 words, underselling several $100,000. Starry Night retreated to the outside ring to her teammates. You guys see what kind of strength I have. 2 words, caught at least 100,000. What's that look in your eyes? Only to see the crowd looking at Starry Night with a look of contempt, almost writing those 2 words on their faces. At this moment, Long Xiang walked over with a group of people. Yo, isn't this the famous garbage man Starry Night? Ha ha, why are you still teaching parroting? Starry Night gave him a no-nonsense look, and a sentence came out of her mouth. Vulnerable stack. The corner of Long Xiang's mouth twitched. I'm fucking talking to you properly. Vulnerable stack. Can you speak human? Vulnerable stack. Long Xiang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. No matter what he said, the response was 3 words. Vulnerable stack. Behind him, a girl with a petulant face stepped out. The expression had the same type of arrogance as Long Xiang. It was her sister, Long Yu. She loudly reprimanded. Hey, you're fucking looking for death. Shameless in public. Black heart and stinky face. Really disgraced the candidates. Then, Starry Night watched in silence as the dragon cleaved his head and gave him a scolding. There was a flurry of movement from the surrounding people. How could such filthy language come out of the mouth of this tender little girl? After 10 whole minutes, Long Yu's petite body was cursing up and down, but the arrogance still hung on his face, only to see that Starry Night did not panic and reached out to form a palm at Long Yu. Bounce. Put. Long Yu had a mouthful of old blood. Everyone is confused. Is this kid so shameless? And it's so infuriating. It's lackluster, but it feels good to look like it. Just then, a tall boy with a white face walked out. How about we all give me face and each take a step back? When the crowd saw this person, their whole body shook and they withdrew from a path. It's Ling Qinghan, the youngest master of the Ling family, SSS-ranked ice-type psychic ability, and his own silver 2-star strength. He's seated as the top student in this high school. Just watch as he gently walks up to the crowd. One spoke. How about it? A few of you, can you give me face? Starry Night gave him a blank look. Then a sentence came out of her mouth. Vulnerable stack. Ling Qinghan, surprised face? Seeing Ling Qinghan suffer a defeat, his competitors are stealing mad. At this moment, another super heavenly pride, Wu Yu, walked over from the crowd. She was seen with a short skirt underneath, white stockings, and a section of absolute field glowing snow white. A navel-gazing dress on top with small suspenders showed off the white waistline to the fullest. A high ponytail with a long sword behind her looked soft and valiant. At once, it attracted a bunch of attention. Ling Qinghan, I didn't expect your face isn't worth much either. Ling Qinghan was filled with coldness. Wu Yo, it's none of your business if I come to persuade a fight. Of course it's my business. I see that this little Starry Night brother is a talented man, and I'm just not happy that you guys are bullying him. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Damn it, who's bullying who this half day? Starry Night was grateful to see such a cute sister standing up for herself. He quickly backed up, his entire body hiding behind Wu Yu. This airfield sister. Thank you so much. They're the ones who bullied me. Avenge me. Wu Yu was directly confused. Goddamn airfield sister. That's my corset wrapped for ease of battle. When I unseal it, I'll scare you to death. At this moment, Starry Night had buried her entire head behind Wu Yu. Scared the baby to death. Their eyes are too fierce. Flat sister quickly beat them to open their eyes. Wu Yo, superscript 33. Why the fuck is it a flat sister again? This time, it was time for Ling Qinghan to laugh out loud. Crap, can't live with a laugh. Flatbed airport sister. Starry Night suddenly burrowed half her head out from behind Wu Yo. Good Dale, don't laugh. You can't beat my pelvic floor sister if you laugh. Wu Yo, Ling Qinghan, Omega, take the shoots. It was then that the stall holder finally relented. Opened the auction. I was going to wait a little longer for someone, but now I can't do it without shooting. When the fight breaks out, you could have this stall of yours torn down. Ahem. Now the auction begins. The guiding parrot, recognizing every path in the Lauren abyss and familiar with the weaknesses of all kinds of monsters. It's the perfect choice for your adventures in the abyss. The starting bid is $1 million. Begin. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Is that starting price alone so formidable? Back off. But there are no ordinary people who can hang out here. I'll give you $2 million. Wu Yoyo was the first to speak. 3 million. Ling Qinghan was also not willing to show weakness. 4.5 million. Long Xiang's arrogant aura remained arrogant. 5 million. The sound of raising prices was loud and clear. The battle for supremacy between the various heavenly prides had already begun on another stage. Starry Night listened to the frantic sound of the raised price. Brain is starting to do the math. He looked back at a couple of his teammates. This is a good deal. Let's raise parrots too. How about a group of parrots specifically trained to argue and curse? It's quick money. A couple of his teammates moved to the side. Get further away from him. No. I'll make you rich. The price increases continue. 6 million. $6,300,000. 7 million. The price keeps going up. The smile on the owner's face never stopped. Come on. Come on. Come on. Raise the price. Raise the price. Starry Night quietly slipped up to the parrot, covering her mouth with one hand. She whispered, Grandma Lee's leg. The parrot was instantly all energized. Grandma Lee's leg. Grandma Lee's leg. The few people who were raising the price froze. The rate of increase, too, has slowed. 7,100,000. 7,200,000. Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Another came at the parrot. Hein, you're so beautiful. The parrot immediately lit up. Hein, you're too beautiful. Hein, you're too beautiful. After that, the parrot improvised and even followed Starry Night with a bit of Iron Mountain leaning. The action is extremely professional and soulful. The corners of the crowd's mouths straightened. You've taken all the shoots on the mountain, haven't you? Starry Night was all pumped up with joy, and the parrot was too much of a show-off. If you have the money, you have to shoot high and low. The owner finally spotted Starry Night. An arrow stepped between Starry Night and the parrot. You go, boss. I've got a couple of crushes here that I haven't taught yet. Roll on, roll on. Just then, Long Xiang raised the price to $9 million. The crowd finally came to a halt. For one thing, the parrot itself isn't worth that much. Secondly, this thing just learned what the hell. Buyback must not let people despise death. In the end, Long Xiang swiped $9 million for his boss with a face of flesh. Where does he get that kind of money? It's not even an overdrawn credit card. If he doesn't finish in the top 3, he's gonna have to go back to his dad's ass. The store owner was also full of black lines. Damn parrot, that must be at least tens of millions. This kid directly folded more than $1 million in a few words. Where the fuck did this sin come from? In the end, Long Xiang tearfully carried the parrot outside. That parrot in the cage was dancing and singing. Key, you're so beautiful. Key, you're so beautiful. Key, you're just so beautiful. Starry Night, I may not have taught that last sentence anon. Auction ended. The crowd quickly dispersed. Only Starry Night was still looking at her boss with a smirk on her face. Boss, do you see any more of that parrot? It's okay if it's untrained. I'll train it myself. Roll on, roll on. The owner pushed Starry Night out of the stall. Boss, if you need to train your parrot staff, I'm available to help you. Really, I have the ability to communicate with animals. But pull back. The owner quickly packed up his stall and fled in a puff of smoke. Starry Night looked at her boss's wretched back. A thought could not help but arise in his mind. This boss can't be afraid of people robbing him of his money. Then, he silently put away the watermelon knife in his hand. Starry Night turned back. Come on, let's go purchase some supplies as well. Ugh, why are you looking at me like that? After a night of buying, the crowd finally procured enough supplies. Peacefully, I had a great night's sleep. The night passed quickly. The morning was eerie. The day of the college entrance exam is finally here. All of them stood at the gates of Goblin City in full gear and neatly arranged. More than 30,000 people and 6,000 teams all gathered in the square. A podium in the square. The administrator, Mr. Yang Guangming, was seated at the C seat, and he was flanked by a group of respected old-timers. There are those from the education department and those invited from other places. Anyway, it's a first-class bigot. It was brought in specifically for scoring in town yard work. To Yang Guangming's left is clearly the security master at the entrance of the black market. City watchman, Zhao Dezhu. On the right is the absolute authority in the field of psychiatry in China. Director of the insane asylum, Yang Jiwa. Next to them were the patriarchs of the major clans, the president of the Alien Association, the chairman of the Adventurers Guild, and so on. The first is that the high school exams are so important that they need to be scored by someone with authority. The second is to be absolutely rowdy, to hold down the fort and deal with the unexpected. Everyone on the site had big bags and was ready to go. It was extremely hot, and they were still wearing all kinds of protective gear, so it didn't take long for them to be drenched in sweat. The 5 Starry Nights lined up at the end of the captain's row. Not a bag in sight, just like going downstairs for a walk. Clad in a large red cloth, it provides shade from the sun and suntan. With ice cream in my mouth, I was relaxed and cool. This gives the surrounding people angry a look and not squeak. On stage, the high school moderator was going over the rules. All exams start from Goblin City and travel through the Goblin Forest, Minotaur Mountains, Slime Swamp, Cat Demon Dense Forest, Boar Goblin Grassland, and finally to the most dangerous flying dragon's lair. The people are looking for the spirit beads we have hidden everywhere while keeping their lives safe. 10 points for each spirit bead. Additionally, everyone scores points for acquiring a wild monster's assault weapon along the way. For example, 1 point each for a kobold's rod, a minotaur's horn, a cat demon's claws, etc. Everyone can rob each other outside the safe zone, but no more robbing once you're in the safe zone. For each adventure map, we'll have staff that will set up safety zones. People can redeem their points for living supplies and food. If you can't hold out, you can also signal a waiver and the staff will be there to save the day at the first opportunity. Points will be accumulated up to the moment before the forfeit and will not be cleared. In addition, the order in which you reach the end of the flying dragon's lair will also be included in the points calculation. Finally, good luck with your exams. Subsequently, a loud and clear bell rang out. The gates of Goblin City were slowly opened. All of them were carrying big bags, and with a brain, they pushed their way to the door. It was a crowded mess. It's the timing that counts. Starry Night, on the other hand, was a couple of slow followers at the end, only to see the 5 of them, all with large red cloths fluttering in the wind. Winky face, the 5 stood in a row, an extraordinarily conspicuous pack. Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Hey, 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 you guys first, then I'll grab. No, I pick up the ready-made. Hey hey hey, hula hula. More than 30,000 candidates rushed out of Goblin City in a brainstorm, scattered all over the abyssal continent. The earth vibrated and dust flew. Ula olas. It's similar to that locust entry. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. Charge. Kill. I want first place. The people were scrambling to be the first, afraid of falling behind. Occasionally, when they met a small wild monster or two, a few thousand people rushed straight on. Kill even the ashes. At this point, a male kobold is taking his little girlfriend for a walk. It's far from the Goblin Forest, less busy and noisy, more serenity and romance. The two forests hugged each other tightly. Just as the male kobold's hands were not being honest and wanted to go further, the earth began to vibrate. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of humans appeared at the end of the earth, with guys in their hands. Toward them they came in a furious rush. Look, there are kobolds there. It's whoever kills first. Kill. The two kobolds who were engrossed in love were outright dumbfounded. Well, quack. It's not easy to find a remote place to cheat. Damn, directly tens of thousands of people come to cut me. Sinning. Hula hula. The two kobolds were directly stomped into two-dimensional creatures by the human army, overlapping forever and ever. The crowd was not satisfied in the slightest. Only 2 monsters. How could it be enough for them to kill tens of thousands of people? As things stood, there was nothing to do but to kill towards a kobold forest. There are a lot of kobold tribes there, and some of the big ones have set up kingdoms. That's the only way to get more points. Kill. Charge. We're vermin. We're vermin. The pests sang and rushed to the Goblin Forest. Starry Night was on 3 wheels by now. The back carried 3 men, and a separate large red cloth. Lua's stealth skill could stealth most things and even take one person stealthy at the same time. But the Black Bear Spirit's robe is a divine weapon. With her bronze 5-star strength, she couldn't be stealthy for the time being. Starry Night rode a 3-wheeler and hung back. There's no rush at all, but it made the students running on 2 feet at the end of the line cry. Crap! What gives him 3 wheels? Yes, teacher, he cheated. The invigilator, who was along for the record, looked at the 3 rounds. Then he shook his head. He didn't have 3 wheels with him when he came out of the gate, and he may have carried the props through some spatial ability, or seized them by fighting monsters, so it's not really cheating in theory. The student who reported it was furious. Holy shit, I should have known I'd carry a bike too. It's okay, I'll call my dad to get a car. A warm reminder from the invigilator. In order to prevent cheating on the exams, everyone in the Lauren Abyss is now recalled to the city, and anyone not related to the entrance exams will be treated as a crime once they are found outside the Abyss. So now there are only a few outlaws left in the entire Lauren Abyss besides us. The man was straight up full of black lines. Damn, it's stuck dead. And aside, Starry Night was riding a 3-wheeled while doing so, he also pulled out an electric fan to dislike his face and blow on it. Holy shit, windy. Ooh. It's a bit of a pain in the ass for the next group of people. You have 3 wheels, you don't ride fast. You're riding so slow to piss us off, aren't you? The cackling of the crowd's back teeth didn't stop along the way. Starry Night even sang a song while riding a tricycle. I'm Bully Bollocks Ben. He's Bully Bollocks. Bully Bollocks Ben Bollocks. 2 happy little devils, as beautiful as a picture as anyone can see. At once, Everyone wailed. Turtle sang. It's too damn hard for you to sing. It's killing me. Starry Night looked over at the crowd that was being made so much noise. Couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Sorry guys. I'm sorry for the noise. I'll put on my headphones. I have noise-canceling headphones. There's no sound at all when I put them on. God, it's so good. With that said, Starry Night took out a large headset and snapped it over his ear. Then the whole body swayed uncontrollably to the rhythm of the music, singing louder. It's like Italy shelling Peace County. I'm Bully Boy Ben and he's Bully Ben. There was another wail from the crowd. The supplies were heavy and the day was thievishly hot. A loudspeaker over here with a huge sound is playing noise everywhere. Who the hell can stand that? Stop fucking singing. You hear me? Please, leave us alone. The crowd was even cursing, with softening and shouting furiously towards Starry Night. However, Starry Night couldn't hear it at all, because his headphones are noise cancelling. The crowd is going crazy. Tired. Destroy. Along the way, the people charging ahead were tired of killing monsters and making rolls along the way. The ones in the back who wanted to save their power people were tortured to death and tried to commit suicide. After a long day of traveling, finally it was the border of the Goblin Forest. This is also the first safe zone. At this moment, the crowd was gray and covered in woe. The safe zone crews have circled the area, surrounded by masters for guarding. There is a small water hole inside for candidates to drink and wash. The crowd had long been exhausted after a day of running around. One by one, they arrived at the safe zone and laid down directly on the grass. Didn't want to move at all. However, at this point, a scent came through. What the hell smells so good? Like spicy crawfish. No, it's garlic crawfish, crayfish in oil, dry fried crawfish, braised crawfish, 13 spiced crawfish, steamed crawfish. All of them were suddenly shaken by the tiger. It's so damn flavorful. Is this one the god of crawfish? I've never smelled crawfish this good in all my life. This gave the guys greedy mouth full of saliva straight flow. Then looking at the bread bubbles in my hand, it instantly didn't smell good. Mud. People are more angry than people. I can't take it anymore. Just then, the smell of kebabs wafted in from the side again. Jean de Bea was wearing a white apron and a white scarf on his head. A variety of meat kebabs on the grill are bubbling with oil and aroma. Don't miss it when you walk by. Authentic roasted cashews. Crunchy aroma. Thieves pulling tonic. After eating it, the fighting power is more lasting. This gives a bunch of people cravings. Most of the supplies the guys had on them were for fighting monsters. A small portion of survival supplies, but also to carry a tent water bottle. Can put 2 packs of instant noodles has been the rich people. Who is good enough to bring pots and pans? Barbecue grill out of the high school At this time, Starry Night moved out of a small zipper. Gorgeous left hand a skewer of lamb kebabs. Right hand a plate of crayfish. Frame dazzle. While eating and barfing. Blah blah blah. OMG. That smells good. Starry Night ate while watching the group. Class, would you like to eat? The untalented piece of shit follows below and picks up the slack. Want to eat? Want to eat your own baked naan? Starry Night also wanted to sell the goods but the sight of the invigilator with a look like want to kill him. Gulping as he did so, he admonished him that he couldn't trade in the safe zone. There's no way around it. Eat it yourself. Starry Night a few people frame building. Various flavors of crayfish shells are peeled. A mouthful of. Handfuls of skewers of meat sizzled and jerked sparks of fire. A few of Starry Night's men ate and drank their fill and lay down in their tents and huffed and puffed. A pile of garbage was left, along with the scent that hadn't dissipated yet. It echoed throughout the camp. It took a long time to dissipate. The crowd hid in the slightly shaded tent, smelling the scent. My stomach grumbles all the time. Mad. Sinning Mouth and stomach cursed all night. And it's not clear whose fault it really is. Finally the spear was aimed at the head in unison. Brain, who did I invite? Day 2. The crowd emerged from the tent with dark circles under their eyes, large bags under their eyes, and disheveled henna hair. It's so damn torturous. This is a sin in which life. How did you let yourself meet such a bastard? The crowd just went out the door and were directly dumbfounded. Crap, why is the tent missing a third? It turned out to be hard-working birds, long gone out hunting. You can't roll and win. You can't lie down. What to do with this group? The crowd rushed to pack their bags and unpack their tents. The entire camp was enveloped in a puff of smoke. Tinkerbell was busy and just busy for over half an hour. Quickly deal with a bite of food and hurry on your way. The sun was up and it was nearing noon. Starry Night yawned and came out of the tent. Ha! It's so damn flavorful. Where is everyone? Crap. Roll pussy. Starry Night hurried back to the tent to wake up Jean de Bao and Xiao Longxia, and then stormed back into the girls' tent. Got a kick out of it. Hey! I didn't really see Pikachu underwear. Immediately afterward, the tent door was pulled open. A big red cloth draped in a big red cloth walks out. That's right, Just the big red cloth. This natural anti-peeping body of Lu Wa's is really fragrant to use. Not long after, Ruyan Lu also walked out draped in a large red cloth. Only her little face was a shade redder than the big red rag. Starry Night was anxious to see all the talent come out. He yelled, "It's over. It's noon. I missed breakfast." Crowd. Zhang Debao looked at his watch with an anxious face. The stony expression eased off then. "Don't panic. It's 11:55. So as long as we finish breakfast before 12 o'clock, we'll still be in time for lunch." Crap. It's worthy of being a crouching dragon phoenix. His thinking is not in the same channel as normal people. A busy and crowded meal followed. The hearty lunch was finally ready. Xiao Longxia deserves to be called the god of crawfish. 18 ways to make crawfish in 18 ways. And the other dishes are extremely well done and authentic. It's delicious and not too greasy. Starry Night and the others went on a food binge. And finally, with a big belly, this was the way to go. Only the staff member who was cleaning up the mess was left cursing the shit out of him. It's not even enough to eat well, but it's still fucking creating so much garbage. Starry Night rode a 3-wheeled vehicle carrying several people all the way deeper into the dense forest. The 2 invigilators at the back who were responsible for wrapping up the exam followed them with black lines on their faces. There's no way around it. They want to follow the herd too, but their mission is to break the back. It was expected to end up with more or less hundreds of students. Hell, I didn't know these guys were up so late. They were a group of 7, traveling through the dense forest of kobolds. Along the way, a small tribe of butchered goblins was seen. This small horde is usually around a few thousand kobolds. It's no match for the hundreds of thousands of kobolds in the kind of kingdoms that existed before, but it's not a small force, provided it doesn't run into an army of high school pests. Starry Night looked at a field of kobold corpses. The heart can't help but feel a little hard. Think of the cute and dorky goblins of yesteryear. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. Damn, you guys are leaving me with none of them. Next up, a few people continued on their way. Then they saw a small tribe of kobolds all butchered. Kobold corpses were all over the place. There were kobold mothers who shielded their children and were impaled by lances together. Some kobold families just have to be neat and tidy. Anyway, one word: misery. Of course, Starry Night's sympathies do not outweigh the test scores. He can go on the internet and rag on certain rabbit-eaters for being unconscionable and sanctimonious, but the reality is that if he dares to take a dime from him, Sensei will go up and play with him. But everyone else is a bit clammed up, especially Zhang Debao. The rubber stick in his hand was already creaking by now. These heartless ones. Kobolds are so cute. How can you kill kobolds? As someone who aspires to be a security guard, I'm firmly against it in my attitude. The invigilator on the side couldn't help but sigh. Hey, due to the increase in hunting by adventurers, the number of kobolds and other wild monsters has drastically decreased over the past few years, especially last month, when it was rumored that a kid almost wiped out a kobold kingdom. Starry Night, winky face. Yeah, that kid, kinda not a good person and on. The invigilator gave him a blank look and continued the story. This gauntlet only requires the seizure of a kobold's weapon for points, and is intended to cut down on some of the killing. It's so that the kobold population doesn't plummet and affect the ecological balance. Seems like a miscalculation this time. The invigilator couldn't stop shaking his head. And a system quest had appeared in Starry Night's mind. System mission: reduce kobold casualties. Requirement for completion: reduce the number of kobold deaths by half. Quest reward: reward a Yang Shou slot machine. Yang Shou plus 10. Starry Night went crazy with joy. I'm grassy and fucked up and noisy. System, are you serious? Give me 10 years of Yang life. System, you're going to give Yang life, then I won't be sleepy. I'm going to fucking float. Starry Night took a direct shot at his chest. Teacher, don't worry. It's incumbent upon me to protect the kobolds. I'm not blowing it by being the Goblin Image Protection Ambassador. The invigilator was flabbergasted. Why did this guy suddenly come up with this? Before the teacher could react, Starry Night had leapt out with a 3-wheeled kick. Crap, there's mud on the fucking floor. You splashed us. The 2 invigilators bared their teeth. Like 2 mud monkeys. You don't say. With this guy, I have a feeling he could really protect an entire kobold colony. Starry Night has gone into wild stomping mode. Both legs had stomped out a trail of stumps. A couple of the guys in the back were holding on to the railing to keep from falling. Crap. Starry Night, slow the fuck down. Starry Night responded, pedaling furiously on his 3 wheels. No, I'll fight anyone who touches my kobolds. And have you ever considered the feelings of our asses? Starry Night pedaled furiously all the way, the 3 wheels weaving in and out of the dense forest. On the way, several more tribes of butchered kobolds were encountered. The biggest horde of kobolds is almost 10,000. Nobody fucking touches my kobolds. Starry Night gave frantic chase all the way. Finally, it was time to catch up with the hordes. At this time, tens of thousands of candidates were fighting the regular army of the Goblin Kingdom. Both sides have fought. The battlefield was littered with corpses and countless bloodshed. Of course, most of these bodies were left behind by kobolds. On the candidate's side, dozens of unlucky people also hung up, although when it mattered, it could have been an option to run and punt, but the kobolds don't care about that. And this goblin kingdom they had chosen was an extremely special existence. Because of the presence of the protectorate formation, the platinum level teachers who were close to protecting the students were also suppressed to silver level. There was no way to get out in time when it mattered. These candidates, however, hang it up. If you want to get ahead, how can you do it without taking some risks? Even if you get into the war college, you'll still have to work in a high-risk profession. Abyssal exploration or defense of the homeland after graduation. The path you choose is worth dying for. Martial arts exams are brutal like that. This is why so many people choose to take the literature test. The war continues. The scene was already a blood-spiked whoopee. The goblin army was greatly weakened by Starry Night's Ho-Ho's fighting strength last time. But none of the 7 generals are hanging. Only the king was scared off after he lost the battle. At this moment, the top celestials of all walks of life were simmering in battle against the 7 gold-level goblin generals with the power of silver. Surprisingly, he didn't lose ground for a while. The rest of them were cooperating with each other, barely suppressing the goblin army with the help of their powerful equipment. Both sides have been in a bitter fight. It doesn't look like there will be a winner or loser for a couple more hours, but the variables have come into play. Starry Night pedaled her 3 wheels as if they were aflame, lighting up the darkness. He was seen clad in a big red robe, his face full of killing spirit. Like a mouthful of cannons he rushed in between the 2 armies. Then, with 1 foot on the ground, the whole car directly drifted and dumped, and the domineering emergency brake. The kobold army was outright shocked to see Starry Night. Well, Croak, the Grim Reaper is coming. Between the 2 armies, Starry Night is 1 man and 3 wheels across the center. Overwhelming. A few other teammates, on the other hand, were thrown off by the emergency brakes. For the time being. Gentlemen, can you give me face and stop the war for now? Starry Night exclaimed. At this point, both waves were confused. One side of the candidate's side is on top, but the guys are scared to death. If we keep fighting like this, the kobolds are extinguished. And how many of them would have to die on their side? Of course, it doesn't matter if someone else dies. In case UGA, we're here to take a test, not to have fun. Kobolds aren't so much afraid of death, but they are afraid of the Starry Night. That brutal figure from a month ago is still fresh in my mind. That one mushroom cloud is still horribly buried in the heart. All of a sudden, everyone just really didn't fight back. Starry Night was also stunned. Crap, I'm just saying, I've got a face. The candidate's side was even more confused than Starry Night's. How come this guy talks so well on the kobold side? Could it be a friendship? And Ling Qinghan in the crowd was going crazy with anger. Damn, why do you have a face? Starry Night pressed them. Instead, a little boy nuke was pulled straight out of his space backpack. Lay it out among the 2 armies. That gives more weight to the words. Starry Night cleared her throat. Ahem. Fellow candidates, fellow kobolds, I'm grateful for the honor. I, on the other hand, am a peace-loving person and an ambassador for kobold image protection. Immediately, contempt came from all 70, 000 to 80, 000 pairs of eyes in the room. Well, Quack, damn, you're the only one who likes peace, and how our king does. Goddamn kobold image protection ambassadors. Is there such an outrageous profession? Starry Night ignored them and continued her speech. Well, I'd like to solve the problem in a peaceful way. What's the point of fighting like this? What a shame for our 2-legged ones. The boar spirits next door are going to laugh at us. The crowd was full of black lines, and the guys in their hands couldn't wait to appear in Starry Night's face right now. This guy is so bitchy too. The sight of his face gave me the urge to whip it on. It's cool though. Next, I will act as a peace messenger and go out to the Kobold Kingdom to discuss the matter of peace and ensure a win-win situation for everyone. I'm done talking, so everyone can applaud. Silence, deadly silence. Ravenous. Starry Night's sad face carrot. Ugh, where's the promised face saving? At this moment, Ling Qinghan stepped forward, as the top heavenly pride on the candidate's side. Speaking still carried a certain amount of weight. Hey, why should we believe you? What's the use of going, you junkie? A voice of skepticism followed immediately after. Yeah, why should I trust you? What's the point of you going? Unperturbed, Starry Night placed the little boy on the car seat. If it's useless for me to go, let Brother Ling go alone. Let's go back to the safe zone and rest. Come on, family, let's go eat crawfish. My treat. There are just some no-good goods who are directly attracted to the so-called crawfish. Crap. Go. Thank you, big brother. Ling Qinghan was then confused. No, I didn't say go. He looked at the tens of thousands of goblin troops in front of him. There were also 7 generals showing their teeth. Daisy couldn't help but tighten up. No matter how powerful a heavenly pride he is, he wouldn't be able to fuck such a large group of kobolds. Starry Night hemmed and hawed at him. What? Scared? No, Ling Qinghan said with a stiff upper lip. No, you cover what daisies? My asshole is itchy. I can't scratch it. Then let the kobold iron rod general tickle you. He's good with his hands, and his wolfsbane rod is barbed, so it tickles like a thief. Ling Qinghan's face darkened and he involuntarily tightened his sphincter. Seeing him defeated, Wu Yu happily walked out. High ponytails and small dresses, dominant and delicate. Ha ha ha, really Wang Badeo walk reading, cannot hold back the laughter but also my big brother Starry Night, reliable. When he finished, he stood by Starry Night's side, expression of support. Now, Starry Night's prestige had risen a few more points. Starry Night was happy to see Wu Yo-Yo on her side. Yeah, it's still the provincial fabric sister I've missed you. Wu Yu's face was black. Goddamn, another provincial fabric sister. Is your vocabulary that big? Starry Night patted her fabric-saving sister on the shoulder and laughed endlessly. Wu Yo-Yo grimaced and didn't say a word. Sure enough, the smile doesn't go away. It just shifts. No one has any objections, but it's a truce. Everyone, wait. At this moment, the Long-Staying siblings stood out from the crowd. They weren't considered top-tier heavenly prides, but they were still among the top 10, the kind that could speak for themselves. I'm not convinced. Why should he call a truce when he says so? We're all close to defeating the kobolds, aren't we? A couple of lapdogs in the back just follow the stench. Yeah, we'd have killed the goblin camp if you hadn't come. Exactly. I think you're an undercover agent sent by the kobolds. Starry Night froze. This kid has a knack for it. He was unperturbed and composed. Then would young dragon like to travel to the goblin kingdom as an emissary? Ryusho gave a twist of his head to hide Kikyu's unease. I'm not going. I'm going to fight my way in on merit. Alright, since young dragon has given the word, let's fight our way in. Come on, show. Starry Night took a silent step back, then faced a reminder to the goblin hordes. Watch this. It's this kid who's going to beat you guys up, but it has nothing to do with me. At once, the kobold army exploded with anger. Kobolds that piss. Not. Bloody hell. It was too much to bear at once. Well, quack. Even if I die, I'm going to drag this kid. Yeah, we'll all get together later. At this time, the 7 elder brothers, General Bryn, stood in front of Long Xiang with a brain. It's so hard to make peace, and you want to mess it up? I'm gonna fuck you first. The 7 gold level goblins stood towards Long Xiang. Long Xiang was instantly abashed. I'm actually quite peace-loving really. Starry Night hemmed and hawed. So it turns out that young dragon is also peace-loving. Then this peacemaker is not young dragon. Come, follow and negotiate in the kobold kingdom, where the beautiful kobold princess is. Long Xiang immediately turned green. Looking in front of him, he gulped at the army of goblins that wanted to eat him alive. No way. I'm not going. Whoever likes to go goes. Starry Night took Ryusho by the arm. Young dragon, don't be modest. You're the perfect candidate for the messenger of peace. Quickly, send off young dragon. Long Xiang saw that he was about to be pulled into the goblin army. Almost scared shitless, with all his strength, he desperately tried to break away from Starry Night. Even crawling, he ran into the army of candidates, hiding behind his sister. OMG. I'm scared to death. He was then greeted with endless contempt from the crowd. Starry Night saw that the crowd had finally gone silent. Ahem. I say guys, no one's going, I'm really going. I promise to make the Goblin Kingdom surrender in its entirety. Come to you with your weapons. At once, everyone was nonplussed. But pull back. You'll be lucky to make it back alive. I don't believe it. Really? So many of us couldn't take it down. And you go over there alone and say a few words and that's it? Starry Night smiled crookedly, revealing pointed teeth. Class, just watch. With that said, Starry Night lifted the young boy and followed the kobold army into the kobold kingdom. His back was like the mountains and the sea, and his shadow was drawn long, as if it were a hero, as if it were the end of the road. Kobold Kingdom. Inside the palace, Starry Night looked awkwardly at Lu Yen, the spectacled boy in front of her, not without a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Bro, let me explain. Fuck off nigga. Lu Yen copied the kitchen knife and was about to chop. Honey, calm down. Calm down. Goblin Princess Chu Chu Beinos hugged Lu Yen. The fat body almost crushed him. Lu Yan's face instantly held a red color. Let go. Let go. I can't breathe. The kobold princess was shocked, which made her let go. Well croak. Honey, sorry. Starry Night looked at the loving couple with a black face. It was surprisingly speechless for a moment. Well, why don't I go? No fucking way. As soon as he did, Lu Yan stuck his knife in the table. Didn't you kids say you'd pick me up the other day? Where's the man? Anon? Starry Night's heart instantly went weak. My mom called me home for dinner and forgot about you. Or now you come with me. Lu Yan's entire body was about to explode with anger. How the fuck else am I going to get around? After saying that, his hand pointed at the belly of the goblin princess Choo-Choo North Nose. Just see that belly big and round and bulging. Starry Night was all confused at once. Holy shit, I've gained weight again. Fuck off nigga. She's the one who's pregnant. Starry Night almost spat out a mouthful of blood at once. What? You knocked someone up? Lu Yan nodded solemnly in affirmation. Starry Night's entire being was bad. This is the greatest miracle in the history of biology. Lu Yan, you will go down in history. Roll. Lu Yan said impatiently. So are you still going? Leave my ass. Turn around and take a message to my family that I'm doing fine over here so they don't worry. Lu Yan's face was so sorrowful that it was about to overflow. Hey, did you hear that? Hey, fucking Starry Night, what are you doing? Only to see that Starry Night's entire ear had been pressed against the goblin princess's stomach. The whole thing was on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement. It's like he's his own. He's kicking me. Come on, little one. Call grandpa. Lu Yan. Starry Night couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed as he looked around at the goblins who were looking at him with contempt. He hurriedly moved his head away from the kobold princess's belly. Then, cleared his throat. Ahem. Let's get down to business. At once, the group of goblin executives began to get serious. Can I name the little one? Get out. Outside the kobold kingdom, candidates have been waiting for almost 3 hours. People are numb from waiting. Do you guys think the kid would have been killed by the kobolds already? Possibly. Let him load the wave. These kobolds are brutal. At this time, Wang Tang and the other students of the 3rd middle school stood out. Clarify for Starry Night. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You said he flattened the goblin kingdom, and there's that slight possibility. But bring it on. Just one of his bronze level. Any general can do him. Long Xiang dragged the pointing parrot out from the middle of the crowd. That parrot is still singing and dancing at this point. Long Xiang looked at the crowd and said, "Want to know if that kid is dead? This is good. Let my parrot fly over and scout the area." The crowd heard this as a good idea. At least it's better than the guys waiting around. Then Long Xiang slapped the parrot's cage. The pointing parrot was full of reluctance. Grandma Lee's leg. Mamma mia. The crowd was full of black lines. That's not a good bird either. Long Xiang opened the cage with a black face. The parrot fluttered its wings and flew off. The parrot had only flown out for a few minutes before it flew back in. Coming. Who's coming? Here comes the Vernon Stack. Crowd. Suddenly, the end of the woods. There came a sound of footsteps. There were more than tens of thousands of kobolds just by the sound of it. More than the hordes just now. The crowd panicked. Crap. It can't be that all the kobolds from all the tribes have gathered and are going to join forces to fuck us. That kid is a fucking traitor. No way. That kid should have been GA. Condolences. Just then, the kobold army slowly showed its figure. They were seen to be barehanded and unarmed. All the weapons were stacked on a large cart and pushed to the front. The crowd froze. What's going on? Then the crowd saw Starry Night's figure. He was seen sitting in a big luxurious car with a pile of fruits on his left-hand side and a pile of roasted meat on his right-hand side. A bite of apple. A bite of banana. And by the way, a bite of lamb shank to relieve the grease. A mouthful of oil is a beautiful thing. Behind him were the goblin princess and the 7 generals, all walking with their heads down in the back. Seems like a defeated criminal. The crowd was confused. WOC? What the hell is this? I see. Starry Night is tied up with fruit roasts by them as a sacrifice it is. But come on, have you ever seen a sacrifice and eat it? The kobold army had slowly walked up to the crowd. The kobold princess slowly walked up to the crowd. Hello everyone. My name is King Neatsil Choo-Choo North Nose, and I surrender to the humans on behalf of the entire kobold kingdom. That one sentence was like a bomb. It blew up directly in the minds of the crowd. Holy shit. What the fuck? That guy convinced the entire kobold kingdom all by himself? Starry Night took a single stride and jumped from the chariot. I, Goblin Image Protection Ambassador, accept your surrender. Starry Night then beckoned. A large load of weapons was pulled up. There were large bone rods, wolfsbane sticks, wooden clubs, stone spears, and so on. Starry Night slowly stepped forward. Class, the Goblin Kingdom has offered their goodwill. It is time for us to offer ours. After saying that, Starry Night pulled out a donation box. Look how poor the kobolds are. They can't even afford to wear shoes. Everyone who has money donate money. Those who don't have money make an IOU and buy a pair of shoes for the poor kobolds. The crowd was full of black lines. Damn, you're a real dog. By this time, the crowd had long been mesmerized by the pile of goblin weapons in front of them. Shall we divide the spoils? You can't care about anything else. The weapons pile is a naked high school score. 1 point then. Starry Night coughed. Ahem. This division of the spoils? I have a little suggestion. The crowd looked up at him, waiting for him to perform. I went on a mission to the Goblin Kingdom and took first place, so taking a stick of bone isn't too much to ask. The crowd let out a long breath, fearful that he would say something overly demanding. 1 stick, but not too much. The crowd agreed. Starry Night stepped forward and jumped out of it with the biggest stick of large bone. The crowd laughed. You take any bigger and it's still 1 point. What a fool to recognize a big one. Starry Night took a step back. I'm done taking it. You guys do it. The crowd swarmed. That's a bare bones score. The kind that takes all the work to get. Mine. Mine. Don't you fucking grab it. Fuck off nigga. I was here first. No contest. In no time at all, a whole cart was snatched up. Long Xiang walked out at this time carrying 7 or 8 rods. Bruises all over my face. I don't know who kicked me a few times when I grabbed it earlier. Nope. Starry Night, you boys have something personal. The Kobold Horde has dozens of kobolds and an army of tens of thousands. This load of weapons is at most 2,000. Where is the rest? Where are they hidden? Starry Night had both hands in the air. It's all here. This tribe he is poor. You see, the poor kobolds can't even afford to wear shoes. How can they afford to buy weapons? You fuck off. Kobolds don't wear shoes. The crowd also finally reacted. Nope. Fooled by this kid. Everyone, go into the kingdom and search. At this moment, Ling Qinghan stepped forward. There's no need to search. Our team's Wang Lu is a perception-type psychic. He can sense weapons in the surrounding dozens of kilometers. Let him sense them. Okay, we believe you. A girl walked out from behind Ling Qinghan. She closed her eyes and began to sense. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes. There really are no weapons left. The whole Kobold Kingdom is gone. The crowd was full of questions. That small tribe we robbed earlier had weapons for almost everyone. And this big kingdom is poorer instead? But Ling Qinghan and Starry Night don't deal with each other, much less help him, so it seems like there really isn't any. Starry Night crossed her arms. Humph. You guys didn't believe me when I told you there were no more. I really only took this one. The crowd was filled with shame. Sorry to be wrong. Starry Night grinned. It's fine. We're all classmates. I've heard that the well water in the Goblin Kingdom is particularly sweet, so I'll invite you all to take a sip. Come on. I'm kinda thirsty. Me too. So the crowd hooked up and went merrily into the Goblin Kingdom to drink from the well. Only Wang Tang and the others. The twitching at the corners of their mouths never stopped. Starry Night shouldered up the big bone stick and led the crowd inside. The large bone stick was glowing white. The system panel also says above. LV18. Does it decompose? Candidates were gleefully rushing into the territory of the Goblin Kingdom. Find the nearest well and fetch a bucket of water. The crowd scrambled and then drank. They were so thirsty. Sweet. One candidate couldn't help but give a thumbs up after drinking it. I'll taste it. I'll taste it. The candidates behind him couldn't help but go and fill their water glasses with the water they carried. This is too good to be true. I don't know what's added to it. Really, I'll try some. I'm thirsty. Without saying a word, the crowd began to scramble for the water. After drinking, he used the marching canteen he carried and pumped water into it. That's called a scramble. Fearful that the well water will run out for others and they won't be able to drink it themselves. It's so damn good. Better than any water I've ever had in my life. A good well of conscience. Why don't you, after graduation, open a mineral water factory? We don't produce water. We're just carriers of well water. I'm such a little genius. Just as the crowd was scrambling, suddenly a voice came. Don't even drink. The sound was very loud, and there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar in it. It scared the crowd. Long Xiang slowly walked over with his own team members, forcing his way to the top. Is there something wrong with this water? Young dragon! The crowd unconsciously parted on both sides to make way for him. Only Long Xiang slowly walked to the edge of the well. He hit himself with a glass of water and drank it all in one go. The crowd watched Long Xiang's reaction expectantly. Suddenly, Long Xiang's eyes lit up. Grip. Sweetness. Quick. Fill up all the water jugs. On one side, the crowd was full of black lines. Fucking don't let us drink it just for yourself, huh? We'll drink too. A battle for water ensued in the Kobold Kingdom. Just then, a goblin minion passed by. Couldn't help but look shocked. Well, quack, how can you drink the water here? Long Xiang's mouth quirked as he lowered his hand that was sipping water and picked up the goblin minion with one hand. Don't you dare keep me from drinking? The kobold minion was filled with panic. Well, quack, don't dare, don't dare. Long Xiang threw out the goblin minions as soon as he could, then joined the water-grabbing army again. The kobold minion cursed and walked away. At that moment, Starry Night came bouncing from the distance. Class, Let's all go drink from the new well in the backyard of the kingdom. My treat. Then he saw a scene of a group of people fighting over the water from that old well. Starry Night couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. It's been so long and the medicine should have expired. So drinking a little bit should be fine. At this point, the war for water was intensifying. Long Xiang picked up the bucket. Dun, just pour into the mouth. Drink and throw the bucket. Who else? Starry Night, equals. Downtown Goblin. The twitching at the corners of the examiners' mouths didn't stop, because at that time, the principal, Wu Kuan, was also in the group. He had learned firsthand the power of the cobalt well water. That sparse fling. The chrysanthemums are still yellow to this day. Of course, Wu Kuan is a very kind teacher. He had already reported this to the appraisal team. Right now, dozens of principals are gnashing their teeth at the monitor screen. Damn, someone is drugged. Does the education department care? Yes, disqualify him from the exam. The director of education, Yang Guangming, was also full of black lines. The student dosed a month ago, and the exam questions weren't even out at that point, so it doesn't constitute a violation. The dozens of principals on the sidelines were about to explode with anger, especially Principal Hu Zhou. He watched as his most favorite student, Long Xiang, hugged the bucket of water and drank it all in one go. The whole thing went numb. How much does this have to scurry? Inside the abyss, the crowd went through the Goblin Kingdom again in general, and indeed only found a few broken sticks of bone. As Starry Night had said, all the weapons of the Goblin Kingdom were in that cart. The crowd was fed and watered in the Cobalt Kingdom. The fruits of the Cobalt Kingdom are exceptionally sweet. I can't believe a bunch of common kobolds are so good, especially with that well water. The crowd shut down every tool that could hold water to the brim. I was afraid that I would never drink such sweet well water again after I went out. The crowd then finished their tour of the Kobold's palace. They watched the love story of the Glasses Boy, Lu Yen, and the Kobold Princess. Can't help but be trippy, but still admire Lu Yen for this courageous pursuit of love at the expense of self. They have given their blessing to Cobra Boy Lu Yen and Goblin Princess. May they have an early litter. 2 in 1 year. 3 in 2 years. A litter in 3 years. The corner of Lu Yan's mouth never stopped twitching. Treadmill. Can you guys be nice and blessed? After the crowd tours the Goblin King's palace, unconsciously wandering around the Goblin Kingdom again. It was also their first time in the Goblin Kingdom. They were amazed by the architectural style of the place and the well. There are some relics in the Goblin Kingdom that have them very much in their favor. It's like 100 shitholes, 1,000 shitholes, 1,000,000 shitholes. Long Xiang, after sneaking up to a forest, accidentally stepped on a mushroom bomb. It caused his entire body to be blown to dust. Luckily, in time to get into dragonization for anti-injury? Otherwise you must be seriously injured today. He was surprised. The Goblin Kingdom actually has these high-end stealth mines, and the dense defense formation in the jungle was very well done. Awesome. A few people from Starry Night had a dalliance in the Goblin King's palace. They all began to study the princess at the large belly she was carrying. We have to name the little one. How about Lu Taizhu Thunder Gabra? No, the little one named himself after the latter. We can only take the first 3 words. Zhang Debao thought about it. The man's name is Lu Dizhu, and the woman's name is Lu Kaiflower. Zhang Debao was very satisfied with the name he had chosen and had a proud expression on his face. The crowd, however, was full of black lines. I said, can we have some fucking culture? It's hard for me to be educated when I didn't graduate from high school. Just then, Lu Yen finally looked away. Don't fucking take names. I call this a family member. The child should take his mom's last name. At once, a few people became directly excited. The gaze that looked at Lu Yen was filled with envy. Big brother Roa, at a young age to eat soft rice, on the peak of life. Can you teach me? Roll on, roll on, roll on. Lu Yen waved his hand impatiently. Just then, the Goblin Princess Choo Choo North Nose pushed up a small square box. The box is small, like a small game console. There are 2 joysticks on the game console. Starry Night couldn't help but stare blankly at the console. It was as if certain doubts had been cleared from the mind. Just then, a system voice appeared in Starry Night's head. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission reward, life expectancy plus 10. Reward a Yangshuo slot machine. Yangshuo slots. Quality, golden artifact. Type, gambling. Attribute, use your life as a bet to randomly select an ability or item. The grand prize is the ability to use any ability you can think of within 7 minutes. The higher the probability of winning the grand prize. Introduction, real gamblers never use money as chips. We only play for our lives. Starry Night couldn't help but look at the corners of his mouth as he looked at this Kakamami Yangshuo slot machine. This thing is so capable. It's just a little bit of an oddball. Starry Night was filled with black lines that gradually overflowed the screen. Toon-chan. Using my young life as a bet. I won't be able to use it more than a few times. Please don't pay attention to these details. If you don't use it, you can lend the slot machine to others. Starry Night's eyes lit up. Then he looked at Zhang Debao, who was eating a banana on the side. This thing is fine. The key time Zhang Debao can also burst out of the infinite for the fighting force. Ha 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 ha. I'm the best brother in the world. Stayed in the Goblin Kingdom for a few hours. It was only then that the crowd of candidates headed towards the next safe zone. It was getting dark as the candidates made their way to the safe zone. Start setting up camp. A small number of candidate Roll Kings, having been given so few weapons, remain active in the Goblin Forest, looking for a chance. But they were so few in number that it was hard to hunt inside the Goblin Horde anymore. You can only see fallen kobolds and engage in a sneak attack. The effect is visible. But in the Roll King's dictionary, don't want grades, just rolls. The teachers in the safe zone saw the crowd arrive safely. The heart is relieved. Phew. It seems like the quality of the candidates was really high this time, and they barely suffered any injuries after a day of adventuring. By this time, the first group of candidates had reached their destination. Long Xiang was the first to leap out. He had a large box in his hand over his shoulder and it looked heavy. But in front of Long Xiang's immense power, it was all a trivial matter. Pang! The box was thrown to the ground. Splash up a cloud of dust. Teacher, I want to redeem my points. The invigilator didn't dare to slow down. Hurriedly brought professional instruments over to redeem points for Long Xiang. Only the invigilator, holding a professional scanner in his hand, scanning for every kobold weapon. Big bone sticks, wolfsbane sticks, stone spears. For each successful scan, the instrument makes a buy sound, representing that the weapons were indeed seized today. Long Xiang looked at the crowd with a proud face. It seems to say again, you bunch of trash, look how good I am, capturing so many weapons. The surrounding candidates were also looking at him with envious faces. In a short while, the scan was complete. Long Xiang took out another 3 spirit beads. This is what he found along the way. 10 points each. The invigilator looked at Long Xiang in surprise. 26 weapons, 3 spirit beads, and a total of 56 points for Team Dragon Soar. At once, there was a sound of shock coming from the surroundings. 56 points for what? I said our team didn't get a single point today. So it turned out that it was all taken away by Mr. Long. Ugh, people are so angry. On the huge projection screen in the safe zone, Long Xiang's name then showed up in first place. Ha 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 ha, what SSS class? They are all trash. I, Long Xiang, am the true heavenly pride. Then the smack in the face came. Wu Qinghan's name soon surpassed him in first place. First place, Wu Qinghan, 87 points. Long Xiang clenched his teeth and spoke indignantly. Humph, count him lucky, but I'm at least second. Snap. Second place, Wu Yoyo, 85 points. Long Xiang clenched his teeth. At least I'm still third. Snap. Third place, Emily, 82 points. Long Xiang's entire body was on the verge of passing out from anger. No, who is this Emily? Why haven't I heard of her? No, tomorrow I'll fight the monsters properly. I must take back the first place that belongs to me. Just then, the big screen suddenly got stuck. On resuming, a long list of numbers appeared at the top. First place, Starry Night, 131, 072 points. Long Xiang directly exploded. What the fuck? The crowd was baffled when they saw Starry Night's points. Especially Long Xiang and a few other great celestial pride. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Damn. This one's definitely hiding something. It shouldn't be. Did he hide those weapons in his pants? Go on, check it out. The group hooted and hollered as they arrived at the location where Starry Night had paid for her weapons, and then instantly confused. A large clearing was filled with kobold weapons such as large bone clubs, wolfsbane sticks, stone spears, and more. More than 100,000 big rods piled up on the ground. The scene, a big white blossom. It was close to burying Starry Night. The dozens of teachers next to the inspection responsible for acceptance were filled with black lines. It's fucking taken out the kobold lair? The detector in their hands was smoking slightly, as if to say I'm quitting. Starry Night patted his butt and was about to leave when he saw Long Xiang and the rest of his party coming over. Good morning everyone, what can I do for you? Starry Night asked enthusiastically. Damn, where did you get such a big bone stick? That's the one I took. Nah, only it accidentally fell to the ground and split. The teachers can vouch for me. Saying so, Starry Night pointed to the teacher next to him with a pitch-black face. The crowd also looked back at the teacher in question. That teacher nodded solemnly. In theory, he did watch as Starry Night came over with a big bone stick, throw it casually to the ground, and then holler. The whole ground turned into big bone sticks. At once, he and his little friend were stunned, and he used a professional tester to test it. Surprisingly, every one of them passed. It's really out of the world. The crowd glared at Starry Night with black faces. their teeth chattering with anger. Starry Night scratched her head. Everyone's fine. I'm going to go now. Ah, the crawfish are cooked over there. I'm going to eat. After saying that, Starry Night was gone in a flash. The exam stipulates that points can be exchanged for various materials. The price of supplies is determined by the quality of the supplies. Let's say a big box of flavorless compressed crackers is enough to feed a whole team for a day. Requires 1 point to redeem. Then there's an ordinary combat knife. It's only 1.2. And higher-end gear, like guns or robotic arms, body armor, and so on. It takes anywhere from 2 to 5 points. With a total of 10 days of exams, it is not possible for candidates to carry 10 days of dry food at once, because they needed to bring some other supplies like tents, weapons, etc. Unless Yi Chen's the kind of super Hercules that's good at carrying sacks, or the Starry Night cheat-style space backpack. The rest of the commoners still have to redeem their points for survival supplies. By now, the supply mart was packed. A group of staff arranged various supplies into shelves and stacked them neatly. A large area is a living goods area. Compressed cookies, instant noodles, sausages, canned goods, and so on. On the other side is the combat supplies area. All kinds of knives, firearms, armor, including medical kits, emergency medicines, etc. In the last safe zone, the candidates did not have a few points in their hands in total. It's all a bit of a giveaway. Now that you're rich, of course you're going to buy a little bit of supplies. Ugh, these compressed cookies are also too expensive. We got a total of 10 points as soon as today. Don't say that. There's instant noodles here. They cost 0.5 points per bucket. Look quickly, there's a dick drink there, and happy water, but damn it also costs 1 point. And some of them looked at the box of wazoo at the top of the shelf and their eyes dropped out. It's wazi. Shit. 5 points. My fucking life is writing in it. At this moment, Starry Night swaggered over with Jean de Bao and the others. He spoke to a few members of the team behind him. Today's consumption will be paid for by me. Mr. Star. People eat whatever they want and buy whatever they want. Wang Tang and the others who were spending money here couldn't help but stare when they saw Starry Night coming over. They haven't seen the leaderboard on the screen yet. I hastily cashed in my points and came over to buy something. What does this kid want to buy with just 1 fucking point? Wang Tang mocked. Do you want me to lend you some? Ha ha. However, Starry Night didn't even bother with him and rushed straight to the food section. Reaching out, he pointed to the large pile of bubbly. Teacher, wrap this pile up for me. Ah, and the pile of compressed cookies, all packed. Ah, yes, 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 and this, loser drink big bottle of iced tea. Crap. Look, isn't that the legendary Little Prince's milk? Wrap it up, wrap it up, wrap it all up. Wang Tang walked up and patted Starry Night's shoulder. No, do you have that many fucking points? Starry Night couldn't help but heave a smile upon seeing Wang Tang. You don't say. A little bit lately. Starry Night then made a frantic purchase amidst the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd. It's almost like they're emptying the supplies. Wang Tang was puzzled. And suddenly he saw Starry Night's score of over 160,000 on the huge screen. Couldn't help the corners of his mouth. Have you damn well emptied the Goblin Kingdom? Long Xiang and the others hurriedly arrived at the material supermarket at this time. Then you see Starry Night buying and buying. Long Xiang was stunned. Crap, big brother, save some for me. Starry Night turned back, a sausage in her mouth. Ah, I've saved it for you. Don't you see a box of stinky tofu over there? Long Xiang was filled with black lines. It's like a grass horse is running through my heart. What the hell? You can eat stinky tofu, can't you? Before he could react, Starry Night then took Zhang Debao, Lu Ruyan, and Xiao Longxia and went on another buying spree. Ugh, dabbler, buy all that pile. Crawfish, and that pile of wazoo. Hey, Ruyan Lu, Li Yusin, go buy all those battle equipment. Yes, not a single one. Starry Night, on the other hand, made a killing of the food section, but wherever he passed through the area, he had to buy up everything before he left. A lot of ready-to-eat foods open up to a Kansan bite. If it's not good, just throw it away. The Lord played one not for you to eat and be angry with you. Luncheon meat, canned salted fish, old hairy meat sausage, etc. All in the Borka and not a bit left? The crowd was almost confused as they watched him operate. Fucking money is arbitrary. Degree hosting, crap. Big brother, you're not leaving anything at all? Hey, what the fuck did you buy so many tampons for? Starry Night smiled awkwardly. Ah, sorry for buying smooth. Mu Qianxue stood in the crowd and watched Starry Night's 1-2 operation. Her silver teeth clenched in anger. If the family hadn't arranged to team up with these heavenly prides at that time, the one who was there to buy and eat should be himself, right? Regret. Suddenly one reacted. Hey, everyone quickly buy ah. If you do not buy the damn even hair are not left. The crowd then joined in the rush for supplies. But they have so little money in their hands. The most they have is $80-something. You can only buy 2 bubble noodles for a token taste. But in the panic there was no way to scrutinize the price and I accidentally bought the most expensive one. Crap, there's an assassin. The deluxe lobster and seafood bubble noodle surprisingly cost 15 cents. Long Xiang looked at the lobster seafood noodles in his hand. The whole person was in deep thought. Mud. This is too expensive. Pitiful. Bubbly assassin. Soon, all the supplies were purchased by Starry Night. Starry Night looked at his points. Having spent just over 60,000 points. Teacher, can you sell some high-end products next time? If you really can't, you can set the price a little more expensive. Selling it so cheaply doesn't emphasize my status yet. The crowd was so angry that they were gnashing their teeth. They really wanted to go straight up and knock him out with a stick. Unfortunately, this is a safe zone and no looting is allowed. It's fine. He certainly can't eat with all these supplies. Why don't we wait until he's out of the safe zone and then finish robbing him in one fell swoop? The rest he can't take with him. So we'll just move it for him. There's no rule against picking things up in the safe zone. However, their hopes were soon dashed. Only Starry Night could be heard speaking to the staff selling the goods. Teacher, I can't finish these things. Please help me pack them up and send them to Jianghuai City Star Dump. Signatory Star Zero. At once, everyone was confused. Nima, want to buy things to go to the supermarket to buy their own This is our fucking high school survival supplies. The crowd then aimed their spearheads at the piles of weapons and equipment that Rui and Lu had bought. Food and drink. You can take away. This weaponry. You can't pack it up and go home. Can you? However, with the crowd dumbfounded, Starry Night fused all the weapons into one. Goosebumps. Crap. That's a bit of a bad state to end up melting out in. Starry Night stared at the iron ball in front of her. The system panel is displayed. Garbage fusion. Quality, purple rare. Attributes, explosive power increased tenfold. Disposable product. Introduction, a pile of broken weapons fused into a big iron lump. Selling scrap iron is worth a lot of money. Starry Night's face was full of black lines. It seemed that this thing could only let itself be played with once. Starry Night picked up the large iron lump and saw the stunt group on the sidelines. Hey, are the guys still there? I'm going to eat. You guys go ahead. Everyone then watched as Starry Night and a few others crunched and messed around with their food. Crawfish, grilled sausages, kebabs, all kinds of food. That's a nice aroma. The crowd looked at the compressed cookies and instant noodles in their hands and were about to cry. Tramp. There's no one else who could have created this sin. The crowd hurriedly settled the flavorless food with black faces and forced themselves into their tents to sleep. Mouth and stomach are cursing again. With tears in his eyes, Long Xiang ate the lobster seafood noodles he had bought with 15 points. In the noodle soup, there were just a few pieces of shrimp and 2 pieces of shredded seaweed. Damn. This noodle factory has been open for 20 years, and the lobster is only slightly injured. After the Starry Night squad had eaten and drank their fill, they escaped the safe zone on 3 wheels. Following Starry Night's escape were Wang Tang and the rest of the 3rd Form Special Training Team. They have also seen the world. Not like those dirtbags. In the middle of the night with an alarming bang, the war was opened. Bam, 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 bang, 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 stick stick, bam bam bam, boo bu bu bu, bayou bayou bayou. The entire security zone was instantly covered in yellow smoke. Then came the message. Pust. Wow. The safe zone turned right into another Cobalt Kingdom. Naya, there's something wrong with that water. It was late at night and foggy. For a while, it was surprisingly all cattle and horses. City of Goblin Examination Team. Yang Guangming, the Director of Education, watched a super tawdry kneel from Starry Night on the monitor. Couldn't help the corners of his mouth. That's all the supplies for the whole college entrance exam? A couple of safe zones in the back are still waiting to be used. You're going to buy it all for me in one sitting. And you're going to fucking pack it up at home. What a cub seat ha. At that moment, the principal, Wu Kuan, who was on the side, looked over. Administrator, isn't it a bit dangerous to set the route to the Flying Dragon territory this time? Flying dragons are very strong. The Director of Education, Mr. Yang Guangming, smiled slightly. It's okay, the Flying Dragons and humans have made a peace treaty. There hasn't been a major collision with humans in nearly 5 years. These candidates will not be harmed during the entrance exam. The purpose of establishing this level as the finish line is to take advantage of the steep mountains and cliffs that cross the Flying Dragon territory, to test the students' physical strength and endurance. Principal Wu Kuan was slightly relieved. That's good, but we still need to take precautions. It's fine. I've already sent experts to sit on the side of the Flying Dragon territory. I don't think the flying dragon would dare to do something so dangerous. On the flying dragon territory side, the so-called expert sent out by the director of education, Yang Guangming, was being tied to a large tree. It didn't look like the bondage was much worse than Starry Night's. Several people wearing abyssal church masks looked at them with smiles. Hey, 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 the students are in for a rude awakening this time. It was late at night, and Starry Night stomped leisurely on his tricycle through the dark, dense forest of the abyss. Holding the handlebars in his left hand, he held a small golden carp in his right. Very spirited and singing. I fell on earth, people at ease. Originally the heavenly free fairy. A few people in the back of the room were sleepy and their eyes were fighting. And to be destroyed by the ragged voice of the Starry Night. Can't sleep, can't die. Zhang Debao blackened his eyes and couldn't help but ask Starry Night. Starry Night, why are you in such good spirits? Starry Night rode the third wheel without looking back. Because I touch fish. What touchy-feely? Starry Night casually handed the touching fish to Zhang Debao. Zhang Debao stared blankly at the small golden carp. Instead of taking it first, he looked hesitantly at the fish. You can see the little golden carp is small and agile, with its mouth opening and closing. It's like, touch me, touch me. Zhang Debao was a bit hesitant. This, just take it you. Starry Night handed the touching fish to Zhang Debao as soon as he could. Zhang Debao caught it with his bare hands. The first thing that came to him was a light. That little golden carp felt cool and slippery in my hand. The moment he touched it, his entire body became energized. The fatigue of the whole body was swept away. And the whole person was as if he could not make an end of his strength. And the mood is extremely good. The happiness level is extremely high. Holy fucking shit, chow chow fuck trough. Is this the joy that comes from touching fish? On the side, Xiao Longxia felt curious and snatched the touching fish. At once, his whole body was refreshed as well. Nima, what kind of divine weapon is this? After touching it, I feel as if my entire being has been sublimated. It's like I slept until 12 a.m. And woke up and built another 10 pounds of crawfish. The touching fish was then passed on to Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan took the touching fish, and immediately the whole person was refreshed. The drooping eyelids lit up. It looks even more beautiful against the backdrop of the night. Eyes wide as a thief's. Crap, the ancestor has manifested. All of a sudden she wanted to perform a grandmaster up for the group. He was stopped by Zhang Debao and took the touching fish back in his hand. Big sister, you'd better wait for a fight to use this ancestor's upper body. In the end, Zhang Debao shoved the touching fish to Lu Hua as soon as he could. Woo woo, woo woo. The touching fish then moved a position in the void. Lu Hua's voice came weakly. It's my mouth you're gagging, not my hand. Zhang Debao smiled awkwardly. Hey, 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 it's the same everywhere. Just tell me if it feels good. Lu Hua holds the touching fish in his hand. The transparent body seems to have become even more transparent. It seems like, be pretty cool. Finally, the crowd hemmed and hawed. Touching fish is still a good thing. Starry Night is fast. Take the crowd and fly to Goblin City. After purchasing and moving supplies overnight, and again, he ran back into the middle of the abyss in a puff of smoke. The crowd was full of confusion. Starry Night, what are you singing about? Zhang Debao asked. Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Hey, 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 hey. I'll take you guys to get rich. The 3 wheels have been pedaling all night. The wheels are smoking. Starry Night's spirits, however, remained full, because he's got the touchy-feely ha ha. Touching fish is damn good. A moment of groping for a Hugo Award all the time. And that little golden carp, the golden luster on its surface dimmed a bit. The crowd was jerking and groping all night long. No, don't fucking touch it. You guys could at least give me a break. Starry Night smiled awkwardly and dropped the touching fish into the tank of his space backpack. It's getting light. Starry Night stomping on his 3 wheels had arrived at the Minotaur Mountains. A ray of sunrise shone on the faces of the crowd. The tall Minotaur was up and plowing. Some of them had a stone shovel in their hands. Some of them pull a plow behind them. Others just use a cow horn resting on the ground to plow. The main one is a hard worker. Do-it-yourselfers, eat well, plow in the spring and have grass to eat in the fall. Moo woo. Starry Night looked at the group of Minotaurs. Crap, if this Minotaur had pulled a plow in ancient times, it would have been a good one. Too bad we're using a tractor now. That Plato drinks diesel and pulls tailpipes. On the way, a head of Minotaurs couldn't help but side-eye over when they saw Starry Night's men. A small female Minotaur greeted a few of Starry Night's men. Hey, big bro, wanna come over and blow off some steam? How does it blow? Literally. Starry Night, hashtag. At that moment, a tall Minotaur who was pulling a plow appeared in front of them. He looked a little pitiful with one of his stout horns broken. The Minotaur was wary when he saw a few people approaching on 3 wheels. Who are you guys and what are you doing here? Starry Night looked at the tall figure of the Minotaur child. I can't believe I kind of want to gag. Hiss, this beef tendon meat, this spine, this hind leg, this beef whip, how flavorful would it be to grill it? The Minotaur looked at Starry Night's thieving gaze. Couldn't help but feel a chill down my back. This kid doesn't look like a good guy. Mua, here in the Minotaur Mountains, humans get lost. Starry Night couldn't help but hem and haw. I'm here to make a deal. What did you say you wanted to trade? I'd like to change some horns. Moo, cow horns are the most precious thing we have. There's no way I'm selling them to your me. Starry Night smacked her lips. That's because there's nothing good for you to change. Moo, that's not going to be for you guys either. The Minotaur held the twin horns on his head warily, as if a young bride fresh out of the bath were holding her chest. Starry Night rubbed her hands together, slowly moving forward, and eventually there was a constant hee sound. No change. You can just look at it. Saying so, Starry Night pulled out 2 iron bull horns from his space backpack. Said iron bullhorn is actually a combat mechanical bullhorn built by Starry Night, just the day before yesterday, when he heard about the assessment route. Just have notified your own factory to build it overnight. Although Lu Nang and others were arrested and their accounts were closed, but the assembly line is still there. Starry Night guarantees with Lu Nang's character that he will pay everyone's wages. Then he used Lu Nang's character as a guarantee and bought a bunch of materials. A large number of men were called in and worked through the night. Then borrow some startup capital from Zhang Debao, Lin Yusen, and so on, and that's all there is to it. The assembly line child followed Starry Night's drawings and built a batch of combat mechanical bull horns overnight. When Starry Night took out the bull's horn, the Minotaur looked dumbfounded. The headman's 2 eyes glowed with a golden light, and his heart moved slightly. Moo, this looks good. If I can take him with me, my combat power will definitely be greatly increased. It just so happens that I broke a bullhorn, so why don't I try putting it on? Starry Night happily fitted the iron bullhorn to the Minotaur in front of him. The Minotaur shook the horns from his head, weighty and sturdy, and it works very well, and is much harder than the bone bullhorn I had before. Starry Night casually flicked a switch, only to see a faint fire emerge from that bull's horn, and then a bullet was fired. Bayou. The bullet, with great kinetic energy, shot deep into a side stone. The whole thing went up in a puff of smoke. The Minotaur was confused. Crap, I'm a bullhorn bully, and then when you're on top of the horn with the old king bull next door, I'll give him a straight pike. Let him keep thinking about my daughter-in-law. Before the Minotaur could finish being happy, Starry Night casually pressed another button on the remote, only to see a dagger pop out directly above that bull's horn. The dagger was sharp, the sharp blade glinting with a cold light. Straight away, the Minotaur was stunned. Nima, my horn can still be used as a knife? I'll give the old king cow next door another raw cut of beef. Just snatch his daughter-in-law straight away. The Minotaur couldn't help but heave and grin. Starry Night kept pushing the buttons on the bullhorn. Just see the bull's horn spewing fire for a while. 1 moment to discharge. A moment later it began to vibrate back and forth. This gave the Minotaur a lot of pleasure. Crap, if this thing vibrates. Moa ha. I'd like to see if I'm going to tire out the cow or plow the ground. On the side, Lin Yusen was filled with black lines. What the fuck kind of bullshit is that? A bullhorn mounted after. The Minotaur suddenly remembered his other horn. Moo, hey, kid, put a mechanical cow horn on this one for me too. Starry Night glanced at his stubby bullhorn. Fitting is fine, but sawing this one off you'll have to give it to me. That Minotaur was full of disdain. Moo, this thing is yours for the taking. Starry Night went up without saying a word and took the saw and just clicked it. Within moments, a bullhorn was sawed off, and Starry Night put a mechanical bullhorn on him. That Minotaur child looked at his brand new metal bullhorn and let out a shocking roar. The old king bull next door. I've come to top the corner with you. 30 minutes later, this Minotaur became famous in the Minotaur territory in one battle. Its metal bullhorn is not only tougher than ordinary bullhorn, and all sorts of fancy things that stun the Minotaurs around them, especially that vibrating feature on the bullhorn. Heifer uses straight talk bull. Not a moment later, a cow with 2 broken horns approached. He questioned at Starry Night. Mo, hey kid, is it you who can fit a cow horn? Put one on me too. Starry Night froze, looking at the Minotaur with both horns broken off in front of him. Hey, how did you break your cow horn? It seems like it's still just broken. The Minotaur cried and rolled his eyes, looking at his freshly broken horn. Mo, damn, it was toppled off by the old Zheng cow. Now I'm not fucking ashamed to see his daughter-in-law. He has the nerve to catch my daughter-in-law in the act. The corners of the crowd's mouths straightened. Your circle is a mess. Then Starry Night smacked her lips. You've got to know the rules if you're going to pretend to be a bullhorn. The old Wang Nyo didn't talk any nonsense, and took out the 2 bull horns he had just broken, and handed them over. Moo, it's broken anyway. Here. Seeing this, Zhang Debao shouldered the bullhorn and put it on the tricycle. Starry Night pulled out 2 metal bull horns from her space backpack and gave the old king bull a quick replacement. Old Wang Nyo looked at his brand new metal bull horn this happy. Moo, old Zhang Cow. Old me has metal cow horns too. Let's see if it's your daughter-in-law or mine today. After saying that, the old Wang Nyo was furious and went to look for the old Zhang Nyo to top the horns. Less than half an hour later, almost all the bulls in the bullhead territory came running. Moo, is that you can change the cow horn? Change me. Change me. Starry Night hemmed and hawed. It's okay to change, but you have to know the rules. We know the rules. Isn't it just this broken bone bullhorn? What's the use? Nothing. The top corner top play still break it. Here. The next thing you know, Starry Night is busy. There's a few of them who have a clear division of labor. Some were in charge of sawing the horns and some were in charge of collecting them. Some are responsible for taking measurements. Some are responsible for listening to the bulls bragging. In the end, the minotaurs were not to be outdone. Have sawed up their own bullhorns. They cow horns are like human fingernails, and sawing them down doesn't cause any pain, and it grows back after a while, so don't worry about it at all. Starry Night's hands were so fast that he finished assembling a bullhorn in almost a minute. The assembled young bull blew his nose and ran off to duel with the other calves. I don't know if I'm looking for a heifer, or heifers. The more Starry Night pretended alone, the more tired she became, and Zhang Debao and Xiao Longxia on the side similarly joined the assembly team. Even the minotaurs on the sidelines began to take care of the counting, sawing horns and sizing for Starry Night. Then later on, the bullheads just took 2 broken horns and traded them for metal ones. Been busy most of the day. A full 5 or 6 hours passed. Almost all of the 10,000 or so young bulls in the entire Minotaur territory have been replaced with mechanical horns. Soon it was afternoon. The high school team was finally arriving at the Minotaur Mountains. There was no way. How could they possibly keep up with Starry Night's 3 wheels on foot? What's more, in the vicinity of the Oxhead mountain vein, they had hunted down some fallen minotaurs as well. The Long Xiang team was in the lead. Humph, finally got me to the front this time. Ha! Having fallen for the same trick on the Cobalt side, there's no way it's going to happen again this time. Just watch me make a big purchase tonight and take back first place. He laughed out loud with a ha ha ha. Suddenly, a footstep came. Humph, hordes of minotaurs are coming. Watch me make a killing. Long Xiang was full of pride. Then at the end of it appeared an oversized group of minotaur children. The bull's horns were glistening with a metallic sheen, revealing them to be powerful and intimidating. There are also bulls with horns that constantly spit fire and discharge electricity, as if they know magic. It was these boys who killed many of our compatriots. Come on, avenge your compatriots. Moo woo. Long Xiang equals crap. That's a bit much. The scene was filled with the smoke of war, as if a great battle was about to take place at any time. Party A, Dragon Soaring Squad, a group of 5, over 10,000 minotaurs on the B-side wearing brand new mechanical bull horns. War is imminent. With a moo-oh sound, bull head, the people attacked. They formed a formation group. With an incomparable offensive force, it crashed into Long Xiang and the others. Long Xiang was directly blinded. Fuck, where is such a big hatred? Then he saw his bright red clothes. Crap. I'm actually wearing red to get the Minotaur's fucking attention? Moo woo. The bullheads were tall, each about 3 meters. The bull's horn on top of his head was glowing with a cold light, so he crashed into Long Xiang. It would be fine if a few Minotaurs were there, but that was a whole 10,000 plus Minotaurs. Once they were hit, it would be endless crashing and stomping. Even a gold-level expert wouldn't be able to hold their own here. The bullheads formed a moving wall of cows straight away. The whole earth began to shake. Long Xiang wasn't a fool, and after seeing the Minotaur's formation he scattered and ran. Damn, why are these cows so fierce? Long Xiang turned and flew backwards. Either that or Long Xiang's team is a heavenly team. Running is fast. It was actually on par with the speed of the Minotaur. It wasn't long before we saw the line of candidates. He was so excited that his whole body trembled and his hands kept waving. Stay back. Stay back. The team of candidates saw a few people from Long Xiang from a distance. Hey, isn't that Long Xiang? Why is he running this way? You see, he seems to be talking. What's it say? Look at the mouth like it's saying, come here, come here. Oh, he must have found a small group of Minotaurs and wanted to call us to hunt them together. He's not so bad. Come on, let's go hunt the Minotaur. After saying that, the 30,000 candidates copied their weapons and rushed in the direction of Long Xiang. Charge! Kill the Minotaur for the horns. Candidates are actually incredibly potent and necessary to take down the bulldogs with a clean sweep of yesterday's shame. Long Xiang's few people ran backwards like crazy. Then he saw a procession of 30,000 candidates rushing towards him. Long Xiang's heart was 10,000 grass mud horses galloping. Crap! 10,000 000 bull calves in the back. 30,000 candidates in the front. I'm fucking caught in the middle. The two groups of people were so aggressive that Long Xian froze in place. Mud. Sinning. 30,000 candidates rushed toward the Minotaur team. Suddenly, they felt something was wrong. No, what's with this Minotaur child making such a big deal out of it? How many are there? Anyway, Minotaurs are huge. Not a match for goblins. If it's 1 or 2,000, we should be able to take it with 30,000 men surrounding us. But it's a bit of a battle? Suddenly, a group of Minotaurs appeared at the end of the smoke. They were raging, their horns glistening with metal and spewing fire and discharge. Nani? What the fuck? What's with all this? The crowd looked at the tens of thousands of Minotaurs and formed a formation. Crap. That's not going to get fucking toppled. Long Xiang, you 1,000-dagger bastard. Fucking lied to us. Stop talking and run back. The candidate in front of him turned around and was about to run back. But where the hell can I run away? Behind them a pressurized group of candidates were rushing forward. The two groups crashed right into each other face to face. Fall in place. The candidate at the end of the line doesn't know what's going on. Why did the line suddenly stop? There must have been a firefight. Let's grab our strength and rush to the front and start fighting. Yeah, don't let them take the bull by the horns. I'm going to grab 2 bull horns this time. Long Xiang and the front row of candidates looked at the Minotaurs who were charging aggressively. Another look at the blocked road behind him. Can't help but be disheartened. Tired. Destroy. Knock knock. Moo woo, moo woo, moo woo. Ouch, ouch. Holy shit, holy shit. Ah, pain 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 pain. 10,000 Minotaurs and 30,000 candidates collided in an instant. Both sides tie. To say that the 30,000 candidates are not covered either. Being rushed and trampled by such a large group of Minotaurs. I can't believe only a few dozen unlucky people hung up. The rest of them were merely woefully injured. The two waves then fought it out. For a while, there was the sound of bulls bellowing, the sound of metal clashing, gunshots, and elemental explosions. Clank, 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 boom boom boom. The candidates were outnumbered, but they had no advantage at all with the Minotaur. They were thick-skinned, strong, and had high defense. And on top of that it's fucking loaded with mechanical metal bullhorns. That thing is crunchy hard. The candidate's machete chopped at the bull's horns and could only cut out stinging sparks. Not to mention the fact that the candidate's side wants bones and horns. Now the bullheads people are replaced with metal bullhorns. They have no desire to fight at all. Mud. I can't get a cent for half a day's work. And a hammer. They just wanted to get the hell out of there. The candidates began to flee quickly after stabilizing their camp. Minotaurs because they carry metal bullhorns that have just been mounted. They have jumped at the chance to try its power. Moo, this metal cow horn is pretty good, haha. Moo, yeah. Much better than that bone cow horn from before. Hey, let's make a killing. Moo moo, moo moo, moo moo. After a fierce battle, the Minotaurs returned to the Minotaur Mountains with victory in their hearts. After leaving hundreds of bodies behind, the candidates dragged their bruised and battered bodies towards the next safe zone. Originally the Minotaurs were very loose, each living in their own little territory. But somehow, why are they gathered together today? And damn, this mechanical metal bullhorn is so fierce. I slashed up and it just fucking electrified me. And he fucking breathes fire. Ugh. It's not discharge and fire breathing are understandable. It vibrates a hair. My asshole still hurts right now. Candidates helped each other and grumbled to each other to get to the end of the safety zone the fastest. Suddenly they see Starry Night waiting for them at the end of the safe zone. He stumped up a booth with rows of bone bullhorns. The cow's horn still had blood on it, as if it had just been cut off. Sell the horns. Sell the horns. $10, 000 a stick. $10, 000 a stick. The candidates saw the rows of brand new bullhorns on Starry Night's 3 wheels and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Crap. The feeling is that this pusher sawed off the bull's horns. You sawed it. And you fucking replaced the Minotaur with metal bullhorns. My asshole still hurts right now. Take the shoots. The crowd hooted and hollered as they came to the stall set up by Starry Night. Selling cow horns. $10,000 a root. The crowd looked at Starry Night a step away from the safe zone. Can't help but feel bad about it. Why don't we rob him? We're not even in the safe zone yet. Good idea. Hearing this, Starry Night gently stomped on the third wheel. The whole third wheel with the bullhorn went right into the safe zone. The crowd was confused. Crap. He fucking went in. Master Star heatedly smiled. It's okay for you guys to grab it. I'll be in the safe zone in no time anyway. Then Starry Night took a step backwards and the entire third floor was out of the safe zone again. Then he went back into the safe zone. Out of the security zone again. Hey. I'm in. I'm out. I'm in. I'm out. The crowd looked at him, full of bitchy smiles, their mouths twitching. Damn. Can you stop being so poor? Just then, an S-rank candidate walked up to Starry Night. Bring me 5 bullhorns. With that, he pulled out his cell phone and swiped 50,000 for Starry Night. Starry Night was very happy and immediately selected 5 large and thick bullhorns to hand to the candidates. The candidate picks up the bullhorn, covers his asshole and limps into the safe zone. The red panties were hidden in the hole in his pants. Tap the horse. $10,000 a point. A point can only buy a bottle of loser drink. This price is not right. Even loser drinks have gone up in price. Can't live with that. I can't help it. It's an exam. Just bear with it. The crowd seemed to be compromised. There was a flurry of money out for Starry Night to scan. I want 5. I want 10. I want 20. Starry Night's stomach cramps from counting money. Woo hoo 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 hoo. Oh ho 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 ho. Yes, 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 yes. The crowd watched Starry Night's treacherous smile. Wanted to go up there and get him killed. This dog, damn it. He must be the biggest adulterer when he grows up. And the teachers inside the safe zone watched Master Star's tawdry maneuvers. Couldn't help the corners of his mouth. Making money with high school entrance exams? You're a talent too. Starry Night puts the bullhorn is a great meal. It's a straight up money maker. Starry Night is selling bullhorns and hemming and hawing about marketing at the same time. This Minotaur's horn is precious in the market. You can get around 8,000 on the black market alone. And I, conscience vendor Starry Night, have only increased the price by 2,000 conscience during this critical period of the college entrance exams. The crowd is full of black lines. Damn. You're trying to be a bitch again. Talk is talk and buying is in the hands. Students with money have already bought several. Students who didn't have any money with them also made IOUs. There are some that are really not rich in hand or don't want to be a big grudge breeder. One can only drag their labored bodies into the safe zone, prepare to starve overnight and then set out tomorrow. I can't help it. This stuff is so expensive. In the evening Starry Night was another meal of buying and eating. Almost emptied the safe area again. But this time it was good that there was some left for the group, so they didn't starve to death. It's the leftover food that tastes like that. It's unimaginable. At night, Starry Night lay in her tent tossing and turning, thinking back to the Yangsho slot machine that the Goblin Princess had given her yesterday. Can't help but jump at the chance. Not this stuff. It's too appealing. Omega, might as well take a gamble. I've added 10 years to my life anyway. Starry Night pulls out the Yangsho slot machine and places it in front of himself. Yangsho slots. Quality, golden artifact. Type, gambling. Attribute, use your lifespan as a bet to randomly select an ability or item. The grand prize is the ability to use any ability you can think of within 7 minutes. The more lifespan you put in, the higher the probability of winning the grand prize. Introduction, real gamblers never use money as chips. We only play for our lives. On a slot machine, a joystick on the left and a button on the right. Starry Night picks at the joystick to choose a bet. Stake *1 stake *2 stake *3 stake *4 stake *5. Starry Night scowled. Wasn't there no cap on this thing? He thought about it and chose bet *1. Let's start with a shallow bet. Starry Night pressed the button on the slot machine with one hand. The 3 rows of vertical bars on the slot machine screen began to shake. Starry Night just felt the tension rise to her throat. It's a young life. In case you can't bet on anything. The screen of the slot machine gradually stopped. 2 of the 3 vertical bars show a silver pill. Holy shit, what the hell are those pills? Starry Night tapped the button. Grumble, grumble, grumble. It's like something's going to spit out from underneath the slot machine. Following. Ding bam. An oversized pill was popped out of the narrow slot machine jackpot. Starry Night couldn't help but be deep in thought as she looked at the chair-sized pill. Crap. This shit is getting outrageous. System, you're really careful with the materials you use. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 100% silver level breakthrough order. Starry Night froze. Suddenly happy. Crap, crap, crap. Silver level breakthrough pills are really what's missing. He himself was currently bronze 8 stars, and as long as he rose one more level, bronze 9 stars would be able to directly consume the silver grade breakthrough pill. A dry run to silver level directly unlocks new uses of powers. I wonder what alien attributes will be gained. Starry Night can't wait. Then he looked again at what little merit he had left. Nima, can't actually afford a bronze grade upgrade Dan. Looks like it's time to save up a bit of merit. At that moment, Starry Night received a voice from the system. Young life, 2. Nima, draw a prize for 2 years of life. Who the hell can afford to play? Frightened, Starry Night hurriedly hid the slot machine and the silver level Omakama. Then he looked at Zhang Dabeo who was sleeping. Dabeo, it looks like this will only work for you from now on. You're lucky to have a good brother like me. Ha 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 ha. It's late at night. The Starry Night team members drifted off to sleep, and there was a cacophony of noise on the surrounding tents. Damn. That's nasty. That's $10,000 worth of fucking bubblegum. I've never had such pitiful noodles in my life. Get some sleep. The next day's journey awaits us. We must kill more monsters tomorrow. And we mustn't let this Starry Night kid steal the show. The next day dawned. The crowd got up early and headed to Slime Swamp. The crowd quietly cleaned up, afraid of waking Starry Night. But Starry Night got up anyway. He thieves and picks at the tent opening. Yo, big guy's up early. The crowd looked at the bags that were being packed. Suddenly there was a heartbeat. Crap, this bastard got up so early. It's 80% that he's going to make a demon again. Long Xiang looked at Starry Night warily. What are you boys planning to do today? Starry Night was eating her breakfast while looking at Ryusho. Ah, aren't we passing through Slime Swamp today? To harvest slime gel. Of course. Long Xiang's face instantly became alert. Damn. You're not going to grab all the gels again, are you? Starry Night patted her chest. How? I'm a very kind person. I don't like to kill. I'm also extra peace-loving. My mission today is to save slime. Hey. The crowd was up to their necks in chrysanthemums. Crap. How is he going to take out the gel without killing the slime this time? Before the crowd could react, Starry Night had waited for the third wheel to scurry off with the crew. Fuck me. Don't fucking let him get there first. Wow. Big guy, hurry up and charge. The crowd followed close behind and flew over together, leaving his scene in shambles. Everyone run faster. Never let this Starry Night kid steal the show. Yeah, he went over there and probably finished the slime hojo again. Starry Night pedaled the three wheels unhurriedly, only barely slightly faster than the crowd. When the crowd was slightly unable to keep up, Starry Night would lower her speed a bit. The main one can't catch up, and I can't tire you out. After a 3-hour trek, the crowd had long been tired and out of breath. Finally, we've reached the legendary Slime Swamp. Above the marsh, long rushes of grass grow. Swaths and swaths of puddles and mud puddles crisscross the swamp. It makes it easy to step on it accidentally and fall deeper into it. And the more you struggle, the deeper you fall. If you don't have a teammate to help with the rescue, there is a good chance that you will die as a result. By now, Starry Night had gotten off the third wheel and was waiting for the crowd. Slimes don't really have much of a fighting chance. This level is a test of how well the students can work together to get through the swamp. By draining them of their energy like this, Starry Night was able to maximize the containment of them killing slimes. That said, the system didn't release a quest either. Why should I help these slimes? Is it just because they look like a jelly? When the crowd saw Starry Night stop, they couldn't help but feel happy. Ha, this kid can't help it. Let's go. Let's hurry across the swamp to kill the slimes. There's a couple of eyeballs here who'll be the first to rush out. Kill the slimes. Charge. The crowd flew forward, and one man sank right into the swamp. The whole body has been plunged into the mud. He struggled as hard as he could with all his strength, barely revealing a mud-covered human head. Great. There's still at least one more breath to be taken. You guys gotta help me. The man just looked up and saw a couple of people behind him who couldn't break at all. They all swooped and fell down towards his position. Oops. What would I host? Degree hosting. Before he could finish a sentence, a few people directly smashed the head he had just poked out. Hurrah! Hundreds of people had gotten stuck in the mud. There are cases where the entire team is stuck in the mud and there is no way to rescue them. Starry Night looked at the crowd that was stuck in the mud and immediately took out a speaker. Guys and gals, listen to me. Everyone try not to move. The more you move, the deeper and faster you fall in. Me, coming right to your rescue. The crowd was this touched. When did this kid turn around? Starry Night pulled out a long stick from her space backpack. Reach out to one of the big brothers who just fell into the mud. Here. Big brother grabbed the other end of the stick. The man was so full of emotion that he reached straight up and grabbed the other end of the stick. A downward thrust. The student who grabbed that one was pulled straight out most of the way. Eyes on the shore. Starry Night suddenly stopped pulling her arm downward. That big brother rescue fee is paid first. Nanny, there's a fucking rescue fee. This stick of mine is very expensive. And now that it's dirty, of course I'm going to charge a little bit for it. Well, how much did you say? 10,000. 10,000? That big brother was directly confused. What are you doing here? Starry Night looked at him, then her hands went slack. Ah, sorry big brother, there is no rescue fee. I am all weak all over. Can't hold on to the stick all right. The student's jugular tightened in fear. Give as much as you want. When Starry Night heard this, she suddenly seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of strength again. Re-grabbed the pole with one hand. One hard push pulled the boy right out of the swamp. The boy was gasping for air and hadn't slowed down. Zhang Debao then came to him with a collection code. Hey, classmates, sweep the code. Then, under the dumbfounded expressions of the crowd, Starry Night took a long stick directly to the people below and yelled, "Ah! Save a man! $10,000 a man! Save a man! $10,000 a man!" The crowd was full of black lines, but then he had to use Starry Night to save his life in a life and death situation. Save me, save me. Save me first. Me. Starry Night will soon be beyond saving. Another 4 long poles were taken out and handed to Zhang Debao and the others. The 5 of them worked together to effect the rescue. A little while later, "You're making a lot of money." Other students also tried to effect a rescue, "But I don't have anything in my hand." Some students have psychic abilities to perform rescues, but they're too embarrassed to ask for money and they don't want to give it away for nothing. Loss of stamina. Starry Night saves the day while telling the others a story. "You see, I may charge money, but I do it for the good of all." In the spring and autumn period, Confucius' disciple Zi Zigung paid to ransom a slave from the state of Lu. Then the officials wanted to give him a reward, and he didn't want it. "He's noble. He's marvelous." Kung Lao Er then trained him. "If you don't want the reward, how can anyone else have the face to ask for it?" Others again after seeing the captured slaves. "It's not like you want to spend your own money on it and you're embarrassed to ask for a reward. It's just a matter of pretending not to see it. Then won't the slaves of Lu die in a foreign country? So that's why I'm saving people now so that anyone who falls into the swamp in the future can be saved. It's accumulating merit." Class. The crowd looked at Starry Night with black lines on their faces. "Naya. It makes some sense. But I want to punch him so bad." "Makes sense my ass. He's a fucking excuse to collect his own money." After a good deal of work, those who had fallen into the swamp were fished out. The crowd looked again at the hundreds of mud monkeys. Extraordinarily conspicuous. There was a pang of sadness in the crowd. This swamp is also too dangerous to cross. For Long Xiang and other celestial pride, the swamp was simply no difficulty at all. Straight away, the crowd stepped out into the swamp. And the average student is in trouble mainly because it was too dangerous for them to try to risk it. That's when the great and good Starry Night stepped forward. "Here, now a paid ride through the swamp. $5,000 each. 20,000 for a 5-man charter team. Cheap." The crowd froze. "Crap, how do you want to take us there?" Before the crowd could react, Starry Night had already finished transforming the tricycle's tires. All that could be seen was a whole giant tank track wrapped around his tire. Makes the whole trike perfect for traveling through the swamp. "Come on, get in. Muddy slime swamp on." A few slimes were gurgling and eating water plants, happy and laid back. Suddenly, a modified tricycle sped by, splitting the muddy water of the swamp with a splash on either side. 2 center split heads were formed in the open swamp. Splash of muddy water splashed Slimegate in the face. The man's excited voice came from the third wheel. "The slimes in front of us are dodging out of the way. Watch your head." The slimes scattered in fear. Coochie, gee whiz, scared the hell out of the baby. Starry Night pedaled frantically on 3 wheels. The back was pulling a car full of people. You can refer to Sancho's motorcycle for details on how much. Alvarez Big Banana. Staffing ratios for the Wooling van. Not only that, but Starry Night also employs the most scientific staffing program available. Start by having 16 people sit in a row around the side of the tricycle. Utilizes the height of a person's upper body to form a block. Then choose a few students and lay them flat in the tricycle bucket. Utilizing the principle that the human body is wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Have the class lie in 3 rows with their heads and feet facing each other. A total of 4 layers can lie vertically. A total of 12 can lie in a 3x4 rectangle. Or 12. You think this is the end? This is just the beginning. There will still be gaps in laying these people down. These gaps are then used to stand one's legs. Skinny students can even stand right in with 7 or 8 of them. That's when the person sitting on the sidelines comes into play. There are 4 or 5 others lying upright on their legs. Then the ergonomics are utilized. Get a couple of skinny students to hang on to the backs of the seated students. Starry Night didn't think that was enough. A couple more big long poles were stuck in the middle of all of them. Long poles with rows of students hanging in unison. It's like wearing a bunch of little piggies. The Starry Night tricycle rode up, splashing mud and water all over their faces. Didn't realize. It is amazing that a common tricycle carries almost 100 people at the same time. It is truly a miracle in the history of transportation. Of course, these students didn't have it easy. The students who could open their mouths were already complaining. Damn it, I'm in a bus, not a van. You're fucking shipping me like I'm pork. Some students who could not open their mouths could only sniff the stinky feet and make noises. Starry Night was, at the moment, certainly not doing well. These guys are too heavy too. He frowned as he listened to the grumbling from the back of the room. Hey, aren't we trying to knock the price down? I've split the fares by location. Seat tickets 5,000. Standing tickets 4,000. Lie and lie tickets 3,000. Hanging tickets 2,800. So conscientious. So cheap. What more do you want? A whole tricycle full of people? Mud. The traitors. The naked traitors. Go back and I'll report you. Starry Night ignored them and silently increased her footwork. At once, the splash of muddy soup poured down their BB's mouths. Oh snore. Tramp. This mud soup smells like shit. The slimes who were peeing off to the side were stunned. Which living hell is this? All that meat he's pulling in the back. Is that ready to go to slaughter? It's so horrible to be a human. It's better to focus on being a slime. Pust. A sharp blade had chopped the slime in half. And also the gel out popped. Some of the prideful people who chose to cross the swamp on their own killed a slime in passing. Meanwhile, he himself is in a deep swamp. If it weren't for a teammate on the sidelines, he might have had to explain himself here as well. He even regretted it a little. Wouldn't he have been a little safer if he had sat on that tricycle? But look at the students hanging like little piggies on either side of that. There was a pang of fear in his heart. It's brutal. Starry Night made a total of hundreds of deliveries back and forth. It took a while to get all those students. At the moment, he was exhausted to the point of dying. If I hadn't had a touch of fish in my hand, I would have GA in place. Crap. Being good is so exhausting. Alas, I am so kind-hearted that I will be rewarded. The crowd was full of contempt. Damn. Shady bosses. Shady businessmen and shady drivers. Starry Night pressed on, happy to lead the team up to the next safe zone. The crowd didn't get much today. All the players concentrate on crossing the swamp. Barely killed many slimes, much less popped many gels. There were even teams that activated the rescue of their accompanying teachers. Disqualified from the exam? Starry Night rushes the crowd to the safe zone. Suddenly an RV was seen parked nearly 2 kilometers from the security zone. Starry Night approached the RV on 3 wheels. The smell of roasting meat was immediately apparent. Crap! In these deep mountains, there are people camping? Then he saw Lu Nang's familiar face. Lu Nang is eating roast pork beautifully? Suddenly, he saw Starry Night's handsome face covered in mud and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Ah, Mr. Star, why did you chase me here? Starry Night was happy. Noko, why are you here too? Ah, Mr. Star, I escaped here. Ah. Then he saw Starry Night's eyes, staring dead at his roast. Want some? Before he could finish, several people had already clunked and started building. In an instant, Lu Nang's roast was cleaned up. Starry Night ate and drank her fill and suddenly saw the huge RV. Crap! This RV should be able to take a shower, right? Lu Nang's face was full of convulsions. Seems like it could. Starry Night scurried right up into the middle of the RV. Go go go! Get in the RV and shower. It's been a long time since I've washed up, and I didn't realize the RV came with a shower. Not long after, a couple of people who smelled good on their bodies. Just find your place in the RV. This RV is huge and fully functional. The cabin sleeps 4 people car and 1 more in the cab. They are all luxuriously soft beds, much more comfortable than tents. Starry Night looked at Zheng Debao who was on the side. Dabbler, you can drive, can't you? Zheng Debao has patted his chest. Ha ha, I just got my license a few days ago. Come on, let's go to the safe zone. Lu Nang was full of black lines? Hey, not Mr. Star, what am I going to do when you take the RV? Starry Night gave him a blank look. Oh, righto. What do you do? Why don't you come with us, and when we get to the safe zone, I'll hand you over to the safe zone administrators. Have them take you back to the station for a few days? The corner of Lu Nang's mouth twitched. Mr. Star, you can't do this. Starry Night tapped his chest. It's okay, we have people at the station. Really? Lu Nang said excitedly. Yeah, my dad's still locked up at the station. The corner of Lu Nang's mouth twitched. It's true that there are people but are you really reliable as a person? Of course it's reliable. It's your idol. You guys can study ergonomics in there. Lu Nang, I'm Nima. Ugh. Don't worry. I'll just double up on the taxes when I'm done with my senior year. Fish you all out. Lu Nang got into the car with a reluctant face. The RV roared to safety. Today's safe zone has been ready with tons of supplies for a long time. The staff has waited with anticipation for the students to return. Suddenly, they could hear a huge roar coming. Hey, the truck delivering the supplies. Wasn't that already here? It doesn't make sense that there should be any other cars left. The staff was very puzzled and looked away. Suddenly, a super luxurious off-road caravan appeared in front of them. Nanny? The RV Starry Night and the others stepped out of the car in clean clothes, and couldn't stop saying hello when he saw the staff. Ah, good morning teacher. Want to go to the car and take a shower? The staff twitched and shook their heads, then see through the door to the luxurious interior of the car. Refrigerators, color TVs, washing machines, game consoles, and even treadmills with microwaves, ovens, and grills. Damn, you're here for a test? You're on a fucking vacation. Starry Night then parked the car in the safe zone as soon as he entered. Candidates were coming up behind one after another. The sight of this luxurious and huge caravan was a shock to the heart. Crap, this is too luxurious. And it's not even closed? Nima, I think I see a coffee machine. No, 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 that happy water in the fridge is my dream. Ugh, don't even think about it. I wonder which examiner drove this. The crowd shook their heads and moved on. Suddenly he saw a few people from Starry Night getting out of the car, with a popsicle in his hand. Yo, morning guys. Want a popsicle? The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Crap, 3 wheels for an RV so soon? Where the fuck did you get that? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Ah, the RV. I picked it up on the road. Bah, why the hell do you get to pick up the RV? Because I do good things every day. Accumulate merit. After all, good people have good rewards. Fuck off nigga. The crowd dragged themselves through the mud to the campground. Didn't even want to bother with Starry Night's slaughtered seed. A lot of people have lost their backpacks. Starry Night the biker pulls no punches. It's another $1,000 to pull a load. Some people feel that the food in their packs is finished anyway, and an empty pack and something of little use is just that, so they throw it away. The entire team pulled together useful supplies in a single bag. The crowd arrived and began to pitch their tents, and some of them lost theirs. This came with a bedding thrown to the ground. Purr and go to sleep. What's more, they don't even bring bedding with them. Find a patch of grass to lie down and start sleeping. What's the point of having a bike when you're covered in mud? They were exhausted and just wanted to rush to bed. And Starry Night's luxury motorhome. A few people are singing karaoke. Starry Night took the microphone and wailed. The east is not bright. The west is bright. Hey. Sun over the remnants of the sun I sun sorrow. Hey. I said fake nah. A glass of wine for the night. A wave of a free trip. Our dripping love is about to drive. Drive where? Into eternity? Music is supposed to be loud. Plus super KTV sound in a luxury RV? The whole safe zone can't be quieted by the noise? Mud. That's awful. Others sing for money. He sings for his life. The head of the safe zone finally looked away and knocked on Starry Night's car door. Scathing rebuke to not sing KTV in the safe zone. Soon the singing stopped. There was a sound of a game coming from the car. Go on. Go on. Fuck him. Throw mines. Throw mines. Ah. Yes. 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 You go up and draw fire. I'll snipe from behind. The crowd forced themselves to endure the mental torture and fell into a deep sleep. The next day with a big black eye, he was up and fighting again. Today's road trip is through the cat demon dense forest. Cat demons are rather brutal creatures. They are smaller in stature, but extremely fast. The claws and teeth are quite sharp. There were even some special cat demons with elemental skills. For example, toxicity, fire or light properties, and so on. In dense forests, their flexible physical strengths are easier to utilize, even tougher than a strong minotaur. Looks like it's going to be another rough day. The crowd was packed and ready to go. Suddenly, it was seen that Starry Night had gotten up, and the corners of his mouth made a hey 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 noise. I'm coming. With the crowd twitching at the corners of their mouths, Starry Night got into the RV. The RV scurried off with a roaring engine. Everyone ate the tailpipe and looked confused. Crap. Yesterday you were riding 3 wheels. Today you're doing RVs. How much fucking black money he's making. Stop peddling and complaining and get on your way. If we don't get on the road, we're going to get screwed by Starry Night again today? The crowd dragged their tired bodies close behind the RV, but with a kick of the gas from the RV driver, Jean de Bayo, the crowd couldn't even eat the exhaust of the RV. The RV roared its engine and took off in a puff of smoke. The crowd had no choice but to hurry as quickly as possible, trying not to let Starry Night finish off the cat demon hobo before they arrived. If nothing else, accidents happen. It was already 5 hours later when the crowd arrived at the cat demon dense forest. Then they saw the unthinkable image of a lifetime. A few of Starry Night's men staked out their stalls, being a fucking cat demon getting a manicure. At the moment, Starry Night was skillfully utilizing manicure tools. First, cut off the tips of the cat demon's nails and put them in a box off to the side. Then let the cat demon choose one of her favorite armor pieces on her own. Immediately after that, Starry Night and the others moved skillfully, trimming, sanding, gluing, removing dead skin, applying nail polish, coloring, sprinkling with baubles, a little set of practiced moves all in one. The corners of their mouths twitched as they watched. Crap, damn, you do nails for cat demons. You're a talent too. And look at the long line of cat demons behind you. Nail art is simply irresistible to a beauty-loving creature like a cat demon. In particular, the experience of getting their nails done for the first time was very rewarding for them. Starry Night looked back at the crowd. Yo, the big guys are here. I'm too busy on my end and I'm hiring 30 girls who can do nails. 100 points per person for cat demon claws. Anyone? At once, the group of girls couldn't help but be impressed. Nanny, 100 points It's the Heaven's Pride team, and it's just about 100 points a day for a frantic monster fight. And a common girl like myself can earn 100 points. Then a group of girls scrambled to start signing up. One of them, a girl named Shelly, was successfully selected. She only has a C-rank hand and foot dexterity ability, and it's still a very low black iron 6-star. After many days of high school torture, she and her regular team were ready to give up. But today there was sudden joy. Since I have worked part-time as a nail technician in the summer, I was hired directly by Starry Night today as a cat demon nail technician. She is so skillful that she can do a manicure in a few minutes. I can't believe I've become the top of the team, crunching and earning points in front of the envious eyes of tens of thousands of people. The day passed. Managed to get 100 points for the cat demon claw myself. And the big boss of Starry Night saw that he had excellent grades. It also gives an extra 20 points. Not only that, but all the nail technician girls were able to ride in a high-end RV, take a shower, drink coffee, and listen to music, escort all the way to the safe zone. All she really wanted at this point was to sit in the RV forever and never go back to her regular ragtag team. Just then, she saw the tawdry Starry Night and Xiao Longxiao playing a game. She couldn't help but have a sudden crush on the lackluster, but good-looking boy. She walked up and spoke quietly to Starry Night. "Hello that one, thank you so much for giving me this job." As she said that, she also puffed out her rather capitalized chest. However, Starry Night had no time for her as she played the game. It's okay, it's a win-win situation. You guys can play as much as you want, eat as much food as you want, just don't steal anything. Xiaoli, Sigma, for all. In addition to these girls involved in nail art, the rest of the team is not going to have a good time. They chose to confront the cat demon head-on. However, straight away it was a big loss. Cat demons are much better fighters than goblins. The advantage of being in a dense forest was huge and caught the candidates off guard. Many people have been injured as a result, and some unlucky ones have been caught in vital parts or even died. Beat the crowd to a pulp. Starry Night drove the RV into a secure area. After sending the nail techs into the safe zone to redeem their points, Starry Night pulled out the 3 wheels and began to set up a stall. The candidates in the back, covered in bruises, saw Starry Night's floor stalls, not without a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Main Nima? Again! Unsurprisingly, Starry Night reaped the rewards of another vicious wave with her cat demon claws. The nights are still so painful. It was as if endless darkness shone on the candidates' hearts. After a night of torture, candidates wake up early to embark on a new journey. There is only one more level of Boar Spirit Grassland left to reach the final destination, Flying Dragon Territory. They stepped heavily, squeezing out the last bit of strength they had, set off towards the Boar's Witch Meadow. Starry Night and the others slept until noon. It was only then that they couldn't help but get up at a leisurely pace. And they were tired these days, but it's worth being tired when there's money to be made. After getting up, a few people leisurely built a fire and cooked. Then it was time to start building. And Xiao Longxia's handiwork was getting better and better. The supplies purchased in the last few days were also enough for food. The food can be very generous. A few people went wild building meals. Suddenly, a little girl stepped out of the RV. "Crap, Xiaoli, why the hell are you still here?" Zhang Debao asked warily, holding a rubber stick. Xiaoli had a dumbfounded look on her face. "Ah, I slept in the car yesterday. Too comfortable. Hey, why is everyone gone?" The crowd was full of black lines. What's with this guy on a good team? Starry Night looked at the innocent and unsupported little girl. Couldn't help but start to get heartbroken. "You damn well don't want to eat our food, right?" The corner of Xiaoli's mouth twitched, but she immediately adjusted her expression and returned to that innocent state. "So, can I eat with you guys?" "No. Xiaoli equals, ahaha." Soon, a few of Starry Night's men finished eating and stomped into the RV and took off with a kick of the gas. Only Xiaoli, who was full of innocence, was left behind, messed up in the wind. Crap. Ruthless. Hashtag. The RV sped along, passing through Boar's Witch Meadow. It's been all over the place. Since Starry Night was not involved in this fight, the crowd had long since fought the boar. It was then that everyone realized that the wild monsters were fighting at a very high level. If it wasn't for those tawdry maneuvers on Starry Night, his own side would have been dead and wounded long ago. The boar spirit was very tough and didn't listen to persuasion at all. Seeing the candidates was a frantic output. Candidates are extremely fatigued these days, very powerless against wild boars with a raging temperament and thick skin. It takes a dozen people to surround a boar to barely defeat it. And boars are very plentiful and have good durability. Soon the candidate's side suffered a big loss. Damn, why is this boar so fierce? High school exams are supposed to be one level of difficulty after another. The boar spirit should be in the penultimate difficulty. It's a lot fiercer than Gobliner was before, but the candidates were not to be outdone. Soon, teams were organized to round up and kill, and 3 or 5 small teams working together gradually hunted down some wild boars as well. But the boar spirits were huge in number, and the surrounding boar spirits, hearing the commotion, also came over to help. The candidate's side was very badly beaten and defeated. Just then, Starry Night scurried out in her RV. The crowd seemed to see a savior. Crap! Starry Night is finally here. Come up with your slutty maneuvers and dry a manicure for the boar spirit. Starry Night opened the window and yelled at the candidates. Damn it! Boar spirits are brutal and oily by nature. They don't like manicures. Why don't you run away quickly? Afterwards, close the glass window. The caravan took off with a huge plume of smoke and scuttled off in a puff of smoke. A group of boar spirits behind them took off after the RV. It also takes some of the pressure off the candidates. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. What are you waiting for? Run the fuck away. The crowd quickly disengaged themselves from the fight and rushed forward after Starry Night's caravan. But how can 2 legs outrun 4 wheels? They can't even eat the exhaust. The invigilator who was following the group saw this scene and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. I didn't realize that Starry Night's cargo had unintentionally reduced the casualties of many students. Originally set up the level of Boar Spirit Grassland. There was just no intention of letting these regular candidates collect points. After all, the Boar Spirit could be much more powerful than those monsters in front of him. It is their endurance and limits that are tested. The prairie has no cover and the run is over. The entire wild boar savanna was filled with chases and killings. Why are you chasing me? A girl shouted. The Boar Spirit grunted his nose. Humph. I'll take the emergency syrup. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. Does this trampling boar spirit watch commercials too? Starry Night's RV roared along and soon came to the end of the boar savanna. Suddenly, a group appeared directly in front of them. Several people from Longxiang had been waiting here for a long time. He'd had enough of Starry Night these days. I've been wanting to find a place where no one is around to teach them a lesson for a long time. He investigated Starry Night. Although it was a SSS rank psychic ability, its own strength was only bronze 8 stars. He himself was already a silver 2-star. More than enough to deal with him. For the others, Longxiang was very confident. There were 4 of them on the team. The others were very mediocre along the way. A F-rated trash Zheng Debao, a loser who only knows how to make crawfish. There's also a vase of a little beauty who doesn't seem to have done much of anything outstanding along the way. When we defeat Starry Night, we'll just snatch it for her. Your side plus the SS grade silver 1-star Dragon Jade. There were also 3 S-ranked bronze peaks against his trashy team that had been assembled from the east. It was as easy as crushing an ant. When the time comes, he'll rob his RV, take his girl, and take the teeth of the boar spirit he pitted today. With his own wave of great revenge, it was very likely that he would directly surpass Starry Night and take the first place. Longxiang spread his arms to stop Starry Night's caravan. Hey, when we win, I'll get your girl, I'll get your points, and I'll get your first place. Just then, the co-pilot Starry Night patted Zheng Debao who was about to fall asleep. Dabbler, you're falling asleep at the wheel of a fucking car. Zheng Debao woke up with a jolt. Crap, just too sleepy. Sorry. Suddenly, he saw that Longxiang, who was ready to block the caravan with open arms, was already close at hand. It's too late to break. Crap, it's over. Dueling. Longxiang was directly knocked out by the huge caravan. Fortunately, Zheng Debao braked in time. It was only then that he didn't let Longxiang meet his 2 milk directly. Starry Night and Zheng Debao got out of the car awkwardly. Seeing Longxiang, who had planted his head face down directly into the dirt, he almost laughed out loud. Good thing they're professionally trained? Normally, never laugh unless you can't help it. In the next second, Longxiang pulled his head out of the dirt, a face full of black mud and even a little bit of yellow substance. At that moment, Starry Night Zheng Debao, even his teammates couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's a pretty chic look for you. Starry Night had laughed so hard she almost jerked over. Are you going to laugh me to death and inherit my mineral water bottles? Longxiang was furious. Fucking dog, I'm going to challenge you. Starry Night was filled with big question marks. Challenge, is that thing edible? Longxiang poo-pooed and spat out the weed in his mouth. I'm going to beat you fair and square and take your RV. Grab your boar's teeth for points. Grab the good-looking chick next to you. Wahahahahahaha. Starry Night looked at Longxiang like he was a fool. So if I beat you, what's in it for me? Longxiang froze and looked at his penniless team. You beat me. To get my sister. Starry Night yucked it up as well, spitting out the popsicle stick in her mouth. What do I need that for? You can't eat it. It's no good. I'm getting in the car. With that, Starry Night and Zheng Debao opened the car door and were about to head up. Longxiang was filled with black lines. Damn. Okay, then I'll put up 100 Ws as a bet. Starry Night then eased out of the car. Who's 100W shabby? Win the fight and I'll take that bird of yours. He only saw a little brother at the back of Long Xiang's team, carrying a box in his hand. The sound of key, "You're too beautiful" coming from the box? Ha! The pointing parrot. Long Xiang was a bit surprised. If it wasn't for the help of the pointing parrot, he wouldn't have been able to arrive at the location so quickly to ambush Starry Night. But for a clean slate, fuck it. Okay, I promise I'll give you the parrot if you win the fight. Starry Night smacked her lips in satisfaction. Hey, 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 little parrot child, come into my pot. Not arms. Suddenly, Long Xiang reacted. I'm fucking robbing you. Why should I make a bet? Can't I just grab it? Starry Night even kindly reminded him. Yeah, you can just rob it. The rules are to allow fighting each other for resources in the wild. You're a big smart ass. Long Xiang was filled with black lines. Then don't fucking blame me. Saying that, Long Xiang stomped the ground hard, and the whole person directly leaped out and swung a fist. Starry Night held out a palm. Hashizm sacks. Hold on a second. Long Xiang braked sharply and almost flashed his back. What the fuck else do you want? I'm wondering if we're going to go king to king 1-on-1, or 5-on-5 in a group? Long Xiang froze. A fucking robbery, and this kind of rule? But he thought about it and agreed. Since you want to sacrifice yourself to save the whole team, then I'll fulfill you. Let's have a king-to-king duel. Saying that, Long Xiang once again tried to swing his fist. Starry Night, however, quietly took a step back and patted Ruyan Lu, who was eating ice cream on the side. Hey, Godstick girl, you heard it too. He himself had to be king against king has nothing to do with me. Go on, fuck him. Saying so, Starry Night pushed Ruyan Lu out with one hand. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's entire body was trembling and her face was red. Seems like a shy little white rabbit. Long Xiang froze. Crap, you stepped on a big man pushing a little girl out to die. Do you have a conscience? However, Lin Yusen, who was shivering all over her body, suddenly rioted. Out of nowhere, he pulled out a large stick of bone. A punch to the head from Long Xiang. Long Xiang was startled, but it was too late to dodge. He could only extend his right arm to block it, which quickly turned into a green-colored dragon claw with some tiny scales attached to it. Wang! There was a loud bang. Long Xiang only felt that his entire arm was numb and swollen. Crap! You don't preach martial arts? Lu Ruyan's eyes looked straight at Long Xiang, and her whole body shook even more. As a divine favorite of the goddess of war, Lu Ruyan was born with the urge to fight. So many days of repression had made her hungry and thirsty. She looked at Long Xiang in front of her like a piece of food. Wunderkind? Young men never talk about that stuff. Saying that, he once again raised the big bone stick and swung it towards Long Xiang. Saw that the big bone stick had descended. Both of Long Xiang's hands turned into green-colored dragon claws, intending to directly grab the bone stick. Duong duong duong. Ruyan Lu instantly swung 3 bats. Long Xiang did not succeed in catching it once, but instead, his hands were hit with a burst of numbness. Long Xiang looked at his trembling hands and could not help but be alert. The bitch in front of me was harmless on the surface, but she was not a good person. He smiled coldly. I didn't realize you had reached the silver rank as well, but it's still not enough in front of my dragonized alien energy. Saying so, his entire body suddenly turned a greenish color. Horns grow on the head and scales grow on the body. A pair of wings with fleshy membranes unexpectedly sprouted from his back. He hemmed and hawed, grimacing as if he were a demon. Chica. Of all the traditional psychic abilities, the dragon's psychic ability is the second most important existence. His transformation was completed in an instant, and his entire body resembled a humanoid dragon, and his height reached about 2 meters 5. Starry Night pulled out a ponytail and kept getting high. Wow, it's the second highest ranked dragon system ability. What's the first? Long Xiang smiled condescendingly. No one at the same level can defeat me except for the divine system abilities. He then looked at Ruyan Lu again, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Prepare to launch an onslaught. Starry Night watched the battle as she got high on melon. Hey, goddamn girl, hurry up and invite the ancestor. The corners of Lin Yusen's mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile as well. Please, ancestor. Ah shucks, Starry Night, you're bringing me down again. She paused, reorganizing her words. Invite the dawn of the goddess of war to shine upon me. In an instant, her whole person changed her temperament. An invisible energy surged out from around her, a divine light enveloping her. The transformation was complete in just one moment. Long Xiang looked dumbfounded. Crap, godly powers. Really damn, this is what comes with fear. The Lu Ruyan in front of him was wearing armor, a huge sword in his hand, and a gem-encrusted spear suspended behind him. A gaze of contempt radiated from his pupils. Frightened, Long Xiang couldn't help but tremble all over. No wonder Tramp's whole body is shaking. The emotion is excitement. Before he could finish, Ruyan Lu copied the big bone stick and rushed out, throwing the giant sword to float behind her as well. Long Xiang gritted his teeth. He was a silver 2-star. He should be able to beat this silver 1-star. Fuck! And then snap. The punches to the face kept coming. The large bone stick in Lu Ruyan's hand frantically whipped Long Xiang's dragon face. The viciousness of the force and the tricky angle made Long Xiang unable to defend himself. That big bone stick seemed to carry some kind of special attribute, and smacked Long Xiang for a moment of dizziness. My nigga, can you not punch me in the face? Lin Yusin paused the large bone stick in her hand. Not the face, then the head. Ow ow ow. Ouch, 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 ouch. Long Xiang's dragonization looked so fragile behind Lin Yusin's war goddess up, even at the same SS level. There's a big difference. In less than a minute, Long Xiang had already received hundreds of sticks on his head. One big bag on top of the other. Big bag over small bag. Small bags stacked on top of large bags. Bags connected. Long Xiang was on the verge of tears. Naya, dog Starry Night, I didn't realize that this chick was the strongest in your team. Just finished a curse. Ruyan Lu's big bony stick swung out dozens more times. Long Xiang has been beaten up. That dragon pride was gone. What are you looking at? He hissed. Hurry up and do it. Behind him, Long Yu and his three-peat bronze teammates immediately reacted, intending to strike out at Starry Night and the others. Long Xiang understood in his heart that Starry Night's team was estimated to have only the chick in front of him as their main fighting force. The rest are rookies. As long as they fought group battles, their side would surely win, and then they would beat up this chick in front of them in a group. His own side would have won a total victory. The thought of it brought a hint of comfort to his heart. Behind him, Dragon Jade opened her mouth, full of dragon language magic, which was actually dragon language profanity. Water, fire, light and electricity were fired towards where Starry Night was. Unperturbed, Starry Night pulled out a pan to fend it off. The many dragon language magic attacks that hit the pan all vanished. Starry Night blocked it while still high on melon. Not bad, not bad. It tastes great. Long Yu was all confused. He actually has such strong defense equipment. Right at this moment, Long Yu only felt a pain in the back of his head brain, and his entire mind was in chaos. Ouch. Shit. Sneak attack. She hurriedly turned around then froze directly in place. It turned out to be empty behind him. Immediately after that, the sound of Di Wang Duong Duong appeared in the air again. 3 small bags grew directly from Long Yu's head. She stared blankly at the empty grassland in front of her and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Nani? Invisible man-child. At this moment, they finally understood. Why is there always one less person in Starry Night's team, but one more red cape now? Emotions are very rare invisible powers. A smile appeared at the corner of Long Yu's mouth. Humph. I caught you out, didn't I? Duong. 3 more big bone stick slams. It smacked her upside the head for a moment. Starry Night laughed outright. What's the point of you finding out? Did you hit it? I also found out you're female. Does that help? Long Yu froze and suddenly reacted. Dog. Let's see if I don't get you killed. She slowly opened her mouth. Several vortices slowly formed directly around her. Several elemental spells were being prepared to fire. Duong, Duong, Duong. 3 more large blows to her head directly interrupted her spellcasting. Ugh. Nima. Hey, don't you speak martial arts? Duong. Starry Night is all happy and pumped up. What's all this talk about immorality when you're invisible? The other 3 S-rank bronze peak teammates saw their 2 main forces being entangled. One by one, they turned their attention to Starry Night. 3 S-ranks should be more than enough to beat him. Go fuck him. The 3 were just about to make a move. Suddenly I realized I had crawled all around me with crayfish. A few people froze. The crayfish snapped right into action and clamped down on their vital organs. Hey, Ni Naya. Sugar 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 sugar. The 3 hadn't gotten over the pain yet hadn't reacted. Duong Duong sounds also exploded overhead. Ouch. Fuck me. A few people snapped back to empty again. Xiao Longxia stood next to Starry Night. Crayfish continued to pour out of his circumference. There are common crawfish soldiers, and general crawfish. There are long-range attack lobster shooters, and the lobster daredevils who are responsible for being cannon fodder. Clamping down on the pliers, he charged. The fight caught the 3 off guard. Starry Night was so happy. Ouch. Ouch. Brother Long Xiang, your teammate is injured yo. Why don't you go and support? Long Xiang's head was also full of black lines and big bags at this moment. Duong. Lu Ruyan swung the large bone stick in her hand one after another. The goddess of war masters all the tricks of war. Big bone stick always finds a break in Long Xiang and manages to hit him in the head. Hey, my ass. How's this for a fight? If it weren't for his hard skull, he would probably have been knocked out on the spot. Starry Night was high on melon and taking pictures to document it. Hey, brother Long Xiang smile. Eggplant. Why is it worse than crying? Long Xiang was dying of speechlessness. I didn't realize their entire team was ridiculously strong. Although his own sister, Dragon Jade, was also SS ranked, it was difficult for a mage to be effective once they were in close proximity. And the other team just happens to have a teammate who can stealth. Straight up splatting. There is no way to solve this problem. 3 of his own minions seem to be held back. Do they have 2 teammates who can be invisible? Where's that F-rated Zhang de Bauer? The corner of Long Xiang's mouth twitched. Immediately order the 3 S-ranked teammates. You guys attacked indiscriminately at your sides. That Zhang de Bao must be invisible too. All you have to do is hit him randomly and you will surely die. As soon as the 3 heard this, they immediately became interested. The weapon was plowed up and slashed at the surrounding area. One of his teammates even pulled out a gun and took a burst right in front of him. I don't care if Zhang de Bao lives or dies. 3 minutes later, the trio's panting, still with big bags on their heads. The crawfish were hanging all around them, pinching them with bruises and blood coming out. He can't fucking fight. Can't hit Zhang de Bao the biker at all. Is he stealthy or just straight up invincible? The 3 were about to give up when suddenly one of them accidentally stuck out a knife. An invisible rope was cut. On the other end of the rope, Zhang de Bao slowly appeared. At the moment, he was moving towards the rubberized stick in his hand, ready to smash it into the top of the head of one of the men. The man hemmed and hawed. You think you're awesome like that, don't you? Zhang de Bao looked around and then at himself who had already shown up. Hey, big brother, do you believe in fate? The man froze. With a Wang moment, Zhang de Bao directly smashed it. Yet. The man covered his forehead in severe pain. I believe your sister. After saying that, the man slashed towards Zhang de Bao towards the knife. Zhang de Bao scampered away. The rubber stick in his hand was thrown straight out and landed on the grass aside. Hey, big brother has something to discuss. The man didn't care about him at all, and was about to slash towards the knife in his hand. However, Zhang de Bao was extremely fast at running after years of training. The 3 were surprisingly unable to catch up for a while. I'll fucking kill you. Stop it. Zhang de Bao shouted as he ran. Are you stupid or am I? If you tell me to stop, I'll stop. Wouldn't I be disgraced then? The 3 people's teeth were itching, but the goods in front of them ran extremely fast. It's impossible to catch up for a while. Zhang de Bao suddenly ran back to where the car was and copied the large red cloth that was thrown on the ground and wrapped it around his body. Then, feeling uneasy, I started running again. The 3 men behind him kept catching up. Xiao Longxia smiled awkwardly and put on the big red cloak. Then both arms instantly turned into lobster pincers, leading an army of crayfish in pursuit of the trio. Long Xiang had been beaten to death at the moment. The nose is also crooked and the dragon's horn is broken. A burst of scales fell off all over his body, and blood began to trickle down. Sis, 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 give a breath a chance, will you? When Ruyan Lu heard that, the big bone stick in her hand stopped for a second. After a breath of air, I proceeded to fight. The attack then became even more violent, with the big bony stick swinging out a trail of residual shadows. Crackle! Then he greeted Long Xiang. Long Xiang was all confused. Say a breath of air. A real breath of air. Suddenly, he caught sight of a gloating starry night. As long as you find the right opportunity, just rush straight over and take this one down as a hostage. There's still a chance to flip this one, and it's a good way to beat him up and relieve his anger. Thinking of this, Long Xiang put his best foot forward, greeted Lu Ruyan with a bone-crushing blow to the face. It then swung its sharp claws and forced her back. Long Xiang found an empty opportunity and exploded his whole body strength, and charged right at Starry Night. Kid die. He was so fast that his entire body leaned forward 45 degrees. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to get you. Then, he stepped on the rubber stick that Zhang de Bao had thrown to the ground. Bam! Directly a hot face kisses the earth. Angle, underscore, ouch. He fell with a big pommel horse right to Starry Night's feet. Holy shit. Who the fuck is littering? Long Xiang cursed and forced himself to endure the pain. Starry Night, I'm going to fucking kill you. He looked up viciously, and then he saw 6 dark, clanking barrels. Starry Night slapped the Gatling and disliked the barrel of the gun directly into Long Xiang's face. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a hideous mouth full of sharp teeth. I heard. Someone is trying to get me killed. Is it you? Long Xiang, oh, don't play like that. Starry Night had a Gatling in his hand and directly disliked Long Xiang's face. He slowly pulled the trigger halfway. Gatling's 6-pronged tube slowly began to rotate, but no bullets were spit out. This gave Long Xiang a fright. He didn't think he could take a barrage of Gatling bullets with his face, but as a celestial pride, even if your whole body is soft, your mouth must still be hard. Shoot me. Don't you dare shoot me. Starry Night scratched her head. I'm a psychopath, so I guess everyone can forgive me if I commit a crime here and kill someone. At that moment, Long Xiang froze, and black lines began to surface all over his face. He'd gathered intel on Starry Night, and the bastard was indeed a psychopath. How nasty! Starry Night increased the force of the snapper tubes and the tubes turned faster. Do you have any last words to say? Long Xiang gulped. Great fear surfaced in his mind. Big brother, there are things to discuss. There's no need to be desperate. Starry Night tapped the Gatling, making a clicking sound. That's more like it. Well, I have to have the $1 million I was promised before, and you have to give me that bird. Well, let's put it this way. I don't ask for much. Each of the 5 of you will give me another $200 as a buy-in. It's going to be $1 million in one. Well, I'm a man of conscience, right? Long Xiang was almost dumbfounded. Fuck me. You want $1 million? You're short of 1,000. And my fucking life is worth $200. Starry Night looked at him. Ah, you're not worth $200. It's your sister who helped you average out your worth. And you're only 20. Long Xiang wanted to die at the moment. This armchair man is so damned good at messing with minds. Just then, Xiao Longxia and Zhang Debao had combined their efforts to defeat the 3. With the Black Bear spirit surplus, they couldn't break through the defense at all. The 2 men threw a wild and disorderly punch, knocking the 3 to the ground and dragging them over. Lu Hua had also beaten Long Yu to the point where he couldn't stand up. Dragging her by her legs, she then threw a hand in front of Starry Night. Behind them floated a large jeweled spear and a huge sword that looked a bit bloody. Starry Night looked at the crying Long Xiang. Yoo-hoo! Sorry, finished, pay up. Long Xiang's face was so full of grief that he was close to directly crying in pain. He pulled out his wallet to show the change. Another cell phone super letter was pulled out to show Starry Night. This thing won't hit $1 million, so why don't I give it to you when I get back? Starry Night looked at Long Xiang, his expression gradually opening up. Ah, that's okay, I brought the POS. Saying that, he casually took out the POS from the space. Swipe it. Family. At once, everyone froze. The son of a bitch actually carries a POS machine with him. Are you really here for the exam? This is a one-time operation. And then enter the password. A beep sounded and the swipe was successful. Long Xiang finished swiping 1,001,000 and handed the pointing parrot to Starry Night again. In the cage, the parrot also continued to sing, as if to their change of owners, which is very happy. Starry Night nodded with satisfaction. This parrot would learn anything, very much in line with his style. Just then, Long Xiang suddenly snapped and pushed Long Yu to Starry Night's side. Ah, the promised dragon jade is also for you. Then a few of the men cried and headed out. Starry Night was flabbergasted. Hey, holy shit, I didn't say I wanted this one. However, several people had already walked away, leaving only the Starry Night team and Long Yu. Starry Night gave a disgusted look at the shy-faced Long Yu. Boo! Several people got into the car and shut Long Yu out. 1 foot on the gas and he was headed for his final destination, the Draconian territory, leaving Long Yu in place with a face full of black lines. Are you a fucking man? Don't you want to give it for nothing? It was getting dark. The crowd had reached the last safe zone. After this safe zone, no one will be able to get a good night's sleep again. You can only sprint to the end of the Flying Dragon territory in one breath. So this one was the last replenishment of supplies. At this point, the safe zone was full of people. The safety zone in this case was constructed by a crew organized by the city of Samuel Kong. The grand captain of the alien spirit guards, Wu Jing, had been waiting here for a long time. There were also many of my buddies from the alien spirit guards in Jianghuai City who came over to volunteer. Luo Xian and Qi Luo were busy preparing supplies for the candidates to exchange. Star Zero is holding rhubarb and sneaking food in the corner. If any of the candidates had seen it, they would have gritted their teeth. Isn't that food their supplies? Starry Night's RV drove slowly into the secure area. The few people from Wu Kang who were waiting at the main entrance to greet them suddenly froze. What kind of condition is this candidate in that he can actually ride in an RV? Just then, Zhang Debao stopped the RV, then opened the door and jumped out of the driver's seat. Hey, Uncle Wu, you're here too? The corner of Wu Jing's mouth twitched. Ah, so it's Mr. Zhang. How have you been, Lord Zhang? Zhang Debao scratched his head. He seems to have gone off to study a foreign language recently. I don't know how soon he'll be back. The 2 men exchanged a few pleasantries before they saw Starry Night and the others step out of the RV. Ah, Captain Big, I've missed you. With that said, Starry Night made a flying leap to hug Wu Jing tightly. Hey, kid, pay attention to the occasion. Pay attention to the occasion. Wu King took off the Starry Night that was hanging over him, stared at him for a moment. You guys are looking good. I didn't realize I'd gained weight after a few days of wilderness survival. Starry Night scratched her head as well. Alas, The food arranged by this education department is too good for me to eat. Later we'll go on a shopping spree and have some food and drink for the evening. Wu Kang was a bit of a nerd. Purchasing is going to cost you high school points, and the points will affect your final test scores, so it's better to save them. Starry Night was filled with disinterest. Rank doesn't matter. What college? Where does it smell good to eat? With that, he dragged Wu Jing to the supplies supermarket. This one. This one. This one. Wrap these 3 shelves for me. Starry Night is still using his extravagant shopping style to go on a shopping spree. Wu Jing looked dumbfounded. Damn it, are you here to stock up or to take the entrance exam? Starry Night didn't answer. It continued to sweep frantically. Over there, and this pile all packaged up for me. For Captain Wu to take back home to eat. The corner of Wu Jing's mouth twitched. What kind of corrupt official do you take me for? He righteously shrugged it off. Don't test the cadres with this. Starry Night scratched her head again. Okay, but some crawfish tonight is definitely okay. Wu Kang's eyes lit up. Crawfish. It's the crawfish he's been wanting for a long time. And it's a crayfish summoned from another dimension. So it must be delicious. Hurry up. On the lobster. It was only then that the crowd arrived. After being chased by the boar spirit for a day, he was already quite tired. They didn't want to see Starry Night gorging on food, so they could only rush off to Dreamland. Starry Night didn't sleep. Several people were still frantically purchasing supplies. If you don't buy any more high school points you won't be able to spend them, and it's not a good idea to smash them in your hands. Suddenly Starry Night saw Star Zero and Rhubarb who were stealing food behind the shelves. Ah, you guys are here too. Rhubarb was very happy to see Starry Night. With small steps, she walked right up to him. To his shoes, he lifted one hind leg and affectionately marked a spot. Starry Night goes up for a kick. Fuck off nigga. Learning the fucking ropes again. Big Yellow was also aggravated, then walked to Zhang Debao's feet and marked a spot. Lastly, there was Lu Ruyan, Xiao Longxia, and the transparent person Lu Hua. In short, it's one bid per person. Wu Kang hemmed and hawed. Rhubarb is now our search and rescue dog. He'll mark the location for each team. Useful in a pinch. To Starry Night's dumbfounded expression, Rhubarb quietly snuck into each tent. To their sleeping faces is a mark. Uncontrollable wailing came from the tent. Naya, why is a dog pissing in my face? Is there any justice? That's when an officer from the alien spirit guards would go up and explain. This is our search and rescue dog. It can save your life in a pinch. The man was covered in yellow piss and still dripping. And yet, after marking for a while, Rhubarb came back and drank like crazy, then went back out to mark again a while later. Starry Night watched as Rhubarb gave a tawdry performance, then looked at the yellow water on the bottom of his shoes and a little bit of peace of mind. Star Zero finished a chicken leg and leapt out of the corner, pouncing on Starry Night as soon as he could. Older brother, I've missed you. Starry Night followed Wu Kang's maneuver and removed the star spirit from himself. It was like carrying a kitten and placing her on the floor. Stop it, there's a lot of people. Several people joyfully ate and drank, not noticing in the slightest that the flying dragon territory, not far away, was already surging with dark currents. Countless flying dragons were lining up. They're hiding at all the important nodes, prepared to put the candidates on the spot. The flying dragon lord sat in a huge cave. There seemed to be malice in his huge mouth. The time has come to take revenge on mankind. Once again, the sky was bright. Starry Night slowly opened her eyes. He was sleeping next to Rhubarb, who seemed to be dreaming. He must have suffered a lot in the dream. It's screaming at me in 000. Zhang Debao seemed to be dreaming as well. He was talking in his sleep while biting the back leg of the Rhubarb. Holy cow, that smells good. Starry Night couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Debao. Zhang Debao, don't bite. Rhubarb is having nightmares. It was a struggle to get up. A few people walked slowly out of the tent. Starry Night stretched with her eyes closed. Take a breath. Fresh morning air. The air is so fresh. It's much better than Zhonghua City. And then, he froze in place. The safe zone in front of me was empty, as if the whole thing had been emptied. Damn, it's only 7 o'clock, and in the safe zone, there's no one left. A bunch of roll kings. There's no justice. The high point at the top of the mountain in Flying Dragon territory is the end point of this test. The first team to reach the finish line earns 50,000 points. After that, and so on, each team subtracts 10 points. It's not even easy to give this score. By being the first to reach the finish line, you can directly and instantly overtake everyone to go straight to the top. Because of the tawdry maneuvers of this high school Starry Night, resulting in not many points for everyone. The second place team of Wu Qinghan has just over 5,000 points left by now. Starry Night has a lot of points but spends a lot of money. Empty the entire safe zone of supplies and pack them up to take home. plus the constant selling of various supplies for cash on the road. He also has just over 30,000 points remaining. That's why the crowd believed that if they were the first to reach the top, they would be able to overtake Starry Night and become number 1. Someone even set off just after 12 midnight. Starry Night darkened her face, looking at the empty safe zone in front of her. Let's just say you guys are so rolled up. I'm afraid you can't outrun me. Hey, 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 hey. Unperturbed, Starry Night finished his breakfast and took his crew up the mountain. Huge off-road RVs also have a hard time navigating the steep hills. The whole car shook like a rattle. A wave of vertigo went through the crowd inside. This is too hard to walk. Jean de Bayo couldn't help but complain. Starry Night patted him. It's okay, de Bayo, with your Akamason car god skills you will definitely be able to successfully drive to the finish line. Jean de Bayo's eyes lit up. Hey, how did you know that my favorite movie is Heads Up D? Jean de Bayo's face was full of nostalgia and he closed his eyes. I was young and dumb that year, and I overlooked that hot fuzz. An AE86 for tofu delivery actually managed to outrun a Supercar FC. At once, my blood boiled and I resolved to drive a Mercedes when I grew up. Starry Night's mouth twitched. 86 can only go up a hill. Mercedes can only go up a tree, right? At this point the RV hit a rock. There is no longer a road ahead that a car can travel on. All that remains are the steep cliffs and the rugged trail. Starry Night, looking up at a towering ridge, couldn't help but be a little freaked out. That's nifty and too high. Y'all, walk up the hill. With that, a few people got out of the car and started walking up the hill. The rugged mountain roads are unusually difficult to navigate. Some of them can only even be passed by one person sideways. If you're not careful, you're going to fall. It's more dangerous than killing monsters. Several people were tied to each other with a rope. Starry Night was at the front and Xiaolongxia was at the end. The three in the center were also close together. Fear of accidentally falling into an abyss of 10,000 feet. The pointing parrot has now been released by Starry Night. He flew freely over the heads of the foremost of the crowd. Mamacita, Mamacita, go forward, go forward. Starry Night blacked out. This dogcoin parrot has learned the hard way with the kobolds. The crowd climbed all the way up the mountain. It's amazing that I didn't meet any of my classmates on the way. That's pretty outrageous. It's reasonable to assume that there are still over 20,000 people left. So how can there be any that can't climb up there? Why is there nothing on the road? Just as Starry Night climbed halfway up the mountain, suddenly he noticed a smear of blood in front of him. A student had a death grip on a crooked tree on the hill. There were bruises all over his body and blood was still dripping down. Seeing this, Starry Night reached out his long pole and picked him up with one hand. Hey, man, 10 grand for the rescue. Get it? Hearing the words rescue fee, the man's fear vanished and he directly choked on the words. Damn, what a time for a rescue fee. Jean de Bayo came up and asked the student, what the hell happened to classmate? The man then realized that he was in a rather dangerous situation. It's not good. It's not good. The exam rules say that flying dragons don't actively attack humans. But just now the flying dragons that covered the sky suddenly launched an onslaught against us. The people couldn't dodge and were all trapped in the valley. Among them there was a flying dragon of immense size, roaring at everyone. If you don't want to die, be a good captive. Then he took a mouthful of intense spit. Half the mountain was blown down. It's horrible. Mama. Starry Night froze. This plot is a bit familiar. Could it be? I'm going to be rich again? Let's go. To the rescue. $10,000 for the rescue. The man grabbed a handful of Starry Night's thighs. No. I used to do my homework on the flying dragon territory before high school. Flying dragons are a very high-ranked magical beast. A flying dragon is going to be as good as 10 kobolds when fighting at the same level. And the high-level flying dragons are going to be much more than that. And the lord of this flying dragon territory was already at the peak of diamond many years ago. He also has 3 platinum-level elites under his command. There are countless numbers below the gold level. There's no way we're going to win this fight. Starry Night scratched her head. So, why don't we run away then? You add another 1,000 to the rescue fee and I'll get you to safety. The man was full of black emotion. That's all the knuckleheads you've got. Just then, 2 flying dragons suddenly spotted the place. Oh, why is there still someone there? Didn't they gather them on the main road and kill them all in one fell swoop? Whatever, arrest them first, said the 2 flying dragons swooping down to kill the Starry Nights. Starry Night was very shocked to see this. His hands shivered in shock. A shiver accidentally touched the trigger. Gatling braved the blue fire to give the flying dragon in the air a blitz. The 2 flying dragons were shocked as if they had seen their taiyaki in their eyes. Then it was a barrage of bullets that made an ant's nest and plummeted toward the ground. Starry Night was very anxious when she saw it. No, we can't let them fall. With that said, the pan surged against the wind. catching the two flying dragons in a steady stream. That'll do. Let's have a meet night. The crowd was full of black lines. Damn. I thought I was afraid of being discovered by the flying dragons, but it turns out it's just trying to create a new species. Starry Night hurriedly put the two flying dragons into the spatial backpack. Take a few people and try to go back the way you came. It was then that they realized there was no going back, because the gunshot just now attracted more flying dragons around. He himself could not reach the sky or the ground now. Stuck in midair was a target for others. The pointing parrot suddenly spoke. Moo, come with me, I know a cave. It then hurriedly flew forward meters and jumped downward in a long jump. Starry Night is a great believer in the good-mouthed parrot. In one fell swoop, he followed suit, and the rest of the team didn't react and were yanked straight down by the rope. The candidate who had just been saved gritted his teeth and jumped in after him. The crowd kept falling downward, weaving in and out of the clouds. Suddenly the crowd felt their bodies stagnate and they were caught by a crooked tree. Immediately afterward, he saw a small cave in front of the crooked-necked tree. Starry Night was delighted and was the first to dive in. The rest of the group was so dizzy from the fall that they were pulled in by Starry Night in a daze. The crowd entered the cave only to realize that although the cave was narrow on the outside, it got wider and wider on the inside. Surprisingly, it's a marvelous place. Is this the fabled jump off the cliff for a chance? Hey, it's about to get rich. Crawling around, I saw a couple of flying dragons with teeth and claws. A few people's mouths suddenly twitched. Holy shit, it's not an opportunity, it's a chance encounter. This is a flying dragon's lair. A few flying dragons were also surprised to see a few people from Starry Night rushing in, opened his fong-filled mouth and was about to kill. But it was clear that the cramped cave was not suitable for flying dragons to fight in. Starry Night draws out a pan and slaps one right out of it. These are normal bronze-level flying dragons. Starry Night is casually defeated. The only thing he was afraid of was those flying dragon bigwigs. Alas, it seems that this time there will be another outbreak of merit. Are a few of you ready? Prepare to go to the rescue. A few people looked at each other. It is incumbent upon us to do so, even if the road ahead is 10,000 times more dangerous. Then a few people walked hand in hand toward the outside of the cave. A generous song of sadness and bravado. Suddenly, they realized a problem. Where the hell are we going to get help? Flying dragon territory. Hong Kong. Inside an immense and incomparable cave. Candidates were tied up and left here on all fours and fours. The thousands of flying dragon army around them were on guard against each other. The candidates were surrounded by an invisible barrier of lightning. A candidate tried to sneak away just now, electrocuted directly into a handful of ashes by the surrounding barrier. A flying dragon walked slowly over and took out a broom and a dustpan basket. Sweeping the ashes in, he casually raised them to the outside of the cave. The crowd was terrified. For a while, no one actually dared to make a mistake. At this moment, a few celestial pride were sitting at the innermost part of the crowd, discussing their tactics in whispers. Long Xiang opened his mouth. Everyone, the only way now is to gather our topmost battle power and then kill our way out. Now everyone listen to my command. Ling Qinghan was full of cold smiles. Humph, you're a SS rank. You can't even beat Starry Night's chick. And you still dare to call yourself Heaven's Pride? Long Xiang's face darkened. How the hell did this get around so fast? Wu Yoyo moved his butt and came up to the perimeter of the crowd. Don't panic everyone, let me break it down for you. The examiners would have noticed immediately after we disappeared, and they must have been preparing their forces to save us. As long as we maximize our viable forces, we'll still be able to get out when the time comes. Inside and out. Lin Qinghan sneered again. Humph, when something goes wrong, you know to wait to be rescued. You don't even deserve a bit of the name Heaven's Pride. And flying dragons are extremely intelligent. The flying dragon's lair is intricate. When the rescue masters come, will they be able to find us? Is Flying Dragon really taking us hostage? Will they kill us anytime? Do you guys think this is a big, amazing conspiracy? Besides, it took us 7 or 8 days to get here from Goblin City. And if the ED's army rushes over, it will take at least 3 or 5 days. Only a few top-notch experts can come over at most within a period of time. Can we really wait until someone comes to save us? Lin Qinghan gave a round of rhetorical questions, all of which were reasonable, and confused everyone. The crowd suddenly felt that he had a very good point. Long Xiang led the way and opened. In terms of intelligence, I am indeed inferior to you. So what do you suggest we do now? Everything is at your disposal. Ling Qinghan also looked around at the crowd full of proud and incomparable expressions. Humph, how would I know what to do? Crowd, oh, damn it. The largest flying dragon territory cave. The flying dragon lord and the 3 flying dragon generals, as well as the patriarchs of the major flying dragon families, were discussing tactics. Brothers, ever since I became a lord, I have been suppressed by humans. They brutalized our countrymen and took our dragon horns to make weapons, take our spirit cores and refine pills. It was only through the defiant sacrifices of countless previous martyrs of our race that the non-aggression pact between flying dragons and humans was reluctantly signed. The flying dragons were able to recuperate, but now we are strong. We will take vengeance on the humans and collect the debt we once owed, that the spirits of our fallen martyrs may rest in peace. Generals, we're going to use these tens of thousands of candidates as hostages to draw out the human army and then kill them all, to admonish the spirits of our ancestors. Let's all raise the banner of defiance. Kill! There were deafening cries from the hall. Swear to follow your lord. Swear to follow your lord. Then let each depart according to plan. The flying dragon quickly flew out of the cave. The flying dragon lord revealed a faintly imperceptible strange smile. Ha 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 ha. You lowly flying insects. And that filthy human. You're all going to die. Ha 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 ha. The blood slaughter formation is about to open. All of you. Become stepping stones on my way to the throne. An hour had passed since several people from Starry Night sat in the cave. Should we escape back? Jean de Bayor couldn't help but say. Starry Night paused. Well, escaping isn't out of the question, but it's going to be you first, and then we'll escape. Jean de Bayor was a bit puzzled and revealed a puzzled expression. Ruyan Lu silently pointed outside the cave entrance. Jean de Bayor looked out of the cave entrance and found countless flying dragons patrolling in midair. The corner of his mouth twitched. Forget it, let's just mope around here. Starry Night touched her space backpack. There was still enough food stored for at least a few people to survive for a long time, and it was very well stocked with all sorts of floating pots and pans and supplies. Add to that the divine supernatural ability of unlimited life renewal like crayfish. It's not impossible for a few people to get married and have children and grandchildren here. Then he looked at the only female in the group, Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu's face was shocked. What are you looking at me for? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Hey, I'll see if you're a meal when it counts. Ruyan Lu's face stiffened. I thought you were going to make me have a baby. It scared me. Then Starry Night looked at the void again. There was a sound of footsteps in the void. Running away in an instant. OMG. Don't you eat me. Starry Night smiled awkwardly. Can't you guys think straight? Crowd, who is abnormal? It took a long time for the crowd to stabilize. Starry Night, through an hour of careful analysis, had roughly made sense of the situation. Looks like it's time to stir up the flying dragon territory. Everyone set out on my plan. In the huge cave of prisoners, several great heavenly prides were still arguing. Damn it, is there any way or not? There's an ass. First of all, we can't get through this lightning knot. Not only we can't get through, everyone can't get through. Long Xiang said indignantly. However, in the very next second, four big words suddenly appeared on Long Xiang's forehead. Tolerance of love's piss. Ow ow ow. A dog suddenly appeared on Long Xiang's face. Starry Night, on the other hand, rode on Big Yellow's back and directly crushed Long Xiang, who was having a good time, to the ground. Fuck grass, fuck. What's in my mouth? Long Xiang opened his teeth and claws in indignation. Rhubarb got off of Long Xiang with a red face, then looked at the device he used to mark the location. Starry Night couldn't help but smile awkwardly as well. Damn, Big Yellow is not the right occasion. He is Long Xiang, not a little bitch. Ow ow ow. Such goods. Dogs don't want them. The crowd looked at the Starry Night that appeared out of thin air and suddenly brightened up. By the way, what was it said before? That dog was able to save his life when it mattered. So it's a spatial ability. Great. Hurry up and get me out of here. Starry Night held out a finger, then shook it. Don't be silly. It's impossible to take 30,000 people at once. If the numbers are significantly reduced, the flying dragons around the area will surely notice. There's no telling what the rest of us will suffer when the time comes. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a really tricky one. Only a tiny percentage will survive, while the remainder will be subjected to even more brutal torture. At that moment, the people around them sighed and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yeah, how do you decide who goes and who stays? Let me go. I'm the only son my mom has. Why should I let you go? My mom still has me as her only daughter. The crowd was in a tussle. Starry Night interrupted them with a heated laugh. No matter. I'll take care of this one. The crowd looked back at Starry Night in unison. How does it work out? Starry Night coughed softly. Listen up, everyone, listen up. $10,000 for the rescue fee. First to pay, first to go, first to pay, first to go. The crowd went straight for a mouthful of old blood. I dare you to settle for that. Didn't you fucking sacrifice most of them anyway? Starry Night said righteously. Just tell me if it's solved yet. I'll be the villain. You guys just have to pay for it. The crowd only felt that the Starry Night in front of them suddenly looked like a different person. Makes you wonder. Just then a fat guy with pimples quietly squeezed by. I'll save me first, he said. pulling out a bunch of $10,000 in cash and throwing it directly into Starry Night's face. "Get me out of here." Starry Night looked at the little fat man crawling over, then broke into a smile. "Here comes the big grudge. Okay, family, I promise to get you out." Just then, several people around the room couldn't help themselves and, save me, I'll give 20,000. I'm 30,000. I'm 50,000. The crowd even auctioned it off, for fear of falling behind. Starry Night spread his hands and looked at the few celestial pride around him. "See, that's human nature. When in danger, the first thing to do is to save yourself." A few heavens pride were filled with black lines. "Hey, no, what about this earning behavior of yours? Is it not more shameful?" Starry Night hemmed and hawed. "It's human nature to earn money. They pay for it. I pay to get them out. Of course, you can also pay me to get you out." They always felt that today's Starry Night wasn't quite the same, but couldn't figure out why. Immediately afterward, Starry Night shouted despite the flying dragons around him. Pay the rescue fee, $10,000. First come, first served. Limited spots." Some students who were afraid of death crowded to Starry Night's side and swept the code in a hurry. Save me first." "Yeah, leave them alone. I'll have my dad give you $100,000. Starry Night is pushing back. "The rescue fee is just over $10,000. Not a penny. I'm a good businessman with a good conscience. Never sit on the fence." The crowd is full of black lines. Where is the fucking conscience? And the other students couldn't look away. "You're making black money here in the face of a great enemy. I'd rather rush out and fight FAI alone than let a crooked businessman like you get away with it." That's it. I'm dead set on not paying." Starry Night gave them a blank look. "Then you go to hell." The flying dragon outside glared at them and ignored them. Because this thunderbolt formation is the flying dragon clan's secret weapon, how could these weedy students possibly run? Let them toss it around as they please. Starry Night was about to burst with joy as the arrival beeps in her hand kept ringing out. Super mail to $10,000. Super mail to $10,000. Super mail to. It was surprising to receive millions in no time. Starry Night happily stuffed the slate phone back into her space backpack. Then he stood up to face the contemptuous gaze of tens of thousands of people and righteously began his speech. "Students, today, I'm going to take everyone out together. I hope everyone cooperates with me. Thank you." At once, the hundreds of students who had paid the money were dumbfounded. "If they all get out, won't the money be paid for nothing?" Starry Night looked at them and hemmed and hawed. Didn't pay for nothing. At least buy a lesson. And I can make sure you guys save over. Full refund if you hang up in the middle. I'm Yet, Big Pitbull, Lauren Abyss, Goblin City. Officials from the education department, various masters, major principals and elites from the school, and professional staff from the alien spirit guards have been assembled. Everyone was already geared up and ready to head to the Flying Dragon territory to save the day. At this moment a huge screen transmitted a video of the Flying Dragon Lord's provocation. A huge flying dragon was facing everyone with an arrogant face. "Humans, I kidnapped all your students and killed them bit by bit, tear off their skins, drink up their blood, eat their flesh, and make mankind pay in blood." The surveillance video shows the Flying Dragon Lords showing their brutal teeth. Picked up a skinny human boy from his side and bit him on the neck with a single bite. There was a rush of blood, and the boy struggled a few times before he lost his breath. The many examiners were so angry that they gnashed their teeth and really wanted to rush up and eat this cargo alive. That Flying Dragon Lord was still arrogantly tearing into the boys' bodies. "Ha ha ha, how about it? Want to come over for revenge? Dirty humans." His expression was cocky as hell, and his sharp teeth were bloodied, with blood running down his mouth. Zhang Jihua, the director of the mental hospital, glanced at the Flying Dragon Lord. "Hey kid, it's okay for you to fucking move others. If you dare to touch Starry Night, I'll whip your mouth." The Flying Dragon Lord was clearly flabbergasted. He didn't know any Starry Nights, but the pushes must be high at critical moments, and the expression remains arrogant. "Okay, then I'll try it. What you call that Starry Night?" At once, Zhang Jihua was furious. "Remove the plastic sandals from your feet. It's a big biker pocket to the monitor screen." Pop. The Flying Dragon Lord on the monitoring side was directly jerked around in place 2.5 times. The cheeks swelled up in a big lump. He's confused. What the hell kind of powers are these? Before he could come to his senses, Zhang Jihua had already pumped dozens of times at the monitor screen in a frantic and chaotic manner. The Flying Dragon Lord at one end of the cave was whipped around in place, his face covered in blood. General Flying Dragon, who was on the sidelines, rushed to destroy the camera. It was only then that the Flying Dragon Lord did not perish on the spot. "Lord, this Olden is a bit evil." At this moment, the Flying Dragon Lord, who had been smacked with snot and blood mixed together, was in a sorry state. "Humph, I call this a deliberate show of weakness to lure them on. You quickly go and prepare to attack and kill them. That flying dragon general was a bit hesitant, but nodded anyway. Yes. With that, General Flying Dragon walked out of the cave. The Flying Dragon Lord saw that he was the only one left in the cave. Hands kept rubbing his cheeks. Tay grandma, this old stomp is fucking evil. Ouch, 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 ouch. Just then, a person wearing a red robe and a red hood came out of the shadows. His face was hidden in the light and his face could not be seen clearly. Seeing this, the Flying Dragon Lord hurriedly stopped rubbing his face. Cardinal Doug, whether or not I can be promoted to the king's level this time depends on you? Cardinal Doug swore. I'm a kingly cardinal, and this time, for your promotion to the king level, I've also brought along 3 diamond level archbishops to help you out. Don't worry, we'll step in when it matters. Lord Long Fei Long, his whole body trembled with excitement. Great, great, I'm so relieved to have your words. Archbishop Doug was floored a bit by the praise and was filled with pride. Suddenly, he saw the unmistakable piggyback slipper prints on the Flying Dragon Lord's cheeks. The corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. Did that man whip this face of yours? In the huge cave of prisoners, all of them clustered around Starry Night. It was as if they were looking at the hopes of the whole village. Starry Night, what the hell are we going to do? I'm counting on you. Right, right, right. You're the real heavenly pride. They're all idiots. At that moment, those few celestial pride were filled with black lines. Seems to have been offended. Oh. Starry Night patted her chest. Don't worry families, we promise to take everyone out this time. Come on, tell me what to do, right? Starry Night pulled out her cell phone and looked at the time. There's no rush yet. Allow me to break through a silver first. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. You're only bronze 8 stars. You want to break through to silver. Then we shall not be starved to the bone crumbs. Starry Night shook her head. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Long Xiang snorted coldly. Humph, I think you kids are just claptrap. Don't fucking brag, just you still want to break through to silver. In another life. The crowd followed suit. Yeah, don't brag. You're still trying to save everyone just like that. Starry Night ignored them and tapped on the merit shop. Find the bronze level upgrade Dan. Click to buy. Congratulations to the host for consuming 2000 merits to buy an upgrade pill. Starry Night didn't care about the 2000 merits. He saved a lot of lives lately, collecting all the money for a few $1,000,000. Merit has long had a balance of 8,000. Consumption. Starry Night's mind moved. The cartwheel-sized bronze grade upgrade Dan appeared abruptly in front of everyone's eyes. Crap. What the hell? Where's the big mudball from? Starry Night hammed and hawed at them, showing teeth stained with leek leaves. Hey, open the build. Then he rushed the upgrade in front of 10,000 people with a whimpering and gnawing frenzy. That sound and that energy. It really stunned everyone. It's over. This kid is crazy. 10 minutes later, Starry Night had eaten every bit of the cartwheel-sized upgrade Dan. Just as the crowd was in a daze, Starry Night's aura suddenly skyrocketed by a hair. From bronze 8 stars directly to bronze 9 stars. The crowd was dumbfounded. It was possible to clearly feel that Starry Night had become a different person from a moment ago. Crap, what kind of elixir is this? Can you give me one to eat? You couldn't eat it if I gave it to you. Could you? I'd have to eat it even if I had to stab it in my throat with a toilet bowl trowel. Starry Night ignored them again. Instead, the mind moves. A chair-sized silver-level breakthrough elixir appeared in front of the crowd again. Crap, this is even bigger than the one just now. He's not going to eat it again, is he? No, it doesn't matter if I eat it or not. I just want to know where he keeps this thing. It's not a freshly rubbed down ball of mud, is it? Immediately afterward, Starry Night puffed and 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 puffed to open the build in front of everyone. It was a great meal. The people around us were getting a little hungry watching. 15 minutes later, throwing the last piece of the elixir into his mouth. Hiccup. Starry Night burped. In an instant his whole being had changed heaven and earth. Countless auras surged towards his body. The surrounding aura was almost depleted. Even the surrounding lightning boundary fluctuated slightly. A shock of alarm went through the flying dragon soldiers. After a few moments, everything calmed down. Ryusho stared blankly at Starry Night. I Naya, true breakthrough silver na. Tay grandma, what kind of elixir is this? I've eaten all the elixirs in the world and none of them are as good as yours. Starry Night waved a hand at him. Hey, family, this stuff's ancestral recipe is not for public consumption. The crowd was full of black lines. However, a system beep had already appeared on Starry Night's side. Congratulations to the host for being elevated to silver 1 star. The art of alien SSS ranked explosions unlocks a new talent. Flying Bok Bok. Starry Night froze. Crap, That's a bit of a cute name too, isn't it? How the hell does this thing work? Flying bok. You can make Play-Doh C4 bombs out of thin air. It can take on any form you can imagine, and can have transient biological traits. Biological traits may be assigned to other bombs. Starry Night didn't read too much into it. Instead, they just used it. A flying bomb bird appeared in front of his eyes as he thought of The bird is made of Play-Doh. Long and a beat-up look like a pointing parrot with a beak that looks like it's saying mom and pop. Starry Night had another thought. The bomb bird circled above the heads of the crowd and crashed into no man's land. Hone! An explosion came. It shocked all the creatures in the surrounding cave. The flying dragon soldiers looked at them in surprise. Grandma, there's nothing else to fool around with. You can't break the lightning boundary. Then he turned his head and continued his patrol, ignoring them. There was no way that the flying dragon soldiers themselves could not enter the lightning boundary. The gate can only be opened or closed by a flying dragon general or above. A puff of smoke cleared. The crowd looked at a large pit on the floor of the cave. Couldn't help but be in deep thought. Is this the fucking power of a silver level capable of causing an explosion? It's also horrible. Starry Night suddenly lit up. This thing works. It's a lot better than growing mushrooms to blow up any section you want. Then he brought out another mineral water bottle. Give it the character of life. Mineral water bottles seem to possess life directly. It can be maneuvered by Starry Night and rolled across the floor. Then it rolled back into that blasted crater. Hone! The mineral water bottle exploded in place. The big crater was blasted a little deeper. Hey! The main thing about this thing is that it's a surprise. Starry Night was delighted. That's an okay ability. Middle of the road. Then he looked around at the dazed people. Goddamn moderate. That's sick. Starry Night didn't bother with them because the system was giving out a powerful message at the moment. The host's total merit count has exceeded 30,000. Whether or not to receive the super weapon. Shocking thunder thrill cultivation sky collapsing purple golden hammer. Pick up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the thunder and lightning cultivation skyscraper and purple hammer. Starry Night looked at her empty hands and suddenly it occurred to me that the weapons given by this materialistic system still had to have odd appearances. Toon-chan, I am. Give me this hammer in a hurry. It's in a hurry. The host can choose to spend 100 points of merit to expedite the shipment. Starry Night thought about it. 100 merits isn't much. So expedite it. Starry Night chose to pay 100 merit. 100 merits received. Expedited shipment will be arranged immediately. Starry Night nodded in satisfaction. Hurry up. After ordering expedited shipping, Starry Night couldn't help but get a little anxious. That said, how fast can expedited shipping be when the weapons appear differently each time? Bam! On top of the huge prisoner's cave vault, a rock smashed directly between Starry Night's legs, just 2 inches short. This child's book is going to be unicized. Starry Night broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, the boulder cracked in half. From the center emerges a ramrod hammer. Starry Night looked at it and said, crap, that's pretty fast shipping. Gotta give it a good review. He reached out and took hold of the tiny crozier. Feeling flat? Suddenly, the system's voice came again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the thunder and lightning cultivation skyscraper and purple hammer. Quality, red golden super artifact. Type, blunt. Attribute, attacks can trigger heavenly thunder, causing super huge range or precision strikes. Needs to be recharged before it can be used. Introduction, heaven and earth fell. Swallowed the mountains and rivers. The collapse of the power of my hand to kill the immortals and kill the Buddha to repair into the devil. The sword out of the sheath. Blood pouring. Starry Night darkened her face, looking at the crozier in her hand. Damn, where am I going to charge it now? Wait, charge? It's like the last thing on the immediate horizon is that stuff. Starry Night looked up, happily at the lightning boundary, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. The walls of the boundary were still bubbling with that bared electricity. A feather flew through the knot. Electricity skyrocketed, instantly turning the feather into a smudge of ash. It gave the crowd chills. Starry Night touched down quietly. Wu Yo-Yo pulled him back with one hand. Starry Night, what are you doing? Looking for death? That thing has electricity. Starry Night looked at her. Yeah, my cell phone died and I was just about to charge it for a while. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. God fucking charge. Can't you be electrocuted? Wu Yu froze. Starry Night had already arrived at the edge of the lightning boundary. In front of all the flying dragons and students, the crozier was gently passed to the edge of the knot. The crowd couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths as they watched Starry Night's tawdry maneuvers. It's over. It was supposed to electrocute people and had to use a metal as a conductor. A lot of girls among the candidates couldn't help but close their eyes, as if afraid of what happens next. Zip, 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 zip. A sound of electricity coming through? Scare the crowd even more? Crap. This Starry Night is quite a bearer. It hasn't been electrocuted after half a day. The bold girl couldn't help but open her eyes. Then they saw a scene they had been amazed at all their lives. Only Starry Night held the hammer in one hand. The hammer is inserted in the thunderbolt nodule. Countless electric lights around them surged towards the hammer. It's like a little snake went right into the hole. The lightning around them grew denser and denser, all drilled toward the little hammer. The boundaries couldn't help but dim for a minute. Crap! What is this? Starry Night looked back at the crowd with his hammer in one hand. Oh, don't worry everyone. I'll charge the rechargeables? Goddamn rechargeables. If you hold on like this for a little while longer, the lightning boundary will break. Can we go out now? As if I couldn't yet. Then the crowd looked around at the thousands of flying dragon hordes that had looked at them warily. There's actually someone who can't be afraid of the lightning boundary? He must be a high-leveled lightning ability. It's okay, he'll last a little while at most. He'll be electrocuted in no time. And yet, half an hour has passed? Starry Night's hand holding up the hammer was starting to get sore. OMG. This hammer is too heavy. The lightning boundary was almost half dimmed. The energy surged directly towards the ram's horn hammer. The flying dragons were stunned. Hurry and report back to General Raiden. Then a flying dragon elite monster, leading thousands of flying dragon soldiers, looked ahead intently. Prepare to surge in the moment the lightning boundary is broken. Kill the crowd. Never let them escape. The small hammer with goat horns in Starry Night's hand continued to absorb energy. Just as the boundary dimmed by less than 10%, Starry Night stopped. Ah, not charging. After flushing, these little flyers are going to come in and fuck me. Starry Night tucked the small goat horn hammer into his belt, returned to the circle of people and sat down. Long Xiang was all confused. Hey, Starry Night kid, we're in a dilemma. What are we going to do when General Raiden comes over later? Starry Night scratched her head. What else can we do? Do him. Long Xiang was flabbergasted. General Thunderbolt is a real platinum big shot. We couldn't kill him even if we swarmed him, and he could easily kill many of us. Plus those flying dragon soldiers are no slouches. We're probably all dead. Starry Night gave him a look. Moderately relevant. Mountain Man, I have a plan. Just then, hearing this, the crowd gave Starry Night an expectant look. After all, Starry Night had just almost cracked the thunder boundary. For that alone, Starry Night is still trustworthy. However, Starry Night lay directly into the middle of the crowd and huffed and puffed to sleep. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and lead everyone to rush out. Ah. Starry Night shook her head. I'll wait for the reinforcements. They'll be here soon. The crowd was uncertain. It would take 3 days at the earliest to get here from Goblin City. How can that be? It's coming up. Starry Night crossed her legs and looked at the time. Why did you rush here from Gobliner? Wouldn't it be fine from Boar's Meadow? The crowd froze. Boar Savannah. There seems to be only boar spirits there. What happened to only boars? Just then, a humming sound came from inside the cave. Humph. Where is the flying dragon's treasure? Hula hula. A large herd of boars came pouring into the cave. Treasure. We want treasure. Starry Night hemmed and hawed at the sight. The treasure is only known to the flying dragons. Ask them. The boar spirits froze, then saw the many flying dragons in the cave. Treasure. Give us treasure. Humph 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 humph. In just one moment, the flying dragon fucked the boar spirit. Flying dragons specialize in flying with speed and one-hit kills to win. Boar spirits specialize in running on the ground, excelling in thick skin and strength. The two sides were originally well watered, and the boars couldn't hit the flying dragons in the sky. Flying dragons have a hard time killing boars on the ground, but not anymore. This is inside a cave. Flying dragons can't fly too high and don't have much maneuverability. Fighting with the boar, all the advantages were gone. Just able to rely on the natural high rank and barely equal to the boar. All of a sudden, the cave was in a fight. Immediately afterward, Zhang Debao quietly walked out from the crowd of wild boars. Starry Night, watch me trick the boar spirits into giving you. Ah no, all brought. Starry Night slowly opened her eyes. It's time for the hunt. Brothers Mo, charge with me. With that, Starry Night raised the hammer in her hand. One cracked the lightning boundary. Violent thunderclaps rang out, and the boundary instantly shattered into countless pieces of lightning. Everyone hooted and hollered and rushed out. Splatting towards the flying dragon soldiers was an output. Stupid little flyers have the nerve to imprison us. Fuck you all. Candidates were instantly erupted by many days of suppressed feelings. Add to that the human potential under extreme fear. For a while, all sorts of exotic abilities flew about. The light of countless skills illuminated the entire cave. Flowers and greenery were like countless huge fireworks exploding in the cave. For a while it was impossible to tell the cows from the horses. The boar spirits and the candidates unite in a back-and-forth clinch. Knocked the flying dragons back. Candidates eyeballed the whole. Suddenly a flying dragon general with electricity all over his body barges in. The blue color around him was filled with lightning energy. A lightning lance in his hand was powerful. Oh ho! How dare the humble humans and boars destroy my thunder and lightning array, seeking death. After saying that, the electricity in his entire body got even better, and countless lightning sparks shot out in all directions. Hundreds of boars were electrocuted in a flash. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight. Crap, this one must be at the peak of platinum strength, I guess? Coupled with the powerful lightning attribute. No one here is his match. Oh ho! General Flying Dragon roared and raised the lance in his hand, killing the boars. His lance was filled with lightning, and a wild boar was killed as if he was in no man's land. The boar spirit glowed with a faint electric light after being electrocuted. It was charred all over and still had the slightest aroma. Starry Night lifted her nose for a sniff. It smells so good. This General Thunderbolt must be an expert cook? The crowd looked at him with contempt. Don't be a shit about it. Your teammates' boar goblins are almost done. At this point, the boar spirits had died nearly 1,000 heads. They growled in resignation. Humph. Didn't they say that Lord Flying Dragon and the 3 great generals are dead? What is this? Zhang Debao scratched his head. Ah, it's none of my business. Starry Night taught me that. Starry Night was full of black lines. This is selling really fast. The battle still goes on. Although the boar spirit and the army of candidates were able to suppress the thousands of flying dragon soldiers, but none of them have high-end combat. Thunder and Lightning General in the middle of the kill 7 into 7 out boar spirit and candidates are dead and wounded. Starry Night gritted her teeth. Looks like it's going to have to be a stunt. Debo, come here, come here. Zhang Debao was puzzled and ran towards Starry Night with a cat's back, holding his head. What's wrong? What's wrong? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Big boy, is this game up to you to win? Zhang Debao was uncertain and a bit confused. Before he could react, Starry Night pulled out a slot machine from her space backpack. It's exactly the Yang Shou slot machine. Come on Debo, bet all your luck. Try to get that thing? Zhang Debao was a bit confused, but it must be very cool if he could save everyone. Come on, Iron. After saying that, Zhang Debao was about to start the lottery. Starry Night suddenly stopped him. Wait, deepen your luck first. Saying that, Starry Night pulled out a green cauliflower from her space backpack. Out of flowers, this will do. Zhang Debao instantly understood. He looked around, intent on finding a beautiful woman. Suddenly, a light went on in front of him. Yo, Huang Yao, old acquaintance. Huang Yao is killing the enemy at the moment. The small whirlwind in his hand struck with precision, ripping a flying dragon right through. Valiant and dominant. Suddenly, she saw Zhang Debao running over holding a green, languid cauliflower, not without a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No way. Again. Zhang Debao stuffed the cauliflower into Huang Yao's hand. Huang Yao, I really like you so much that I'm willing to break my own ribs with this cauliflower. A symbol of love. And make soup together. The corners of Huang Yao's mouth twitched furiously. Damn it, can you stop picking me every time? I refuse. You're a good man. Zhang Debao suddenly felt relieved all over. An inexplicable power seemed to surge in his heart. Here it comes. Here it comes. That's what it feels like. He darted back to Starry Night. Then shake the rocker of the slot machine. Select bet *5. Slap the red button on the slot machine hard. The prizes on the slot machine flew by. The two watched expectantly as the prizes turned. Zhang Debao couldn't help but ask Starry Night. What's Starry Night's bet? Starry Night, winky face. This bet on your age. Hungry yes, age. Zhang Debao didn't quite understand what age meant, but it didn't matter too much. By now, the flying dragon soldiers, led by General Thunderbolt, had cornered the candidates and the boar elves. General Riots bared his large teeth. How dare a lowly creature stand against a flying dragon? All will die. With that said, the head of his gun flashed with unrivaled lightning, stabbing directly at everyone. Starry Night and Zhang Debao were covered in cold sweat. The slot machine's 3 prizes spinning rapidly gradually slowed down. The first strip, a painted pentagram. The second one stopped as well, with that pentagram pattern again. The third one also slowed to a halt. Hundreds of pairs of eyes around the room were dead set on the slot machine. Pentagram, and yet it's not even close. Not even close. Seeing that the slot machine is about to run out of power, Starry Night pulled right out a basket of cauliflower. Come on, Debao. Debao understood, and directly hugged the basket of cauliflowers and stuffed them all into Huang Yao's arms. Goddess, let cauliflower and I stew it together for your soup. The corners of Huang Yao's mouth twitched furiously, his face filled with black lines. I don't like cauliflower. Zhang Debao instantly felt an inexplicable power surge up from his heart. Seeing that the slot machine is about to stop, suddenly the earth shook. The third prize on the slot machine quivered slightly and finally reached the pentagram. The Yangshou slot machine makes a short but pleasant music. Congratulations player. You have drawn the strongest prize. The end of deicide. The end of deicide. You have 7 minutes to use all the powers you know. Unlimited Reiki. Countdown begins. A countdown timer on the slot machine began to show. Zhang Debao suddenly felt a surge of power throughout his body. With a casual wave of his hand, the flying dragon general who was carrying his spearhead to stab at Wang Tang was directly jerked away. Crap. Bull. He then kicked out again. General Thunderbolt's crotch felt like a blow. Although Zhang Debao was only bronze level, unable to directly finish off General Thunderbolt. But it can't be helped that the powers are awesome. General Thunderbolt raised his spear and killed towards Zhang Debao. Zhang Debao directly disappeared into place with an instantaneous shift. Then his whole body was bubbling with various elements. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. And countless supernatural cannonballs blasted towards General Flying Dragon. Subsequently, various spatial laws began to manifest. Space was torn apart as countless flying rocks formed barbs and plunged into General Thunderbolt. Finally, he made a move. Spirit suppression, which fixed the Flying Dragon General in place. Ha 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 ha, too damn good to die for me. Starry Night stared blankly at Zhang Debao. Alas, Debao, these 10 years of Yang life are worth spending. Dude, I'm good to you. Just when he wanted to put away the slot machine, Long Xiang pressed on it with one hand. Bad boy, with something so good, why didn't you hurry up and pull it out earlier? Smoke me one. Starry Night's mouth twitched. Are you sure you want to smoke? Of course, but your luck isn't always that good. I don't care. You have to smoke it for me. Starry Night didn't stop him either. After all, granting someone else's wish is a form of doing good. Come on. Starry Night stepped back. Long Xiang went straight to the top. Place bet option *5. Then hammered his fist heavily into the red button. Open for me. The slot machine spins at a rapid pace. It didn't take long to stop. Long Xiang drew one of the more powerful rewards. Physical strength defense increases 20 times in 30 minutes. Long Xiang was overjoyed. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? He grunted coldly. Watch me Long Xiang perform next. He dragons directly in place. A huge dragon that appeared in the cave. His height of nearly 50 meters gave him a direct crushing power over the flying dragons. The whole cave could barely hold him. Oh ho! A loud roar shocked countless flying dragons. Ah, how come there's such a big dragon? Seeing this, Long Xiang was nonchalant. A mouthful of spit directly toward the flying dragon. Powerful energy exploded in the cave. The flying dragons couldn't dodge and were directly blown up by dozens of heads. Long Xiang growled in place. I'm the strongest heavenly pride. Vomit roar. Starry Night closed her eyes silently. Good lord. 30 minutes for 10 years. This deal is a bit of a loss. Just then, suddenly hundreds of people crowded in front of Starry Night. They were only looking at Starry Night with excited faces, as if they were looking at a big saucy elbow. We're going to raffle it off too. Starry Night's mouth twitched. There's a bit of a gamble to be paid for this draw. Is it worse than death? Starry Night froze. Ah, of course not. It's much lighter than death. Then what's there to be afraid of? If you don't smoke it, you'll die. If you smoke it, you'll live. Smoke him. Ling Qinghan peeled Starry Night aside. Everyone line up to gain the ability to defeat the flying dragon. The crowd lined up in an orderly fashion. Starry Night looked at the long line of people. Silently, he closed his eyes. Comrades, don't blame me for the path you've chosen. At first, the flying dragons were able to resist for a while with their own toughness. Then they were surprised to find out how they couldn't beat them after the fight. Why is it that all sorts of high-end combatants keep coming out of the candidates on the opposite side of the room? Then they saw a long line in front of a slot machine. The student at the front of the room suddenly laughed out loud. Great, great, immune to damage for an hour. I'm going to float. With that said, the man plowed through and charged the draconian army. In his place was another youngster who leapt to his feet. Starry Night watched with tears in her eyes as the slot machine took away another 10 years of the student's young life. All the gifts of fate have been secretly marked with a price. Don't blame me, bro bud. Just a few minutes. Just hundreds of candidates. Gaining superpowers? Suppressing the flying dragon soldiers to death. At this moment, General Thunderbolt was tangling with Zhang Debao. Zhang Debao casually flung out hundreds of supernatural powers. All of them hit General Thunderbolt's broken body. All of a sudden, hundreds of wounds were added to his tattered body. Countless negative statuses unfolded on him. Poisoning, vertigo, petrification, bad luck, disease, microcephaly, knife/ass. General Raiden was simply going crazy. He actually let a bronze level play him today. It was as if the boy had mastered all his powers. Endless never-ending fights. Just a moment ago, he reverted to using a charm. Now look around at the boars yourself, each one with a clear brow. There was actually a vague tendency for blood to concentrate in the lower half of his body. What a nasty dog. Zhang Debao ha 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 laughed. Starry Night deserves to be my best buddy. I can't believe I was given such a chance to pull my weight. I'm going to have to put on a good show. With that, he took out the rubber stick in his hand. Hold with both hands, as if holding a sharp sword. He slowly lifted to the highest point. The mouth began to speak very mid-sentence. Sinner, ready for a good death? With that, he slammed the rod in his hand down. It was as if the whole world had poured its strength into the smash. Godslayer's final fusion. I cleave you, thunder-throwing old mother bunny. Zhang Debao merged all the supernatural abilities he knew in his heart into one, and directly slashed out with a stick. A look of despair appeared in General Thunderbolt's eyes. Pang! His forehead was heavily cleaved down. Immediately afterward, the body was in pieces. Sections of electrified flesh and blood were scattered on the ground, still stinging and sparking in place. Ha 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 ha, I, Zhang Debao, am invincible. Zhang Debao copied his stick and was about to hit another gold-level Flying Dragon Elite. Suddenly, the alarm clock went off and 7 minutes were up. The stick in Zhang Debao's hand was still stopped in midair as he and the Flying Dragon Elite looked at each other. The expression was slightly embarrassed. Hungry, guess why I didn't hit you? The Flying Dragon Elite instantly understood. Because your treadmill hangover expired. The Flying Dragon Elite punched Zhang Debao and sent him flying dozens of meters, falling in front of Starry Night. Starry Night looked at him, a little badly. Ah, Debao, that's enough pussy for today. Zhang Debao crooked his nose. No, brother, smoke me again. Starry Night took him by the hand. Don't. This slot machine can only be drawn once in a short period of time. You hide in the back. Watch me perform next. Starry Night pulled out the Gatling from his space backpack. Countless small flying explosions surfaced around him. It was as if the god of death was carrying countless black crows behind him. Flying dragons, it's time. Time to pay your debts. A killing opportunity was brewing in the towering Flying Dragon mountain range. Underneath a huge mountain peak, suddenly a huge gash exploded. In the smoke, a teenager carrying a Gatling slowly walked out. His figure was a bit slumped, like a dreamy band, with a bit of dominance. Cough cough cough. Crap, choking me. Starry Night coughed and stepped out of the smoke. Nima, this broken stone PM2. 5 is a bit big. I should have known not to be the first to come out and pretend to be a wave. At this moment, countless armies of flying dragons were hovering in the sky. It covered the sky and blackened the entire sky. They looked in the direction of the smoke with a wary, fierce look. The smoke cleared and Starry Night's dusty, handsome face was revealed. Crap, what's with all this shit? The legions of candidates followed, accompanying the Boar army as they rushed out of the cave. The crowd was dumbfounded. According to intelligence, the Flying Dragon territory has roughly 50 to 60,000 flying dragons. Just looking at what's going on right now, there are tens of thousands of them flying in the sky. Did they go all out? It was accompanied by a sharp chirp. A flying dragon was the first to attack. Right after that, countless flying dragons came towards them to kill them. The crowd's faces stiffened. Just then, a 50-meter-tall super dragon also let out a roar. Long Xiang directly used a huge force to break through the cave, meeting the heavy flying dragon army. He flew up. Flying dragons are commonly around 2 meters tall. It's weak compared to the last 50 meters of Long Xiang. In the air, it was almost devastatingly thwarted. But the numerical superiority of the flying dragons was too powerful. Countless flying dragons entangled Long Xiang. Wounds kept appearing on Long Xiang's body. Oh ho! Long Xiang let out a violent roar, and a mouthful of spit containing 18-year-old phlegm spewed out. Instantly kill a group of flying dragons. I, Long Xiang, am the true heavenly pride. Ah. Then saw thousands of flying dragons flying towards him. Crap, equals. A large group of flying dragons surrounded and attacked, and in an instant, Long Xiang's body was bruised all over. At this moment, there were countless more flying dragons flying towards Starry Night and the others. Unperturbed, Starry Night cranked the Gatling to maximum power. Chaos audio, which hasn't been on the scene in years, has been on its shoulders. Bully music plays, wolf smoke rises, and the rivers and mountains look north. The dragon flag rolls, the horse neighs, the sword's breath is like frost, and the heart is like the yellow river. Between 20 years of vertical and horizontal, who can resist? Music of group increase, friendly forces attack power is doubled. In a flash, everyone felt a surge of power in their hearts. I feel empowered in my lower body. I'm going to hit 10. Go! Starry Night had aimed the Gatling into the sky by now. Countless flying dragons swooped down, black and uncountable. Starry Night jerked the trigger, and the Gatling sprouted blooming blue flowers. Countless bullets poured out without any need to aim. The flying dragons in midair exploded into one blood splatter after another, constantly falling from the sky. Fuck the kid with the gun. In a flash, more flying dragons swooped down towards Starry Night. Their sharp claws seemed like sharp knives, wanting nothing more than to crush Starry Night's heart in one fell swoop. Starry Night didn't panic at all, but silently increased the power. Berserk mode on. Gatling's blue fire gradually bubbled into red. It was as if the bullets had all turned into cannonballs. Boom, 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 boom. Countless flying dragons were beaten into a sieve before they could reach Starry Night. Just then, the little flying explosive blasts that flew around Starry Night poured out. Like a flock of black crows, they charged at the army of flying dragons. Boom boom boom. Bam bam bam. Duong duong duong. Splash after splash of brilliant sparks exploded in midair. Starry Night's eyes were red as he bit the touch fish right into his mouth. The aura that had just been consumed by the flying bok was instantly replenished. The overwhelming swarms of crows and the army of flying dragons formed a collision and exploded continuously in the sky. At once all the candidates were confused. Are you sure you're just a silver level? This damn platinum level isn't this fierce, is it? Many girls among the candidates had little stars in their eyes. Is he that durable? Love it love it. Omega. Handsome guy. After the exam can you add a super letter? He's got the firepower of 1,000 men all by himself. It's just not cool. Fuck. However, the overwhelming number of flying dragon army was extremely large. A steady stream of sources obscures the sky. Candidates standing on the ground could only do their best to block it. Luckily, though, the students who had just drawn prizes from the slot machines pushed hard. At this moment, Lin Qinghan's body was covered with ice spirit spears around him, constantly firing into the sky. The SSS Ice exotic ability carries an absolute freezing aura. Any flying dragon that was shot halfway would instantly turn into ice and shatter, and he had just burned 10 years of his lifespan to draw one. Unlimited spiritual energy for an hour. Now push hard. Wu Yuyu did back handsprings frantically in place, her surroundings filled with flames. Starry Night looked confused. Hey, can you not wear a short skirt when you're doing back handsprings? Wu Yo-Yo spun around like a wind turbine. Then to the dumbfounded stares of the crowd. Flying straight up into the sky, the huge wind and fire wheel was like a spinning sharp blade, directly slicing the airtight flying dragon army in half. There were numerous deaths and injuries at one time. It's worthy of being 2 SSS level heavenly prides. Wasn't it said that there were a total of 3 SSS ranked celestial pride in addition to Starry Night? Just then, an unassuming, skinny girl stepped forward. The huge bone scythe she carried behind her was out of place on her thin frame. Ah, it's her, Emily, the 3rd SSS ranked celestial. The next second huge ancient scythe grows against the wind, also inlaid with a black and white 2 heads open their eyes, as if the god of death. The ancient sickle grew until it was almost 40 meters long before it stopped. The 2 black and white heads on the bone scythe constantly spit out black and white lightning. The young girl then swung her huge bone scythe, directly splitting the countless flying dragons. Scarlet blood spilled from the sky and splattered people. Just as the bone scythe was about to hit the ground, the young girl swung her arm, and the entire bone scythe seemed to not have an ounce of weight. Picking up a horizontal sweep, another piece of flying dragon dies. The crowd stared at the skinny young girl in disbelief. Crap, this thing is too fierce. Countless flying dragons continued to fall from the sky. Various elemental spits were continuously spat out from his mouth. Candidates are not shy about the skills they keep throwing into the sky. The 2 groups seem to be playing poop throwing combat, but it's still more of a flying dragon. After all, it's always easier to throw it from the sky than on the ground. Reinforcements of flying dragons were constantly arriving in the distance. It's so pervasive that it seems like you can't beat it enough. The Gatling sprayed wildly in Starry Night's hand. The black crows behind them seemed to emerge from an endless abyss. A frantic interception of the swooping down flying dragons. Right at this moment, a gold-level flying dragon elite broke through the siege and had arrived at Starry Night's side. Have you ever heard of the name of my stalking flying dragon? Starry Night gave him a look. Didn't listen as a kid. Never heard of it growing up. I haven't heard it since. That flying dragon blackened his face. What the fuck are you wasting your words for? In an instant, the flying dragon's huge claws were already grabbing towards Starry Night's heart. Just the next second, a huge red cloth glowed, directly blocking a sneak attack strike from a gold-level flying dragon. What? You actually have a protective artifact? Able to block the full force of my gold-level flying dragon? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. I don't just have protective artifacts, I also have attack artifacts. With that said, the Gatling had disliked flying dragon's face. Before he could react, it was an output. In just a few seconds, tens of thousands of bullets had been spewed into the flying dragon's face. Even the toughest body had been beaten into a beehive of coal. Flying dragon had tears in his eyes. Yet, he's hung. Just then, the flying dragon soldiers in the sky saw Starry Night distracted. A headlong assault on him. The main force. It was overwhelming and overwhelming, as if a prelude to rain. He looked at the battle before him. the legions of flying dragons that seemed to be as dense as a black continent mosquito pie. The corners of Starry Night's mouth suddenly rose in a bizarre arc. So dense? How about a nuclear bomb? Hey, 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 hey. Starry Night grinned a big, cocky grin. Eat a nuke, little dragon children. He pulled out a round, rolling nuclear bomb directly from his space backpack. That's mighty fat. Then he pulled another large iron lump out of his backpack. The very same weapon synthetics bought in the safe zone that increased the explosive power tenfold. In just one moment, he merged the fat man with the big iron lump. Now the fat nuke is getting rounder. It's almost as fat as a puffer fish full of gas, with a big belly that seems like it could explode at any moment. He looked up at the countless armies of flying dragons. Then with all his strength, he threw it towards the center point of the densest concentration of flying dragons. Starry Night wasn't that strong, but if you attach explosive properties and biological flight properties to a nuclear bomb, that smashing is more accurate. Just then, a flying dragon with a reddish body appeared in the sky. In just one flash, he arrived at the center point of the densest concentration of flying dragons. He growled and spat flames. Oh ho, I, General Flame, am here, and all of you humans must die. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he saw a round metal lump fly in front of him. This iron lump can actually fly, yeah? He reached out with a pointed claw and tapped it gently. It makes a clanging sound. The quality is not bad. It's just that the shape is a bit strange. General Flame wondered. The fat orb flew in a circle around General Flame, somewhat adorably. General Flame was a little bit confused. What the hell was this thing? Iron lumps that fly and look a little like bomb, crap, boom. Orb Fatty found the right moment to dislike General Flame's belly at once. Instantly, a dazzling white light enveloped several kilometers in a circle. Immediately afterward, huge mushroom clouds appeared from midair, instantly engulfing a large portion of the flying dragon army. Starry Night went prone at the first moment of dropping the nuke. Everybody get down quick. The crowd was a little confused, but still, it was understood at the first moment that something had happened. Even the candidates who didn't get down were toppled to the ground by the strong shockwave. Starry Night pulled the pan out and it instantly skyrocketed. It loomed over everyone's heads, shielding them from the pot. In an instant the heavens and earth were shaken and the mountains were shattered. A beefed-up version of Fatty that is more cost-effective. It was as if the only thing left in heaven and earth was the smile of the mushroom cloud. The flying dragons were dumbfounded. Is this a nifty weapon that a silver rank can carry around? It's fucking horrible. Then the flying dragon was instantly engulfed by the nuclear blast cage. A handful of ashes are left floating in the air. After 10 minutes or so, the smoke cleared and the air was searingly hot, taking out nearly 10,000 flying dragon soldiers in one go. The sky was cleared of large gaps. The candidates were confused. Starry Night Dogbay carries a nuke with him, and he's not even a human being anymore. Where the fuck did he pull that out of? In the sky at the moment, General Flame was covered in blood. A dragon's leg had been blown to a bloody mess. There was a large bloody hole in his stomach, still simmering with fire. He growled, "Who the hell is it? I'm going to get him." Then he saw Starry Night rising from the ground. "Don't you dare blow me up." Starry Night looked up just in time to meet General Flying Dragon's fierce gaze. "Ah, Lou, you're not dead yet." Then his pupils reflected the figure of General Flame's speedy charge. "I'm a platinum peak flaming flying dragon, but I'm actually going to be messed up by a kid like you. Let's see if I don't tear you apart." Before the words were finished, General Flame was already on the verge of rushing in front of Starry Night. His huge body burned with flames, wanting to do a direct flame crash. Starry Night doesn't panic. A small hammer was pulled out of his hand. Electricity was still sparking from the two ram's horns of the small hammer. This hammer is fully charged. I don't know how powerful it is. Why don't you try smashing it?" He casually tossed it. "Hey, fire-breathing lizard, eat a hammer." The hammer spun and slammed into General Flame. Ding! Hammers and dragons collide. The moment they collided, a thunderbolt that ran through heaven and earth exploded in midair. The Flame General was directly penetrated by the thunder. The entire dragon was turned into a charcoal. The ram's hammer spun and flew into Starry Night's hand. Shocking thunder thrill cultivation, sky collapses and earth falls, purple golden hammer. Remaining energy, 50%. Starry Night froze. Was this thing that good? One dry run at the platinum level Flame General. It's just a little power hungry. He flicked a small hammer. It felt pretty smooth. Then he couldn't help but see a large swath of candidates around him backing away from him uncontrollably, fearful that he might accidentally drop the hammer on the floor. Holy shit, that's horrible. How does he have so many weapons? Are you sure you're in high school? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Sorry, pushed a little too hard and didn't catch it. At this moment, the flying dragon soldiers in the sky couldn't stop hovering. They're a little confused as to what kind of monster this Starry Night is right now. Hey, should we go? Up my ass. Just hang around in the sky twice. Can't you see General Flame is hanging? We're not worthy of fighting others even if we're a bunch of little Kadami? Just hang around for a while and go home for dinner. Rubbish. Big brother. You have a good point. Starry Night was now wondering the same thing. He's just about to throw another little boy. As a result, this group of flying dragons flew and skittered around in the sky, just not coming down or piling up. How the fuck else do you throw it? While Starry Night was wondering, Wu Yuyi's card Wind and Fire will fell from the sky. Head down. Legs up. Short skirts are affected by gravity. Starry Night's side is hitting very hard. The flying dragons could only focus their fire on the other minions. Just now, a dozen or so high-level flying dragons directly fucked towards Wu Yuyu. It caused her to take a direct off-balance and fall to Starry Night's feet. Hey, Pacific sister. Are you okay? Wu Yo-Yo gritted her silver teeth and pulled her head up from the ground. Fuck. I'm fine. We seem to be safe now. Let's go save the other students and teachers. Starry Night froze. Are there any other students? Where are the teachers? Wu Yo-Yo looked at Starry Night. The Lord of the Flying Dragons himself took 1,000 students, as well as dozens of teachers who led them. I heard him say it seemed like some kind of blood slaughter grand formation. These people are vicious. Starry Night thought carefully. Mosquito meat is also meat, and it's excellent to have 1,000 little caramels to do me some merit as well. Go, follow me to the rescue. Just then, a loud bang came from the sky. A huge flying dragon, covered in pitch black, flew from mid-air. He's over 30 meters. The whole body was glowing with a metallic sheen. Look everyone, it's General Steel with the strongest main force of the flying dragons in the Flying Dragon Army. Great, he's the strongest existence among the three great generals, and his own defense is invincible. The boys underneath have it made. General Steel was annoyed. He was sent by the lords to block a human rescue party, but I didn't realize that the family had been turned against them. Two great generals died one after another. This tread is outrageous. A bunch of shitty students at the highest silver level. I'm really impressed to be able to mess with the platinum level. What do these two loads usually do? Oh ho! The Iron General roared out a huge storm of energy. The entire earth trembled. Everyone was shaken to their core. What? He actually broke through the diamond level. This is fucked. Starry Night looked at the Steel General in midair. The mind boggles. Diamond level hey, as if it really can not be beaten to death. Lu slipped and slipped. Class, run. The crowd froze slightly. Starry Night had spilled the beans. Then, they saw an overwhelming number of flying dragons rushing towards them. Yet. Fight if you can. Run if you can't. Don't think about it. Little life is important. Huge steel flying dragons in the air flew towards the crowd. It's fantastically fast. The eye was about to catch up with the crowd. Starry Night gritted her teeth. Threw the little boy straight out. The little boy drew an arc in the air as the air wobbled and flew. It flew directly into the Iron General's massive nasal cavity. Boom! There was another powerful explosion. A small mushroom cloud rose in the sky. The crowd didn't care about the explosions behind them. They could only desperately run away. The smoke cleared. General Steel got a nosebleed from the blast. The entire face of the dragon was covered in scars, but it doesn't seem to have suffered too much. Vomit roar. Damn little thief. How dare you bomb me? I'll kill you. With that, he flapped his wings and flew towards the crowd. Starry Night didn't dare to slow down, and swept away with a burst of Gatling. It hit the Steel General with a shower of sparks. Oomph. It doesn't hurt. Then, a mouthful of old phlegm spat out of his mouth. Boom. There was a violent explosion from where Starry Night was. The energy was surprisingly a bit stronger than the little boy who had just thrown it out. The crowd looked at Starry Night worriedly. Crap. He's not going to die, is he? Don't even think about it. He can't die for anyone. What a dog he is. Just then, Starry Night had appeared on Long Xiang's forehead. There were also 4 words printed on Long Xiang's huge head. Shinobu I know Yui. Hey, big guy. Are you as big as our Long Xiang? Starry Night takes the dog and taunts the Steel General with a pat on the ass. The Iron General turned his 30-meter long body, just in time to meet Long Xiang's body, which is close to 50 meters. The two huge dragons locked eyes in the air and burst into violent sparks. Zip, zip, zip. General Steel let out a loud snort. It flew towards Long Xiang. Dragon Xiang was not to be outdone, turning his dragon's head and fleeing into the distance. Nima, diamond level no matter how much more screwed up, I cannot beat him? Long Xiang rolled his eyes and looked at the Starry Night overhead. Let's just say, is it really ethical for you to draw fire on me like that? Starry Night was patting Dragon Shine's dragon head at the moment. Forget morality. Save your life. Immediately afterward, 2 huge flying dragons came flying through the air in a chase. General Steel is surprisingly fast. It was almost about to catch up with Long Xiang. Starry Night pulled out his Gatling and kept taking cover as countless small flying explosive blasts exploded over the Iron General's eyes. It's the only way to not get caught up in the first place. Hey, Long Xiang, you damn well fly fast. I'd like to fly fast too. I'm only a silver level. How do you expect me to fly fast? Starry Night looked at Long Xiang. Don't worry, I have an idea. Do you know why all ancient war horses ran so fast? Long Xiang froze. Why? Because ancient soldiers used whips to whip their asses. Nani? Before Long Xiang could react, Starry Night had already pulled out a pan. A heavy slap on Long Xiang's ass. Ow ow ow. Long Xiang snorted in pain, only feeling as if his ass was going to blossom, and instantly sped up. Starry Night hemmed and hawed. The ancients have not deceived me. Then he pulled out a huge spear. Ryosho flapped his wings quickly. The whole face is black. Hey, what are you doing? I'll give you a boost. No. Click. Starry Night stabbed that long hair deep into Ryosho's ass, then pulled out hard. White spears go in. Red and yellow spears come out. Ow ow ow. Long Xiang instantly accelerated. Straight away, the Iron General was thrown off his feet. General Steel froze. Ah, I didn't expect this young scion to have such speed. It's really fearful. No, I need to speed up too. He waved his massive wings and a wave of energy formed behind him. Brush. Its speed directly skyrocketed, and in an instant, it was almost about to catch up with Long Xiang. Crap. Long Xiang, fly faster. I'm yet fast enough and my asshole still hurts. Starry Night looked at Long Xiang. Good brother. Now we have to use that trick. Long Xiang froze, vaguely feeling something bad. What the hell kind of move is that? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Have you ever heard of nitrous acceleration? Nitrogen. Where are we going to find nitrogen now? You do when I say you do. Saying that, Starry Night jumped directly onto the tip of Long Xiang's nose, pulled out 2 sacks of laxatives and fed them to him. Oh ho, what are you feeding me? Clicking and clacking. Long Xiang chewed and ate it straight away. You don't say this stuff tastes good. Dragons have excellent digestive systems. The laxative works instantly. Long Xiang only felt his stomach bulge like a leather ball. Immediately afterward, a huge gush of gas erupted from his own asshole. Cool. All he felt was a sharp increase in his speed. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Poof, poof, poof. Boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo. Pust. That burst of nitrous acceleration echoed across the sky. Long Xiang only felt a sharp pain in his stomach now, and desperately made his whole body run. All he wanted to do now was to find a place to hurry up and get it over with. And the back. General Steel is in a foggy predicament at the moment. Vomit. What's this special mother? You son of a bitch. You can't outrun me. How dare you release a biochemical weapon? Vomit. I'm yet spraying with you. Just then, Starry Night threw a lighter straight over. That flavor-filled nitrogen burned instantly. The barbecued Steel General's face darkened for a moment. Holy shit, this thing pee still burns? The crowd stared up at the sky in awe, watching a strange sight appear in the sky. Couldn't help but be a little out of it. Up ahead, a giant dragon about 50 meters long fled frantically. Behind it, a 30-meter dragon was desperately chasing after it. The 50-meter dragon's eyes were catching up with him. Straight up a daisy spit, burning the 30-meter dragon's face pitch black. Hey, why do you guys think there are dragons that can spit with daisies? That's what you don't understand, is it? A true master can train every part of his body to be a murder weapon. And this dragon dude out front is special. This move, Reverse Qiankuan, has obviously undergone special training and must be extremely hard. Awesome, awesome. Long Xiang was really extremely hard. His own stomach had begun to churn, and he was about to be unable to hold back. But suddenly there was a big fire behind his ass. It burned his ass directly. Ah, I'm yet. My ass is hot. Ow ow ow. Long Xiang's speed directly rose another step. Starry Night stood on Dragon Shine's back and laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Explode your potential. Roshokuan. General Steel is fucking pissed off. He's a diamond-class flying dragon. Ran was tricked by 2 humans. Don't I want to lose face? Oh ho. Kill. He directly erupted with his full power. The entire body accelerated in one instant, drawing a trail of static shadows in the air. How dare you humiliate me? If I don't kill you, how can I have the face to see others? This time he really put up a fight. It instantly closed the distance by a huge chunk. The eye was about to hit Long Xiang's ass. The Iron General opened his huge bloody mouth, ready to shake off Dragon Shine's tail in one fell swoop. Dragons fighting dragons without flashy magic. There are knives in mouths. Ah, I'll bite. Long Xiang saw that his tail was going to be bitten off, just nervous and overwhelmed. The sphincter, which had been clamped for so long, suddenly lost control. Countless excrements poured out. Pust, put, put. Behind, General Steel opened his mouth just about as wide as it would go. A stream of unidentified yellow substance mixed with a paste went right into his bloody mouth. When really, it's not a waste at all. General Steel's face instantly went yellow. Naima, why are you kids still eating golden mushrooms? In the sky, two huge flying dragons were completing the docking of their heads and tails. Its difficulty factor can be referred to aerial aircraft refueling, and do it without wasting a drop. The countless candidates on the floor gave their thumbs up in admiration. Awesome. In the sky, General Steel is going crazy. What the fuck is this shit? If you can't beat it when it matters, just shit on it. Damn it. Is there any morality in being a dragon? Vomit. Long Xiang is also helpless. He hasn't eaten much in the last few days. The only golden needle mushroom used for bug jamming is still cut off here. What are we going to do for the next few days? What do you take for a bug? Alas, it's hard to be human. Yet the General of Steel doesn't seem to know any better. Eating people's last 3 days of rations and ranting about it. I'll fucking kill you. It's really a case of getting what you want. General Steel was practically going crazy at the moment. The only thing in his eyes was to get Long Xiang killed. The entire dragon transformed into a black residual shadow and directly crashed over. Long Xiang was unable to speed up anymore at this moment. Eyes on the collision course. Starry Night directly summed up all of the Black Bear Spirit's surpluses in 5 into 1. One covered Long Xiang's ass. Knock. A loud crash sounded. The shield provided by the Black Bear Spirit's robe was directly shattered, but it also minimizes the damage done by Long Xiang. All he felt was a sharp pain in his ass. The powerful impact gave him more momentum, soaring straight out at an extremely explosive speed. Crap. It's too damn fast. General Steel didn't feel like he was doing much damage to his opponent after the hit. He can only try his best to chase after Long Xiang once again. He's going to kill the big guy. No matter what. Today. Die for me. The kinetic energy gained by Long Xiang quickly ran out. He saw the Steel General coming after him again. The crisis has sunk in once again. Starry Night slammed the stereo directly on Long Xiang's head. Music for a change. Caught shrimp household. Love nest blowing up special binging cab ba beaver. Feel the speed music. 10 times faster. Long Xiang suddenly felt an urge to race his car. The speed of his entire body couldn't help but directly skyrocket. General Steel took another direct bite of the tailgate. Oddly smelly and with a hint of saltiness. Niet. It's either you or me today. Oh ho. He then mouthed the dragon language. A dragon forbidden spell arose on him. It burns its life for more speed. Oh ho ho. Only one of us can be left today. Afterwards, he directly transformed into a black lightning bolt. Once again, he chased after Long Xiang. Two huge flying dragons chased each other in the sky, their speed almost surpassing the sky. The following group of people couldn't help but spit. Naya. These two dragons are too curly. We can't catch up anyway, so we might as well fly slowly. This is great. Both of them have to fly to their deaths. They mustn't be exhausted. Long Xiang was panting at this moment, feeling that his body was gradually being emptied. Starry Night, I'm dying. You top that. You haven't even gotten a girlfriend yet. Why are you weak? Long Xiang, holy shit, try getting stabbed in the ass 1 minute, 2 bags of laxatives the next, and then make a mad dash for it. Who wouldn't be able to stand it? Starry Night also looked at Long Xiang's waist, and couldn't help but sigh and, hey, little thing, just touch the fish for a while. Immediately afterward, Starry Night pulled out the touching fish and rubbed it against Long Xiang's loins. Long Xiang only felt the power coming from his rushing waist and his whole body recovered again. His whole dragon lit up before his eyes. Nima. Starry Night, you damn pockets are full of good stuff. Hey, what's not precious about my garbage, man? The scene just froze for a moment. The two dragons kept picking up speed, but were always relatively balanced. Starry Night stood on Dragon Shine's back and made various throws. Bombs, Gatling, pots and pans, and bloodied anti-wipes were directed at the Iron General's face. General Steel is simply going crazy. Originally, the big one in front of me was not a martial artist. How else can a dragon live with a damaged plug on his back? Just then, a fishy odor appeared on General Steel's nose. He sniffed it. It was dog urine. No harm done. I swallowed that big pile just now. Now what harm can you do when you dogs piss on me? Just the next second, rhubarb flashed directly at the tip of General Steel's nose with Starry Night. A watermelon knife that appeared in Starry Night's hand. He bared his large teeth, the corners of his mouth curving, followed by a frantic output. Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? Is this melon ripe? General Steel just froze. No. What's the difference between this behavior of yours and that of the bitter Subsuk? Starry Night looked over at him and smiled a small smile. It's fine. No blood loss with half a day's skill. I'll flat a try to see if I'm hung up. A huge nostril spit from the black Iron General blew Starry Night away. Long Xiang made a sharp hover in the air and caught him steadily. Hey, kid, will it work or not? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. It's okay, I have tricks up my sleeve. It's time to move that. Starry Night pulled her slate phone out of her pocket. Open the super letter list of hot blue people. Click on the avatar. Initiate a video call. A familiar ringing of the super male rang out, waiting for the other party to answer. Shaking people if you can't beat them is the sole purpose of dogs and Slaveheart. Answer it, the cell phone is dying. Starry Night was sweating all over in anxiety and kept clicking on the avatar of the hot blue man. Long Xiang had been hit several times by now, and even his flight was a bit shaky. Apparently, it's about to hold up. 10 seconds later, the hot blue man finally got through to the super male video. Hey Dean, you finally fucking answered. Dean Zhang Jihua is currently coiling walnuts and sitting on a troop carrier with an anxious look on his face. Ugh, Starry Night kid, you're actually okay? Starry Night scratched her head. Look at you. Who am I? How could anything happen? Is everything okay on your end? Of course I'm fine. I'm such a big dean when I'm in charge. There are thousands of patients under me alone. Speaking of patients, there's a new very powerful person in our hospital. What's his name? Ian Buncher. Starry Night froze. Ian Bulu. His girlfriend isn't called Young Biren. Stop. Long Xiang hurriedly interrupted him. Will you fucking call her? Hurry up? I'm getting karma. Starry Night hurriedly returned to the point. Hey Dean, here's a little dragon cub ready to beat me up. Him hitting me is the equivalent of punching a mental hospital in the face. Punching a mental hospital in the face is the equivalent of punching you in the face. Dean, someone punched you in the face. Are you going to fuck him or not? He then turned his cell phone to General Steel. Young Jiwa saw the steel general that was crashing into Starry Night through his cell phone. He took off his plastic slippers, patted them in his hands, and then jerked them right at the cell phone screen. The Black Iron General, who was in full flight, suddenly received a powerful and large forced fight. The entire dragon was jerked straight toward the ground. Boom! A large crater was smashed in the ground. The smoke cleared and a dazed dragon head lifted from the pit, his face filled with big question marks. Crap! Flying along and suddenly getting smacked in the face by something. He touched the half of his face that was bleeding. Full of caution. With such a powerful attack, that kid will launch it at most once. Watch me rush up and fuck him. With that, he took off in place and recharged into the sky. Then it fell out of the sky and right back into that big hole. Everyone was confused. Crap! What kind of skill is Starry Night? This can't be the legendary palm technique that falls from the sky, can it? Long Xiang wailed with excitement. Come on! Slap him twice more. Starry Night pointed the camera at the deep pit. It's called the Shaker's Palm Technique. Inside the cell phone video came the figure of Zhang Jihua waving his plastic slippers from side to side. Snap! In the deep pit, the Black Iron General was pumped deeper and deeper. The entire dragon was directly imprinted on the ground. Dean, the cell phone is dying. So hurry up and exterminate that kid. Dean Zhang Jihua wrinkled his nose. Got it. You guys be careful. With that, he put up the plastic slipper in his hand. A vertical chop came through the camera. The crowd only felt as if an invisible sword chi had appeared between heaven and earth, directly chopping the entire piece of ground. The Black Iron General into two halves. Someone stared blankly at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Are you sure I'm not dreaming? I'm not sure. Why don't you let me try slapping you? Fuck off. At this point in the game, Dragonshine's 30-minute super giganticization expired. It went straight into a convulsion and fell out of the sky. Oops. Hold the grass. You kid. Land on the ground and then fall off. Starry Night exclaimed. I didn't even know the plugin was expiring now. You flopped twice in a hurry. At least don't fall and kill the three of us. I'm weak as hell right now. How do you expect me to flop? Then, to the dazzled eyes of the crowd, Long Xiang fell from a great height to the ground, shaking up a cloud of smoke. Starry Night walked slowly out of the crowd, leading the dog. Phew. Okay. Instantaneous transfer when it counts. Hey, where's Long Xiang? The crowd was full of black lines. That's the one you stepped on. Starry Night lifted her foot awkwardly. Hey, brother Long Xiang, thanks to you today. I'll treat you to crayfish later. It was at this moment that Starry Night's cell phone finally ran out of battery power and shut down, able to last 7 or 8 days. This slate phone is worthy of being the only designated special machine of the Chinese Walnut Smashing Association. At this moment, the group of flying dragons in the sky began to gradually become violent. In the towering peaks of the Flying Dragon territory, a red light through the sky came out. Not good. The Flying Dragon Lord is going to unleash the Blood Slaughter Grand Formation. Some students who understand what's going on are starting to get nervous. He muttered. Once the Blood Disciple Slaughter Formation is successfully launched, all living beings on the scene will be bloodied. At that time, The Flying Dragon Lords will be able to absorb our blood chi and upgrade to the king level in one fell swoop. At that time, he will be a nightmare for the entire Falling Orchid Abyss. Starry Night patted him on the shoulder. Hey, brother, are you a dog rider's mouth? The blood-red pillar of light plunged into the sky. It was getting bigger and bigger, as if it wanted to trap all the people in it. Holy shit, he's too thick. What can be done about it? Of course I'm scattering. What are you guys thinking? Starry Night led the charge and headed right down the hill. Yet, he's running too fast. The crowd followed the Starry Night and ran out of the room. And the crowd was like a locust transit. Just then, the countless flying dragons in the sky suddenly became bloodthirsty. Their eyes were red as they frantically attacked the candidates. By this time the candidates were exhausted. The abilities that the crowd drew with the slot machines expired one after another. It's hard to have the power to defend against these flying dragons anymore. It's over. It's going to die. Starry Night, you hurry up and fuck them up. Starry Night scratched her head. I'm nigh on silver level. I'm lucky to be alive right now. He gripped the small ram's horn hammer in his hand. Surprise thunder can still be unleashed once. Are you sure you want to start now? What if we meet a flying dragon lord later? As he pondered, countless flying dragons were already close to the ground. In an instant, many students had fallen in battle. Starry Night escaped while forming little flying explosions around her, blasted towards the flying dragon behind him. The main one is not wasted. The red column of light continued to expand. It soon enveloped a large portion of the mountain. No one knew what would happen after being enveloped by the pillar of light. One can only run as hard as one's heart desires. The flying dragon in the sky had bloodshot eyes, as if under some strange curse. They have nothing but killing in their eyes. The crowd retreated as they fought. It soon came to the junction of the flying dragon territory and the boar spirit grassland. The terrain is open and overgrown. The crowd finally saw hope. Just then, on the other side of the grass, a colorful flying dragon stood in place. He gently stared back. There was endless killing in his eyes. Hello y'all, introduce yourselves. I'm Lord Flying Dragon. The crowd directly sucked in a breath of cold air. I'm yet? And Starry Night could tell at a glance that the one in front of him was just a doppelganger. Don't be afraid everyone. This one is just a diversion. Strength is platinum at best. Day he's done. The crowd was relieved to hear that. Fortunately, it's just a platinum. Crap, platinum can't beat it either. Then the uncountable flying dragons in the sky gradually landed. Gather all the candidates in the center. For a while, a standoff was formed. The flying dragon lord's doppelganger hemmed and hawed. We now have 60,000 flying dragons. You only have 20,000 candidates. I wonder which side will be a little stronger in the fight. The candidates were almost in despair. It must be 60,000 slammed a bit. There's a threefold difference in numbers. Starry Night, however, was not flustered. He smiled at the flying dragon lord. Only 60,000 flying dragons? Then you guys are in a bit of a pickle. The flying dragon lord froze. Ha ha ha, 20,000 plus people still want to fight my 60,000 flying dragons. Daydreaming. So what if it wasn't 20,000 or so, but 200,000? 200,000. Ha 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 ha. I'd eat shit if I had 200,000. Suddenly, the flying dragon lord froze. Just then, a shout came from the distance. Maka, 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 Maka. Xiao Longxia brought an army of tens of thousands of goblins to kill from afar. I can't believe someone is bullying the Kobold Protection Ambassador. I, Goblin, will exterminate the flying dragons even if I have to fight for the lives of my entire clan. Maka, 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 Maka. The flying dragon lord doppelganger froze for a long time. A leisurely awakening ensued. Just a bunch of lowly kobolds. I just need to spend more time and kill you all as usual. And then the next moment, from the distance another group of figures appeared. Moo, how dare you bully my minotaur brother? Fai Lone. You guys are sick of living. Smoke and dust rolled out, and Lu Ruyan killed with an oversized group of bull-headed warriors with pointed horns. Lord Flying Dragon blackened his face and let out a deep breath. Just a bunch of bullheads. Just then, another group of figures appeared in the distance. Meow. Who's going to do our nails if you kill them? Flying Dragon. You seek death. The Flying Dragon Lord's detachment was dumbfounded. Are you guys trying to move the entire Lauren Abyss against me? The Flying Dragon? I'm not afraid as usual. Right at that moment, the boar elves who had just been besieged on the mountain also rushed down. Humbug. Flying Dragon. Today is the day of your extinction. The cold sweat on the Flying Shadow Lord's detachment's forehead couldn't help but drip down. He had wanted to use all the flying dragons to the candidates to claw their way back into the flying dragon territory again. but looking at the situation in front of me, my own side is going to get fucked. It didn't matter though, he still had his cards. Cardinal, Cardinal, come and help me, come and help me, he was hissing. At this moment, a blood-red cat demon queen exploded up. Like lightning, it went straight through him. It was extremely fast, as if nothing was happening. Next, the head of the flying dragon lord's doppelganger slowly misplaced itself before falling to the ground. Great! Win! Great! Win! The crowd rejoiced. The next step is to kill all the flying dragon soldiers. Action! Nearly several 100,000 kobolds, cat demons, and minotaurs against 60,000 flying dragons. Plus the candidates exploded into the last little bit of power. There was a blood-death hue and cry. Soon, the flying dragons were slaughtered. It was as if this group of flying dragons were mesmerized. Wouldn't even think of running away, only to be killed by the major packs in one fight. The war continued for nearly 3 hours. Flying dragons are almost always killed with the cooperation of all the victorious sides. Well, after the flying dragons are killed off, no one in Lauren Abyss will bully us anymore. The kobolds laughed out loud with a ha ha ha. Rush in later and grab their babies and female flying dragons. The various monsters laughed bloody hard. It was a sight to see the candidates' scalps go numb. Zhang de Bao quietly came up to Starry Night and asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. What now? If you go home quietly, you won't be able to finish your senior mission, but you'll be able to live. If you want to complete the high school mission, you have to go back to the top of the mountain in that flying dragon territory, reach the finish line, but the end point, on top of that, was still bubbling with that huge red pillar of light. Only a fool would go. Starry Night thought for a moment. I'm going to make a stop at the end of the high school, so you guys go home. With that, he brought Lu Hua and Big Yellow to sneak into the flying dragon territory. The crowd was full of tangled faces. Holy shit, this one is going to get the final high school score. What do we do? Go, you want to die, you go ahead. I'm going home. There was a burst of indignation from the crowd. However, there were still a few Celestial Pride who also had the same idea as Starry Night and quietly left the crowd, heading towards the top of the mountain. Inside the flying dragon lord's huge lair, he silently sensed what had just happened. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. The flying dragon soldiers are all dead though, but that powerful blood chi was also enough to break through to the king level by itself. Only not quite perfect. Enough. When he breaks through to the king level, he will go out and kill this group and the other monsters. GGGGGG. Just then, he had felt a cold chill on his back. Then he heard a voice. Do you keep this melon ripe? The flying dragon lord froze and snapped his head back. Empty. Hey kid, don't think I haven't noticed you just because you're invisible. Then Starry Night's figure slowly emerged. Hey. Accidentally caught by you. The flying dragon lord looked straight at him as if he were looking at a delicious dish. I didn't expect it. You kid actually dared to come here. Ah, it's okay, I'll slip. You go about your business. I'll leave you to it. I'm afraid it's too late to leave. Lord Flying Dragon hooked his finger. Shandong's huge stone door slammed right shut. It blocked the way of the Starry Night several people. Starry Night smiled. Well, if you're not going then I'll try the hammer to see if it works. The flying dragon lord froze. What hammer? In the next second, Starry Night threw herself at his head with a small goathorn hammer in her hand. The flying dragon lord looked straight at the small, harmless hammer. Hey, fuck, you want to kill me with this shit? Ding! The ram's hammer smashed into the flying dragon lord's forehead with a faint sound. Immediately afterward, the entire cave was penetrated by a burst of thunder. Zira! Countless lightning bolts passed through the flying dragon lord's circumference, electrocuted him all over. Exactly 10 minutes later, the flying dragon lord exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. He looked at Starry Night with a dark face and an exploding head. Evilly, what the hell are you doing? He then picked up the small hammer, then slammed it into the ground. Snap! Not a single small stone was broken. What doggone thing? Disposable, yeah. Starry Night looked at the flying dragon lord with a scorched face. Now that the trial is over, we're leaving. You seek death. The flying dragon lord took a direct mouthful of spit. A wave of energy that could rival the thunder and lightning just now was launched towards Starry Night's side. However, Starry Night had long since flashed out through Rhubarb's mark. OMG. That scared the baby. God forbid this thing isn't removed. I just tried it. And the watermelon blade doesn't even launch that easily. Poke him a little and he'll be on guard. And now the hammer is dead. How can we finish him off? Just then, an old man wearing a red hood appeared in front of Starry Night. Hey, little brother. Starry Night looked at him. Stirrups, was it you who called me? Cardinal Doug is full of black lines? Yes, I called you. I see that you are a talented person. Why don't you join our abyssal church? Starry Night scratched her head. Do you have a paycheck, please? Is there 5 insurance? Any annual vacation? Is there maternity leave? Do men take maternity leave? Is it a package deal to assign someone? A labor contract or a regular contract? Do you usually work overtime? Double Saturday and Sunday? Do you get paid overtime? Boss Pua? Is the pie painted big? Is there compensation for being fired? Does the boss have a secretary? Is it pretty? Did they have an affair? Does the boss's daughter-in-law know? Does the boss's lover know? Did they have any illegitimate children? Which son ended up inheriting the family fortune? This barrage of questions went straight to Cardinal Doug's head. Where's your treadmill interview? We in the Abyssal Church preach more work, more pay, and a democratic win-win situation. Usually it's just a matter of hitting the screws and carrying out missions when you're not doing anything. The church has a lot of little girls that fall in love on their own. You don't have to worry about anything else. Everything goes according to labor law. Starry Night thought for a moment. Well, it's not like we can't join. But, before he could finish speaking, the flying dragon lord directly broke through the mountain and charged straight over. With his exploding head and pitch-black face, he growled at Starry Night. How dare you kid escape under my nose? Let's see if I don't get you killed. Lord Flying Dragon looked at Archbishop Doug. Great, Mr. Doug, you're there too. Hurry up and help me catch this kid. He's evil. The elder brother Cardinal looked at Starry Night. Look, if you join, I'll keep you safe. And if you don't, you'll be beaten to death by this one. You pick one. Starry Night looked at Doug, who was in front of her, obviously unfathomable. Stronger than this flying dragon lord. One last question. If I'm in, can I still get out? Cardinal Doug smiled. Once you join the Church of the Abyss, you never quit. Fine, I refuse. Then we will always be on opposite sides, enemies for life. It doesn't matter. I have Wasia behind me, but before I do, I want to take a picture with you. Cardinal Doug froze. What's the group photo for? Starry Night smiled slightly. After all, you're my idol, so a picture isn't too much to ask, right? Idol, do you know my name? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Alas, name doesn't matter. Big brother, you give me your cell phone. Let's take a picture as a souvenir. After all, I want to GA. Cardinal Doug saw that he couldn't turn the tide. Take out your own cell phone and give it to Starry Night. Hurry up and give me the picture when you're done. Starry Night took her cell phone and gave it a riotous operation, hurriedly boarding her super letter and making a video call to Zhang Jihua. Almost immediately after dialing, the call was connected. OMG. Dean, help me. Someone's trying to fuck me. Cardinal Doug froze. Holy shit. You kid. It's no use asking for help. There's no way anyone could have gotten you out from under a king class. Starry Night quietly twisted the video around to Doug. Will you see if this one works? Snap. Doug had red piggyback shoe prints directly on his face. My nigga. Fatty Zhang. You old boy dare to hit me? Dean Young Chihuahua saw Doug's face under the teasing hat. Yo, it's Doug the dog. Hello, we haven't seen you in a while. This was followed by the snap of 2 more big pussy buckets smacked into Doug's face. You seek death. Cardinal Doug's entire body pushed for power. The entire person suddenly turned into a golden hair. Yeah, golden retriever. Starry Night was confused. Nani, his power is dodgification? But does that really make you stronger? In the next second, Starry Night understood the terror of the king level. I only saw the dog bite in vain. Straight away, Zheng Jiao's slippers spaced out the slippers of the cell phone screen. Fuck, doggy, you actually know spatial skills? So what? Now you don't have slippers, do you? Snap. Zheng Jihua took off the other slipper on his foot and pumped it 3 times in a row. Golden hair instantly turned red. Starry Night was dumbfounded as she held up her cell phone and watched the scene. Can you two bigots fight without being so childish? Golden hair is again gripping at the screen. The other slipper came along. Do you have any more? Zhang Jihua hemmed and hawed and pulled out a suitcase from behind him. Inside, there were hundreds of pairs of slippers in a variety of colors. The two then sparred dozens of times across the screen of their cell phones. Entire mountains and rivers began to shatter, and the Lauren abyss began to tremble. The candidates at the bottom of the hill were stunned. What's going on? This mountain seems to be collapsing. There must have been a big shot. The battle continues. Snap. Woof woof woof. Soon, Golden Mauer's face was covered with shoe prints, and he was surrounded by dozens of pairs of slippers. The cell phone can't take that kind of energy beating anymore. It shattered directly into a field of electronic parts. At this point, Golden Hair was already covered in blood and bleeding from many places all over his body. I didn't expect that this old kid's strength has improved again after so many years have passed. At this moment, the Blood Slaughter Grand Formation collected all the blood and gathered it into the Flying Dragon Lord's body. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to break through to the king level. The Flying Dragon Lord laughed arrogantly. Immediately after that, the entire body began to expand. directly rising to a height of nearly 80 meters. That's my prototype. How was it? Awesome, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Immediately afterward, a blood-red piggyback bloodstain appeared on his face. What? The flying dragon lords were just too tall, so tall that they could see anything at a glance. So he raised his eyes and there was a troop carrier in the distant meadow. At the top of the car stood a middle-aged man, holding a plastic slipper, dominant and composed. The flying dragon lord froze, then realized, what level is this fellow? I'm a king-level divine beast flying dragon, and he can injure me? Immediately after, snap, his face was smacked numerous times. There was blood running down his cheek and he panicked. Even after breaking through the king level, there was still someone who could defeat him, and it was the man in front of him. What if he and the archbishop teamed up themselves? It might be possible to defeat him. Suddenly, a man in a black security uniform cut through the sky. Like a meteor, it flew towards him. Don't you dare delay me from swiping the beauty video. Dueling. A flying kick from city watchman Zhao Dezhu. Flying dragon lord was kicked straight down to the ground with a loud thud. My nigga, what's this old man's deal? Immediately afterward, dozens of other figures came speeding this way. That's the principals of the various schools. They worry too much about their students. The flying dragon lord looked away. Surprisingly, there were 7 or 8 diamonds and 3 dozen platinums. How the hell are we supposed to fight? He rushed to call Cardinal Doug. Archbishop, you said I'd step in when it counts. How about the two of us team up and escape? Well, how was it? Well, say something. He snapped back. Delta, Groove, where is everyone? No shame in calling Doug. You're a real dog. Another flying kick from Zhao Dezhu directly stomped off one of the 80-meter dragon man's arms. Delay me from swiping the beauty video. I'll beat you to death. The flying dragon lord panicked. What can be done about it? It seemed that he could only strike with all his might to try and defeat this cargo, and then quickly fly away. Then he focused his entire body's energy in his mouth. Just as Zhao Dezhu kicked down from his head, a mouthful of spray, the violet energy surprise attack pushed Zhao Dezhu several hundred meters away. He took the opportunity to stomp the ground, ignoring the injuries all over his body. The entire dragon instantly took off. In the sky he laughed and laughed. Ha 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 ha, can't stop me now, can you, little pussies? Then he saw the scene of a lifetime. A large slipper, imitating a mountain, pressed toward him. Naya, what kind of slippers are these? Only to see the slipper get bigger and bigger and bigger, directly from mid-air. He slapped the flying dragon lord to the ground. Boom! The mountains shook and the earth shattered. The flip-flops shrink in place to a size 38 plastic flip-flop. The flying dragon lords were also slapped into a piece of paper. Zheng Jihua crooked his nose. Little lizard dares to hit my people. Looking for death. The crowd cheered. The flying dragon lords have been taken out. Great, we're able to go home. The students embraced their respective principals and wept with joy. So happy that I was almost ready to have a bonfire. And in a corner of the mountain peak, a super small flying dragon lord was quietly escaping. Don't you guys know that my ability is to split? Although it gave up a lot of power, it managed to transfer the main body to the sub-body. As soon as I've recuperated from my injuries and returned, I want you all dead. The flying dragon lords focused all their power on a single detachment. Although his power was reduced to the silver level, he managed to turn his doppelganger into his main body. Ha. As long as I cultivate properly, I'll be able to regain my peak strength in less than 3 years, and I'll kill all of you then. He gave Starry Night a vicious look. Turning, he slipped away from the path at speed. He was extremely fast, hardly anyone noticed him. Ha, finally escaped. The flying dragon lord laughed as he ran. Dueling. Ouch cripes, what did I hit? The flying dragon lord shook his head. Suddenly a husky standing on 2 feet was spotted poking out a front paw as if it were a fist. Starry Night stood next to him, looking at him with a crooked smile. Hey, little lizard. Still trying to run. The flying dragon lord froze, and a vicious, fierce light appeared in his eyes. Kid, are you seriously refusing to let me go? You blood sacrificed so many people just for your own breakthrough. Dragon scum like you should be chopped into paste and fed to the dogs. Rhubarb, woof, dogs don't eat. Don't be arrogant you brat. Even I'm not something you can deal with now. With that, the flying dragon lord erupted his entire body and killed towards Starry Night. Starry Night smiled slightly and stepped back sideways to make way for the field. Rhubarb, show him what you're made of. Rhubarb bared his teeth and stood straight up on his legs. A fighting start stance. Starry Night was in the background acting as a translator. First stance. Lunge punch. Rhubarb's left paw was received at his waist, and his right paw struck out violently. A lunge punch directly knocked the flying dragon lord upside the head. Crap, you dog actually knows how to box. Before he could finish his sentence, Era extended his front paw and stabbed upwards. while at the same time his hind leg bounced and kicked directly at the flying dragon lord's span. What a move, a throat-piercing bullet kick. Rhubarb is awesome. Immediately after that, Big Yellow skillfully hit a dozen moves. Horse stance, horizontal strike, inside pivot, downward hook, staggered side kick, outside frame, horizontal hook, counterattack, hook kick, turn around and don't arm, false step to cut ribs, popping crotch and topping elbow, rebound side strike, bowing step to lean on the palm, upward step to smash the elbow, servant step to lift the crotch, blocking strike to trip the leg, and striking waist and locking the throat. His movements were standard and skillful, and he gave the flying dragon lord a direct beating. He was lying on the ground, constantly spitting blood, barely able to move. Crap, what kind of fist technique are you using that's so powerful? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Rhubarb, you've been practicing your military boxing well lately. Yo, woof woof woof, mainly because the boxing is awesome, and whoever practiced it, their fighting power directly skyrocketed. The flying dragon lord was just about to spit when suddenly 6 large black tubes were pressed against his forehead. Starry Night pulled the Gatling out and the dominance began to sidestep. Little lizard, you have done much evil. Except the physical override. Gatling spun up fast and kept bubbling with blue fire. A barrage of bullets knocked the flying dragon lord into a nest of ants. Humph, little gecko child, how dare you get into trouble with me? You don't know what you're doing. The flying dragon's body jerked involuntarily, then died more thoroughly. It's time for another tense and exciting corpse touching session. Rhubarb, hurry up and touch the body. Woof woof woof, dogs don't even touch. Starry Night kicks Rhubarb directly in the ass. Come on, Snappy. Reluctantly, Rhubarb made a search of the flying dragon lord's body. Suddenly, a shiny bead was picked up by Rhubarb. Starry Night froze, then went wild. King level 4 and beast spirit core? I'm going to be rich. This stuff plus the 6 flavors of the earth pill is refined into an elixir directly, allowing the king level to rise 1 level, or made into a weapon. That's simply Priscilla. Starry Night hurriedly grabbed the spirit core and tucked it away. Then Rhubarb was groping at the flying dragon lord again. Just found a plain looking ring. Nothing more good was found. Hatue, what a poor chicken. Come on, Rhubarb, let's get a card on the finish line. Starry Night led Rhubarb and headed for the top of the hill. But what Starry Night didn't see was this. Rhubarb's mechanical head glowed red, and it was as if there was an abyss in his eyes. I don't know what I'm thinking about. The top of the hill. At the end of the line. Starry Night was the first to touch up and managed to clock in. There was no one at the top of the hill, just a punch card machine in place. Starry Night walked up and posed under the punching machine. Ding! Congratulations to the first candidate to reach the finish line. 50,000 points. After clocking in and out, Starry Night saw that the clocking machine seemed to be worth its weight in gold. Exam time is almost over anyway, so I'll help the school bring back the punching machine. He pulled the punching machine out in his hand and tucked it into his space backpack. Then down the path and away they went. 10 minutes later, Wu Yu, Ling Qinghan, and Long Xiang were finally climbing to the top of the mountain. They were panting with exhaustion, and the wounds all over their bodies couldn't stop dripping blood. Each one was gray and wretched. I didn't realize that the mountain roads in this flying dragon territory are so difficult to walk, Long Xiang said, and there are a lot of traps along the way. I just stepped on something I don't know what and it just exploded. It's a good thing I reacted quickly before I was only slightly injured. Ryosho covers his right leg and walks up to punch the clock. Suddenly, he froze in place. How come there's only one little flag left at the finish line? I thought there was a punch card machine. Lin Qinghan looked at it. It should be the end of the exam time. The punch card machine was taken away. What then? Isn't it a wasted trip? It doesn't matter. Everyone can't punch the card, and the score is still the same amount. When the time comes, you and I will just have to prove to each other that we both came here. After all, there's no punch card machine. Equals happy face smiley face good. That way we'll be able to surpass this Starry Night kid. So, a few people dragged their tired bodies down the mountain hurriedly. They had gone through a lot of trouble. And finally, they had arrived at the safe zone of the Boar Spirit grassland. The safe zone was stacked with people at this point. The injured have received prompt medical attention. The races are having a gala meeting. The kobold is doing the cha-cha-cha by the fire holding the cat demon's tiny hand. The minotaur child is dancing the tango while holding the boar spirit. The most outrageous has to be Princess Kobold Child. She was shaking her flowery hand with his date, Lu Yen, in the very center of the crowd. Those hands are just about to take off with a smoother shake than some anchors. A fight dance ends. Starry Night walked slowly up to the center. I declare the winner of the first Lauren Abyssal dance fight to be the Goblin Princess King Black Small Square Meatlips, Choo Choo North Nose. She is invited to the stage to give her acceptance speech. Goblins of all kinds dragged their obese bodies onto the stage. The fat quivering. She picked up the microphone trembling with sobs. I grew up in a particularly difficult family. It is said that the poor man's child is an early starter. There was a sound of falling to the ground. Tay grandmas. After the revelry, all of them got on the bus home, ending the dreamlike high school exam. But there are also more than 3,000 people who remain forever in the land of the abyss. A convoy of over 20,000 people is just too long. It's so vast. It's like a ghost entering a village. Because the accident was not foreseen, every vehicle was grossly overloaded. No one could have imagined that more than 200 people could fit on an ordinary bus. Across, left, right, up and down, but wherever there is space, you can fit a person there. Its method of loading people seemed to have been instructed by Starry Night, without wasting a single shred of space. However, at the very back of the caravan, a luxurious off-road motorhome followed the group closely, taking its time as if on vacation. A few people from Starry Night were sitting in the back of the car, eating, drinking, not whoring, and happy as if they were gods. Dabeo, on, up to fuck it, throw thunder ah. I've thrown it, I think I've thrown it at my own feet. Ugh, hold the grass, boom, game over. A few people from Starry Night played the game. The dialogue is extremely moment. As for driving, there are people who would love to drive this car. Now driving the car is Wang Tang, who bought his way into driving the RV for a $20,000 ticket. This is so that you don't get squished into a pot of dumplings for the rest of the trip. You can even blow the air conditioning and go out back for a popsicle. What, teammates? Sorry, after the exam, Starry Night is his teammate now. Vehicle after a day and night of running. Finally, it was time to arrive in Goblin City. Everyone can take a little break now. The Director of Education, Yang Guangming, together with the Mayor of Gobelins, stood at the city gates to receive everyone. Vehicles entered the city slowly like a long line. One by one, the candidates were yanked out by the staff. I saw them all in rags, all dirty and smelly. Yang Guangming wrinkled his nose, seemingly a bit surprised by the acidic odor of the candidates' entire bodies. The mayor of Goblin City looked at him with a smile on his face. I said, young subordinate chief, this cannot stand. Think of the years, a whole fleet of all the jet, smoking yellow smoke over. I did not blink an eye. Then a lot more staff came up. Placement of candidates. Injured candidates were carried directly to the hospital. Everything is back in order. It was only Long Xiang and Ling Qinghan and a few other celestial pride who seemed to be a little dissatisfied with the results of the examination. Was breaking up something with the staff. There was no talk all night. The next day, it was time to certify the results. Almost all the candidates who could move came to the site. Prepare for the final disgrace. On the stage, it was still Yang Guangming and the examiners. Only, above their heads, there was an extra huge screen used to display the results. Of course, this screen is the equivalent of the honor roll. Only the results of candidates with exceptionally good grades will be shown. Below, candidates can also check their results on their cell phones. Yang Guangming cleared his throat. Ahem. Next, I'll announce the scoring rules again. The composite score is divided into two areas. 1/5 of the team score. This is clear to everyone as the points you earned in the test. 2. Individual performance scores. Each person before the examination is issued with a recorder. Your every move in the examination. We have been analyzed through a dedicated person to score. The top 30 teams and the top 100 candidates will appear on the big screen below. For all other candidates and teams, please enter your candidate number to check your score. Start. The giant screen starts. Almost everyone held their breath. 100th place, Wang Tang. Team score, 108. Individual score, 167. At that moment, Wang Teng's tears came down in excitement. Although he was a top student in Zhanghuai 3rd Middle School, he was nothing in the entire province. Being able to get into the top 100 was already a result of smoke coming from his ancestors' graves, as well as him spending a huge amount of money to buy materials at the hands of Starry Night to obtain it. 99th, Yichun. Team score, 108. Individual score, 173. Yi Chen also cheered. Yet the faces of the entire panel of examiners were pitch black. Because, last year the first 100 teams scored at least 1,000 points. How come this year it's only a fucking 100 or so? I don't think they're eating or drinking. And this guy scores so damn little. You guys don't just hit a couple of monsters, do you? On a full court tour? Results continue to be posted. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Off stage, a burst of screams rose up. The face of the man on the examiner's table was dark. And yet, this year's scores are so low that an equal ranking can only be about 1/5 of last year's. It's just too damn embarrassing. To get out of the next party or whatever, just say you were sick and didn't work as an examiner. No. 33, Dragon Jade. Team score, 789. Individual score, 284. Long Yu nodded his head and the previous expectations are almost the same. It is the 33rd place. It is this score, damn a little low 32nd. 31st. 10th place, Long Xiang. Team score, 789. Individual score, 978. Long Xiang directly blew up. Damn, it is too low. I protest. Long Xiang protested in front of the crowd. As expected, he would only be a little less than the 3 SSS ranked Celestials, ranking 4th and even surpassing Starry Night, and he was first to the finish line yesterday, in his own opinion. If it's not first, how can it be second? Examiner, I protest. On what grounds? I was the first to reach the finish line yesterday. How come 50,000 points weren't given to our team? The crowd of examiners froze a bit. Yang Wangming spoke. We have a strict scoring system, so you can view it now. Images appeared on the huge screen, only to see Starry Night posing a scissor hand at the monitor. Ding! Congratulations to the candidate for being the first to reach the finish line. 50,000 points awarded. Seeing this, the corner of Long Xiang's mouth twitched. Nani? What makes him first? And why is there a punch card machine? And where did the punch card machine go after that? Immediately afterward, the answers are announced. Starry Night saw that no one was around. Ha, 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 and then started talking to himself. Exam time is almost over anyway, so I'll help the school bring back the punching machine. Then, to the dumbfounded expressions of tens of thousands of people, he bent straight down. A reverse draw punch. Just a click. There was no more picture on the punching machine screen, just a pile of snowflakes. The crowd was full of black lines. I said there is no card punching machine. Feelings you acty after punching the card. Directly to take away. Yeah, he just didn't want to let anyone else score on the clock. This bad guy. Then, everyone looked in the direction where Starry Night was. Starry Night. Everyone listen to my sophistry. No, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I didn't take the punching machine for fear of you guys scoring. I took it to sell rags. Crowd, motherfucker. Results continue to be posted. 7th place, Yo-Yo Wu. Wu Yu said nothing with a dark face. 780's team score was not even as good as Long Xiang and his team. What was supposed to be a fight for first and second resulted in a 7th place finish. Who the hell is in line? Ling Qinghan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Wu Yo-Yo, you're in a really bad situation. You didn't even make it to the top 3. This was followed by a facepalm on the screen. 6th place, Ling Qinghan. Ugh. Grip. Where are the top 5? Then the crowd was confused. 5th place, Zheng Debao. Team score, 18. 888. Individual score, 10. Total score 18. 898. The crowd almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. 10 points for 5th. Am I dreaming? I'll be damned. That's what I call laying down to win. Zheng Debao in the crowd clasped his hands to his chest. Cool to the crowd. Humph. I've long said that I'm the main character. You guys just don't believe me. Now you know how powerful I am. The room was covered in black lines. Tay bitch. You've got some nerve saying that. Big asshole. Really wanted to get him killed. 4th place, Lu Hua. The crowd was filled with black lines that turned into big question marks. Who is Lu Hua? 3rd place, Xiao Longxia. Xiao Longxia, who was firing and cooking in the crowd, heatedly smiled. What? Eat some later? 2nd place, Ruyan Lu. Finally, on the big screen, all the other text disappeared. Only the last 5 big words remain. 1st place, Starry Night. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Although the results were already known, it still shocked them. The crowd turned around and looked at where Starry Night was. He was shivering shrimp tails next to Xiao Longxia, a mouth full of oil and a hissing mouth. It's so spicy. Yum. Then he looked at the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Guys, some food? Crowd, ein yet. Results are posted. Those who have objections can report them to the education department. The cultural exam will be held in 2 days, so you still have a chance. So please don't give up. Everyone may be dismissed. The scene was one of joy and sorrow. Mu Qianxue was lost in the crowd. The noble team she was on performed very garbage. Being a secondary myself again, I didn't even make it into the top 1000. If I had joined Starry Night's team at that time, I would have gotten into the top 5 lying down. I'm sorry. Then she saw Starry Night coming in her direction. Could he going to confess to me, wanting to have no regrets for his senior year? Her face instantly reddened. I can. Before she could finish, Starry Night had already walked past her, blocked all those who were going to leave. Ahem. Starry Night pulls out the speaker tuba. Classmates, I have a lot of IOUs here, so remember to pay them back in time, or you'll be charged interest. Crowd, I'll be damned. in the midst of a wail. This great event is finally over. The crowd took another bus ride and returned to their homes. Finally back in the city of Jeonghwa. Starry Night stretched. Get out of the car. Now as a prospective senior high school student. Of course he has a special car to take him home. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Still, the air at home is good and smells like fresh dirt. And then, where the fuck is my house? In front of him, the garbage plant had been bulldozed. Fresh dirt turned on the ground. A couple of old men are moving his bed out of the way. Tay grandma, dare to pick up rags on my head. Looking for death. Starry Night steps up and kicks an old friend. All kicked to the ground. Old Den. Who the hell let you guys pick up trash in my place? Those old men instantly lay on the ground and began to wail. Goo. Hit someone. Hit someone. Starry Night was full of black lines. You guys take a good fucking look. It's me. Those old men opened their eyes and instantly jumped up in place. Ah, so it's Garbage Man Starry Night. We didn't see it coming. Pull out. Pull out. Didn't someone hit you guys? And who did? A few old men were instantly frightened. No one. We fell on our own. Yeah. Fall on yourself. Starry Night nodded in satisfaction. That's good. So let me ask you guys who pushed this garbage plant of mine. It was the Black Donkey. He pushed it with a lot of men. Yes. It was the Black Donkey. Who did it while you weren't at home? And he said you died out there. So we came over. Starry Night was enraged at what she heard. Tay grandma's black ass. Let's see if I don't fuck you up. Come on, old buddies. I'll take you to get rich. Several old men looked at each other. Count. Forget it. After saying that, he ran away in a puff of smoke. Look at its speed. Close to 12 seconds per 100 meters. Starry Night darkened her face and looked at them. Old Dons, the treasure has not aged. Then he rushed to find his collapsed bedroom. After fumbling around for half a day, I found a steel plate. Starry Night finds the lock on the steel plate and enters the code. The steel plate splits right in half, exposing the tunnel to the basement below. Starry Night rushed into the tunnel. Finding the contents intact, he let out a long breath. Phew, it's a good thing Pop's secret base wasn't discovered. If that weapon is found, it's a bad idea. Starry Night exits the tunnel. Put the steel plate back on. The system's voice appeared in his head. Merit plus 74. 380. Total number of merits exceeds 100,000. Universal Sentient Being System opens. Obtaining Gatling Bodhisattva's exclusive superlative divine skill, world nuclear leveling. Starry Night froze right in place. It's over 100,000 so quickly. It seems like this college entrance exam has really gained a lot. He looked into the distance. A rare hint of a smile appearing in his gaze. Hey. Black ass is it? Big boss is it? Don't want to play is it? Then don't even play. Just then, a super group of reporters arrived in front of the junkyard ruins. They were all in high spirits. And the cameras were in just starting to shoot live. One of the hostesses with white skin and long legs was talking. Hello everyone, I am the host of Nolan. And today we are here to pay a visit to the home of a prospective high school student in the city of Jeonghwa. It's said that this year's top student, Starry Night, is way ahead of the pack with a score that surpasses everyone else's. What this includes is his personal sweat and hard work. And even more so, the positive influence of his home and family. Welcome to the program. Into the family of the Scholars Season 8. The live streaming pop-ups have exploded. Oomph. These years the parents of the top students of the college entrance exams are either university professors, engineers, or their families are thieves with money, where there are ordinary people. Alas, nowadays, educational resources tend to favor the rich, and it's better for ordinary people's children like us to go to an ordinary university and play screws after graduation. I think the Starry Night's family must be especially rich. His parents must be the social elite. If you don't believe me, let's see. Hostess Nolan is speaking. Next, we come to the home of the top student. Starry Night, everyone. Then she pointed a finger. The camera went straight through. Empty. Sigma Carrot. Nanny, where's his house? Live straight. On the ground. Everyone froze in place momentarily for 3 minutes. Holy shit. This is the scholar's house? The main focus is a grounding. That's still grounded. That's the ground. The hostess, Nolan, shook her head, finally getting over the shock. Assistant, check the address quickly to see if it's correct. The assistant aside glanced at the notebook in his hand. That's right. The principal of the 3rd middle school, Wu Kuan, personally gave the address. It's here. Isn't it written on the address that there's a star dump? There's nothing here. Nolan wondered. Yes. The assistant pointed to the tattered sign at Nolan's feet. Look, that's what you're stepping on, isn't it? Nolan looked down as a broken beyond repair plaque was stepped on by her feet, scaring her so much that she took 3 steps straight back. Mom, yeah, It really is a star junkyard. Then he looked around. Aside from the reporters, Starry Night was the only one standing on the crumbling flat ground. At this point, he's huffing and puffing. Pinch 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 pinch. G. Hey, 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 hey. Don't want to play, do you? Then don't even play. The laugh was shrill and harsh, just like the archvillain. Nolan couldn't help but shiver all over even as he watched Starry Night's figure. We didn't find a place. Why don't we go back? Come on. Isn't it obvious that there's someone there? Why don't you ask? Yeah, maybe he's the top student. Don't bullshit me. Your scholar has a villainous face. Nolan gulped and bravely approached Starry Night. She closed her eyes and passed the microphone in her hand forward directly in front of her, afraid to meet Starry Night's terrifying eyes. Hello, do you know Starry Night? Starry Night was laughing when all she saw was a beautiful woman, pesting a large black rod into her mouth. Woohoo! Woohoo! He snatched up the microphone, then licked his tongue absently. I fucking am. And what do you mean you're stabbing me in the mouth with a big black stick? The live feed instantly blew up. Holy shit, you're telling me this one's a top student? Having fun. It is. This one looks just like that big villain. Suspiciously, Nolan pulled Starry Night's picture out of his pocket and compared it. Seems like it's really the goods. She gulped and continued the interview. It's a pleasure to interview you, Starry Night student. I have a few questions for you below that I would like you to answer truthfully. Starry Night hesitated. May I ask if this interview, he decent? Nolan was flabbergasted. There's no such thing as an immodest interview. Of course it's immodest. So will you guys code me? Crowd. Coding? What kind of coding? Is it the kind of coding I'm thinking of? Nolan slowed down from his daze. We'll have a technician add the code if you need it. But this is your chance to make a name for yourself. So we recommend not coding. Starry Night shook her head. No, I need to code. Then please code this black, thick microphone. I looked at him a bit immodest. Crowd. It's only immodest when it's coded, right? Then, with the tech and camera people operating, the live feed turned into this. Starry Night held a coated black stick to her mouth and he couldn't help licking his tongue, as if to take a bite out of the live feeds are blowing up. Holy shit, what is this operation? I've seen coding. I've never seen coding like this. Supertubes, do you care? Nolan held his forehead and looked at the question that had been the most vocal on the air. Starry Night student, may I ask what your father does for a living? Yes, that's the question that's being called out the most. Yeah, just ask him what his dad does. I'm guessing either a college professor or an engineer. Don't look at his family's rags, but his father must be no mortal. How else could we spend so many resources to train him? Starry Night scratched her head. My father is a state feeder. At once, the broadcast room exploded. I'll say it. His father must be a high official. Maybe they even bribed the examiner. That's it. Lorraine suddenly found the news hot. Tell me quickly, what is your father's position? In what department does he work? Starry Night scratched her head again. He Jianghua is the prison as a prisoner. Don't underestimate him. He's an old-timer with 8 years of service. A very high rank. Yo. His co-workers who have a nest egg usually give it to him first, and he eats it when he's full before anyone else can eat it. And I've heard recently that he's doing well, so there's no chance he'll be able to get an early release. A mouthful of old blood came from the live broadcast. Holy shit, what the hell? His dad was in jail and he actually managed to come in first. Nope. Quick question, his mom has to be a teacher at least. That way you inherit very good genes and a good learning environment and the possibility of getting high grades. The following webmasters believe very strongly in their opinions. Nolan looked at the Netflix question and then asked, Starry Night-san, may I ask what your mother does? Does she often tutor you in your homework? Starry Night scratched her head again and again. I haven't seen her since I was a baby. According to my father, he was abducted by a rich old man seed. Crowd. Nanny? Such a bitter family. His father is in jail. His mom doesn't want him, and he sleeps on the floor every day. Can this thing even get into the top grade? Is it really based on its own efforts? Nolan smiled awkwardly, then went on to ask Starry Night. Well, Starry Night-san, I'm very sorry for what happened to you. I'll interview you one last time. May I ask what is your secret to achieving such good high school grades? Starry Night froze. Secret? I'll think about it. What is it? Pit classmates? No. Selling teammates? Not really not. Making money? Yes. Just making money. Starry Night cleared her throat. Then word for word. The reason I achieved so well, it's because I want to make money. Crowd, crap, we know, but don't you say it. After saying that, Starry Night left on her own. Only Nolan and his party were left where they were. blowing in the cool air, dumbstruck for a long time. After a while, Starry Night returned suddenly. He picked up the microphone and continued. Oh, right. Our house has been razed. I wonder if I can help expose it. The good people of the live stream. The Stars dump was demolished by unscrupulous developers. Not a dime. I'm homeless right now and I'm just hoping that people will donate some money to me so I can put food on the table. I'm going to show my super letter collection code. Please take a screenshot and save it. Crowd, I'm yet. I was a sucker for not getting into high school back in the day. Otherwise I'd be a top student. This interview ended with a lot of cursing from the crowd. Starry Night, on the other hand, wobbled and rode his 3 wheels to the city's famous entertainment center. It had 3 big words written on it. Begenheim. Starry Night couldn't help but have a small smile on her lips. Hey, the big boss, right? Let me meet you. Begenheim is the largest entertainment venue in the city of Gangwai. It's filled with all kinds of entertainment you wouldn't expect. Sauna foot wash KTV, drinking and bouncing and learning foreign languages. Playing is about spending as much as you can. Only you can't think of it. No, he can't do it. Starry Night was currently standing in front of Begenheim's door. A happy plan was quickly completed in his mind. He eased forward. The pretty girl who greeted the guests at the door saw Starry Night coming, loosened her halter and came up. I only saw that the beauty was full of collagen, and her face was made as white as if she had been dead for 3 days. Hi there, sir. Welcome to Begenheim. I'm technician number 98. Sugar. Not only am I beautiful and good at kung fu, my waist is thin and my legs are long, but the best part is that I can memorize the 15th year of the Wanli calendar backwards. May I ask if you are a member of our family? Starry Night scratched her head. Well, I guess not, but I'll probably be here for the next couple days. Sugar's eyes lit up. Great. I'll take you in. You'll be satisfied with the service. And when you get your card later, mention my name and I'll give you a 98% discount. You remember to order me later. Starry Night scratched her head again. No. I mean, I'm here to apply for a job as a security guard. Technician number 98 froze sweetly, her face turning from a deathly white to a white on black. Damn. Applying for a security guard, you waste your ass. Wasting my time. Fuck off. When she finished speaking, she immediately released her hold on Starry Night's hand and wiggled her ass right back to the front door. Starry Night froze. Damn. The young man is quite a snob. You'll be crying later. Starry Night licked her face and stepped forward. And I have a question. Where do I go to apply for a security guard job? Sugar didn't look good and glanced at him. Apply for security and ask directly at the security booth in the back parking lot. They're hiring these days. Thank you, Sister 98. Starry Night smiled crookedly as she made her way to the backdoor security booth. A notice is being posted on the security booth. Recruitment of image security guards. Requirements, age 18 to 35. Good looks, well-built, salary of 5,000 to 7,000 yuan, including food and housing. Starry Night froze. Crap, this security guard is treated pretty damn well. It's so much better than going to Wang Junjia's as an apprentice. Starry Night stepped forward and knocked on the door of the security booth. Knock knock. The security guard Wang Shua was swiping the teasing voice beauty. Suddenly I saw a good-looking young man knocking on the door. What is it? Brother, I want to apply for a job as a security guard. The security guard Wang Shua sized up Starry Night. The height was about 6'8". Not too fat, not too thin, a little strong, kind of gangly looking. He couldn't help but see the light. Come on in, little brother. I saw right away that you were born to be a security guard. As soon as Wang Shua pulled Starry Night, he went to the security booth. How old are you, little brother? What education? Starry Night looked into the security booth. 2 guys in their 20s and some simple protective gear, including Zhang Debao's favorite rubber stick. Brother, I'm 18 years old with a high school education. Wang Shua froze slightly. Well, bro, when the time comes, I'll put in a word that you graduated from middle school. That way, we're more likely to be accepted. Starry Night was a little confused. Crap, the lower the degree, the easier it is to get in? Of course, these days, there are too many college students to be worth anything. You see, I went straight to security after elementary school and make 7,000 a month, which shows that the lower the education, the rarer it is. Family. Starry Night was uncertain. Well, whatever it takes to be a security guard. Soon, Wang Shua took the line to also meet the security brigade chief. Wang Ming. Uncle Sam, this little brother wants to interview for security. Wang Ming glanced at Starry Night and couldn't help but light up. One grabbed Starry Night's hand. Oh young man, as soon as I saw you it was as if I had seen a born security wizard. Please do join us. Starry Night was full of black lines. Ah, yes, I'll definitely join. but I have another brother who also wants to be a security guard. I wonder if we can join together. Wang Ming looked at Starry Night. Sure. Just tell him to come over. Okay, I'll call him right away. 30 minutes later. In front of Wang Ming stood the two of them, Starry Night and Zhang Debao. He was holding Zhang Debao's hand at that moment, his face agitated. Oh young man, as soon as I saw you it was as if I had seen a born security wizard. Please do join me. Zhang Debao is all happy and crazy. Starry Night, you're such a good brother to me. I was thinking about going through my dad's connections after graduation in order to become a security guard. I didn't realize that you casually made me a security guard. Great. And the head of the security brigade, Wang Ming, was already laughing his ass off at the moment. Ha ha ha. Good. I'm so happy to be able to harvest both Crouching Dragon and Phoenix today. Come on. I'll take you two to get your clothes. Ha 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 ha. 30 minutes later. Baconham doorway. Starry Night and Zhang Debao stood on the left and right, hands behind his back in a straddling motion. Indescribably spirited. Zhang Debao pouted at Starry Night. Starry Night, being a security guard is so much fun. Starry Night also pouted at Zhang Debao. It's not just fun, it's exciting. Just then, the security squad leader, Zhang Heng, walked over with a pouting nose. Hey, I said you two boys just got on the job and started chatting. Don't want a paycheck. Starry Night puckered her nose like him. So you didn't tell us what you were going to do? Zhang Heng's nose puckered even higher. We can't compare ourselves to those janitorial bosses when we are image security guards, one of our main services. Can't you see the guests are coming in their limousines? Why don't you go over and offer to take the guests' keys? Starry Night scratched her head. Brother Zhang, I understand. I'll do it now. Then he jogged all the way to a bald older brother's car. Brother, you give me the car keys. The bald elder brother, with a face full of flesh, threw over the keys of his luxury car. It took half a day to come here. Do you not want to do the job? Don't you want to drive away? Starry Night opened the door, got in the car and started it up and drove off. Zhang Hong smiled faintly. Humph, kid counts you have some eyes. No to help the guest parking. Otherwise I'll have to straighten you out. Then he looked at Zhang Debao. Don't go and fetch Big Brother's bag yet. Zhang Debao hurriedly went forward and took the bald Big Brother's handbag. Big Brother, please come inside. It took a while before Starry Night walked back in excitement. Dabbler, do you know any used car dealers? Zhang Debao froze. Do no one. His store is nearby. But what do you want? Starry Night hemmed and hawed. Selling cars? Of course. Just now that bald Big Brother is very good. Only to meet one side directly to the car to me. But also told me to quickly drive away. Zhang Debao said, that Big Brother is really good. I have not spoken. He sent me directly to a handbag, which is also quite heavy Lou. I don't know if it's worth it. The two of them smiled at each other. Hey. At this moment, Zhang Heng's voice came again. Hey, can't you two boys see the guests are here? Why don't you go get the car keys? Starry Night was so happy to hear this that she practically took off. Here it comes. A svelte, middle-aged man tossed his car keys to Starry Night. Ugh, security guards nowadays really don't have a clue. It was getting darker and darker, gradually reaching midnight. The two of them, Starry Night and Zhang Debao, had been working so hard that they were so tired that they didn't even have dinner. But this stuff does make money fast. It didn't take long to sell dozens of luxury cars. In the meantime, inside a used car factory near Bagenham, a car dealer was wondering, why is business so good today? Always receive a special new luxury car. It must be transiting the luck.